Damn! A shout of surprise erupted from an aging tenement near the park. A group of elderly women, seated on a nearby bench, suddenly jolted and turned their heads toward the source of the commotion, muttering their discontent. Inside the room was a man, fervently fixated on his computer screen. He murmured to himself, "Ha ha ha, today is truly my lucky day." His mouse hovered over a black ring, and a small box displayed its attributes. This was a private server game titled, "If You're a Brother, Come Slash Me." The essence of the game revolved around combat. However, upon reading the ring's attributes, the man was left utterly bewildered. Demonic ring resurrection 1 time, defense 999, attack 999, paralysis 999, speed 999. But what followed was even more astonishing. Level 9 stars, internal space area 1,500,000 square meters. Time multiplier original 30 times, adjustable quality of spiritual energy, top tier. Staring at this string of attributes, the man's expression was one of sheer confusion. What on earth is this? Yet, he brushed aside his bewilderment and continued to prepare for enhancement. One last enhancement, just one more. May the heavens bless me. May Buddha bless me. May God bless me. May the great Lord Laozi bless me. He clasped his hands together and bowed toward the empty air. Unbeknownst to him, a torrential downpour had suddenly begun outside, but even if he were aware, it would hardly matter. At that moment, the man was wholly engrossed in enhancing the ring. Although he was uncertain why the final attributes were so peculiar, he reluctantly placed the only level 9 enhancement stone from his inventory into the system's refining furnace. His character's equipment was already among the finest in the game, with enhancement success rates exceeding 90%. After placing the equipment into the furnace, the man stood up from his computer, intending to prepare a bowl of instant noodles. Glancing at the clock on the wall, he noted how swiftly time passed. It was already past 6 in the evening, which explained his growing hunger. The room was in disarray. Observing the cigarette butts and empty bottles of soda strewn across the floor, he kicked them aside. Typically, he cleaned up once a week, a fitting habit for a dedicated homebody, though perhaps he had let things become a bit too untidy. Standing at a height of 5 feet 7 inches, his figure bore the marks of long hours spent seated, with a slight paunch. His somewhat handsome face was adorned with stubble. His name was Li Zixuan, 26 years old, perpetually single, and a true recluse, venturing out only once a week to procure supplies. "I say, girl by the bridge, your fragrance, I hold you dear etched upon my chest, Buzz." Suddenly, a phone rang. Li Zixuan placed the bowl of noodles on the dining table provided by his landlord and picked up his faded Huawei Mate 10. After checking the display, he answered the call. "What? You been paid? Treat me to dinner? Damn, it's pouring outside, and I just finished my noodles. And now you're asking me to dinner?" Li Zixuan exclaimed excitedly into the phone. The caller was his lifelong friend and occasional tormentor, Jiang Mingho. The two individuals were university classmates. Jiang Mingho hailed from the local city of C and currently served as a secretary in a private enterprise, where his uncle held the position of general manager. Naturally, working for his uncle was a privilege, as his family also possessed considerable influence, and he was navigating the corporate landscape quite well. "Why not come and have a few rounds?" Jiang Mingho chuckled on the other end of the line. "Oh, prepare yourself for this weekend. Dress smartly, as your sister-in-law is introducing you to a beautiful woman. Whether you can seize this opportunity depends on your capabilities. Well, I mustn't keep you. I'm off to dinner with your sister-in-law." With that, he promptly ended the call. "Only remember to call me when you're having dinner." Li Zixuan sighed with a wry smile, tossing his phone onto the desk. He did not take Jiang Mingho's mention of introducing a beauty to heart. He was acutely aware of his own circumstances. No car, no house, no savings, and lacking a supportive father's side. Li Zixuan let out a soft sigh. Wang Jiai was Jiang Mingho's girlfriend, working at a magazine in the city, and she certainly knew many beautiful women. But would any of those beauties ever glance his way? Nonetheless, he appreciated the good intentions of the young couple. He poured himself a bowl of instant noodles, took a hearty bite, and moved the mouse with his right hand, preparing to check his results. Just then, a tremendous crash resounded from outside. Boom. Startled, Li Zixuan sprayed noodles across the screen, and the bowl in his hand spilled all over the keyboard. The computer erupted with sparks, and Li Zixuan was knocked unconscious, unable to swallow the half-chewed noodles in his mouth. When Li Zixuan finally regained consciousness, his first instinct was to survey his surroundings, wondering if he had somehow traversed into another realm. As a seasoned reader of online novels, having spent over 5,000 hours indulging in such tales, he recognized the classic signs of crossover: a thunderstorm and an electric shock. However, after scanning the area, he found it to be the same old, disheveled room. Shaking his head, he expelled the remnants of noodles from his mouth. He searched for a cigarette and a lighter, lighting one to calm his nerves. Feeling slightly better, his left hand brushed against something hard, and he was astonished to pull it closer for inspection. My goodness! His hand trembled, causing the black ring to slip from his grasp and fall to the floor. Oh my heavens! What a twist of fate! Wasn't this a reinforcement ring from a game? I knew it. Am not the one crossing over this ring has come to me. Overwhelmed with joy, Li Zixuan eagerly picked up the ring and, trembling with excitement, slipped it onto his finger. A chilling sensation coursed through him, yet there was nothing particularly remarkable about it. What's the deal? Where are the attack stats? The paralysis? Right. This thing must recognize its master through blood. He hurried into the kitchen, grabbed a kitchen knife, and without hesitation, pricked his fingertip. In an instant, blood gushed from the finger adorned with the ring. He set down the knife and focused intently on the wound. Bang! The door was suddenly kicked open with force, startling Li Zixuan into a tremor. Who the hell is that? Fuming, he casually seized the nearby kitchen knife and opened the door, only to find Jiang Mingho standing there, flanked by Wang Jiai and an elegantly dressed, statuesque beauty. Hey buddy, don't. Quickly put down the knife. We can discuss our matters calmly. Please don't get worked up. If something is troubling you, handle it discreetly when you're alone. You see, the lady is so frightened she doesn't dare to enter, Jiang Mingho exclaimed, visibly alarmed. Li Zixuan was momentarily taken aback, his attention fixated on the enchanting woman. Oh, he had almost forgotten about the knife in his hand. He tossed the knife onto the table absent-mindedly, grumbling, "You startled me, and now you're acting all righteous." Then he rummaged through the drawer and retrieved a Band-Aid, applying it to his wound, which was rather substantial due to his excessive force. Chapter 2. The Enchanting Beauty. Shinryu. As Li Zixuan set down the kitchen knife, Jiang Mingho finally spoke up. Pray tell, what drama is this? Surely, you do not intend to take your own life, do you? Get lost. You are the one contemplating such a thing. Li Zixuan replied with a wry smile. Then what is the purpose of wielding that knife? Have you injured your hand in the process? Li Zixuan, of course, could not divulge the truth. To confess that he had pricked his finger to pledge allegiance would only invite ridicule. Instead, he fabricated a tale. I was merely preparing to chop some vegetables. And when you kicked the door in, it startled me, causing my hand to get hurt. He then offered an apologetic smile towards Wang Jiai and the beautiful woman by the door. Am I to blame for this? I thought you were in a dark place. Jiang Mingho teased, leaning closer to whisper, what do you think of the beauty I introduced to you? Li Zixuan pushed Jiang Mingho away, exuding a sense of exasperation. Xuanzi, do you not find it disheartening to dwell in such a chaotic space every day? Wang Jiai remarked, surveying the disorderly room. Well, actually, I tidy up daily. It's just that I haven't had the chance to do so today. Li Zixuan hastily defended himself. However, under the scrutiny of the two lovely ladies, his face flushed with embarrassment, and he began to hurriedly clean up. Surely this is the natural state of a man's abode? To Li Zixuan's surprise, the beautiful woman accompanying Jiang Mingho also stepped forward to assist in tidying up. No need for that. I can manage on my own. You and Wang Jie should sit down for a bit, Li Zixuan said awkwardly, scratching his head, visibly flustered. He was not accustomed to interacting with women, let alone a stranger of such beauty. The awkwardness was palpable, and the blush on his cheeks was unavoidable. Wang Jiai winked at Jiang Mingho and chuckled. Ryu, who would have thought you could manage household chores? Shinryu rose, casting a disapproving glance at Wang Jiai. Is it so remarkable to know how to clean? In my household, I am the one who tidies up. Unlike you, who enjoys the luxuries of Jiang Mingho's indulgence, allowing you to do nothing at all. Huh? Are you envious or jealous? I have a boyfriend, but you could find one as well. Or perhaps I could lend you my Mingho for a few days. Wang Jiai teased. I wouldn't dream of it. Your husband is all talk. I wouldn't want him even if he begged. Shinryu scoffed. Hey. Can you two take a break? I am still present. Jiang Mingho interjected, quickly moving to embrace Wang Jiai. Unable to bear the display any longer, Li Zixuan expressed his dissatisfaction. Enough of the mushy stuff. You too. Come help me clean up. He then turned to Shinryu. I can handle this myself. With that, he swiftly snatched the broom from her grasp. The room was not excessively dirty, merely disorganized. The blankets were unmade, and there was a bit of trash strewn about, primarily because the garbage bin was overflowing. Li Zixuan diligently set about his task, while Jiang Mingho approached the computer desk. Xuanzi, what on earth happened here? Why is your computer so filthy? Came Jiang Mingho's voice from behind. On the desk lay remnants of instant noodles, a testament to the recent excitement that had caused Li Zixuan to forget to clean up. Without looking up, he casually remarked, "Could you help me tidy this up?" In the background, a string of complaints could be heard, yet Jiang Mingho still proceeded to clean. As Li Zixuan swept the floor, his gaze fell upon a pair of white canvas shoes. Following the shoes upward, he noticed long, slender legs clad in denim, and a white t-shirt that accentuated a flat abdomen, slightly visible as the figure bent over. In profile, a delicate face emerged, hair cascading behind her ears, large expressive eyes, a high nose, and a small cherry-like mouth adorned with subtle makeup. Perhaps sensing his gaze, she offered a gentle smile, causing Li Zixuan to stare intently. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Or is it my outfit? Shinryu asked nervously, noticing Li Zixuan's wide-eyed stare. And no, not at all. You look wonderful, Li Zixuan stammered, his face flushing once more. Thank you for the compliment. I'm Shinryu. It's a pleasure to meet you. She graciously extended her right hand. Why you hello? I'm Li Zixuan, equally pleased to meet you. He fumbled as he reached out, quickly grasping her delicate hand, only to retract it abruptly, feeling nothing at all. Are you frightened of me? Shinryu chuckled at Li Zixuan's awkwardness. And no, of course not. How could I be afraid of you? He quickly retorted, scratching his head in embarrassment. Hiki, then why are you so nervous? I am not nervous. No, not at all, he exclaimed, hastily picking up the litter from the floor and dashing outside. Watching Li Zixuan's slightly flustered retreat, Shinryu couldn't help but laugh again. In the bedroom, Jiang Mingho and Wang Jiayi were quietly eavesdropping at the door, exchanging knowing glances before returning to the computer desk. Dear, I've mentioned Zixuan's situation to you before. Since entering university, he's never been in a relationship, Jiang Mingho said to Wang Jiayi, who was seated on his lap. In other words, he's quite inexperienced in matters of the heart. As his brother, I wish to protect him from any potential harm. Wang Jiayi shot him a disapproving look. What are you saying? Zixuan is your brother, but he's also my little brother. I don't want him to get hurt either. She continued. Ryu is part of our community. Although we've not known each other long, she certainly has many admirers, yet I can tell she doesn't easily warm to just anyone. She is not the type to indulge in frivolous affairs. Jiang Mingho considered this, recognizing that a woman like Shinryu, possessing both beauty and figure, would undoubtedly have high standards. He sighed. My brother is already 26. As his older brother, I feel a sense of urgency. Wang Jiayi rolled her eyes. Do you think I don't want to introduce someone to Zixuan? But in our magazine office, it's either those with high looks and standards or those who are unattractive and delusional. I certainly don't want Zixuan to become a father prematurely. She then looked up at Jiang Mingho. What about your company? Are there any suitable candidates there? Introduce Xuanzi to someone? You might as well forget it. As our company is just like your society, Jiang Mingho remarked with evident disdain. Before long, noon arrived, and the four of them gathered at a Sichuan restaurant near the community, indulging in a delightful meal. This inadvertently allowed Li Zixuan to savor an improvement in his diet. After the meal, Li Zixuan returned alone to his rented room. Once he securely closed the door, he sat on the bed, contemplating the ring in his hand. At that moment, a notification resonated in Li Zixuan's ear, and a dark panel materialized before him. Demon Ring, Passive Skill, Resurrection, once, Passive Defense 999. Active Attack 999, once per day, Area of Effect, 1. 5 million square meters. Time Differential, 30 times. Chapter 3, The Inner Space I am destined to be wealthy. Upon finishing his reading, Li Zixuan felt an exhilarating rush of excitement. As he pondered how to explore further, he suddenly vanished from his bed. When he opened his eyes again, he beheld a grayish-white sky devoid of the sun, its altitude unknown. He muttered to himself, contemplating the scene before him. Beneath his feet lay an expansive clearing, with a small mound at its center and a pond nearby. The air was imbued with the scent of earth, accompanied by a refreshing breeze that surged through him, gradually soothing his initial excitement. With an expression of sheer enjoyment, Li Zixuan inhaled deeply, savoring the invigorating atmosphere. Approaching the pond, he raised his foot to take a closer look. The water was crystal clear, revealing the sediment and pebbles beneath. How could the water be so pristine? The lake before him, approximately the size of 2 or 3 football fields, sparkled like glass. Yet, within this clarity, there was an absence of life. Even the moss along the banks was conspicuously missing. Faced with this realization, Li Zixuan's initial desire to take a sip was swiftly extinguished. Better to seek a test subject first. Gazing around, he felt a surge of emotion. This was the realm of the ring. This was his domain. This place belonged solely to him. His murmurs escalated into a shout, echoing in the desolation. After shouting, he felt a twinge of adolescent angst. The stark loneliness of the place, with not a single living creature in sight, left him feeling somewhat uneasy. Yet, he abruptly paused, pondering how he would manage such a vast expanse alone. Would he truly have to cultivate the land single-handedly? Looking up at the over 2,000 acres before him, he felt a flicker of trepidation. However, before delving into that, he was eager to examine the water. With that thought, Li Zixuan envisioned stepping outside. And as soon as he did, he found himself back on his bed. Rising, he fetched a bottle of cola and took a couple of swigs before returning to the ring. After filling a container with water, he ventured out once more. Upon exiting, he spotted a stray dog approaching the entrance. An idea struck him. He quickly grabbed a small bowl, poured water into it, and placed it at the door. He anticipated that the stray would come over to drink. However, the dog merely glanced at him before turning away. What, am I beneath its notice? Just then, the stray returned, approached the bowl, and without acknowledging Li Zixuan, began to drink heartily from the water. Li Zixuan was momentarily taken aback. Is it safe? That is reassuring. As he mused, he noticed the dog had finished drinking, yet lingered expectantly. What is going on? Upon observing the stray wagging its tail at him, Li Zixuan poured the remaining water from the bottle into the bowl, and the dog joyfully resumed drinking. It appeared to be entirely safe. Feeling relieved, Li Zixuan turned back inside, retrieved his phone, and prepared to head to the farmer's market, his thoughts lingering on the ring. Suddenly, he recalled the time dilation, 30-fold. Suddenly halting in his tracks, he turned back towards his rental apartment. Picking up his phone, he synchronized the time with his computer, mentally preparing himself to enter. When Li Zixuan appeared within the confines of the ring, he promptly pressed the stopwatch. As the timer reached 10 minutes, he paused it and glanced at the computer, his face lighting up with astonishment. It was indeed a 30-to-1 ratio. Li Zixuan was so exhilarated that he felt an urge to exclaim. Outside, a day had passed, while inside, a month had elapsed. Meanwhile, Wang Jiayi and Shin Ruyu, having just finished their meal, were on their way back to the office. Ruyu, what are your thoughts on Xuanzai? Wang Jiayi inquired. I feel quite positive about him. Shin Ruyu replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Wang Jiayi's eyes sparkled with mischief. How about I help you arrange a time to hang out? I must tell you, Xuanzai is quite the honest fellow. He has never been in a relationship. She continued. He possesses kindness and is not bad-looking, though he is a bit of a homebody. Slightly embarrassed, Shin Ruyu responded, Sister Jiayi, please don't say such things. We've only just met. I may not join you next time. Observing Shin Ruyu's bashful demeanor, Wang Jiayi thought to herself, this seems promising. It was evident from Shin Ruyu's expression that she held a favorable impression of Xuanzai. Upon returning to the office, she relayed this information to Jiang Mingho, urging him to communicate with Li Zixuan, as one must pursue the girl. If we let someone like Shin Ryu slip away, it would be a grave mistake. Jiang Mingho, upon hearing this, promptly called Li Zixuan. Just as Li Zixuan was about to step out, he saw Jiang Mingho's call. Speak your mind. Li Zixuan responded. Noting his upbeat tone, Jiang Mingho assumed it was due to dining with a lovely lady. It seems you have a good impression of Shin Ryu. What? Li Zixuan replied. Perplexed, his good mood stemmed from the ring, a fact he could not divulge. Jiang Mingho's voice continued through the phone. Shin Ryu feels positively about you. Your sister-in-law just asked and informed me. If you pursue her, the chances of success are quite high. What nonsense is this? I'm not looking to date right now. Stop with the excuses. Regardless, I've conveyed the message. Whether it succeeds depends on your own efforts. Don't let your brother and sister-in-law down. After hanging up, Li Zixuan was left in silence, feeling exasperated. Do not talk to me about love stories. I am solely focused on making money, he muttered to himself. Exiting the community, he summoned a taxi on his phone, only to spot the stray dog once more. It seems lively. That indicates it's not toxic. Now I can rest easy. He contemplated what items he ought to purchase. On the hill, he could plant some fruit trees, perhaps apples, pears, cherries. For vegetables, he would buy tomatoes, green beans, cucumbers, peppers, and eggplants. As he thought this through, he quickly opened his phone to check his balance. Damn it, the balance shows only 784.35. With this amount, while others pursue their romantic interests, I'd be left with nothing but dirt to eat. I must seek assistance from Jiang Mingho in times of need. He thought to himself as the car sped along. Upon arriving at the agricultural market, he was captivated by the dazzling array of seeds. However, when his gaze fell upon the ginseng for sale, Li Zixuan found himself momentarily paralyzed. Yet, upon glancing at the prices, blood ginseng at 1,500 yuan per pound, Changbai mountain ginseng at 225 yuan per pound, and forest ginseng at 850 yuan per pound, he was taken aback. Such exorbitant costs. As he scrutinized the price list, he quietly began to contemplate his options. Chapter 4. The beginning of cultivation. In the end, Li Zixuan merely purchased a selection of vegetable seeds to experiment with, spending over 600 yuan, nearly exhausting all his funds. I will surely succeed. Absolutely. He thought to himself as he spent the last 130 yuan on half a bag of ginseng seeds. The shopkeeper was somewhat bewildered, having never encountered someone buying ginseng seeds, both whole and fragmented. Upon returning home, Li Zixuan hurried into the space within the ring. Coming from a county town, although not affluent, he was an only child who had never engaged in farm work. Holding the seeds in his hands left him momentarily dumbfounded. Was he to dig a hole and bury a seed? Gazing at the seemingly endless expanse of land, he pondered, how long will this take to plant? After some contemplation, he decided to let nature take its course. With that thought, he scattered all the vegetable seeds into the ground according to their types. Once finished, he turned and exited the space, neglecting to water the seeds. As for whether they would thrive, that was left to fate. If all else failed, he could always resort to delivering parcels using the ring. Although not much time had passed since he exited the ring, he felt quite fatigued from scattering the seeds in the space. At that moment, he realized he was a bit hungry. In the corner, he spotted nearly an entire box of instant noodles and several bottles of soda, enough provisions for a week. He decided to make do for now, and would think about the following week later. After finishing his noodles, he intended to play on the computer, but since the unexpected acquisition of the ring that morning, the private server If You're a Brother, Come Cut Me had been shut down, and he could not access it no matter how hard he tried. Losing the gaming experience, he picked up his phone, ready to play a game of honor, when he accidentally opened his contact list. The thought of Shinryu made his heart race. With a moment of resolve, he dialed her number. Ring. Ring. Hello. A languid, soft voice came through the line, causing Li Zixuan to sit up abruptly, his nerves getting the best of him. Why hello, is this Shinryu? I am Li Zixuan, he stammered, his voice trembling with anxiety. I knew it was you. What is up? Looking to take me out for dinner? Unfortunately, I've already eaten. At that moment, Shinryu was lounging on her large bed, her slender legs swinging playfully at the edge. No, I didn't mean to invite you to dinner. I just wanted to call and ended up dialing, Li Zixuan replied, feeling embarrassed. Hearing his words, Shinryu chuckled. If she hadn't met Li Zixuan in person earlier that day, she might have thought he was a cad. You silly boy, are you missing me? Yes. Li Zixuan responded without hesitation. Then, did you call me to ask me out? Shinryu inquired. Do you want the honest truth? Yes, the honest truth. Well, I do want to, but you probably want to come out anyway. Oh, Shinryu was momentarily speechless. How can you be so certain? Because of your extraordinary beauty, akin to the enchanting allure of a rainbow after the rain, you undoubtedly deserve even better. Upon uttering this unexpected statement, Li Zixuan was momentarily taken aback. How could he have said such words? Opposite him, Shinryu was equally astonished. She had seen Li Zixuan earlier that day, behaving like a bashful young man, and now he suddenly spoke so boldly. All she could do was awkwardly respond, "You're quite amusing." Yet, Li Zixuan was filled with regret and quickly added, "It's quite late. You should rest early. Good night." This sudden shift left Shinryu momentarily distracted, and as she was about to say good night, she realized he had already hung up. Frustrated, she tossed her phone aside and angrily thumped her pillow. The next morning, upon awakening, Li Zixuan's first thought was to check on the vegetables in his ring space. In that magical realm, he beheld a lush expanse of greenery. Everything had fully matured, and even the ginseng near the hills had begun to sprout tender shoots. He believed that by the next day, he would be able to harvest cucumbers and tomatoes. Although he was uncertain how the vegetables had sprouted and ripened without sunlight, the enchantment of the ring made him almost believe that if one were to plant gold, it would yield gold in return. After a meticulous inspection, he found that all the vegetables were thriving, devoid of any decayed leaves or pests. This was undoubtedly pure and organic. After emerging from the ring space, Li Zixuan freshened up and stepped outside, determined to visit the nearest vegetable market. He had already devised a plan for his future. First, he would sell vegetables to earn his initial capital. After all, he was currently penniless. "Boss, how much are the cucumbers per pound?" "2 yuan. He replied, "Never mind. I 1 T buy." With that, he turned and walked away, jotting down in his notes, "Cucumbers 2 yuan pound." Thus, early that morning, Li Zixuan visited 5 nearby vegetable markets to familiarize himself with the prices of all vegetables. Exhausted, he sat on a stone stool at the entrance of the market, pulled out a cigarette, and called Jiang Mingho. When Jiang Mingho drove up and saw Li Zixuan in the passenger seat, he inquired, "Where have you been? Did you come to the market without buying anything?" "Market research," Li Zixuan replied, using professional jargon. "What? Market research? What on earth are you researching?" Jiang Mingho questioned as he continued to drive. At a Lanzhou noodle shop, watching Li Zixuan devour his meal, Jiang Mingho curiously asked, "What exactly are you planning to do?" "I'm preparing to sell vegetables." "What? Selling vegetables? Do you really need to visit multiple markets for that? If I were to sell fish, would I need to go to the sea?" Jiang Mingho exclaimed in disbelief. "Wherever you go, it's not my concern. I'm serious about selling vegetables," Li Zixuan declared, a grin on his face as he playfully gestured with his thumb and index finger. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mingho immediately donned a face of dismay, hesitantly retrieving his phone and tossing it onto the table. "You can see for yourself, this is all there is. I even intended to purchase cosmetics for your sister-in-law." Li Zixuan swiftly snatched the phone, opened the balance, and upon seeing the amount exceeding 10,000, located his profile picture, initiated a transfer, and entered 2,000. He then tossed the phone back to Jiang Mingho, chiding him, "Stop your incessant prattle, akin to a nagging woman. You enter the password yourself." Jiang Mingho, wearing an expression of helplessness, input the password, and just as he was about to utter a few words, Li Zixuan abruptly interjected, "You cover the ramen bill. And once I achieve success, I shall repay you 10-fold, 100-fold. With that, he strode out of the restaurant. Watching Li Zixuan's retreating figure, Jiang Mingho rolled his eyes in exasperation, unable to suppress a smile. Whether outside or at the office, it was only he, Jiang Mingho, who managed to take advantage of others, and only this rascal. Chapter 5. The beginning of selling vegetables after leaving the restaurant. Li Zixuan made his way directly to the second-hand trading market. Borrowing money from Jiang Mingho was a last resort. After all, he couldn't possibly ask his family for help. Jiang Mingho certainly had no shortage of funds, so he decided to borrow temporarily. Since he planned to sell vegetables, acquiring a tricycle was essential. "Boss, how much is this electric tricycle?" Li Zixuan inquired, pointing at a nearly new one at the entrance. "At least 1,000 yuan. I want to sell it for less," the boss replied, adding with a flattering tone, "Young man, this is a 90 new vehicle." Eventually, Li Zixuan resorted to the bargaining tactics inherited from his mother, negotiating down to 800 yuan. After completing the transaction, he hopped onto the tricycle and rode off. He then spent an additional 50 yuan on a second-hand electronic scale and purchased several phone boxes at the market before heading home. Arriving at his residence just after 4 in the afternoon, the summer days were long, and darkness fell late. Li Zixuan entered the ring space, where he discovered that the tomatoes, eggplants, and peppers were ready for harvest. Perhaps due to his laziness or forgetfulness in setting up supports, the cucumbers sprawled on the ground. Nevertheless, this did not hinder their growth. He casually plucked a tomato the size of an adult's fist and sat down, taking a hearty bite. Sweet, the flavor was exquisite, and the juiciness abundant. He mused that this might be attributed to the spiritual energy of the place. The fertile soil in the space surely contributed to the high nutritional value of the fruits. Moreover, these vegetables were free from pesticides, undeniably organic and harmless. Given their impressive size, the price could not be set too low, and the labor involved in harvesting must be considered. With that thought, he began to gather the produce. As it was already afternoon, he only harvested 2 boxes of tomatoes, 1 box of peppers, and 1 box of eggplants, along with some rapeseed, close to 10 varieties in total. He also pulled out around 40 to 50 water radishes. These were extracted with minimal soil clinging to them, uniformly sized, each about the length of a child's arm. Once all the vegetables were loaded onto the tricycle, he rode straight to the nearest vegetable market. The market, located near several residential complexes, was quite substantial in size. Upon arriving at the entrance, he approached the market administrator and paid a management fee of 20 yuan. After which he was assigned a spot at the back of the market. Although the location was somewhat secluded, the bustling peak hours ensured a steady flow of customers. As Li Zixuan arranged his vegetables, an elderly lady approached him. "Young man, how much are you selling these water radishes for?" she asked, intrigued by their impressive size. "Madam, these are organic vegetables, sold by the piece. If you'd like, they are 8 yuan each, and I'll select the largest ones for you." Li Zixuan greeted her warmly. "What? 8 yuan each? Is that how you sell them? What kind of radish is this? This one must weigh a pound." The elderly lady frowned, astonished. Hearing this, others nearby gathered around, curiosity piqued. "What? 8 yuan for a radish? Young man, are you still half asleep? What kind of radish is this to be so expensive?" A murmur of discussion arose around the scene. Soon, Li Zixuan's stall was surrounded by a throng of people. Li Zixuan, undeterred, spoke up. "Hiki, this is not expensive. Today is merely a trial sale. All these are new varieties, absolutely pure, natural, and pollution-free. No pesticides have been used. Whether consumed raw, stir-fried, stewed, or tossed in a salad, they are undoubtedly excellent products. If you doubt this, feel free to purchase a few to taste. Should you be satisfied, do return next time. If not, you are welcome to come and confront me." Li Zixuan passionately promoted his goods, feeling particularly eloquent that day, entirely at ease. The surrounding crowd listened in astonishment, curiosity piqued. "Is it truly as good as you claim? Then let me have a taste, and if I am not satisfied, I shall indeed come looking for you." An elderly lady, upon hearing this, pulled out 10 yuan and handed it to Li Zixuan, who promptly exchanged it for 2 coins. Every beginning is challenging. Yet with the first customer came the promise of a second. People remained eager for fresh experiences. Furthermore, with the current stringent regulations, no one dared to compromise food safety. In no time, over 50 water radishes were sold out. "How much for these tomatoes, dear vendor?" 15 yuan a pound. Only 2 boxes available today." "What? So expensive? Others are selling at 1 yuan 80. Why do you charge 15? "Well, they must be different. If you find one that tastes better than mine, I shall gladly refund you." "And how much for these peppers?" 9 yuan 50 a pound. "What about the beans?" 7 yuan 80 a pound. Thus, within a mere 10 minutes, the entire market was abuzz with gossip about a dubious vendor in this corner of the market, a young man with a rather unscrupulous approach. Yet, paradoxically, the more scandalous the reputation, the greater the influx of curious onlookers. Upon seeing the fresh, oversized vegetables on the tricycle, they could not resist making a purchase. Before an hour had passed, everything was sold out. "Do you have any more vegetables, dear vendor?" inquired a newcomer. "Alas, all sold out. Those who missed out should come early tomorrow," Li Zixuan cheerfully replied, though secretly he mused. There truly are many wealthy individuals. Even at such high prices, everything sold out. "I commend myself." With a beaming smile, he addressed those who had not secured any vegetables. As he rode home on his tricycle, exhilaration surged within him, his first foray into vegetable selling. Initially nervous, he now felt only excitement. Upon returning home, he poured out the money from his bucket and checked his payment code on his phone. Over 2,400. How brief a time it had been. Haha. I'm on my way to fortune. After reveling in his success for a while, Li Zixuan began to contemplate. His preparations had been insufficient. The variety of vegetables was still lacking. Should he offer a complete selection, surely he would soar to new heights. Glancing at the ring on his right hand's index finger, he could not resist planting a firm kiss upon it. His mind was already devising plans, selling out by morning, then heading to the agricultural market to procure more seeds. As he silently reiterated his plans, he entered the realm of his ring. What happened? Where are the mature vegetables? As I gazed upon the field, it was filled with unripe produce. Yet, in the afternoon, there were still plenty of ripe ones. But where have all the mature vegetables gone? When did these houses appear here? Upon closer inspection, I discovered an exquisite building, alongside which stood a large warehouse. Ah, so this is the warehouse. All the ripe vegetables are contained within. None are missing. A wave of joy surged through me upon this realization. I would no longer need to personally harvest them, thus saving myself considerable effort. I then stepped into the opulent structure. Upon entering, Li Zixuan was utterly astonished by the sight that lay before him. Chapter 6. Is it an alien civilization? Before me stood 2 colossal machines. As I approached, I noticed one was inscribed with the word space trade. Upon closer inspection, it detailed tomatoes, grade D produce, space purchase price, 0, 3 tons per cosmic coin. Eggplants, grade D vegetables, space purchase price, 0, 3 tons per cosmic coin. Cosmic coin? What could that possibly be? A universal currency of the cosmos? Could there truly exist other extraterrestrial civilizations? As this thought crossed Li Zixuan's mind, a wave of trepidation mixed with curiosity washed over him. He feared being discovered by other cosmic civilizations, yet he was intrigued by what those civilizations might be like. Spotting the option for sale, Li Zixuan immediately clicked no. What a preposterous notion. He was still grappling with the concept of cosmic coin. What if he were unable to utilize it? Even if he could, his immediate concern was how to acquire RMB. That was the pressing necessity of the moment. Li Zixuan continued to explore this trading platform. Astonishingly, it encompassed a vast array of items. Food, entertainment, clothing, transportation, everything was available, though much of it was unfamiliar, let alone something he had ever seen. Scrolling further down, he stumbled upon human gene enhancement liquid. Grades D, C, B, A, and S were all listed. Checking the prices. Oh dear, far too expensive. Just a few £1,000s of vegetables only garnered 1 cosmic coin. How many cucumbers would one need to sell for that? There were also laser guns, battery cannons, and shuttles. Never mind, never mind. There was no point in looking further. None of it was within his financial reach at the moment. He turned his attention to the other machine titled Spiritual Energy Device. After considerable study, he discerned its purpose. It was an instrument capable of absorbing spiritual energy derived from the fruits and plants cultivated in space, generating energy upon their maturation. For instance, a single cucumber could yield 1 point of spiritual energy. Currently, the stored spiritual energy amounted to 7,872 points. This energy could be used to upgrade space and enhance the time dilation factor. After absorbing this information, exhilaration coursed through him. However, gazing at the vast space, it would not be of immediate use. He decided to store it for now. The following morning, he arose early and transported a batch of vegetables from his ring storage. However, by the time Li Zixuan arrived at the market on his bicycle, he was already somewhat late. After locating the administrator and paying the management fee, he returned to the spot from the previous day. Just as he parked, a throng of people surged towards him. Boss, why did you come so late? We thought you wouldn't show up. Boss, give me 5 cucumbers. Boss, I'll take 2 pounds of potatoes. Hey, don't crowd, take your time. There is plenty for everyone. Today's supply is abundant. Li Zixuan busily attended to his customers. In just half an hour, every vegetable from his cart was sold out. He had brought double the amount from the previous day. Were it not for the limitations of his tricycle, he might have had even more. Yet, within half an hour, everything was snatched away. As he gazed at his now empty cart, a woman managed to push through the crowd and, with a furrowed brow, inquired, "Young man, why didn't you bring more?" Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Li Zixuan scratched his head and replied, "I'm sorry, the tricycle can only carry so much. But I'll be back at noon. What do you need? I will set some aside for you." Upon hearing this, the elderly woman smiled gently and replied, "Then it is settled. Please reserve some cucumbers for me at noon. My granddaughter adores them." After leaving the vegetable market, Li Zixuan hopped on his bike and made his way to the agricultural market. This time, he intended to plant more, ideally filling the entire plot of land. As he would not have to harvest it himself, automation. Having sold over 2,000 yesterday and an additional 5,000 today, he thought to himself, "I shall return at noon and again in the afternoon." As he calculated, he exclaimed internally, "Goodness, over 10,000 in a single day." The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became, brimming with motivation. Thus, a week passed, during which his days were filled with selling vegetables and chatting with Shinryu. Every day, a steady stream of customers visited Li Zixuan's stall. Those who arrived late often found nothing left to purchase. He was consistently the first to close up shop, and he watched enviously as others set up their stalls. However, he could only watch, as the quality of their vegetables was indeed superior. On this particular day, just as Li Zixuan parked his bike, he heard a voice exclaim, "Boss, I'll take all of these vegetables." What? Is there no sense of fairness? With so many of us waiting here, what are we supposed to do? Indeed, upon hearing this, Li Zixuan had not yet reacted, but the customers waiting to buy were already agitated. The middle-aged man who spoke found himself in an awkward position. After all, he could not just snatch from these uncles and aunties. Li Zixuan chuckled and said, "You must be the owner or a buyer from that hotel, right? Meanwhile, he continued to weigh and bag vegetables for other customers. The middle-aged man paused in surprise. How did you know? I've heard that the vegetables you sell are exceptional, and our hotel wishes to procure them in bulk. However, I need you to offer a better price, he replied, looking expectantly at Li Zixuan for a response. Li Zixuan shook his head and said, the vegetables here are undoubtedly the finest, but the price is non-negotiable. If you're interested in purchasing in bulk, we can discuss it later. The middle-aged man glanced around and chose to wait until Li Zixuan finished serving his customers. After a good half hour, everything was sold. Just then, his phone rang. Upon answering, he was met with a barrage of angry words from Jiang Mingho. Li Zixuan, where have you been? We haven't heard from you in a week. Don't you know what day it is today? What day is it? Li Zixuan responded, perplexed. The voice on the other end was momentarily speechless. I told you last week. Today, I'm introducing you to a girlfriend. You need to dress up. What time is it now? Oh, I remember now. Li Zixuan recalled that Jiang Mingho and Wang Jiai had mentioned this. That woman. Perhaps I should just skip it. Shenruyu, hurry over. He called out. Beep, beep, beep. Hearing the dial tone, he hurriedly began to pack his belongings. The middle-aged man noticed he was about to leave and stepped forward to speak. Li Zixuan quickly interrupted. I'm sorry, but I have an urgent matter to attend to. Perhaps we can discuss this tomorrow? The middle-aged man, feeling helpless, understood he was at the mercy of the situation. With a sense of resignation, he replied, very well. I shall come to find you tomorrow. Li Zixuan mounted his tricycle and raced back to his rented accommodation, took a refreshing shower, and hailed a taxi to the designated restaurant. Upon his arrival, he immediately spotted Jiang Mingho and Wang Jiai, accompanied by Shenruyu, seemingly awaiting his presence. I apologize for my tardiness, he exclaimed. Wang Jiai shot him a disapproving glance. Hurry inside. You're not late. We just arrived as well. Shenruyu interjected with a smile. Coming to Li Zixuan's rescue, the quartet entered the restaurant and took their seats. However, when Li Zixuan noticed that Shenruyu was seated beside him, he felt a twinge of nervousness, despite their usual light-hearted conversations. Jiang Mingho picked up the menu and began ordering while inquiring, Xuanzi, what have you been busy with these past few days? Indeed, we urged you to connect with Ryu, and then you vanished. Wang Jiai chimed in. Chapter 7. Accompanying a lady on a shopping excursion, Shenruyu cast a bashful glance at Wang Jiai. It's nothing much, just engaging in a small business. Li Zixuan remarked with a smile. What sort of business? May I invest? Shenruyu inquired, intrigued. Vegetables. Li Zixuan admitted somewhat sheepishly. Haha, Ryu. Are you really considering investing in a vegetable business? Wang Jiai could not contain her laughter, and Jiang Mingho wore a similar expression of amusement. Shenruyu was taken aback. Vegetables? I had no idea you were selling them, she confessed. Indeed, vegetables. At first, I felt a bit embarrassed, but I'm quite certain now, Li Zixuan affirmed. That is commendable. Being self-sufficient is nothing to be ashamed of. I wholeheartedly support you. Shenruyu encouraged him with a smile. Li Zixuan felt a warm surge of encouragement from her words. Yes, indeed. Selling vegetables is certainly better than languishing at home all day. Wang Jiai chimed in. With the support from their friends, the meal became particularly delightful. After dining, Wang Jiai stood up, pulling Jiang Mingho along as she said, Ryu, you continue eating. Mingho and I have some matters to attend to. Shenruyu blushed, fully aware of the underlying meaning. Li Zixuan felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him as their eyes met, and they shared a small smile. They meandered along the roadside. Yet Li Zixuan felt an overwhelming sense of nervousness. Stealing glances at Shenruyu, he smiled faintly, feeling a rush of emotion swell within him. So, where are we headed? Shenruyu asked. How about we watch a movie? Li Zixuan suggested, unsure of where to go. Is taking a girl to the movies the only option you have for a date? Shenruyu teased, observing his flustered expression. And no, that's not it. I'm not sure where to go, he stammered, his heart racing at the mention of date. Let us wander through the mall. She proposed. All right, he responded eagerly. As they walked side by side, he accidentally brushed against the back of her hand and quickly withdrew. However, he felt restless, unsure where to place his hands. Despite his reservations, he couldn't help but reach out to touch Shenryu's hand again. In that moment, she grasped his hand firmly. Li Zixuan's heart raced, drowning out the sounds of the bustling street. In disbelief, he turned to look at Shenryu, and upon seeing her playful demeanor, his face flushed crimson. What is the matter? Am I not allowed to hold your hand? Shenryu asked, her expression one of shy mischief. Why yes. Yes, you can. Li Zixuan replied hastily, tightening his grip on her delicate hand. "Uft, you look so silly." She laughed, and Li Zixuan grinned widely, filled with joy. Perhaps due to the summer heat. It wasn't long before he felt sweat pooling in his palms, yet he was reluctant to let go. At that moment, Shun Ruyu released her grip. And just as Li Zixian found himself at a loss, she entwined her arm around his. The warmth radiating from her arm ignited an unexpected dryness in Li Zixian's throat, making him feel as though he were ensconced within a furnace. Especially given the scant attire of summer. The unintentional contact. "You smell so delightful," Li Zixian remarked, somewhat entranced. "How annoying." Shinryu blushed adorably in response. Thus, the two ventured into the shopping mall, where a refreshing coolness enveloped them. Shinryu guided Li Zixian directly to a men's clothing store on the 3rd floor, oblivious to the Versace sign above the entrance. Once inside, she diligently began selecting items for him, holding up a pristine white t-shirt, measuring it against his chest, and urging him to try it on. After several hours of back and forth, they finally settled on 3 t-shirts, 3 pairs of trousers, a belt, and a pair of shoes. Observing the hapless Li Zixian, Shinryu felt a surge of sweetness in her heart. This silly yet handsome boy was both amusing and endearing. Spending time with him promised to be a delightful experience. With that thought, her cheeks flushed once more. "All right, let us call it a day." Upon hearing this, Li Zixian felt as though he had been graced by a celestial melody. It was a rare occurrence when he shopped for clothes. It was always a swift affair. Enter the store, select clothing, pay, and depart, never exceeding 10 minutes. Having previously listened to Jiang Minghao lamenting about his exhausting shopping trips with Wang Jiayi, Li Zixian had been skeptical, even looking down on him. Now, however, he finally understood the frenzy that women experience while shopping. As he picked up the neatly packaged clothes, ready to retrieve his phone for payment, he noticed Shinryu had already completed the transaction. "Oh, how could I let you pay? I can manage this. How much is it? I'll transfer you the money." A grown man like himself ought not to let a woman foot the bill. It would only make him appear like a kept man. Besides, he had earned a fair amount selling vegetables recently. What's wrong? Am I not allowed to buy you clothes? Seeing Shinryu's slight pout, Li Zixian quickly defended himself. "No, that's not what I meant. I just, He scratched his head, momentarily at a loss for words. "Well, it's just a few articles of clothing. You look like a fool. I suppose I'll buy you the clothes then." With that, Li Zixian attempted to pull Shinryu toward the women's clothing store. "No, let us not buy anything today. We can save it for next time." Shinryu hastily interjected. "I've already checked this store with Jiadi. There is nothing appealing here." "Then, what shall we do? Let us go. I'm already feeling hungry. I didn't eat enough earlier. Let us grab a meal." As she looped her arm through Li Zixian's, she couldn't help but recall Wang Jia's words about him. He truly was still a little boy. Her heart brimmed with delight. However, upon hearing Li Zixian's next words, Shinryu felt she had perhaps spoken too soon. "Why don't you come to my house tonight?" Li Zixian fixed his gaze on Shinryu. "Humph, I just praised you," she thought to herself. Though I uttered the words, "I shall return home this evening," upon hearing the sudden chill in Shinryu's tone, I could only respond, "Very well. I shall prepare a meal for you next time. You still know how to cook?" Shinryu inquired, her surprise evident. "Indeed, I am engaged in selling vegetables, and I have an abundance of fresh produce at home. I thought to prepare a meal for you," I explained. "Ah, so that is the case. I misinterpreted your intentions." A hint of awkwardness crept into Shinryu's voice as she said, "All right then, let us go to your home." Oh, very well." Not fully comprehending Shinryu's sudden shift in demeanor, I could only acquiesce. Chapter 8. Defining the relationship. Upon entering the rented apartment with Shinryu, a wave of regret washed over me. The room had not been tidied for an entire week, resulting in a rather untidy state. Noticing the condition of the space, Shinryu shot me an exasperated glance. "Let me tidy up a bit first. Actually, I'll handle it. You go prepare dinner." "Oh, all right," I replied, feeling somewhat awkward as I hurried into the kitchen. I retrieved some vegetables from the fridge and began my culinary endeavor, while Shinryu was cleaning. The sounds of my cooking reached her ears, prompting her to peek into the kitchen. "You look quite handsome when you're focused," she mused, lost in admiration. Suddenly, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, and her curiosity got the better of her. "What are you cooking? It smells delightful." "Huh?" I looked up, surprised to see her at the doorway. "Just some simple home cooking. This is stir-fried cucumber." "Oh, do you need any help?" No, just sit for a moment. It will be ready soon." "All right, She acquiesced and returned to her tidying. Once she finished cleaning, she noticed the food was not yet ready and began to feel a bit bored, glancing around the room. Her curiosity was piqued when she spotted my computer, and she decided to take a look. Wait, what? Over 200 gigabytes, she exclaimed while rummaging through my files. Schwanzi, I estimate there must be over 100 films here. Inadvertently, she clicked on one, and the screen displayed some rather risque imagery accompanied by sultry sounds that made her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Thank goodness for the headphones, otherwise, that would have been quite embarrassing, she thought, nervously glancing towards the door but unable to tear her gaze away from the screen. Shinryu, dinner is ready. Just as she was lost in thought, my voice broke through her reverie. Startled, she quickly shut the computer and straightened her clothes, nervously exiting the bedroom. Internally, she chided herself. How could I have become so entranced? What's the matter? Your face is so red, I remarked, puzzled. It's nothing. Let us eat, she replied hastily. I scratched my head in confusion. Surely, she wants tea unwell? Seated at the dining table, Shinryu gazed incredulously at the array of dishes before her and then lifted her gaze to me. You made all of this. It looks amazing. Indeed. Go ahead and taste it. She picked up a slice of cucumber and savored it, her eyes fluttering shut in delight. It's so delicious. Do you have any wine? She inquired, looking expectantly at me. Yes, I do have some wine, but what? Hurry and bring it out. Such exquisite food deserves wine, she insisted with a bright smile. All right, I relented, getting up to fetch the wine from the fridge while murmuring to myself. I just didn't want you to think I had ulterior motives. Upon my return with the bottle, Shinryu looked surprised. Is that white wine? Indeed. It was brought by Jiang Mingho during his previous visit. Very well, let us indulge in the white liquor. The two began to savor the dishes while partaking in the spirits. As they engaged in light banter, one bottle of white liquor swiftly vanished. Li Zixuan, feeling a slight intoxication, realized it was primarily because he had not consumed alcohol for quite some time. Schwanzi, do you like me? The sudden inquiry from Shinryu caught Li Zixuan slightly off guard. Gazing into her eyes, he replied, Yes, I do. You are so beautiful. Faced with such an unexpected question, he felt a tinge of bashfulness. Then, would you allow me to be your girlfriend? Shinryu continued, her gaze fixed on Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan, noticing the tipsy demeanor of Shinryu, remained uncertain whether she was jesting or sincere. He could only mumble, but I am merely a vegetable vendor. After uttering those words, a sense of inferiority washed over him, perhaps due to Shinryu's exquisite beauty, leaving him perplexed as to why she would utter such sentiments. Never mind, as long as it's not illegal. And what's wrong with being a vegetable vendor? It's not as if I steal or rob, Shinryu replied. Slightly dazed. Answer me. All right. Shinryu smiled mischievously, while Li Zixuan felt a bit hazy. Noticing his disoriented state, Shinryu thought to herself, is this all he can handle? Yet, she found solace in the notion that it indicated he was not the kind of man who indulged excessively. Approaching Li Zixuan, just as she was about to scrutinize him closely, he suddenly embraced her tightly. Hey, Schwanzi? A wave of realization struck her. Was he truly this intoxicated? Shinryu sighed in exasperation. After much effort, she managed to assist Li Zixuan onto the bed, but he refused to release his grip. Thus, they lay entwined on the bed. Schwanzi, sleep. This is a disaster. Shinryu felt tears welling up in her eyes, resigned to remain still until Li Zixuan relinquished his hold. However, to her surprise, as she waited, she fell asleep. Li Zixuan dreamt of embracing Shinryu, feeling her soft skin and the gentle smile that graced her lips. Unable to resist, he leaned in to kiss her. Initially thinking it was merely a dream, suddenly, startled, Li Zixuan opened his eyes, realizing that the figure in his arms was indeed the real Shinryu. Heavens, has my dream come true? Rogue. Ryu. I'm sorry, please let me explain. Humph. I want to listen. I truly did not mean to. I thought it was just a dream. Humph. Is it permissible to act thus in a dream? I'm sorry, it was unintentional. Humph. Shinryu felt a sense of indignation. How had she fallen asleep? Don't say any more. You mustn't speak. All right. The atmosphere descended into an awkward silence. It was Shinryu who spoke first, saying, Forget it. I have already agreed to be your girlfriend. But you must absolutely refrain from making any more absurd remarks. All right, fine. Li Zixuan could only acquiesce. A hint of a smile graced Shinryu's lips. That is more like it. After saying this, she turned away. Glancing out at the pitch-black night, Li Zixuan found himself momentarily at a loss. Are you not going to sleep? At that moment, Shun Ryu's voice broke the silence. Oh, sleep, yes. He glanced at his phone, realizing it was just past 2 in the morning. Turn off the lights. Li Zixuan quickly reached out to switch off the light. As he settled back, he noticed his clothes were still on, but his shoes were missing, likely kicked off after lying down. He contemplated getting up to wash up, yet hesitated, fearing he might disturb Shinryu. The air conditioning had been running since last night, so he decided to just continue resting. With her back to him, Shinryu felt a wave of nervousness mixed with anticipation. However, the wooden figure behind her remained utterly still. What is going on? In the dimly lit room, Shinryu slowly turned her head, curious to see what Li Zixuan was up to. Chapter 9. Preparing to open the store as Shun Ryu turned her head. She found Li Zixuan gazing at her as well. In that sudden moment of stillness, their eyes seemed to penetrate each other's souls. Li Zixuan abruptly lunged forward, enveloping her in a tight embrace, their lips gradually meeting. The night passed in silence. The following morning, Li Zixuan awoke to find Shinryu's presence had vanished. Upon rising, he noticed a cluster of red plum blossoms on the sheets, stirring a wave of excitement and exhilaration within him. Glancing at the time, he exclaimed in frustration. Realizing he still needed to sell vegetables, he hurriedly washed up, just as a message from Shinryu arrived on WeChat. Darling, I've gone to work. Wake up when you see this. Okay, darling, he replied. In a rush, he hopped onto his electric tricycle and made his way to the vegetable market. Waking up late that morning, he barely parked his tricycle before customers began to arrive. In less than half an hour, he had sold out. Those who missed out urged Li Zixuan to come back earlier at noon and to bring more produce. He readily agreed. Yet his thoughts lingered on the idea of renting a shop. The daily commute was indeed cumbersome, and his tricycle was rather small, limiting his cargo capacity. Once home, reflecting on the events of the previous night, he couldn't resist messaging Shinryu. Darling, are you busy? Not at all. Do you miss me? Indeed, I do. After chatting with Shinryu for a while, Li Zixuan resolved that it was time to secure a storefront. Now that he was a married man, he could no longer rely on his electric tricycle for daily operations. After accumulating a substantial balance of 80 to 90,000 on his phone, with daily earnings exceeding 10,000, he recognized that most of his customers were locals. Resolute, he ventured out on his tricycle to scout suitable storefronts. At a large shopping mall, he spotted a shop of approximately 50 square meters. Upon inquiry, he learned that the rent was a staggering 600,000 a year, 50,000 a month. However, considering the affluent neighborhoods nearby, he deemed it a fitting location, albeit financially daunting. No sooner had noon arrived than Li Zixuan loaded several boxes of vegetables onto his tricycle, packing them high to maximize his sales potential. As expected, within an hour at the market, he cleared out his stock. Upon returning home, he visited an advertising agency to create business cards. For several consecutive days, he sold vegetables while chatting with Shinryu, during which they shared meals and watched television together. One day, Li Zixuan returned to the shop, seeking the owner to discuss his intentions. Can we negotiate a lower price for this shop? Young man, that is not possible. Just look at the neighboring stores. They're all priced similarly. Is it possible to pay rent monthly? That won't work. Thus began their back-and-forth negotiation until the landlord finally agreed to quarterly payments, albeit with a 1-month deposit required. After enduring the arduous process for over half a month, Li Zixuan prepared to revert to his previous routine. Once the contract was signed, he promptly sought out a renovation company to refurbish the shop from top to bottom, purchasing over 20 plastic boxes and baskets, while already envisioning the shopfront design. The establishment, named Yushuan's Residence, bears the name of Shun Ryu as well as its own. Subsequently, the renovation was entrusted to a professional company, requiring only daily inspections to ensure everything was in order. Nevertheless, I still rode my electric tricycle each day to purchase groceries. Upon encountering familiar customers, I would hand them a business card, saying, "Dear lady, I won't be coming back for a few days. If you desire vegetables, please come here to buy." Oh, the esteemed boss Li is quite impressive. Yushuan's Residence? Every regular customer is met with a thorough introduction from Li Zixuan. As I mused, by the riverside, the maiden, your fragrance. I glanced at my phone to find a call from Shinryu. Hello, my dear. Darling, are you busy? Not anymore. I'm about to head home. Oh, splendid. Please prepare the dishes. I shall be there shortly. Certainly. As I rode back on my electric tricycle, humming a little tune, I began my preparations upon arriving at the rental apartment. Knock, knock, knock. I'm here. My love. Shinryu exclaimed as she enveloped Li Zixuan in her embrace. After a moment of affectionate intimacy, they made their way to the dining table. Watching Li Zixuan reach for the wine, she interjected, "Stop. You are not permitted to drink any more wine. Even if you must, limit yourself. Hey, it's been ages since I last drank. That day was merely an accident." At this juncture, curiosity piqued. Li Zixuan seated himself next to Shinryu, fidgeting slightly as he inquired, "Ryu, what made you choose me?" Shinryu gazed at Li Zixuan's bewildered expression. "Perhaps it's because you exude a sense of stability that brings comfort. Do you think I am a frivolous woman? How could that be? Please, do not overthink it. I merely feel." Li Zixuan hastily clarified. "What do you feel? Is it that things are progressing too swiftly?" Shinryu interrupted. It feels a bit surreal. Well, regardless of the reason, you are my husband now, and I am your wife. That is all that matters. Indeed, Shinryu would never reveal to Li Zixuan that from the very first moment she laid eyes on him, she felt he was her destined companion for life. His charmingly dazed demeanor, coupled with his culinary skills and bashfulness, endeared him to her. After dining, they sat together to watch a movie on the computer. As Li Zixuan embraced Shinryu in the chair and booted up the device, he noticed her expression change as she inquisitively probed, "What is in here?" Li Zixuan stammered, feeling the tension rise. "Perhaps some comics or something. I don't really know." Seeing Li Zixuan's flustered state, Shinryu found it amusing, though she feigned indifference. As she delved into the contents, Li Zixuan's palms grew clammy with anxiety. Suddenly, he was taken aback. "My dear, how did you know that there was?" This time it was Shinryu who felt embarrassed. She couldn't possibly confess. "I've seen it before, right?" "I guessed." As the images and scenes unfolded before them, Li Zixuan felt as though he were engulfed in flames. "I want this." Li Zixuan leaned close to Shinryu's ear and whispered. Shinryu felt her cheeks flush. "Turn off the lights." All right. It was yet another sleepless night. The following morning, upon awakening, Shinryu glanced at her phone. I'm going to be late." In a frantic rush, she began to dress, only to be embraced from behind by Li Zixuan. "Since we're already late, let us take a day off." Shinryu was taken aback by his words. "Fine. It has been a while since I spent time with my husband." How wonderful." The two lingered in bed for quite some time. Shinryu picked up her phone to make a call. "Sister Jiai, I need your help to request a day off." "A day off? For what reason?" "I want to take a day off to accompany my boyfriend." Wang Jiai was momentarily stunned. "I introduced you to Li Zixuan. And now you're looking for a toy boy outside." Enraged, Wang Jiai hung up the phone. Chapter 10, The House of Yuxuan. After hanging up the phone, a frown adorned Shinryu's face as she dialed Jiang Mingho, recounting the matter at hand. Jiang Mingho fell into a contemplative silence before responding, "Let it be. My brother will find a girlfriend too." Observing Shinryu's bewilderment after the call ended, she inquired, "What's wrong?" "I'm not sure." But Sister Jiai abruptly hung up upon hearing that I was dating my boyfriend. "Perhaps she was busy," came the reply. "Let us get up for breakfast." All right. After their meal, the two prepared to head to the House of Yuxuan, yet messages in their group chat began to flood in. "Boss, why haven't you arrived yet? We've been waiting for ages." "Exactly. When will you set up shop?" Noticing the eager patrons in the vegetable selling group, Shinryu reposted the new address for the House of Yuxuan. "Apologies, everyone. This will be our new location for selling vegetables. We won't be at the market anymore." At that moment, someone remarked, "Is this your store? Those unaware might think you sell clothes." Shinryu gazed at the opulent faade of the House of Yuxuan. "Is this named after us?" "Indeed. Do you like it?" "Absolutely. Darling, I adore you." Shinryu exclaimed, her face alight with joy as she embraced Li Zixuan. Upon entering the store, they admired the meticulously crafted shelves and the fully prepared cash register, though the space appeared somewhat sparse without any stock. "How soon do you plan to open?" Shinryu asked. "Tomorrow." "Perfect. I shall be the first to arrive." After a leisurely stroll around the store, they proceeded to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to obtain their business license. In the afternoon, they explored the mall, and as evening approached, the pair, hand in hand, made their way to the cinema. Reflecting on their initial meeting when they mentioned going to the movies, it was remarkable that they were finally doing so just days later. As they entered the cinema, they noticed the sparse audience, prompting Shinryu to pull Li Zixuan to the back row. "Why choose this spot?" he inquired curiously. "Isn't it better to see from the front? It's quieter here." Seated side by side, Li Zixuan held a bucket of popcorn. having purchased it despite not being particularly fond of it, simply influenced by others buying some. In contrast, Shinryu clutched 2 cups of milk tea. Try this one. It's mango sago. Li Zixuan took a sip and found it delightful. Isn't it good? Now try the sago pudding. It's also quite delicious. What do you think is the best? The mango sago? I agree. I think the mango sago is the best. She then handed the cup of mango sago to Li Zixuan. Aren't you going to drink? I'm fine with the sago pudding. While others were engrossed in the film, the two of them continued their animated discussion about which drink was better and what to eat later. After the movie concluded, they exited the cinema, having forgotten the title of the film entirely. Later that evening, they shared a dinner together before Li Zixuan saw Shinryu off in a taxi headed home, while he returned to his own humble dwelling. Upon entering the ring space, he wished to observe the growth of the fruits and vegetables. Just a few days prior, he had planted several fruit seedlings, and now they had begun to bear small fruits, likely ready for harvest by the next day. However, the ginseng at the foot of the hill remained rather inconspicuous. Lying in bed, he chatted with Shinryu on WeChat and subsequently shared the details of the grand opening with the vegetable selling group. Afterward, he prepared for rest alongside Jiang Mingho and Wang Jiayi. Early the following morning, Li Zixuan arrived at the store and retrieved vegetables and some common fruits from the ring space, eagerly anticipating the arrival of customers. Shinryu also rose early and made her way to Yuxian's home. Welcome to Yuxian's. Upon seeing Shinryu enter, Li Zixuan promptly stood to greet her. Wow, how beautiful. Why are your fruits and vegetables so exquisite? Shinryu exclaimed, unable to contain her delight at the vibrant produce. She suddenly glanced at the price list. Why are your items so expensive? $18 per pound for cucumbers? $35 for tomatoes? Shinryu's brows furrowed slightly. Is it really that costly? Will they sell? My dear, the rent alone is $600,000, not to mention labor, utilities, and costs. Do you still think my prices are exorbitant? Li Zixuan quickly explained. At that moment, 2 girls, approximately 15 or 16, entered the shop. Boss, do you sell jewelry? No, we sell vegetables. Li Zixuan responded, eager to attend to the customers. We're not buying. We thought it was a jewelry store. Li Zixuan felt speechless. He casually handed 2 bright red strawberries to the girls. I sell vegetables and fruits. Can you help spread the word? Wow, such huge strawberries. Are they toxic? Not at all. Feel free to indulge. They're delicious. Come back for more. Okay, boss. If they're tasty, we'll help you promote. Watching the 2 girls depart, Shinryu approached Li Zixuan, who was still preoccupied. You still want to promote? I was just trying to advertise. I was the first to arrive, and you didn't even greet me. All right, my dear wife. I'll get you some fruit right away. What would you like? Strawberries or apples? I want strawberries. Feed me. Okay, I'll feed you. As Shinryu bit into a strawberry, she could not help but exclaim in surprise, wow, so delicious. I want more. Just then, Jiang Mingho's phone call came through. Xuanzi, is your shop located in the commercial square? Indeed. Selling vegetables? Yes. And fruits too. Impressive. I'm truly amazed. Wait for me. I'll be there shortly. Jiang Mingho spoke in disbelief. After hanging up, he informed Shinryu. Jiang Mingho said, he is on his way. Shinryu recalled that it had been less than a month since Wang Jiayi had introduced them, and their relationship had progressed so swiftly. She couldn't help but pinch Li Zixuan. I didn't want them to find out this early. Let them know. After all, we are already together. What is there to fear? Upon comprehending the intent behind Shinryu's words, Li Zixuan promptly responded with a forced smile. What a show-off. He took a bite of the remaining strawberry in his hand. Hey, that's mine. Shinryu exclaimed in haste. I shall fetch you another. In the meantime, a few customers trickled in, some curious passers-by and a handful of familiar faces from previous vegetable sales. However, new patrons were reluctant to make purchases, deterred by the exorbitant prices, with few willing to venture a taste. Gradually, the familiar customers began to arrive in greater numbers. After all, having previously savored the vegetables sold by Li Zixuan, the sudden shift to ordinary produce lacked the same allure. Chapter 11. A promising start. As the influx of customers increased, even Shinryu, who had been engrossed in her phone at the cash register, set it aside to lend a hand. By the time Jiang Mingho and Wang Jiayi arrived at the store, it was nearly noon. Ryu, what brings you here? Wang Jiayi inquired upon entering and noticing Shinryu exchanging glances with Li Zixuan. Given that Shinryu had taken a leave of absence the previous day, Wang Jiai had speculated that Ryu might be involved with another man, pondering how to explain this to Zixuan. Thus, she was quite taken aback to find Ryu present. Jiang Mingho observed the bustling activity of customers while glancing at the prices. "Am I seeing things?" he exclaimed, noticing cucumbers priced at 18 per pound and strawberries at 15 each. "What on earth is this? And people are actually buying them." Looking up, he saw Li Zixuan busily attending to customers, while Shun Ryu assisted with packing and weighing. Turning to his wife, he noticed her astonishment mirrored his own as they both focused on the customers who entered, selected items, weighed them, paid, and departed. Li Zixuan paid no mind to the couple, ensuring that the last customer was served. "How's it going?" He approached Jiang Mingho with a beaming smile, prompting Jiang to return to the moment. "Zixuan, is everything you're selling legitimate?" "Of course. If you don't believe me, just try some. This isn't merely selling vegetables. It feels more like highway robbery," Jiang Mingho exclaimed, picking up 2 strawberries and offering one to Wang Jiai. After taking a bite himself, he remarked, "This is delicious." Wang Jiai couldn't resist taking a bite as well, her expression transforming to one of astonishment. "You're treating us to lunch. I thought you were only selling ordinary produce. But this is nothing short of gold." "Indeed," Wang Jiai concurred enthusiastically. Li Zixuan readily agreed, and after putting up a sign that read "Closed for business," the 4 of them ascended to the 5th floor of the mall to dine. "Ryu, did you take leave because of Zixuan?" "Yes. I told you. I'm with my boyfriend." Wang Jiai had initially assumed Shinryu had found someone new. "You two are together now?" she whispered to Ryu while the dishes were being served. "How long have you been an item?" Meanwhile, Jiang Mingho leaned closer to Li Zixuan, inquiring, "How long has it been?" "Half a month," Zixuan replied. "Wow, you really kept this under wraps. Were we just oblivious, or did you not want to share?" "Well, I haven't had the time," Li Zixuan admitted bashfully as the dishes began to arrive, quickly shifting the topic. "Come on, let us eat. I'm quite hungry after this busy morning." "Zixuan, you must treat Ryu well. If I hear that you mistreat her, I won't let you off easily." Wang Jiai couldn't help but warn him, recognizing how rare it was to find such a beautiful girl. "Of course not." "Indeed." Li Zixuan and Shinryu exchanged knowing smiles. After a delightful lunch, Jiang Mingho and Wang Jiai headed off to work, while Shinryu and Li Zixuan, hand in hand, returned to the store. Perhaps due to the lull in activity, no customers had entered for quite some time. Li Zixuan turned to see Shinryu languidly reclining in her chair, engrossed in her videos. The play of light rendered her figure subtly alluring, stirring memories of that wild night. Unable to resist, he rose to close the door and locked it from the inside, then took Shinryu to the lounge at the back. "Darling, what are you doing? Why did you lock the door?" Shinryu inquired, her curiosity piqued by Li Zixuan's sudden actions. "I'm still hungry," he declared, turning to scoop her up and carry her towards the sofa. "Hey, what are you doing?" she exclaimed, taken aback by the intensity of his gaze. "Can we wait until we get home?" she pleaded. "It's broad daylight, and we still have business to attend to." "I can't wait," Li Zixuan, entranced by the allure of intimacy, found himself perpetually caught in a delightful struggle. Time flew by, and before they knew it, a month had passed. Business at Yushuan's establishment thrived remarkably, becoming a well-known spot in the city for fresh vegetables. Even popular streamers visited to capture the experience, leaving Li Zixuan with little time to spare. Observing his tireless efforts, Shinryu suggested several times that he hired 2 additional staff members, but he hesitated, knowing the intricacies of his supply chain. Although Jiang Mingho and his wife often came to help, they too were quite busy, having developed a taste for the delectable produce, indulging while assisting, and leaving with bags full of goodies. One evening, as Li Zixuan slumped on the sofa, Shinryu massaged his shoulders, feeling a pang of sympathy. "Darling, why not hire a couple of staff members?" At that moment, clarity struck Li Zixuan. The store's daily income reached 30 to 40,000, with holidays promising even greater returns. After deducting costs for seeds, rent, taxes, and utilities, he realized they had amassed nearly 600,000 since opening. Moreover, the cost of vegetables and fruits was almost negligible, yielding extraordinary profits. The secret of the Ring S space, however, must remain undisclosed, even to their parents. Li Zixuan himself had yet to comprehend how it functioned or the nature of its attributes. The mystery surrounding it was profound, if discovered by the wrong individuals. It could invite peril. Furthermore, the advanced nature of the enhancement liquids sold within felt too avant-garde. As Li Zixuan's thoughts wandered in this direction, Shinryu's voice broke through. "Darling HM, what is it?" he asked, noticing her slight hesitation. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his lower back. It seemed imperative to prioritize the enhancement liquids. Since cohabiting with Shinryu, he had hardly enjoyed a day of rest, though his health was robust. The demands of work during the day were beginning to take their toll. Are you going home for the National Day holiday? Shinryu leaned against him, inquiring softly. Not this time. I'll return during the New Year instead, he replied, relieved to have preserved his back for the evening. Upon the mention of returning home, Li Zixuan is instantly reminded of his parents in his hometown. Alas, it has been over 2 years since his last visit. This year, he must certainly make the journey back, despite the occasional video calls. Why don't you come home with me to meet my parents? Shinryu gazes at Li Zixuan with eager anticipation. Meeting the parents? Li Zixuan looks utterly astonished. To be honest, he has never prepared himself for such an encounter in his entire life. The more he contemplates it, the more anxious he becomes. What's wrong? Are you unwilling? Observing Li Zixuan's prolonged silence, Shinryu expresses her frustration. Chapter 12, is this the spirit water? How could it be? I would certainly be willing. I am just feeling a bit nervous all of a sudden. Observing Shinryu pouting her lips, displaying a sulky expression, Li Zixuan quickly put on a smile and said, Let me hold you closer. During the National Day holiday, we shall meet my parents. Who are you calling parents? I have yet to agree to marry you. Shinryu replied, flustered. Let us talk about it once you've passed my parents' approval. Higi, then I shall propose to my parents. Such a deadpan. The following day. Upon waking, Li Zixuan promptly posted a recruitment notice online. Upon arriving at the store, he found a considerable number of customers already waiting to buy vegetables. Fortunately, the selling area was separated from the resting area. As Li Zixuan greeted customers, he made his way into the resting area, retrieving vegetables and fruits from a box. Several candidates had come in for interviews, likely lured by the promise of a monthly salary of 5,000 yuan. However, Li Zixuan felt dissatisfied, sensing that these individuals lacked reliability. As noon approached, a somewhat timid voice broke through the din. Boss, are you still hiring? Li Zixuan, seated at the cash register and absorbed in his phone, looked up to see 2 plainly dressed girls. The taller girl initiated the conversation, while the other curiously scanned the surroundings. Yes, we are hiring. The shorter girl chimed in, we both are. Allow me to introduce the position. I am primarily looking for someone to sell vegetables, and there are also some fruits, though the selection is limited at the moment. The salary is 5,000 yuan per month, with a possibility of an increase after 3 months, depending on performance. Accommodation can be arranged, and there is a monthly food subsidy of 600 yuan. Li Zixuan explained in one breath, observing the 2 girls. They exchanged glances and readily agreed, recognizing the rarity of a relaxed job with provided meals and lodging. All right, you can start working now. I will help you find housing. By the way, what are your names? Li Zixuan inquired. I am Zhang Li, and this is my sister, Zhang Na. Sisters, are you? Yes. With that, he called for Shinryu. Since Shinryu began living with Li Zixuan, even requesting leave from Wang Jiai had become considerably easier. Once Shinryu arrived at the store to get acquainted with the situation, she took the 2 sisters under her wing, familiarizing them with the prices of the vegetables. Li Zixuan then ventured to the apartment complex he rented, which was just a short walk from the restaurant. Having secured a place and paid the rent, he returned to the store. Shinryu had not yet left, and observing the 2 sisters diligently learning, Li Zixuan felt quite satisfied. As more customers began to arrive to buy vegetables, Shinryu guided Zhang Li and Zhang Na in attending to the patrons, and the sisters were earnest in their learning. Wife, please look after the store. I am stepping out for a moment. Go ahead. Li Zixuan greeted Shinryu and set out to find a refrigerated warehouse, as it would be impractical for him to deliver vegetables every morning, especially with the risk of being discovered by the 2 sisters. He located a company that rented out refrigerated storage and promptly signed a 1-year lease. Once the warehouse was filled to capacity, he felt confident that he wouldn't need to restock for at least 10 days to 2 weeks. Without delay, he hailed a taxi to the agricultural market and returned to the shop where he had previously purchased saplings. Boss, I'm here. A beautiful woman in her 20s emerged from the back upon hearing his voice. Who are you? The owner? Oh, my father isn't here. What do you wish to buy? I would like to acquire some fruit saplings, specifically Wang Wali and Jinsenin, as well as some ginseng seeds. Jinsenin? What do you need those for? They're notoriously difficult to grow. Li Zixuan was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to explain his situation. Should he confess that he possessed an accelerator? Do you have any in stock? We do, but the price. That's fine. Just having them is sufficient, Li Zixuan replied hastily, choosing not to elaborate further. All right, follow me. Lu Qianwen cast a curious glance at Li Zixuan before leading him towards the warehouse. Here we have Wang Wali, here is Jinsenin, and over there is Zetonwood. While the fruit saplings are located on this side, Lu Qianwen explained, gesturing towards the various samples within the warehouse. Li Zixuan meticulously selected the more valuable trees, even choosing over 1,000 fruit trees, including apple, peach, cherry, lychee, yangmei, and kiwi. He also purchased a considerable number of tropical jackfruit and durian. When it came time to settle the bill, the total reached a staggering 150,000 yuan. Lu Qianwen was delighted to see Li Zixuan's generosity, especially with her parents absent from the shop. With a grand gesture, she exclaimed, "Let me deliver these to your door. I will also throw in an additional 100 fruit trees." With that, Lu Qianwen contacted workers to load the trees onto the truck. Sounds great. Li Zixuan was pleasantly surprised by such a generous offer. He also seized the opportunity to buy a variety of vegetable seeds, accompanying the truck driver. They arrived at a sparsely populated area, where Li Zixuan enlisted the driver's help to unload all the saplings. Once the driver departed and the surroundings were deserted, he stored all the saplings and some seeds into his spatial ring. He then prepared to call a ride home, but realized he was in a remote location with no immediate access to transportation. After a lengthy walk, he finally managed to summon a vehicle. Upon returning home, he found that Shinryu had not yet arrived. Entering his spatial ring, he harvested all the vegetables grown near the hills and was delighted to see that the previously planted ginseng had developed 3 leaves. It had been 4 to 5 years. He planted fruit trees all around the hills and positioned Jinsenin and Wangwali saplings at the edge of his spatial area, while the remainder was dedicated to vegetables. Approaching the space trading room, he was astonished to find the sudden appearance of ginseng priced at 10 years for 9 cosmic coins, 30 years for 21 cosmic coins, and 100 years for 150 cosmic coins. Wangwali was priced at 1 ton for 0.8 cosmic coins. This revelation filled Li Zixuan with excitement. It appears that the cultivation of precious plants has indeed become a formidable endeavor. After toiling away in the ring space for the better part of the day, I finally managed to plant all that was necessary. However, upon glancing at the expanse of over 1,000 acres of barren land, a wave of despondency washed over me. How long must I toil to cultivate this land? My back ached, and my bones felt weary. Just as I was about to exit the ring space in search of some water and a much-needed respite, I suddenly caught sight of the vast lake. Having previously tested its waters and found them free of toxins, I wondered if I should indulge in a sip. Unable to resist, I approached the lakeside. Gazing at the crystalline water, tentatively, I scooped some of the clear liquid into my hands, watching as it swirled gently. With a single sip, a wave of sweetness cascaded down my throat and into my belly. What bliss! I felt akin to a weary traveler in the desert who, after days of hardship, has finally discovered an ice-cold bottle of cola. Unable to contain my delight, I took several more sips, feeling a refreshing surge throughout my body. It was as though every bone in my being had been rejuvenated. Could this be the legendary spirit water from the Tales of Yore? Chapter 13. Cultivating Spirit Fruits. Gazing upon the vast expanse of the great spirit water lake, Li Zixuan was overcome with excitement, trembling with anticipation. What marvels might arise if these ethereal waters were to nourish his vegetables and fruits? The unwatered produce was already delectable. One could only imagine the extraordinary flavor if infused with spiritual essence. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became. Rising from the confines of the ring space, he summoned a cab to the agricultural market, determined to procure various tools, a generator, a water pump, hoses, and an assortment of farming implements. He also made a stop at a gas station to purchase gasoline. Upon re-entering the ring space, he began his meticulous preparations. After an extensive series of research and installations, he connected the hoses and submerged the water pump into the spirit lake, activating the generator with a resounding roar. Fortuitously, being within the confines of the space, he was not troubled by the noise. Plugging in the power, he watched as the spirit water gushed forth from the faucet. With great care, he watered the vegetable seeds he had sown that day, as well as the fruit seedlings atop the hill. Thankfully, he had purchased ample lengths of hose, ensuring sufficient water pressure to reach the hilltop. After several hours of diligent labor within the ring space, Li Zixuan felt an invigorating aura envelop him. Dispelling the weariness from his exertions, he gathered the water pump, hoses, and generator, opting not to store them away, as he had no fear of theft in this secluded realm. Grasping a hoe and spade, he made his way to the lakeside. contemplating the still waters of the spirit lake. This time, he envisioned digging 3 substantial pits by the shore, intending to divert the lake water into them. He had already devised a plan to cultivate fish and shrimp in one pit, while another would serve for irrigation, reserving the third as a backup. He was determined not to disturb the integrity of the spirit lake, as he would need its waters for his own consumption in the future. Though he could not drink it yet, he wished to avoid any contamination. With resolute intent, he set to work, wielding his tools with vigor. He was pleasantly surprised by the soil's composition, remarkably easy to excavate, devoid of stones. Whenever fatigue set in, he quenched his thirst with the lake's water. Resuming his labor thereafter, time passed swiftly, and upon surveying the 3 sizable pits he had dug, Li Zixuan was momentarily taken aback. How had he accomplished so much in such little time? He hardly felt fatigued, unbeknownst to him, as he consumed the spirit water while laboring. The essence was accelerating his bodily rejuvenation. Repeatedly, it improved his physique. Had he chosen to lift his shirt, he would have discovered that the small belly he had cultivated from days of idleness had vanished, while he had not yet developed a set of 8-pack abs. The outline of 4 distinct muscles was beginning to emerge. Oblivious to these changes, Li Zixuan wiped the sweat from his brow, contemplating whether to divert the spirit water now. Yet he hesitated, fearing that too much time had elapsed outside. Tidying his belongings, he exited the ring space, glancing at his phone on the table to find that it was nearly 6:40 p.m. He had spent over an hour within the ring space. By his calculations, he had been there for nearly 2 full days. No wonder he had managed to excavate 3 large pits. But wait, why did I not feel hungry? Could it be due to that mystical water? Noticing several missed calls, I promptly replied, "Honey, are you still at work? Darling, it's been quite a while. What are you up to? I've called you several times without a response." "Oh, I must have dozed off," Li Zixuan lied. "All right, you've been quite exhausted these days. I'm about to finish up here. I just wanted to check where Zhang Li and the others are staying." "Oh, you almost made me forget. They're in Building 10. Apartment 302 of our community. Do you need me to pick you up?" "No need. I'll just take them home after work." "All right, dear. I shall prepare dinner." Okay. My husband. After finishing the call with Shinryu, Li Zixuan rose to prepare the meal. As he was about to rinse the rice, he suddenly thought, what if the rice was cooked with the mystical water? The more he pondered, the more he couldn't stop. Rice cooked with mystical water. The soup should also be made with mystical water. The vegetables were from the space, perhaps a cold cucumber salad and a tomato braised beef dish. Fortunately, since cohabiting with Shunryu, the refrigerator was well stocked. Let's also make a vegetable soup. When Shunryu returned after dropping off Zhang Li and opened the door, a delightful aroma wafted through the air, emanating from the rice cooker. "Wow, darling, what kind of rice is this? It smells so wonderful." Upon hearing this, Li Zixuan gazed at Shinryu's astonished expression, feeling a sense of surprise himself. He had anticipated a pleasant aroma but never imagined it would be this enticing. "Welcome back. Dear, quickly wash your hands. Dinner is almost ready." Li Zixuan beamed, adding that this was a new type of rice developed by a classmate he had studied abroad with. After speaking, he paused, unsure why he had lied once again. He had hardly ever told a lie before, yet since being with Shunryu, he found himself frequently fabricating stories. This simply would not do. It needed to change. Upon hearing Li Zixuan's words, Shinryu believed him. Knowing that he had always excelled in his studies, and naturally assumed that a good friend of his could indeed develop such exquisite rice. "All right, husband," she said, moving closer to the kitchen, where she was momentarily stunned by the sight of a bowl with a few floating vegetable leaves in clear water. "What is this?" "Oh, this is Qilong crossing the river. Don't be deceived by the clear water. It contains my specially crafted seasoning, absolutely unparalleled," Li Zixuan retorted. Noticing the look of disdain on Shunryu's face, "Qilong crossing the river. Yes, come quickly and see how my tomato braised beef turned out." He lifted the lid of another pot on the stove, releasing a cloud of steam accompanied by an even more intense fragrance. "Wow, this smells incredible." The aroma of beef mingled with a delicate fragrance, making all his muscles relax, erasing the fatigue of the day. "Hurry, I want to eat." Okay. You wash your hands first, and I will serve it at the table." "No, I want it now. Darling, feed me." "You really are impossible." Observing Shinryu's playful demeanor, Li Zixuan chuckled softly. Afterward, he picked up his chopsticks and delicately selected a piece of beef, gently blowing on it to cool it down before offering it to Shinryu. "Hurry, darling, I can hardly wait," she exclaimed with a sweet voice. Upon hearing her charming tone, Li Zixuan, while trying to blow on the beef, nearly choked. Shinryu seemed to realize her words were somewhat inappropriate. Her cheeks tinged with a faint blush as she took a bite of the beef from the chopsticks. Hot, hot. Ah, this is delightful, truly delicious. Watching her swallow the morsel, with her alluring expression, Li Zixuan felt a surge of warmth within him. Noticing the fiery gleam in his eyes, Shinryu promptly interjected. Let us eat. Come, let us dine. Chapter 14. The efficacy of spiritual water. Observing Shinryu fleeing in haste, Li Zixuan gradually calmed the fervor within his heart. On the table lay 2 dishes and a soup, as the two sat opposite each other, almost silent, deeply engrossed in their meal. I can no longer eat. It is simply too delicious. Typically mindful of her figure, Shinryu indulged today, consuming 2 bowls of rice. As she glanced at the remnants of the soup and dishes, Li Zixuan too felt uncomfortably full. Truly exquisite. Indeed, dear husband, this is far superior to the fare at any grand restaurant or hotel. Then I shall prepare meals for you every day. Thank you, my love. Upon finishing her words, Shinryu planted a kiss on Li Zixuan. Perhaps they had feasted too lavishly, for both felt lethargic, remaining seated in their chairs and engaging in conversation. Dear husband, do you think we should invite Brother Hao and his wife over for dinner tomorrow? Of course, I'll call him shortly. Otherwise, they might wander off somewhere again. Li Zixuan replied without hesitation. Jiang Mingho and Li Zixuan shared a profound brotherhood, having supported each other significantly. The initial funds for their vegetable business had been borrowed from Jiang Mingho. Although Li Zixuan had intended to repay him, Jiang Mingho had consistently declined, even returning the WeChat transfers. Now, with the advantages of the ring space, Li Zixuan was on an upward trajectory and wished to reciprocate Jiang Mingho's kindness. Contemplating this, he reached for his phone to make the call. Hey, what brings you to call me? As soon as the call connected, Li Zixuan regretted it upon hearing Jiang Mingho's teasing voice, having just considered being kinder to him. Ah, how irritating. Despite his thoughts, he spoke. Are you free tomorrow evening? Always free. Every day is free for me. Are you inviting me for a meal? Yes, indeed. I just acquired some fresh rice and vegetables today. I just had a delightful meal with Ryu. What? You called me only after you had eaten. I was just worried it wouldn't be good, Jiang Mingho replied. All right, I forgive you. Make it a feast tomorrow. Li Zixuan found himself speechless while Shinryu, listening to the conversation, wore a smile. Though they often exchanged playful jabs, their bond was genuine. After a while of digesting, Li Zixuan noticed Shinryu languidly reclining in her chair, her form accentuated beautifully, and he recalled the stirring moments they had shared in the kitchen. Rising, he approached her. Seeing Li Zixuan suddenly stand and walk toward her, Shinryu met his ardent gaze. Husband, we just ate. I'm too full. Please, no? Yet. Li Zixuan disregarded her protests, lifting Shinryu, declaring that a bit of movement was necessary after such a hearty meal, as he carried her toward the bedroom. Oh, no. Sunlight streamed through the curtains, casting a warm glow on Li Zixuan's face. Awakening slowly, he noticed Shinryu resting her head on his arm. And memories of last night's fervor flooded back, prompting him to gingerly rub his lower back. It seems the enhancement liquid is urgently needed. Quietly, he rose, tidied the remnants of last night's meal, and began preparing breakfast. Once Shinryu opened her eyes and noticed the unoccupied bed, she donned her pajamas and stepped out of the room, only to hear sounds emanating from the kitchen. Darling? My dear, you're awake. Upon seeing Li Zixuan emerge from the kitchen, Shinryu felt an overwhelming sense of sweetness and tranquility envelop her. Please freshen up. Breakfast will be ready shortly. Before long, 2 bowls of egg noodles were served, the aroma particularly rich, perhaps due to the mystical water used for cooking. Ah, what's wrong, wife? Hearing her exclamation, Li Zixuan quickly inquired. Upon seeing Shinryu emerge from the bathroom, he was momentarily taken aback. Wife, have you put on makeup? No, not at all. I was startled myself when I saw my reflection just now. You look even more beautiful. Was I not beautiful before? Hearing this challenging question, Li Zixuan hastily replied. How could that be? You simply look exceptionally radiant today. So graceful. Honey, do you think it's the dinner from last night? Perhaps it's also due to our activities last night. It said that women thrive on a man's affection? Humph. Shinryu shot Li Zixuan a playful glare, though her heart was uncertain. However, Li Zixuan was convinced it was the effect of the mystical water, as he had felt a notable increase in stamina the previous night. And upon waking, he noticed his belly had disappeared. Quickly, let us eat. The noodles are getting soggy. Yet, upon closer inspection, they remain just as freshly served. One more bite. It's truly delicious. After finishing their meal, Shinryu prepared to leave for work. Li Zixuan escorted her to the car, watching the vehicle fade into the distance. It's time to purchase a car. In another 10 days or so, I'll have the funds. Turning back toward the shop, he intended to check on the progress of the Zhang sisters. Upon entering the store and observing the sisters working diligently, Li Zixuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. After exchanging a few words, he decided to step out for a stroll. Hailing a cab to the flower market, he wandered aimlessly. Boss, is this a grapefruit tree? Boss, what about this pomegranate? Boss, what is this? Osmanthus? No, thank you. As he inquired, he inadvertently found himself at the floral market. Suddenly, he spotted succulent plants at a stall. Recalling the headlines from a few years back about the ice-clear jade dew being a type of succulent, with the mystical water at his disposal, he could create something wonderful. With this thought in mind, he stepped into the shop, where he discovered not only succulents but also orchids, peonies, roses, and many flowers he could not identify. Observing the busy owner, he perused the offerings. Boss, have you set your sights on any particular flower? A familiar voice called out from behind him. Turning around, he exclaimed, It's you. It's you. They both echoed in unison. What brings you here? Li Zixuan was the first to speak. I am the owner of this place. You own this shop? And what about the market? That is my father's store. Oh, I see. You must give me a discount then. No problem. Do you have a favorite flower? Before me stands Lu Qianwen, the very woman from whom I purchased over 100,000 in saplings last time. The sight is truly dazzling. He. Where do you intend to display them? I shall provide you with some recommendations. Well, I suppose I shall acquire 2 pots of succulents, Li Zixuan replied after a moment's contemplation. Initially, he had contemplated acquiring additional floral varieties, such as cultivating orchids even larger and taller than the one from Xu, which merely boasts a flower diameter of 22.5 centimeters and a height of nearly 1 meter. With the nourishing spirit water at his disposal, he firmly believes his endeavors would yield superior results. Yet for the time being, he wishes to take a more reserved approach. Chapter 15, continuing to cultivate upon hearing Li Zixuan's words. Lu Qianwen was rendered speechless at the sight of merely 2 pots of succulents. Was that it? What a fleeting excitement. How about 10 pots instead? Li Zixuan suggested. Noticing Lu Qianwen's incredulous expression and feeling somewhat remorseful, Lu Qianwen observed Li Zixuan's awkward demeanor. Allow me to introduce you to some varieties, she offered. Though Li Zixuan was familiar with succulents, he was unaware of their specific types. This is ice crystal, this is pink crystal, this is firefly, and this one is. Overwhelmed by the dazzling array of succulents, Li Zixuan felt lost once again. Ultimately, he spent over 60,000 on around 20 promising varieties. While he believed these plants held great potential, Lu Qianwen was less convinced, as the ones available for sale had already achieved their perfect forms. Upon returning home, Li Zixuan immediately transported the succulents into the ring space. When he reached the lakeside, he discovered that the 3 large pits he had dug the previous day were now filled with water, a mystery that piqued his curiosity but remained unsolved. So he decided to leave it be. After sprinkling each pot with a mystical liquid, he marveled as the visible leaves of the succulents began to stretch and grow before his eyes. With the lakeside area now cleared, Li Zixuan contemplated planting some potatoes and sweet potatoes as they grew rapidly. He owned to acquire the strengthening liquid quickly, relying solely on vegetables, which barely yielded a fraction of a ton in cosmic currency, would take an eternity to afford. Previously, he had learned that a decade-old ginseng plant was worth 9 cosmic coins. The ginseng he possessed was already over a decade old. He realized he needed to focus on cultivating either weighty plants or those of high quality. However, quality plants like ginseng, cordyceps, and deer antlers had slow growth cycles, so he sought to manage both. Once again, he ventured to the agricultural market in search of seeds. Boss Lu, are you there? He called. Yes. Lu Boss emerged to find Li Zixuan, his eyes gleaming with delight at the arrival of a valued customer. What do you need this time, Li Boss? Do you have cordyceps, ganoderma, goji berries, or gastrodia? Yes. However, they won't arrive until tomorrow. Oh, tomorrow? What about sweet potatoes and potatoes? Do you have those? We have both. How many pounds do you require? I can have the workers prepare them for you, and you can pick them up tomorrow. Let us go with 10 tons of potatoes and 1 ton of sweet potato seedlings and 3 pounds each of those seeds. All right. You can come by tomorrow to collect them. However, Li Zixuan quickly grasped the implication. Then I'll pay a deposit of 20,000. How does that sound? Good. Thank you for your understanding. Lu Boss readily agreed. Returning home, Li Zixuan pondered over his remaining balance of less than 100,000, realizing he needed to prepare over 70,000 for tomorrow. Money indeed. With nothing else to occupy his mind, he began contemplating what to have for dinner. Knowing that Jiang Mingho had a particular fondness for pig's trotters, prompting him to make a special trip to the market. In preparation for dinner, Li Zixuan began his culinary endeavors around 3 in the afternoon, continuing until just past 5 when Jiang Mingho drove Wang Jiai and Shen Ryu into the house. Wow, Zixuan, have your cooking skills improved so remarkably in just a few days? Jiang Mingho's boisterous voice filled the air as they entered. It will be ready shortly. Please take a seat, Li Zixuan replied from the kitchen, where he promptly brought out the dishes he had prepared. Shen Ryu and Wang Jiai eagerly assisted, while Jiang Mingho lounged at the table like a lord, waiting to be served. Is that sour fish, twice-cooked pork, and eggplant in garlic sauce? Shen Ryu and Wang Jiai exclaimed in delight as they emerged from the kitchen. Before long, 7 or 8 sumptuous dishes adorned the table, culminating in Li Zixuan presenting a large pot of braised pig's trotters. Overcome by the enticing aroma, the 3 guests dove into the feast. Scarcely able to attend to Li Zixuan, he paid no mind, confident that his culinary creations would please their palates. After all, the vegetables were sourced from his own space, and the broth was made with divine water. It would indeed be a surprise if they were anything less than delectable. The 4 of them soon found themselves reclining in their chairs, sated. Zixuan, you could easily run a restaurant, Jiang Mingho remarked, toothpick in hand. Yes, Mingho is right. Zixuan, have you considered it? We could invest. Wang Jiai chimed in. Shen Ryu, however, harbored no such thoughts. She felt nothing but joy for her husband's talents. Reflecting on their suggestions, Li Zixuan dismissed the notion. I have no time to open a restaurant. My focus is on cultivating crops in my space and selling them for cosmic currency. There are treasures to be found there. Still, it's a pity, he mused. But it doesn't matter. After tasting your cooking, I doubt anything else will ever compare. Zixuan, you must take responsibility for this. Jiang Mingho and Wang Jiai playfully bantered back and forth. Understanding their intentions, Li Zixuan chuckled and teased. As if you wouldn't come over for a meal if I didn't invite you. Their laughter filled the air, and Jiang Mingho, aware of Li Zixuan's circumstances, recognized that such exquisite dishes were undoubtedly a result of quality ingredients, perhaps even those previously sold by Li Zixuan himself. Yet, out of respect for his friend's privacy, he refrained from prying. The gathering lingered until 8 or 9 o'clock, after which Li Zixuan bid farewell to Jiang Mingho and his wife, tidying up before resting alongside Shen Ryu. The following day, Li Zixuan arrived at Boss Lu's shop. Observing the workers loading goods onto trucks, 2 loads had already been prepared. Approaching Boss Lu, who was directing the operations, Li Zixuan inquired, Is it nearly finished? Yes, we're almost done, replied Lu as they entered the store to settle the final payment of over 70,000 yuan. It feels like returning to the past, he thought quietly to himself. Following the truck driver, they summoned the workers and arrived at a vacant lot at the entrance of a village. Boss, are we not going into the village? One inquired. No, you cannot turn around in the village. Just unload here. I will have someone come to take it inside shortly. As a large truck emerged from the village, an unexpected silence enveloped the surroundings. Damn it. Why did it have to come out now of all times? He could only manage an awkward smile and replied. That was at the edge of the village. The driver and workers paid no heed, for in their eyes, finishing the unloading promptly was all that mattered, regardless of where it took place. Li Zixuan settled into the shade, engrossed in his phone while waiting for the workers to unload the cargo. Chapter 16. The enchanting jade. Due after indulging in some time on his mobile device, Li Zixuan rose and ventured into the village, seeking a small supermarket to purchase some water. The collective effort of the workers expedited the unloading of the neatly packed bags of sweet potatoes and potatoes from the vehicle, organizing them with remarkable efficiency. Li Zixuan generously distributed water to the workers and the driver before bidding them farewell. Alone, he took a moment to smoke while surveying his surroundings. After a brief exploration, he noted the absence of any onlookers or surveillance, prompting him to swiftly gather everything into his spatial realm before departing with haste. Upon returning home, he commenced the preparations for planting. Although maturity was automatically handled by the space, the act of planting demanded his personal labor. Fortunately, the soil was remarkably loose. With a sturdy shovel in hand, he effortlessly carved out a trench 10 centimeters deep, tirelessly working back and forth until the barren land was transformed into a series of trenches. After quenching his thirst with the ethereal water, he lifted the bags containing the sweet potato seedlings, tossing them into the trenches as he walked. He continued this labor until all the seedlings and potatoes were placed within the trenches, subsequently burying them with a shovel. Perhaps due to his daily consumption of the spiritual water, Li Zixuan felt an ever-increasing enhancement of both his physical strength and mental fortitude. Returning to the lakeside once more, he observed the succulent plants nearby, which had undergone a remarkable transformation. The varieties he purchased yesterday, now fully mature, had grown significantly, exhibiting an even more exquisite beauty. Among them, 5 pots stood out prominently. 2 of these pots displayed a crystalline translucence, pristine and flawless, with 2 flower buds emerging in the center. One pot had blossomed into a form reminiscent of a delicate lamp, captivating in its elegance, while the other 2 featured clusters of leaves of varying lengths, forming a floral shape with yellow conical leaves tipped in vibrant red, exuding a sharp aesthetic that left one in awe of nature's artistry. Gazing at the breathtaking plants before him, it was difficult for Li Zixuan to fathom that they had sprouted from the mundane succulents of the previous day. Having previously sold vegetables, he retrieved a foam box from the warehouse, carefully packing the 5 pots of jade due before exiting the spatial realm. He arranged them on the windowsill, where their vibrant colors radiated in brilliant hues. So beautiful, Li Zixuan could not help but exclaim. The lighting within the space had perhaps obscured their brilliance, but now, as sunlight streamed upon the jade dew, the refracted light displayed a kaleidoscope of colors. Unable to resist the allure of the translucent leaf petals, Li Zixuan gently caressed them, akin to cradling a newborn child. Cautious not to exert even the slightest pressure for fear of causing harm. Captivated by the scene, he snapped several photographs to share his joy with Shinryu. However, it was a full 5 minutes before a video call came through. "Husband, where was this filmed? Is it jade dew? It's absolutely stunning." Upon answering the call, Li Zixuan was met with Shinryu's delighted voice from the other end. He noticed she was still in her office, surrounded by a group of women whose excited chatter filled the air. "Wow, Ryu, is this your husband?" "Yes, so handsome." "Ryu, hurry. I want to see the jade dew." It turned out that the magazine office was not busy. Several women were seated together, engrossed in conversation. The phone on the table rang, and Shinryu opened it, immediately captivated by the exquisite jade dew displayed within, her eyes unable to look away. The other women soon gathered around to see as well, leading to the scene that had just unfolded. "Isn't it beautiful? This is at home," Li Zixuan replied. "Really? Darling, did you purchase this?" It was a gift from someone." "Wow, who is so generous as to gift you such a valuable bonsai? Why not give me one?" A sharp, delicate voice suddenly piped up from the side. "Wife, aren't you busy?" Upon hearing that voice, Li Zixuan swiftly disregarded it and turned to Shinryu. "Not busy, dear. Just keep an eye on the jade dew. I must see it when I return home. It's so stunning." All right, I'll pick you up after work." After chatting with Shinryu for a bit, Li Zixuan hung up the phone, feeling a twinge of regret. Indeed, he planned to sell all 5 pots of jade dew, as he was in need of funds. Ever since he acquired the ring, an unsettling urgency had gripped him, a sense that something ominous was approaching. The name of the ring did not help. What a peculiar title for a spatial ring, calling it the demon ring. And the attributes of the ring. Although he had yet to experiment with it or fully understand its properties, the feeling it evoked was far from pleasant. Thus, he was eager to procure items from the spatial trade, yet the cosmic currency required was exorbitantly expensive, only obtainable through trading goods cultivated in the space. This necessitated funds. At present, despite Shinryu knowing that his store generated a daily income of 30 to 40,000, he found himself with merely over 10,000 on hand. The more he pondered, the more entangled his thoughts became. Fortunately, Li Zixuan was not of a rigid disposition, and Shinryu had no intention of meddling in his finances. He observed the mud on his pants from working in the space and decided it was time to prepare some clothing for that environment. After showering and changing into fresh attire, Li Zixuan ventured out to the store, discovering a steady flow of customers. He greeted returning patrons warmly. Noticing the sparse ingredients on the shelves, he directed Zhang Li to the location of the warehouse and entrusted her with the key. At that moment, he was merely a hands-off manager. "Boss, 3 hotels have expressed interest in purchasing our vegetables. They visited several times when you weren't here. What do you think? Is the quantity substantial? Do they require it daily?" "Yes, the quantity is quite significant, and they require it every day." Recalling that the rented cold storage was already full and that he still had ample supplies in his spatial warehouse, He considered that trading vegetables and fruits for cosmic currency was exceedingly cheap, especially since 1 ton of vegetables required double the storage space of potatoes. With that thought, Li Zixuan agreed. All right, if any more purchasers come by, give me a call. He prepared to head out again, seeking materials that would be particularly valuable in cosmic currency. However, as he passed by a restaurant, he suddenly came to a halt. The sign at the entrance proclaimed specialized nutritional meals prepared by nutritionists. And upon checking the prices below, he noted that a dish featuring an assortment of vegetables was priced 2 to 3 times that of a standard dish. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flashed through his mind. Indeed, how could I have overlooked that? Although business in the store is thriving at present, there remains a considerable quantity of unsold produce each day. Unlike before, when 3 to 4 carts would sell out daily, the prices have increased slightly. Yet the daily revenue still surpasses previous figures. After accounting for labor and rent, however, the profit margin is not significantly greater. Furthermore, a majority of our customers are regulars. The high prices deter many potential buyers, regardless of the quality of the produce. If we were to obtain a report from an official inspection agency, coupled with genuinely delectable offerings, might our business not improve? Upon reflection, I shall act promptly. Today is Wednesday. Nevertheless, I must reach out to Jiang Mingho for assistance. As he, being from a wealthy background, has many acquaintances, if he were to undertake this task himself, I can only imagine how long it would take to receive the results. Howsy, are you available? Hey, what's up? I need your help. Although my store has obtained a business license, some of the items are rather pricey. I was considering having a few tested. Do you know anyone who could assist? Oh, I see. Yes, your prices are indeed on the higher side. It would be wise to have them tested to assure potential buyers. Chapter 17. Selenium-enriched vegetables. Jiang Mingho introduced Li Zixuan to his uncle. Seeking a secluded spot, Li Zixuan retrieved a foam box filled with vegetables and fruits from his space, heading towards the Food Safety Testing Center. Hello, Uncle Jiang, Li Zixuan greeted as soon as the call connected. Who is this? Jiang Qingguang, Jiang Mingho's father's cousin, had been engaged in genetic research and, upon hearing Jiang Mingho extol the deliciousness and remarkable nature of the vegetables sold by Li Zixuan, was unable to quell his curiosity. He had an official position at the testing center and left early to await Li Zixuan's arrival. Hello, Uncle Jiang. I'm here for the vegetable and fruit testing, as Mingho mentioned. All right, I'm right at the entrance. Hurry over. Li Zixuan, carrying the box, arrived at the entrance to find Jiang Qingguang eagerly awaiting him. He quickly approached. Hello, Uncle. Oh, how big. Jiang Qingguang, unable to wait for Li Zixuan to finish, peered into the box. Upon seeing the vegetables and fruits, which were indeed twice the size of ordinary varieties, he could not help but exclaim in surprise. Come on, let us head inside for the testing. With that, he strode into the building, prompting Li Zixuan to follow closely. Do you need all of these tested? Jiang Qingguang inquired, taking the box from Li Zixuan as they reached the laboratory door. Yes, Uncle Jiang. I appreciate your help. Wait outside for a moment. I will personally conduct the analysis for you. Watching the energetic Jiang Qingguang, Li Zixuan scratched his head in bemusement and stepped outside, sitting on the steps to light his cigarette. There's quite a lot in this box. The 10 best types of vegetables and 7 or 8 kinds of fruits. After finishing his smoke, he wandered into the lobby to find a place to sit and pass the time playing games. Before he knew it, it was past 5 o'clock. And as people trickled out of the building, Jiang Qingguang had yet to emerge. Another hour slipped by. At last, the laboratory door swung open, and Jiang Qingguang exited with a look of astonishment. Little, you can call me Xuanzi. Very well, Little Xin. Where did these vegetables and fruits come from? Can they be mass-produced? Jiang Qingguang felt a bit awkward, having not yet learned Li Zixuan's name. Uncle Jiang, are there any issues with the vegetables and fruits? Li Zixuan was reluctant to divulge the truth, attempting to sidestep the question. Issues? Of course there are issues. Just look at this analysis report. Li Zixuan received a report that was at least dozens of A4 pages long, filled with dense information. Uncle Jiang, just tell me directly. I can't make sense of this. All right, let me put it simply. The vegetables and fruits you provided contain vitamins, amino acids, and trace elements at 4 times the levels found in normal varieties. After a brief pause, he added, moreover, they contain plant selenium. There is even a substance that doesn't exist in the entire database. Uncle Jiang, what is plant selenium? It's an antioxidant akin to vitamin E. This element effectively enhances the immune function of the human body and slows down aging. In nature, it is a remarkably rare trace element. Generally, It is propagated through natural winds, and coincidentally, our nation is deficient in selenium. There are numerous claims surrounding the selenium element, such as its title as the king of cancer prevention, detoxification, and its role as a natural insulin. In essence, it is a substance beneficial to various organs within the human body, akin to a miraculous remedy. Upon hearing Jiang Qingguang's explanation, Li Zixuan was filled with astonishment, utterly taken aback. Yet, there exists another substance that has not been detected. Just as Li Zixuan was reveling in his delight, Jiang Qingguang leisurely uttered a phrase. Well, Uncle Jiang, what did you just say? No, do not overthink it. This substance poses no harm. Rather, it boasts numerous advantages. Though I have yet to conduct thorough research on it. That is reassuring, Li Zixuan said, his previously anxious heart now at ease. Uncle Jiang, would it be possible for you to issue me a certificate or something? He asked, somewhat bashfully. A trivial matter. I shall prepare the certificate for you right away. These are all selenium-rich foods, after all. They should be promoted. Rest assured, you may sell them. That is wonderful. I am immensely grateful, Uncle Jiang, for taking your afternoon to assist me. No need. I owe you my gratitude for allowing me to discover an unprecedented substance. Pausing, he added. If you wish to express your thanks, kindly leave behind those exceptional vegetables and fruits for me to study at my leisure. He said this with a hint of embarrassment. Of course, but I still feel it is insufficient. Shall I go to the store now and bring over some more? That is enough. Your thoughtfulness is appreciated. After conversing with Jiang Qingguang for a while and obtaining the certificates along with a bag of test reports, he joyfully made his way back to the store. At this moment, Zhang Li and her sister had yet to finish their shifts. As soon as he entered, Zhang Na eagerly greeted him. Boss, you're here. What do you have in your hands? These are treasures. Zhang Na, I need you to do something. Tomorrow, please frame all these test reports and hang them on the wall. Also, frame the certificates for these vegetables and fruits and display them prominently. What is this? Zhang Li inquired as she approached to see the reports and certificates that Li Zixuan held. In the future, when people ask why our store's prices are higher, you shall inform them it is due to our selenium-rich ingredients. Selenium-rich ingredients? What does that mean? Look it up online. Li Zixuan chuckled at the two sisters, who were as curious as children and felt no inclination to explain further. Oh, I am also planning to hire another person. Huh, boss, are you dismissing us? Before Li Zixuan could finish his sentence, Zhang Li wore a pitiful expression. What are you talking about? I meant to say that I am considering hiring a man. It would make transporting goods from the warehouse and loading them for customers significantly more convenient. Do you understand now? Oh, understood. Since their arrival at the store, the two sisters had been diligent workers, riding the tricycle previously used by Li Zixuan each morning to fetch vegetables from the warehouse. Sometimes, when customers purchased in large quantities, they even assisted in loading the goods into vehicles. Hence, Li Zixuan contemplated the necessity of hiring an additional person. If you have relatives or friends that I know, they can come as well. 1 or 2 is fine. Upon hearing Li Zixuan's words, the two sisters exchanged glances, and Zhang Li spoke up. Boss, can my father come too? Your father? Li Zixuan hesitated at this, primarily because they were all family. If their intentions were not honorable, and he wasn't often present in the store, it could lead to trouble. Noticing Li Zixuan's uncertainty, Zhang Na quickly reassured him. Don't worry, boss. There are cameras in the room. We won't cause any trouble, and besides, my father is back home farming alone. We are also concerned for him. After hearing Zhang Na's words, Li Zixuan felt a pang of sympathy. What about your mother? We don't have a mother. The sisters replied somewhat excitedly. I'm sorry, boss. She left when we were very young. Such unfortunate children. Li Zixuan thought for a moment. All right then. After all, he controls the supply of vegetables and fruits, and he knows how much he can sell each week. With this in mind, he agreed to the arrangement. Chapter 18. Purchasing strengthening liquid. Previously, Li Zixuan had rented a 2-bedroom apartment for the two sisters, which also made it convenient for their father to come and look after them. How old is your father? Does he need to rent a place? Zhang Na quickly interjected. He is 40 this year and doesn't need to rent. He can just live with us. Zhang Na's mother had followed her father at the age of 19. And after giving birth to her elder sister, they got married. However, after her birth, the family's circumstances did not improve much. Her parents entrusted the two sisters to their grandparents while they went to the city to work. Unfortunately, her mother succumbed to temptation and ran away, never to return to the village. Her father, left with no choice, returned home because at that time, she was just over a year old and her sister was 3. He never remarried, living alone in the village and taking on odd jobs in the town. To this day, he has not remarried, primarily due to the family's poverty. After graduating from high school, the two sisters discontinued their studies. Now, with the job provided by Li Zixuan, though it is somewhat arduous, the salary is decent, and they hope to bring their father to live with them. After chatting for a while, Li Zixuan couldn't help but feel a wave of sentiment. Why don't you give him a call? If he is willing to come, I will offer him 7,000 a month, as the work is a bit more strenuous than what you two do. At that point, this shop will be managed solely by your family. I won't interfere. Every week, I will stock the warehouse with fruits and vegetables for you to collect, and I will wait for the payment. Li Zixuan said with a smile. Thank you, boss. The two sisters replied with excitement. Just then, a phone rang. Honey, where are you? Oh, dear, I'm at the shop. I'll be home shortly. After exchanging pleasantries with the sisters, he returned home, leaving them filled with gratitude as they watched him walk away. Li Zixuan truly trusted them, handing over the keys to the shop and warehouse, unlike other bosses who seemed to keep a watchful eye on their employees to prevent even a moment of idleness. Upon returning home, Li Zixuan noticed the door ajar and entered to find Shinryu and Wang Jiayi with flashlights, shining them on the jade dew and whispering to one another. Meanwhile, Jiang Mingho was engrossed in a game alone. Get to work, he suddenly exclaimed, walking over to Jiang Mingho and giving his leg a kick. Damn, Jiang Mingho exclaimed upon seeing Li Zixuan. Why did you come back so late? I've been starving all day. Can't you cook? Can't you order takeout? Li Zixuan replied. Honey, I'm hungry too. Shinryu chimed in, looking up at Li Zixuan. All right. I'll make something right away, he said, winking at Jiang Mingho. Jiang Mingho leisurely turned to exchange glances with Wang Jiayi. Honey, Xuanzi, Wang Jiayi chuckled, knowing that Jiang Mingho and Li Zixuan shared a particularly close bond. The way they greeted each other was rather unique. Jiang Mingho got up and headed to the kitchen. Xuanzi, what's the matter? Upon entering, one immediately notices Li Zixuan packing a bag with vegetables and fruits. Aren't you supposed to be going for testing today? Your uncle mentioned that everything is selenium-rich food, so I was planning to have you take some home for him later. Selenium-rich food? No way, really? Of course it's true. The proof is in the store. You can check it out yourself when you have the time. Or you could ask your uncle. Hearing Li Zixuan's assurance, Jiang Mingho paused for a moment before fetching a bag of his own. Hey, what are you doing? I'm packing some to take home, but I don't have much left at home. You can just go to the store. You've got a point. Let's hurry and cook. I'm starving. All right then. Before long, the four of them were seated around the table, eating and chatting. Xuanzi, are you really planning to sell those pots of jade dew? Li Zixuan had mentioned wanting to sell them when he asked Jiang Mingho for help earlier. Suddenly hearing Jiang Mingho's question, Shinryu and Wang Jiayi exchanged anxious glances at Li Zixuan. Knowing they were reluctant to part with them, he gently replied, Wife, you and Jiayi can each keep one pot. The other three will be sold. Shinryu felt a pang of disappointment, but understanding that Li Zixuan must have his reasons for selling, she and Wang Jiayi each chose a pot, though reluctance lingered in their eyes. Li Zixuan was at a loss for how to explain. Please help me sell the 3 pots. All right, I know a few collectors of succulents. I'll contact them tomorrow. Do you need the money? How much? Jiang Mingho asked, looking at Li Zixuan, who was unsure how to respond. He could only say, it's nothing. Just a matter of restocking. Selling the jade dew will suffice. Seeing that Li Zixuan was unwilling to elaborate, Jiang Mingho and the others refrained from pressing further. After they finished their meal, Li Zixuan and Shinryu saw Jiang Mingho and his wife off as they drove away with the 4 pots of jade dew. Turning back, Li Zixuan noticed Shinryu still appeared dejected and couldn't he help but say, Wife, actually, I have more of this jade dew. Really? Shinryu spun around, her expression lighting up with excitement. Yes, I'm sorry, dear. I didn't realize you liked them so much. I only took out 5 pots to sell because I didn't want others to know I have many. Well, husband, you were right. Can you bring some back for me to see tomorrow? Of course. You'll be able to see them after work. Really? That is wonderful. Love you, husband. With that, Shinryu clung to Li Zixuan like a sloth. And so, the days passed by. Before they knew it, the National Day holiday arrived. And tomorrow he planned to go to her house. During these days, however, most of Li Zixuan's time had been spent in the ring space, where the sweet potatoes and potatoes matured in batches every 2 or 3 days. Even ginseng, goji berries, and gastrodia were sold off as soon as possible. As he looked at the empty land, Li Zixuan felt a surge of joy because today he could finally afford the strengthening liquid. Originally, It would have taken until the new year to accumulate enough cosmic coins. However, after Li Zixuan secured 1 million from selling Yulu, he embarked on extensive cultivation of highly valuable plants such as ginseng, mushrooms, goji berries, and gastrodia, leading to a substantial influx of cosmic coins. As he gazed at the confirmation prompt on the display screen, Li Zixuan's hands trembled with excitement. He clicked yes. Suddenly, he noticed that his balance had dwindled to a mere 342 cosmic coins, as 150,000 had vanished in an instant. Hearing the notification chime, Li Zixuan quickly turned to see a substance resembling an oral liquid suspended in the red circle on the ground next to the machine. Chapter 19. A powerful physique. As he grasped the enhancement liquid, he observed its viscous, azure hue reminiscent of liquid mercury. The dense blue fluid sparkled with tiny flecks of light, and an unsettling feeling suddenly washed over Li Zixuan. Could this truly be ingested? Having already purchased it, he steeled himself, tipped his head back, and removed a cork-like stopper, pouring the entire contents into his mouth. It had a slightly icy sweetness. Initially, he felt nothing. But mere seconds later, a piercing scream erupted from Li Zixuan. Fortunately, he was alone in the space. It began with a gut-wrenching pain, akin to being sliced by daggers, followed by a sensation of countless ants gnawing at his entire body. Li Zixuan curled up on the floor, alternating between clutching his abdomen and patting his flesh. Although nothing tangible was amiss, it felt as though something were tearing him apart. 5 minutes elapsed. Yet Li Zixuan was drenched in sweat, utterly devoid of strength to lift even a finger. After another 5 minutes, he suddenly sprang to his feet and hurried out of the space, racing to the bathroom. A cacophony erupted, accompanied by an unpleasant odor. Li Zixuan squatted for a good 10 minutes before finally feeling a wave of relief wash over him. As he inhaled the foul scent, he prepared to strip off his clothes for a shower. However, when he yanked at his shirt, it tore apart effortlessly. Goodness, had he become this powerful? After discarding his jeans, he pulled once more, but it remained intact. With renewed vigor, he tore again. The sound of fabric ripping filled the air as he surveyed the remnants of his jeans. He chuckled mischievously and meticulously washed himself several times, using nearly half a bottle of body wash. His skin turned rosy from the scrubbing. Finally humming a cheerful tune, he emerged from the bathroom, having discarded his shredded garments into the trash. Standing bare, he admired his pronounced abdominal and pectoral muscles. As he clenched his fist, his biceps bulged impressively, each sinew brimming with explosive power. He even noticed that his manhood seemed to have grown slightly. An invigorating sensation coursed through him, as if he were bursting with energy. After striking a few poses in the air, reveling in his own reflection, he returned to his bedroom to find some clothes. Suddenly, he felt a bit constricted. His pants seemed shorter than before. He measured himself against the wall. Originally standing at 175 centimeters, he now appeared to be at least 178. What a delight! Li Zixuan was filled with exhilaration. He yearned to share this joy with Shinryu, but as he picked up his phone, reality set in. She had returned home yesterday. Rising to leave, he resolved to purchase a more stylish outfit. With 50 or 60,000 yuan still in his pocket, he decided to check out a car as well. Upon arriving at the mall, however, Li Zixuan felt a twinge of regret due to the effects of the enhancement liquid. Not only had he gained height, but the snugness of his clothing accentuated his muscular physique, which was already impressive. The most concerning part, however, was the noticeable bulge below. As he caught sight of the women around him, almost drooling at his appearance, he hastily entered a menswear store, not bothering to scrutinize the selections. He casually picked 3 outfits and summoned a sales assistant to handle the purchase. At that moment, a woman in her 40s, with cascading waves of hair and standing at a height of 1.60 meters, approached Li Zixuan. She fixated on his well-defined muscles and the slight protrusion below, her gaze becoming entranced. She reached out, seemingly intent on exploring further. "Hey, what are you doing?" Li Zixuan exclaimed, startled, and quickly moved away from the woman, who weighed around 150 to 160 pounds. The woman swallowed hard, her eyes gleaming with desire. She opened her mouth, ready to say something, but Li Zixuan, seeing the predatory glint in her eyes, hastily turned to the sales assistant. "How much is it?" "Sir, the total is 119,489 yuan. I'll round it off for you. You can simply pay 119,400 yuan. "How much?" Li Zixuan was taken aback, astonished by the steep price. Yet, upon noticing the excited expression of the woman beside him, he quickly completed the payment and, bag in hand, made a hasty retreat. He understood that lingering even a moment longer would invite her to cover the bill, but he preferred to avoid such entanglements. Li Zixuan dashed out of the mall, the exhilaration of running enveloping him, as if every cell in his body was vibrating with excitement. He continued his sprint, racing back home, a distance of 3 kilometers. Upon arriving, he realized he had run the entire way without breaking a sweat, feeling utterly invigorated. In the past, due to his sedentary lifestyle, smoking and drinking, he would have struggled to run even 500 meters, let alone 3 kilometers. He marveled at the potency of the enhancement liquid. Clenching his fist, he noted the time. It was already noon. He entered the kitchen and busied himself with preparing 2 dishes and a soup. Sitting at the table, he began to eat heartily. Suddenly, a ringtone interrupted the meal. It was a video call from Shunryu. "Dear, I was just about to call you. What a coincidence. We truly are in sync. Smooth talker, have you done your makeup?" Shunryu inquired, noticing Li Zixuan's fair complexion. "Not at all. How could I possibly wear makeup?" In the past, Li Zixuan's skin was far from flawless. Though his features were well-defined, giving him an air of attractiveness, his pallor betrayed a lack of sun exposure. "Then how have you become so fair?" "That must be your influence, my dear." "Enough flattery. When are you coming over tomorrow?" "Actually, I was about to mention that. I plan to go out and buy a car, then drive it over tomorrow to return with you. What do you think?" "Sounds great. What kind of car are you considering?" "Whatever you recommend, dear." "Now we're talking. How about a Volkswagen for over 100,000? "What? My budget is between 300 to 400,000. Since the payment code for the Yushuan family is registered under Li Zixuan's name, he receives daily deposits. Even the cash amount is kept by Zhang Li and the others in a cabinet, awaiting Li Zixuan's next visit." "Are you really planning to buy something that extravagant?" "Indeed. Your husband shall procure whatever vehicle you desire." "How wonderful you are, dear husband." After indulging in some sweet moments with Shunryu, she still could not decide on the type of car to purchase. Ultimately, the decision was made for Li Zixuan to choose for himself. Thanks to the certification from the Food Safety Inspection Center, the business at the store has flourished remarkably, with daily sales reaching upwards of 80 to 90,000. The rented warehouse is emptied within 2 or 3 days each week, necessitating multiple trips for restocking. Fortunately, Zhang Li's father has arrived. Currently, hotels are eager to procure vegetables from Yushuan's establishment, with a meeting scheduled for discussions at 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Chapter 20. Purchasing a car. With this thought in mind, Li Zixuan unconsciously quickened his pace while dining. After finishing his meal and changing into a fresh outfit, he stepped outside. Upon alighting from the taxi, he was greeted by a panorama of car dealerships. His gaze settled on the nearby Mercedes-Benz showroom, prompting him to stride inside. "Good day, sir. I am sales associate Xiao Wu. Welcome to Mercedes-Benz. Do you have a specific model in mind, or shall I provide you with some recommendations?" Observing Li Zixuan's elegant Ermenegildo Zegno attire, the sales associate promptly approached him, despite noticing that he had arrived by taxi. However, recognizing him as a potential client, Xiao Wu enthusiastically attended to him. "I have a budget of approximately 3 to 400,000 for an SUV. Could you kindly recommend a suitable option?" "Certainly, sir. Please follow me. This model, the GLB, has just been launched this year. It measures 4 meters and 60 centimeters in length, 1 meter and 80 centimeters in width, and 1 meter and 70 centimeters in height. It features 19-inch alloy wheels, a turbocharged engine with a maximum horsepower of 190, and a peak power output at 6,100 RPM. It is equipped with a 2.0T engine and an 8-speed dual-clutch transmission, along with a multifunctional leather steering wheel and a 10-inch display, alongside cruise control." Li Zixuan listened, somewhat bewildered, yet he found himself enamored with the SUV before him. He was certain that as his fortunes improved, his preferences might evolve. However, for the time being, he was captivated by this vehicle. "How much does it cost?" he interjected, interrupting the sales associate's lengthy presentation. "Pardon? What is the price? I am ready to purchase." "Ah, sir, will you be paying in full or opting for installment payments?" "Why would I need installments for a vehicle priced between 3 and 400,000? The base price of the vehicle is 360,000, and the total on-the-road price is 386,000. Let us proceed with the card payment." As Xiao prepared to elaborate further, Li Zixuan was already readying his card, mindful of other matters awaiting his attention. Over an hour later, with a beaming smile, Xiao watched as Li Zixuan drove away. Upon arriving at the business plaza and parking in the basement, he entered the store. "Boss, you're here." Zhang Li, who happened to see Li Zixuan walk through the door, greeted him promptly. Carry on with your tasks. You needn't mind me. By the way, where is the procurement meeting taking place?" "Oh, It's at Chuanxiang Tower, just across the street, Zhongli replied. Initially, both sisters had addressed Li Zixuan informally. But after he agreed to allow their father to visit, they began to refer to him more formally as you. Despite several attempts to revert to the informal address, they continued with the latter. With ample time remaining, Li Zixuan decided to browse the plaza, as he intended to visit Shinruyu's home the following day and felt it prudent to bring a gift. He had heard that her family owned a garment processing factory in the county, employing 30 to 40 workers, and their living conditions were relatively comfortable. While her father likely indulged in smoking and drinking due to social engagements, he was uncertain about her mother's preferences. Visiting a liquor store, he purchased 2 bottles of Wulianya and 2 packs of Huangala 1916 for her father. He then proceeded to a supermarket to acquire several premium nutritional products, including donkey hide gelatin and supplements from Tongchun Beijian, spending over 20,000. After loading the items into the car, I arrived at the store and engaged in conversation with Zhang Li and her companions. Zhang Li's father, Zhang Gubin, though only in his 40s, appeared 5 years older due to years of toil in the fields. He was a middle-aged man with a rugged visage, slightly stooped, and standing a little over 1.70 meters. Upon meeting Li Zixuan, he greeted him with warmth before heading to the warehouse to fetch goods. As time passed, 4 middle-aged men entered the establishment. "Boss, these are the purchasers from 4 hotels," someone announced. Upon hearing this, Li Zixuan realized that the situation was more complex than it seemed. "Li boss, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. I have been wanting to arrange a meeting, but my schedule has been quite hectic," spoke an old acquaintance from when Li Zixuan used to sell vegetables at the market. Li Zixuan recognized him, surprised by his patience in delaying this encounter until now. "Manager Wang, greetings. It has been quite some time," Li Zixuan replied. Wang's intention was to remind Li Zixuan of their lack of familiarity, as he had been somewhat dismissive towards them. However, Li Zixuan immediately acknowledged their acquaintance, prompting exchanged glances among the other 3 purchasing managers. After exchanging pleasantries, they made their way to Chuanxiang Tower and placed their orders. Manager Wang summoned a waiter and handed the menu to Li Zixuan. "Come now, Li boss, you choose the dishes," he continued. "You young people are quite capable, managing to procure selenium-rich foods. Indeed, such items are rare. I've heard there's a research base in Haishur where they can be obtained, though it's far from here." They conversed animatedly. Listening to their dialogue, Li Zixuan understood why they had approached him now. They had been investigating his supply channels. Despite their efforts, they had found no delivery trucks supplying his store, making it seem as though his stock had appeared out of thin air. Realizing this, they had returned to seek out Li Zixuan once more. Feigning ignorance to their peculiar exchanges, Li Zixuan occasionally chimed in. As they neared the end of their meal, Manager Wang could no longer contain himself. "Li boss, regarding those vegetables and fruits, each of our 4 establishments requires 2,000 jin daily. What discount can you offer us? To be frank, the volume I sell daily is fixed. I believe you are aware of my shop's situation. Had my supply not been limited, I would have opened a branch long ago," Li Zixuan replied thoughtfully. Since they had already conducted their inquiries, he decided to be forthright. "Moreover, the prices I currently pay for goods are quite high. I hardly make any profit." With Li Zixuan's bold assertion, the managers exchanged glances. "Li boss, let us be candid. Your willingness to meet us indicates you are open to selling. But what about the price?" One of the more impatient managers, Zhang, interjected, unable to restrain himself at Li Zixuan's ambiguous remarks. "Very well, at your establishment, I can sell 500 pounds daily, and the price will be merely 90% of what I typically charge." "What? So little? What? So expensive?" A few individuals almost shouted in disbelief. It is worth noting that ever since the efficacy of selenium-rich foods was established, business at Yushuan's has flourished remarkably. In contrast, patrons dining at hotels find themselves disheartened by the absence of such nutritious offerings. They would rather procure their own ingredients and dine at home. Consequently, the fortunes of hotels have been steadily declining. Upon hearing Li Zixuan's words, the group began to haggle like seasoned market vendors. Chapter 21. Increased revenue. After half an hour of negotiations, an agreement was reached. For hotels would each provide between 800 to 1,000 pounds of vegetables and around 200 pounds of fruits daily. There were 2 payment methods established. The first was same-day settlement. If payment was not received by 8 o'clock that evening, no delivery would occur the following day. The second option was monthly settlement, requiring payment to be made by the 5th of each month, with accounts settled at the end of the month, allowing for adjustments as necessary. The hotels would be responsible for their own vehicles to load and unload the goods, as Li Zixuan had pointed out that procuring supplies also incurred costs. After agreeing on the pricing, all 4 hotels opted for the second payment method. Today was only October 3rd, being the beginning of the month. The contract was duly signed, and they awaited the arrival of the funds. The 4 managers went out to inform the owner and the finance department. Shortly thereafter, Li Zixuan received the payment, totaling 2.4 million, with each hotel contributing 600,000. This was another lucrative income stream, enabling Li Zixuan to undertake numerous ventures. The next day, Li Zixuan rose early and contacted the owner of a refrigerated warehouse, renting 4 adjacent units, making a total of 5. He handed the keys over to Zhang Guobin and then hurried to the agricultural market, where he purchased all available seeds from a shop. After placing the seeds into storage, it was already past 10 o'clock. Early that morning, Shinryu had called him 3 or 4 times. Li Zixuan got into his car and drove towards Shinryu's home, estimating he could reach there in time for lunch, as it was less than 100 kilometers away. At Shinryu's home, Shun Jingwo observed his daughter's restless demeanor. Feeling inexplicably irritable, having raised her with great care, he found it disconcerting that she was now in a relationship, particularly with someone who seemed rather pretentious. Though it was agreed that he would visit today, he had yet to arrive. Conversely, Zhou Yume felt delighted. Her daughter was not getting any younger, and every time she saw her friends flaunting their grandchildren, she felt a twinge of envy. After several nudges, her daughter had finally brought someone home, much to her joy. After busying herself in the kitchen all morning, she emerged to find Shin Jangwo staring blankly at the sofa, irritation rising within her. "Old Shin, who are you putting on this long face for? Your son-in-law is visiting today, and you still don't look pleased?" "Pleased? You may be, but I certainly am not. Hey, you complain about being overweight, and now you're out of breath? Come with me." Zhou Yume pulled Shin Jangwo into the kitchen for a pep talk. At that moment, standing at the door, Shinryu noticed an unregistered Mercedes pull up in front of their house, momentarily taken aback. Li Zixuan had sped over, relieved that the car had not yet been registered. Otherwise, he would have incurred hefty speeding fines. Upon arriving, he spotted Shinryu standing at the entrance of a small villa. After parking the car, he greeted her warmly. "My dear, I've missed you terribly." Seeing Li Zixuan step out of the car, Shinryu felt a surge of anger. He had promised to come early, and now it was nearly noon. Just as she was about to express her frustration, she noticed his enthusiastic demeanor and decided to hold her tongue. "Don't be so loud. My parents are inside." "Oh, all right. My dear." After speaking, she couldn't help but steal a kiss on Shinryu's cheek. She called for Shinryu to assist in fetching something, and Shinryu led Li Zixuan into the house. Li Zixuan lagged a few steps behind, feeling somewhat timid. To claim he wasn't nervous would be disingenuous. Yet he had come nonetheless. "Mom and Dad, Xuanzi is here." "Oh, he has arrived." Zhou Yume hurriedly emerged from the kitchen, her face beaming with delight. Upon seeing Li Zixuan, she internally praised her daughter, thinking, "What a handsome young man. He possesses both looks and stature. He is indeed a perfect match for my daughter." Just as Zhou Yume was lost in her thoughts, Shinryu promptly pinched Li Zixuan. "Ah, hello, Auntie," Li Zixuan exclaimed as he spotted a woman in her 30s, radiating a mature beauty, stepping out from the kitchen. He was pleasantly surprised by how well Shinryu's mother had maintained her appearance at over 40. "Ah, good, good. You must be Xiao Xian, right? Come on in. There's no need for gifts. It feels too formal," Zhou Yume said with a smile, observing Li Zixuan's bashful demeanor. Of course," Li Zixuan replied, placing his belongings down and awkwardly perching on the edge of the sofa, sitting upright with his hands unsure of where to rest. "Old Shin, come out. We have guests. Why are you still in the kitchen?" Shin Jangwo emerged expressionless. Upon seeing Li Zixuan, who was about to rise from the sofa with a nervous look, he paused slightly, intrigued by the young man. "Hello, uncle," as Shin Jangwo walked with an imposing presence. Exuding an indescribable authority, Li Zixuan thought to himself that despite being in his 40s, he hardly resembled a small business owner. Please sit," Shin Jangwo responded, reverting to his typical stoic demeanor. Li Zixuan, noticing this, felt even more anxious. "Dad, what are you doing?" Shinryu couldn't bear it any longer and rushed to embrace Shin Jangwo's arm. "Indeed, old Shin, why put on a long face? If you scare away Xiao Xian, I want to let this go." Shun Jangwo felt a twinge of discomfort. This girl hadn't even married yet and was already defending a stranger, and his wife was joining in as well. With a slight sigh, he replaced his frown with a smile. I apologize, Xiaoli. Work at the factory has been a bit troublesome. Please don't mind me. Not at all, uncle. I'm sorry for being late. I had some matters to attend to. Oh, what could possibly be the issue? You're not late at all. Ryu, you chat with Xiaoxian. I'll go prepare dinner. Zhou Yumei said as the atmosphere began to ease. Ryu, why don't you help your mother? I'll have a word with Xiaoli, Shen Jiangwo suggested. No way. What if you bully him? Shen Jiangwo was incensed by this comment, feeling as though his protective layer had been torn away, leaving him chilled to the bone. Ryu, you should assist Auntie. Li Zixuan quickly interjected upon noticing Shen Jiangwo's increasingly sour expression. Very well, Shen Ryu conceded, acknowledging that her words had perhaps been too harsh. Winking at Shen Jiangwo and playfully sticking out her tongue, she entered the kitchen. Xiaoli, where are you from? Who else is in your family? After his daughter had walked away, Shen Jiangwo composed himself and spoke with a casual tone. Uncle, I hail from Sichuan province. My parents are both farmers. And I have an older sister who is married. At this moment, Li Zixuan also relaxed, responding leisurely. Oh, what do you do? How did you come to know Ryu? Thus, a dialogue ensued, and time gradually slipped by. Chapter 22. The comparison among classmates. It was time for dinner when Zhou Yumei emerged with the dishes. After a brief conversation, Shen Jiangwo had gained considerable insight into Li Zixuan's circumstances, and his perception of Li Zixuan had transformed significantly. Come, let us dine together. Shen Jiangwo said as he rose and beckoned Li Zixuan towards the dining table. Once seated, Zhou Yumei displayed exceptional warmth towards Li Zixuan, incessantly serving him food. Here. Xiaoxian, try this. It's sweet and sour fish that Andy made. Tell me if you like it. And try this. Braised pork. Do you enjoy it? Mom. What about me? Shinryu interjected, feeling somewhat neglected. Can't you serve yourself? Zhou Yumei retorted with a dismissive glance towards Shinryu. Xiaoxian, come. Let us have a drink, Shen Jiangwo said, producing a bottle of white liquor and 2 cups, pouring a drink for each. They say that much of Huagua culture unfolds around the dining table, and soon the atmosphere grew congenial, thanks to the enhancements from the spiritual water and strengthening liquid. Li Zixuan's tolerance for alcohol had significantly increased. Previously, half a pound of liquor would leave him slightly dizzy, but now, after consuming the same amount, he felt perfectly fine. After lunch, the 4 of them lounged on the sofa, engaging in casual conversation. Shinryu approached Li Zixuan, eager to head out. It would be good for you young people to take a stroll. Your Uncle Shun and I have other matters to attend to this afternoon. Don't stay out too late. Come back early. Observing her daughter preparing to take Li Zixuan out, Zhou Yumei interjected, Where are you going? From the passenger seat. Li Zixuan inquired, Where to? I'm taking you to my class reunion, Shinryu replied. What? A class reunion? Isn't that just a boastful gathering? Upon returning these past few days, I ran into several old high school classmates and organized this get-together, just to catch up. If it's not to your liking, we can leave. All right then. Although Li Zixuan felt averse to such gatherings, as he often met close friends, this reunion with classmates he hadn't seen in years felt more like a FAA day, showcasing a sense of presence among familiar strangers. With still some time to spare, Shinryu led Li Zixuan to her former middle and high school, eager to show him the places where she had studied. Li Zixuan was curious. How could a girl as beautiful as Shinryu have never dated until she met him? Was she particularly unattractive in high school? Glancing at Shinryu beside him, he thought otherwise. What are you doing? She asked. Oh, I'm just curious. My dear, how come you never dated in high school? Were you unattractive back then? How dare you? Humph. I had so many admirers, I didn't even know how to choose. Such bravado. As they playfully bantered, a trio consisting of 2 men and a woman approached them. The man was stylishly dressed, and the woman wore an alluring outfit. Upon seeing Shinryu, the woman exclaimed joyfully, Shinryu? Oh my, is that really you? I heard from Zhang Liping that you were back, but I couldn't believe it. Wow, you're still as stunning as ever. The woman rushed over to Shinryu, chattering animatedly. Could this be your boyfriend? She asked, noticing Li Zixuan beside Shinryu. As the 2 other men entered, their eyes, filled with hostility, turned towards Li Zixuan, though they masked their emotions well. Ryu, it's been a long time. One of the men spoke. However, Shinryu chose to ignore him and address the woman instead. Are you Gatsue-wa? You've changed so much. What Gatsue-wa? I go by Galmeiju now. The woman replied, swaying her waist as she spoke in a charming tone. Shin, the campus beauty, it's been ages. This came from another man. Indeed, it has, Shinryu replied coolly. This is? The man who had spoken earlier gestured towards Li Zixuan and asked Shinryu. This is my boyfriend, Li Zixuan. Zixuan, these three are my high school classmates. This is Gao Meijio. Shinryu almost misnamed her again, prompting Gao Meijio to quickly correct her. Gao Meijio, this is Su Kong, and this is Zhao Xian. Hello, I'm Li Zixuan, Ryu's boyfriend. It's a pleasure to meet you all, he introduced himself. Hello. Zhao Xian and Gao Meijio responded enthusiastically, while Su Kong merely nodded disinterestedly, offering a perfunctory greeting. Subsequently, the group resumed their activities. Due to the holiday, the school was nearly empty, with few places to visit. Gao Meijio led Shinryu in conversation, while Li Zixuan lagged behind, engaging Zhao Xian in casual chatter, although Su Kong appeared distracted. Li Zixuan discerned that Su Kong had likely pursued Shinryu in the past, but she had shown no interest. And now the young man seemed to still harbor some lingering hopes. Li Zixuan decided not to concern himself with him, as long as he kept to himself. It was fine, after all, one must understand why flowers bloom so beautifully. Zhao Xian proved to be a decent fellow, revealing himself to be a straightforward person through their conversation. It's getting late. Shall we head to the restaurant? Zhao Xian suggested, glancing at the time. All right, let's go, the others agreed. As the group exited the school gates, Li Zixuan and Shinryu had walked from a distance, so only two cars were parked at the entrance, Zhao Xian's Honda and Su Kang's BMW 3 Series. Zixuan, come ride with the campus beauty and me, Zhao Xian cheerfully invited, having grown more familiar with them during their chat. No need, our car is up ahead, Shinryu replied coolly. Su Kang smirked slightly, displaying disdain, and after turning his car around, he slowly followed behind, hoping to witness Li Zixuan stumble. Gao Meijio hopped into Zhao Xian's car, waving goodbye to Li Zixuan and Shinryu as they departed. When Su Kang saw Li Zixuan and Shinryu get into a Mercedes, he lost interest and drove away. Upon arriving at the hotel private room, Li Zixuan and Shinryu found several people already seated inside, including Su Kang, who was engaged in conversation with a few men. Zhao Xian stood up to greet them. Come, let us welcome our campus beauty and her boyfriend, Li Zixuan. As the crowd noticed Shinryu gracefully entering alongside Li Zixuan, their expressions varied widely. Some were taken aback with surprise, others shone with admiration, and a few wore faces of envy or even hostility. Su Kang's companion, who had just risen to speak, was interrupted as Li Zixuan guided Shinryu to a seat on the opposite side, next to another strikingly beautiful woman. Observing this scene, He Xiaowei's countenance darkened. He Xiaowei, one of Shinryu's ardent admirers during their high school days, found that the other suitors had either not attended or had married. Meanwhile, he remained in the county, unable to escape the weight of his family's business. Watching his former goddess engage in laughter and conversation with another man stirred a sense of discontent within him. Chapter 23. Astonishing discovery. The increasingly agitated He Xiaowei turned to the several men beside him, engaging them in conversation. Before long, everyone had gathered, and the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. At that moment, Zhang Tianming, who was seated next to He Xiaowei, stood up and proclaimed loudly, "Ladies may sip on beverages and enjoy themselves, but gentlemen should forego drinks like soda and indulge in wine." His declaration was met with enthusiastic agreement from many of the male classmates. Li Zixuan, having observed the situation, perceived the ulterior motives of the man named He Xiaowei, realizing he intended to ply him with alcohol. Nevertheless, he felt undaunted and prepared to face it. The first to take the stage was Zhang Tianming, who had just been dancing exuberantly. With a bottle of liquor in one hand and a cup in the other, he approached Li Zixuan. "Brother, allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhang Tianming. Back in high school, I had a secret admiration for the school beauty, Shin. But you, my friend, are truly impressive. Let us share a drink." He spoke with an air of camaraderie, unwittingly filling the cup to the brim. Shinryu, however, was not pleased. She was no fool and clearly saw the intent behind Zhang Tianming's actions towards Li Zixuan. Rising, she coldly interjected, "What do you mean, Zhang Tianming? Don't misunderstand. Miss Shin, I merely wish to share a drink with him," Zhang Tianming replied nonchalantly, casting a provocative glance at Li Zixuan when Shin was not looking. "Dear, please remain seated. There is nothing to worry about. Do you not trust me?" He winked at Shinryu. She paused, taken aback. She was aware that Li Zixuan had previously struggled with alcohol. What had suddenly instilled him with such confidence? Yet, she trusted that he would not jest about something so serious, lest he feel embarrassed upon returning home that night. After reassuring Shinryu, Li Zixuan accepted the filled cup from Zhang Tianming. "I am Li Zixuan, and it is a pleasure to meet you," he said, masking his true feelings. He then downed the drink in one gulp. In reality, as the liquor entered his mouth, he cleverly stored it within the confines of his ring space. Zhang Tianming was taken aback by Li Zixuan's audacious consumption of the liquor. "This is white spirit." He finished it in one go, noticing others watching him. He gritted his teeth and followed suit, gulping down his drink. However, as the fiery liquid surged through him, his face flushed crimson. Once he managed to regain his composure, he observed Li Zixuan's unperturbed demeanor and quietly retreated. "Let us take turns." He Xiaowei, witnessing this scene, was not dismayed but rather elated, whispering to those nearby. They quickly grasped the situation. Li Zixuan, refusing to decline any invitation, continued to drink, and after a couple of rounds, when he noticed no one was approaching him anymore, he began seeking out others to share drinks. Ultimately, those who had aimed to intoxicate him found themselves the ones inebriated, while he remained as composed as ever. As the evening drew to a close, Shinryu pulled Li Zixuan aside, preparing to leave. Observing that the others had nearly finished their meals, they too began to disperse. On the way home, Shinryu could not contain her curiosity any longer and asked, "Zixuan, how did you manage that?" "What do you mean? How did I manage that?" "It is merely drinking. Yet how is it that you have consumed so much without feeling intoxicated?" Shinryu has witnessed it firsthand, tonight. Li Zixuan has nearly downed 3 bottles of white liquor on his own. "My dear, haven't you noticed anything else?" "Anything else? What else could there be?" Li Zixuan could only resort to fabricating a tale. "I have acquired a strengthening elixir." "What do you mean?" Shinryu inquired with curiosity. Li Zixuan then proceeded to divulge the effects of the elixir he had consumed. "Does such a thing truly exist?" "Indeed, initially, I too was skeptical. Yet I have observed a slight increase in my height and a significant boost in my strength. My tolerance for alcohol has also remarkably expanded." Shinryu was aware that Li Zixuan had a friend engaged in research, and she was astonished that even such fantastical substances could be developed. "My love, is this safe? There won't be any harmful side effects, will there? Given the exorbitant value of such a substance and its evident efficacy, I wonder if there might be any lingering repercussions." "No, it is already in mass production. However, the yield is quite limited, with only a few available each year." Li Zixuan continued to weave his deceit. Upon returning home, it was already quite late, yet Shen Jiangwo and his wife remained in the living room, engrossed in their television program. Upon seeing Shinryu and Li Zixuan return, they promptly arranged for Li Zixuan to have a room for the night. Alone in the guest room, Li Zixuan perceived that it was well past midnight, and Shinryu would likely not come. Understandably, it was her family home. After listening intently to ensure all were asleep, he ventured into the space he had cultivated. Now, the area was meticulously organized, having undergone considerable transformation. There were designated sections for potatoes, sweet potatoes, vegetables, and fruits. The hillside was adorned with precious plants such as ginseng and goji berries. He had discovered that plants cultivated on the hillside thrived far better than those in the flatlands. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the hill, he found a small sapling, one that he could not identify despite extensive research. Unfortunately, its growth was exceedingly slow. Had he not watered this spot several times beforehand, he would have remained oblivious to the existence of such a plant. Initially, he had assumed it to be another sapling, but the others from the same batch had already sprouted and grown substantially, while this one remained a mere seedling. Now, Li Zixuan had become determined, bringing a bucket of spiritual water daily to nourish it. Although he was unsure of its nature, he recognized that it was undoubtedly extraordinary. Upon entering the storage room, he discovered that the mature fruits and vegetables were neatly stacked. Glancing at the trading center, he realized that if everything were sold, he would amass over 100,000 cosmic coins. However, this time, he chose not to sell, preferring to save for the future. There were also more than 10 pots of jade dew, which had grown to an astonishing size. Indeed, astonishing. Outside, those the size of a soup bowl were worth millions. Yet here were specimens larger than wash basins. As Li Zixuan beheld this, he contemplated selling a pot upon his return to City C. After taking a leisurely tour of the space, he exited and lay down, succumbing to slumber. Upon awakening, he faintly heard the voice of Zhou Yume from outside the door. "Ruyue, hurry and get up. What time is it?" Li Zixuan rose and descended the stairs, finding Zhou Yume seated in the living room, while Shinryu had yet to make her appearance. "Good morning, Annie. It's you, Xiaoxian. Did my aunt disturb you just now?" "No, I was already awake." "Oh, that's good. I just wanted to wake Ryu and let her know that I had stepped out. She doesn't answer her phone. Auntie, is there something you need? Where are you going? I can drive you. No need. I can drive myself. Aren't you going shopping with a friend? Upon hearing this, Li Zixuan did not press further. Chapter 24. The Warehouse Theft. In the blink of an eye, Li Zixuan had been at Shinryu's home for 3 days. These days were quite pleasant. Although there was a hint of initial awkwardness, the warmth of Shen Jiangwo and Zhou Yumei gradually eased his tension. However, one fateful morning, a phone call shattered his tranquility. Boss, something has happened at the store. The frantic voice of Zhang Guobin came through the line. What happened? Li Zixuan's heart tightened upon hearing the urgency in Zhang's tone. No, it's the warehouse. All 5 warehouses are gone, and all the fruits and vegetables inside are missing. Zhang's voice trembled, almost breaking into tears. He had been at the store for several days and was well aware of the value of the produce, over $1 million worth of goods across the 5 warehouses. The trust placed in him by his boss, who had given him the keys, now felt like a heavy burden. How long has this been going on? Li Zixuan furrowed his brows, his concern deepening. It was last night. I was there around 5 o'clock, but when I returned this morning, everything was gone. The hotel procurement team is here waiting as well. Call the police, secure the scene, and then wait for me. I will be there in an hour. Li Zixuan hung up the phone in a rush. What's wrong, Xiaoyan? In the living room, Shinryu and her parents noticed his troubled expression after the call. Zhou Yumei inquired with concern. It's nothing, Auntie. There's a minor issue at the store that I need to handle, Li Zixuan replied with a forced smile. Is it serious? Do you need my help? Shen Jiangwo asked, equally worried. I'll go with you, Shinryu declared, heading upstairs to gather her things. It's nothing serious, Uncle Shen. I just need to take care of it, Li Zixuan reassured. As they traveled, Li Zixuan pondered who could have orchestrated such a theft. Noticing the seriousness etched on his face, Shinryu gently inquired, what exactly is going on? The goods from the warehouse have been stolen. What? The fruits and vegetables have been stolen? Yes, all 5 warehouses have been ransacked. Have you called the police? Yes, but the hotel procurement team is here to collect goods. So I must return to oversee the situation. He turned to Shinryu, his voice tinged with apology. I'm sorry, dear. I had hoped to spend more time with you at home. It's all right, husband. We can always play later. The matters at hand are far more important. They drove at high speed toward the warehouse. Meanwhile, after hanging up with Li Zixuan, Zhang Guobin promptly reported the incident to the police. A police car arrived within minutes. The area was known for its concentration of warehouses, with several nearby shopping centers also utilizing this location, resulting in a steady flow of vehicles. Upon arrival, the officers meticulously examined the premises and discovered that the locks on the warehouse doors had been forcibly pried open. However, when they checked the surveillance room, they found that the cameras had malfunctioned the previous night. By the time Li Zixuan reached the warehouse, the procurement managers from 4 hotels had also received the alarming news and rushed over. Boss Li, what has happened? It is nearly 9 o'clock. Why are there no vegetables? Indeed, Mr. Li, our contract clearly stated that failure to deliver the vegetables would incur a triple compensation. Upon seeing Li Zixuan, the 4 managers immediately began to interrogate him. Silence, everyone. We are all aware of the current predicament. The warehouse has been robbed, and this was not intentional on my part. However, I have already arranged for the delivery of fruits and vegetables for the hotels, and they are en route. Li Zixuan felt compelled to explain. Officer, have there been any developments? Li Zixuan inquired as he noticed a police officer exiting the monitoring room. You are the owner of the warehouse, correct? Yes, that is correct. He replied. We have inspected the warehouse and have several questions for you. The police officer, having heard Zhang Guobin mention that the vegetables in Warehouse 5 were worth millions, approached the matter with caution. How much produce is in the warehouse? What is its estimated value? Li Zixuan approximated, in total. The 5 warehouses hold about 3 tons of fruit and approximately 10 tons of vegetables, valued at around 1.2 million. So much. Such a high value. The officers were taken aback. Typically, a dozen tons of fruits and vegetables would only amount to tens of thousands, yet his stock was worth over $1 million. Oh, I forgot to mention, all the items here are selenium-rich foods, which have been certified by a food testing center, thus their elevated prices. So it's your supply? The officers exchanged glances. We reviewed the surveillance footage and discovered that the cameras near your warehouse were malfunctioning last night. However, there are still numerous cameras on the main road, and we believe we will swiftly locate the thieves. With that, they prepared to return to the station to file a case. I appreciate your assistance, officers. Li Zixuan expressed his gratitude. Uncle Zhang, please return to the store. Li Zixuan urged the visibly anxious Zhang Guobin. All right, boss. Dear, could you help me buy 5 quality locks? Li Zixuan asked a bit sheepishly. Of course, my husband. She replied, eager to assist him after the incident at the warehouse. Manager Wang, if you wish, you may return to your establishments. Once the vegetables and fruits arrive, I will arrange for their delivery to you. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience and the time lost. Very well, Mr. Li, we appreciate your efforts. We shall return now. The 4 managers, initially planning to confront Li Zixuan, decided against it upon hearing of the urgent delivery of vegetables, grateful that their operations would not be impacted. Once Li Zixuan dismissed everyone and found himself alone, he checked the 2 warehouses filled with fruits and vegetables. After securely locking the doors, he took a moment to smoke and await Shinryu's return. Reflecting on the recent theft, he felt an acute sense of urgency. He was uncertain if there would be another incident. The security of this place was tenuous, and if someone were to investigate, they would soon discover that no vehicles had come to deliver goods to his warehouse. Trust was indeed a rare commodity. This thought led him to contemplate the trading center within the ring space. Darling, are you all right? After Shinryu returned with the lock, she observed Li Zixuan lost in thought while smoking, a wave of compassion washing over her. The loss of over $1 million worth of goods must surely weigh heavily on him. With this thought in mind, she approached him to offer comfort. It's all right. As Li Zixuan, preoccupied with his thoughts, noticed Shinryu's concerned expression, a warmth blossomed in his heart. He realized that he had someone who cared for him, as well as his parents back in his hometown. With this realization, the earlier sense of urgency that had troubled him began to dissipate, and he understood that everything needed to be handled with care and promptness. Chapter 25. Reselling the jade dew. After replacing the lock on the warehouse door and escorting Shinryu to the store, Li Zixuan returned to the warehouse, summoned 4 delivery vehicles, and completed the orders. He then replenished the other 3 warehouses before heading back to the store, where he found the Zhang sisters still hard at work, though their faces were marred by worry. Zhang Guobin appeared lost and hollow-eyed, while Shinryu stood beside him, offering words of comfort. What has happened to you all? Li Zixuan inquired. Boss, please don't fire my father. He didn't mean to. He never intended for the vegetables in the warehouse to be stolen. Upon seeing Li Zixuan enter, Zhang Na and Zhang Li rushed over, their eyes brimming with tears. When did I ever say I would dismiss your father? Huh? Not firing him? Zhang Na was momentarily taken aback, as her father had been entrusted with such an important responsibility, yet he had failed to safeguard it, which carried a degree of culpability. I told you, our boss wouldn't dismiss your dad, Shinryu reassured Zhang Na. Thank you, boss, Zhang Guobin exclaimed, his expression shifting from shock to joy. All right. This isn't your fault. You 2 should return to your duties. If I were to fire your father, do you expect me to do all the work myself? After all, I've only just become a hands-off manager. Li Zixuan chuckled at the Zhang sisters. Thank you, boss. The Zhang sisters' spirits lifted, their tears turning to smiles. Thus, 2 months passed. Just days after the incident, the police apprehended the thieves, an employee and a security guard from the warehouse, who had conspired with 2 locals. However, by the time they were caught, the fruits and vegetables had already been sold at prices double those in the market. Only a portion of the funds was recovered, amounting to several tens of thousands. The following day after returning, Li Zixuan brought out a pot of jade dew and invited Jiang Mingho to his home. Jiang Mingho, though accustomed to luxury as a wealthy heir, was taken aback by the beauty of the jade dew. Well, what is this? It's jade dew. This particular pot is simply exceptional. Come on, are you serious? Is there really such an extraordinary jade dew? Jiang Mingho's disbelief was evident, as this specimen was indeed beyond the ordinary. Typically, a jade dew of the size of a soup bowl would be remarkable, yet this one was larger than a basin, its colors vibrant and striking. Unable to resist, he took out his phone to search. He found no record of anything so large existing in the world. Do you think it can be sold? Li Zixuan observed Jiang Mingho's silence. It's a bit uncertain. After all, this thing defies all logic. Jiang Mingho replied, somewhat dazed. Then why not give it a try? All right. Jiang Mingho took several photos and videos, preparing to leave without taking it just yet. If someone did express interest and was willing to purchase it, it would undoubtedly fetch a price of at least 500,000. After 2 days of tirelessly showing the photos and videos, someone finally expressed a willingness to buy it. The sheer audacity of the jade dew made others doubt its authenticity, as it surpassed the normal growth range of plants. Xuanzi, You owe me a meal. I've been running around for 2 days over this. Today, I finally connected with two enthusiasts who share a passion for collecting Yulu. Oh, don't mention treating you to a meal. 10 would be more than sufficient. Hearing that there was a lead on the Yulu, Li Zixuan was equally astonished. That is what you promised. Tomorrow morning, I shall take it to you. At the break of dawn the next day, Li Zixuan rose early to wait. Around 9 o'clock, Jiang Mingho entered with two middle-aged men. Before Li Zixuan could greet them, one of the men spotted the pot of Yulu on the table, his face a mask of astonishment as he stepped closer. It's stunning. Absolutely perfect, he exclaimed, fixated on the Yulu, which was larger than a basin. The other middle-aged man, equally amazed, joined him as Jiang Mingho introduced them. This is Boss Lu, who runs a bonsai nursery, and the other is Boss Yang, a collector of Yulu. How much? I'll buy it. Boss Yang, having observed for a while, turned to Li Zixuan. 8 million. Seeing the desire in Boss Yang's eyes, Li Zixuan spoke without hesitation. 8 million? The figure lingered in his mind as he began to ponder. Wow, this could be promising. Li Zixuan was equally surprised. At that moment, Boss Lu interjected. Young man, where did you acquire this pot of Yulu? I raised it myself. I've sold a few smaller ones before, Li Zixuan replied. Oh, I see. How about this? I'll purchase this pot of Yulu, and you can come work for me. An annual salary of 10 million. Boss Lu, being knowledgeable, recognized the value of the Yulu, but understood Li Zixuan's worth was even greater. However, Boss Yang was not pleased. Such an exquisite Yulu. If Boss Lu buys it, I want to be able to see it again. The key is, this fellow not only wants the goods, but even the person. He quickly interjected, 8 million. I'll take it. Li Zixuan then turned to Boss Lu and said, Sorry, Boss Lu, I have my own job. Seeing Li Zixuan's firm refusal, Boss Lu did not press further. Very well then, what a pity. If you come across another fine specimen in the future, do reach out to me. After concluding his statement, he turned to Boss Yang. Let us proceed with the deal. The transaction was swiftly completed. And after bidding farewell to the two bosses, Jiang Mingho remarked, They truly have money. Isn't your family wealthier? Li Zixuan rolled his eyes at Jiang Mingho's comment. How can that be the same? If I spend 8 million, what is the better choice? A pot of flowers? You know nothing. That is not merely a flower. It's art. Humph. I wouldn't purchase it under any circumstances. However, if you were to gift me a pot, that would be a different matter. He winked at Li Zixuan. None available. Humph. You said the same last time. Just then, Shinryu and Wang Jia rushed in, breathless. Where's the Yulu? They scanned the room and began searching everywhere. What Yulu? Li Zixuan replied, bewildered. The one Jiang Mingho photographed. You said you were selling it this morning. It's as big as a basin. The two women exclaimed anxiously. I just sold it, Li Zixuan admitted awkwardly. You really bought it? Wang Jia asked, her disbelief evident. Shinryu also turned to Li Zixuan, awaiting his response. Yes, indeed, I just sold it. Upon finishing his statement, he produced his phone and handed over the payment notification. After Shinryu and Wang Jia read it, they fell into a prolonged silence. Humph, let's go. With a huff of indignation, Shinryu and Wang Jia turned on their heels and left. Why did you have to tell them? Li Zixuan said, looking at Jiang Mingho. Well, I posted it on my moments. I thought they already knew, Jiang Mingho replied, somewhat sheepishly. Noticing Li Zixuan's gloomy expression, it was clear he had lost his appetite. Xuanzi, you're busy. I'll go check on something, he said, before swiftly departing. For the better part of the day, Shinryu and Wang Jia refused to acknowledge Li Zixuan and Jiang Mingho, only relenting when Li Zixuan brought out another dish. Chapter 26. Liquid Robots. During this period, Li Zixuan spent the majority of his time in the virtual realm, observing the balance displayed on the trading screen. 956. 841 cosmic coins. He could not help but feel that his efforts had not been in vain. The plants in the virtual space had yielded a bountiful harvest, prompting him to immediately plan a new batch, repeating this cycle numerous times until he accumulated his current sum. He opened the list of tradable items. Enhanced Liquid D Class, 150,000 cosmic coins, C Class, 300,000 cosmic coins, B Class, 600,000 cosmic coins, A Class, 200,000 cosmic coins, S Class, SS Class, SSS Class, Energy Railgun E Class, 140,000 cosmic coins, D Class, 300,000 cosmic coins, Bloodthirsty Battlesuit, Thunderblade, thermal shuttle, foundation establishment pill, biochemical RT serum, longevity technique, Qingmu prison sutra. As Li Zixuan gazed at the dazzling array of goods, he felt akin to a cat staring at fish able to see, yet unable to grasp. Although these items were presently beyond his financial reach, his current objective lay elsewhere. Blood God Kong Ant Guard D Class, 100,000 Cosmic Coins C Class, 300,000 Cosmic Coins. The power associated with these entities was evident. This was a type of liquid robot capable of transforming at will. The D-Class Blood God Kong Ant Guard resembled the T-1000 from Terminator, yet it was even more formidable, exhibiting human-like qualities, combat skills, and infused with emotions, all coupled with a cutting-edge intelligence system. The higher the class, the more powerful and intelligent it became, ensuring absolute safety as they would only obey the first being that activated them. Li Zixuan intended to purchase 2 D-Class to serve as drivers and 2 C-Class as bodyguards, one to protect Shinryu and the other to accompany Li Zixuan home to safeguard his parents. Thus, 800,000 coins were swiftly spent. Upon reappearing in his room, Li Zixuan was accompanied by 4 individuals. He instructed them to first learn the Huagua language via the computer while he prepared to acquire a transport vehicle. He also planned to rent a house in the suburbs where he could store vegetables and fruits. Before long, through the information obtained from the computer, the 4 seemingly human figures knelt before Li Zixuan, speaking in unison, "Master. From now on, do not address me as Master, but as Boss." Li Zixuan replied with satisfaction. "Yes, Boss." He realized he needed to assign them human names. He contemplated the 4 before him, deciding to transform 3 into men, all in their 30s, while the 4th would take on a feminine appearance. The men would possess ordinary looks, while the woman would be somewhat more attractive. If Shinryu were a 9 out of 10 in beauty, this robotic woman would be merely a 7. The 2 drivers were named Li Hu and Li Long. The one designated to protect Shinryu was named Li Feng, while the one returning home to safeguard his parents was named Li Bao. Next came the issue of identification. A headache. However, he suddenly remembered their ability to change forms, which eased his concerns. Given their intelligence, he would first have them study legal knowledge, followed by other subjects. As for their identification, that would be a simple matter. Every year, numerous individuals embark on perilous journeys to Thailand, and it is inevitable that a few among them, bearing the surname Li, meet tragic fates. If only they could return, accompanied by their identification cards. Regardless of whether they still carry the names of dragons or tigers, Li Zixuan has summoned them, and they must comply. As for the risk of losing their kidneys, well, that requires a certain level of talent. With the Lunar New Year approaching in a month, the 4 brothers of Li Hu have entrusted Li Zixuan with 10,000 yuan each for the journey, planning to return before the festivities. Li Zixuan drove the quartet to a suburban town on the outskirts of City C, approximately 50 kilometers from the shop, where an abandoned factory awaited them. This location was chosen for its proximity to the wholesale market, a mere 7 or 8 kilometers away, in its secluded nature, surrounded by dilapidated industrial buildings. After coordinating the meeting time and location with the owner, Li Zixuan began to explore the factory. It was modest in size, previously a garment factory, long since defunct, with decaying fabric strewn about. The rent had not been maintained for years, leading to structural collapses in several areas, while a rusty iron door remained locked, concealing the mysteries within. Nature had reclaimed the space, overtaken by grass and moss. Before long, a Volkswagen approached, and a man in his 50s emerged, of average height, who warmly extended his hand upon seeing Li Zixuan. "Hello, Boss Li. Thank you for your patience. Mr. Yang, the pleasure is mine. I just arrived," Li Zixuan replied, exchanging pleasantries before steering the conversation toward the matter at hand. While this place may appear somewhat aged, it encompasses 1,500 square meters and was once equipped with hundreds of thousands of machinery. "Mr. Yang, I am interested in purchasing this property. But how shall we determine the price?" Li Zixuan interjected. "The land use rights last for 50 years. I have utilized nearly 20 of those, leaving 30 remaining. If sold now, it would be 2,500 per square meter for this 1,500 square meter area," Mr. Young explained. "However, as you can see, this site has remained abandoned for at least 5 years. Everything here is in disuse. Even the factory itself would need to be demolished and rebuilt. Were it not for my need for a location, I would not consider this place at all. Of course, having come this far, I have familiarized myself with the situation. Let us be pragmatic in our discussions. If we can agree, I am prepared to sign the contract today. If not, I shall seek other options," Li Zixuan stated directly. wishing to avoid further unnecessary dialogue. Upon hearing Li Zixuan's words, Mr. Young contemplated seriously. He realized that profiting from this deal was unlikely. The land had been idle for years, its location remote, and he could not rely on potential redevelopment. Li Zixuan was not the first to express interest. Previous inquiries had either proposed prices around 1,000 yuan or sought rental agreements. Mr. Young was eager to sell, converting the property into cash. After some back-and-forth negotiations, seeing Li Zixuan prepare to leave, he reluctantly lowered the price to 2,000 yuan. With the price settled, the two proceeded to the Land Bureau, where they enlisted a lawyer to finalize the contract. When Li Zixuan returned to the site, he arranged for the owner of a construction team to join him. After negotiating a satisfactory price, there is no need for further concerns. The task is simply to level the ground and reconstruct 2 warehouses and an office building. The refrigerated warehouse is priced at 1,200 per square meter, while the frozen warehouse costs 4,000 per square meter. Li Zixuan plans to construct a 400 square meter refrigerated warehouse, a 200 square meter frozen warehouse, along with 4 container units to serve as dormitories and offices. Additionally, with the expenses for paving the ground, demolishing the old buildings, and erecting walls, the total expenditure amounts to over 500,000. As the primary materials are readily available and can be purchased for assembly, everything is expected to be completed before the new year. During this period, Li Zixuan is shuttling between home and the warehouse, and whenever he has a moment, he tends to the space for the ring. With the new year fast approaching, Li Hu and the others have also returned. Chapter 27. An unexpected discovery on the journey home upon observing the 4 individuals. Now adorned in high-end fashion and bearing a transformed appearance, Li Zixuan nearly failed to recognize them. After inquiring, he learned that only a few days had passed since they had infiltrated another gang. Subsequently, having established their identities, they eradicated that group and seized a substantial sum of money, distributing a portion to those who had been deceived. The cash on their persons alone amounted to over 1 million. Gazing at the money in their backpacks and reflecting on the lives they had taken, Li Zixuan could only sigh in resignation. These fellows were quite resourceful. Should he venture out with them once more? After some contemplation, he dismissed the thought. What was done was done. From the onset, Li Zixuan had issued orders that they would not engage in indiscriminate killing. He tasked Li Hu and Li Long with procuring 2 box trucks, instructing them to manage the warehouse. After filling the cold storage with fruits and vegetables, he directed Li Feng to devise a means to join the Xinruyu magazine as a colleague, while also becoming her close friend. This left only Li Bao, who was to find a temporary place to stay for a dozen days before returning to their hometown. On the eve of their return home, following dinner and some exercise with Xinruyu, Li Zixuan lit a cigarette and inhaled deeply. "Darling, you should smoke less in the future," Xinruyu remarked, frowning slightly as she clasped his arm. "All right, my dear, I'm just unwinding a bit," Li Zixuan replied playfully. "Husband, I can't go home with you this year. I need to spend time with my parents," Xinruyu said, a hint of disappointment in her voice. "That's all right. I can't return to your home this year either. Besides, if you miss me, just video call me. Isn't it true that you miss me when you do?" Li Zixuan teased, meeting her gaze. "I do. How could I not? Next year, let us buy a house and get married, shall we?" Li Zixuan said, gazing at Xinruyu with affection. "How lovely that sounds." She replied playfully, though her eyes revealed a glimmer of longing that did not escape Li Zixuan's notice. "You are truly wonderful." He turned to embrace Xinruyu, inhaling the floral fragrance of her hair and gently kissing her forehead. Another passionate exchange ensued. Presently, Li Zixuan still possessed over 9 million in assets, with Yushuan's establishment generating an income of approximately 80 to 90,000 daily, coupled with the 200,000 monthly from the 4 hotels. After accounting for expenses such as rent, utilities, and labor, the monthly income exceeded 400,000. This period promised even greater returns. As the variety of fruits in the store had expanded, and with the festive season upon them, business at the hotels thrived. This was without even initiating the sale of fish and shrimp. Otherwise, they would be overwhelmed. In the space, 3 large pits had been designated. One already contained some small fish fry, now the size of a finger, while another pond housed tiny river shrimp. They were fed entirely with the vegetables and fruits from the space, leaving no scraps behind. The following day, after an early rise and bidding farewell to Xinruyu, Li Zixuan met with Li Bao at a hotel and then rushed to a shopping mall to embark on a grand shopping spree. He procured an array of items, cigarettes, liquor, nutritional supplements, and even purchased 5 or 6 sets of clothing for each of his parents. Additionally, He acquired a new mobile phone and a gold bracelet for his mother, along with a necklace adorned with a laughing Buddha. The more he bought, the more insatiable his desire became. Recalling the antiquated television and refrigerator back home, Li Zixuan resolved to purchase everything necessary in the city, for upon returning home, he would be disinclined to make another trip to the county town. He continued to acquire household appliances, even indulging in 2 massage chairs. Items that could not fit in the car were stored within his ring space, and Li Zixuan, instructing Li Bao to drive, entered his ring space. As he observed the batch of food ripening, preparing to exchange a portion for cosmic currency, a sudden revelation filled Li Zixuan with joy. A new refrigerator was valued at 3 cosmic coins, a cardboard box at 0.0005 cosmic coins, and an old iron shovel at 0.04 cosmic coins. This discovery delighted him, for he had previously been unaware that, apart from the produce cultivated in his space, other items could also be sold for cosmic currency. However, the prices seemed somewhat erratic, lacking a clear pattern. As he continued to explore, Li Zixuan placed the gold bracelet meant for his mother into the space and finally discerned the pattern. The gold bracelet was worth 8 cosmic coins. At this moment, he comprehended the value of metals. Iron was the least valuable, followed by aluminum, with gold reigning supreme. This thought cast a shadow of melancholy over him, as he realized the exorbitant cost of gold. Yet, after a moment's reflection, he felt somewhat relieved. At least there was now a swifter means of earning cosmic currency. Just then, he recalled the necklace and hurriedly checked its value. The jade Buddha pendant was worth 20 cosmic coins. Li Zixuan was astounded. He had purchased this necklace for 18,000, having heard it was of high-quality jade. It appeared that this item was even more valuable than he had anticipated. He continued to inspect all his possessions. A new mobile phone was valued at 1 cosmic coin, a power bank at 0.8 cosmic coins, potato chips at 0.0004 cosmic coins, and purified water at 0.07 cosmic coins. With each revelation, Li Zixuan's excitement grew, as he discovered that energy-rich items were particularly valuable. The mobile phone, worth over 5,000 in reality, and the power bank, priced at over 100, had a negligible difference in their cosmic currency values, especially since the power bank was fully charged. Most importantly, he realized that nearly everything in the real world could be sold for cosmic currency. This astonishing discovery filled Li Zixuan with elation, yet he also felt a pang of regret. Had he known it would be this way, he would have taken flight long ago, instead of delaying for half a year. A whirlwind of joy and regret enveloped him, and he lingered in the space for a considerable time before reappearing in the back seat of the car. Now, everything he saw sparked thoughts of cosmic currency. Due to Li Bao's robotic nature, he handled the driving throughout the journey, with Li Zixuan engrossed in his phone almost continuously, apart from brief stops for rest, meals, and restroom breaks. Primarily, I am inquiring about the locations of jade and emerald, as well as the sites of gold and iron mines, and the stations for processing scrap iron and copper. When weariness sets in, I rest, only to resume my quest upon awakening. Perhaps it is due to the enhancement liquid consumed by Li Zixuan that he now experiences heightened concentration and significantly improved memory during his diligent studies. Unbeknownst to him, over 20 hours have slipped away. As Li Zixuan stepped out of the vehicle, he beheld the familiar yet foreign name of the service area before him. Stretching his limbs, he entered a quaint eatery, where the sounds of a familiar dialect enveloped him, evoking a sense of warmth. It has been over 2 years since he last returned home. His previous visit to this service area was in June 2017, when he journeyed alone by bus to City C, feeling isolated as he dined there, yearning to depart swiftly. Now, however, his thoughts are consumed with the desire to return to this very place. Chapter 28. Strengthening liquid for father finding an empty spot. I savored a bowl of authentic rice noodles, lit a cigarette in the parking lot, casting my gaze around. Everything remained unchanged. The mountains still loomed as they always had. After another hour's drive, it wasn't the distance that felt daunting, but rather the multitude of twists and turns along the mountain roads. As we approached a small village, Li Zixuan sat in the back seat, peering out the window at familiar figures, one of whom was his uncle, causing his heart to race. He urged Li Bao to halt the vehicle and took out a cigarette, preparing to greet them. At that moment, Li Sherwin had just returned from working by the river. He was taken aback to see a Mercedes with out-of-town plates parked beside him. As he pondered who it might be, he caught sight of a familiar figure disembarking from the back seat. Initially stunned, his expression quickly shifted to one of surprise, then to anger upon remembering something. "Uncle, But before Li Zixuan could finish, Li Sherwin interrupted, "How dare you come back? He raised the iron shovel he held, ready to strike. But upon noticing Li Zixuan's guilty yet unyielding demeanor, he hesitated. Just go home and see for yourself, Li Sherwin sighed softly. Uncle, what happened to my parents? Li Zixuan asked anxiously. You don't know? The month you left, your father broke his leg and injured his back. Walking is a struggle for him upon hearing this. Li Zixuan felt as if a thunderclap had struck his brain, darkness clouding his vision. No, that can't be true. We even video chatted later. How could this happen? Li Zixuan could no longer hear Li Sherwin's words, turning abruptly to rush home. Is this the child of the Sherwu family? After 2 years. He has changed so much. Alas, he has found success outside, but what a pity for his father. The arrival of an out-of-town car had already drawn considerable attention, and witnessing the interaction between Li Zixuan and Li Sherwin, along with Li Sherwin's demeanor, made it clear to the onlookers who he was. Li Bao drove closely behind Li Zixuan. Stumbling, Li Zixuan reached the entrance of a modest residence, forcefully pushing open the heavy iron gate. He beheld several rudimentary buildings, many areas lacking proper decoration. In the courtyard sat a middle-aged man, his hair completely white, reclining in a wicker chair, while a similarly aged woman was massaging his leg muscles. At the sudden sound of the gate swinging open, a black dog in the yard barked fiercely. The elderly couple turned to see what was happening. Dad, Mom. Li Zixuan dashed towards them, kneeling before the man, weeping uncontrollably. Father, Mother, I have been unfilial. I have been unfilial. With that, he struck his own face in despair. Seeing Li Zixuan kneeling before him, Li Sherwu was momentarily taken aback, then sighed softly. Chuanzi, get up. Stop crying. You're a grown man. What sort of sight is this? Please, get up. You know now? Yang Wenwan also sighed, her eyes brimming with tears. In the past 2 years, the couple had scarcely enjoyed a peaceful night's sleep, enduring the anger and helplessness after Li Zixuan's impulsive departure, culminating in despair upon his father's hospitalization due to injury. Upon hearing that Li Sherwang could no longer work after his discharge, a wave of sorrow and indignation washed over me, reminiscent of the painful encounters with debt collectors. In that moment, I beheld my son kneeling before me. A whirlwind of anger, gratitude, joy, and heartbreak swirling within me. Xiana, rise, Yang Wenwan urged, attempting to lift Li Zixuan. Yet, how could she possibly exert such strength? Li Zixuan gazed at his parents, who were barely in their 40s yet had aged significantly in just 2 years. A profound ache filled his heart. He felt like a bounder, utterly unworthy of being their son. Even amidst such a grave family crisis, he was the last to learn of it. Gently, he caressed his father's frail legs, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. Witnessing Li Zixuan's sorrowful countenance, Li Sherwang and his wife recalled the tribulations of the past 2 years. And as they looked upon their son, tears welled up in their eyes, the trio embracing one another in shared grief. Li Bao parked the car at the entrance, observing the scene in the yard, hesitant to intrude. At that moment, Li Sherwang walked in, taking in the sight of the three weeping together, and let out a soft sigh. All right, dear brother, dear sister, Xuanzi, you are reunited as a family. Why must it be like this? What will the neighbors think? He spoke as he helped Jiang Wenwan to her feet and lifted Li Zixuan gently. Dad, Mom, I'm so sorry. I'm truly sorry for you both. Li Zixuan murmured, his eyes red with remorse. Enough, you have returned. Just look at your state. How old are you now? If you've erred, find a way to make amends. What good is crying? Li Sherwang shot a sharp glare at Li Zixuan, startled by the mention of amends. Li Zixuan suddenly felt a glimmer of determination. He promptly stood, glancing at the vehicle at the entrance, and without a backward glance, dashed inside, slamming the door shut. Quickly transported to another realm, he noticed that the balance displayed for transactions had exceeded 300,000. Without hesitation, he purchased a C-grade enhancement liquid and exited the vehicle. Once again, he approached Li Sherwang, crouched down, and grasped his father's pallid hands tenderly. Dad, this is genetic enhancement liquid. If you drink this, you will surely recover. He offered the vial resembling a potion to his father. My child, it's futile, the doctors have declared. Li Sherwang remarked, gazing at the beautifully crafted vial in his hand. Father, believe me, you will improve after consuming it. I have taken it myself. Look. I have not only grown taller, but my strength surpasses what it once was. Li Zixuan stood up, glancing around to reassure them. Noticing a small black dog cowering in its corner, nestled within a shelter made of 4 steel pipes. With determined strides, he approached the fearful creature. Grasping a steel pipe, he removed the plastic covering and with a mighty pull, detached a pipe from its welt. Repeating this thrice, he held 4 pipes in his hands, twisting them with force until they contorted into a twisted shape. Discarding the pipes, he returned to his father, saying, "Father, do you believe now?" Li Shiwang nodded, astonished. "I believe. Now drink it quickly. It may hurt a bit during the process. Bear it for a few minutes." This was Li Zishuan's sage advice. However, he was unaware that he had previously consumed a D-grade substance worth 150,000, while this time his father was about to ingest a C-grade. Had he first ingested the D-grade before the C-grade, the agony would have diminished significantly, perhaps even vanished entirely. Yet, consuming the C-grade alone would result in pain exceeding that of the D-grade by more than double. Upon hearing Li Zishuan's words and witnessing the hopeful gaze in his eyes, along with the encouragement from his wife and elder brother, Li Shiwu tilted his head back and swallowed it in one swift motion. Nearly seconds passed before a piercing pain surged from his abdomen, radiating throughout his entire being, as if every bone were creaking and his muscles were being torn asunder. Thinking of his son, he steeled himself against the torment, clenching his teeth as his body trembled slightly. Yang Wenwan, observing her husband's suffering, felt a pang of heartache and turned to Li Zishuan. "Xianer, is your father truly all right?" Li Shiwen also glanced over, fully aware that his younger brother must be enduring immense pain, for he rarely exhibited such a countenance in the face of ordinary discomfort. Chapter 29 Astonishing Transformation. Li Shiwang gritted his teeth, enduring the discomfort for what seemed like 4 or 5 minutes. Gradually, the pain dissipated, replaced by a soothing sensation that spread throughout his body. To the astonishment of Li Zishuan and the others, Li Shiwang's hair visibly darkened. At that moment, he suddenly rose to his feet and, amidst their amazement, hurried into the house. "What on earth is happening?" Liang Wenwan looked at Li Zishuan in surprise. "Mom, it's all right. My dad is fine. Look how fast he's running." Li Zishuan's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled. He just went to the bathroom. He might even take a shower afterward. As soon as Li Zishuan finished speaking, a foul odor wafted from the restroom. "Why is it so smelly?" The group instinctively moved further away from the house. "How incredible!" exclaimed Li Shiwang. "Xuanzi, where did you find this?" "Uncle, this is something developed from genetic research by one of my classmates. They only provided me with 2 samples," Li Zishuan explained. Knowing the nature of the substance was rather unsettling, so he attributed it to his classmate, emphasizing its limited supply. It wasn't that he didn't trust his uncle. It was simply better that fewer people were aware of this, as it could lead to complications if others found out. Li Shiwang did not press further and instead inquired about Li Zishuan's life over the past 2 years. Just then, a tall, resolute man emerged from the house, prompting astonished expressions from the 3 individuals. This, his uncle stammered, rendered speechless by the drastic change. How could such a transformation occur in such a short time? In merely half an hour. A frail old man with white hair and a face full of wrinkles had been transformed into a man in his 40s, with a fair complexion and a head of wet black hair. If it weren't for his clothing and familiar features, one might mistake him for a celebrity. "Old Li, what on earth happened to you?" Liang Wenwan gazed at Li Shiwang with a mix of astonishment and disbelief. "My dear, it's me," Li Shiwang exclaimed, taking his wife's hand, his voice filled with excitement. "Wonderful. You've turned misfortune into fortune." Li Shiwang's brother, Li Shiwang, joyfully remarked. "Brother, thank you for your support over the past 2 years." Before he could finish, Li Shiwang interrupted. "Cut the pleasantries. Xuanzi is back. Shall we have a drink tonight?" "Haha, certainly," Li Shiwang replied, agreeing enthusiastically. After Li Shiwang returned home, promising to come back later for drinks, Li Zishuan observed his family's joyful demeanor, yet he felt an increasing heaviness in his heart. If only 2 years ago he had not rebelled or quarreled with his parents, they would not have endured such suffering, although his father had recovered. Seeing his mother with her head full of white hair filled him with sorrow. "Mom, in a few days, I'll help you regain your youth." Li Zishuan gently took his mother's hand and said, "Is that truly possible? Will there be any issues?" "Of course not. Your son has a good relationship with him. Besides, this has already been made public. It's just that we ordinary folks are unaware." Li Zishuan hurriedly reassured her. With Li Shiwang's rejuvenation, the family enjoyed a newfound harmony, and Li Zishuan introduced his friend, Li Bao, to his parents. "Mom and Dad, this is a friend of mine, a subordinate named Li Bao. He came back with me." "Hello, Uncle and Aunt," Li Bao said calmly. After all, being a robot, one speaks without much emotion. "Hello, please take a seat. Annie will pour you some water." "No, there's no need to trouble yourself, Mom. Please sit." Li Zixuan gently urged his mother to sit down while he and Li Bao went to the back of the car to retrieve whatever they could. The items from the refrigerator could wait for another day. In the evening, Uncle and his family of 5 also arrived. He had a son and a daughter. The son was a year older than Li Zixuan, already married with a 3-year-old child, while the daughter was still in university at the age of 21. Uncle, auntie, brother, sister-in-law, sister, please come in. Guogua, do you recognize me? Li Zixuan warmly greeted Uncle's family as they entered the house. The two families had always enjoyed a close relationship. But due to the matter concerning Li Shiwu, Uncle's family had harbored some reservations towards Li Zixuan. However, upon learning that Li Zixuan had helped Li Shiwu recover and appeared more youthful, they reconciled. After all, they were brothers with no enmity. Oh dear, second brother, you've become remarkably younger. Auntie exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Li Shiwu. Indeed, second uncle, you look like my brother. Li Zihua jested. Stop joking. However, second uncle, you have truly rejuvenated. Your skin looks splendid, remarked Li Zihua's wife, Jiang Weiwan. Great-grandfather, you look wonderful. The family burst into laughter at Guogua's sweet voice. Seizing a moment of quiet, Li Zixuan discreetly retrieved some fruits and vegetables from the trunk. Mom, let me help you. What kind of vegetables are these? So large. So beautiful? Mom, actually, for the past 2 years, I've been selling vegetables in City C, specifically these kinds of vegetables and fruits. Really? Indeed. You must try them. They are exceptionally rare. Currently, I am the only one selling them in the world. The taste is absolutely delightful. And where do you source them? They come from my classmates' research lab. They cultivated them, claiming they are selenium-rich foods, which are very beneficial for health, but the yield is still low. He then recounted the events of the past 2 years, detailing how he ventured to City C alone and faced numerous challenges until a classmate reached out to him for assistance in selling fruits, leading to the establishment of his business. After sharing this, he washed some grapes and presented them to his mother. So delicious. Chuanzi, you must express your gratitude to them. Mom, I will. Now, wash some others and take them out for your father and uncle to taste. Then don't come back inside. It's too crowded. All right. Here, Dad, Uncle, Auntie, brother, sister-in-law, enjoy the fruits. He placed a basket of washed fruits on the table. Chuanzi, what have you been up to these past 2 years? Li Zihua inquired, picking up a cherry tomato. Brother, I have been selling vegetables. Selling vegetables? What is this fruit? It's so tasty. Li Zihua exclaimed, surprised by the small tomatoes in the basket. These are the fruits I sell. My mom is still frying the vegetables. They will be ready shortly, Li Zixuan replied. Upon witnessing Li Zihao savoring a cherry tomato with sheer delight, Annie decided to partake in the experience as well. Delicious, she exclaimed. Soon, everyone joined in, relishing the exquisite taste. In truth, it was simply delectable. There was no need to ponder over words to describe it. Even little Guogua, merely 3 years of age, clutched one in each hand, his mouth delightfully smeared with juice. Chapter 30. Abundance of wealth. Before long, the group noticed the basket was completely empty. They turned to Li Zixuan and asked, is there any more? Well, there is. But dinner will be ready shortly. How about we wait until after the meal to indulge? Such delectable fruit, why bother with dinner? I could feast solely on this. Indeed. I feel the same, chimed in Li Zihai and his father. No, let us eat dinner first. The dishes are even more delightful. Faced with Li Zixuan's resolute demeanor, the others could only hope that the meal would be ready soon. Aunt and sister-in-law Jiang Weiwan rushed into the kitchen to lend a hand. Wow, this dish smells divine. And the rice as well. The three chatting in the living room were suddenly drawn by the exclamations from the kitchen. They lost interest in conversation and followed the enticing aroma. The freshly stir-fried dishes were brought to the table by several burly men, unable to resist the tantalizing scent. Li Zihai began to serve himself rice, especially fragrant since Li Zixuan had replaced the water with spiritual essence. Eventually, when the last dish arrived at the table, Li Zixuan, his father, and uncle were thoroughly sated, even ignoring the 2,000 yuan worth of wine placed before them. After a brief respite, they resumed their meal leisurely with his mother, aunt, and sister-in-law. Not a single grain of rice remained. When Li Zixuan presented a basket of fruit once more, they merely glanced and shot him an exasperated look. Are you doing this on purpose? Li Zihai remarked, watching Li Zixuan's nonchalant demeanor. How does it taste? Delicious. Isn't it? Li Zixuan responded with a hint of pride. You mentioned you were selling vegetables. Surely, it's not these? Uncle asked, surprised. Indeed, it is. Aren't they exquisite? It's beyond exquisite. After tasting this, one craves nothing else. Sister-in-law Jiang Weiwan exclaimed. Right. This must not be inexpensive, correct? Li Zihai hesitated, recalling the Mercedes parked outside when he arrived that evening. Well, it is not cheap. They are priced at over 10 to 20 yuan per jean. And the fruit is even pricier. What? Which vegetables are priced at 10 to 20 yuan per jean? Potatoes and cucumbers are only a little over a yuan per jean. Upon hearing this, the family fell silent. With potatoes and cucumbers selling for just over a yuan outside, how could they command such a price? No wonder they could afford a Mercedes. As the family engaged in conversation when Uncle S' family departed, Li Zishuan presented them with some gifts and fruit he had purchased at the market. That night, Li Zishuan lay in the room he had tea occupied for 2 years. Still impeccably tidy and comfortable. Breathing in the scent of the quilt, he gradually reminisced. He slept soundly until midday, then descended to find his father and mother watching television. You're up? The new year is just 3 or 4 days away. Come with me to the market to buy some things. Li Sherwang said upon seeing Li Zishuan. Father, if you need something, just tell me and I'll fetch it. You should rest at home and take care of yourself, Li Zishuan replied, his eyes still heavy with sleep. Last night, Li Shiv carried out quite a spectacle, snapping several pairs of chopsticks, 2 bowls, and 4 wine glasses. Initially, it seemed inconsequential. But as he indulged in more drink, the situation took a turn. When this matter was raised, Li Shiv felt a twinge of embarrassment. You mischievous boy. If only you had clearly communicated with me, he exclaimed. Well, look at you all. You needn't go. Xuanzi can manage alone. You will help me with the big cleanup later. It was Liang Wenwan, his mother, who could no longer bear to watch. Li Zishuan, having washed up and changed his clothes, called Li Bao and drove towards the town. After 2 years away, the changes were remarkable, reflecting on the family home. He recalled how it had been renovated 2 years prior, but renovation ceased following his father's misfortune. Many household items were now in dire need of replacement, including the rice cooker and gas stove in the kitchen. Upon reaching the town, Li Zishuan hailed a small truck, spending over 800 yuan to assist him with several trips. He then entered an electronics store, purchasing everything that was lacking in the house and replacing what could be updated. He also acquired several large beds and bedding sets. After 4 or 5 trips with the driver, he observed his mother, Liang Wenwan, visibly distressed by the expenses. During the process, he discreetly retrieved items from his spatial storage and placed them in the truck bed, only to be transferred into the house later. The driver, engrossed in his phone, was indifferent to the loading and unloading. Once back on the street, preparations for the new year commenced. Sunflower seeds, milk, beverages, cigarettes, peanuts, beer, donuts, candies, firecrackers, and fireworks were among the items procured, ensuring nothing was overlooked for the festivities. Upon returning home, his parents were busy organizing their belongings, with a large pile of old items accumulating in the yard. Li Zishuan contemplated whether he could exchange all these old possessions for cosmic currency, and without hesitation, he waved his hand, causing everything in the yard to vanish. This startled the little black dog, who barked incessantly. Woof, 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 it exclaimed. The young master had just returned, dismantled its nest, and within a mere 2 days, had made an enormous pile of items disappear. Was there no respite for the dog? Its heart could hardly bear such a shock. Li Zishuan noticed the frightened little black dog and approached, hoping to offer some comfort. Yet, he found the dog trembling uncontrollably. Am I truly that terrifying? He wondered. Don't come near. Are you really not scary? Will my home be torn apart? That massive pile of things just vanished in an instant. The little black dog looked at its young master with a face full of grievance. Li Zishuan retrieved a tomato from his spatial storage and poured some elixir into the dog's bowl. Initially, the little black dog appeared even more apprehensive, fearing that Li Zishuan would make it disappear too. However, upon catching a whiff of the elixir and the aroma of the tomato, it gradually calmed down, casting a hesitant glance at Li Zishuan before slowly approaching to drink from the bowl. Returning to his room, Li Zishuan swiftly entered his spatial storage and clicked to sell all the old items displayed on the trading screen. 14 cosmic coins. Goodness. Could there be something valuable among these old items? He marveled at the unexpected sum, astonished. Leaving the spatial realm, he stepped out of his room and, through the window, noticed that not far behind the house flowed a small river under the sun. This humble stream holds a remarkable significance. Since the tender age of 6, Li Zishuan has frolicked by its banks. During the summer monsoon season, the waters swell to a depth of 4 or 5 meters. In his childhood, he often delighted in catching fish and shrimp here. Reflecting on those cherished memories, Li Zixuan eagerly ran towards the riverbank. However, now it is winter, and the water is shallow, revealing numerous protruding pebbles. As he wandered along the stream, taking advantage of the solitude, he discreetly collected a stone weighing approximately 4 to 5 tons. Then, he planned to sell it. Chapter 31. Money Everywhere 2 Pebbles, for cosmic coins. Truly worth selling. Li Zixuan was filled with excitement as he continued walking, collecting large, conspicuous, peculiar, and subtly hidden items alike, all of which he stored in his space. Before long, he had amassed several hundred pebbles. As the sky darkened, he clapped his hands and prepared to head home. That evening, after a family dinner, Li Zixuan was about to take a stroll when he paused at his father's words. The situation is becoming increasingly outrageous, Li Shiwu grumbled as he switched off the television. Glancing at the screen, Li Zixuan saw crowds protesting in the streets, shouting fervently. Vehicles parked by the roadside bore signs of vandalism. Suddenly, he was struck by the thought, if all Japanese cars were exchanged for cosmic coins, how much would that be? His heart raced with anticipation. But he decided to postpone any plans until after the New Year. On New Year's Day, while Li Zixuan indulged in a late slumber due to his late-night video chat with Shinryu, his mother roused him. After tidying up some incense at home, he prepared to join his father, uncle, and brother in honoring their ancestors. Just as they were about to leave, they heard firecrackers being set off in the village, signaling that other families were ready for lunch. Aunt and sister-in-law were busy preparing the meal, while Li Bao had been assigned the task of chopping wood by Li Zixuan. Initially, their parents felt a twinge of guilt, but they ceased to worry at Li Bao's insistence. Li Zixuan's grandparents had passed away early, and his uncle, Li Shiwen, was Li Shiwu's only sibling, with no other relatives. Their houses were less than 20 meters apart, so they celebrated the new year together almost every year. Prior to the earthquake, villagers lived halfway up the mountain, and after the elders passed, they were buried nearby. Later, due to favorable policies, the entire village relocated closer to the road, making travel more convenient. Li Zixuan and his uncle's family moved down when he was 3 or 4. As the two brothers had begun to earn money through business ventures, each New Year's Day, they would ascend the mountain to pay their respects, symbolizing that even those who had departed were still family, deserving of offerings before the living feasted. Fortunately, the path to the mountain had been improved, making the journey much easier. The 4 of them drove to the mountainside, where they could already see smoke rising from various places. They began with the eldest, bowing, lighting incense, pouring wine, and burning paper. After the paper was consumed, they proceeded to the next site. Upon returning home, dinner was ready. The family gathered around a large round table, with vegetables and fruits provided by Li Zixuan, all colorful and flavorful. After igniting firecrackers, the entire family joyfully enjoyed their New Year's feast. Once the meal concluded, they settled in the courtyard to chat, and Li Zixuan produced a deck of cards for a game of dodiju. During these days at home, Li Zixuan spent his time indulging in eating, playing, and sleeping. On that day, as Li Zixuan observed his family heading out to play mahjong, he began to scour the riverbank. Initially, he collected stones, but soon he did not spare even the wild grasses. As dusk approached, he returned to his room and entered his space, gazing at the mountain of stones and weeds. Without a second thought, he sold them all. Upon seeing his wealth rise to 180,000, Li Zixuan felt an overwhelming joy. In recent days, his father appeared rejuvenated, his hair darkened and vitality restored, able to run and jump, with all his physical attributes significantly improved. When others inquired, his father simply claimed it was due to dyeing his hair. However, his mother still had a head full of gray, though she remained silent about it. Li Zixuan knew she had sighed several times. Today, he was finally able to purchase the D-grade enhancement liquid, which filled his heart with elation. Once again in his bedroom, Li Zixuan held a vial of the potion in his hand. Descending the stairs, he discovered that his parents had yet to return. Left to his own devices, he entertained the little black dog and, upon noticing the chives in the yard, couldn't he resist plucking one to throw into his space. Yet, in the next moment, he was taken aback. He hurriedly rushed indoors and positioned himself beside the trading display screen. Rare plants from the Comet Star. 3. 5 cosmic coins per plant. How much for an acre? The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. However, he soon found himself troubled. If he uprooted everything, how would he explain it to his parents? After much deliberation, he decided to purchase seeds instead. Seeds take about 80 days from planting to maturation. With this thought in mind, he promptly drove to the street. Due to the New Year festivities, many shops were closed, and he was compelled to continue searching. After visiting 3 establishments, he finally found one that sold farm tools, uncertain if they had seeds, but it was the only one still open on that street. "Is anyone here?" he called out. "Coming." A voice responded from within, accompanied by the sounds of raucous laughter, likely from a game of cards. A woman emerged. "Happy New Year, shopkeeper. I would like to see if you have any seeds." "Happy New Year. Yes, we have seeds. Are you taking them with you?" The shopkeeper's wife seemed unfazed. It was common for someone to buy seeds at the beginning of the year, perhaps preparing for seasonal labor. "Yes, indeed. What seeds do you have?" "We have everything, including pesticides and fertilizers." "I'm not interested in those. I only want seeds." "Very well. What do you need?" Do you have cabbage seeds, radish seeds, and chive seeds?" Li Zixuan, wary of seeming overly focused on just chive seeds, opted to ask for 2 other varieties as well. "Yes, we do. How many would you like?" "How many do you have?" "I'll buy them all," Li Zixuan declared generously. This startled the shopkeeper's wife. "Are you sure?" "Absolutely. I want more chive seeds." "All right." After scrutinizing Li Zixuan for a moment to ensure he was not causing trouble, she turned and went inside, returning shortly with 2 large bags. Pointing to one of the bags, she said, "This is chive seed, priced at 38 coins per bag. Given the new year, I'll give it to you for 35. For a total of 100 bags, that comes to 3,500. He pointed towards another large bag and said, "The cabbage seeds are priced at 2 taels per bag, 50 bags in total, and I shall charge you 8 yuan per bag. The radish seeds are also 2 taels per bag, with the same quantity, and I will charge you 15 yuan per bag. Altogether, that amounts to 4,650 yuan. Given the substantial quantity you are purchasing, I shall waive a zero, making it 4,600. The shopkeeper calculated meticulously on her computer and, upon completion, turned her gaze towards Li Zixuan. "All right." Li Zixuan offered no further words, settled the payment, and tossed 2 bags of seeds into his vehicle. As he neared home, he stowed the seeds in his storage space before returning home. By the time he arrived, his parents were already busy preparing dinner. Li Zixuan took out the enhancement liquid and approached his mother. "Mother, would you care to see what this is?" Chapter 32. Money Everywhere 3. Is this what your father has been drinking? Yang Wawan, Li Zixuan's mother, gazed with palpable excitement at the enhancement liquid in her son's hand. Li Zixuan's father approached, equally astonished. "Where did you acquire this, Xuanzi?" "After using it for a few days, I asked a classmate to send another one," Li Zixuan explained. "Mom, you should drink it quickly, although it might hurt a bit. Perhaps you should take it in smaller doses. Indeed, it can be quite painful to consume," Li's father remarked, having first-hand experience. He had endured pain that was more than twice what Li Zixuan had described, though he remained unaware of it. "What is there to fear? A little discomfort is bearable," his mother dismissively replied, tilting her head back and swallowing it in one gulp. Before long, the sensation of pain enveloped her entire body. Li Zixuan exchanged glances with his father, and together they assisted his mother to the sofa. Perhaps it was innate for women to endure pains that men could scarcely fathom. Even the agony of childbirth was something they could withstand. Li's mother persevered through the pain, her forehead glistening with beads of sweat. Having learned from previous experiences, Li Zixuan anticipated the next phase would involve a trip to the restroom. He quickly suggested, "Dad, why don't you help Mom to the bathroom?" Upon hearing this, his parents realized the necessity. "I can manage on my own," Li's mother asserted, rising to her feet and departing. The 2 men waited in the living room for over an hour until she emerged, clad in fresh attire. "Is there a significant change?" she inquired, noticing the astonished expressions on her husband and son's faces. "My dear, you look rejuvenated." "Mom, soon, we could even call you sister when we go out." Li's mother's hair had darkened, and her skin appeared more refined and smooth, despite her relatively young age. The worries of the past 2 years had prematurely grayed her hair. Such jesting. With the entire family in high spirits, Li's mother prepared several of her signature dishes. During the meal, they even opened a bottle of wine, toasting together as a family. However, joyous moments are fleeting. Li Zixuan was set to depart for City C the following day, as numerous matters awaited his attention there. "Xian, remember to bring your girlfriend home when you have the chance," his mother remarked while packing items for him. "Mom, you needn't pack so much. We can easily buy those cured meats." Li Zixuan expressed his reluctance at the abundance of bags his mother was preparing. "I want to be carrying them. Just place them in the car. We can retrieve them when we arrive." During the New Year's dinner, his mother had hoped his elder brother and sister-in-law would introduce a girlfriend to Li Zixuan. Ultimately, he could not withstand the pressure and claimed he was already in a relationship, concluding the discussion by video calling Shinryu, which finally brought his mother's inquiries to a halt. Yet, upon learning of Li Zixuan's relationship, his mother pressed him to bring her back soon and to choose a date for their wedding. All right, I will bring her back when I can. Here, Dad, Mom. I have 2 cards for you, each with 100,000. Please use them to renovate the house and settle any debts with relatives. The rest is for you to spend as you wish. After all, we have money now. There's no need for such a large sum. A few tens of thousands is sufficient for the house renovation. I owe over 100,000 outside. Why would you give me 2 million? Li's father demurred. You should spend your own money. How can a few tens of thousands suffice for a decent renovation? I have the means. There's over 10 million still at my disposal. Li Zixuan responded, concerned that his parents might not believe him. He pulled out his phone to show them his balance. He originally had over 9 million. And during the New Year period, aside from the 4 hotels in Sea City, many others had been procuring from his establishment. The contracts had yet to be signed, and business was unexpectedly flourishing. However, as guests came to the hotel for dining during the New Year, they would inquire, "Your hotel doesn't serve selenium-rich dishes? Let us go to another." This prompted bulk purchases not only from across Sea City, but also from several surrounding towns. After setting aside 2 million for his parents, he still had over 13 million remaining. "Dad, I'll transfer you some money later so you can buy 2 nice cars," Li Zixuan said to his father. His father felt a rush of joy. The car his son had brought back was quite impressive, enhancing his status, though it bore an out-of-town license plate. What is the point of driving a nice car in the countryside? Isn't that a waste? His mother remarked reluctantly. "Mom, now that we have the money, we should spend it," Li Zixuan replied. Feeling a bit uneasy, he thought to himself that since he was leaving the next day, he would take his parents to the city to buy cars today. After all, his father had a driver's license, even if he hadn't driven in years. With that thought, he urged his parents to change clothes. A little over 2 hours later, they arrived at a Mercedes dealership in the provincial capital. Upon seeing the family of 3 enter, a salesperson greeted them warmly. As soon as they stepped inside, Li Zixuan noticed his father's gaze fixated on a G-Class. A few months prior, it would have been out of reach, but times had changed. He pulled aside the salesperson, who was still babbling on about the features. "How much is that G-Class? Can I drive it away today?" The salesperson, taken aback by the directness, stammered, Is there a problem?" No problem at all. Are you saying you want to buy that G-Class?" The salesperson clarified again. "Yes, can I take it today?" "Sir, I think I should tell you more about this model. It's the Mercedes G500. Just tell me the price and if I can drive it away." Li Zixuan interrupted. 2,400,000. "Fine. Let us pay with a card." What do you mean, Hurry and get the contract," Li Zixuan urged. "Zixuan, what are you doing over there?" his mother called out, noticing him whispering to a beautiful young lady nearby. "Mom, it's nothing. You do have a girlfriend. Don't be fickle." Yes, all right. "Dad, do you like this car?" Li Zixuan continued, turning to his father. "I do. This car is impressive. Just don't know how much it costs," his father replied. Not even glancing away, his eyes glued to the imposing vehicles in front of him. "What is so great about it? It's boxy and looks just like a matchbox," Li's mother murmured softly. Upon turning around, Li Zixuan noticed the salesperson returning, a stack of documents in hand. "Dad, come over to sign." Li's father turned to look. The salesperson, recognizing that this handsome young man was purchasing a car for his father, enthusiastically began to explain where signatures were required. Li's father, somewhat confused, started to sign. However, upon seeing the amount, he attempted to leave, but Li Zixuan was prepared, firmly holding him back. "You better wait." He shot Li Zixuan a glance. Li Zixuan proceeded to settle the payment with the finance department, and then the family waited in the VIP lounge for the temporary license plates. After 2 hours, Li's father's irritation had dissipated, and he took Li's mother to the luxurious G-Class vehicle, setting off for home. After all, the license plates could be exchanged in the county. They could simply go there later. The family returned home once again, and it was around 5 or 6 in the evening. Chapter 33, the commencement of cultivation that evening. Li Zixuan summoned Li Bao, who had transformed into an unrecognizable figure over the past few days. He instructed him to follow his father in the car for protection. After a restful night's sleep, Li Zixuan set off alone the next day. Upon reaching a secluded area, he stored the Mercedes in his spatial realm and took a taxi to the airport. Driving alone for over 20 hours was quite absurd. Upon returning to his rented apartment, it was already around 7 or 8 in the evening. After reassuring his family of his safety, He entered his spatial realm and was delighted to see that the 2 acres of leeks were nearly ripe. A quick scan with his phone revealed approximately 130,000 plants per acre, each worth 5 cosmic coins. This meant a staggering total of 455,000 cosmic coins, with earnings nearing $1 million by tomorrow at the latest. He was finally ready to soar. He could now purchase things he had never dared to dream of before. Once his visa arrived, a new chapter of life awaited. Excited, Li Zixuan felt invigorated and called Shinryu, who mentioned she would be back in a few days. He then reached out to Jiang Mingho, inviting him over for a drink. After procuring some snacks and liquor, he returned to his apartment, humming a cheerful tune as he prepared for the evening. Upon hearing that Li Zixuan had returned, Jiang Mingho also made plans to join him. That night, the two enjoyed a bottle of baijiu, yet still craved more, prompting Jiang Mingho to drag Li Zixuan out for further libations. They entered a bar, where the pulsating music and kaleidoscopic lights momentarily disoriented Li Zixuan, who seldom frequented such establishments. His only previous visit had been over 2 years ago, orchestrated by Jiang Mingho. However, as a wealthy heir from City C, Jiang Mingho was a regular here. Upon their arrival, they were recognized immediately. "Brother Hao, you've come. Back to your usual spot?" Manager Wang, adorned with a manager's badge, promptly acknowledged Jiang Mingho. "No need for that. Please reserve a private room for me, and bring in a few ambience enhancers, 2 dragon suits, and 2 bottles of Jägermeister." Typically, Jiang Mingho came here to hunt, but tonight was solely for revelry. "Zixuan, it's been a while since you've been here. Are you planning to stay out all night?" Jiang Mingho teased, his eyebrows arched. "Come on, not everyone is like you. I have things to attend to tomorrow," Li Zixuan replied firmly. Shortly thereafter, 4 flamboyantly dressed and alluring women entered, introducing themselves and engaging in conversation. A few more individuals began to congregate around their table. The 4 women exchanged astonished glances, realizing they were in the presence of affluent patrons. Their enthusiasm grew even more palpable. "Relax and enjoy yourself," Jiang Mingho urged, giving Li Zixuan a reassuring pat on the shoulder. As the atmosphere gradually warmed, they played dice and sipped their drinks, with a few risque jokes thrown in, prompting Li Zixuan to loosen up as well. After leaving the bar, Li Zixuan maintained a semblance of clarity. He arranged for Jiang Mingho and one of the women to be driven home, politely declining the others' invitations to view the waterbed. He returned alone to his rented apartment. The following morning, upon waking, he hurried to his spatial realm and clicked to sell the leaks. The results astonished him, over 9 million. It was time to embark on a significant shopping spree. A-grade enhancement fluid, 2 million, purchased. D-class enhancement liquid, 150,000, purchase. Acquire 3 vials. Blood God Kong Ant Guard, C-class, 300,000, purchase. Acquire 2. Cicada Wing Enhanced Armor, 500,000, purchase. Acquire 2 sets. Benevolent Guardian Necklace, 800,000, purchase. Light Concealment Garment, 100,000, purchase. 36 Battle Fists, 400,000, purchase. Invisible Step, 450,000, purchase. Before realizing it, over 8 million had been spent. Gazing at the array of treasures before him, Li Zixuan lifted an A-class enhancement liquid and drank it greedily. After leaving the space, he prepared himself for the impending side effects. Half an hour later, invigorated, Li Zixuan returned to the space. He appeared even taller and more handsome. His features refined, with noticeable enhancements in strength, speed, and agility. His mind also felt clearer, as if previously incomprehensible concepts had suddenly become lucid. After spending several hours planting leek seeds, he turned to the 2 robots and gave each 10,000 yuan, instructing them to make another trip abroad. Once again surrounded by the treasures, Li Zixuan picked up the concealment garment. It resembled a button-like object. Simply placing it in his pocket and pressing a small button would render him optically invisible, undetectable even by thermal sensors or surveillance, granting him greater confidence for his future endeavors. The Benevolent Guardian Necklace would generate an energy shield upon receiving damage, capable of withstanding a single strike equivalent to 100 tons of TNT or 2 minutes of continuous fire from a heavy machine gun. The energy comes from light and heat. As long as it is worn or exposed to such elements, energy will gradually accumulate. Li Zixuan planned to gift the necklace and D-class enhancement liquid to Shinryu. The 36 battle fists represented a martial art far superior to any earthly combat styles such as Hungar or Muay Thai. While the invisible step was a technique that significantly increased mobility, allowing for movement so swift that even after mastery, no afterimage would remain. There were numerous mystical cultivation methods and martial techniques. Through his exploration, Li Zixuan discovered that this so-called trading center functioned as a platform for transactions with other worlds. However, his current low level limited his access to superior items. The goods he could trade were merely common vegetables, fruits, iron, and stones from his homeland. He was not surprised by the scientific and incredible nature of this, for the space he stood upon was already fantastical in itself. Perhaps in other times, these items held little value, but the leaks, marked with the rarity of their name, had a higher worth. While waiting for Xun Ruyu's return, Li Zixuan began to practice the 36 battle fists and invisible step within the space, perhaps due to the comprehensive enhancement of his physical attributes. He felt a marked increase in flexibility, allowing him to perform all movements with ease. In the past, even basic actions like bending backward or doing the splits were impossible for him. Now, they came effortlessly. The 36 battle fists comprised 36 distinct striking techniques, each more ferocious and intricate than the last, evolving from initial awkwardness to gradual mastery, eventually allowing for spontaneous and fluid execution of strikes in any sequence. In this exercise within the confines of space, over the course of 2 or 3 days, when he finally felt hunger pangs, Li Zixuan realized he had practiced hundreds of times without experiencing any fatigue. Instead, he felt an invigorating lightness throughout his body. Upon exiting the space, he noticed that dusk was approaching. Glancing at his phone, he saw an unanswered call from Xun Ruyu and promptly returned the call. "Where have you been, dear?" Upon connection, he heard Xun Ruyu's concerned tone. "My phone was on silent. I fell asleep in my room. I just woke up and called you," Li Zixuan quickly clarified, preparing to step out for a meal before planning to visit the store. "All right then, I will be back tomorrow. Are you happy?" Xun Ruyu said playfully. "Of course I'm happy. What time will you arrive?" "I will come to pick you up," Li Zixuan replied with genuine delight. Chapter 34. The Injured Woman. It had been nearly half a month since they last met. "One day apart feels like 3 autumns," Li Zixuan remarked mischievously. "Humph. I knew you were thinking something inappropriate." After chatting with Xun Ruyu for a while, they agreed to meet at 10 o'clock the next morning, planning to find a noodle shop. However, after consuming a bowl of beef noodles, he felt unsatisfied. Observing the crowded establishment, he hesitated to order another dish and reluctantly paid the bill before departing. He then ventured into a Shaxian snack shop, where he indulged in a bowl of large wontons and a steamer of dumplings, finally feeling somewhat satiated. Upon entering Yushuan's abode, he noticed a fair number of patrons inside. After greeting Zhang Li and the others, he gleaned the recent happenings and chose not to linger. The establishment had also employed a new man to assist Zhang Gubin with unloading goods. Li Long and Li Hu delivered goods daily to the warehouse, which Zhang Gubin would subsequently transport to the shop. After exiting the store, Li Zixuan contemplated engaging in other ventures beyond merely selling vegetables, perhaps even establishing a company. The future promised numerous transactions, and relying solely on clandestine sales of various items would inevitably lead to complications. With this in mind, he took out his phone and called Jiang Mingho. "Hello, what are you up to?" Li Zixuan inquired, intrigued by the slightly feeble tone in Jiang Mingho's voice. "What's wrong with you? Don't even mention it. I was busy all night, and this morning I had to deliver my tribute. Who can endure that?" Jiang Mingho lamented. It turned out that after a night of drinking, he had spent time with a captivating woman from the bar, and upon waking in a frenzy the next morning, he rushed home. However, Wang Jiayi had noticed something amiss and questioned him about his absence. Left with no choice, he claimed he had been drinking with Li Zixuan and had gotten carried away, but Wang Jiayi was skeptical. "Once the tribute is delivered, I feel utterly drained." Upon hearing this, Li Zixuan decided to offer Jiang Mingho a revitalizing tonic, considering their brotherly bond. "Where are you now? Come over to my place." "Why? Is there more alcohol?" "Forget it. I won't go." Jiang Mingho assumed Li Zixuan was inviting him for another drink. "It's not about drinking. There's something good happening." "Will you come or not?" "Good thing? Just wait." Shaking his head, he turned back towards home. As he walked, Li Zixuan pondered how he could earn some money. He had aspirations of buying a house and starting a business, all of which required significant funds, millions, if not tens of millions. If he relied solely on the meager earnings from Yushuan's fruit sales, it would take an eternity to save enough. Selling some items from the trading center could yield profits. But what to sell and through which channels? Lost in thought, he arrived at his residential complex. Being an older community, the pathways were somewhat dim, with streetlights sporadically illuminating the darkness. Suddenly, a shadow darted out as Li Zixuan was lost in contemplation. Reacting instinctively, he threw a punch forward. Ah! The shadow was sent flying and crashed to the ground, attempting to struggle but unable to rise. It glanced at Li Zixuan and, before uttering a sound, succumbed to unconsciousness. Li Zixuan stood frozen, bewildered by the bizarre turn of events. Hey, wake up, don't play dead. Li Zixuan approached the shadow and gently nudged the figure's leg with his foot. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback to discover it was a woman. However, as he noticed the blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, he was struck with shock. Could it be? Had he inadvertently caused her death? Although his punch had been delivered without full force, the realization that he had struck a woman left him trembling. Despite having witnessed violence and even murder committed by his companions, he had never experienced such a situation firsthand. He merely believed it to be a dramatization akin to what he had seen on television. Yet, the grim reality of having knocked a woman unconscious was now inescapable. Anxiety coursed through him, causing his body to shiver uncontrollably. Surveying the dark surroundings, a wave of helplessness washed over him. He extended a trembling finger, cautiously approaching the woman's nose. A sigh of relief escaped his lips. She was still breathing. Feeling the faint flow of air from her nostrils, Li Zixuan exhaled deeply. It was then that he noticed several wounds on her body, all bleeding profusely. What a coincidence! Had she been pursued? He recalled that if she truly had been chased, it was possible that others might soon arrive. If they mistook him for an accomplice, what would happen? With this unsettling thought, Li Zixuan instinctively turned to flee. But he halted abruptly. Oh well, consider yourself lucky, he murmured to himself, unable to abandon her. He gently lifted the woman and hurried back to his home. About 5 minutes after Li Zixuan departed, 4 men arrived at the scene, meticulously searching the area until they discovered a small pool of blood on the ground. He can't have gone far, find him. The leader barked. Meanwhile, Li Zixuan had placed the woman on the sofa and finally had a moment to examine her closely. She appeared to be in her early 20s, possessing delicate features and a furrowed brow that tugged at his heartstrings. Her form-fitting black attire revealed an alluring physique, accentuated by her long, straight legs. Just as he was lost in contemplation, he suddenly heard a soft groan escape the woman's lips, her brow knitting tighter as if she were enduring immense pain. Li Zixuan found himself in a dilemma, observing the numerous injuries on her body. He realized he didn't possess the necessary medical supplies at home. Should he take her to the hospital? But what if her pursuers were still searching for her? The thought of his friend Jiang Mingho arriving soon added to his distress. Retreating to his bedroom, he slipped into a concealed space and accessed the trading center interface, searching for healing potions. This was a function he had discovered through trial and error. Dead bone revitalization pill, celestial, 5 billion cosmic coins. The description was astonishing. It claimed to be able to restore even a lifeless skeleton in a remarkably short time. However, it was far beyond his means, so he continued searching. Ninth turn Bodhi liquid celestial, 1 billion cosmic coins. Just a single drop could reshape bones and meridians, too expensive. The celestial designation assured its potency, yet the price was prohibitive. Red lotus essence pill, 150,000 cosmic coins. A miraculous remedy for both internal and external injuries. This was it. Sighing, Li Zixuan acknowledged his compassionate nature. Stepping out of the room, he beheld a motionless woman and placed a pill into her mouth. He then silently awaited her response. Within moments, the woman unfurled her brow and gradually opened her eyes. However, upon seeing a large face staring intently at her, a knife inexplicably appeared in her hand. In an instant, she rolled over and pressed the blade against Li Zixuan's throat. Hey, don't be reckless, Li Zixuan exclaimed, utterly terrified, as he watched the woman slowly regain consciousness. Captivated by her beauty, he was taken aback when she suddenly opened her eyes and brandished a knife at his throat. Chapter 35. Jiang Mingho's disorientation. He was utterly oblivious to the location of the dagger concealed by the woman before him. Who are you? The woman, noticing Li Zixuan's lack of hostility and his evident anxiety, gradually relaxed her stance. Who am I? I am the one who saved you. You were in my home. Li Zixuan hastily clarified, witnessing her gradual ease. My injuries? Were you the one who healed me? After scanning the surroundings and sensing Li Zixuan's honesty, she assessed her own body and felt a wave of relief wash over her. It's obvious, isn't it? Who else could it be? Despite her stunning beauty, the chill in her words was palpable. Thank you, she said curtly before rising to leave. Hey, you're just going to leave like that? Li Zixuan queried, astonished. What do you expect me to do? She retorted without glancing back. What is your name? With a hint of exasperation, Li Zixuan posed the question, but received no response in return. Damn, what bad luck. I wasted so much money for this. He muttered under his breath as he watched her retreating figure. By the time he reached the door, there was no one in sight, and he could only vent his frustration softly. Just as he shut the door and turned towards the bedroom, a knock echoed from the entrance. Could it be her again? With a smile, he opened the door only to be greeted by Jiang Mingho's lewd expression. Miss me? Why the surprised look? I must inform you. I'm not fond of fencing, Jiang Mingho teased, observing Li Zixuan's astonished demeanor. Get lost, who misses you? Li Zixuan replied, exasperated by Jiang Mingho's familiar demeanor as he returned to the sofa. Here, drink this. He handed Jiang Mingho a bottle of D-grade enhancement liquid. What is this? Jiang Mingho inquired, eyeing the liquid in the glass vial. I said drink it. No more questions, Li Zixuan replied, his interest waning, fearless of any adverse consequences. Jiang Mingho tilted his head back and consumed the enhancement liquid. What is this? It's sweet. Is there more? He smacked his lips, looking at Li Zixuan. You actually drank it? Li Zixuan was taken aback by Jiang Mingho's trust. Yes. My stomach feels a bit uneasy. Jiang Mingho managed to utter before a wave of pain surged through him. What the hell did you give me? Jiang Mingho gasped, unable to contain his distress. Just hold on. It will pass soon. Li Zixuan offered no further explanation. At that moment, Jiang Mingho was rendered speechless, utterly drained. 5 minutes later, as the pain subsided, he lay on the ground, drenched in sweat, weakly inquiring, what was that? Genetic enhancement liquid. Just the most basic D-grade, Li Zixuan replied nonchalantly. What? Jiang Mingho exclaimed, astonished. Isn't that something out of a sci-fi movie? Just as he finished speaking, an urgent need to use the restroom hit him, and he scrambled to get up and dash towards the bathroom. Li Zixuan, having experienced similar situations twice before, retrieved a complete outfit from his wardrobe, including underwear, still tagged and evidently unworn. Jiang Mingho lingered in the restroom for a considerable half-hour before finally calling out, Xuanzi, do you have any clothes? They're by the door. Just take them yourself, came the reply. Damn, it seems you have been plotting this for quite some time. Jiang Mingho expressed his surprise upon hearing Li Zixuan's words. Seriously. Xuanzi, do you have any more of that stuff? Bring me another 10 or 20 bottles. Jiang Mingho exclaimed as he emerged from the bathroom, immediately addressing Li Zixuan. During his shower, he had noticed a remarkable transformation. His belly had vanished, his physique had improved, his skin appeared more refined, and even his manhood seemed to be more robust. None. Don't even think about it, Li Zixuan retorted. How stingy. Jiang Mingho replied, sizing up Li Zixuan. Feeling that their heights and builds were now quite comparable, bolstered by his newly enhanced physique, he was ready to confront Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan, aware of Jiang Mingho's intentions through his gaze, recalled their playful tussles from childhood. Despite Jiang's physical agility from manual labor, he had often found himself bested by Li Zixuan. Now, however, Jiang's newfound confidence post-enhancement was evident, and this could not be allowed to go unchecked. It was essential to demonstrate to him whether it was Jiang Mingho who had become overly arrogant or if Li Zixuan had lost his edge. With that thought, Jiang Mingho approached Li Zixuan, abruptly wrapping his arms around his neck and attempting to throw him to the ground, intending to mount him and interrogate him about the enhancement liquid. However, he had overlooked a crucial detail, since Li Zixuan had given him the enhancement fluid. It implied that Li Zixuan had also consumed it, and unbeknownst to Jiang, Li Zixuan had ingested the Grade A version. What followed was a swift turn of events. Despite Jiang Mingho exerting all his strength, he could only cling to Li Zixuan's neck, who effortlessly grabbed the fabric of Jiang's shirt and hoisted him up. Hey, let go. I'm just kidding. Jiang Mingho realized too late, as he felt his feet lift off the ground by several inches. With a single motion, Li Zixuan flung him onto the sofa. Wow, Xuanzi, how are you so strong? Jiang Mingho exclaimed, disregarding his own pain and gazing at Li Zixuan in astonishment. Quickly tell me, did you consume that liquid? What are you talking about? That stuff is incredibly expensive. I've only had the Grade D and then the Grade A. Li Zixuan clarified. What? Grade A? How are these grades determined? I feel like my strength has increased tenfold, yet you can lift me with one hand. Li Zixuan, having prepared his explanation, claimed he had fortuitously encountered an elderly professor specializing in genetic research, stating that these enhancement liquids were merely experimental products with various side effects, including significant pain. Upon hearing Li Zixuan's account, Jiang Mingho wore an expression that conveyed skepticism yet intrigue. If I weren't considering how often you engage in various endeavors, or worrying about Jiayi's potential discontent if you don't marry her, I wouldn't bother asking you. Wait, I believe you. Of course, I believe you. Jiang Mingho exclaimed earnestly. Now, about that grade of liquid, can you manage to get some for me? He quickly pleaded, his eyes filled with longing as he looked at Li Zixuan. You have just consumed a grade D drink. You are not yet ready for grade A. Otherwise, you may find it overwhelming. Let's wait until you acclimate, Li Zixuan remarked. Observing the eager expression on his brother's face, unable to refuse him, he then continued, do not harbor hopes for its availability in the near future. Although it remains in experimental stages, its cost is exceedingly high. I summoned you here not only to provide you with the enhancement liquid, but also to inquire whether you have any means of acquiring funds. I aspire to establish a company. After speaking, Li Zixuan turned his gaze toward Jiang Mingho. Chapter 36, Future Technology. How much do you need? I have sold my own stocks, and with a little more effort, I can gather around 10 million. Is that sufficient? Jiang Mingho replied without hesitation. Li Zixuan felt a surge of gratitude. Despite his usual frugality, he was always willing to lend a hand when it mattered. That will suffice. I will offer you 30 of the shares, Li Zixuan expressed with appreciation. No, I have no time to manage such matters. I don't care what you do. Just ensure you don't incur losses. This is all I can offer, nothing more. Jiang Mingho waved his hand dismissively, trying to appear generous despite his discomfort. Li Zixuan understood his sentiments and chose not to elaborate further. The next day, Li Zixuan rose early and drove to the high-speed train station. Initially, he intended to pick her up from her home, but Shinryu found it too troublesome and declined the offer. My dear, I've missed you terribly. In the car, Li Zixuan could hardly contain his excitement and leaned in to kiss Shinryu. Just as she was about to fasten her seatbelt, Li Zixuan lunged at her. And despite her initial struggle, she succumbed to the moment. As they drove home, the couple shared their longings and exchanged amusing anecdotes. Upon returning home, Li Zixuan's restlessness became apparent. Husband, no? It's still daytime. Shinryu, recognizing the gleam in his eyes, quickly pleaded for mercy. My love, I have something wonderful for you. As he heard her words, Li Zixuan recalled the enhancement liquid and prepared to let Shinryu strengthen her body as well. What wonderful thing? Shinryu asked with a look of surprise, secretly thinking that this man had finally learned to surprise his girlfriend, which was no small feat. However, upon seeing the vial of liquid in Li Zixuan's hand, she was at a loss for words. What is this? Just drink it. It's truly remarkable. I have tried it. Though it may cause some stomach discomfort, Li Zixuan said with eager anticipation. You didn't buy some fake medicine, did you? Of course not. Just look at my skin and physique. They are the result of drinking this. Seeing Shinryu's skepticism, Li Zixuan insisted that it would enhance her complexion. Yet, he underestimated a woman's concern for her skin. Then I will drink it. Shinryu decided without considering the potential discomfort. Knowing that Li Zixuan's skin was enviable and realizing it was due to this potion, she dismissed any other thoughts. It's a bit sweet, she remarked after taking a sip. Please sit on the sofa or lie down on the bed, Li Zixuan urged, noticing Shinryu's swift decision to consume the liquid. He assisted her in sitting down. Before long, a wave of pain struck Shinryu. She clutched Li Zixuan's hand, curling up and unable to contain her cries of agony. It hurts so much. My dear, just bear with it. It will pass soon, Li Zixuan said, filled with regret as he witnessed her suffering. Yet he felt compelled to encourage her for the sake of better health. A few minutes later, Shinryu slumped onto the sofa, finding a brief respite before rushing to the bathroom. After a while, when the sound of running water ceased, Li Zixuan, filled with excitement, decided to check on her. He pushed the door, which swung open, revealing Shinryu, who had been too hasty to lock it. What are you doing in here? After the door swung open, Shinryu noticed a hint of surprise on Li Zixuan's face, yet he did not deter her. Upon seeing Shinryu's bare form, perfectly proportioned and exquisitely delicate, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words, ultimately exclaiming, My dear, you have never looked more beautiful. Indeed. Shinryu felt a profound satisfaction as she admired her more perfect physique and the unadorned elegance of her face, which appeared even more refined and three-dimensional, stirring a wave of excitement within her. Li Zixuan, captivated by Shinryu's occasional graceful movements, could not suppress a swallow as he beheld her alluring smile and enchanting eyes. Unable to contain himself any longer, he lunged toward her. Thus commenced a passionate encounter, transitioning from the bathroom to the living room and finally to the bedroom, lasting well into the afternoon. After freshening up, the couple ventured out to shop, acquiring numerous items before enjoying a film together. That night, they fell asleep entwined in each other's arms. The following morning, Li Zixuan, gazing at Shinryu's peaceful slumber, could not resist planting a tender kiss on her forehead. Indulging in a moment of intimacy. After seeing her off to work, Li Zixuan made his way to the Land Management Bureau, where he secured 33 acres of land near the warehouse at an annual rental rate of 140,000 per acre for 50 years. Although he wished to acquire more, the remaining plots had already been leased. He engaged a designer, and after 2 to 3 days of meticulous measurements, primarily due to Li Zixuan's specific requests, the plans were finalized. Within the 30-plus acres, there would be 4 to 6 workshops, each approximately 2,000 square meters, along with 2 office buildings, 2 dormitories, and the warehouse integrated into the design. Upon viewing the layout on the computer, Li Zixuan promptly approved it. The entire factory complex included 5 workshops, a 3-story building combining a cafeteria and supermarket, 2 4-story office and laboratory buildings, and a 5-story dormitory. The landscaping featured artificial hills, and aside from a little over an acre behind the laboratory, the remaining 34 acres were utilized to their fullest potential. Construction commenced with the hiring of builders. Initially, the design fees and various material costs amounted to over 18 million, but after factoring in relationships and gifts, the expenses had already exceeded 5 million. Fortunately, the 2 robots returned, and he named them Dashin and Daqiang, names that were easy to remember, regardless of what their identification indicated. They were assigned to Li Hu's team as Li Zixuan began preparing for production. During this time, the chives in his space had matured for the 4th time. And alongside other plants, he had accumulated nearly 40 million cosmic coins. Li Zixuan planned to purchase the formula for D-grade enhancement liquid, priced at 18 million cosmic coins. While other protagonists seemed to revel in endless cash, Li Zixuan found himself in stark contrast, struggling to maintain liquidity. He was reluctant to engage in illegal activities and did not have connections to any influential figures, save for Jiang Mingho, whose father was somewhat respectable. But he decided against pursuing that avenue. After preparing the necessary documentation, Li Zixuan resolved to register a company, with the venue established and future products in mind. He contemplated the perfect name, ultimately settling on future technologies. After the production of the enhancement liquid, it signifies the future of pharmaceuticals. However, when Li Zixuan beheld the enhancement liquid formula for which he had expended 18 million cosmic coins, he was utterly astounded. Chapter 37 Turning Point. Li Zixuan vented his frustrations loudly within the confines of his space, irate over the list of ingredients on the prescription. Either they were too commonplace or entirely unheard of. There was even a mineral that yielded no results upon online searching. Suggesting what? That it did not exist on Earth. After lamenting in this manner, he resumed his search at the trading center. Fortunately, all the required materials were available. However, when he began to calculate the costs, he realized that producing the potion according to the proportions in the prescription would cost nearly 100,000 cosmic coins per unit. How could one profit from this? In reality, he had invested such a substantial amount, with the construction of the factory alone costing over 10 million. Not to mention the equipment. While some expenses could wait, the medical apparatus required for producing the enhancement liquid amounted to millions, if not tens of millions. Moreover, 100,000 cosmic coins equated to more than 10 times that in Huabi. Who would buy an enhancement liquid priced at 1 million per unit? How many fools would be willing to purchase it? With these thoughts weighing heavily on his mind, Li Zixuan felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him as he sank into the sofa, taking a long drag from his cigarette. Just as he extinguished the cigarette, a figure materialized in his living room. Who? Li Zixuan felt a surge of tension as he rose to gaze at the silhouette. It's me, a woman's voice, cold and crisp, echoed through the space. Upon recognizing the visitor, Li Zixuan expressed his surprise. It's you. What brings you here? His curiosity piqued. He continued. What did you give me last time? The woman's icy voice responded once more. Oh, that was nothing. Li Zixuan recalled the pill he had given her, hesitating to mention its name for fear of her taking advantage of him again, and quickly changed his tone. Tangyu had hurried back to the base after her last visit to Li Zixuan's home. However, upon undressing to inspect her wounds, she discovered that they had healed remarkably, to the point where, were it not for the rips in her clothing and traces of blood, she might have believed she had never been injured at all. The scars on her arm had faded significantly, prompting her to report to her team leader, Chen Huafeng, who took her situation seriously. Unfortunately, the hunt for the individuals responsible for her previous injuries had dragged on for days. Seeing Li Zixuan's wary demeanor, Tangyu felt a surge of irritation. She recognized that she was not adept at negotiations. As she turned to open the door, a man stepped inside. Upon seeing the man, rugged and in his 30s, Li Zixuan was momentarily taken aback. "This is my home. Who are you?" As the man approached, Li Zixuan felt an unsettling sense of danger, every nerve in his body tensing defensively. "Don't be alarmed, young man. I am Chen Huafeng. Want you invite me to sit?" The man noted Li Zixuan's tense posture and, sensing a faint aura of danger emanating from him, smiled amiably. While Li Zixuan's subtle threat did not faze Chen Huafeng, he was here to discuss a collaboration and wished to maintain a cordial atmosphere. "But I do not know you." Li Zixuan remained unmoved, staring intently at the man. "I am a team leader from the Special Affairs Bureau and also her superior," he stated, gesturing towards Tang Yu, before producing a small notebook from his pocket and extending it towards Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan glanced between Tang Yu and the man before ultimately accepting the notebook. Upon opening the booklet, 7 prominent characters caught the eye: Special Operations Intelligence Bureau. The name inscribed was Chen Huafeng, bearing the rank of colonel, accompanied by several steel stamps. After returning the booklet to the man, a look of confusion crossed Li Zixuan's face as he regarded him. In truth, after rescuing Tang Yu, upon encountering Chen Huafeng and the small booklet, Li Zixuan had already begun to believe, for an ordinary individual could never evoke such a sense of danger in him. He merely awaited Chen Huafeng's response. There was no need for doubt, for even if the booklet were counterfeit, the man himself was not. Observing Li Zixuan's lingering skepticism, Chen Huafeng produced his phone and uttered a single word: "Enter." No sooner had he spoken than a dozen armed soldiers burst in, forming a precise line before Chen Huafeng. Saluting and addressing him as "Sir, please give your orders." Li Zixuan was momentarily taken aback, his body tensing further, as he reflected on everything that had transpired. Particularly regarding the matter of space, he believed he had been sufficiently cautious to avoid detection. Yet, now confronted by a contingent of soldiers, he felt a surge of trepidation. "See? I told you this would be effective," Chen Huafeng remarked to Tang Yu, who stood nearby. "Dismissed." "Yes, sir," the soldiers responded in unison, promptly turning to leave. The atmosphere so still that one could hear a pin drop. If not for Tang Yu and Chen Huafeng's presence, Li Zixuan might have thought he was hallucinating. "Now, do you believe? Shall we sit down and converse?" Chen Huafeng regarded Li Zixuan with a hint of amusement. Yes, let us sit," Li Zixuan replied. Finally grasping the situation, the elaborate display was clearly intended to ensure he was willing to engage in a serious discussion. Feeling somewhat awkward, he initiated the conversation. "We are here primarily to discuss what you administered to Tang Yu that facilitated her recovery." "Who is Tang Yu?" Li Zixuan asked, momentarily at a loss. "I am," came the cool response. "Oh, you mean her?" Li Zixuan recalled, stating, "At that moment, I saw a shadow approach, and I struck out, inadvertently causing her to faint. I almost thought I had killed her, so I gave her a vial of medicine." He had initially intended to mention the Honglian Jingji pill but reconsidered, pondering that perhaps Chen Huafeng could assist him, as both substances bore similar effects. "May I see it?" Chen Huafeng sought to discern something from Li Zixuan's subtle expressions, yet gleaned nothing significant. "I can show it, but it is quite expensive." "Huh, I have the entire nation behind me," Chen Huafeng replied nonchalantly. "All right, I will retrieve it." Li Zixuan stood and made his way to the bedroom. "How many of his words do you think are truthful?" Tang Yu inquired of Chen Huafeng. Watching Li Zixuan's retreating form, "Truth is irrelevant. What matters is that the medicine is genuine," Chen Huafeng answered calmly. When Li Zixuan re-emerged, he held a vial of D-grade enhancement liquid, presenting it to Chen Huafeng. "This is it. Is this the one?" Chen Huafeng gazed with a hint of curiosity at the slender glass vial in his hand, barely the length of his little finger. The liquid within was indeed visually appealing, yet he harbored doubts about its efficacy as a miraculous remedy for injuries. "You may call someone to try it," Li Zixuan asserted with confidence. "Come now. I have consumed it twice already. Do I not know its effects?" Chen Huafeng fixed a piercing gaze upon Li Zixuan for a prolonged moment. But all he discerned was unwavering self-assurance. "Come in," he commanded, tapping a few times on his mobile device. A series of knocks followed. Tang Yu appeared at the door, ushering in a young man whose complexion was notably pallid. The man appeared to be in his 20s, with a tall and imposing stature. Despite the ashen hue of his face, which suggested he bore some injuries, there was not a trace of agony to be seen. "Drink this," Chen Huafeng instructed, extending the enhancement liquid toward the young man. The latter glanced at Li Zixuan, then at the vial in his hand, seemingly contemplating something before preparing to tilt his head back and consume it in one swift motion. Wait. Li Zixuan interjected at that moment. Chapter 38. Collaboration. The three of them simultaneously turned their gazes towards Li Zixuan. Well, I must mention that this potion does have a slight side effect. Observing the puzzled yet cautious expressions on their faces, he felt compelled to elaborate further. Rest assured, it is not toxic. However, once consumed, it may induce abdominal discomfort, necessitating frequent trips to the restroom and showers. He paused before continuing. Are you certain you wish to drink it here? He then glanced at the man. Was it the same for you last time? Chen Huafeng directed his attention towards Tang Yu. No. At that time I was unconscious and unaware of the pain, but the latter two did not experience any such issues. As he mentioned the restroom and shower, a rare blush crept across his cheeks. Don't look at me like that. If she drinks it now, it will be the same. As for why she didn't need to use the restroom back then, I cannot say. Noticing Chen Huafeng's gaze upon him, Li Zixuan hastily spoke. All right, let us proceed. He then turned to Li Zixuan, asking, shall I go too? What do you think? Fine. Upon stepping outside, they observed that the night had descended, yet the soldiers had just appeared, surprisingly without disturbing the residents. The group arrived at a room in the hotel. Is it time to drink now? The man inquired, looking at Li Zixuan. Yes, go ahead and drink. The man took a gulp and stood there. Enduring the pain with a furrowed brow, even as sweat beads gathered on his forehead, he remained silent. This guy is tough. Li Zixuan was acutely aware of the pain. Even after having consumed it twice, he would not remain as stoic as the man. After approximately 5 minutes, the man turned and entered the bathroom. Upon returning after several minutes, an expression of gratitude illuminated his face as he looked towards Li Zixuan. How do you feel? Chen Huafeng inquired. Remarkable. I've never felt better. The man exclaimed as he removed his shirt. Chen Huafeng's surprise was palpable. He was well aware that the man had previously been marked by 5 significant wounds across his chest, each several centimeters long, yet now they had completely healed. And even his pallid complexion had regained its rosy hue. His skin appeared notably youthful. Chen Huafeng turned to Li Zixuan, awaiting his response. This is the gene potion I have named. It enhances cellular vitality and improves physical condition. If I am not mistaken, his overall metrics are now doubled compared to before. Li Zixuan's succinct statement left the three of them momentarily speechless. Doubled metrics? Chen Huafeng murmured. Indeed, if you doubt my words, you may verify them. The three exchanged glances before turning to Li Zixuan. If what you say is true, we could indeed collaborate. We shall take our leave now. Chen Huafeng stated as he prepared to depart. Is that all? You're leaving just like that? Li Zixuan was momentarily taken aback. As they settled into the car, Tang Yu turned to the seated Chen Huafeng in the back. Boss, are you certain about collaborating with him? I understand your concerns. How can an unremarkable individual suddenly achieve such feats? Everyone harbors their own secrets, and as long as they do not pose a threat to society or the nation, we cannot impose restrictions. Furthermore, if the potion is genuine, then Chen Huafeng left his thoughts unspoken. Indeed, should the potion prove authentic, it would foster the emergence of more individuals while simultaneously mitigating casualties. Li Zixuan remains oblivious to the fact that every event from his birth to the present is meticulously documented on another desk, right down to the precise moment he would utter his first words. Embark on a romantic relationship, purchase seeds, and determine the quantity, along with when he would commence the sale of selenium-enriched vegetables. Yet, he remains unaware of the origins of these selenium-enriched vegetables, nor does he grasp the nature of the genetic serum, which appears to have materialized from thin air. Upon returning to the base, Chen Huafeng and his companions proceeded to the training room, where a man stepped forward and delivered a punch to the testing apparatus. 542 kilograms, continue. Chen Huafeng urged upon witnessing this. 521, 528, 517, 511, 507. After a flurry of punches, he finally paused. The excitement was palpable for both Chen Huafeng and Tang Yu. The average punching force registered at an astonishing 518 kilograms. This was indeed more than double the usual output. Typically, the man's punches would peak around 260 kilograms. However, the initial strike was generally a surge of accumulated force. Only through a series of punches could one accurately gauge his normal strength. Next came the assessment of speed. Ordinarily, the man would complete 100 meters in around 11 seconds, yet now he clocked in at a remarkable 8 to 9 seconds. Following a comprehensive series of tests and physical examinations, the ultimate conclusion revealed his capabilities exceeded those of an ordinary man by more than a factor of 2. What does this imply? It signifies the shattering of individual limits. The mere thought of this sent Chen Huafeng into a fervor. his body trembling with exhilaration. With no time to ponder further and disregarding the late hour, he retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Tang Xiaonan, the director of the Special Operations Intelligence Bureau, was in his 60s. Had it not been for the discord among the 5 team leaders beneath him, he would have long since retired. He had contemplated appointing a deputy director, yet none of the 5 were willing, each preferring either to oversee operations from the rear or charge into the fray. Not long after he had settled into slumber, a call interrupted his rest. Upon recognizing the caller's name, he muttered, "This troublesome lad never lets me rest easy." Nonetheless, he answered the call, only to find sleep eluding him thereafter. "Director, this is splendid news. Absolutely splendid." Chen Huafeng's exuberant voice resonated on the other end of the line. "What is so splendid? What do you mean by absolutely splendid? It's the middle of the night. What is your point?" Tang Xiaonan inquired. It's about the matter I reported to you this afternoon. It has been validated. It truly doubles human strength." Chen Huafeng hurriedly explained over the phone. "Is that so?" Tang Xiaonan pondered the afternoon's events before responding with delight. "Truly? More genuine than gold." At that moment, Li Zixuan lay soundly asleep, cradling Shinryu, blissfully unaware that his enhancement serum had kept an entire base awake throughout the night. The following day, after escorting Shinryu home, Li Zixuan encountered 3 individuals standing at his doorstep. Aside from Chen Huafeng, whose eyes were red-rimmed, the other 2 were unfamiliar to him. "What brings you here?" Li Zixuan inquired, somewhat taken aback. "We've been waiting for you," Chen Huafeng replied. "Then let us discuss this inside." Li Zixuan opened the door and welcomed 3 individuals into the room. "This is Professor Qin from our bureau, and this is Tian Hao, who will be discussing the collaboration with you," Chen Huafeng introduced. "Hello, I am Tian Hao," said the young man. "Greetings, I am Qin Mingze," he added. "Good day." "Good day," Li Zixuan promptly greeted them. Although he was unfamiliar with both individuals, he surmised that genuine contributors to the nation are few and far between in the public eye. After a brief and unproductive exchange, it was Chen Huafeng who, unable to tolerate the idle chatter any longer, swiftly steered the conversation back to the main topic. Chapter 39, Upgrades and Accidents. "With that, I shall speak plainly." Tian Hao glanced at Li Zixuan, hesitating for a moment before continuing. "We have several proposals on our end. One option entails acquiring all your gene enhancement liquids, including patents and formulas." After a brief pause to gauge Li Zixuan's reaction, he continued, "We have noted that your serum has yet to be patented, correct?" Before Li Zixuan could respond, Tian Hao interjected, "I see that you have already registered a company and begun constructing a factory, so we shall not seek a different location. However, we require company shares and military protection. Allow me to clarify. I genuinely wish to collaborate, and I would like to present my approach for your consideration." Upon hearing Tian Hao's words, Li Zixuan promptly interrupted, incredulous, "Are you truly seeking protection? Is that your aim? I had no intention of exposing you. Pray, tell me more." Tian Hao maintained his composure, unperturbed by Li Zixuan's interruption. "My factory is still under construction, and it remains uncertain how long it will take. The serum is not yet capable of mass production, as many of the required ingredients are exceedingly rare, yielding only about 50 vials per month." After more than an hour of negotiation, they reached an agreement with the following terms. First, they would provide 80 vials of the serum each month, compensated at 500,000 in cash per vial. Li Zixuan's willingness to sell at such a low price stemmed from his possession of the formula, which would enable mass production in due time, allowing him to market the serum for upwards of 500,000, perhaps even 1 million. Second, an additional 25 acres of land would be allocated for the factory, with all construction costs covered by the Special Affairs Bureau. Third, as production increased, priority would be given to supplying the nation before the market, with corresponding compensation from the government, were it not for his desire to contribute to the nation. Li Zixuan would never have agreed to sell at 500,000 per vial. The cost at the trading center was already 100,000 cosmic coins. Just the 100,000 cosmic coins alone far exceeded 1 million Huagua currency, not to mention the processing costs. Nevertheless, there are gains and losses, at the very least. Li Zixuan could now operate without the fear that had previously haunted him. Not being dragged off for dissection research was a blessing in itself. What more could he ask for? After exchanging contact information, Li Zixuan presented them with 10 vials of the enhancement liquid, and the trio departed in high spirits. Once they were gone, Li Zixuan settled onto the sofa, examining the contract in his hands, lost in thought. The factory no longer required his concern, and the payment would arrive within half an hour. Seeing his balance swell to over 18 million, he felt a surge of joy, after all. While the enhancement liquid was expensive, his earnings in cosmic coins were swift. Due to regulatory constraints, he could only cultivate 2 acres of leeks. Yet they matured every 3 days, yielding over 9 million in income. Glancing at his balance, he prepared to return the money to Jiang Mingho, but paused. Not yet. I shall repay double in due time. In the following month, Li Zixuan's days were fulfilling, apart from shuttling Shinryu to and from work. He would visit the shop and check on the factory. Witnessing the transformation of the factory zone, one cannot help but marvel at the formidable strength of the nation. In merely a month, it has already taken shape, and one can surmise that within another month, it will be ready for production. As Li Zixuan hummed a tune to the music playing in his car, he was suddenly startled by a voice in his mind. Ding, space upgrading. Upgrading? It can still upgrade? He pulled over to the side of a deserted road, intending to slip inside and investigate, but found himself unable to enter. After several futile attempts, an inexplicable chill enveloped him. Damn, he had just signed the contract. The factory was on the verge of completion, and Li Zixuan was poised to embark on an ambitious venture. Yet now, he was barred from entering the ring space. The vegetables and fruits in his shop were on the verge of spoiling, and the hotel could no longer supply fresh produce. The penalty for breach of contract was substantial. And if the Special Affairs Bureau discovered that he could no longer procure the enhancement liquid, the more he pondered, the more chaotic his thoughts became, leading to a growing sense of agitation. Unconsciously, he continued driving, unaware that his car meandered down the road like a drunken soul. Beep, beep, beep. A cacophony of honking horns accompanied by flashing high beams jolted him back to reality. However, by the time he regained his senses, he was confronted with a large truck laden with cargo barreling towards him. He hastily swerved the steering wheel, but it was too late. Bang! A deafening crash resonated, followed by a screech of brakes. Li Zixuan felt the world spin wildly, only to be met with another thunderous sound. The Mercedes, having rolled over several times, lay mangled on the ground. In a state of shock, Li Zixuan scrambled out of the vehicle. At the moment the truck collided with him, he vaguely perceived a flash of light emanating from the ring on his hand, as if he were enveloped by some unseen force. Remarkably, even the airbags deployed from the impact did not strike him. Upon exiting the car, he beheld the wreckage of his vehicle, the driver's cabin grotesquely contorted, and it was difficult to fathom how he had survived. Still reeling from the shock, he noticed the large truck overturned on the road, and a wave of guilt washed over him as he rushed towards the driver's cabin. However, upon discovering that the driver had collapsed, he swiftly called for emergency services. With all his strength, he pried open the deformed door, checked the driver's pulse, and found no serious injuries, just unconsciousness due to the impact. He carefully extricated the driver and propped him against the roadside. Rising to inspect the interior of the truck, he found it empty, which provided some relief, as many large trucks are operated by 2 drivers. Observing the traffic jam behind and ahead, Li Zixuan felt even more remorseful. At that moment, the cargo from the overturned truck spilled onto the road, and a sense of helplessness washed over him. Suddenly, he recalled that Tian Hao had mentioned he could call him if anything arose. Chapter 40. How intelligent. Upon this realization, Li Zixuan swiftly retrieved his mobile phone and dialed a number. Brother Hao, I find myself in a predicament and require your assistance, he declared as soon as the call connected. What seems to be the issue? Came the calm response from Tian Hao on the other end. I was involved in an accident on the highway. A large truck has overturned, and traffic is now at a standstill. Could you possibly arrange for a helicopter? Li Zixuan spoke with a hint of anxiety. Is anyone injured? Tian Hao inquired. No, thankfully there are no casualties, but the truck driver has fainted, and the ambulance cannot reach us due to the traffic jam, Li Zixuan replied, his voice tinged with concern. Wait 10 minutes, Tian Hao instructed before hanging up. After the call, Li Zixuan observed numerous vehicles navigating through the emergency lanes. This only heightened his urgency. How can this be considered fine? Everyone is using the emergency lane. It's unrealistic to expect the ambulance to arrive anytime soon. Yet, despite his growing anxiety, he recognized that this situation was a consequence of his own actions. Moments later, the sound of a helicopter echoed above. Li Zixuan waved eagerly. As the aircraft hovered about 5 to 6 meters overhead, a rope was lowered, followed by a soldier descending. Are you Li Zixuan? The soldier inquired. Yes, comrade, I am Li Zixuan, he replied. Where is the injured person? Over there, Li Zixuan gestured. The soldier approached the driver, assisted him upright, secured him with a harness, and then grasped the rope, ascending away. Thank you. Li Zixuan called out, his voice filled with gratitude. At that moment, his phone rang with an unfamiliar number. Hello, this is the emergency doctor. We are currently stuck behind. How's the injured party? An urgent voice inquired as soon as the line connected. Hello, doctor. I apologize for the trouble, but please do not worry. The driver has already been airlifted. Li Zixuan explained apologetically. Airlifted? The doctor's voice was filled with disbelief. Ultimately, it was the traffic police who arrived with the ambulance. Although the driver had been evacuated, it was impractical to send the medical team away. With the traffic so congested, maneuvering any vehicle was a formidable challenge. Once the traffic police and doctors disembarked, Li Zixuan sincerely explained the situation until the driver had been safely retrieved. By this time, it was already past 9 o'clock. Knowing that Shinryu would soon finish work, Li Zixuan made a call to inform her that he would be home late, not wanting to cause her unnecessary worry. After the traffic police completed their assessment of the scene, Li Zixuan heeded their instructions and called for a large truck, a tow truck, and several workers. He watched as the workers departed, and the overturned truck was finally lifted and towed away, clearing the roadway. It was not until after midnight that Li Zixuan returned home with the traffic police. He promised to report to the station the following morning before stepping through his front door. What a day this has been, he sighed heavily. After a moment of reflection, he noticed Shinryu peacefully sleeping on the bed. Reluctant to disturb her, he washed up and settled onto the sofa to rest. The following morning, Shinryu awoke to find Li Zixuan curled up on the sofa, a wave of concern washing over her. Darling, wake up and come to bed, she gently urged. Tapping his shoulder. Wifey, you're awake? He mumbled sleepily. Li Zixuan opened his eyes to find Shinryu close by, who spoke, Indeed. I have no idea what time you returned last night. Why didn't you sleep in bed? It's fine. Sleeping here is just as good. With that, Li Zixuan rose from the sofa and embraced Shinryu. After freshening up, he saw Shinryu off as she took a taxi to work, while he hailed a cab directly to the traffic police station. His own car had been rendered useless, devoid of any repair value. Unlike the large truck that had merely tipped over due to inertia without severe damage. Upon arriving at the traffic police station, Li Zixuan sought out the officer he had encountered the previous night. He learned that the driver had awakened in the middle of the night, underwent a thorough examination, and only required 3 stitches on his forehead. Hearing this filled Li Zixuan with guilt, for he bore full responsibility for the incident. However, with a commendable attitude of remorse and assistance from Tian Hao, the outcome was that Li Zixuan paid a fine, compensated the driver for all expenses, and covered the costs of the vehicles and labor from the previous night. After exiting the traffic police station, he purchased some fruits from a roadside vendor and headed to the hospital. Acknowledging his responsibility, he felt compelled to offer his support. At the hospital, he expressed his apologies profusely to the driver, despite the compensation already arranged through the police. However, he insisted on giving the driver a card containing 100,000, which seemed to ease the driver's mind. After leaving the hospital, with the burden of the accident lifted, Li Zixuan's thoughts turned to upgrading his space. As he prepared to gather his belongings for his departure, a voice suddenly resonated in his mind, filling him with joy. Upgrade successful. He hurriedly took a taxi back home, excitement and anxiety coursing through him as he deeply kissed the ring on his finger, silently repeating to himself, Enter, before closing his eyes to await the judgment of fate. When Li Zixuan opened his eyes again, he found himself within the confines of the ring's space. His heart raced with exhilaration. Yet he was suddenly unsettled by the sensation of having his fate controlled by another. Shaking his head, he surveyed the space, which seemed to have expanded. Previously measuring 150,000 square meters, it now felt as though it exceeded 200,000. The air within the space was more refreshing. Gazing at Lingshui Lake, he noticed its increased size. Even the 3 ponds he had previously excavated appeared significantly larger, with the spiritual water within them also having increased. However, the space felt barren, as all the previously cultivated plants had vanished, and even the fish and shrimp in the ponds were gone. Turning towards the warehouse, he found it empty as well. This is it, was the only thought that crossed Li Zixuan's mind in that moment. He hurriedly made his way to the trading center. Welcome, master. A voice startled him. It was a little girl's voice. He was taken aback. This was his space. How could there be another person? It's me, master. Hearing the voice again, Li Zixuan followed the sound to see a small, sprite-like girl displayed on the trading screen. Are you the one speaking? He inquired, intrigued. Yes, it's me. The little sprite replied cheerfully. What are you? A sprite? I'm not quite sure. I woke up like this. Upon hearing Li Zixuan's words, the little sprite fell into a momentary stupor before responding. Oh, what about my belongings? What has become of the items in the warehouse? Li Zixuan, recalling the desolate emptiness of the space, hastily inquired. Are you referring to those plants? The little sprite chimed in a bright, melodic voice. Indeed, where are they? They have all been sold. The sprite continued after a brief contemplation. If they were not sold, they would face obliteration. Upon hearing this term, Li Zixuan could not help but feel a shiver run down his spine. Chapter 41. The Hierarchy of Civilizations, indeed, the obliteration. But how did you come into existence? Furthermore, what is the phenomenon of spatial advancement? Li Zixuan, recalling the previous upgrade and the sudden emergence of the spirit, could not help but inquire. Your master has fulfilled the task requirements. The little spirit replied playfully. Now that your space has upgraded from its primitive state to level 1. I have appeared. I am the spirit of tools within the realm of cultivation, and an intelligent life form in the technological domain. The little spirit nibbled on its pinky finger, contemplating for a moment before continuing. Do you know what the highest level is? And what exactly are the realms of cultivation and technology? Level 9. The technological domain is the system in which you currently reside, primarily centered around technology. The cultivation system, however, focuses on the art of cultivation, the little spirit answered candidly. And what does my current state represent? Upon hearing this, Li Zixuan was not overly astonished, for he had previously glimpsed the cultivation techniques and the advanced technologies within the trading center that surpassed the current civilization. His curiosity was merely piqued by the emergence of the ring. Because of the fall of a divine civilization, the little spirit responded with a hint of seriousness. The fall? Li Zixuan exclaimed in astonishment. Even at level 9, it can still face annihilation? I do not know. My level is too low, and many things remain unawakened. The little spirit replied vacantly. Unawakened? What does that mean? Li Zixuan was now akin to an inquisitive child, brimming with questions. Feel free to ask, the little spirit encouraged. Thus, through a series of questions and answers, Li Zixuan gradually pieced together an understanding, supplemented by his own conjectures, leading him to a conclusion. A planetary civilization is stratified by levels. A level 1 civilization can utilize the resources of an entire planet, while Blue Star can only be considered as a level 1 civilization at best. A level 2 civilization can traverse its own star system, freely navigating and extracting resources. Equipped with interstellar battleships and star fleets, a level 3 civilization is capable of crossing star systems and establishing diplomatic relations with other civilizations, able to navigate the dark universe. Given the vast distances between galaxies, even at 3 times the speed of light, travel would require decades or even centuries. Only by exceeding 3 times light speed can one enter the dark universe for swifter travel. Levels 4 through 6 do not exhibit substantial differences. The hallmark of a level 4 civilization is the existence of long-distance teleportation gates, enabling cross-domain transportation and the ability to manipulate human genetic sequences for extended lifespans and enhanced capabilities. In contrast, a level 6 civilization has achieved the creation of mobile teleportation gates and has already accomplished genetic sequencing. Unlocking human genetics merely taps into existing potential. Possessing the ability to freely sequence genes is immensely powerful, as they can adapt themselves to their environment. As for higher-level inquiries, the little spirit has yet to awaken. The term awakening refers to the lack of access to certain memories and information due to insufficient levels. The cultivation civilization operates on the principle of absorbing spiritual energy through practice, pushing their limits, and comprehending the laws of existence. Through cultivation, they attain the ability to soar through the skies and traverse the earth, to move mountains and part seas, to shatter stars with a mere gesture. Though their strength may manifest as individual prowess, the true measure of a civilization's level lies in the quantity of high-end individuals it possesses. If we were to categorize the cultivation civilizations into levels 1 through 9, then individuals of a level 1 cultivation civilization could withstand the might of aircraft and missiles from a level 1 technological civilization. The reason I obtained the demon ring was merely due to the cataclysm of a level 9 civilization. This demise could be attributed to either an overabundance leading to decline or the influence of other, more formidable civilizations. The fall of a level 9 civilization scatters remnants of its order and rules among lower-level civilizations, thereby fostering their growth. These notions, gleaned from the words of the little sprite, are but conjectures of Li Zixuan. They may not be the absolute truth, yet the demon ring now rests in his possession. He has also come to understand why he emerged unscathed after being struck by a vehicle yesterday. This is due to the ring's inherent attributes. which are indeed real. Defense 999, attack 999, speed 999, and a single opportunity for resurrection. Although Li Zixuan has yet to test the attack and speed attributes, he did experience the defense firsthand yesterday. The two vehicles were utterly mangled. Had it been anyone else, they would have been reduced to mere pulp. Yet he remained completely unharmed. Master? Noticing Li Zixuan lost in thought, the little sprite called out. Huh. Li Zixuan snapped back to reality, shaking his head to dismiss thoughts of distant matters, focusing instead on the present. Little sprite, do you have a name? He inquired, gazing at the adorable little sprite on the screen. Of course. Why don't you give me a name, master? The sprite blinked her beautiful big eyes. How about I call you Xiaoling? Li Zixuan pondered for a moment. All right, master. I shall be Xiaoling. She replied cheerfully. Xiaoling, please show me my remaining balance. Li Zixuan requested. Certainly, master. The exuberant sprite responded joyfully. The screen transitioned to the original appearance of the trading center, where a little sprite, reminiscent of the early QQ penguin, bobbed around in the upper left corner. Focusing on the interface, Li Zixuan's excitement surged as he beheld his balance. It was simply staggering. After counting the lengthy string of numbers several times to confirm, he realized he had over 240 million cosmic coins. If all were converted into formulas for synthesizing D-grade enhancement liquids, that would amount to over 2,014 vials, enough to fill a large basket. The 10 vials he previously handed to Chen Huafeng required a metal box for transport if they were to discover the extent of his wealth. They would surely need several armored vehicles for transport. After the initial thrill subsided, Li Zixuan's thoughts turned to the barren land and empty pond. How long would it take to cultivate them? With this in mind, he turned to Xiaoling. Xiaoling, for the land in my space, how should I go about planting things? He inquired. Master, you can purchase a few attribute sprites. They can assist you with planting and nurturing. Xiaoling tilted her little head and thoughtfully replied. Could you tell me more about them? Li Zixuan asked, curiosity piqued. The water sprite possesses the ability to nourish plants, while the earth sprite can aerate the soil. The wind sprite facilitates the dispersal of pollen, and the strength sprite aids the master in sowing seeds. Upon hearing the introduction of these enchanting sprites, Li Zixuan began to comprehend that he could relinquish these tasks, entrusting them to the sprites and thereby liberating himself. However, one might argue that robots could perform these duties as well. If it were merely a matter of basic maintenance, robots would suffice. Not quite the same, my master, responded the sprite. With the sprite's assistance, the benefits during future upgrades to your space will be immeasurable, something mere robots cannot replicate. Very well, I shall purchase them, he declared, waving his hand with confidence, for he had the means. Yet, upon gazing at the prices of these attribute sprites, Li Zixuan's expression morphed into one of dismay. How exorbitant! He exclaimed. The prices for these sprites ranged from 10 million to 30 million. The strength sprite was the most affordable at 10 million, while the water and earth sprites commanded a staggering 23 million, and the wind sprite was priced at a full 30 million. Upon this realization, Li Zixuan felt a strong inclination to revert to handling the tasks himself. Nevertheless, after some contemplation, he reluctantly decided to purchase one water sprite, one earth sprite, 2 strength sprites, and 1 wind sprite. Upon completing his transactions, he noticed that his balance had dwindled to just over 108 million points. Chapter 42. The charming little sprites. However, when 5 little sprites appeared before him, he felt that the 96 million he had spent was truly worthwhile. Before Li Zixuan stood 3 sprites, each measuring around 20 centimeters in height, alongside 2 others that stood half a meter tall. The 3 diminutive sprites were a water sprite with azure hair, a soil sprite with golden locks, and a wind sprite with snowy tresses. Their exquisite features accentuated their large, expressive eyes, whose irises mirrored the colors of their hair. With delicate, translucent wings, they hovered curiously before Li Zixuan, examining him with great interest. The 2 larger strength sprites, standing at half a meter, possessed soft blue eyes. They lacked wings and prominent muscles, yet their entire bodies exuded an aura of strength, embodying the essence of their kind. Greetings, Li Zixuan said with a gentle smile directed at the 5 sprites. Ah, it can talk, exclaimed the water sprite, wide-eyed in astonishment. Wow, it's so tall. Yes, but it has no wings, the wind sprite added, as the 3 flying sprites circled around Li Zixuan, delightfully scrutinizing him. Gazing at the 3 small sprites, Li Zixuan felt his spirits lift considerably. After a delightful frolic with the trio, he named the wind sprite Xiao Feng, the water sprite Xiao Lan, and the soil sprite Xiao Huang, while the 2 strength sprites were dubbed Da and Ayer. He then took the 5 sprites to the trading center. Upon entering the vast space, the sprites were taken aback. Master, you cannot expect us 5 to manage such an expansive area, can you? Is there a problem? Li Zixuan inquired, somewhat astonished. No, we can't handle it. It's too much. The water sprite exclaimed, shaking its head vigorously. The wind and soil sprites shared a look of trepidation, while the strength sprites stood there, dumbfounded. Is it the land that is too vast? Li Zixuan pondered, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Yes, indeed. It's far too much for us. The water sprite insisted resolutely. Then, how many do you require? We need at least 3 more. The water sprite counted adorably, voicing its need. 3 more? So that's 4 water, soil, and wind sprites, along with 6 strength sprites? Li Zixuan calculated, realizing he lacked sufficient funds. Yet, he did not wish to see the land barren. After some contemplation, he decided to purchase another set. 2 sets were beyond his means. Turning back to the trading center, he spent another 96 million, bringing forth 5 more sprites. I can manage this many now, he explained. Noticing the 5 sprites still looked somewhat discontented. However, you can take on fewer tasks. Work hard to earn more so I can acquire more companions for you. Very well. They responded in unison, accepting the situation. After calming the 10 little sprites, he exited the space and promptly hailed a cab to the agricultural market. Boss Lu, where is everyone? Li Zixuan called out as he stepped inside. Oh, what a surprise. It's Li Boss. Long time no see. Boss Lu exclaimed with enthusiasm upon seeing Li Zixuan, offering him a pack of cigarettes. It has indeed been a while. I require a large quantity this time. Li Zixuan replied, taking a stick and lighting it. After a brief conversation with Boss Lu, I placed an order for the previously sold vegetable seeds, ginseng, goji berry seeds, and all varieties of fruit seedlings available in the market. The most abundant were the chive seeds, alongside potato and sweet potato seeds. Once the order was finalized, I requested Boss Lu to deliver everything to his warehouse, which totaled over 1 million. In the afternoon, I transported all the seeds into the space. Upon arrival, the 10 playful sprites were taken aback by the sudden appearance of a large mound before them, all staring in astonishment. Seeing the dazed sprites, I felt a twinge of sympathy, yet I clapped my hands to garner their attention. Do we need to plant all these seeds? The 10 sprites inquired, their expressions blank. No, I merely bought a lot, I replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. You can prioritize planting chives, so I can procure a few of your companions more swiftly. I coaxed the sprites. I proceeded to explain the contents of the bags. Although the sprites were already familiar with most seeds, many were packaged in plastic bags. After reassuring the sprites, I recalled there were over 12 million cosmic coins here and suppressed my curious heart. I swiftly made my way to the warehouse to chat with Li Hu and the others, then took a taxi to the Mercedes dealership. Lacking a vehicle made many things inconvenient, and I arranged with Tion how to provide him with the remaining 70 strengthening potions by the end of the month. At which point I would have 35 million, sufficient to purchase a house. Upon entering the dealership, the sales staff greeted me warmly. Sir. Before the saleswoman could finish, I interjected, do you have a G-Class? Yes, she replied. I handed her my card, and she seemed momentarily taken aback by my directness. I refrained from lengthy discussions with the saleswoman as Shun Ryu was nearing the end of her shift. I spent over 260,000 and headed straight to Shin Ryu's workplace. As I exited the vehicle, I noticed Jiang Mingho holding a bouquet of fresh flowers. What is this about? I asked, giving him a light tap on the shoulder. Oh, don't even get me started, he replied, and upon seeing me, he began to vent his frustrations. It turned out that 2 nights prior, while at a bar, Wang Jiai had called several times without receiving a response, leading her to track him down via his phone location. Despite his attempts to explain, nothing seemed to work, and even his parents called to reprimand him. Wang Jiai had since moved to a hotel. Listening to his plight, I felt a sense of sympathy. Take care of yourself. I can't help you here. No, brother. You must assist me. My father has issued a stern ultimatum. If I can't resolve this in 3 days, he'll break my legs. Jiang Mingho exclaimed, looking utterly pitiful. I can't believe your father would actually do that. Besides, your mother wouldn't agree. Actually, she does, he retorted. That's hasty. How could your mother, who dotes on you so much, agree? Li Zixuan was taken aback, for Jiang Mingho was the cherished gem of their family. With no sons in his uncle's family and none in his second uncle's household, he was the sole heir of 2 grand families. During their school days, they would jokingly say, while others played do di zhu for Jiang Mingho, It was a game where one could wager property deeds, although this might have been somewhat exaggerated. His mother could effortlessly purchase 100 properties in the city. The company where he was currently employed was, in fact, a family enterprise owned by his grandfather. And his father had just been promoted to vice mayor, overseeing construction projects. Yet, this privileged scion, a blend of affluence and authority, now found himself in a most disheveled state. Very well, I shall speak with Sister Jiai and see what transpires. However, I cannot guarantee the outcome. Encourage your wife to lend her voice as well. All right then, young Master Jiang. Chapter 43. Expressing affection as Shin Ryu engaged in conversation with Jiang Mingho. Li Zixuan and the others had also finished work. However, upon noticing the gazes of those around them, Li Zixuan couldn't help but maintain a distance from Jiang Mingho. It was inevitable. Jiang Mingho, holding a bouquet of flowers, looked eagerly into the company, while Li Zixuan, empty-handed, was overshadowed by the multitude of beautiful women emerging from the magazine office. They cast envious glances at Jiang Mingho, while they regarded Li Zixuan with indifference. Darling, over here. Upon seeing Shin Ryu and Wang Jiai exiting, Li Zixuan called out eagerly. But Jiang Mingho was quicker. Darling, these are for you. He presented the flowers to Wang Jiai, his face radiating affection, eliciting envy from their lingering colleagues. Sister Wang, I truly envy you for having such a wonderful boyfriend. After several years together, he still surprises you. Indeed, Sister Wang, where can one find such a remarkable man these days? Listening to the sweet murmurs of her colleagues, Wang Jiai felt a sense of helplessness. How could she confess in such a public setting that he had gone out to have fun and she had caught him and demanded an apology? Such a revelation would only imply a lack of charm on her part. Li Zixuan, overhearing their remarks, caught sight of Shin Ryu's expressive eyes. Feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Shall we go for dinner? It's on me, he said, his cheeks flushing with a hint of awkwardness. He took Shin Ryu's hand and helped her with her bag. Darling, let's go. He whispered softly in her ear. Let us go, Sister Jiai. He shot a glance at Jiang Mingho, who promptly scampered off to fetch the car. As Shin Ryu and Wang Jiai settled into Jiang Mingho's vehicle, they turned to look at Li Feng after exiting the parking lot. How's it going? Boss, it's progressing. Li Feng, being an intelligent robot, could intuit many of Li Zixuan's thoughts. Upon hearing Li Feng's words, Li Zixuan understood that progressing was no small feat. The difference between someone who approaches deliberately and someone who gradually draws near is significant. Since becoming involved with Li Zixuan, Shin Ryu had primarily maintained her friendship with Wang Jiai, gradually distancing herself from her past connections, making it all the more challenging for someone new to emerge. Li Feng's assertion of progressing indicated genuine effort on its part. After discussing matters with Li Feng for a while, Li Zixuan got into the car and departed. The four of them arrived at a hot pot restaurant. One should not assume that a hot pot place is inexpensive. Previously, Li Zixuan would have been reluctant to dine here, as this establishment prided itself on freshness, of course, at a premium price. Oysters, crab sticks, fugu sashimi, and beef tripe, all were impeccably fresh, with some items limited to one order per table. After indulging in a satisfying meal, Wang Jiai accompanied Jiang Mingho home. After all, having been together for several years, a little quarrel could easily be resolved with a bit of coaxing. Shin Ryu leaned in the passenger seat, lost in thought. Darling, what's wrong? Are you troubled? Li Zixuan noticed her distraction. Honey, do you think you would ever abandon me? Shin Ryu, perhaps influenced by Wang Jiai's situation, expressed a hint of fear. How could that ever be? Li Zixuan, one hand on the steering wheel and the other clasping Shin Ryu's hand, reassured her. My dear, I had never imagined that I would one day encounter you. Not only are you exceptionally beautiful, but your family is also far more privileged than mine. To have you by my side while I was merely a reclusive young man with nothing to my name fills my heart with immense contentment. In this life and the next, I am willing to be with you. Li Zixuan, who is not usually one to express romantic sentiments, held Shin Ryu's delicate hand, gazing out the window before turning to her, his voice imbued with deep affection. My love, you are truly wonderful. In this life, the next, and the one beyond, we shall be together. Hearing such heartfelt words from the typically straightforward Li Zixuan moved Shin Ryu profoundly. My dear, do you know? I do not care for your wealth or riches. I only desire a life of tranquility and stability with you. I am not concerned with your financial status. I simply cherish the feeling of being with you, which brings me peace. As they exchanged sweet nothings, discussing the present and the future, they soon arrived home. Perhaps influenced by Jiang Mingho and his companions, that night, the couple embraced tightly, gradually drifting into slumber. The following morning, after Li Zixuan drove Shinryu to work, he returned home and directly entered his magical space. Upon seeing the area meticulously organized and flourishing, he felt a profound sense of gratification and fulfillment. Previously, during his planting endeavors, he had sown seeds haphazardly, planting wherever there was space, sometimes even growing the same vegetable in multiple locations. Now, however, everything was arranged with precision. Cucumbers were in one plot, eggplants in another, perhaps due to the presence of the wind sprite. Li Zixuan sensed an invigorating vitality in the air, with the plant leaves gently swaying in the breeze. The earth sprite had meticulously organized the land, while the water sprite, like a magician, waved her tiny hand and summoned rain upon the plants. The four elemental sprites busily tended to the seeds. Observing the diligent sprites, Li Zixuan felt that his investment was indeed worthwhile. When the water sprite noticed Li Zixuan's arrival, she fluttered her wings and approached him. "Master, are you pleased?" she asked, her azure eyes sparkling. "Absolutely delighted. Thank you for your hard work." Li Zixuan nodded appreciatively. "However, Master, we are still too few to manage everything." The water sprite pouted adorably, her demeanor both endearing and slightly distressed. "Let us endure a little longer. We can temporarily set aside the other vegetables and fruits. Let us focus on cultivating the leeks until they are ready. Then, I can swiftly procure some companions for you," Li Zixuan reassured her. He had not tended to the previous vegetables and fruits extensively, yet they had grown quite well. The leeks, which he had only been able to plant over 2 acres before, now seemed to have expanded significantly. Following the sprite to the leek cultivation area, he was astonished to find an even larger expanse of vibrant green leeks. Upon inspection, he discovered that he had cultivated 4 acres of leeks, which, at the current market rate, could yield over 18 million cosmic coins in just 3 days. However, considering the price of the sprites, he sighed, realizing he needed to work even harder. After soothing the sprite's spirits, Li Zixuan returned to his rented room. Seated upon the sofa, I was perturbed by the cacophony outside and decided to step out. As I reached the threshold, a sudden inspiration struck me. Indeed, I could bring smartphones for the little sprites, allowing them to listen to music. With this thought, I made my way to the mobile phone store. "Good sir, I would like several devices with the largest memory available," I requested. Upon entering, I noticed the proprietor engrossed in his phone, who promptly greeted me. A lucrative venture." The owner, upon hearing my words, mused to himself, and with an abundance of smiles, began to enthusiastically introduce his wares to me. Chapter 44. Mechas in a mobile phone store. Li Zixuan waved his hand grandly and purchased 5 phones with the largest memory, 5 tablets, and 10 high-capacity power banks. Upon returning home, he began charging them, downloading music and movies onto each device one by one. By the time he finished downloading all 10, the afternoon had already slipped away. Stepping into the space, he summoned all 10 little spirits. After spending most of the day teaching them how to use the devices, Li Zixuan finally exited, leaving the little spirits brimming with excitement. However, unbeknownst to him, this very action would lead to a strike among the spirits. Li Zixuan returned to his monotonous routine of picking up and dropping off Shinryu at work, visiting the store, and attending to the factory. A week passed swiftly, and Li Zixuan felt he had accumulated enough resources to purchase another group of spirits. Upon re-entering the space, he discovered the 10 little spirits listlessly sitting before the phones and tablets, utterly unproductive. The fields, once thriving, lay barren, having not been replanted. Seeing this, Li Zixuan felt a twinge of displeasure. "What are you all doing?" "We're out of battery," the water spirit replied, looking rather aggrieved. Li Zixuan's rising frustration dissipated. "Out of battery? That is no excuse for idleness. We're out of battery." Li Zixuan was at a loss for words. "I will charge you immediately. Now get to work." "Really?" 10 pairs of eyes turned to him in unison. The intensity of their gaze sent a chill down Li Zixuan's spine, and he began to regret introducing such high-tech gadgets into their world. "Indeed. Yay, let us go charge up and get to work." The 10 little spirits joyfully scampered off to their tasks, yet Li Zixuan found himself filled with regret. What a mess. He brought the power banks, phones, and iPads back home, only to realize that the sockets in his house were insufficient. Thus, he ventured to the supermarket to purchase 2 large power strips. Feeling uneasy, he also bought 10 more power banks. "I refuse to believe this won't be enough for you," he chuckled. An hour later, laden with all his acquisitions, he returned to the space, where the little spirits had completed all their chores and were now anxiously awaiting his arrival. As soon as they spotted Li Zixuan, they rushed toward him, chattering excitedly, "Master, we're ready. Is there power?" Gazing into their eager eyes, Li Zixuan felt a mix of regret and surprise. However, considering the time flow within the space, he felt compelled to remind them. It would be best if each of you only activated one phone or tablet at a time. Do not turn them all on simultaneously. Seeing the little spirits ignore his advice, he continued, "I will charge them once a week. That means I will return after 210 days in the space." Upon hearing this, the 10 little spirits turned to him in unison, their expressions filled with sorrow, confusion, and dismay. Witnessing their silent protest, Li Zixuan's heart softened. "All right, let us make it 3 days then. A minimum of 90 days in the space." "Yay, you're the best, master." The little spirits, brimming with excitement, rushed forward to kiss Li Zixuan. "Wait, it should be at least 100 days. Upon encountering such a diminutive sprite, Li Zixuan felt a pang of regret. After extracting all his portable chargers, he entered the trading center. Upon seeing the balance exceeding 40 million, he decided against purchasing any more sprites. How absurd. He had already relinquished his phone and iPad. What more could he possibly need? He had claimed he couldn't manage, yet once he had given them his phone and iPad, they performed remarkably well. Now that the factory was on the verge of completion, it was imperative not only to produce the enhancement liquid but also to explore additional options. Amidst a plethora of goods, he stumbled upon the Cicada Wing enhancement suit. Previously, he had acquired 2 sets, but had forgotten about them while mastering the 36 fist technique. Upon rediscovering those items and perusing their description, he was astounded. The summary was succinct. Upon integration with the skin, it could mitigate 99% of damage. In other words, this garment could merge with the body, enveloping it in a protective layer, boasting an astonishing level of defense. A gunshot might result in merely a minor injury. However, concrete results would require testing. Nevertheless, that did not deter him from donning one immediately. He then browsed through other defense-related merchandise. T01 mech, 15 million universe coins. T02 mech, 30 million universe coins. T03 mech, 70 million universe coins, level 3 civilization. After examining the prices and descriptions, Li Zixuan clicked on the T01 mech's details. Crafted from alloy steel, it could withstand 100 consecutive shots from a 12.7mm caliber firearm at close range. Bear a weight of up to 500 kilograms for a distance of 100 kilometers, and was equipped with 10 tracking missiles and 2 laser guns. It required energy from a hydrogen energy battery. Turning his attention to the T02 mech, he noted that it was entirely constructed from golden titanium alloy. It could intercept 100 consecutive shots from a 25mm caliber firearm at close range, excluding large caliber electromagnetic weapons. It featured a temperature regulation system, ensuring functionality from -50 to +70 degrees Celsius under extreme conditions, and housed an IA intelligent operating system capable of resisting water, fire, and toxins. Weighing 35 kilograms with a load capacity of 1,000 kilograms and equipped with 18 laser cannons. However, it necessitated energy from a cold nuclear fusion reactor. This was not akin to Iron Man. At that moment, Li Zixuan felt a surge of instability. Nevertheless, receiving a reactor with each suit did not seem overly unfavorable. But the price, even if purchased, mass production would be impossible, meaning he would have to utilize it discreetly. If the entire army of Huagua were equipped with T01S or a limited number of T02S, they would undoubtedly become the pinnacle of individual combat globally. A small team of 2 or 3 could likely annihilate an entire battalion. Yet, the pressing need for funds remained, regardless of whether it was Huagua currency or universe coins. The costs were exorbitant. Bored, he continued his search. Hydrogen energy battery, 50,000 universe coins. 50,000. Upon further inspection, it boasted a capacity 500 times that of gasoline for the same volume. Realizing this potential, Li Zixuan felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of collaborating with the state to produce hydrogen energy batteries. Upon searching for the production materials, I discovered that they are readily available in the trading center. After calculating the costs, it appears that producing 100 units would only require approximately 38,000 cosmic coins, which is a saving of 12,000 coins. The only uncertainty lies in whether these materials exist on Blue Star. However, upon examining the materials, I realized that they are indeed all available on Blue Star. Chapter 45. Departure. After contemplating for a moment, I made a decisive choice to purchase a T01 mech along with 5 sets of batteries. I also acquired a T-02 mech. Once more, I delved into the search for cultivation techniques from the realm of immortal cultivation, and I was greeted by a dazzling array of names. The Void Destruction Chaos Sutra, the Primordial Crimson Soul Technique, the Blood Dragon Celestial Map, the Giant Spirit Secret Code, the Moon Goddess 8 Devouring Forbidden Tome, the 9 Cauldron Ghost Record, the Sacred Fire Thunder Method, and many others. However, each was exorbitantly priced, with even a single technique costing tens or hundreds of billions. Additionally, there were several martial arts techniques: the 13 Ghostly Axes, the Heavenly Technique Palm, the Bright Moon Spear, the Spirit Emperor Leg, the Shimmering Light Sword, the Vermilion Bird Flash, and the Ghostly Shadow Step. Considering I already possessed the 36 Battle Fists and the Formless Step, I spent $450,000 to acquire the Breathing Method and the Body Refining Technique, and I purchased some auxiliary materials for body refinement at the trading center. The menacing aura I sensed from Chen Huafeng during our last encounter still lingered vividly in my memory. I then glanced at the SSS-grade enhancement liquid, priced at $14 million, which was substantially more than the SS grade. Gritting my teeth, I made the purchase. Upon seeing my balance dwindle to a mere $300 million, I felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow. After days of hard work, I had returned to square one with a single online shopping spree. Just a few days prior, I had over $2 billion. After exiting the space, I contacted Tian Hao to discuss the batteries. Upon hearing my words, Tian Hao, while on the phone, made his way out. Half an hour later, Tian Hao and Professor Qin arrived at my residence. We need to take these back for research. If they are genuine, it could usher in an energy revolution. Upon hearing Professor Qin's words, Tian Hao's eyes gleamed with realization. After conversing with him for a while, I retrieved my passport from the bag on the table. It had arrived a few days ago, and I had sought Tian Hao's assistance in obtaining a visa to Japan. Initially, I had planned to go with Shinryu, but she had been too busy of late. That evening, after picking Shinryu up from work, I transferred $10 million to her, keeping just over $400,000 for myself. After all, upon my return from Japan, the factory would be completed, and my expenditures would be considerably less. Darling, why are you giving me so much money? Shinryu exclaimed, astonished by the text message. My love, tomorrow I'll accompany you to buy a car, and the rest is for your spending. Your husband is wealthy. I plan to visit Japan the day after tomorrow. Although I had heard about my impending trip to Japan, the reality of leaving weighed heavily on my heart. Darling, this is too much. I want to need it all. Also, how long will you be gone? Shinryu clutched my arm tightly, her eyes filled with concern as she gazed at me intently. Do not worry. I shall return within a week at most. I cannot bear the thought of leaving you alone at home, I replied tenderly, enveloping Shinryu in my embrace. That night was yet another sleepless one. The following day, after waking up without any particular agenda, I entered the space to cultivate. Given the abundance of spiritual energy within and the fact that time flowed 30 times faster than outside, I spent over half a month in there, while merely half a day elapsed in the outside world. After the arrival of the sprites, Li Zixuan envisioned constructing a house within the space, providing a sanctuary for the little sprites to rest and offering him greater convenience as well. However, he had yet to embark on this endeavor. Some sprites flitted about energetically, while others gathered in small groups to enjoy music and films. Observing the vibrant scene, Li Zixuan felt his spirits lift considerably. Amidst this picturesque setting, he practiced diligently, allowing time to slip away unnoticed. After exiting the space for a refreshing shower, he made arrangements with Shinryu to go car shopping after work in the afternoon. Once they reunited, they visited several car dealerships and ultimately purchased a Panamera. They then strolled through the mall and enjoyed dinner before returning home. Once again, the night was busy, and early the next morning, Shinryu roused Li Zixuan. Darling, it's time to wake up. We need to head to the Magic City to catch your flight. All right, Li Zixuan replied, opening his eyes to see Shinryu so close, feeling a rush of affection as he reached out to embrace her. Oh, don't tease. We'll miss the flight. They lingered in bed for a while longer. After leaving their apartment side by side, Shinryu couldn't help but suggest, Darling, why don't I drive you? No, I can't bear to let you drive back alone. Wife, wait for me to return. They embraced and shared a kiss goodbye. Li Zixuan firmly declined Shinryu's offer to drive him, opting instead to venture alone to the Magic City, if circumstances permitted. He would rather not make this trip to indulge in leisurely pursuits, but Chen Huafeng had requested his presence at headquarters upon his return, thus he decided to drive himself. Around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, after Li Zixuan exited the airport, he went straight to the hotel. reassuring Shinryu of his safe arrival and taking some time to rest. Later, around 7 in the evening, as he walked through the bustling streets, he reflected on how, despite not having formally studied languages, his mental acuity had sharpened through recent training and his research at home. He had gleaned much from various films, making simple communication manageable. Disguising himself as a white-collar tourist, he spent 2 days exploring scenic spots and temples. The women here were notably warm and welcoming, while the men often exhibited greedy and lecherous behavior, largely due to the male-dominated business environment that encouraged inflated demands. At that moment, Li Zixuan had just received a room key from a beautiful woman at the bar when a man, embracing a woman nearby, glared at his retreating figure and erupted in anger towards the bartender. He felt slighted, believing the bartender had shown Li Zixuan better service. "Hey, what is your attitude? Didn't you see I was here?" He turned to Li Zixuan. "I'm the Mitsubishi manager. Do you have money? What are you staring at? You beggar." Li Zixuan merely cast a deep glance at him. "Ah, a Mitsubishi, how amusing. It seems I must start with you," he thought as he turned and entered the elevator, ignoring the man's final outburst. Once inside his room, he purposely left the door ajar while he donned his invisibility cloak, closing the door only after stepping outside. Although cloaked, it was his first experience with invisibility, and he remained exceedingly cautious. Upon emerging from his room, he beheld a man escorting a flamboyantly dressed woman as they exited the elevator. Li Zixuan stood rooted in place. Yet the man did not cast a glance in his direction, proceeding instead to the innermost suite, observing them enter the room. He seized the moment before the door closed and followed suit, entering the same presidential suite, albeit one more spacious than his own. As soon as the man crossed the threshold, he began to exhibit restless behavior, while the woman broke free from his grasp. "Darling, do not rush. I shall take a shower first," she exclaimed, punctuating her words with a kiss upon the man's cheek. "Let us shower together." The man responded eagerly, swiftly shedding his clothing and stepping into the bathroom amidst the woman's startled cries. Li Zixuan rummaged through the man's pockets for a while, yet he found nothing of significance. Chapter 46. Liquidation. Upon seeing the mobile phone, an idea suddenly sparked within him. Although it was locked due to a password, he could still dial an emergency contact. After a brief moment, 2 bare figures emerged from the bathroom and walked into the bedroom. Li Zixuan found his wife's contact on the phone and dialed it directly, placing the device beside the bed. The 2 individuals, deeply engrossed in their work, remained oblivious to the phone that had mysteriously appeared beside them. After quietly exiting the room, he made his way to the basement. Thanks to his specially designed shoes, Li Zixuan had no fear of leaving footprints or making noise. Upon witnessing the myriad of vehicles in the basement, Li Zixuan waved his hand, effortlessly drawing the cars into his space. An hour-long looting ensued. Area A was cleared, followed by Area B, descending from the 2nd level to the 1st. The entire hotel basement was emptied, and he proceeded to the shopping mall. By the early hours of dawn, Li Zixuan arrived at the Mitsubishi Group, uttering not a word as he commenced his collection. Take. Under the watchful eyes of the security personnel, he seized the entrance, commandeered entire machinery beside the workers, and, amidst the incredulous gazes of drivers, claimed cars that had just been parked. Amidst the blaring alarms, he even took the sirens. In the surveillance room, the security guard watched in sheer terror as the cameras vanished. Anything that could be collected was not spared by Li Zixuan. When he finally exited through the main door after over 2 hours, the entire production workshop was devoid of anything but personnel. He then visited several other factories and 2 additional basements. As dawn approached, Li Zixuan returned to his room, secured the door, and swiftly arrived at the Space Trading Center, where he was greeted by a staggering balance of over 580 million. Li Zixuan couldn't help but marvel at the fortune. Gold belts from killing and arson. The ancients do not deceive me. He resolved to continue the following day, invigorated. After a refreshing shower, he drifted into a deep sleep. Unbeknownst to Li Zixuan, his actions had instilled a sense of dread throughout the entire winter economy. Although he had only raided a workshop of a Mitsubishi subsidiary, he had plundered 4 basements. This directly or indirectly inflicted over 100 billion in losses on the citizens and companies of Japan. The most alarming aspect was the complete lack of leads. Even several eyewitnesses were nearing madness, convinced that it was the work of deities or spirits. This supernatural incident left the authorities in agony. The police station's entrance was congested with individuals, either filing reports or pressing for updates. Bang! Are they all fools? Why has nothing been uncovered yet? The chief of police seethed with a mix of anger and indignation upon hearing the voice on the other end of the line. Having just started his shift, he was immediately confronted with this incident, only to find that cars in the basement had vanished one after another. The most critical detail was that even the surveillance footage had disappeared. Few dared to investigate the scene, and those with enough courage who ventured there found no useful clues. Several employees who had witnessed the events were now confined in psychiatric hospitals. Now, bearing the brunt of reprimands, they had no outlet for their grievances. After finally hanging up the call, he was inundated with inquiries from large corporations and executives, leaving him too fearful to answer. In the office, after unleashing a torrent of frustration, I heard a knock at the door. Damn it! Did I not say no entry? What is it? Director. The entrance is swarmed with reporters. After a painstaking effort to placate and assure, I finally managed to wrap up the day's work. However, just as I was about to leave, an unusual occurrence unfolded. It turned out that Li Zixuan, upon awakening, discovered the latest news alerts on his phone. Initially filled with concern, he was soon relieved to find that the government had classified the vehicle thefts as supernatural events, asserting that a visit to the sacred toilet for worship would suffice. Upon realizing this, Li Zixuan grew restless. However, venturing out now would likely mean confronting a crowd. Although he possessed the ability to become invisible, the risk of bumping into someone was too great to bear. Yet, he felt compelled to act, fearing a missed opportunity. Unable to access the sacred toilet, he resolved to explore other basements or large supermarkets instead, planning to revisit the sacred site later when it would be less crowded. Thus, while the director remained at work, Li Zixuan commenced his mischievous endeavors anew. If his previous antics had only instigated localized panic, his current actions were inciting widespread terror throughout the entire city. As a customer reached for an item, they discovered that the shelves were bare. Upon exiting the fitting room, they found that all clothing, even the racks, had vanished. When others attempted to enter their cars, they found them mysteriously missing. Fear spread like wildfire. Initially, it originated from the east, but soon the south, west, and north were engulfed as all supermarkets, malls, and garages were left desolate. People wrestled with fear, venting their panic through chaos, fleeing, and vandalism. It was utter pandemonium. Even the police, dispatched to restore order, found themselves paralyzed by fear. They had just exited their vehicles when they too discovered their cars had vanished. At this moment, the streets were filled with pedestrians crying, shouting, and running. Many yearning to return home, yet chaos reigned everywhere, disrupting any semblance of order. Meanwhile, Li Zixuan raced towards the sacred toilet. He knew time was of the essence, believing it would not be long before the so-called self-defense forces arrived to quell the disturbance. As he navigated through the throngs of panicked individuals, he skillfully evaded them. Noticing that the sacred toilet was relatively empty, upon reaching the innermost chamber, he paused at the entrance adorned with altars. Inside sat two elder men, reminiscent of wise monks, seated opposite each other. From them, Li Zixuan sensed an aura surpassing that of Chun Huafeng by more than double. Who goes there? Step forward. The elder on the left abruptly opened his eyes, directing his gaze towards Li Zixuan, while the one on the right regarded the entrance with wariness. At that moment, Li Zixuan felt as though he were ensnared by an unseen force, paralyzed with trepidation. Despite his extensive training in the spatial realm, he understood that either of these men was beyond his current capabilities. He regretted not having consumed the enhancement liquid prior to this encounter. Just then, another man approached, nearing the entrance. Master, what is the matter? In an instant, Li Zixuan darted behind the man, pivoting swiftly to flee, just as the moment arrived. As Li Zixuan began to move, the elder launched a powerful punch towards him, sensing the fierce wind rushing from behind. He realized evasion was futile and could only muster all his strength to slightly shift aside. The impact struck his right shoulder with a resounding thud. Li Zixuan clenched his teeth, stifling the blood that threatened to surge from his throat, and seized the momentum to swiftly dart away. There was no need to pursue. The elder on the right, witnessing the action of his counterpart on the left, contemplated giving chase. Master, what is happening? The man exclaimed, noticing the elder's fist brush past his ear, as if it had struck something intangible. The elder then returned to his previous position. The disturbances occurring outside in recent days could very well be attributed to him. Chapter 47 Farewell to Chen Huafeng. The elder on the right closed his eyes gently. Understanding that the time to venture outside was not yet ripe, the matters beyond would be left in their capable hands. The elder on the left glanced at the young man, urging him, "You may step out to address the external issues." "Yes, master," the young man replied, performing a deep bow before departing. Brother, is it Huagua or Mei Jin? Both are possibilities. I did not anticipate their eagerness. Brother, what about the Yin family? Do not concern yourself with that. The moment is not yet at hand. The two elders gradually fell into a meditative state once more. After a swift return to the hotel, the moment the door was secured, he could not suppress a sudden spurt of blood. He had been careless. Li Zixuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and, after calming himself, realized that his right arm had indeed been broken. Damn, truly formidable. Li Zixuan had not expected to encounter such a powerful adversary. Upon entering the spatial realm, he spent 20,000 cosmic coins to procure a healing pill. For injuries of his caliber, there was no need for overly precious elixirs. After over an hour, he slowly returned to peak condition. He retrieved the SSS enhancement liquid, a transparent substance that he did not scrutinize closely before tilting his head back and consuming it in one gulp. A searing pain enveloped his entire being. Even after 2 previous enhancements, Li Zixuan found himself writhing on the ground, his curled body drenched in sweat, yet he resolved not to utter a sound. After what felt like an eternity, he emerged from the ordeal, his body feeling as though it had just been pulled from the depths of a river. He cautiously moved his hands and gradually stood, slipping into the bathroom. Half an hour later, he re-emerged. At first glance, he appeared unchanged. Yet as he slowly clenched his fist, his muscles became pronounced, transforming his physique into that of a primordial beast, radiating an aura at least 200 times stronger than before. Now, every function of his body had reached its zenith. He was the real-life embodiment of Superman. If Li Zixuan, having consumed the A-grade enhancement liquid, was 10 times the strength of an ordinary man, then now he was 1,000 times stronger. His entire being felt considerably lighter, not due to a reduction in weight, but because the gravitational pull of Blue Star had diminished significantly. He once again flashed back into the spatial realm, spending several days acclimating to his enhanced body before resuming his practice of the 36 battle fists and the invisible steps. If a normal person's punch could exert a force of 100 pounds, martial arts would enable one to harness and amplify their strength, allowing a punch to deliver 150 pounds or more. Should he encounter those two elders again, Li Zixuan felt confident that he could dispatch them in merely 2 strikes. The SSS gene enhancement liquid could elevate a being to the limits of their genetic potential. Yet such enhancements could only occur within that genetic framework. To grow stronger beyond this, one must transcend these limits through other means, such as cultivation techniques from the realm of immortality, trading with other civilizations, or acquiring evolution liquids only purchasable after reaching a level 3 civilization. Although it was referred to as a trading center, Li Zixuan had yet to engage in any exchanges. Glancing at his balance, he found it had exceeded 30 billion. After checking out of the hotel, he hailed a taxi to another city. Once he settled into his new accommodations, he donned his stealth attire and resumed his rampage. His speed now astonishingly swift. He could clear a basement parking lot in a mere minute or 2 and empty a large shopping mall within 10 minutes. Although the recent encounter with the 2 elderly men had instilled a measure of caution in him, the effects of the SSS enhancement liquid had rendered him extraordinarily confident. Just as he finished sweeping through 2 cities and exited a shopping center, 2 individuals suddenly obstructed his path. Although he was uncertain how they had detected him, Li Zixuan could distinctly sense that he had been marked. Sensing their auras, he found them reminiscent of the 2 old men. "Reveal yourself, since we have discovered you." "Escape is futile," one of the men called out, sensing Li Zixuan nearby yet invisible. Without granting them a moment's reprieve, Li Zixuan swiftly maneuvered, striking both men at their necks with a knife-like motion of his hands. They collapsed without a sound, devoid of any resistance, swiftly succumbing to unconsciousness. This restraint stemmed from Li Zixuan's reluctance to kill. He had yet to take a life, at least not at this moment. Even when confronted by the 2 elderly men in the mystical restroom, who had struck him, he had never contemplated slaying them. His primary objective for this venture was to amass wealth, and he wished to avoid unnecessary complications until he had sufficiently filled his coffers. Nevertheless, he intended to revisit the mystical restroom before departing. Ignoring the 2 unconscious men, he blended into the chaos and exited the shopping mall. Though he had traversed 2 cities, his forays had not been exhaustive, focusing solely on several prominent shopping centers. As he prepared for another outing, his phone rang, revealing a call from Chen Huafeng. Finding a secure location, he exited his stealth mode and answered the call. Was the incident at Shaorizi your doing? Chen Huafeng inquired directly. Although he was unsure how Li Zixuan had accomplished it, the matter had stirred significant international attention, especially at this critical juncture. Li Zixuan feigned ignorance. "What incident? I am unaware. Where are you? I am coming to find you." "What? You have come here too?" After providing his location, Li Zixuan awaited his arrival. As all his belongings were safely stored away, shortly thereafter, a Nissan appeared before him. "Get in," he instructed. Li Zixuan took the passenger seat, and throughout their hour-long drive, Chen Huafeng remained silent. They eventually disembarked near a small supermarket. Chen Huafeng led the way inside, where only a young girl was present, though she paid them no mind. They proceeded to the rear of the store, where Chen Huafeng pressed a panel on a shelf. A concealed wall slid open, revealing an elevator. Once inside, he tapped the screen and scanned his face, causing the elevator to descend rapidly. Unable to contain his curiosity, Li Zixuan asked, "Where are you taking me?" "You will know when we arrive," Chen Huafeng replied, choosing not to elaborate further. After a brief moment, the elevator came to a halt. As the doors opened, Li Zixuan was greeted by an expansive experimental base spanning over 1,000 square meters, filled with an array of unfamiliar machinery. Clad in white lab coats and masks, the presence of researchers was unmistakable. At that moment, 5 individuals approached. Among them was Tang Yu, whom he had met previously, along with a figure with an ashen complexion. Chen Huafeng observed the questioning expression on Li Zixuan's face and paused before speaking. "You have practiced cultivation, haven't you?" Although the term cultivation may seem commonplace, one must remember that martial arts training and cultivation are 2 distinct realms. Noticing that Li Zixuan did not provide a direct affirmation, he continued, "From our first encounter, I sensed a unique energy within you. Allow me to explain the hierarchy of cultivation levels. I had intended to wait until your return to Modu to share this with you, but circumstances have changed." Chapter 48, The First Whisper of Secrets Before 2012. Whispers of an impending apocalypse circulated widely. Yet here we are in 2021, and nothing seems to have changed. In truth, change has occurred, albeit unnoticed. Each nation had been preparing diligently for the past 12 years. Some nations devoted their entire resources to constructing spacecraft, while others developed super shelters or diligently researched conceptual weaponry. Although the preparations varied significantly among countries and alliances, the underlying purpose remained unified: the preservation of their species. However, when December 21st finally arrived, nearly every nation encountered black holes. Some smaller countries faced 1 or 2, while others were untouched. In stark contrast, larger nations grappled with 5 or 6. The Huan nation discovered 6 black holes, while the American Pinnacle had 5, and the Gray Bear nation also had 6. Upon the discovery of the black holes, Huan nation swiftly deployed troops. Fortunately, these 6 anomalies did not manifest in urban areas. Most were situated in uninhabited regions, with 1 in a desert and the other 5 nestled within forests, resulting in minimal casualties. Yet, once the black holes stabilized, a plethora of extraordinary creatures emerged, some resembling dogs yet as large as lions, others akin to chickens with wingspans of 2 meters. The most terrifying of all, however, were the beings themselves, each averaging 3 meters in height. The strongest among them could effortlessly pierce through tanks, rendering conventional firearms utterly ineffective. It was a calamity, a massacre. For 3 continuous days and nights, a relentless battle ensued, staining the very heavens with a pall of darkness. Ordinary soldiers suffered casualties numbering 310,000 during that harrowing span, nearly obliterating 5 military legions. When considering global losses, the death toll soared into the millions on that fateful day. Ultimately, an overwhelming arsenal was unleashed, transforming the vicinity of the black holes into a hellish landscape. Remains, both enemy and ally, littered the ground. Despite the relentless efforts, effective containment remained elusive. Just as despair gripped the hearts of the populace and preparations for nuclear retaliation commenced, a revelation emerged. The creatures that had emerged from the black holes, even those unscathed, would not linger on Blue Planet for long. It appeared as though a barrier constrained them to a 5-kilometer radius around the black holes. Any who ventured beyond this limit would face no harm. Moreover, these beings seemed ill-suited to the environment here, typically returning within a day. This discovery brought a modicum of solace and relief to the beleaguered populace. Nevertheless, the threat loomed like a sword suspended above their heads, with no guarantee that the 5-kilometer boundary would remain immutable. At this juncture, soldiers stationed near the black holes noted a peculiar change in the air. As their physical metrics gradually increased, scientists subsequently extracted a substance from these creatures, which endowed beings from that realm with formidable physiques and resilient skin. They designated this substance as spiritual energy. Spiritual energy? Li Zixuan was taken aback. Little did he know that while people rejoiced and danced in celebration, a segment of the nation was embroiled in a bloody struggle, valiantly defending the prosperity and flourishing of their people with their very bodies. What tranquility we experience is merely the result of others bearing the weight for us. A full 9 years have passed. Extraterrestrial beings have perpetually sought to breach that barrier, having savored the essence of humanity. Throughout these 9 years, individuals have harnessed ancient martial arts or inherited secret techniques to absorb spiritual energy, thereby enhancing their cultivation. Gradually, the 5-kilometer expanse has transformed into a trial ground. Those of higher aptitude have engaged in combat with the alien entities, even vanquishing them. Some have acquired extraordinary abilities through spiritual energy, such as skin impervious to blades, the ability to conjure flames with bare hands, and simple communication with flora and fauna. Thus, when you market your selenium-rich vegetables, we have taken notice. Yet, your abilities remain ineffective. It was only the subsequent enhancement solution that garnered attention. Chen Huafeng glanced at Li Zixuan, who, having slowly emerged from his astonishment, felt a sense of relief at his initial discretion. However, an overwhelming curiosity lingered. Despite hearing so much, he had yet to witness the appearance of those beings. Li Zixuan surveyed the 5 individuals and then turned to Chen Huafeng. So, are you all cultivators? Indeed. They are all at the bronze level, while I am at the gold level, Chen Huafeng replied calmly. What of the king level? Is there also platinum, diamond, and starry level? And what about the king? Li Zixuan inquired, somewhat perplexed. Just as he finished speaking, he noticed the serious expressions on the 6 faces. Could it be? Is it true? Actually, these classifications were not devised by us, but were established by the extraterrestrial beings. Moreover, we utilized this classification first. The level you refer to as king is a designation adopted by the higher-ups of the Penguin organization once they grasp the truth. Chen Huafeng elucidated. Does it truly align perfectly with the ranks in the game? Li Zixuan asked in astonishment. Indeed, it is identical. What is the highest level on our side? The pinnacle is diamond. And on the other side? I have heard of the starry pinnacle, but beyond that, I am unaware. Chen Huafeng expressed with a hint of disappointment. However, we have only been cultivating for 9 years. Starry pinnacle? Such a height? How formidable. How do we combat that? Li Zixuan murmured in astonishment. Upon hearing this, Chen Huafeng appeared somewhat dejected. There is no choice. To abstain from battle is to face annihilation. Indeed, there is no alternative. To refrain from fighting is to risk the extinction of our kind. This transcends individual or national concerns. It is a matter for all of humanity. If we do not resist, we shall be forgotten and our lineage obliterated. How powerful is the starry pinnacle? Li Zixuan queried. Looking toward Chen Huafeng pondered slowly. That was in the 3rd year following the emergence of the black hole, when a woman clad in black emerged from it. Merely glancing outward, she annihilated 13 warriors who met her gaze. With just a glance, she killed 13 individuals? Indeed, according to energy detection and data analysis. She was already at the starry pinnacle. In the span of these 9 years, scientists have made remarkable advancements, among which the energy detector stands out as one. However, humanity has commenced this journey rather late, merely 9 short years. Given ample time, it is likely that there would be stellar or even more formidable sovereign-level inventions. Therefore, your enhancement liquid is truly extraordinary. It has the capacity to elevate an ordinary individual to the bronze level, albeit only the 1st tier of bronze. Chen Huafeng gazed at Li Zixuan with admiration in his eyes. Is there a testing device available? Li Zixuan inquired eagerly, wishing to ascertain his current standing. Indeed. Allow me to show you, came the response. Li Zixuan followed closely behind, traversing through the hall filled with various machines, advancing further into the depths. Along the way, he encountered organisms suspended in mysterious liquids within containers, as well as dismembered limbs of unidentified creatures laid out on surgical tables, with several staff members diligently studying them. Chapter 49. The Pinnacle of Platinum. Upon witnessing these events, Li Zixuan's eyes widened in astonishment. He traversed to a training arena where Chen Huafeng gestured towards a device, instructing Li Zixuan, now, unleash your full aura. Li Zixuan rolled his eyes, acknowledging that he could indeed emanate his aura, akin to a typical individual tensing their entire being. However, unlike an ordinary person, he possessed no innate energy to wield. Standing before the apparatus, he released the entirety of his aura, prompting the machine to spring to life. The 6 individuals positioned nearby staggered back several steps in response to the sudden surge of Li Zixuan's presence. How is this possible? Chen Huafeng, though somewhat composed, retreated 4 or 5 steps, while Tang Yu and the others were forced to backpedal over 10 steps before regaining their balance. How can this be? How long has it been? A month? Or perhaps longer? The last time I saw him, He was merely at the silver level 3 or 4. How has he ascended to the pinnacle of platinum now? Indeed, Li Zixuan had reached the pinnacle of platinum. Yet, he felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. For he had consumed the most potent gene enhancement serum to attain this level, while Chen Huafeng had mentioned that others had already achieved the diamond pinnacle. How had they cultivated to such heights? Li Zixuan was now at the limit of human potential, which implied that surpassing diamond meant breaking through this very limitation. If a bronze physique is tenfold stronger than that of an average person, and a shot to the head would still be fatal, then a silver individual could adeptly utilize their agility to evade bullets, sustaining injuries only if struck, possibly offering a last farewell, yet unlikely to survive. Conversely, a golden individual could withstand conventional firearms. Even if struck, their skin and muscle tissue would absorb the impact. However, an encounter with a high-caliber sniper rifle could still shatter their skull. By the time one reaches the bronze level, the ability to harness innate energy becomes possible. And at the golden stage, it is honed to perfection, allowing one to release a protective force field capable of mitigating significant damage. Much like the protective capabilities of Li Zixuan's ring, which could withstand the impact of a car crash but faltered against the strike of the Elder from the divine toilet. For all defenses have their limits. No matter how formidable a golden defense may be, it cannot withstand a blow from a platinum-level powerhouse. Those of platinum caliber no longer need to evade any firearms. Even ordinary missiles pose little threat, and they can sense impending danger from exceptionally powerful projectiles in advance. Turning to the dazed individuals, Li Zixuan felt his earlier disappointment dissipate as he reflected on his progress over less than a year, finding solace in his achievements. Chen Huafeng, regaining his composure, looked at Li Zixuan with fervent admiration. "Hey, don't gaze at me like that. I have a girlfriend," Li Zixuan exclaimed, startled. As he waved his hands defensively, a chuckle escaped from Tang Yu and the others as they realized the source of Li Zixuan's alarm, unable to contain their amusement. "What were you thinking? I was merely inviting you to join the Special Affairs Bureau," Chen Huafeng hastily clarified, eager to dispel the misunderstanding. "What isn't it for me?" Li Zixuan retorted casually, immediately regretting his words, recognizing that serving the nation should not be contingent upon personal gain. What I mean to convey is that Chen Huafeng seems to have discerned Li Zixuan's discomfort. Initially, I intended to bring you along for trials. But given your already exceptional prowess at the Platinum Peak, joining us would swiftly elevate you to the position of Deputy Director in the Special Affairs Bureau. Does this count as an advantage? However, I still yearn for a degree of freedom. Li Zixuan couldn't help but think of Jiang Mingho. If he were aware of this alternate facet of the world, he would likely wish to join as well. What brings you all here to this quaint place? Surely it isn't a collective vacation? Li Zixuan observed that Chen Huafeng's entire team was present. Sensing Li Zixuan's apprehensions, Chen Huafeng refrained from immediately suggesting his inclusion in their ranks. With Li Zixuan already possessing Platinum Peak strength, Chen Huafeng believed that, as he gradually comprehended the harsh realities of this realm, and as long as he remained a citizen of Huabua, motivated to support his family and his nation, Li Zixuan would undoubtedly choose to join them. Upon hearing Li Zixuan's inquiry, Chen Huafeng began to elucidate. The emergence of black holes has brought calamity to humanity, but has also presented opportunities. Due to the influence of spiritual energy, longevity is attainable. That world harbors numerous metals extraordinarily rare to blue star and herbs long thought extinct. While many black hole entrances are inhabited by creatures, there exists some devoid of any life forms. The black hole manifesting here in this quaint place is one such instance, though it remains unclear whether they are merely fortunate or truly blessed. Globally, the total number of black holes has been recorded at 103. Among these, only 11 lack biological inhabitants, and it is suspected that there may be additional undiscovered black holes, as global scientists have observed discrepancies in their findings, sensing that 5 remain hidden. Furthermore, over the past 9 years, a pattern has emerged. Every 3 years, a period of safety occurs, lasting for 3 days. During these 3 days, the black holes stabilize, allowing for safe passage. Naturally, this also means that more creatures from the other side will venture through. Though 11 black holes are uninhabited, only 5 of them yield benefits. The remaining 6 are perilous landscapes, either deserts or swamps. This may be attributed to the differing magnetic fields or rules governing the two worlds. Any thermal weaponry from Blue Star proves ineffective there, and other electronic devices become mere ornaments. Moreover, gravity exceeds that of Blue Star by more than tenfold. While diamond-level warriors can briefly soar in Blue Star, only those of starry zenith caliber can achieve flight in that realm. The other 5 uninhabited black holes do not imply the absence of life, but rather that they do not pose a threat to humanity, in stark contrast to the other 92 black holes, which harbor higher-level beings. The opposite side might very well conceal a city akin to that in Huagua as Shenanjia. It is here that a female of starry zenith peak was discovered. Since the discovery of the black hole in this quaint place, it has birthed 13 platinum-level warriors and nearly 50 golden-level ones, with even more at the bronze and platinum levels. Consequently, many nations aspire to come and witness this marvel. And what of us? How many do we possess? Upon hearing this, Li Zixuan felt a flicker of curiosity. However, Chen Huafeng merely smiled in amusement. At this moment, Li Zixuan comprehended that this was insider information. They would not divulge it to him unless he was part of their circle, just as he previously mentioned. The top experts of Huagua were akin to the pinnacle of diamonds, yet he did not specify how many there were, whether it be 1 or 10. The implications would vastly differ, although it is indeed challenging to defeat an opponent of a higher tier. It is certainly plausible for several diamond-level experts to encircle and overpower an early-stage star. Chapter 50. The sweep upon emerging from the base, dusk had settled in. After dining with Chen Huafeng and his group, Li Zixuan returned to the room assigned to him, with another fortnight remaining in the safety period. He called Shin Ruyu to inform her that his return would be delayed. Lying alone in bed, sensing no disturbances or surveillance, he swiftly entered the spatial realm. The cosmic currency had surged to over 846 million. After glancing at the prices of the techniques, an impulse to embark on another sweeping venture surged within him. Since he intended to explore extraterrestrial realms, it was prudent to prepare some life-preserving items. The reinforced suit he previously possessed could only withstand damage below the golden tier, rendering it useless to him now. Moreover, the circumstances on the other side remained unclear. If he were to encounter an onslaught from 13 platinum-tier adversaries, he doubted his ability to endure. After all, his opponents were seasoned warriors forged in the crucible of life and death, while he had yet to take a life himself. Despite possessing formidable strength, this line of thought led Li Zixuan to consider the inadequacy of Chen Huafeng and his companions. Should he extend a helping hand? After all, their leader, Chen Huafeng, was merely at the first golden tier, and Tang Yu and the others were only at the bronze tier. The individual who had consumed a D-grade enhancement liquid had merely reached the pinnacle of bronze, while their mission was merely to scout the area, should they find valuable treasures. Their limited strength would render them powerless to prevent others from seizing it. However, he was not well acquainted with them. How could he broach the subject? If he were to inform them, they might report back to their superiors. If diamond-tier powers were to intervene, he would be unable to resist. The ring's spatial realm was his greatest secret, and without the ability to safeguard himself, he could not allow anyone else to know. While the prospect of violence and treasure acquisition was not guaranteed, he understood the peril of possessing treasures without the means to protect them. With half a month remaining before he could access the spatial realm, his only option was to enhance his own strength. Within the ring's space, he had a span of 450 days. The Desolation of Chaos Sutra, 20 billion cosmic coins. He had coveted it more than once. While other techniques were commendable, this one was the most suited to him. Yet, he currently lacked the means to purchase it. The Hunyuan Slash, 5 million cosmic coins, Hunyuan Blade. A technique capable of severing stars upon reaching mastery. Though the description might be somewhat exaggerated, its power was undeniably formidable. The matching Hunyuan Blade's rank escalated with the mastery of the technique, with no other limitations. Upon acquisition, it measured 108 centimeters in blade length and 32 centimeters in handle length. Devoid of ornate designs, it resembled an ordinary steel blade. Even against his arm, it could not breach his defenses. The sole distinction was a crimson line running down the center of the blade, fashioned from an unknown material, which added a touch of allure. Bloodthirsty Battle Garb, 13. 8 million cosmic coins. A formidable defensive ensemble. It amplifies its strength with the wearer's blood energy, making it particularly suited for group combat, as it absorbs blood energy upon injury to enhance defense. Now, the martial arts have developed into the 36 battle fists. The footwork has evolved into the formless steps, and the swordsmanship has transformed into the mixed element combat. Weapons have advanced to the mixed element blade, and defensive gear has taken the form of the blood-devouring battle garb. Li Zixuan has refrained from purchasing any additional weapons, opting instead to gather sufficient funds to acquire martial techniques. He understands that greed can lead to ruin, thus, he prioritizes perfecting his current skills before seeking more. As Li Zixuan prepared for his training, a little sprite called out to him. Master, you should consider acquiring more sprites. Why is that? Recalling the water sprite's earlier complaint about their insufficient numbers, Li Zixuan had, at that time, bought a phone for them to enjoy music and television, resulting in 10 sprites working diligently each day for their entertainment. Having the 5 elements and Wind Thunder sprites will greatly enhance your realm. The little sprite retained her adorable demeanor. And although Li Zixuan often neglected to converse with her, she never disturbed his focus. What advantages come with enhancing the realm? Oh, there are numerous benefits. Once the realm is perfected, it will upgrade, transforming into a true world. Then, the power of the world will be at your disposal. As he listened to the sprite's words, Li Zixuan grew increasingly excited, realizing the myriad advantages awaiting him. Upon reaching a high level of cultivation, one must comprehend order and rules. If he possessed a small world where he could meditate daily, it would be exponentially more beneficial. Furthermore, later on, he could integrate the small world within himself, unleashing the might of the world. The benefits were abundant, though the only drawback was the expense. Convinced by the sprites' entreaties, he purchased sprites of the metal, wood, fire, thunder, light, and dark attributes. He spent a staggering 381 million, ensuring that each attribute had 2 sprites, and an additional 60 million for a total of 10 strength sprites. Consequently, the realm became bustling with activity. Surrounded by over 20 sprites, Li Zixuan was enchanted by their sweet voices, feeling that his expenditure of over 400 million was indeed worthwhile. Upon exiting the realm, he realized it was already past 10 in the evening. Without disturbing anyone, he stealthily left his dwelling. Now, with his enhanced speed, he dashed forth without leaving even a shadow. This was the formless steps, cultivated to perfection, enabling a semblance of teleportation. After a brief respite, he spent nearly an hour running to the neighboring city, this time with purpose, to sweep through the steel and shipyards. He understood that although rarer metals commanded higher prices, steel could be procured in bulk. Pausing for a cigarette by the roadside, he activated the invisibility of his garb and sprinted forward. That night was yet another terrifying one for the unsuspecting citizens. Li Zixuan was intent on rapidly accumulating universal coins, unleashing his full potential. He intended to seize everything of value within his sight, including roadside greenery, guardrails, signage, and traffic lights. The following morning, as citizens awoke, they were met with barren streets. Numerous storefronts had lost their signs, and inside, nothing remained. The area was cleaner than if workers had tidied it. Along the roadside, not even a single intact advertisement could be found. In an instant, the entire city had descended into an eerie desolation. The scattered pedestrians on the road wore expressions of sheer panic, as an atmosphere of dread began to permeate the entire city. Long after this day had passed, the citizens would tremble at the mere recollection of the events that unfolded. Meanwhile, the perpetrators of this horror had returned to their quarters, casually humming a tune while indulging in a hot bath. Chapter 51, The Sutra of Annihilating Chaos after indulging in a delightful bath. Humming a cheerful tune while drying my flawless body with a towel, I gracefully reclined on the bed. Memories of last night's endeavors flooded my mind, where I had effortlessly incapacitated 3 golden tier warriors and 1 platinum tier warrior. Each encounter had yielded billions, far surpassing my previous exploits that spanned 2 cities. Once I donned my attire and slipped into the spatial realm, a glance at my balance revealed a staggering 27, 543, 854, 268 cosmic coins, filling me with elation. At last, I could procure a technique. Upon confirming my purchase on the screen, a tome of unknown material materialized before me, inscribed with the title Sutra of Annihilating Chaos. The description was succinct. It promised to continuously enhance one's essence, facilitating a metamorphosis into a higher life form, akin to an enhancement elixir, one being a potion and the other a technique. To acquire the evolution liquid, one must elevate their civilization's level to 3. Yet Blue Star was far from achieving level 2, let alone 3. However, the sutra could compensate for this. It comprised 18 layers, and at my current realm, I had only reached the 4th layer's completion. I was aware that beyond this lay the stellar and sovereign levels, but the knowledge of what followed remained elusive. Nonetheless, I understood that through the cultivation of the sutra, I could compress and purify my spiritual energy, allowing me to battle beyond my tier. In mastering it could lead me to divinity, while I was uncertain if this divinity would align with my aspirations of omnipotence. I had at least secured a ticket to the divine realm. With over 7.5 billion coins remaining, I envisioned countless possibilities ahead, given the turmoil outside. Venturing out for further exploits could render me besieged. As a peak platinum tier warrior, I dared not take such risks. I invested 2 million in 6 A-class enhancement elixirs, intending to gift them to Chen Huafeng and his companions. I had no desire to play the caretaker. I needed them to possess sufficient self-defense capabilities and not hinder my progress. As for whether they would report my actions, I chose not to concern myself with that. I believed that with over a year in the spatial realm, along with the supplementary materials and the sutra, I would be able to ascend to diamond tier strength. Not rushing into cultivation, I emerged from the spatial realm and called Chun Huafeng. "Where are you all now?" I inquired. "We're in our rooms," came Chun Huafeng's voice over the line. "Gather everyone and come to my room." "What is the matter?" "Good news. I'll explain once you arrive. In half a month, the portal to the other world would open, and in the days leading up to it, representatives from other nations would be arriving, including a platinum tier level 6 warrior dispatched by the Special Affairs Bureau. Tang Yu and his crew, mere bronze level novices, would not dare to venture outside, as any conflict with foreign visitors could lead to complications. In the open realm, only 5 diamond tier warriors were known, one each from Huagua, Meijin, Huixiong, Olian, and Philian. As the group entered my room and settled on the sofa, they turned their gazes toward me. "I have something special for each of you, but it's best to utilize them within these few days," I stated calmly. Chun Huafeng and Tang Yu exchanged a glance, as if they could read each other's thoughts. Could it be the gene enhancement serum? How did you know? Li Zixuan was taken aback. He hadn't even spoken or taken it out yet. Yet they had already guessed. It was quite simple. Just yesterday, I mentioned the matter of the interdimensional portal, and you certainly intend to accompany us. However, the competition will be fierce, and our levels are too low. You wouldn't want us to hinder you, so you would assist us, Chun Huafeng deduced with clarity. Fine, since you've already guessed, I won't hide it any longer. Indeed. The gene enhancement serum I am giving you this time is merely a stronger version than the last. Stronger? Really? The eyes of the 6 brightened with anticipation. Last time, their group had contacted Li Zixuan and obtained 10 vials of the serum, from which they received 2, while the other 4 groups only got 1 each. Furthermore, one of their members had already consumed a vial, effectively giving them 3. Knowing the serum's efficacy, it could elevate an ordinary person directly to the bronze level or help a bronze level ascend a tier. Li Zixuan conjured 6 glass vials as if by magic and handed them to the 6 individuals. This time, the serum would possess potent effects, but the accompanying pain would also be intense. Li Zixuan briefed them to prepare psychologically. Chun Huafeng noticed he also had a vial. "Can I use it?" "Go ahead. It might yield results," Li Zixuan remarked nonchalantly. "For once acquired, this substance cannot be returned." "All right. You may return now and focus on solidifying your skills. I shall see if I can achieve a breakthrough myself." "Breakthrough?" Chun Huafeng exclaimed in astonishment. "How long has it been? Are you preparing for another breakthrough already?" Li Zixuan did not respond directly. After escorting them out of the room and locking the door, he swiftly entered the spatial realm. From the information gathered from Chun Huafeng in his encounter with a platinum-level expert last night, Li Zixuan understood that this forthcoming journey to another world would undoubtedly involve competition, and he would likely be one of the least powerful participants. Upon breaking through to the diamond level, one would typically join the national defense to guard the black hole. For only there could one engage in combat with interdimensional beings. This serves to protect those of lesser rank from attacks and also to seek personal breakthroughs. The bronze and silver levels consist of merely 4 minor tiers: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and peak. However, upon reaching the gold level, there are 10 minor tiers, from 1 to 9, plus a peak. Once one attains the diamond level, every advancement requires the absorption of significant amounts of spiritual energy, which is scarce in urban areas. Only near the black hole is the energy abundant. Thus, diamond-level experts predominantly reside near the black hole, with only a few in critical positions. Currently, Li Zixuan, enhanced by the serum, might not even rival other platinum peak-level experts. Therefore, he aimed to utilize the time dilation within the spatial realm over the next half-month to swiftly stabilize his own level. Achieving a breakthrough to diamond level would be even better, as it signifies not only an enhancement in physical attributes but also an extension of one's lifespan. If we consider that bronze and silver levels merely pertain to the human realm, with lifespans comparable to the majority, characterized primarily by a lesser susceptibility to illness, then the golden-tiered warriors represent an evolution at the genetic level of humanity. Even at the golden rank, one can live a life devoid of ailments, reaching well beyond 200 years. Ascending to the platinum tier allows for an existence of approximately 500 years, while those who attain the diamond level can potentially live for over a millennium. The human body is indeed a vast treasure. The essence of cultivation lies in the continuous development and enhancement of one's genetic makeup. Chapter 52. The Yin family as Li Zixuan and Qin Huafeng diligently practiced their skills, not far from the summit of Mount Fuji, shrouded in perennial mist. Lay a secluded area known to few. Here resided an obscure village, home to merely a dozen households. Yet it served as the epicenter of power and strength within the entire realm of Little Sun Kingdom. This humble village was inhabited by 10 formidable platinum-tier warriors and over 30 golden-tier practitioners. Even the elderly gatekeeper at the village's entrance was of golden rank. The tranquility of this quaint village was abruptly shattered by a thunderous roar. Who could it be? The furious shout emanated from the courtyard at the heart of the village. In swift succession, more than 50 figures hurried from various corners towards the courtyard. Seated in the principal position of the courtyard was a middle-aged man clad in black. His demeanor icy and imposing despite his modest height of just over 1.60 meters. He was none other than the village chief, Yin Lingzi, the 75th patriarch of the Yin family, the longest-serving leader in the history of Little Sun Kingdom, and the realm's foremost expert. Even those aspiring to leadership were compelled to pay him their respects and seek his approval. A formidable diamond-tier warrior, his prowess remained concealed from the outside world. Indeed, he was Yin Lingzi, a name steeped in tales that instilled fear and trepidation among the elite of Little Sun Kingdom. The first to arrive in the courtyard was an elderly man with hair as white as snow. "Elder brother, what troubles you?" If any outsiders were present, they would undoubtedly be astonished to witness an elder addressing a middle-aged man as elder brother. This dynamic stemmed from the legacy of the Yin family. It is undeniable that the continued prosperity of the Yin family through 75 generations can be attributed to the foresight and decisiveness of each patriarch. When the black hole first emerged and panic gripped the upper echelons, he sensed the potential benefits of spiritual energy and resolutely led the remaining 50 members of his clan into the otherworld. His initial motives may have been different, yet this did not diminish his subsequent prestige. He guided his kin to discover many long-extinct medicinal herbs and rare materials. As a family of cultivators on the brink of decline due to environmental factors, they became the first to reap the rewards of spiritual energy. Perhaps due to limitations in aptitude or the toll of age, he had only recently broken through to diamond tier, while others of his generation had already reached their zenith. Strikingly, after breaking through, he appeared more youthful, while his younger brother seemed to age more rapidly. His ire was ignited by Li Zixuan, who, having ascended to the heights of cultivation, engaged in petty thievery. Were it not for the uncertainty surrounding the culprit's identity, he would have stormed their door with a sword in hand. It was precisely this ambiguity that fueled his earlier outrage. Once all had gathered, Yin Lingzi spoke slowly. "You must have heard the news from the outside world, yes? A rat, of unknown origin, has ravaged 3 cities within our empire. As I speak, the fluctuations in Yin Lingzi's chest become more pronounced. Although he is indifferent to those individuals, the resources they provide are indeed what he requires. I have just heard that last night, a panic-stricken march ensued among the citizens of a city. Who could deny it? A once thriving city, where even the manhole covers of the sewers are not spared. The clamor of chaos below only fuels Yin Lingzi's ire. Upon receiving the news last night, he dispatched 10 platinum-level experts and 20 golden-level ones, yet he remains unaware of the appearance of the perpetrators. Although this affair is riddled with anomalies, he is certain it is the work of human hands." Yin Lingzi cast a glance below and spoke softly. "In half a month's time, the interdimensional passage will stabilize. Immediately send someone to calm the populace. I do not wish for such incidents to recur. If he cannot manage it, then let another take his place." "Yes, Chief," the crowd replied in unison. "Second and third elders, pay close attention. It has been 6 years. This time, we must secure it." Yin Lingzi addressed the 2 pinnacle platinum elders. "Prepare to depart. If possible, I believe many will remain there this time." The small village gradually returned to tranquility, with only a few ascending and others heading towards the volcanic crater. Indeed, the black hole of the small realm lies within the crater. Had it not been for the excessive boldness of the Yin family, other nations would still be in the dark. As for Li Zixuan, he has been in the spatial realm for over a month. Due to his cultivation of the Annihilation Chaos Sutra, his realm has stabilized. Though he remains at the pinnacle of platinum, he is now over 5 times stronger than before. Such is the efficacy of a profound cultivation technique. During this time, Li Zixuan has been solely focused on practicing his skills and honing his physical form. He understands that a high-level expert must possess a formidable physique. But what if your body is multiple times stronger than others of the same rank, even tens of times? Then, you could surely vanquish your opponent in a remarkably short span. In the spatial realm, under the management of the elemental spirits, everything is meticulously organized. Whenever a type of vegetable ripens, spirits promptly replant anew, and the storage has been filled numerous times. When Li Zixuan arrived in the small realm, he had already filled the storage, including the 5 small warehouses near the Yushuan family, which are now completely stocked and sufficient until his return. The spatial realm now flourishes, and even Li Zixuan can faintly perceive subtle changes within. Meanwhile, Chen Huafeng, after enduring a period of profound agony, has joyfully discovered a significant breakthrough. Chen Huafeng has ascended to the 4th tier of gold, while Tang Yu and the others have reached the pinnacle of silver. Having started at the pinnacle of bronze and now advancing to the 1st tier of gold, this speaks volumes about their diligent training. After consuming an A-grade enhancement liquid, Li Zixuan only reached the pinnacle of silver. However, the potency of the SSS-grade elixir propelled him directly past gold to the pinnacle of platinum. The pain he endured during that time was excruciating. In the vastness of space, Li Zixuan sat cross-legged, his posture upright and dignified. Over time, he had thoroughly comprehended the esoteric and intricate teachings of the Annihilation Chaos Sutra. By following the trajectory of the cultivation method, he allowed the spiritual energy to cleanse his meridians, rendering those already opened even more resilient and expansive. Time and again, he endured the pain inflicted by his meridians, understanding that only through such perseverance could he establish a more solid foundation for the future. Chapter 53. Breaking through to diamond level after countless repetitions of his cultivation techniques. Li Zixuan's meridians have reached an exquisite state. He is now gradually using his spiritual energy to transform his bones, an endeavor fraught with agony. Yet, he grits his teeth and perseveres, for he understands that only through self-discipline can he enhance his chances of survival in future battles. While other practitioners merely focus on unblocking their meridians, Li Zixuan aspires to elevate his level not only by opening his channels but also by refining his bones with spiritual energy. Scientifically speaking, this process involves stimulating the cells to encourage their metamorphosis. It is a protracted and torturous journey. Though a momentary lapse may not lead to madness, it could still result in damaged or even fractured meridians. Fortunately, he can procure healing elixirs from the trading center, within the confines of his spatial ring. Li Zixuan dedicates 4 hours to practicing his fists, another 4 to his blade techniques, and yet another 4 to his footwork. After each session, he takes a half-hour break to consolidate his reflections, devoting the remainder of his time to cultivating his techniques. When hunger strikes, he consumes fruits and vegetables. When thirst arises, he drinks spiritual water. Should he crave something more substantial, he merely steps out of his space for half an hour. Time flows slowly in this manner, and in the blink of an eye, Li Zixuan has spent over 6 months in this realm. For nearly a month, he has been consolidating his strength, sensing that a breakthrough is imminent. As the spiritual energy courses through his meridians, cleansing his bones and igniting his cells into a frenzy of activity, a moment of clarity flashes through him. Li Zixuan feels his entire being elevated, as yellow stains surface upon his skin, gradually relaxing his awareness. He discovers that within a 10-meter radius, he can perceive everything without the need for sight. Vivid images materialize in his mind. Is this what is referred to as divine consciousness? Li Zixuan muses, momentarily taken aback by this newfound sensation. While he is uncertain if other diamond-level experts possess such awareness, he is confident that none surpass his own. Realizing that he has indeed broken through to the diamond level, he rises and exits his spatial realm, indulging in a refreshing shower. A profound hunger envelopes him, not merely in his stomach, but throughout his very cells. Upon returning to his space, he spends 5,000 cosmic coins to purchase a bottle of nutritional fluid, which alleviates his hunger significantly. He then resumes his meditative posture to solidify his newfound strength. Time during cultivation seems to pass swiftly. Before long, the moment of departure approaches. Although merely a fortnight has elapsed, Li Zixuan feels as though he has cultivated for an entire year within this space. Devoid of enhancement liquids, he cannot achieve an instantaneous upgrade. However, thanks to the Silent Chaos Sutra and the abundant spiritual energy permeating the space, his cultivation speed has dramatically surpassed that of his peers. He now stands at the pinnacle of Diamond Level 1, albeit intentionally suppressing his advancement. Otherwise, he would have already reached Level 3 or 4. While his realm may not have escalated significantly, his mastery of fist techniques, blade arts, and footwork has attained remarkable proficiency. Although the limitations of his current stage prevent him from shattering stars with a single stroke, he now possesses the confidence to engage with Diamond Level 5 experts without fear of losing ground. Finally equipped with the means of self-preservation, he embarks on this journey to another realm with unwavering confidence. For half a month, he had not wandered outside much. Today, he found himself in a good mood, savoring delectable dishes in a corner of the hotel lobby while extending his awareness to listen to the conversations around him. However, he had barely settled when a call from Chen Huafeng interrupted him. "Where are you? Could you do me a favor?" Chen Huafeng's voice was somewhat hoarse. "What is it?" Li Zixuan inquired with curiosity. "Let us discuss it in person." "All right." Shortly thereafter, Chen Huafeng entered through the main door, drawing the attention of those around him. The aura he exuded was intimidating, his eyes slightly reddened. Undoubtedly, anyone who dared to provoke him at that moment would face his wrath without hesitation. "What has happened to you?" Li Zixuan asked, astonished at Chen Huafeng's transformed demeanor. It was unexpected for a competent leader of the special operations team to present such an expression. "Follow me." Noticing the absence of any aura around Li Zixuan, Chen Huafeng realized he had grown stronger, which eased his mind somewhat, and his tone softened. The two arrived at the base they had previously visited, only to discover that all 5 members of the team were injured, and Tang Yu was nowhere to be found. What is going on? Although Li Zixuan was not enamored by Tang Yu's beauty, her presence was undeniably pleasing to the eye. Yet now, everyone was wounded, and Tang Yu had vanished. "We encountered individuals from the United States and engaged in a skirmish. Tang Yu is gravely injured." As he uttered these words, Chen Huafeng's eyes reddened once more. After all, as the leader, he felt a profound sense of failure for not safeguarding his team members. It turned out that they had dispersed the day before to gather intelligence, but by afternoon, only Tang Yu had yet to return. The others had traced her location, only to find her unconscious upon arrival. From the signs at the scene, it was evident that the assailants were from the United States. However, when Chen Huafeng confronted them, they outright denied any involvement and even retaliated against him. Had it not been for their identified status, they would have likely been left behind entirely. Consequently, they had to wait for Tang Yu to regain consciousness to ascertain the situation. If it truly was the Americans responsible, they would not let this matter slide. Yet, no matter what, Tang Yu remained unresponsive. In desperation, Chen Huafeng sought out Li Zixuan. Upon entering the room with Chen Huafeng, Li Zixuan was struck by a sense of helplessness as he beheld Tang Yu lying on the bed. After releasing his awareness, he noted that apart from some external injuries, there appeared to be no other harm. So why was she not waking? Li Zixuan requested Chen Huafeng to find him a room where he could contemplate the situation. After closing the door, he swiftly transitioned into a different realm, searching for answers in the trading center. After an exhaustive search yielded no leads, he spotted Xiaoling flitting across the screen. "Of course, I can consult Xiaoling." "Xiaoling, do you know why a person with only minor external injuries remains unconscious?" Xiaoling paused, blinking her large eyes before responding. "Master, it could be a soul injury." "A soul injury?" "Indeed. The soul is an integral part of the body. Without a soul, the body is merely a shell. When a person's body suffers severe injury, they may fall into a state of unconsciousness as a form of self-protection. Only after the body's functions begin to improve will they gradually awaken. The same applies to a wounded soul. However, the recovery of the soul is a much slower process." "Is that so? Is there anything that can facilitate a swift recovery of the soul?" Li Zixuan inquired eagerly. "Indeed, there are many options. For an ordinary individual, the spirit gathering incense would suffice. However, for someone as formidable as you, Master, the ice heart pill is required. And for those even stronger, the violet lotus dew is necessary." "All right, I understand now. Thank you, Xiaoling. I am delighted to assist you, Master." Chapter 54. Tang Yu awakens. Li Zixuan discovered 3 remarkable items within: the concentration incense, a stick that, when ignited, invigorates the mind and nourishes the soul, priced at 150,000 each; the ice heart pill, a medicinal elixir from the realm of cultivation that can mend a portion of soul injuries, valued at 300,000 per pill; and the purple lotus dew, an exceptionally rare herb that crystallizes a single drop of dew every decade, capable of healing any soul wound, fetching a staggering 1,000,000 for just 1 drop. Upon exiting the spatial realm, he retrieved an ice heart pill and stepped outside. To his astonishment, he found 5 individuals staring at him, taken aback by their presence. "What is going on here? Have you devised a plan?" Chen Huafeng and the others inquired with a hint of urgency. "I have indeed thought of something, though it may require some personal sacrifice." Li Zixuan feigned a sigh. "Mr. Li, if you truly possess a means to save Tang Yu, we will undoubtedly repay you," one of the team members declared earnestly. "Ah, now you're speaking my language." Li Zixuan regarded the individual with a penetrating gaze, contemplating the implications. Despite his formidable prowess, he recognized the complexities of navigating the domestic landscape. For instance, should a conflict arise, it would be impractical to resolve it through brute force alone. Having influential support would simplify matters immensely. Feigning a pained expression, he presented the ice heart pill. This is a life-saving remedy. Administer it to Tangyu, and she shall surely awaken. Thank you immensely, Mr. Lee. Should any matters arise in the future, please do not hesitate to inform us. The team expressed their profound gratitude as Chun Huafeng signaled a female team member to take the pill into Tang Yu's room for her to consume. By afternoon, personnel dispatched from above arrived. Chun Huafeng turned to Li Zixuan, aware of his status as a peak platinum-level cultivator, perhaps even on the verge of breaking into diamond strength. Yet, as he was not part of their system, the formalities required to fully integrate him remained incomplete. Yes, I understand, Li Zixuan acknowledged, recognizing his current status as a lone wanderer. She's awake. She's awake. A team member rushed out to convey the news to Chen Huafeng. They hurried to the room, where Tangyu sat upright on the bed. Tangyu, what transpired? Chen Huafeng urgently sought to uncover the events that had led to her spiritual injury. It was imperative to identify the source of such danger. It was the Yin family. They are responsible, Tangyu replied, experiencing only a mild headache, a residual effect of her soul injury, which did not impede her mobility. The Yin family, do they possess such formidable experts? The group exchanged hushed whispers, with Chen Huafeng voicing the collective concern. Why would they act in such a manner? What is their objective? I cannot say for certain. When I was investigating, I encountered them, yet they chose not to kill me. Instead, they left me gravely injured. Tangyu remained perplexed about the Yin family's intentions. I suspect it may be a framing attempt, Li Zixuan interjected calmly from the rear. In truth, you all find yourselves ensnared in a misconception. Noticing that everyone's gaze is fixed upon him, Li Zixuan continues, have you ever considered that if it were not for me, could Tangyu have returned? The wounds of the soul require gradual healing for one to awaken, yet tomorrow we are to journey to another world. How long will it take for Tangyu to naturally awaken? Indeed, this will lead us into conflict with the people of Meijin Nation. Regardless of who awakens, it will ultimately benefit them. Upon hearing Li Zixuan's words, the others begin to comprehend. It is not that they lack intelligence, but rather they do not grasp the severity of the soul's trauma. The essence of a person resides within their soul. Had Li Zixuan not intervened, Tangyu would require at least half a year to awaken, and that is assuming her bodily functions have not deteriorated. However, after 6 months, even if she becomes aware of many things, it may already be too late. Damn it. What a cunning scheme to use others as pawns. Let us go and deal with those scoundrels. The group, filled with righteous indignation, is eager for vengeance. Enough. Chen Huafeng interjects loudly, now is not the time. Besides, with just the few of us, we would merely be delivering ourselves to them. Chen Huafeng yearns for retribution as well, for they have all unjustly borne the brunt of blame, having been wronged by the people of Meijin Nation, who, while not entirely innocent, are not culpable in this instance. Hello. Oh, Instructor Zhao, good day. Yes. At this moment, Chen Huafeng's phone rings. After conversing for a while, he looks up at the group. Instructor Zhao is coming from above. We must go and meet him. You stay at the hotel and wait for us. I will contact you when we depart tomorrow. All right. Li Zixuan bids farewell to the others and steps outside. Team leader. The others look at Chen Huafeng, puzzled. For Li Zixuan had demonstrated platinum-level prowess just half a month prior, and they wonder why he must now step aside for someone dispatched from above. I am not entirely certain of the specifics, but I trust that the higher-ups will manage the situation well. After all, a platinum-level expert is a formidable presence anywhere. And he is yet to see 30. Chen Huafeng, too, struggles to comprehend the situation. Upon exiting the base, Li Zixuan gazes up at the sky, a faint sigh escaping his lips. Through Chen Huafeng's recent remarks, it is not difficult to discern much. He has yet to earn the trust of certain individuals, despite his information being quite clear. However, it is precisely because his information is so transparent that many have yet to truly accept him. A young man who has risen to platinum level in less than a year, who would dare to believe such a feat? If one were to claim that Li Zixuan harbors no secrets, it would be utterly implausible. Currently, among those above platinum level, who has not been cultivating since childhood, it is merely due to the 9 years of spiritual energy eruption that they rapidly advanced. Even the most formidable among them reached their current achievements through relentless battles over 9 years. And what of Li Zixuan? He has accomplished this in just 1 year. Thus, without a true understanding, there are many matters of which Li Zixuan is not permitted to be aware. He is still too weak. Li Zixuan exhaled a breath of murky air. If he were a stellar-level powerhouse now, these troubles would be non-existent. However, that moment is approaching. His greatest reliance in battle is not any organization or connection, but rather the very fabric of space itself. He firmly believes that he will soon ascend to the rank of stellar-level powerhouse. Upon returning to the hotel, Chen Huafeng and his companions arrived at the airport to await their arrival. Before long, a tall figure materialized before them. It was Zhao Song, a platinum-tier warrior of the 6th rank, born of military lineage, and also an instructor within the Internal Bureau of the Special Operations Agency. Indeed, it is the Internal Bureau. While Chen Huafeng, an ordinary gold tier, leads a small group of bronze-level members primarily tasked with intelligence gathering. The 5 teams within the Internal Bureau serve as the execution force for operational actions. Chapter 55. The Grand View of Mountains. Let us go, Zhao Song uttered succinctly as he made his way to the vehicle. Chen Huafeng and the others followed suit. Upon returning to the base, Zhao Song occupied the head of the conference table, his fingers rhythmically tapping against the surface as he absorbed the current situation. The ambitions of the Zairizhi faction are considerable. This time, the leader from the United States is Maxon, he murmured to himself while continuing his tapping. And what of the Bear Country? It is Tanif. Suddenly, his hand ceased its percussive motion, and his expression darkened. Damn it, this bunch of bastards. Why are they all leading at the Platinum Pinnacle? Zhao Song felt a wave of discontent wash over him, compounded by a sense of discomfort. After all, he was merely at the 6th tier of Platinum. He lacked the confidence to believe he could contend against multiple adversaries at the Platinum Pinnacle. What is the highest level of the Zairizhi faction? Zhao Song turned his gaze toward Chen Huafeng. Both the Great Elder and the Second Elder are at the Platinum Pinnacle, while among the remaining 7, 5 are in the early stages of Platinum, 1st to 3rd tier, and 2 are in the mid-level 4th to 6th tier. Upon hearing this, Zhao Song felt an overwhelming urge to retreat home. How on earth can we fight this? The Second Elder is already at the Platinum Pinnacle. And what about the clan leader? There are at least 5 known Platinum Pinnacle powerhouses in plain sight. And he doubted that neither the non-aligned nor the European Union lacked their own Platinum Pinnacle warriors. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Zhao Song felt a strong impulse to slap himself. Why had he foolishly volunteered to come here? Maintaining a facade of indifference was proving increasingly difficult. What about Li Zixuan? Suddenly, a thought struck him. Just a few days prior, he had overheard discussions within the group. He had tested at the Platinum Pinnacle half a month ago. But Zhao Song sensed that he might have made further progress. So remarkable? Zhao Song's eyes sparkled at this revelation. What a fortuitous circumstance. If he could recruit him, this expedition to the otherworld would be considerably more secure. However, he was immediately reminded that others might not feel inclined to heed his request, which gave him a slight headache. At that moment, Chen Huafeng seemed to perceive Zhao Song's predicament. Instructor Zhao, you could apply to the team leader or the bureau chief to recruit Li Zixuan, he suggested, playfully blinking. Upon hearing this, a spark reignited in Zhao Song's eyes. Of course, recruitment. Although he did not possess the authority to directly invite Li Zixuan to the team, submitting an application would surely garner approval from above. In the interim, it would be possible to employ him for a period. With this thought, Zhao Song became invigorated, promptly entering the room to report the matter to the team leader. When he emerged, Chen Huafeng and the others noted the uncontainable smile upon his face. They exchanged glances, their hearts swelling with joy. After all, having a skilled ally would undoubtedly enhance their safety. Moreover, having interacted with Li Zixuan for an extended period, they knew him to be quite amiable. Initially, Chen Huafeng and the others had refrained from suggesting this, fearing it might unsettle Zhao Song, given that he himself was a platinum-level powerhouse. If they had taken it upon themselves to summon Li Zixuan, it would have only embarrassed Zhao Song. However, with Zhao Song taking the initiative, the situation was altogether different. After some discussion, the group set off for the hotel where Li Zixuan resided. Li Zixuan had just concluded a video call with Shinryu when a knock echoed through the door. A quick scan of his surroundings revealed the presence of 7 individuals. Aside from Chen Huafeng, the other 6, along with a middle-aged man, were evidently sent by higher authorities. A brief surge of perception indicated that the man's energy level was approximately at the Platinum 6th stage, and with a moment's contemplation, Zixuan understood the implications. They had arrived. He rose to open the door and found the 7 standing before him. The utility of his spiritual awareness was indeed remarkable. Greetings, Team Leader Chun. It is a pleasure to see you again. Please, come in, he welcomed. Mr. Li, I apologize for the intrusion, Chun Huafeng expressed with a hint of regret, particularly since they had previously asked Li Zixuan to leave when Zhao Song had arrived. Now that they required his assistance again, it felt somewhat awkward. Not at all. Li Zixuan waved his hand dismissively, his expression nonchalant. Mr. Li, allow me to introduce our colleague from the Internal Bureau, Instructor Zhao Song. He then turned to Zhao Song. Instructor Zhao, this is the individual I mentioned, Li Zixuan. Hello, Instructor Zhao. Please, take a seat. Li Zixuan extended his right hand, mentally noting the significance of the term Internal Bureau, which likely referred to a department rich in skilled practitioners. Hello, Mr. Li. Zhao Song reciprocated the handshake, and they settled onto the sofa. It was then that Chun Huafeng revealed the purpose of their visit. There are several teams from different nations preparing to venture into the alternate realm, and no one can assure that there will be no dangers upon arrival, especially from antagonistic forces seeking to seize control. We are here to request that you accompany us, so that you may lend your assistance when needed. Li Zixuan feigned contemplation before acquiescing. After all, he still required support from the country, and this opportunity would grant Chun Huafeng and his team a debt of gratitude towards him. Upon returning home, their official affiliations would likely prove beneficial. Mr. Li, we appreciate your willingness to assist us on this journey to the alternate realm, Zhao Song remarked, sensing Li Zixuan's agreeable disposition. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he prepared to take his leave. There's no need for formality. I am also a citizen of Huagua, Li Zixuan asserted, embodying a sense of noble duty. Then we shall not disturb your rest any further. We will come to collect you at 8 tomorrow. Zhao Song bid farewell. Understood, Li Zixuan responded, rising to escort Zhao Song and the others to the door. Once back in his room, he reflected on the day's events. Until now, he had not given much thought to matters concerning the soul, but Tang Yu's injury had imparted a sense of caution. He could not underestimate the capabilities of others. There were undoubtedly more formidable experts in the alternate realm. Upon entering his own space, he realized that while he possessed the blood-devouring battle garb for physical defense, he lacked spiritual protection. The Silent Oblivion scripture could enhance his overall perfection, but it only fortified his physical and spiritual essence to a comparable level against peers. It would not suffice against those several ranks above him. After a thorough search within the trade center, he finally discovered a treasure that integrated defense and cultivation, the 10,000 Peaks diagram, priced at 130 million. Purchase. By refining and merging it with his soul, he could establish automatic defenses during attacks and, while cultivating, immerse himself in the essence of the 10,000 Peaks depicted within the diagram, thus achieving profound effects in his training. After spending an entire day in the realm of space, I finally succeeded in refining a painting that seamlessly integrated into my mind, devoid of any discomfort. The adage that the pinnacle of science converges with metaphysics rings true. After further cultivating in that ethereal space for a while, I sensed the dawn breaking in the outside world and swiftly exited the realm. Upon glancing at my phone, I realized it was just past 6 o'clock. After descending to partake in breakfast, I returned to my room to await the arrival of Zhao Song and the others. Chapter 56, Otherworld, 1. Not long after, Chun Huafeng knocked on the door, and Li Zixuan followed him downstairs. 2 vehicles were already parked at the entrance. Inside the car, Li Zixuan observed their tense demeanor. Even their chatter seemed distracted. Gradually, he too began to feel a sense of anxiety, for he had never taken a life nor encountered a black hole or living extraterrestrial beings. Upon the vehicle's arrival at its destination, he noticed a sign by the roadside that read Mount Fuji. It was not that Li Zixuan was illiterate, rather, he was taken aback. How could a black hole be located here, in a tourist area, although there were currently no ordinary people around? The information we had gathered indicated that the black hole was situated within the volcano's crater, Chun Huafeng remarked. Inside the crater? Li Zixuan thought of turning back. This was an active volcano. He couldn't ascertain whether he might be harmed by the extreme temperatures of the lava, but surely, no sane person would willingly immerse themselves in lava, right? Indeed, but the terrain is rather complex, and we won't be venturing into the lava itself, Chun Huafeng explained, seemingly sensing Li Zixuan's apprehension. Just then, several more vehicles arrived, and 9 Americans disembarked. Upon seeing them, the expressions of Chun Huafeng's entire team soured. Had it not been in an opportune moment, they might have charged at the newcomers. With Zhao Song and Li Zixuan present, they felt emboldened against their rivals. Hey Chun, long time no see. Don't wear that grim expression. Smile a little. One alluring woman addressed Chun Huafeng, her tone light. Li Zixuan turned to observe this enticing white woman. who appeared to be at the peak of the gold rank. Behind her stood a silver-haired man, undoubtedly at the pinnacle of platinum, while the other 7 were of silver rank. At that moment, Chen Huafeng clenched his fists tightly, glaring intensely at the woman before him as he spat out 2 words, Lucy. This woman was a fellow team leader from the Central Bureau of the United States, and it was evident that Chen Huafeng had suffered considerable setbacks at her hands. Haha, we are all old friends. You still act like a little boy, Lucy teased, licking her crimson lips. Just then, another convoy arrived, this time from the Grizzly Bear Nation, followed by representatives from the non-aligned movement and the European Union. Additionally, a group of unknown individuals, numbering 15, arrived, with several at the 3rd tier of platinum and others at the gold level, appearing to be a collection of individuals from various nations. Tang Yu approached Li Zixuan and confirmed his suspicions. The Dawn Laboratory, a name that suggests an organization of researchers or scientists, yet it is not to be underestimated. Initially, it was merely a laboratory specializing in extraterrestrial studies, funded by numerous global tycoons. However, it later became so powerful that it established its independence. Standing here, 6 teams have already gathered. Yet the team from Little Day has yet to make an appearance. They are currently reliant on the power of the United States. For it is a harsh reality that without high-level strength, no faction is permitted to exist. One must either align with a powerful entity or face obliteration. Before this moment, Li Zixuan felt that everything he had encountered was excessively tranquil. Who could have imagined that these 6 small teams, comprising fewer than 200 individuals, could effortlessly demolish a city in the outside world within a brief span of time? The 6 teams exchanged minimal dialogue. Only a few of the opposing team leaders could not help but cast glances at Li Zixuan, who stood out distinctly amongst them. Any practitioner could easily sense the energy within others, yet they could detect no trace of energy within Li Zixuan. This suggested that he might be an ordinary person. But how could an ordinary individual dare to venture into such a place? As silence enveloped them, the group soon found themselves near the volcano's mouth. The members of Little Day were already waiting there. Upon closer inspection, Li Zixuan discovered a peculiar black vortex on one side of the volcanic rock wall, appearing as though it could consume everything in its path. Perhaps the energy of the black hole had yet to stabilize, for no one dared to approach and test its perilous nature. After 9 years of exploration and experimentation, everyone understood that when the energy of a black hole is unstable, any being, human, animal, or machine, within a 10-meter proximity would be drawn in and torn to shreds. The atmosphere was remarkably tense, perhaps due to the impending opening of the passage, or perhaps because various factions were wary of one another. At the very least, Chen Huafeng and his companions regarded the 12 individuals from Little Day with palpable hostility, while the 2 leading them exhibited a nonchalant demeanor. Li Zixuan sensed that 10 platinum-level powerhouses had already arrived, with himself as the sole diamond-level individual. Yet, he could not shake the feeling that someone was observing them. Scanning the surroundings with his spiritual awareness yielded no results, indicating that whoever was watching remained just beyond his 10-meter range and was likely quite formidable. They must have reached diamond level, for if they were merely platinum, Li Zixuan would not have sensed their presence. Turning to his companions, Li Zixuan cautioned, "Be vigilant. There are others lurking in the shadows, and their power may be on par with mine." Zhao Song and the others, taken aback by Li Zixuan's serious expression, especially since he had not previously uttered a word of caution upon encountering leaders from other nations, realized that he must indeed be stronger than a peak platinum level. The implication that there were diamond-level adversaries concealed nearby sent shivers down their spines. Understood, they nodded slightly, their expressions now grave. It seemed this expedition into the otherworld would not be so straightforward after all. Typically, in the absence of biological entities near a black hole, only those of platinum rank or lower would dare enter, as those above platinum would refrain from such a perilous venture. After all, the individuals on Blue Star, even if they have undergone training, do not adhere to the same cultivation systems as those from other realms. Should an incident occur in that domain, no faction would be willing to risk the loss of a diamond-tier powerhouse, each of whom is meticulously documented within their respective organizations, thereby preventing any erratic movements. Furthermore, the most formidable factions have reached a consensus. Diamond-tier beings are not to engage casually in conflict, for their destructive capabilities are overwhelmingly potent. Look, it has halted. A sudden voice captured the attention of the crowd. All eyes turned toward the black hole, where the swirling vortex gradually came to a standstill until it ceased entirely. In the very position of the black hole, a luminous barrier emerged, as if revealing the vistas from the other side. Chapter 57. Otherworld 2. The team of Little Life was the first to leap forward, vanishing the moment they made contact with the shimmering barrier. Other teams were quick to follow suit, and at that moment, Chun Huafeng and his companions turned their gazes towards Li Zixuan and Zhao Song. Be cautious as you enter. Particularly with Little Life's team, Li Zixuan advised, noticing only a few of them remained. All right, but let us not stray too far apart. Zhao Song replied before leaping through the barrier. Finally, Li Zixuan cast a lingering glance in one direction before following suit. Have I been discovered? The shadowy figure of Yin Lingzi frowned slightly, then broke into a sinister chuckle. Upon stabilizing his footing, Li Zixuan perceived that the gravitational pull of this world was considerably stronger, accompanied by a sense of repulsion, as if this realm was not entirely welcoming of his presence. Observing the verdant grass beneath his feet and gazing towards the distant mountains, he noticed the air was suffused with an abundance of spiritual energy, even more potent than that within his ring space. Taking a deep breath, he felt an invigorating sense of comfort envelop him. Casting a glance around, he realized the other teams had vanished without a trace, leaving only Zhao Song and a few others by his side. Do you feel anything unusual? Li Zixuan inquired, directing his attention to Chun Huafeng and the others. What sensation? Chun Huafeng responded. It feels wonderful. He then inhaled deeply, unable to restrain his delight. There is a hint of discomfort. The gravity here is somewhat stronger, and there is a peculiar sense of repulsion, Zhao Song reflected before speaking. It appears that those with higher realms experience these sensations more acutely. Not lingering on the matter for too long, Li Zixuan turned to Zhao Song and Chun Huafeng. What are your plans? We aim to survey the terrain and gather information about this place, Chun Huafeng replied candidly, as their primary purpose for coming was indeed to scout. I have a few items that may prove useful, Li Zixuan declared, producing 7 jade tokens that appeared in his hand seemingly from thin air. What are these? Zhao Song exclaimed in surprise, gazing curiously at the tokens that Li Zixuan conjured effortlessly. These are jade tokens for transmitting messages, known as sound transmission talismans. In the event of danger, crush them forcefully, and I shall be alerted. I will hasten to your side. Li Zixuan explained the function of the 7 tokens and distributed them among them. Sound transmission talismans? The others gasped in astonishment. Indeed, let the rest be, Li Zixuan replied, choosing not to elaborate further. Noticing Li Zixuan's reluctance to provide more details, they refrained from pressing the matter. Aren't you coming with us? Chun Huafeng asked. No. It would be best for you to separate. If you all remain together, you will not be able to gather any information. Furthermore, as it is my first time here, I wish to explore, Li Zixuan responded. Very well. Li Zixuan watched as they departed, glancing back at the barrier. After approximately an hour of waiting and seeing no one else emerge, he turned and headed towards the mountains. Less than half an hour after Li Zixuan's departure, the barrier flickered once more, and a figure emerged. A sly grin crept across Yin Lingzi's lips as he made his way towards Li Zixuan. Unbeknownst to Li Zixuan, someone was tailing him. Along his journey, he explored his surroundings, collecting every beautiful and unfamiliar flower, plant, or stone he encountered, depositing them into his spatial realm. After a brief interval, I encountered a creature resembling a rabbit, albeit with a physique akin to that of a hare and adorned with elongated ears. However, its entire body was not covered in fur, but instead had a scaly exoskeleton reminiscent of a fish. The presence of such a being suggested the existence of a complete food chain in this environment. I cautiously trailed behind this small creature, noticing its lack of fear towards humans. With a flick of my hand, I hurled a blade of grass, which embedded itself into the creature's scales. It emitted an indignant cry and swiftly darted away, while I leisurely pursued it, eager to ascertain how numerous such beings might be and what capabilities they possessed. Following the creature, I arrived at an opening resembling a burrow. The entrance was scarcely the size of a basketball, prompting me to extend my senses within. Inside, I discerned 5 rabbit-like creatures, 2 adults and 3 juveniles. The burrow was cluttered with weeds, devoid of any traces of blood, indicating that these rabbit-like beings shared many similarities with the rabbits of Blue Star. They were herbivorous, though their temperament appeared rather irritable. Departing from the burrow, I relinquished the notion of capturing a few specimens. Despite their novelty, I dared not confine them within my space. As I continued on my path, intermittently releasing my senses, I encountered numerous creatures strikingly similar to those of Blue Star. Many of these animals seemed to be evolved forms of their Blue Star counterparts, shaped by their environment. Indeed, Evolution was the term that came to mind. Along the way, I also recognized several plant species, albeit in more robust condition than their blue star relatives. Wandering aimlessly, I soon found myself on a hillside. Suddenly, a feral roar emanated from my left, intermingled with human voices. I stifled my presence and stealthily approached the source of the commotion. How much longer until the elder brother arrives? One of the elders called out, his voice strained. As I closed in, approximately 100 meters from the source, the scene came into focus. A group of individuals, known as the Shaoriji people, were engaged in combat with a creature that resembled a lion. Among them, only 6 were still battling, while several others lay prone on the ground. With only a couple still struggling, their grievous injuries suggested they would not survive much longer. The creature in question was nearly 6 meters in length, standing 4 meters tall, adorned with a mane akin to that of a lion, and cloaked in dark fur. Its limbs and claws could shatter stone with a mere swipe. Yet it bore numerous wounds, particularly a deep gash upon its head that rendered it all the more fearsome. The surviving 6 individuals were not faring any better, their breaths uneven. I discreetly concealed my presence, refraining from drawing closer. I pondered the motives behind their reckless assault on this formidable beast. If it were indeed a chance encounter, they could have fled, thus avoiding such dire casualties. Yet, they seemed resolute in their attack. It appeared that this creature possessed some intrinsic value or was guarding a treasure of sorts. Hang in there, third brother, one of them urged, as they continued their relentless onslaught to deplete the creature's stamina. However, human endurance has its limits, and soon one man faltered. Caught off guard and struck in the neck by the creature's tail, sent sprawling away, clearly on the brink of death. Beast, cease your insolence. A blade sliced through the creature's head like a flash of lightning. However, it did not succumb to death immediately. Instead, it swiped a claw at the approaching figure. But the latter moved too swiftly, causing the claw to miss its target. The creature then leapt with all its might, aiming to bite at the second elder. No. Third brother. Caught off guard, the second elder was seized by the creature, which clamped down on his head in its final moments. The few who had narrowly evaded the attack could only watch in horror as the headless body of the second elder was flung aside. The newcomer and the first elder leapt beside the creature, forcefully driving the blade into its body. The creature emitted a despairing roar before gradually collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Third brother. The two rushed towards the decapitated corpse, their hands trembling with rage, left with no place to rest. Chapter 58. The treasure hunt concealed in the shadows. Li Zixuan beheld the unfolding scene with a growing sense of unease, his stomach churning. Yet, he dared not reveal his presence, enduring the discomfort with great difficulty. His elder brother. The 7 individuals gradually emerged from their sorrow, understanding that now was not the time for lamentation. The bloodshed would inevitably attract more creatures. The newcomer was Lingzi, who had now regained his composure. Gather the bodies and return home. Lingzi commanded as he rose and ventured into the cave. It was a vast cavern, and shortly after entering, he re-emerged. Outside, the 6 had already tidied up the remains, each bearing a corpse, some even carrying 2. The Grand Elder stood beside the body of a creature, prepared to take it back as usual. When Lingzi emerged, his backpack exhibited certain bulges, and the egg he cradled radiated an extraordinary energy. Remarkable. So abundant? Upon witnessing this, Li Zixuan hesitated no longer. He donned his invisibility cloak, activated the 5-element step, wielded the Hunyuan blade, and charged towards Lingzi. Who goes there? Though invisible, the energy emanating from Li Zixuan was palpable. Lingzi swiftly evaded his original position. At that moment, the other 6 sensed the presence of an unseen individual, yet remained composed, for Li Zixuan's garment rendered him invisible, but the energy within him was distinctly perceptible. The 7 of them discarded their burdens and swiftly formed a circle, each brandishing a formidable blade. Who are you? Why do you seek conflict with us? Lingzi directed his gaze toward Li Zixuan, stating, I shall not pursue the matter of the 3 cities you seized a fortnight ago. Let us part ways peacefully. At this juncture, Lingzi recognized Li Zixuan as the one responsible for the sacking of a city, sensing that their energies were comparable. He was reluctant to engage in a fierce confrontation, having already secured what he desired. This is becoming troublesome. Observing their formation, Li Zixuan felt a pang of helplessness. His original intent had been to stealthily seize the treasure and depart, yet now, was this not compelling him to resort to violence? With a flick of his wrist, he brandished the Hunyuan blade, which undoubtedly possessed the capacity to cleave through steel. Ignoring Lingzi's words, he understood that in a clash, one must exert their full strength, and that verbosity often results in lost opportunities. Employing his invisible step, he lunged directly at Yinlingzi. Drinking a toast invites punishment. As Li Zixuan's movement unfolded, Yinlingzi braced himself to strike down his opponent. Come forth. As Li Zixuan's blade descended with ferocity, Yinlingzi attempted to parry but sensed the tremendous force behind the strike. Alarmed, he realized it was too late. Although Li Zixuan's initial blow appeared powerful, the actual collision yielded only a slight force. With a swift movement, he evaded to confront a platinum-tier foe, delivering a decisive strike down the center of the forehead. With several rapid strikes, he redirected his assault elsewhere. Get back! Yinlingzi cried out, eager to pursue Li Zixuan and engage him in battle. Yet, Li Zixuan deftly evaded confrontation, relying on his agile steps to elude capture, leaving Yinlingzi to witness yet another companion fall to his blade. No! Stop this! With a piercing cry, Yinlingzi called out, Come to me. The remaining four, including the Grand Elder, hurriedly retreated behind Yinlingzi, yet one among them ultimately fell victim. This was primarily due to Li Zixuan's astonishing speed and ferocity. Even the Grand Elder felt he could only withstand a single strike from Li Zixuan. What shall you do now? Yinlingzi inquired darkly, directing his gaze towards Li Zixuan. I demand that egg, that package, and everything else you possess. Li Zixuan deliberately altered his voice, rendering it unrecognizable in terms of national dialect. Impossible. I can offer you the package, Yinlingzi retorted instinctively, pointing at the corpse of a creature. Then there is nothing further to discuss, Li Zixuan declared, launching another assault. Do you truly believe I fear you? You shall leave with nothing. With that, he charged towards Li Zixuan. However, Li Zixuan had no intention of engaging him in a prolonged skirmish. After exchanging a few blows, he turned his lethal focus upon the Grand Elder and his companions once more. No. Stop, Yinlingzi shouted in desperation. But it was too late. With a swift succession of 3 strikes, a formidable platinum-level warrior had his throat severed by Li Zixuan. Who on earth are you? Yinlingzi roared, trembling with rage. It was not fear of Li Zixuan that gripped him, but rather the cunning displayed by Li Zixuan. If it were only him, he would not be concerned. Yet, the platinum warriors painstakingly cultivated by his clan had been slain before his very eyes. I can give you the backpack, but that egg is non-negotiable. If you refuse, it shall be a fight to the death. Yinlingzi ground his teeth in defiance. Li Zixuan pondered for a moment before responding. It was not that he wished to eliminate them all. Rather, he sensed something peculiar within Yinlingzi's energy during their previous exchanges. If he were to eradicate the remaining individuals without vanquishing Yinlingzi, the latter would undoubtedly descend into madness. If it were merely a contest of strength, he would not be intimidated, but he feared the potential for hidden treachery. Yinlingzi remained vigilant against Li Zixuan, while the Grand Elder and his companions hastily hoisted the corpses and cradled the egg, positioning themselves behind Yinlingzi. Let us depart, he commanded. Once the Grand Elder and the others had retreated a safe distance, Yinlingzi cautiously withdrew, unwilling to expose his back to Li Zixuan. After watching them fade from view, Li Zixuan could no longer suppress his retching, although the ground was devoid of bodies. The image of slicing through another's throat lingered painfully in his mind. After a brief moment of recovery, he gradually regained his composure. Truly, I am fortunate that no one witnessed this. Otherwise, it would be exceedingly embarrassing if Chen Huafeng and the others were to see me, a diamond-level warrior, reduced to such a state, inferior even to their bronze level. With a wave of his hand, he stored the creature's corpse into his spatial realm. Glancing at the backpack on the ground, concerned that it might have been tampered with, he cut open a small slit and emptied its contents. Just this? He gazed at 2 flower-like plants resembling chrysanthemums, momentarily taken aback. He swiftly entered his spatial realm, summoned Xiao Ling to plant them, and disregarded the matter, preparing to venture out again. After all, only 3 days remained. Should he delay beyond that, it would mean waiting 3 years. Yet, just as Li Zixuan had taken a few steps, he abruptly halted. The lion gives birth to live young, not eggs. That egg? Upon this realization, Li Zixuan released the corpse of the lion-like creature, meticulously examining it. To his dismay, he discovered he had been deceived. It was not an egg at all, but rather a male specimen. Contemplating this, he felt an urge to pursue, yet after consideration, he surmised that he would likely be unable to catch up. The creature, resembling a lion, seemed to possess combat capabilities akin to that of a diamond-level being. He began to search the area, hoping to find more creatures of its kind. However, after more than 4 hours of exploration, from the foot of the mountain to its midsection, he encountered nothing beyond small animals, with no platinum-level beings in sight. Resigned, he continued his ascent towards the summit. Perhaps due to the sparse human presence in the area, he noticed that the higher he climbed, the more abundant the weeds became. The trees here were unlike any he had ever seen. Some towered majestically into the clouds, while others exhibited bizarre shapes. Were they not so immense? He would have been tempted to uproot a few to cultivate in his personal space. Chapter 59. Is it a serpent? A spirit stone? 2 hours had elapsed, and Li Zixuan found himself standing beside a vast pond. This mist-laden expanse was larger than a football field, its waters a tranquil blue, obscuring the depths beneath. Upon probing with his spiritual sense, he discerned an absence of life within its confines. As he ventured towards the center, where the waters grew deeper, the limitations of his perception deterred further exploration. Although adept at swimming, the unknown nature of this place instilled a sense of trepidation within him, a sentiment untouched by his mastery of the diamond realm. Just as he contemplated departing, an inexplicable sensation of being observed enveloped him. Glancing around, he found nothing amiss. Perhaps it was best to hasten his retreat from this cursed location. Yet, as these thoughts coursed through his mind, a figure erupted from the pond, hurtling towards him with alarming speed. Li Zixuan, already on edge, reacted instinctively, evading the assault without a moment's hesitation. Upon reappearing beside the creature, he realized that the attacker was a serpent. However, this was no ordinary snake. It measured over 20 meters in length. Its head was adorned with a singular horn, while its lower jaw bore a series of spiked appendages. The scales glimmered like razor blades, emanating a chilling aura. As the serpent coiled its massive body, it was evident that its length surpassed 20 meters. In utter shock, Li Zixuan turned to flee without a second thought. Yet, as he moved, the serpent pursued relentlessly. Navigating through the underbrush, he sprinted for over 10 minutes, but the creature remained steadfast in its chase. Desperation crept in. Li Zixuan had considered retreating into his spatial realm, but the sheer size of this serpent had initially instilled a paralyzing fear, prompting his flight. However, the continued pursuit urged him to assess the creature's energy. To his astonishment, he discovered that its energy was comparable to his own. What was the point of fleeing now? After such a prolonged chase, he resolved to confront this beast. If he could not slay it outright, he would at least inflict injury. In dire straits, he could always retreat into his spatial realm to procure weapons and eliminate it. With newfound resolve, he ceased his flight. Unfazed, the serpent lunged at him, seizing the opportunity of his sudden halt. Li Zixuan leaped onto a sturdy tree, but the serpent reared up, its jaws snapping perilously close. In a frantic dance, he evaded the creature's strikes, darting about like a grasshopper, seizing fleeting moments to strike at its scaled form. After a fierce struggle lasting over half an hour, the serpent, frustrated by its inability to subdue Li Zixuan, opted for a different strategy and surged upwards. This maneuver ignited Li Zixuan's determination. Should he fail to conquer it on land, the waters would surely spell his doom. With this thought, he swiftly maneuvered to the serpent's flank, delivering a decisive slash that opened a gaping wound nearly a meter long along its body, catching the creature completely off guard. At this moment, the python was enraged, turning to coil around and widening its mouth to strike at Li Zixuan. As Li Zixuan attempted to evade the python's constricting body and leaped into the air, he suddenly saw the gaping maw approaching. A surge of alarm coursed through him, and he silently chanted a phrase, slipping into a spatial realm. After lingering there for several seconds, when Li Zixuan re-emerged, he narrowly dodged the python's lethal bite, landing atop its head just as it lunged forward. Before the python could react, he plunged his blade deep into its skull. With a hiss, the python thrashed its head in pain, but Li Zixuan understood the gravity of the moment. He could not relinquish his grip, lest all be lost. Gripping the hilt with all his might, he channeled his inner energy, imbuing the blade with power, enhancing its sharpness and intensifying the gleam at its tip. With the python's head thrashing, he leveraged its momentum to cut deeply into its skull. Finally, with a resounding thud, the python collapsed, its head cleaved asunder. Li Zixuan, breathless, leaned against the severed head, panting heavily. Despite the brief span of time, he had expended a considerable portion of his energy. The python's razor-sharp scales had left him marred with wounds. Extracting several healing pills from his spatial ring, he ingested them before slowly rising to survey the creature. The beast measured approximately 20 meters in length, its scales glimmering ominously. The entirety of its head had been nearly severed, even the spinal column within lay shattered. Although lifeless, a shiver of dread washed over him as he stood beside it. He couldn't fathom what fate would have befallen him had he not accessed the spatial ring. He was certain that a single bite from such a colossal python would have been fatal. In truth, It was Li Zixuan's formidable energy that rendered him victorious. The python, believing it could overpower him, had unwittingly sealed its own doom. After stowing the python away in the spatial realm, Li Zixuan took a moment to recuperate, restoring himself to peak condition before returning to the pond. Surely, no other creatures remained, he mused. With a determined leap, he plunged into the depths of the pond. As he descended deeper into the murky waters, the light began to fade. Upon reaching a depth of 40 meters, he noticed a large pit, likely the python's resting place. Within the pit lay a stone shaped like an egg, considerably larger than the previous one, emanating a soft, milky glow. Curious, he reached out to sense the stone. Was it a spirit stone or an energy stone? Li Zixuan felt that the very essence of the stone was composed of energy. Overjoyed, he placed it into his spatial ring and, after confirming that no other stones were present, turned and swam back to the surface. Emerging from the pond, he retrieved a new set of clothing from his spatial realm. Just as he prepared to discard his tattered garments, a sense of reluctance held him back. Clutching the old clothes, he once again entered the spatial realm, where he found the sprites gathered around the python, engaged in discussion. It resembles the black gold snake. No. It is the spirit-seeking snake. Is this a snake? Li Zixuan approached to inquire. Indeed, it is a snake, chirped a small sprite cheerfully. Isn't it a python? Li Zixuan asked, perplexed. I initially thought it was a python, only to discover a serpent of such immense size. No, my master, this is the spirit-seeking serpent. No. My master, this is the black gold serpent. The two sprites began to bicker once more. Then what is this? Li Zixuan disregarded the squabbling sprites and pointed at the corpse of a creature resembling a lion. This is the lion beast. And what is that? Li Zixuan gestured towards a large energy stone. Wow, master, where did you acquire such a magnificent spirit stone? The little sprite exclaimed with excitement. Is this a spirit stone? Indeed. Then, what are those? Li Zixuan indicated towards the two plants that had been planted in the ground, having been brought up from the realm of the dark spirits. Chapter 60, Elixir? Space Upgrade. This is the immortal herb. What is the immortal herb? Li Zixuan continued to inquire. Oh, it is a spiritual medicine that can extend an ordinary person's lifespan by 10 years. The little sprite pondered for a moment before responding. Spiritual medicine? Li Zixuan was slightly taken aback. It was indeed the first time he had heard of such a thing, and the efficacy was truly remarkable. Consuming just one could add a decade to one's life. Thus, if cultivated properly, what could a whole acre yield? The mere thought ignited a thrill within him. He turned and hastened to the trading center, accessing the interface, where he discovered the immortal herb priced at 500 cosmic coins per unit. As expected, the cost of spiritual medicine was exorbitant. He summoned over 20 little sprites, his heart brimming with anticipation. Can you cultivate spiritual medicine? Certainly, master. But you must leave behind that piece of spirit stone. Very well. No problem. Li Zixuan felt an overwhelming joy. With just over 2 days remaining, he aimed to acquire a few more spirit stones. At that moment, the voice of the little sprite chimed in. Master, the space can be upgraded. The little sprite's voice rang in Li Zixuan's ears. Upgrade? The last upgrade occurred when the plants within the space had sold for over 100 million. However, while in the kingdom of little days, he had sold several billion and yet had not received an upgrade. Why was it now possible? Contemplating this, he posed the question. Little sprite, what are the requirements for an upgrade? Master, there are 2 conditions for upgrading the space. One is that your cultivation level reaches a certain rank, and the other is that your technological advancements ascend to a specific level. In truth, you could have upgraded long ago. It was merely that the energy within the space was insufficient. Now that we have the spirit stone, the energy is ample, and thus, we can upgrade. The little sprite's melodious voice resonated. How long will this upgrade take? Will everything in the space be sold off? Li Zixuan felt a pang of anxiety. For he was still in a foreign world. If the upgrade took too long, he would lose a measure of security. And many items could not be placed within the space. If everything inside were to be sold, he would have to start anew with the recently cultivated elixirs. Master, the upgrade will take 24 hours. During this period, there will be no access to the space. The little sprites will fall into slumber, and the plants will be sold off. Just as I feared. Li Zixuan felt a tinge of disappointment. Can we postpone the upgrade for a while? He wished to wait until he could exit before proceeding. However, he abandoned the thought after hearing the little sprite's response. That is not possible, master. Now that the energy is sufficient, if we do not upgrade, the space will soon become unstable, the little sprite said, her tone laced with worry. Unstable space? How could that be? Li Zixuan felt a surge of curiosity. It is because the spiritual energy within the space is nearing saturation. Without this spirit stone, given some time, the space would inevitably upgrade on its own. As the spiritual stones entered the realm, the ambient spiritual energy reached saturation. Should upgrades not be implemented promptly, the barriers of this space would inevitably fracture, exposing it to the chaotic elements of the universe, leading to instability and in dire circumstances, the complete collapse of the entire realm. With a sense of resignation, Li Zixuan resolved to undertake the necessary upgrades upon his emergence from this space. Although he grasped only a fraction of the implications of the little spirit's words, he recognized their gravity. He then instructed the sprite to excavate the immortal grass he had previously planted. At the trading center, he expended 4 million to acquire a space-folding backpack, followed by an additional 100,000 to procure healing potions and several sets of clothing, which he meticulously stowed within the backpack before exiting the realm. Upon his emergence at the pond's edge, the announcement of the space upgrade resonated within his mind. Fortunately, he now possessed this backpack. While it may not serve as a means of escape, it certainly offered ample storage. Although its capacity was limited to 500 cubic units, the plants contained within could thrive. This time, Li Zixuan embarked on his search with renewed purpose. With his consciousness fully attuned, he sought out flora emitting energy akin to that of the immortal grass, diligently gathering them. However, several hours elapsed with nary a find. Strange, he mused. It's already 7 or 8 o'clock outside, yet the sky remains so bright here. Upon mentally calculating the passage of time, he discerned an anomaly. Perhaps the disparity in worlds accounted for this. Nonetheless, through the analysis of the flora and terrain, he surmised that this world indeed experienced night, albeit it had yet to arrive. A glance at the sky indicated that several hours remained until dusk. Continuing his journey towards the next mountain, he was keenly aware that in the eyes of the local fauna, he appeared as a conspicuous beacon in the nocturnal landscape. Many creatures, sensing his formidable energy, retreated into their burrows, though some remained eager to engage. Suddenly, a creature resembling a mantis, albeit the size of a cat, loomed before him. Its sudden appearance startled Li Zixuan, but upon sensing its platinum-tier energy, he was taken aback once more. Yet, he unsheathed his Hunyuan blade with resolve. The mantis was remarkably swift. Had Li Zixuan not trained in speed-enhancing techniques, he might not have been able to match its velocity. Its formidable scythe-like forelimbs could withstand several strikes from his Hunyuan blade. However, after a brief exchange, he cleaved the creature in two and collected its severed limbs for his backpack. Continuing onward, he scrutinized every creature he encountered. If they bore no spiritual stones, he would simply turn away, avoiding unnecessary entanglement. Conversely, should he discover any with spiritual stones, he would seize the opportunity to claim them. This pursuit continued until darkness enveloped the land. At last, he located a large tree, evicting a squirrel-like creature to claim its nest for himself. Though small and suitable only for a single occupant, this nest was one of many he had inspected before settling upon it, as it was notably clean. He set protective wards around the nest, rigged to alert him should any creature approach. With his head resting upon the space-folding backpack, he reclined within the squirrel's nest and closed his eyes, seeking rest. After contemplating for a moment, Li Zixuan realized that after an entire afternoon of searching, he had only discovered 2 types of spiritual medicines and 3 pieces of spiritual stones, which were rather meager in quantity. Just as he was in a state of half-sleep, he suddenly noticed that one of the jade tokens he had given to Chen Huafeng and the others had shattered. What could be the reason? Could it be that type of creature? He quickly rose, slung his backpack over his shoulders, and leaped down from the large tree, rushing towards the direction of Chen Huafeng and his companions. Although it was merely a distance of 10 kilometers, the dense underbrush and trees hindered his speed. Just as he had covered half the distance, another jade token broke apart. Damn, what is happening? Why did they only shatter the jade tokens? Could they at least utter a word? Li Zixuan began to feel increasingly agitated, and his pace quickened considerably. However, when he was merely a few hundred meters away from the jade token, yet another one shattered. Chapter 61. The Contest for the Spirit Mine. 1. After parting ways with Li Zixuan, Zhao Song and his companions dispersed to pursue their own paths. Not long after separating, Chen Huafeng encountered the American named Maxin and one of his teammates. Aware that he was no match for Maxin, he altered his course towards a dense jungle. However, Maxin, perceiving Chen Huafeng as an easy target, followed him into the thicket. In the outside world, Killing Chun Huafeng would lead to significant complications if discovered. But the circumstances here were different. Perhaps before the body had even cooled, creatures would be drawn to the scent of blood. Realizing that Make-Sin was in pursuit, Chun Huafeng instinctively quickened his pace. As he ventured deeper into the jungle, he suppressed his presence and deliberately disturbed several creatures to further obscure his scent in the air. Yet, upon reaching a mountainous region, he was compelled to halt. Before him lay a multitude of creatures, many of which belonged to opposing races, coexisting peacefully. Observing this unusual scene, Chun Huafeng climbed a towering tree to conceal himself among the foliage. He remained vigilant for the better part of the day, and soon, Make-Sin arrived at the same location, taking cover with his team upon witnessing the peculiar tableau. As dusk approached and Make-Sin prepared to depart, a simian creature, resembling a giant ape, unleashed a thunderous roar and charged at a 5-meter-tall creature akin to a moose. With a single, devastating punch, the ape struck the moose, sending it sprawling, unable to rise for several moments. This act triggered a chaotic chain reaction. A centipede, measuring over 40 centimeters, swiftly ascended onto a pig-like creature and sank its black jaws into it. The scene descended into utter turmoil, yet as Chun Huafeng observed, he noted that the ape was the most ferocious among them, with few creatures capable of standing against it. After dispatching several nearby foes, it approached the mountain's edge, seized a milky white stone, and made a hasty retreat. What could that be? Even if Chun Huafeng were dim-witted, he realized that these creatures were contending for that stone. Otherwise, a creature of such formidable energy, at least of platinum grade, would not risk engaging in battle with these beings. Among the near 100 creatures present, at least 10 bore a striking resemblance to the ape. Yet, it merely clutched the stone and fled. Contemplating this, Chun Huafeng gazed towards the mountain, where 15 more stones of various sizes lay scattered. Seizing the opportunity amidst the ongoing skirmish, he cautiously descended from the tree and turned to leave the area. Observing Chun Huafeng's departure, Make-Sin quickly deduced his intentions and turned to another teammate, whispering, "Contact the others and bring them here." Understood, the teammate replied before stealthily departing. Make-Sin continued to observe the brutal struggle among the creatures, witnessing wolf-like beings departing with stones in their possession, while giant eagles soared away with their own. In the end, only a handful of smaller creatures and some injured beings remained, all of which leaned against the mountainside to recuperate. Before long, Chun Huafeng arrived with his companions. Make-Sin noted that among the 7, the strongest, Zhao Song, was merely at the Platinum 6th stage, hardly worth his consideration. Upon seeing the creatures resting by the rocky outcrop, Zhao Song turned to Chun Huafeng and inquired, "What about those creatures you mentioned?" Chen replied, "They have likely departed. When I was here, they fought fiercely. I saw a primate carrying off a stone, and subsequently, the more formidable beings also took stones with them. I sense those stones hold significance." Zhao Song glanced at the recuperating creatures, which remained motionless, seemingly asleep against the rocks. At that moment, individuals from the United States arrived, their boisterous approach causing all the resting beings to open their eyes and fixate on these newcomers. Make-Sin leapt down from a tree, positioned himself before the Americans, and turned to Zhao Song and his group, proposing, "Greetings, people of Huagua. Let us drive away these grotesque entities together, and we can share the stones we extract. What say you?" At this juncture, Lucy and her companions gradually approached, evidently pressuring them into compliance. After all, they numbered only 7, while the Americans counted 9. And Make-Sin was a peak platinum powerhouse. Zhao Song exchanged a knowing glance with Chun Huafeng, who soon comprehended the unspoken message and discreetly slipped his hand into his pocket. "What are you planning?" Lucy, standing close to Chun Huafeng, asked upon noticing the small creature in his grasp. "Nothing," he replied, firmly crushing the jade tablet and revealing his hand to her. "Very well, we consent." Zhao Song feigned contemplation before agreeing. "Let us proceed together. But do not attempt any trickery." Make-Sin cast a penetrating gaze at Zhao Song. There was no turning back now, and he could only hope that Li Zixuan would arrive swiftly. Under Make-Sin's watchful eye, Zhao Song and his companions were compelled to charge forward. Though more than 50 creatures remained, none possessed energy exceeding the platinum tier, the strongest being akin to a bull in form, its aggressive aura and protruding fangs instilling a sense of dread. Zhao Song was far from foolish. He would never provoke a being brimming with energy, choosing instead to lead his group against the weaker creatures. Cunning monkeys. Make-Sin cursed under his breath upon witnessing this. "We shall advance as well, lest unforeseen circumstances arise." Without hesitation, He charged towards the bull-like creature, unleashing lethal strikes without restraint. In mere moments, he had slain the beast. Recalling that one member of Chun Huafeng's team had yet to appear, intensifying his urgency. At this moment, although Zhao Song and his 6 companions deliberately slowed their pace, they found themselves facing 3 to 5 remaining creatures, as the others had already succumbed to Maxon and his allies. At this moment, Zhao Song realized that all these individuals were clad in battle armor beneath their garments. Although it could not completely shield them from harm, it undoubtedly ensured their survival. How cunning. At this juncture, Chun Huafeng and the others also discerned the situation. Maxon turned to Zhao Song and the others, stating, "You may depart now." It became evident to Chun Huafeng and his companions that Maxon intended to eliminate them once they had outlived their usefulness. Zhao Song crushed the jade token in his grasp. Initially, he was perplexed as to why Maxon had exhibited murderous intent when he first glanced at them, only to retract it moments later. Now, witnessing him refrain from attacking while instructing them to leave, it dawned upon Zhao Song that Maxon was, indeed, wary of Li Zixuan. Not so fast. We still have one more person. Chapter 62. The Seizure of the Spirit Mine, 2-0. Then summon him forth. Maxon remarked with a hint of amusement as he observed Zhao Song and the others, swiftly dispatching the remaining 3 creatures. Tangyu. Chun Huafeng glanced at Tangyu. Realizing the situation, Tangyu quickly shattered the jade tablet in her hand. Chun Huafeng called out, puzzled, yet no immediate action followed. Ancient dragons mysterious. Maxon, growing somewhat impatient, declared, "Since you refuse to leave, then remain here." Just as he was about to finish his threat, a thunderous roar erupted from a distance. Who dares? In the blink of an eye, Li Zixuan appeared before Maxon, barely a meter apart. As Maxon processed the sudden outburst, he found himself confronted by Li Zixuan, prompting him to instinctively retreat. "Who are you?" Stabilizing himself, Maxon gazed at Li Zixuan, his voice laced with apprehension. "If he intended to kill me, I would have perished by now," he thought, beads of sweat forming on his brow. "What is happening?" Noticing Maxon's retreat, Li Zixuan disregarded him and turned to Zhao Song, inquiring, "The stones here are peculiar, and the creatures are vying for this." Zhao Song relayed the situation to Li Zixuan. Upon hearing this, Li Zixuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, fortune had favored him. However, with the presence of others, his expression darkened. "Leave now, or perish." With this thought, Li Zixuan summoned the Hunyuan blade, emanating a diamond-level peak aura towards Maxon. Maxon, who had just been relieved moments ago, now trembled upon seeing the blade in Li Zixuan's hand and the formidable energy radiating from him. Those below platinum level might not comprehend the gravity, but he, a seasoned warrior, understood that while diamond and platinum peaks were closely matched, the difference in rank was a chasm. A diamond-level combatant could easily dispatch several platinum-level foes. "We are leaving." Maxon quickly regained his composure, refraining from uttering any threats. With a wave of his hand, he gestured for his companions to depart amidst the puzzled gazes of Lu Si and the others. Watching Maxon and his group retreat, it was that he wished to let them go, but within his perception lingered 6 creatures, one of which was nearly as powerful as he. While the other 5 were slightly weaker, all fixated on their location. Perhaps the demise of the creatures here had stirred the bloodlust in the air. "Hurry and gather your things. We must leave this place," Li Zixuan urged in a low, serious tone, his gaze fixed on a darkened direction. This intensified the tension felt by Zhao Song and the others, who turned to the mountain rocks to see if they could procure any remnants from the 15 scattered stones, now seemingly vanished. Yet, just as they prepared to act, a furious roar erupted from the darkness, targeting none other than Li Zixuan. While the other 5 creatures lunged towards Zhao Song and the others, "Prepare for battle." With a resounding roar, Li Zixuan glanced around, realizing that there was no cover from the trees. The creature lunging towards him resembled a wolf, but its protruding fangs were far more menacing, and its size was considerably larger. There was no time for hesitation. Li Zixuan understood that retreat was no longer an option. Gripping the Hunyuan blade, he advanced rather than withdrew. Channeling the energy within him, he enveloped the blade in a luminous white aura, elongating and widening its form. As the wolf-like creature pounced, he swung the blade towards its head. The clash of metal rang out as the creature's claws struck the blade, producing a sound akin to iron meeting iron. The force of the impact caused the blade to veer off, merely shearing off a few tufts of fur from the creature's body. Both combatants fell to the ground but swiftly charged at each other once more. If the previous serpent had exhibited agility, this wolf embodied both agility and brute strength. They exchanged blows repeatedly, leaving numerous cuts across the creature's hide. However, such wounds seemed trivial to it, only fueling its ferocity. Li Zixuan was not unscathed either, though he bore no physical injuries. His energy was depleting rapidly. He had only prepared healing potions in his backpack, and from the corner of his eye, he noticed that Zhao Song and others had already sustained serious injuries. They could not afford to prolong this battle. A strategy was imperative. Yet, the wolf-like creature offered no respite, charging at him once more. This time, Li Zixuan deliberately slowed his movements, evading the creature's jaws. But it seized his left arm instead. Despite wearing a bloodthirsty battle suit, he felt a piercing pain coursing through his arm. Without waiting for the creature to tear at his limb, he swung the Hunyuan blade towards its body. Sensing the imminent danger, the creature attempted to retract its forelimbs. However, Li Zixuan would not grant it this reprieve. Transforming his slash into a thrust, he plunged the blade deep into the creature's flesh. At that moment, the creature's forelimb struck Li Zixuan squarely in the chest. The impact sent him sprawling, and a portion of flesh from his left arm was severed. Enduring the excruciating pain in his chest, he hastily consumed several healing pills from his backpack. The wolf-like creature was not unscathed either. Li Zixuan's strike had damaged its internal organs. Yet, undeterred, it swallowed the piece of flesh from Li Zixuan's arm, blood dripping from its teeth, adding to its menacing appearance. The creature did not allow Li Zixuan a moment to recover, perhaps aware of its own injuries and intent on a swift conclusion. It lunged at him once more. The bloodthirsty battle suit activated, as both Li Zixuan and the creature were now wounded, with blood permeating the air around them. Li Zixuan felt the suit repairing itself rapidly where it had been torn, absorbing the surrounding blood essence and transferring some energy back to him, although the surge was overwhelming. Now was not the time for contemplation. As the wolf-like creature charged again, Li Zixuan raised his blade to meet it. The creature had grown wise. Despite Li Zixuan's intentional feints, it remained unfold. This realization emboldened Li Zixuan to continue his assault, though his energy was waning. The influence of the bloodthirsty suit allowed for a quicker replenishment of strength, so swift that he was unaware that his eyes had begun to glow a fierce crimson. As a few more minutes elapsed, Li Zixuan's assault became increasingly ferocious, instilling a sense of trepidation even in the wolf-like creature. At that moment, wielding his blade with both hands, Li Zixuan darted forward, reaching the creature's right side before it could react. He plunged his weapon once more into an already bleeding wound. This time, however, the wolf-like creature was not fortunate enough to fend off Li Zixuan's strike. The blade sliced through from the creature's waist to its chest, severing several ribs with the infusion of energy. A mournful howl escaped the wolf-like creature, echoing its agony. Chapter 63. Aftermath. Turning swiftly, he lunged at Li Zixuan's neck. But Li Zixuan deftly evaded the attack. At that moment, he observed the wolf-like creature, its vitality waning, its internal organs severely wounded and exposed, clearly nearing its end. Li Zixuan chose to disregard it and dashed towards Zhao Song and the others, where 4 individuals lay motionless on the ground, their fates uncertain. In stark contrast, the 5 creatures grew increasingly ferocious as they besieged Zhao Song and his companions. Li Zixuan's state was notably peculiar, though his mind was clear. An insatiable bloodlust consumed him. He surged forward, striking the lizard-like creature before it could react, severing its head with a single, decisive blow. In a fluid motion, he then maneuvered beside the rodent-like creature, slicing through its outstretched claws, and with another strike, cleaved its head in two. As Li Zixuan turned to support Zhao Song and the others, the wolf-like creature's eyes brimmed with hatred. Realizing its impending demise, it summoned its last vestiges of strength to lunge at Li Zixuan. "Watch out," Zhao Song warned, as Li Zixuan's presence had significantly alleviated their struggle. However, upon seeing the wolf-like creature charging from behind, they could only shout a caution. Li Zixuan did not look back. Upon hearing Zhao Song's warning, he lowered his head, bent his body, and pivoted, sweeping his mixed element blade backward. The sickening sound of the blade slicing through flesh echoed as the wolf-like creature, aiming to sink its teeth into Li Zixuan's neck, collided with him instead. The creature's weight caused Li Zixuan to stumble, sending him crashing to the ground. Yet, the wolf-like creature could only spasm weakly, devoid of the strength to continue its assault. Its eyes filled with rage and defiance. Pushing the creature off him with determination, Li Zixuan rose and advanced once more towards the remaining 3 beasts. At that moment, the trio of creatures charged at him. However, engulfed in a frenzy, Li Zixuan felt invincible, whether facing 3 platinum-level beasts or even 3 diamond-level ones. He was prepared to withstand their assault, confident that he would ultimately prevail. In less than a minute, the 3 creatures succumbed to Li Zixuan's blade. Yet, he felt an overwhelming urge to continue fighting, the energy within him surging uncontrollably. "Are you all right?" Chen Huafeng, gazing into Li Zixuan's crimson eyes, felt an unsettling chill even in the darkness. "I'm fine." Li Zixuan slowly closed his eyes, gradually regulating his breath and suppressing the tumultuous energy within. Satisfied that Li Zixuan was unharmed, Chen Huafeng turned to his teammates, inspecting the injuries of the 4 on the ground. It became painfully clear that one was gravely wounded and deceased, while the other 3 were unlikely to survive, as conditions for their rescue were utterly lacking. "Zhang Tao, wake up. Please, wake up." Chen Huafeng's eyes blurred as he beheld Zhang Tao, blood still seeping from his neck, yet devoid of life. He looked at the other 3 teammates, Wang Yang, who had been the first to take the enhancement serum, Tang Xiaoyang, the group's jester, and Chen Xiaoxiu, always wearing a smile. Seeing Chen Huafeng and Tang Yu weeping softly beside the fallen, even Zhao Song stood there, his face etched with sorrow. "I can save them." Li Zixuan could not help but declare. "Really?" 3 individuals simultaneously looked up at Li Zixuan, their expressions a mixture of surprise, fear, and anticipation. Truly, observing their reactions, Li Zixuan retrieved a medicinal pill from his backpack and administered it to the 3 fallen comrades. It was estimated that they would awaken in about half an hour. And by tomorrow, their injuries should be entirely healed. "Really? Is it that remarkable?" Seeing the skepticism etched on their faces, Li Zixuan nodded affirmatively. Nightfall heralded the active hours of wild beasts, and the air was thick with the scent of blood. It would not be long before creatures were drawn to this place. The recent battle had released the aura of a diamond-level wolf-like creature, and though no other beings had approached yet, the tension had subsided, leaving the surroundings saturated with the stench of carnage. Zhao Song could not help but offer a timely warning. "We must get the injured up into the trees." Li Zixuan surveyed the dense foliage and spoke to Chen Huafeng. "This is our only option." Grasping Tang Xiaoyang, he leaped several times until they reached a sturdy tree with a trunk thick enough for 4 or 5 people to embrace. Perched about 7 or 8 meters above the ground, he placed Tang Xiaoyang onto a large branch, allowing him to lean against the trunk for support. Zhao Song and the others similarly hoisted Wang Yang and Chen Xiaoxiu into the branches, and finally, Chen Huafeng brought Zhang Tao's lifeless body up as well. Now, all they could do was hope that no climbing creatures would venture near. Li Zixuan and Zhao Song descended to the ground, while Chen Huafeng and Tang Yu remained in the trees to guard the injured. "Do you want these corpses?" Li Zixuan gestured to the lifeless body strewn on the ground. Addressing Zhao Song, "We would like them, but we cannot carry them." Zhao Song replied, a hint of frustration in his voice. The corpses of these creatures could be taken back for research and even sustenance. Over the past 9 years, they had gradually learned that the bodies contained immense energy. Consuming the flesh of these beings could enhance a cultivator's vitality and energy. "I shall assist you," Li Zixuan declared, promptly storing all the corpses into his backpack. Are you selling these?" Zhao Song was astonished at the sight of Li Zixuan's backpack. Earlier in the day, although Li Zixuan had seemingly conjured a jade token with empty hands, that was merely a trick that even an ordinary magician could perform. However, the act of storing so many creature corpses was an entirely different matter. "Ah, yes," Li Zixuan grinned, responding cheerfully. Although he had already ascended to the 2nd tier of the cultivation realm due to his training, Blue Star remained at a mere 1st-tier technological civilization. Even when factoring in the pinnacle of diamond-level strength, the overall assessment would still reflect only a 1st-tier cultivation civilization. The classification of a civilization's level is not determined solely by the number of peak powers, but rather by averaging the strength across the entire population to ascertain the highest potential. While this may seem subtle, it is akin to an ant colony possessing a singular individual with strength comparable to a lion or tiger. Such prowess is merely an anomaly. When averaged, the ant colony would ultimately be comparable to a mere horde of rats. "Are you truly willing to sell?" Zhao Song inquired, his excitement palpable. "Indeed, but..." I see." Upon hearing Li Zixuan's words, Zhao Song also regained his composure. If such an object exists, it could accomplish an abundance of tasks, for beyond what mere wealth can procure. "I shall report this to the higher-ups." "Well, since there are no creatures approaching at the moment, should we?" Li Zixuan, having achieved his objective, shifted the topic and gestured towards the boulders. Let's excavate. Zhao Song surveyed the surroundings and, after a moment's hesitation, consented. Although danger lurked everywhere, it would be illogical not to seize this opportunity while it remained safe. A member of our team has already perished for this endeavor, and 3 others are gravely injured. Chapter 64. Mining Li Zixuan, having consumed a healing elixir, has now returned to his prime condition. Enveloped in energy, he wielded the Hunyuan blade and struck at the mountainside. Zhao Song watched with a tinge of envy. While he too possessed the ability, he would never employ it for mining, as the energy within him was insufficient for such endeavors. The Hunyuan blade, capable of slicing through iron with ease, left merely a shallow mark upon the rock despite the energy that adorned it. The two exchanged glances, acknowledging the formidable hardness of the stone. It was no wonder that during the day, those creatures had carried away scattered spirit stones. It seemed that such minerals were not easily extracted. The exposed stones stretched approximately a kilometer, all interconnected, with no indication of how deep it lay beneath. Contemplating this, Li Zixuan unleashed his spiritual sense to investigate. Within a 10-meter radius, he found nothing but this type of stone. This indicated that they were situated on a spiritual vein, a remarkably abundant one at that. The thought of it stirred excitement within him, yet the difficulty of extraction dampened his spirits. These are all spirit stones. Spirit stones? Oh, they are also known as energy stones. Li Zixuan elucidated. All of them, Zhao Song replied, astonished, slowly raising his gaze, unable to suppress his sarcasm. This mountain is entirely composed of energy stones. If one could cultivate here indefinitely. Stop dreaming. Have you not noticed that only the weak are cultivating here? The stronger beings come to gather spirit stones to take back for their own cultivation, Li Zixuan remarked. Reflecting on the situation described by Chen Huafeng and the others, why do those higher-ranked beings not cultivate here? Zhao Song pondered aloud, suddenly opening his eyes wide. Li Zixuan began to contemplate as well, a realization dawning upon him as their eyes met. There are more advanced beings. This is troubling. Li Zixuan sighed softly. Although he had never encountered a being above the diamond tier, the energy required to transition from platinum peak to diamond level indicated a staggering difference. The energy of a starry level being was hundreds of times that of a diamond peak. If one viewed the platinum level as a process of honing oneself to reach the pinnacle, then the diamond level represented a breakthrough into a higher echelon of existence. However, at this level, each step taken made a significant difference. Even with his martial arts and divine weapons, Li Zixuan could only barely contend with beings at levels 4 to 5 of the diamond tier under normal circumstances. Should his opponent also possess martial skills, Li Zixuan could not guarantee victory. Furthermore, creatures of the same realm often outclassed humans. For instance, despite Li Zixuan being at the pinnacle of level 1, the energy within him surpassed that of a level 2 entity. Yet, when faced with a wolf-like creature of comparable ability, he emerged from the encounter somewhat disheveled. If his opponent's energy reached levels 4 or 5, Li Zixuan surmised that even if he attempted to win, it would likely be a Pyrrhic victory. What should we do now? Zhao Song inquired, anxiety creeping into his voice. For ignorance was bliss. But the knowledge of a being above diamond rank lurking nearby would spell certain doom for them all, rendering escape a mere fantasy. Do not be anxious. Have you not noticed the numerous battles that have transpired here? Li Zixuan pointed to the marks on the rocks and then gestured towards the uneven ground. Yet those creatures merely gather and pick. We are excavating. Can they be compared? Zhao Song still voiced his unease. Shall we also gather? He then indicated the entire expanse of milky white rocks. At that moment, following the trail of the milky white stones, they discovered numerous beings meditating near this vein of spiritual energy. Seemingly indifferent to the recent conflict involving Li Zixuan and the others, Zhao Song, too, noticed this phenomenon. Previously, he had not approached the spiritual vein,
and the beings resting nearby had remained motionless, initially mistaken for mere flora. Now, the reality was unveiled. What shall we do now? Zhao Song felt a twinge of alarm.
Did these creatures possess a sense of territory? I do not know. Many places in this world exude an air of the uncanny. Let us search around. If we find anything, we shall take it. If not, we can ascend the trees. I suspect it will not be long before other creatures arrive. Very well. The two began to explore along the rocky terrain, hoping to discover any scattered spiritual stones. Li Zixuan, on the other hand, expanded his consciousness to search for any fissures that might facilitate their extraction. To his surprise, He sensed a subtle increase in his spiritual awareness as it swept back and forth within the spiritual vein, prompting him to immerse more of his consciousness into it. After scanning for several minutes, he finally detected a crack. Upon closer inspection, he estimated that prying it loose would yield a stone approximately the size of a basketball. Using his Hunyuan blade as a makeshift tool, Li Zixuan carefully began to leverage the crack, prompting Zhao Song to join him in the search for additional fissures. Nearly 10 minutes later, they successfully secured the spiritual stone into their backpack, just as distant roars began to draw nearer, jolting Li Zixuan back to reality. He swiftly dashed to Zhao Song's side, grasping him and leaping onto a nearby branch. "What is happening?" Zhao Song whispered, now fully alert. "Other creatures are approaching, and in significant numbers." Just as Li Zixuan finished speaking, two beings resembling tigers emerged near the spiritual vein, casting a glance in their direction before settling down to meditate. How formidable! Li Zixuan felt a wave of danger emanating from the tiger-like creature. Clearly, if he were to confront it, the odds would be perilously slim in his favor. As he was only at the 3rd level, the other creature, while not as powerful, was still formidable. Not long after the two tiger-like beings settled, over a dozen more creatures appeared. These newcomers dared not approach the tigers, but also began to cultivate their energies at the spiritual vein. Li Zixuan and his companion observed silently. The night deepened, punctuated by the occasional roar of beasts. As dawn gradually broke, the number of creatures resting upon the spiritual vein had swelled to over 100. At this moment, Li Zixuan and his companions were solely focused on retreating, utterly devoid of any daring thoughts. After all, among the more than 100 creatures present, even the weakest emanated a golden-level energy aura, while the strongest amongst them appeared to be on the cusp of diamond-level prowess, if not already there. The 3 individuals who had been on the brink of death just yesterday were now able to move, albeit not at their peak combat capacity. The prevailing sentiment among the group was one of urgency to depart, for the environment was perilously treacherous. "Let us leave," Zhao Song whispered, unable to contain himself, tightening his clothing, for within his pocket lay a spirit stone the size of a fist. "Very well, you all go ahead. I shall cover our retreat," Li Zixuan responded, gesturing toward the direction of the spiritual vein. Chen Huafeng hoisted Zhang Tao's lifeless body onto his back and slowly descended from the tree. As each member of the group gradually made their way down and began to withdraw, many of the creatures in the distance lifted their heads to observe their movements. Chapter 65. Homecoming. Framing Li Zixuan remained perched in the tree, his gaze fixed upon the beings below. Although a twinge of fear coursed through him, he believed that as long as he was not besieged by the most formidable of them, an escape was not entirely out of reach. However, upon noticing many creatures lifting their heads and drawing nearer, he instinctively tightened his grip on the Hunyuan blade, feeling a surge of anxiety. Fortunately, after Zhao Song and the others had distanced themselves, the creatures showed no inclination to pursue. Taking note of the location of this spiritual vein, Li Zixuan resolved to reclaim it 3 years hence. With a flicker, he leapt to another tree, and with several agile bounds, he caught up with Zhao Song and the others. "What are your plans moving forward?" he inquired, observing the somber atmosphere that had settled over the group. Likely a consequence of Zhang Tao's demise, leaving their spirits notably low. "We intend to return," Chen Huafeng replied, drawing Zhang Tao's lifeless body closer to his back. In truth, Li Zixuan harbored a desire to explore further. However, if they departed and the exit required the Yinlingzi, it could prove perilous. Although the Yin clan was unaware that Li Zixuan was the assailant, he doubted they would simply acquiesce after suffering significant losses. With his diamond-level prowess, it was not beyond the realm of possibility for him to ambush and annihilate their entire team at the exit. Contemplating this, he declared, "Then let us proceed together." With that, the group made their way towards the exit. Before long, the 7 of them arrived at the threshold, where the luminous barrier appeared remarkably stable. Li Zixuan halted the group, saying, "Allow me to go first." He feared potential dangers at the exit, and by stepping out first, he could prepare for any threats. Once again emerging at the volcano's mouth, Li Zixuan pushed off the rocky wall and effortlessly leapt to the edge. Indeed, with a subtle perception, he discerned 7 platinum-level beings and 1 at diamond level concealed in the shadows, undoubtedly members of the Yin clan. Curiosity piqued. He wondered why they did not launch an ambush against him. Soon, Chen Huafeng and the others also vaulted through the barrier. After exchanging glances with Li Zixuan, he nodded, and the group began to adopt a defensive posture. Concealed behind a boulder, Yinlingzi glowered. "It's you. It must be you." Although he could not discern Li Zixuan in his cloaked state, The recent events and Li Zixuan's actions convinced him that the assailant was indeed the same individual. Only a diamond-level powerhouse could detect their presence, and among those who ventured into this alternate realm, the strongest was merely at the pinnacle of platinum. It was Li Zixuan who had initially evaded his notice. Sensing no immediate threat from the ambushers, Li Zixuan addressed Zhao Song and the others, "Let us depart." As he witnessed Li Zixuan and his companions retreat, Yin Lingzi seethed with frustration, his teeth clenched. Although he yearned to rush out and eliminate Li Zixuan, he understood that both Li Zixuan's agility and combat prowess surpassed his own. Recklessly charging out now could result in their complete annihilation at Li Zixuan's hands. "Brother, what shall we do?" The Grand Elder watched as Li Zixuan and the others departed, overhearing his brother's murmured words directed at Yin Lingzi. "Eliminate the people from other nations. Frame him." After pondering for a moment, Yin Lingzi replied, "You all may return. I shall remain here." "All right, brother, do take care." The Grand Elder thought this was the only course of action. Another day passed, and the people from the United States appeared. Clad in a full black outfit with a mask, Yin Lingzi exchanged his weapon for a Tang Dao, which bore a resemblance to the Hongyuan Dao. Seizing the opportunity while Mike's son and his companions were relaxed, he struck like lightning. "Who?" My son suddenly sensed a wave of murderous intent approaching. But before he could discern the assailant's appearance, he was struck in the chest and sent flying. Lucy and the others rushed forward to engage. Yet with her mere golden-level prowess, she stood no chance against the diamond-level Yin Lingzi. Dodging Lucy's dagger, he delivered a kick to her chest, sending her crashing to the ground, where she coughed up blood and fell unconscious. Before the others could close in, Yin Lingzi swiftly dispatched them with a series of lethal strikes. Observing the unconscious Lucy and glancing at Mike's son, who had just risen from the ground, he demanded, "Who are you?" My son clutched his wound, his voice sharp with accusation. "You provoke my Huagua, and you shall die." Yin Lingzi deliberately spoke in Mandarin. "Huagua?" Mike's son paused, a flicker of realization dawning as he thought of Li Zixuan. However, he had faced Li Zixuan's aura directly before, and this was distinctly different. Besides Li Zixuan, the highest rank among the Huagua contingent was only platinum level. "You intend to frame." Mike's son began to piece together the situation, understanding that someone sought to eliminate them and implicate Li Zixuan. But before he could finish, Yin Lingzi appeared before him, interrupting his words. After a brief exchange of blows, the strikingly handsome Mike's son, with his flowing white hair, found his throat slashed by Yin Lingzi, clutching his neck to staunch the bleeding. The thick crimson liquid still oozed through his fingers, spilling forth uncontrollably. Yin Lingzi recognized that Mike's son was beyond saving, but knew Lucy was merely unconscious, achieving the desired outcome. At that moment, members from the Dawn Laboratory in the Bear Country began to arrive, catching Yin Lingzi slightly off guard. "What is happening? Who are you? Did you kill Mike's son and the others?" Donav and his companions questioned, unable to contain their astonishment at the scene before them. The masked Yin Lingzi sensed trouble brewing. He had not anticipated the alliance of the Bear Country with the Dawn Laboratory. Yet, there was no turning back. Having commenced this course of action, he resolved to eliminate all witnesses. With that thought, he charged towards Donav and the others, weapon drawn. Lucy gradually regained consciousness, scanning the battlefield for Mike's son. Not seeing him among the chaos, her gaze fell upon his body convulsing on the ground. "Mike's son, what has happened?" "No, it can't be. You must be all right," she cried, stumbling desperately toward him. Luce, he is not." Wah. Maxon, upon seeing Luce before him, summoned every ounce of strength within him to utter those final words. It was not that he held a profound affection for Hua. Rather, he wished to prevent his own nation from being manipulated as a pawn by others. Maxon. Luce, witnessing the lifeless form of Maxon, cried out in despair. She comprehended Maxon's words, which indicated that someone intended to frame the Hua people for just yesterday afternoon. She had accompanied Maxon and was aware that he had confronted the presence of Li Zixuan. After departing from that encounter, he had provided them with an explanation. Observing the scant 6 or 7 individuals still struggling to withstand the onslaught of the spectral entities, Luce did not hesitate and turned to flee. Chapter 66. By Li Haoran merely 2 minutes after Lucy's departure, Yin Lingzi had eliminated everyone present. Upon surveying the lifeless bodies scattered across the ground, he noted Lucy's absence. Nonetheless, he dismissed it from his mind, as he had originally intended to leave one survivor to relay his message. Unbeknownst to him, his plan to frame others had already unraveled. After descending from the mountain, Li Zixuan and his companions promptly contacted a private aircraft to return home. Li Zixuan, have you ever contemplated joining the Special Intelligence Agency? Zhao Song inquired as they neared the aircraft's descent. This journey into another realm had largely hinged upon Li Zixuan's capabilities. Otherwise, they could have faced complete annihilation. Through this ordeal, Zhao Song had come to appreciate Li Zixuan's character, remarkably skilled, methodical in his actions, and unyielding in his support despite their relative weakness. Thus, he sought to extend an invitation for Li Zixuan to join the agency, believing it a great loss for such a talent to not serve the nation. What are the restrictions and requirements for joining the Special Intelligence Agency? Li Zixuan pondered. Although he was indeed formidable, his friends and family remained ordinary individuals. Even though Jiang Mingho and Shin Ruyu had achieved a bronze-level physique, without certain enhancements through training, they were not significantly different from the average person, merely possessing slightly better physical health. Once one reached the platinum level, mandatory missions were infrequent. Intervention typically occurred only in dire circumstances. Zhao Song paused momentarily before continuing. There are numerous benefits as well. For instance, during mission execution, you can mobilize local armed forces for assistance, and your identity affords you various conveniences in everyday life. Despite Zhao Song's reluctance to disclose everything, Li Zixuan sensed that many privileges would only become apparent upon actual enrollment. The disparity between cultivators and ordinary people was vast. Even someone trained in traditional martial arts for many years required documentation, let alone cultivators with formidable destructive capabilities. Very well, I shall join, Li Zixuan concluded after deliberation. While they were still aboard the aircraft, deep within the Shenanjia region, many were unaware of the existence of a military fortress concealed there. Towering steel walls, 10 meters high, were the remnants of dried blood, claw marks, and fist impressions. Every 2 meters along the walls stood a warrior exuding at least a bronze-level aura, each equipped with a combat knife at their waist. Before them rested a specially designed, oversized machine gun, with exposed ammunition belts clearly indicating that the rounds were all armor-piercing. The formidable steel walls formed a circular enclosure surrounding a 6-kilometer diameter clearing, the ground pockmarked with crater-like depressions, many revealing the traces of tree roots. At the very center loomed a shimmering barrier, 100 meters wide and 10 meters high, its pale blue ripples reminiscent of a serene lake. Yet behind this faade lay an alternate world. Directly opposite the barrier stood a steel edifice reminiscent of a pagoda, within which sat 18 individuals radiating potent energy. Among them 3 strikingly beautiful women whose formidable auras were unmistakable. The man seated at the highest point gradually spoke as he observed the gathering crowd. As everyone can see, it has been a full day since the black hole stabilized, yet no creature has approached. A man from below interjected with a smile, perhaps they may never come. Do not place your hopes on mere possibilities. Until the black hole operates again tomorrow, no one is to leave their post, asserted the woman in the first position on the left. Yes, Chief of Staff. The others responded in unison. The leading man shook his head with a wry smile. Then let us adjourn. The meeting concluded hastily. Once the others had departed, the leading man gently addressed the woman. Qingwu, I wish to. However, she turned and exited before he could finish his sentence. Sigh. He let out a faint breath before regaining his composure. He was Li Howren, the supreme commander of this fortress, a formidable peak-level warrior and the strongest in all of Huagua, having single-handedly slain hundreds of peak-level adversaries from other realms. He was also the father of the woman who had just left. Gazing at her retreating figure, Li Howren felt a pang of guilt. Born into a reclusive family, he had dedicated his youth to mastering the family's martial arts, later enlisting in the military. 9 years ago, when the spiritual black hole emerged, he had led the charge, during which his beloved was slain, and it was through the surge of spiritual energy in that battle that he ascended to platinum rank, turning the tide. It was also during that conflict that his daughter began an unrelenting pursuit of knowledge and training, no longer addressing him as father. In a few days, I should be able to break through, Li Howren murmured as he exited the hall, gazing into the distance at the scene displayed on the luminous screen. Suddenly, he noticed a throng of nearly 1,000 individuals approaching from the opposite side of the screen. The enemy approaches, he murmured unconsciously, then turned to his soldiers, calmly commanding, prepare for battle. A mere 1,000 foes, the strongest among them only at gold rank, did not stir much emotion within him. The alarm blared, prompting those engaged in training or tasks to swiftly ascend the city walls, their eyes fixed on the figures rapidly crossing the luminous barrier. Many among them donned animal hides, while others were clad in simple cloth, wielding an array of peculiar weapons, including swords and knives. Upon seeing the approaching figures, Bali Howren raised a hand and gestured lightly. Rat-a-tat-tat. The machine guns on the walls unleashed crimson flames, bullets raining down upon the intruders. A string of incomprehensible utterances erupted from the lips of a man in simple garb leading the charge. The others quickly produced makeshift shields to defend themselves, however. The bullets were too densely packed, and nearly 100 were reduced to mere fragments in the instant the gunfire erupted. The man in simple garb twirled the knife in his hand, while a dozen individuals behind him readied bows to retaliate against the machine gunners atop the walls. The arrows, slicing through the air, caught several gunners unprepared, piercing their bodies before they could react. More warriors surged forward to take the positions of the fallen gunners. The medics advanced, escorting the wounded below. Bali Howren observed the scene before him with an inscrutable expression. After more than 9 years of relentless combat, he had witnessed such spectacles far too often. The 1,000 souls before him were merely an appetizer. Within 10 minutes, more than 1,000 individuals emerged from the luminous screen, including a dozen of the most formidable Golden Tier warriors, all succumbing to the torrential onslaught of gunfire. Ignoring the fallen bodies, the soldiers atop the ramparts swiftly replenished their ammunition. Over 1,000 soldiers surged forth from the city gates, promptly gathering the remains before hastily retreating back within the walls, sealing the gates behind them. The entire process was executed in less than 2 minutes, a seamless performance as if choreographed through countless rehearsals. Yet, those standing on the battlements, including Bali Howren and his companions, bore no semblance of ease. Instead, their faces were etched with solemnity as they intently focused on the luminous screen across the way. Chapter 67. The starry assault before him. A multitude of soldiers, numbering in the tens of thousands, surged forth, accompanied by creatures reminiscent of hyenas. What weighed heavily on Bali Howren's mind was not the sheer number of these individuals, but the potent energy emanating from them. At least 1,000 possessed platinum-level strength, and hundreds were of diamond level. Most alarming was the presence of an energy signature that instilled a profound sense of danger within Bali Howren. Over the past 9 years, although neither side had exchanged a single word, an unspoken understanding had developed. Such a large-scale gathering of formidable foes had never occurred before. Furthermore, the warriors from the other world must have known that breaching the 5-kilometer radius around the light barrier was impossible, thus avoiding any large-scale invasion. Could there be some unforeseen change? Call for reinforcements. Bali Howren exhaled heavily, his voice calm yet resolute. Yes. The guard beside him responded promptly before turning to depart. Commander. Brother. The others, a dozen in total, cast anxious glances at Bali Howren. At that moment, uncertainty loomed over them all. Although reinforcements had been summoned, their arrival time remained a mystery. Fire. Bali Howren uttered a single word, his tone unwavering. Understood. Despite the overwhelming number of high-ranking enemies, they were confined within a 5-kilometer radius, rendering them mere targets. Soon, the throng of approximately 100,000 began to cross the light barrier. Tension gripped those atop the city walls as they witnessed more than half of the attackers emerging. The newly arrived individuals swiftly assumed defensive positions, exhibiting no hint of disorder. Realizing that waiting was no longer an option, Bali Howren waved his hand decisively. The sound of gunfire erupted as hundreds of machine guns unleashed torrents of red flames, their bullets hurtling towards the intruders. Although many were already prepared to defend themselves, countless others were reduced to mere fragments. The more powerful among the attackers began to draw their bows, aiming to eliminate the gunmen, while mortars from behind commenced their assault on the advancing foes. Suddenly, an elderly man soared from the light barrier, as if propelled by unseen forces. Grasping a staff-like object, he waved it gently, conjuring a formidable energy barrier that materialized before the onlookers. Bali Howren's astonishment was palpable. Although platinum-level beings could manipulate energy, the effortless creation of a protective dome several kilometers in diameter was beyond his current capabilities, especially one capable of withstanding specialized machine gun fire. In that moment, he felt a tumult of shock and exhilaration. He too was on the brink of reaching such heights. Yet before he could fully revel in this revelation, he noticed the elder uttering something under his breath. Amidst the bewildered expressions of the crowd, the old man appeared irate, forming intricate seals with his hands as an energy construct rapidly took shape. This is bad. Bali Howren's warning hung in the air, but before he could articulate further, he saw the energy surge toward him. As he prepared to defend himself, an ethereal blue light flickered, and the energy construct dissipated just a kilometer away from him. Was this the barrier? Although Bali Howren was aware that a layer of energy prevented beings from the other realm from crossing the 5-kilometer threshold marked by the light barrier, he had never truly witnessed it until now. Upon seeing this phenomenon, the term barrier suddenly sprang to mind. Having read numerous books on such topics since childhood, he was astonished to discover that barriers indeed exist. Upon observing this, the elder ceased to act, suddenly growing even more imposing. His cultivation had already transcended human limits. Yet the sight of him towering nearly 6 meters tall left by Li Haoran in awe. The elder swiftly flew to the edge of the barrier, seemingly attempting to touch it, yet recoiling as if filled with trepidation. Behind him, nearly 100,000 individuals, shielded by the elder's energy dome, came into view. Some prepared defenses, while others hastily dismantled their gear to construct houses. Yes, houses. They intended to set up camp here. This made Li Haoran chuckle in frustration. Attack, he commanded. The elder's energy dome had weakened slightly, but upon hearing Li Haoran's words, it intensified once more. The elder, witnessing this, howled in fury, yet Li Haoran could not comprehend his utterances. At that moment, noticing Li Haoran's group remained unresponsive, the elder retrieved a small sword from a pouch at his waist. Following a series of gestures, the sword radiated brilliance, and with a swift whoosh, it shot toward Li Haoran. Anticipating the assault, Li Haoran had prepared his defenses. However, the small sword severed the long sword he held in front of him with ease. With a resounding clash, he barely managed to sidestep. Yet the small sword pierced his shoulder, pinning him against the iron wall. Boss, brother, commander, dad, the crowd finally reacted, calling out in alarm. I'm fine, Li Haoran grunted as he detached himself, furrowing his brow. Yet upon hearing Li Qingwu's voice, he managed to smile, momentarily disregarding the blood oozing from his wound as he looked toward her. Amid the tension, the elder erupted in laughter, uttering a torrent of incomprehensible words. Cease fire, Li Haoran shouted, realizing that the machine gun fire could not breach the elder's energy dome. Commander, should we summon those scientists? He suggested. Yes, bring them over, along with an analyzer, to decipher what this old fellow is saying. Li Haoran replied sternly, although he feigned nonchalance. He was acutely aware that his right hand might be severely injured. The small sword had damaged his meridians, and a chaotic energy surged within him that he could not suppress. However, it was imperative that his subordinates remain oblivious to his injury for the time being. Li Qingwu, however, remained fixated upon him. Others may have been oblivious, but the observant Li Qingwu noticed that Li Haoran's right hand had shown no sign of tremor since it had broken free. Perhaps sensing the gaze upon him, Li Haoran followed her line of sight and beheld her tear-filled eyes, deliberately flashing a grin that revealed his pearly whites. In response, Li Qingwu abruptly turned away. Yet, in that fleeting moment of her departure, a tear escaped the corner of her eye. Due to the presence of the elder, the crowd atop the city wall wore expressions of vigilance, yet they were utterly unable to breach the elder's defenses. Left helplessly watching as nearly 10,000 individuals constructed dwellings and arranged stones around them. Chapter 68, Journey to Base 1 by Li Haoran furrowed his brow upon observing the individuals arranging irregular stones, sensing an underlying complexity. At this moment, the elder had reverted to his original size and, gazing at the crowd atop the city wall, began chattering incessantly. However, the experts had yet to arrive, rendering their discourse incomprehensible. The energy shield established by the elder had not dissipated, affording them no harm whatsoever. Its formidable defense seemed only surmountable by missiles. Yet, apart from the initial moments following the emergence of the black hole, when beings or entities had utilized missiles, subsequent attempts had ceased. This was primarily due to the discovery of a 5-kilometer safety zone, after which the experts had hypothesized that magnetic fields or a certain order were at play, fearing that the equilibrium would be disrupted if heavy weaponry were employed. Now, upon witnessing what was termed a magnetic field, essentially a barrier, Li Haoran, having perused ancient texts, realized that the experts had indeed accomplished something of merit. Should missiles or similar weaponry be deployed henceforth, this barrier would surely be breached. As the aircraft carrying Li Zixuan and others touched down, Zhao Song's phone rang. The caller ID prompted a wave of tension within him. Hello? Good. Although Li Zixuan possessed the ability to eavesdrop effortlessly, Zhao Song's demeanor indicated that the conversation was significant. What is the matter? Li Zixuan inquired, growing increasingly anxious as Zhao Song ended the call. Chen Huafeng and the others also turned their attention to Zhao Song. Base 1 has encountered a crisis. Reinforcements are required. Zhao Song spoke gravely, then turned to Chen Huafeng. Zhang Tao is to be escorted back by Chen Xiaoxiu. The rest of you, board the aircraft. Chen Xiaoxiu, about to voice an objection, was preempted by Zhao Song. This is an order. Execute it. Yes. Chun Huafeng and the others immediately stood at attention, responding with solemnity. Li Zixuan, initially inclined to depart, felt a twinge of hesitation upon hearing this news. However, upon observing Teng Yu and the others, he turned and strode toward a military aircraft on the open ground. Despite their meager bronze-level capabilities, they boldly charged toward the front lines without regard for their safety. If they could do so, what did he have to fear, being at the diamond level? With this thought, he followed suit. As he settled into his seat, the others collectively turned to regard him. Zhao Song wore a satisfied smile, clearly relishing the moment. "Why are you all looking at me?" Li Zixuan queried, perplexed. "Ah, nothing. Just admiring your good looks." Though Li Zixuan had verbally consented to join the Special Affairs Bureau, it had been merely a verbal agreement. Zhao Song and his companions had intentionally ignored Li Zixuan's boarding the aircraft to gauge his reaction, and they were now quite pleased with the outcome. "How long until we arrive?" Li Zixuan asked. "About an hour and a half," Zhao Song replied, his brow furrowing at the thought of the urgency surrounding the situation at Base 1. Although, as a platinum-level individual, he felt somewhat inadequate in such a setting, he remained hopeful that he could offer some assistance. After all, could he not contend with gold-level adversaries, even if he struggled against other platinum-level foes? Were such occurrences common? Li Zixuan pondered the formidable experts of Huagua, all stationed at Base 1, now in dire need of reinforcements, indicating the gravity of the situation. For the first time, when Zhao Song uttered those three words, an oppressive atmosphere enveloped the aircraft, punctuated only by the rhythmic thrum of the engines. Silence reigned throughout the journey, and an hour later, the passengers beheld the magnificent city, forged of steel, a sight that stirred their hearts. Such grandeur defied description, leaving them with but 4 words to encapsulate their awe. Upon descending, they followed soldiers through several security checks to the city walls, treading upon steps wrought of iron. Observing the soldiers, all practitioners, which imbued the entire fortress with a chilling aura, the soldiers escorted them to a chamber within the Special Affairs Bureau before taking their leave. Knock, knock, knock. Zhao Song adjusted his attire and approached the door, rapping upon it. "Please enter," came a faint voice from within. Zhao Song and the others stepped inside, with Li Zixuan trailing behind, only to find an unexpectedly awkward moment unfolding. Reporting to the chief, Zhao Song from Team 3 of the Internal Affairs, he announced. Reporting to the chief, Chen Huafeng and Team 5 from the External Bureau, here to report. Li Zixuan observed in silence. Noting that Zhao Song and the others had neglected to introduce him, an uncomfortable silence ensued. He stood there, momentarily at a loss for words. Was he part of the Internal Bureau, the External Bureau, or simply a rogue? As Li Zixuan wrestled with his embarrassment, the 8 individuals seated at the conference table turned their gazes toward him. I came with them," he could only respond awkwardly, his face growing warm. Reporting. "This is Li Zixuan. I submitted my report 2 days ago." Zhao Song finally seemed to recall, addressing an elder among the group. "Ah, I am aware of you." Li Zixuan, the elder remarked, observing the young man's discomfort with a slight smile. He then directed his attention back to Zhao Song and the others. "You may leave to prepare. Come, sit here." The elder guided Li Zixuan to an empty seat beside him. At that moment, the expressions of the other 7, who had initially appeared to find amusement in the situation, suddenly shifted. Li Zixuan remained oblivious to the unfolding dynamics until the elder spoke again. "Comrade Li Zixuan, I have heard of your endeavors. How does your journey to the other world feel?" "Hello, you may call me Shaoli," Li Zixuan, now acutely aware of the elder's considerable rank despite his golden-level energy, recognized the gravity of the conversation. Among the 7, 4 were at the pinnacle of platinum, while the others seemed to hover around levels 7 and 8 of the same tier. Yet, none had uttered a word. "Excellent, excellent, Shaoli. I am delighted by your presence. Would you have any interest in joining our internal bureau?" The elder regarded Li Zixuan with admiration, reiterating his approval with 3 affirmations. "Well, I have already committed to joining the Special Affairs Bureau," Li Zixuan replied, prompting further delight from the elder. "Oh dear, I seem to have become somewhat muddled. I haven't even introduced myself." After a brief pause, he spoke. "I am Zhang Xiangdong, the head of the Internal Bureau of the Special Operations Intelligence Agency. Although our name mirrors that of the External Bureau, our roles differ significantly. The External Bureau primarily gathers intelligence while the Internal Bureau executes it." He gestured towards the 7 individuals present. "Each of you is a leader within the Internal Bureau. Please introduce yourselves." The first to speak was the burly man to the left of the elder, who pronounced the words Platinum Peak with particular emphasis. "I am Kong Wu, leader of Group 1, at the pinnacle of Platinum." The second to introduce himself was markedly more subdued. I am Li Keki, leader of Group 2. Also at the Platinum Peak. The remaining 5 individuals followed suit, each providing their introductions in turn. Notably, Li Zixuan took particular interest in the leader of Group 7, a young man named Qin Xiao, who appeared to be of a similar age to him. I am Li Zixuan, at the Diamond Level Peak, he said, feeling somewhat bashful as the attention of the group turned towards him. Diamond Level Peak? Hiss. Chapter 69. Connecting with alien civilizations. The 7 individuals were somewhat astonished. As cultivators, they understood that the path of cultivation becomes increasingly arduous with time. Moreover, Li Zixuan was still under 30. This indicated that his innate talent was exceptionally remarkable. Unbeknownst to them, Li Zixuan had only been cultivating for about a year. However, Director Zhang was aware of Li Zixuan's circumstances and was no longer surprised. Well, now that you are all acquainted, Li Zixuan will henceforth serve as the leader of Team 10. As for the team members, he will find a way to arrange that himself. Upon hearing Director Zhang's words, the initial expressions of the 7 were less than favorable. But when they learned that Li Zixuan would choose his own team members, they exchanged knowing smiles. Those who could enter the inner bureau were all at least platinum-level experts. Individuals like Qin Huafeng, despite their diligence, were not sufficiently skilled to gain entry. What? I'm already the leader? Li Zixuan exclaimed in surprise, glancing at Director Zhang. Are you afraid you lack the capability? Director Zhang replied with a subtle smile. I can do it, Li Zixuan retorted, slightly irritated, as he wondered why his capabilities were being questioned. All right, being appointed as the leader signifies trust in you. Do not overthink it. With these words, Li Zixuan felt reassured. After all, if they dared to appoint him as leader, they must have thoroughly investigated his background. With the alien forces having set up camp at the barrier, a confrontation would not ensue immediately. You all should retire for now, Director Zhang stated with a serious demeanor. Understood. The group rose to leave. Li Zixuan, should you have any uncertainties, feel free to consult them, Director Zhang suddenly called out to him. Thank you, Director Zhang. Li Zixuan replied gratefully as he followed the 7 out of the room. He mused internally about the varying names he had been addressed by, first Comrade, then Xiaoli, and now Zixuan. At that moment, Wang Ziming, the leader of Team 3, halted and looked at Li Zixuan. Brother Zixuan, if there's anything you do not understand, feel free to ask me. Thank you, Team Leader Wang. No need for such formalities. Just call me Wang Ge, if you don't mind. I'm a few years older than you. Wang Ziming spoke in a friendly manner. Inwardly, Li Zixuan thought, actually, I do mind. Yet he replied, all right, Wang Ge, about the members of Teams 8 and 9. Oh, you mean them? They've gone to base 2. Let me tell you, those 2 teams are simply filled with beauties. Wang Ziming casually draped an arm over Li Zixuan's shoulder, speaking as if they were exceptionally close, while introducing him. Had Li Zixuan not been keen on acquiring information, he would have kicked him away long ago. After managing to bid farewell to Wang Ziming, Li Zixuan hurried back to his room. The room was quite spacious, furnished with 8 beds, reminiscent of a school dormitory. Perhaps the other rooms were similar. It was merely that Li Zixuan had yet to assemble his team. At this moment, Li Zixuan finally found the opportunity to calm himself and organize his affairs. Upon his arrival, the spatial dimension had successfully upgraded, but it had been inconvenient to check at that time due to the crowd. After securely closing the door, he picked up his backpack and swiftly entered the spatial realm. Upon opening his eyes, he immediately sensed that the spiritual energy within the space had become remarkably denser, nearly akin to that of the other world he had previously visited. The expanse of the area had also significantly increased. What once measured 150,000 square meters had now expanded to approximately 500,000. The area of the spiritual lake had grown considerably as well, and even the 3 water pits that had been initially dug were now each the size of 2 football fields. Master, you have arrived. Master. At that moment, the diligent sprites, noticing Li Zixuan's presence, all hurried over to greet him. Although, due to the recent upgrade, the space was devoid of any vegetation. The warehouse still housed a plethora of seeds. Greetings, it has been a while. Indeed. Master, our phones have run out of battery. Yes, they are all out of power. We can no longer listen to music. I had thought they were welcoming me. It seems I was mistaken. All right, I will charge them shortly. Now, back to work. Li Zixuan waved his hand in mild exasperation. Thank you, Master. Don't forget. Wait. Cultivate the immortal grass and these 3 spiritual herbs. Li Zixuan recalled the spiritual herbs in his backpack and quickly called out to one of the water sprites. Yes, Master. The water sprite blinked its large eyes before turning and departing. Hearing the chattering of the little sprites as they flitted about only added to Li Zixuan's sense of helplessness. Suddenly, he felt an unusual energy within these sprites. Although they currently only exhibited the abilities of intermediate bronze-level beings. Ada, how come you all have energy now? Li Zixuan could not help but grab hold of a strength sprite. The other sprites had wings and would easily flit away if he was not careful, leaving only the strength sprite trailing behind. Master, I am not Ada, I am Abba? Let us talk about this energy. Li Zixuan felt a twinge of helplessness, as unlike the attribute sprites whose hair color distinguished them, the strength sprites all appeared quite similar, making recognition challenging. Oh, you mean this? Gradually, it will manifest. You may return to your tasks. All right. After dismissing the strength sprite, Li Zixuan, feeling somewhat defeated, decided to consult the little spirit instead. Entering the trading center, before Li Zixuan could utter a word, the little spirit's voice rang out. Master, you have come. Yes, little spirit, it has been a long time. What new functionalities have emerged post-upgrade? Li Zixuan's foremost concern was whether any additional features had been introduced. Master, after upgrading to a second-level civilization, you can purchase numerous items. You can also trade with interstellar merchants from second-level civilizations. The little spirit exclaimed with delight. Really? How many second-level civilizations can I engage with? Li Zixuan asked, taken aback. You can only trade with one, because the civilization level of your world is too low. You are permitted to engage with only one interstellar merchant. Is the external world holding me back? Li Zixuan felt somewhat speechless. However, there was little to be done. Elevating Blue Star to his second-level civilization would be a long journey ahead, unless he provided technology. Little spirit. Let me check how much balance I have left. Of course, Master. The Cosmic Coin, 754-125-3141. Just yesterday, before the upgrade, there were still over 7.5 billion. How could I have purchased so many items, yet possess less than 10 million? However, upon further reflection, I found solace in this realization. After all, although my warehouse was filled with numerous items, their worth was rather insignificant. It was merely during those few days of abundance that I amassed tens of billions daily, which led to a sense of euphoria. Indeed, those were good times. Suddenly, I recalled the presence of warships and aircraft carriers in that prosperous realm. Should I indulge in such acquisitions? No, I decided, for I have now attained a certain status. I merely entertained the thought briefly before dismissing it. Although the strongest in that realm may not be my adversary, they still have the opportunity to flee. And they are backed by the formidable nation of the United States. Xiaoling, do I qualify as an interstellar merchant? Li Zixuan suddenly inquired. Master, you certainly do. Xiaoling replied earnestly. An interstellar merchant is a being chosen by fate, and only one can emerge in each civilization, though it is possible that none may appear at all. Upon hearing this, Li Zixuan's anticipation grew. Xiaoling, connect me to the interstellar merchant. Certainly, Master. Random selection in progress. Chapter 70. Tanada Li Zixuan, feeling somewhat anxious, awaited nervously, pondering what this so-called interstellar merchant might be like. Ding! A crisp sound resonated, and Li Zixuan suddenly saw a figure flash onto the screen. The image depicted a humanoid being, its entire skin of vibrant green, with two antenna-like appendages atop its head. A series of incomprehensible words echoed. Xiaoling. Li Zixuan hastily called for Xiaoling, hoping she would provide a translation. All set. Master. Greetings, human. The creature spoke. Hello, who are you? Li Zixuan inquired, intrigued by how it recognized him as a human. Could there be other humans in the universe? Are you curious? Indeed. Your civilization has only just reached level 2 and has yet to venture beyond your star system. The green-skinned being explained. Oh. And what manner of being are you? Li Zixuan, unsure how to phrase his question, cautiously probed. A being? No, I am not one of those inferior creatures. I am a noble of the Nawe star, a merchant traversing the cosmos. The green entity elaborated with a hint of excitement. How should I address you? Well, you may call me Tanada. Very well, Boss Tanada. Li Zixuan sighed with relief, pleased to have a name. Boss, what does that mean? Tanada queried. Intrigued by the title Li Zixuan appended to his name. Boss signifies someone of considerable wealth. Oh, is that so? I rather like this title. Tanada chuckled joyfully. Esteemed guest. What are your needs? Boss Tanada is here to fulfill your desires. Of course, you must also compensate me. Tanada beamed at Li Zixuan. You claim to be an interstellar merchant. What goods can you trade? Li Zixuan, still unaware of Tonada's offerings, asked. Anything can be traded, even items from level 3 civilizations. As long as you can afford the price, I can procure them for you. Tonada asserted with confidence in his abilities. What shall I use for trade? Universal currency. Or goods of equivalent value? Are there many humans in the universe? Among the top 100 races. Did you not know? Through their exchange of questions and answers, Li Zixuan learned that the universe housed countless star systems, and merchants like Tonada were abundant. Many merchants of level 2 existed. Yet Tonada boasted of being the finest among them. Moreover, humanity thrived in the cosmos, presumably possessing great strength. However, to learn more, one would need to pay a substantial amount of universal currency. Li Zixuan felt his own knowledge was limited, being only at level 2. I wish to purchase evolution liquid. Do you have any? Li Zixuan was aware that to quickly advance, aside from his own cultivation, he needed to consume evolution liquid, a product of level 3 civilizations. Yes, but it is quite expensive. Tonada found himself momentarily stunned, surprised that this human, Li Zixuan, would demand items from a level 3 civilization right from the outset. How much? Upon hearing that such items could be purchased, Li Zixuan promptly inquired. 300 million. Tonada felt uncertain whether Li Zixuan truly possessed the means to make such a purchase. Buy. Purchase 5. After a moment of contemplation, Li Zixuan resolved to proceed with the acquisition, for strength was paramount. What? Tonada was left in a state of disbelief. Was he truly willing to buy? And to acquire 5 at once? Although he had claimed to have access to products from a level 3 civilization, the evolution liquid was no trivial commodity. It was reserved for the elite. This was becoming complicated. Perhaps he had boasted too grandly, Tonada mused. Yet, he hesitated to refuse, observing that Li Zixuan, unblinking, was prepared to part with 1.5 billion, undoubtedly indicating his wealth. However, at Tonada's level, such a purchase was indeed unattainable. What? Did you not claim that you could procure items from a level 3 civilization? Seeing Tonada's reluctance to respond, Li Zixuan urged him on. To Tonada, Li Zixuan now appeared to be mocking him, which struck a nerve in his youthful spirit. How could that be? How could I possibly not procure it? I merely feared you could not afford it. Tonada exclaimed, a hint of frustration evident in his voice. As long as you can obtain it, look here. Li Zixuan reassured him, displaying a screenshot of his balance. Upon seeing over 7 billion, Tonada fell into a contemplative silence, wishing he could slap himself for his earlier bravado. Why boast so foolishly? Yet, considering Li Zixuan's immense wealth, his spirits lifted. Although he could not make the purchase himself, he could seek out a level 3 merchant. Even if his own profit diminished, with such wealth, surely he could recoup his losses. With this thought, Tonada's gaze towards Li Zixuan shifted. Give me a week, and I can procure it for you, but I require half the payment as a deposit up front. Li Zixuan muted the conversation and turned to Xiaoling. Xiaoling, is it safe to provide him with the deposit? He won't abscond, will he? Fear not, master. Once registered, interstellar merchants are regulated by the Alliance. If they fail to comply with the rules, they face obliteration. Very well. Li Zixuan resumed the conversation with Tonada, agreed. The two initiated the transaction. And within the video dialog box, a trading interface appeared. Li Zixuan remitted 750 million as a deposit, while Tonada pledged to deliver 5 vials of evolution liquid within a week. Li Zixuan inscribed his name, and just as he completed the signature, he felt an unfamiliar mark imprinting upon him. Xiaoling, what is happening? Li Zixuan inquired, alarmed. Master, do not be concerned. This is the contractual mark of the agreement, which will vanish automatically upon completion of the transaction. That is reassuring. Esteemed guest, is there anything else you wish to trade? Tonada then inquired with a beaming smile. I seek the pinnacle technology of a level 2 civilization. Can you facilitate that? Li Zixuan contemplated for a moment, recognizing that the technological advancements on Blue Star were still somewhat lagging. He pondered whether it might be possible to procure some technology from Tonada. However, at this juncture, Tonada felt a surge of frustration. Despite being a merchant of a secondary civilization, he was merely a trader. Were those cutting-edge technologies within his reach? Yet, upon seeing Li Zixuan's countenance, he sensed that Li Zixuan was poised to mock him should he declare the impossibility of the transaction. Aren't you already a secondary civilization? What more do you require? Tonada considered suggesting an alternative, but hesitated to voice his thoughts. Little did he know that the civilization to which Li Zixuan belonged was, in fact, only at a primary level. Li Zixuan, unwilling to disclose this truth, sought a pretext. Although our civilization has ascended to the secondary level, I, myself, have not attained such advancements. Tanada, at this moment, felt an overwhelming urge to exclaim, "You lack it? Indeed, you do. Yet you convey it as if I possess such technologies." Chapter 71. The deal with Tanada. After a moment of silent contemplation, I decided to speak candidly. As for that cutting-edge technology, I simply cannot procure it. Observing the expression on Li Zixuan's face, I quickly added, though I cannot acquire the top-tier innovations, I can certainly provide the more commonplace ones. Oh, what does the ordinary entail? Upon hearing that the pinnacle of technology was unattainable, Li Zixuan seemed somewhat disheartened. Noticing the disappointment etched on Li Zixuan's countenance, Tanada began to enumerate: holographic projection, artificial intelligence systems, armor, cold fusion technology, nanostructures, quantum technology, temperature regulation technology, energy technologies, cold fusion technology. Is there technology for an arc reactor? Before Tanada could finish, Li Zixuan interjected with fervor. He had long admired the heart of Iron Man from Marvel for its immense power. Yet, in reality, the application of nuclear fission remains elusive. Even the utilization of nuclear energy is rather superficial, rendering large-scale military and civilian applications unattainable. Nuclear power plants merely harness nuclear fusion. The concept of miniaturizing a nuclear power station to the size of a fist is beyond Blue Star's current technological capabilities, let alone the use of nuclear fusion. Reactor? Indeed. Tanada felt a surge of elation as he finally possessed something Li Zixuan desired. How much for a reactor of this kind? Li Zixuan transmitted the reactor used in the T-02 mech. Like this? 13 million cosmic coins. Tanada responded after a glance, directing his gaze back at Li Zixuan. 5 million. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Zixuan countered, certain that Tanada would demand a higher price and thus initiated the haggling. What? Impossible. Absolutely out of the question. The lowest I can go is 1 million less. Tanada shouted, his voice raised in indignation. Then 6 million. 11. 5 million. 6. 5 million. After an extensive exchange of negotiations, the price was settled at 10 million each. Li Zixuan felt a swell of joy within. For acquiring a mech along with a reactor on the platform would cost a staggering 30 million. Li Zixuan then forwarded the specifications of the T-02 mech. How much for a complete set of such a mech? 20 million. 10 million. Deal. TMD, I offered too much. Li Zixuan was somewhat speechless. That green-skinned Tanada had certainly learned some tricks. However, reflecting on the platform's prices, he found solace. Xiaoling, why are items on the platform priced so much higher than in real transactions? Master, it is because transactions on the platform are devoid of level restrictions. Anything available on the platform can be purchased by a level 1 civilization, even items meant for level 3 civilizations, hence the inflated prices. Upon hearing Xiaoling's explanation, Li Zixuan felt a sense of understanding wash over him. Tanada, for such mechs and reactors, I would like 10 sets. 10 sets? A major client indeed. Tanada felt an immense surge of joy, promptly agreeing. After paying half of the deposit, the two reached a collaboration. What about the technologies you mentioned earlier? How much for the entire package? Li Zixuan harbored a keen interest in various technologies. Despite the presence of mecha production techniques, they only reached the T-01 level. As the advancements associated with T-02 constituted the core technologies of a secondary civilization, which he would not sell. You intend to sell everything in one package? Tanada expressed surprise. This order was immense, far beyond what he could manage alone, as many of those technologies were beyond his swift comprehension. You cannot afford it. Just the 7 technologies I mentioned will cost no less than 30 billion. Indeed, however, it won't be long before I can afford it. Li Zixuan mused to himself, realizing the need to generate income. Well then, you are an interstellar merchant. Do you possess any other remarkable items? Indeed. Upon mentioning this, Tanada's spirits lifted. There were many local specialties from various star systems, including slaves, catgirl hybrids, and certain special metals. Please provide me with a list. I wish to peruse it. After hearing Tanada's lengthy descriptions but lacking visual aids, Li Zixuan remained uncertain about what he desired. Certainly, please hold on. Shortly thereafter, a list arrived, complete with images and annotations. Nutrient pods? My goodness, you have these as well? The more he examined the list, the more astonished he became. Witnessing the true nature of an interstellar merchant, the inventory contained not only some commendable items but also some rather gruesome ones. Slaves. When a planet falls to interstellar marauders, all native beings are sold to merchants, branded as slaves, condemned to a lifetime of servitude, with even their offspring unable to escape such fate. Those who disobey are ruthlessly slaughtered. Upon reaching this point, Li Zixuan felt a heightened sense of urgency, with invaders from another realm and a starry-level powerhouse among them. Would Blue Star also succumb to slavery if they succeeded in their incursion? The more he pondered, the more distressed he became. A solution must be found. Perhaps he should consult Tanada? With this thought, Li Zixuan turned to Tanada. Do you have any strategies for dealing with starry-level powerhouses? Starry level? What is that? Li Zixuan found himself at a loss for how to explain. After contemplating for a moment, he inquired, Can you discern my strength? Oh, is that what you mean? Release your aura. Let me see. Tanada replied, realizing the context. Small garbage? Tanada inadvertently uttered, having misjudged the situation. Upon hearing this, Li Zixuan's expression darkened. How could Tanada dismiss him, a diamond-level powerhouse, as small garbage? My apologies, I misspoke. Tanada continued to mock him. In your realm, someone of your caliber might not even be able to defeat a 10-year-old child. Wait, are you not a secondary civilization? How can you be so formidable? Li Zixuan inquired. Intrigued, having previously heard from Xiaoling that only civilizations above level 4 could develop genetic sequences. We are indeed a secondary civilization. However, I mentioned that I am the most elite trader among them, although we have not yet attained level 4. We have already been a vassal of a level 5 civilization for a century. Li Zixuan gradually comprehended the situation. Then why not assist you in ascending to the 3rd or 4th level? A galaxy is permitted to harbor only one 5th level technological civilization and one 5th level cultivation civilization, alongside 36 4th level civilizations, 108 3rd level civilizations, and 1,080 2nd level civilizations. 1st level civilizations may exist in limitless numbers. Upon hearing Tanada's elucidation, Li Zixuan was further astonished, realizing the extent of his own ignorance. In the manner of the Milky Way, over 50 are required to constitute a star system cluster, followed by over 100 star system clusters to form a supercluster, and more than 100 clusters to define a galaxy. Furthermore, over 100 galaxies are needed to establish a stellar river, and ultimately, the entire universe is composed of 9 grand stellar domains. Chapter 72, The Modified Laser Gun. After a considerable period, Li Zixuan finally emerged from his state of shock. Since you have all attained the status of a level 5 affiliate, are you able to acquire items from a level 5 civilization? Li Zixuan inquired with curiosity, casting a glance at Tanada. No, I am merely a level 2 merchant, Tanada replied with a hint of resignation. Very well, what is your rank? Li Zixuan asked, intrigued. I am a royal level 5, Tanada declared with a touch of pride. What is the highest rank among you? And what about the level 3 and 4 civilizations? Li Zixuan questioned, astonished. If a level 2 civilization is already so formidable, what about those at levels 5 and 6? And what of level 9? Our highest rank is also royal. Level 3 and 4 civilizations might possess imperial ranks, Tanada explained, noticing Li Zixuan's skeptical expression. We belong to a technological civilization system, primarily focused on technological advancement. Even my current rank is not a result of personal cultivation. Only those from cultivation civilizations concentrate on self-improvement. There was a trace of disdain on Tanada's face when he mentioned cultivation civilizations, indicating that different cultural systems also lead to divergent mindsets. Do you have weapons that surpass my rank by one major level? Indeed, we have many. There are firearms that can kill instantly, poisons, and artillery. Guns. What are they like? Li Zixuan interrupted, eager to know more. He understood that, at his current level, even artillery would struggle to harm him. The modified laser gun can eliminate what you refer to as stellar level with a single shot. As he spoke, an oddly shaped gun materialized before Li Zixuan. It was approximately 40 centimeters long, entirely black, lacking intricate components or patterns, featuring only a handle and a barrel. Li Zixuan couldn't help but question its authenticity. Is this it? Are you certain it can kill the opponent? Absolutely. Those of the rank you mentioned cannot withstand it unless they manage to evade in advance. Tanada asserted confidently regarding the weapon. How many times can it fire? What is the cost? Upon hearing this, Tanada's eyes gleamed. It can fire twice. If you wish to use it afterward, you will need to purchase energy magazines. Not expensive, 5 million each. 1 million. Deal. Wait, is this how negotiations work? Li Zixuan exclaimed, feeling a sense of loss despite his agreement. Really? Of course. Hee hee. And the magazine? How much? 1 million. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. The gun was 1 million, yet a single magazine cost just as much. It seems the gun was practically given away. 50,000. Li Zixuan attempted to negotiate further. But Tanada ignored him. 50,000 for one magazine. Not for sale. 1 million each. Li Zixuan felt cornered. If he only purchased one gun, he would have merely 2 chances. If the first shot missed, he would be in trouble. After some contemplation, he ultimately acquiesced. I'll buy it. Excellent. Honored guest. Tanada responded with evident delight. Li Zixuan had once again spent 200 million, having just invested 2 billion in mechas and energy, while 750 million had gone towards evolution liquid, leaving him with an outstanding debt of 850 million. By calculation, he still possessed over 5 billion. What realms do the slaves you sell possess? Li Zixuan inquired, seeking assistance from a few individuals. If they were of the Star Radiance realm, they could resolve the impending crisis from the otherworld. Realm? The highest is merely the Star General level, explained Tanada. Star General? That's the same level as you. It dawned on him that the classification of realms in the universe varied significantly. What realms exist? There are Star level, Star General level, Star Master level, King level, Emperor level, Sovereign level, Divine level, each divided into 9 tiers. Beyond that, we are merely a technological civilization and pay little heed to such matters. Tanada, recognizing Li Zixuan as a significant client, offered this explanation without a second thought. Now I understand, Li Zixuan exclaimed, eager to learn about the capabilities of each realm. However, Tanada only described the King level, as he was unaware of anything higher. The Star Radiance level equates to the Star Master level, where a powerful being can be considered the strongest life form of a planet, possessing the initial ability to harness a portion of the power of rules. Truly becoming a master of a planet, the King level can manipulate rules within themselves, achieving absolute control over those rules within a certain range, referred to as a domain. What is the price for slaves of the Star General level? From Tier 1 to 3, 10 million. Tiers 3 to 6, 30 million. Tiers 7 to 9, 70 million. And for Peak, 75 million. Why is there not much difference between Tier 9 and Peak? Because upon reaching the Star Master level, one can utilize rules to erase the slave mark. Then I shall take 2 of the Tier 9 slaves. It seems the Star Master Peak slaves are quite perilous. Very well, esteemed guest. However, you'll need to wait until tomorrow. Tanada beamed at Li Zixuan's intent to purchase. All right, bring the mechas and slaves tomorrow. Li Zixuan was uncertain of the external circumstances. Perhaps the leaders were currently in a meeting. It was likely that any conflict would arise tomorrow. What were the prices of the 7 technologies you mentioned earlier? Cold fusion technology, 13 billion. Holographic projection and mecha technology, 8 billion. Artificial intelligence system, 8 billion. Nanotechnology, 3.5 billion. Technology, 4 billion. Hydrogen energy technology, 8 billion. Farewell. While Li Zixuan was curious about the exorbitant price of nanotechnology, he found everything priced in the tens and hundreds of billions, well beyond his means, and opted to refrain from further inquiries, deciding to wait until he had the funds to do so. So you're not buying? When your slaves and mechas are ready, contact me to trade for the modified laser gun. Oh, very well, Tanada replied, somewhat disappointed. Following the transaction, Li Zixuan acquired a gun, devoid of a trigger, merely featuring a button, which he assumed was the launcher. Transaction completed. A pleasure to collaborate. Li Zixuan prepared to depart, wishing to avoid Tanada's unsightly visage. All right, esteemed guest. Lastly, if you have gold mines, copper mines, or iron mines, we can trade. Iron mines? What is the price? Li Zixuan was well aware that although rare metals were scarce on Blue Star, iron ore was abundant. 1 ton for 100 cosmic coins. Tanada believed that Li Zixuan truly possessed some, and hurriedly exclaimed, What? Only 100? Then forget it. Li Zixuan felt a twinge of disappointment. It was too inexpensive. Do you really have some? How much? Tanada gazed at Li Zixuan with a hint of skepticism. I do, but the price is too low. I won't sell it. 200 per ton. If you have any, I want as much as you can provide. Tanada was becoming increasingly excited. You are a top-tier civilization at the 2nd level, and yet you lack iron ore? At this moment, Li Zixuan's curiosity was piqued. In Blue Star, a first-tier civilization, tens of thousands of tons of iron ore were mined annually. It seemed illogical that Tanada's civilization would have less. Never mind. I won't sell. Wait. I'll tell you. Tanada explained, civilizations above the 2nd level primarily utilize synthetic metals, leading to a significant demand for copper and iron, which results in a rapid depletion of copper and iron ore. Furthermore, each year, we must pay tribute to the fifth-level civilizations, which further diminishes the availability of iron ore. Upon hearing Tanada's explanation, Li Zixuan fell silent. It was not that he could not procure copper and iron ore, but rather that he was reluctant to sell the resources of his own planet. Noticing Li Zixuan's silence, Tanada gritted his teeth and declared, "I can offer 500 cosmic coins per ton. No one will outbid me. How much do you have? I will buy it all." However, the more Tanada insisted, the more hesitant Li Zixuan became. After some contemplation, he replied, "Forget about buying iron ore. However, you may exchange the metals from your region with me." "Really?" Tanada responded with a hint of delight. Chapter 73. Intimidation of the Elder from Another Realm. "Indeed, I can exchange iron ore with you," Li Zixuan remarked, his expression inscrutable. "I will provide you with a list of metals from my collection. Later, I will send you the samples. However, you must grant me a piece of iron ore, as I need to assess its iron content." Tanada quickly interjected, anxious that Li Zixuan might withdraw his offer. "Very well, but it may take about a month. I am currently not on the planet. I am still at Base 1 and unaware of the situation here, and I cannot predict how long it will take to conclude. Furthermore, this matter requires consultation with the higher-ups. Even if he could procure it himself, there would be numerous subsequent transactions, making it impossible to conceal from the state indefinitely." Understood. After concluding the transaction with Tanada, Li Zixuan held a list in his hand, detailing hundreds of metal names, though it lacked samples. "Xiaoling, what are the requirements for upgrading to the next level? I am already at level 2. If I wish to advance swiftly, I should inquire with you." "Master, to ascend to level 3, you must reach diamond rank, and the concentration of spiritual energy in the space must also attain level 3. Xiaoling maintained her endearing demeanor. "How many of these spirit stones would be necessary to reach level 3? Li Zixuan inquired, producing the spirit stones he had brought from the other realm. "Such stones require 100 to achieve that level." "Oh no, that will take at least 3 years." Li Zixuan felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing Xiaoling's words. However, recalling the foreign races outside reignited his hope. After exiting the space, Li Zixuan intended to seek out Director Zhang, but upon knocking, he found no one inside. As he prepared to turn back, he noticed soldiers hurriedly passing by and, out of curiosity, decided to follow them. "Brother, what is happening? Who are you?" The soldier regarded Li Zixuan with suspicion. "Oh, I am with the Internal Bureau. I have just become a team leader," Li Zixuan explained. "Oh, the experts are on their way, preparing to communicate with the foreign races." Clearly, the soldier was aware of the Internal Bureau's operations. It was reasonable. All soldiers permitted in this area were elite, with the weakest being bronze or silver ranks, and many were even gold or platinum. Li Zixuan followed the soldier onto the city wall and soon realized that a considerable crowd had gathered. Leaders like Wang Xiaoming were present, and at the forefront stood the towering figure of Bai Lihaoran, the strongest in Huagua. However, Bai Lihaoran, despite exuding a formidable aura, appeared to have sustained injuries. Li Zixuan gazed towards the light barrier, where several buildings had already emerged, and the passers-by resembled Blue Star inhabitants, albeit taller and more imposing. Approaching Wang Xiaoming, he observed several experts in white lab coats manipulating various instruments, while diamond-ranked warriors clad in combat attire engaged in conversation. "Where have you been? I called for you at your door just now, thinking you had already arrived," Wang Xiaoming remarked, looking at Li Zixuan. "Oh, I was engrossed in some research inside and momentarily lost track of time. Although the flow of time in the realm of space and time differs, due to the duration of trading and conversing with Tanada, the exit was somewhat delayed." "Commander, it is done." At this moment, the expert had completed his tasks and turned to Bai Lihaoran. Bai Lihaoran replied casually, then directed his gaze towards the elder within the barrier, channeling energy as he called out, "Come here." The elder, though focused on the city wall, was unable to comprehend the words shouted by Bai Lihaoran. Not understanding a single syllable, Bai Lihaoran, somewhat at a loss, gestured with his hand. Perhaps the elder finally discerned Bai Lihaoran's intention, as he swiftly appeared at the barrier. So fast? Aside from a few individuals, Zhang Ju and others gasped in astonishment. Li Zixuan was particularly taken aback by the elder's speed, for even in his current diamond rank, he could not fathom how the elder returned so swiftly. The elder looked towards the city wall and uttered a phrase that no one understood. Only Li Zixuan felt a sense of familiarity. Could it be that he also spoke the universal language of the cosmos? Although the elder's words were clear, they resonated directly in the ears of the crowd. At that moment, the instruments displayed a message. Have you all decided to surrender? Upon seeing this, everyone furrowed their brows in unison. Can you translate what I said for him? Bali Howard inquired of the expert. Certainly, please hold on a moment, the expert replied, busying himself. A few minutes later, he announced, all right. Instead of engaging in direct dialogue, Bali Howard spoke into the microphone. We will never surrender. If you desire battle, we shall not retreat. The elder, having understood Bali Howard's words, merely chuckled disdainfully. Is it you? Or those worthless individuals beside you? Open the nuclear silo and aim it here. Bali Howard chose to disregard the elder's taunts and turned to the communications officer. Yes, Commander. Wait. Commander, the experts, alarmed, interjected, if a strike occurs here, within a 10-kilometer radius, nothing will survive. Such steel-forged walls could melt away in an instant. At this juncture, the leaders, including Zhang Ju, prepared to voice their concerns. But Bali Howard interrupted with a raised hand. This is an order. Though several were of equal rank to Bali Howard, he held the position of the highest commander here, and they all trusted that he would not issue orders recklessly. In truth, following the appearance of the black hole and the subsequent arrival of the flying woman 3 years ago, the nation had prepared nearly 10 nuclear warheads, ready to annihilate this place. However, due to subsequent discoveries and the sudden actions of Bali Howard and others, they opted to postpone such measures. The elder, upon hearing the voice emanating from the microphone, appeared somewhat bewildered. The object referred to as the nuclear silo seemed formidable, causing many to feel anxious. Yet, he quickly grasped the situation, as nearly everyone present sensed a disquieting feeling, as if something ominous was locking onto them, a force capable of annihilating their very existence. Even the alien cultivators near the light screen ceased their actions. The elder felt a similar sensation, though not as intense as that of Li Zixuan and the others. He understood that if that object were to come his way, he would not only face the risk of death but would undoubtedly suffer severe injuries. Due to the constraints of the barrier, escape was impossible. Upon observing the elder's expression, Bali Howard realized he had achieved his objective, a faint smile gracing his lips. Elder, how does it feel? This is merely a nuclear bomb, and we possess thousands. Care to give it a try? Bali Howard's voice resonated through the microphone. You. How is that possible? How could you possess such weapons? The elder was struck by the notion of a nuclear bomb, a single one instilling a sense of threat within him. The fact that they had thousands was unfathomable. He had never doubted the veracity of Bali Howard's words. For in their world, the mighty do not stoop to deception. Chapter 74. A conversation with the otherworld now. Can you speak properly? Bali Howard slowly inquired, observing the elder's expression. At that moment, the elder found himself at a loss, for he had been sent to seize this place. I need to return to discuss, he said, casting a deep glance at Bali Howard before turning and entering the luminous barrier. This single utterance cast a pall over the faces of those upon the city wall, as they collectively pondered. A stellar-level powerhouse is not the mightiest among the alien races. Prepare to activate 10 nuclear wells. After a considerable pause, it was Bali Howard who broke the silence. Although everyone understood that if their adversary possessed a stellar level or greater strength, even nuclear warheads might prove ineffective against them. Moreover, targeting the nuclear wells here was merely a gesture of intimidation. Bali Howard had no desire to truly annihilate this place, for the energy near the black hole was abundant. Relocating elsewhere might not provide sufficient energy for him to ascend to the stellar level. In this oppressive atmosphere, they waited for half an hour. Suddenly, those of higher realms discerned 11 figures emerging from the luminous barrier. It's her. Bali Howard and the 18 others exclaimed in astonishment upon recognizing the woman at the forefront. They had witnessed her formidable power firsthand. It was she who had descended 3 years after the appearance of the black hole. At that time, a mere glance from her towards the crowd on the city wall felt like a heavy blow to their minds, while the 13 bronze-level warriors beside them all perished, blood streaming from their orifices. Though they had not yet attained their current levels back then, the experience left an indelible shadow. Heightened alert. Direct all nuclear wells towards this location, Bali Howard declared solemnly. All bronze-level personnel, withdraw. Seeing Bali Howard and his companions issue 3 grave commands, Li Zixuan felt a tightening in his chest. He turned to regard the figures before him, noting that the elder was among them, though now he occupied a position in the 3rd tier. Leading them was a woman clad in black, her exquisitely beautiful visage unforgettable at first glance. Wait, black attire. Li Zixuan suddenly recalled Chen Huafeng's words. 3 years after the emergence of the black hole, a woman dressed in black had flown out, and those 13 warriors who met her gaze were annihilated. No wonder Bai Li Howren and the others appeared so terrified. It was indeed her. She had already reached the pinnacle of stellar strength back then. Had she since broken through? Contemplating this, Li Zixuan felt a surge of anxiety, as he had heard from Tanada that royal-level powerhouses possessed domains. If she activated hers, nuclear weapons would be utterly ineffective against her. Are you threatening my subordinates? The 11 figures approached the barrier, and the leading woman addressed Bai Li Howren with a calm demeanor. Beep, beep, beep. A machine suddenly emitted a sound. You have broken through? Bai Li Howren did not need to inspect the machine to know the outcome, for it was designed to detect spiritual energy, currently capable only of identifying those at the starry zenith level. Any surpassing of this threshold would trigger an alarm of overwhelming intensity. The woman furrowed her brow slightly. Although even her frown appeared enchanting, the onlookers atop the city wall were consumed by thoughts far removed from her beauty. Those familiar with the machine wore expressions of horror, while the uninitiated, like Li Zixuan, mirrored their bewilderment upon gazing at the device. This is not a threat. This is our stance. Even if you have surpassed your limits, should you expect our surrender, we shall resist to the very end. Bai Li Howren steadied his emotions, his tone resolute. Oh, how intriguing. The woman chuckled lightly upon hearing his words. Do you believe those contraptions can pose a threat to me? You may certainly attempt to find out. Li Zixuan, witnessing Bai Li Howren's unwavering resolve, felt an overwhelming urge to intervene. Brother, they possess domains. Nuclear weapons cannot harm them. The woman, however, burst into laughter, as though she had just heard the most amusing joke. You have but 1 year. After that, a barrier will no longer protect you. Suddenly, her laughter ceased, and she regarded Bai Li Howren with a cool demeanor. The crowd gasped in shock. A year? How can this be? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Silence. Director Zhang admonished the experts who were speaking out, realizing that it was not yet time to determine the veracity of the woman's claim. The soldiers stationed on the wall had heard her words. Their expressions remained grave, yet no chaos ensued. In contrast, the experts began to stir, providing the foreign invaders with a spectacle. Why have you invaded our planet? Director Zhang could not restrain himself from inquiring. Yet, he was met only with a fleeting glance from the woman. She lifted her gaze to the sky, surveyed the crowd on the wall, and uttered not another word. With a swift turn, she vanished into the light curtain, followed by 7 others. The remaining trio consisted of the elderly man who had emerged first and 2 middle-aged individuals. Those near the light curtain resumed their frantic activities. What shall we do? Director Zhang turned to Bai Li Howren. Let us convene a video conference, Bai Li Howren suggested. His gaze fixed into the distance, lost in contemplation until all 8 figures had disappeared. He and Director Zhang departed, leaving the others exchanging glances. Bai Li Qingwu and the other 17 returned to their posts. We should take our leave as well, Wang Ziming remarked to Li Zixuan. Very well, Li Zixuan replied absently. His eyes, however, were ablaze with fervor, fixated not on the people, but rather on the structures, specifically, the stones that radiated a pearlescent glow. For those were the spiritual stones. He had not anticipated the abundance they had brought forth. From what he could see, there were tens of thousands. Yet, Li Zixuan was perplexed as to why the spiritual stones were displayed so openly. In that moment, he harbored a strong desire to draw forth his modified laser gun and eliminate the 3 starry zenith-level powerhouses. However, he is aware that he is incapable of achieving his goal. The best outcome would merely be the elimination of 1 person. He turned and followed Prince Ming down the city wall, returning to his chamber. At that moment, in the conference room, 3 individuals were seated, Bai Li Howren, Bai Li Qingwu, and Zhang Xiangdong. They all focused intently on the screen displaying 13 figures, comprising the supreme commanders and their chief advisors from the 5 major bases established by the black hole, as well as the 3 highest leaders of Huagua. As the video conference commenced, the 3 men appeared gravely serious. What has transpired? Inquired the high-ranking leader. Sir, at Base 1, we have encountered individuals exceeding the stellar level in strength, Bai Li Howren stated, glancing at the others. Chapter 75, Li Zixuan's Decision. Beyond the star's brilliance, a collective gasp resonated among the gathered individuals. Currently, the pinnacle of strength on Blue Star reached only the Diamond Peak. Anything beyond that was classified as the sovereign level. The arrival of such formidable beings would render any opposition futile. While it is true that individual prowess alone cannot challenge an entire nation, this holds true only if such power remains within the nation's capacity to counter. Should an individual's might surpass that of a nation, or exceed it significantly, they could indeed dictate the very fate of that nation. It was evident that those present understood the implications of a sovereign-level powerhouse. Have you had any encounters? The foremost leader snapped back to reality, calming himself as he turned to Bailey Howard. Yes, but their stance was unyielding, demanding our surrender. Moreover, the barrier that obstructs them is set to dissipate in a year. Bailey Howard recounted the entire sequence of events, subsequently displaying the video footage. Were not these otherworldly beings supposed to return within a day at most? Inquired the third leader after watching the video. That was the case in previous encounters, but this time appears to be different. They seem far more organized and disciplined, interjected by Li Qingwu. It seems their realm operates under a stringent hierarchy, where strength reigns supreme. Upon their arrival, they immediately began to establish encampments and place stones around the perimeter, seemingly preparing for an invasion a year hence. This conclusion stemmed from Li Qingwu's observations, although the distance hindered her ability to gauge the energy contained within those stones. It appears we are on the brink of a monumental battle, Commander Zhang Feng of Base 2 remarked, licking his lips. Indeed, conflict seems unavoidable, the foremost leader declared. From this moment forth, every base must prepare for war. Since we cannot evade it, we shall engage. After a brief pause, he fixed his gaze on Zhang Xiangdong. Following this meeting, I shall instruct the police department to fully cooperate with you. I require you to eliminate all sources of instability across the nation within the year, extinguishing them at their inception. I will liaise with other nations. This is not solely our affair. If that so-called barrier truly vanishes in a year, then all black holes shall be met with peace. Understood, leader. The assembly responded in unison, rising in affirmation. At this critical juncture of survival, none present entertained thoughts of surrender. Perhaps embedded within the very essence of the Chinese spirit is an aversion to such notions. Rather than live subserviently as someone else's thrall, they would rise in defiance, even against sovereign-level adversaries. Moreover, with a year still remaining, it is conceivable that while sovereign-level beings may not materialize, the nation could certainly field star brilliance-level warriors. With the commanders of the 5 military bases all at Diamond Peak, and each base housing no fewer than 10 Diamond-level fighters, the upcoming year would surely witness several breakthroughs. With no avenue for retreat, the only option was to engage. While China may not favor resolving matters through brute force, it does not imply an unwillingness to wield it when necessary. Meanwhile, upon returning to his room, Li Zixuan promptly secured the door and commenced contact with Tanada. Due to a pivotal decision made by Li Zixuan, he resolved to engage in the trade of more advanced technology and weaponry, while also aiming to elevate the overall level of practitioners. His ambition was to ensure that the nation of Huagua could weather this impending calamity and even launch a counteroffensive against the otherworldly forces, even if it meant depleting all his universal currency. Though this course of action might unveil some of his secrets, it paled in comparison to the broader implications at stake. Xiaoling, please assist me in contacting Tanada, he commanded. Certainly, master. Shortly thereafter, the screen illuminated with Tanada's image, flanked by numerous Sodium tribespeople who bore a striking resemblance to him. Esteemed guest, it is a pleasure to see you again, Tanada exclaimed joyfully upon recognizing Li Zixuan, as it signified a lucrative opportunity for him. Tanada, do you possess the formula for the enhancement liquid? Li Zixuan inquired directly, wishing to bypass any superfluous dialogue. He recalled seeing the formula for the D-grade enhancement liquid on the trading platform, priced at 18 million, but had not come across a higher grade. Oh, that is indeed a precious commodity. Tanada's eyes gleamed with excitement. And the cost? 1 billion. What? Why don't you simply resort to theft? 100 million. Li Zixuan found it difficult to trust Tanada's claims, feeling he had already made a significant loss on the previous evolutionary liquid transaction. Nay, I would never resort to theft. I am merely a merchant. Tanada vehemently shook his head. The enhancement liquid itself is inexpensive, yet the formula is exceedingly costly. Li Zixuan, uncertain of his position, reflected on the platform's pricing algorithm, 18 million for D grade and approximately 1 billion for A grade. He retorted, that certainly does not justify 1 billion. If this is your offer, I shall seek other merchants. Despite only having one merchant to match with, he found no harm in boasting. Please, esteemed guest, allow me to present you with a fair price. Tanada, unaware of Li Zixuan's intentions, believed he might genuinely seek alternatives. 700 million. This is undoubtedly lower than the Alliance's prices. Furthermore, it is not comparable to those formulas that have undergone numerous reductions for lower-tier civilizations. Tanada asserted, gritting his teeth. What distinguishes it? Li Zixuan felt a surge of astonishment at the sudden reduction of 300 million. This is the original formula. It is designed for use by 5th-level civilizations. The formulas utilized by lower-level civilizations have been significantly modified and diluted, Tanada proclaimed with pride. After all, not every 2nd-level civilization's merchant could boast of possessing products from a 5th-level civilization, though many such affiliated civilizations existed. Very well, let us proceed with the transaction. Upon hearing Tanada's words, Li Zixuan felt a sense of relief. Excellent, esteemed guest. Tanada's face lit up with delight, though regrettably, he lacked eyebrows. After the two signed the transaction, Li Zixuan received a sheet of formula paper. It was only then that he recalled during the last transaction he had only possessed a modified laser gun, with the mech and evolutionary liquid requiring a few days to prepare. He wondered if the formula for the enhancement liquid was indeed widespread on Tanada's end. Tanada, how do you carry such a formula with you? Is it prevalent in your realm? Unable to comprehend, he decided to inquire directly. No, for I am a merchant. Well aware of the items that sell favorably, hence I carry them with me at all times. Tanada elaborated, a hint of incredulity in her gaze. You must possess a space-folding backpack, then? Indeed, esteemed guest. Would you desire one? How much does it cost? What is its capacity? We offer backpacks, pockets, houses, and chests. Tanada explained swiftly. Do you also have bracelets or rings? Chapter 76, 2nd-level cultivation civilization. No, those are mostly used by the aristocrats of 5th-level civilizations. And very few have trickled down. Tanada replied somewhat awkwardly, having just portrayed himself as someone quite familiar with 5th-level civilizations. How much for a 500-cubic backpack? Li Zixuan inquired. Having previously purchased one for 4 million on the platform. 5 million each. 2 million. I want 10. Li Zixuan countered directly. No, 2 million is not feasible. I can't even acquire that. Tanada quickly shook his head in refusal. Well then, offer a lower price. If it seems reasonable, I shall buy. If not, then it's no matter. Tanada scrutinized Li Zixuan, attempting to discern whether he was attempting to deceive him, but Li Zixuan maintained an air of indifference. After a moment of contemplation, Tanada finally grit his teeth and declared, the lowest I can offer is 3 million each, but you must purchase 10. Li Zixuan furrowed his brow, reflecting that a discount of 1 million was still appealing, especially if he could gift some to others. All right, let us proceed with the transaction. Wait, I don't have it on me right now. Don't have it? Then why have we been negotiating for so long? I do possess it, but it is not currently in my possession. Tanada, fearing that Li Zixuan might backtrack, hastily clarified, mine is also a spatial folding backpack, just with a much larger capacity. Though it cannot store other folded spatial items. Deep down, he felt that Li Zixuan was quite naive, utterly unaware of how their civilization had attained a 2nd level. In Tanada's subconscious, he believed that only civilizations of equal standing could suddenly connect with him. Then let us proceed alongside the mecha. Very well, esteemed guest. Tanada, could you send me a sample of the herbs and or liquid listed in this formula? He glanced at the formula in his hand. Noting that many of the herbs were unfamiliar to him, and the substance known as her liquid was entirely unheard of. Herb samples? I can send you some of those. But as for the liquid, Tanada displayed a rather unscrupulous expression. What is wrong with the liquid? Li Zixuan felt an inkling that this fellow was about to demand further payment. The liquid is extracted from within a living organism, thus you must purchase it. As expected, Li Zixuan felt as though he had been outsmarted once again. Gritting his teeth, he spat out a few words. How much? 1 drop will cost 10 million. What? Why don't you go rob someone? Li Zixuan could no longer contain his outburst. It's true. 1 drop of her liquid, combined with those herbs, can yield a perfect enhancement liquid. If you wish to dilute it by 1/10, it can produce a lower grade version. Upon hearing Tanada's explanation, Li Zixuan took a moment to calm his thoughts. It still seemed excessive. Lower the price a bit, and I shall purchase more. How much do you intend to buy? Tanada inquired, fixating on Li Zixuan. 5 million per drop. I'll take 100 drops. No, that is far too little. It must be 8 million per drop for 100 drops. The two engaged in yet another round of haggling, ultimately settling on a price of 6,700,000 per drop, with the transaction to occur the following day. Are there no weapons available? Something that can contend with a king level? Li Zixuan continued to inquire. I have none here. Tanada shook his head repeatedly, expressing his disbelief. Even if such weapons existed, he would not dare to sell them, although he could engage in transactions with merchants from a level 5 civilization. The items offered would either be deemed worthless by others or merely commonplace in the level 5 civilization, suitable for trade with lower civilizations. Weapons capable of slaying a king-level powerhouse were strictly regulated. After all, within a level 5 technological civilization, king-level beings were far too numerous, with many high-ranking officials merely being at that level themselves. If weapons capable of killing kings were not regulated, how could lower-level civilizations, each equipped with such weapons, not threaten their own supremacy? Unless, of course, they were sold to civilizations of the same tier. In other words, does that mean you can only purchase weapons capable of killing Star Master-level beings here? Li Zixuan pondered and then asked. Indeed. However, we do not sell them in large quantities. At this moment, Tanada regarded Li Zixuan with a hint of caution. While it seemed he was eager to profit, he was wary of Li Zixuan acquiring too many weapons that could potentially undermine the ruling authority of his civilization. He certainly did not wish to support a rebellion. Why are you looking at me like that? Li Zixuan noticed an unusual glint in Tanada's eyes. You don't mean to buy weapons for insurrection, do you? Tanada bluntly stated. How could that be possible? Allow me to show you. Li Zixuan opened a video of his recent encounter with the foreign powerhouse, a level 2 cultivation civilization. Tanada was taken aback. Have you engaged them in combat? Not yet. They are still unable to emerge. Oh, I see. Tanada continued to scrutinize the footage. What do you know? What is that light curtain? Li Zixuan observed Tanada's expression, sensing he was privy to some information. Light curtain? That is not a light curtain. It is merely a portal, what their cultivation civilization refers to as a teleportation array. After a brief pause, he added, however, a level 2 cultivation civilization should not have a teleportation array. How peculiar. Teleportation array? Li Zixuan mused. It indeed resembled a teleportation array, though he had been unaware of it prior to his recent return from another realm. Is there something amiss? Indeed. If they have already teleported here, why have they not attacked you? Tanada lifted his gaze to Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan hesitated, unsure of how to respond. He ultimately decided to be candid. There is a barrier within a 5-kilometer radius of this teleportation array. I heard them mention it while atop the city walls, but I haven't seen it myself. A barrier? Tanada was even more astonished. How could a level 2 cultivation civilization possess such a barrier? What is wrong? Is there an issue? Li Zixuan asked curiously. There is certainly a problem. The barriers used by cultivation civilizations correspond to the energy shields of level 5 technological civilizations, and such teleportation arrays are beyond the capabilities of even a level 3 civilization. At this point, Tanada was visibly agitated, scratching his head in confusion. If you cannot comprehend it, then do not dwell on it. First, tell me what weapons are available. I wish to make a purchase. But you don't intend to buy them to fight against them, do you? Yes. Is there a problem with that? That presents a significant problem. Tanada, what does it look like? I have already mentioned that portals and the Jinnah shields are not possessions of a mere secondary cultivation civilization. Consider this. Can such a civilization contend with your nascent secondary civilization? A single king-level powerhouse could obliterate a significant portion of your kind. In Tanada's perspective, the civilization to which Li Zixuan belongs has merely reached the threshold of the secondary level. But we must still engage. Please, introduce me to the weaponry. Li Zixuan felt a sense of helplessness. He could not possibly reveal that his civilization was, in truth, only at the primary level. Moreover, he certainly could not disclose that the so-called Jinnah shield, a barrier of sorts, might only endure for a mere year. Chapter 77. Acquiring weapons very well. For the sake of monetary incentive, allow me to introduce the weapons I have for sale. Tanada appeared somewhat speechless, facing such formidable adversaries. They chose to confront them head-on instead of fleeing. Since a conflict is imminent on your end, I can procure additional weaponry for you, albeit at a price. Tanada smirked slyly. Expensive? Then I shall seek alternative vendors. Tanada's smile abruptly faded. No, I will sell to you. Then kindly provide an introduction. Upon reviewing the footage, I discern that your most significant dilemma lies with that apex-level powerhouse. The rest should pose little challenge for you. After a brief pause, Tanada continued. I have energy weapons, quantum weapons, and laser weapons. Which do you prefer? Laser weapons? Li Zixuan inquired, as such devices already exist in reality, albeit their utility is limited. The inability to turn corners is a major drawback, no matter how far their range exceeds several dozen kilometers. Noticing Li Zixuan's confusion, Tanada asked, Are you unaware? I am aware. The range is extensive, yet the flexibility is insufficient. It truly baffles me how you have reached a level 2 civilization. Tanada shook his head and continued, Let me show you. With that, he retrieved a firearm from his waist and aimed it at a large pillar. Suddenly, A brilliant light erupted from the gun's muzzle, and a small, visible hole appeared in the pillar. Although the hole was diminutive, it penetrated the entire column. Then, he slowed the video playback to a billionth of the original speed and sent it to Li Zixuan. Did you see clearly? Is it not different from what you expected? Tanada grinned with pride. Indeed, it was different. Li Zixuan was taken aback. It was not merely a stationary beam of light. Moreover, the speed was astonishing. While ordinary bullets become indistinct to the naked eye when slowed to 10 times their speed. To discern a bullet from its launch to target impact requires a deceleration of 10,000 times. In contrast, Tanada had to slow it down a billion times to perceive the trajectory of the laser. At the moment Tanada pressed the trigger, a 5-centimeter-long beam shot forth and vanished after piercing through the pillar. If the laser weapons of reality focus light on a target to generate extreme heat for inflicting damage, then the laser weapon Tanada presented compresses energy into a beam that delivers direct physical harm to the target. Below the Star Master level, defenses are utterly disregarded. Even a moment's negligence from a Star Master could result in being shot. I have handguns, machine guns, and laser cannons. Which do you desire? Tanada boasted about his wares. I want them all. Could you provide further details? I shall send you the specifications. Tanada gestured, and Li Zixuan received the parameters Tanada had dispatched. Just as Tanada had indicated, these were all laser weapons, utilizing high-energy gamma-ray lasers to inflict tremendous damage upon the foe, characterized by their mobility and lethality. Although laser weapons are imperceptible to the naked eye, practitioners possess an innate sense of danger, unless the adversary refrains from evasion. It is exceedingly difficult to inflict harm upon high-level warriors. Are there any weapons more formidable than the laser cannon? Li Zixuan inquired, casting a glance at Tanada. Based on the parameters of its power, even the laser cannon would struggle to wound a monarch-level being. None. Tanada replied decisively. Very well. What are the prices of these weapons? A handgun is 300,000, a machine gun 800,000, and a laser cannon 1.5 million. No bargaining. Tanada, wary of Li Zixuan attempting to negotiate, hastily concluded. All right, how many of those beams can a handgun fire? What if it runs out of energy? Li Zixuan pondered aloud. A handgun can fire 100 shots on a single charge, a machine gun 500, and a laser cannon 15. As for energy, charging is all that is needed. Charging? Li Zixuan exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, electricity can now be converted into energy for numerous weapons. Very well, I shall procure 20 of each. Shall we finalize the transaction tomorrow? Li Zixuan contemplated, preparing to make the purchase. Excellent, esteemed customer. Tanada beamed, pleased with another successful deal. By the way, is there a technology slightly inferior to mechas? Li Zixuan's gaze fell upon the T-02, recalling the T-01 generation mecha. If he could obtain the T-01 mecha technology, he could commence production himself, as his factory was nearing completion. However, during his previous exchange with Tanada, he sensed that he only had mechas without a classification into generations. How about exoskeletons? Tanada suggested after some thought. Exoskeletons? Never mind. It seems that Huagua has an exoskeleton research institute, and exoskeletons are considerably less advanced than the T-01 mecha. If you can provide me with 100,000 tons of iron, or I could trade you mecha technology. Just as Li Zixuan contemplated further purchases, Tanada's voice interrupted. What 100,000 tons of iron, or? Li Zixuan asked, taken aback. Yes, 100,000 tons. It cannot be less. Tanada's demeanor shifted to one of anxiety. Meanwhile, Li Zixuan's mind was in turmoil. Could 100,000 tons of iron or truly be exchanged for mecha technology? If the leaders and scientists outside were to learn of this, they would not settle for a mere 100,000 tons. Millions or even tens of millions would be agreed upon, especially from those at the Exoskeleton Research Institute. Mechanical exoskeletons merely assist individuals in labor and running, offering little in terms of combat capabilities and lacking in defense. In contrast, mechas are designed for warfare, boasting a robust exterior for optimal protection, complemented by formidable firepower, thus becoming the epitome of a single combat unit. With these thoughts, Li Zixuan suppressed his inner excitement and endeavored to maintain composure. It appeared that iron ore held significant value for Tanada. Was the offer of 500 per ton truly insufficient? You propose 500 per ton for iron ore, which totals a mere 50 million for 100,000 tons. Does your mecha technology truly only hold a value of 50 million? Li Zixuan directly queried. Tanada felt ensnared by a trap. I must speak candidly. The iron ore throughout our entire Purple Spirit Galaxy is under the strict regulation of the Alliance, which holds exclusive rights to its sale, primarily to the military of civilized nations. Therefore, your assertion of a price at 500 per ton is, in truth, misleading. It should indeed be significantly higher, would it not? Upon hearing this, Li Zixuan comprehended the situation. Much like the diamonds in the external world, which are exceedingly expensive yet produced in abundance, the iron ore is similarly abundant but monopolized by a select few tycoons. The authority of the Purple Spirit Galaxy Alliance is likely even more formidable. Even if Tanada is an interstellar merchant, acquiring iron ore would prove to be a formidable challenge for him. Hence, he seeks to procure it at a low price from someone as uninformed as Li Zixuan, only to resell it at a premium. Well, it isn't entirely deceitful, is it? After all, the price the Alliance offers to the military is indeed 500 per ton. Tanada continued to argue. Yes, you make a valid point, however. The reality is that you cannot purchase even a single ton of iron ore from the Alliance for 500, can you? Li Zixuan shot Tanada a disapproving glance. If you were to buy it for 500, how much do you intend to sell it for per ton? 5. Tanada held up 5 fingers. 5,000? Chapter 78. Dyson Technology 50,000, Tanada said, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. Damn. Li Zixuan couldn't help but curse. Realizing that while he had suspected Tanada's unscrupulous nature, he had not anticipated it to be this brazen. Your mecha technology is worth at most 8 billion. How can it be valued at 500 billion just by trading it for iron ore? After a moment's pause, though frustrated, Li Zixuan steeled himself to discuss the transaction. Tanada found himself in an awkward position, knowing that if he had not spoken the truth, Li Zixuan might discover the actual price elsewhere and refuse to do business with him in the future. After all, with a balance in the billions and appearing so youthful, Li Zixuan undoubtedly came from wealth. What about the refined steel? How much per ton? Between 60 to 100,000, Tanada replied. I could offer you 1 million tons of iron ore. Li Zixuan pondered for a moment before replying thoughtfully, what do you desire? Hearing this, Tanada's spirits lifted immediately. I want mecha technology, electromagnetic technology, nuclear fusion technology, Dyson technology, artificial intelligence technology, nanotechnology. Li Zixuan contemplated raising Dyson sphere technology as a possibility, just in case Tanada possessed it. Stop. No more. Tanada interrupted, eager not to hear more. And what is this Dyson technology you speak of? I have no knowledge of it. I can provide the other 5 technologies, and even some additional minor technologies, but you must give me 1 million tons of iron ore. Li Zixuan was taken aback. You don't know? Well, that is understandable. It is energy harvesting technology. He suddenly realized the terminology differed. Dyson technology was named after a person. Energy harvesting technology? Is that something I can purchase? Tanada replied, somewhat exasperated. Can't you acquire it? If not, then forget it. Wait. Tanada appeared troubled. Noticing Tanada's pale complexion and the slight tremor of his antennae, Li Zixuan deduced that he was eager for more iron ore. As long as he could discern this, negotiations could proceed smoothly. If you possess Dyson sphere technology, I could provide you an additional 100,000 tons. However, if not, I believe the value of your 5 technologies amounts to a mere 500,000 tons of iron ore. What? 500,000? That won't do. Tanada's frustration began to surface. However, possessing Dyson sphere technology would mean 110,000 tons. Li Zixuan smiled. Tanada lowered his head, contemplating for a moment. 150,000 tons. I will agree to that. Feigning contemplation, Li Zixuan felt a surge of excitement. These technologies were finally within his grasp. All right, but you must also provide me with some minor technologies. Fine, in half a month, we shall trade along with the evolution liquid. Tanada concluded, hastily ending the call. An undercurrent of excitement evident in his demeanor. After the transaction with Tanada, Li Zixuan prepared to seek out Director Zhang, knowing that for 1 million tons of iron ore, it was best to approach the state directly. Knock, knock. Come in. At that moment, Director Zhang Xiangdong had just returned from a meeting. Director Zhang. Xiaxian. What brings you here? Zhang smiled warmly as he set his book aside upon seeing Li Zixuan enter. Director Zhang, I have come to discuss an important matter with you. Li Zixuan composed himself and began to speak. Oh, what is it? I am capable of trading with other civilizations. Li Zixuan observed Zhang's reaction with keen interest. Huh? Trading with other civilizations? Initially, Zhang did not pay much attention, but upon deeper contemplation, he sensed something was amiss and abruptly rose from his seat. Indeed. I am preparing to engage in trade with a top-tier level 2 technological civilization. Are you serious? How can you prove this? Zhang inquired, a hint of excitement in his voice. Behold, Li Zixuan declared, and the T-02 mech materialized before him. Li Zixuan's sudden conjuration left Zhang utterly astonished. This? What is this? Zhang stammered, overwhelmed by shock. The sight of the mech made him tremble with disbelief. This is a mech. The T-02 model. So, you truly can trade with a level 2 civilization? Zhang's mind swirled, grappling with the enormity of this revelation. Indeed, I have already conducted numerous transactions. Given the current circumstances, I can be of significant assistance. However, I require resources that I cannot procure alone and must collaborate with the government, Li Zixuan stated matter-of-factly. Zhang returned to his seat, striving to regain his composure. Are you suggesting that the other party is a top-tier level 2 civilization? Yes. You mentioned earlier that, given the current situation, you could acquire useful items through trade rather than outright solutions? Zhang gradually regained his composure, coming to terms with the existence of otherworldly civilizations. Correct. The one I am trading with is merely an interstellar merchant and does not represent the level 2 civilization. Moreover, the civilization in question is not an ordinary one, but rather a level 2 cultivation civilization, Li Zixuan added, gesturing toward the exotic beings outside. A cultivation civilization? Zhang exclaimed, surprised once more. Yes, they are indeed a level 2 cultivation civilization. Please, allow me a moment to process this information, Zhang requested, feeling overwhelmed by the magnitude of what he had just learned. After nearly a minute, Zhang asked, how do you know they are a level 2 cultivation civilization? I inquired of Tanada, the interstellar merchant with whom I am trading. Li Zixuan replied candidly. Zhang scrutinized the mech once more, then turned his gaze back to Li Zixuan. After another minute, he said, please wait here. I need to report this. With that, Zhang exited the room. Li Zixuan stored the mech away and settled onto the sofa, waiting. Although revealing such information would expose many of his secrets, he felt it was necessary, as he would need to present more items in the future, which would require explanations. As his strength grew, he became increasingly confident that no one could pose a threat to him. Currently, Bailey Howard had only reached the pinnacle of the diamond rank. Although he could not defeat him, he could take refuge in the spatial realm, where one day outside equated to 30 days within. He firmly believed that with his innate talent, coupled with the transaction with Tanada, he would soon transcend to the starry radiance level, equivalent to that of a star master. Half an hour later, Director Zhang entered, casting a serious glance at Li Zixuan as he said, follow me. The higher-ups are waiting for you. Understood. The two rose and made their way to a conference room. The atmosphere within was palpably grave, for the news brought by Director Zhang was profoundly shocking. If true, it could either elevate the nation of Hua or plunge it into peril. After all, no one knew whether that formidable secondary civilization would become the next aggressor. Upon entering the conference room, Li Zixuan noticed that only Bailey Howard was present, while three elderly men appeared on the large screen ahead. Li Zixuan recognized them from television. They were the three highest leaders of the nation of Hua. Chapter 79, Confession Greetings, Esteemed Leaders. As Li Zixuan approached, he stood upright and spoke. Even he felt a twinge of nervousness, though it had nothing to do with his prowess. Do not be anxious. Let us treat this as a casual conversation. Please. Take a seat. The senior leader smiled at him. Thank you, leader. In the spacious conference room, the three men sat facing the large screen. And the atmosphere grew somewhat heavy. It was the senior leader who broke the silence, asking, Comrade Li Zixuan, is what Director Zhang Xiangdong just mentioned true? Indeed. It is true. Li Zixuan recounted the civilizations that Tanada had described to him, including the two fifth-level civilizations in the iron or transaction, where he had understated the quantity from 200,000 tons to 150,000 tons. He did not intend to embezzle. He simply had a dwindling supply of cosmic currency, with only a few billion left after paying the final installment. Furthermore, he had not mentioned the ring's spatial capabilities. Upon hearing Li Zixuan's account, everyone fell into deep contemplation. So, Tanada perceives your civilization as second level, correct? Bailey Howard inquired. Yes, and I have also traded for the formulas of the evolution and enhancement liquids. In due time, we will be able to cultivate starry tier powerhouses, along with a multitude of others at various levels, Li Zixuan replied, directing his gaze at Bailey Howard. Is that true? The others grew increasingly agitated, and Bailey Howard, trembling slightly, asked, although he was on the verge of a breakthrough. A blow from the starry elder had left his right arm nearly incapacitated and his meridians damaged. limiting him to only half of his potential, let alone a breakthrough. However, he pondered that while he could not, others could. Tomorrow, the barrier would close, and it appeared that those individuals were reluctant to leave. If many were to advance to the starry tier, they could easily obliterate the rest, though the barrier had not yet dissipated, preventing their escape. No one would permit a presence that could threaten them at any moment to linger nearby. On the edge of my bed, I cannot allow others to slumber. Truly. Observing by Li Haoran's excitement, Li Zixuan could not help but sense him. However, this perception revealed something amiss. In Li Zixuan's awareness, while Li Haoran's physical condition unfolded in his mind, including his persistently stiff right arm. Your crippled arm and meridians can be healed, Li Zixuan declared, unwilling to see such a formidable contributor to the nation reduced to a mere shadow of himself. What? Haoran, what is going on? Before Bai Li Haoran could fully process Li Zixuan's words, the three leaders and Director Zhang inquired. It was no wonder they were anxious, aside from their existing close relationship. Bai Li Haoran's status compelled their concern. The stability of Huan Nation owed much to his presence. He was not only the strongest in Huan Nation but also the foremost globally, a fact not born of boasting but forged through countless battles. Bai Li Haoran, observing the concern of those around him, recounted the incident of his injury in its entirety after hearing Li Zixuan's assurance of a cure. He concluded with a light-hearted remark, questioning the need for such excitement over a simple remedy. This exchange helped to lighten the atmosphere, which had previously been quite somber. How remarkable! Exclaimed the third leader. It is astonishing to discover so many civilizations within the universe. It appears our blue planet is rather primitive in comparison. Indeed, added the second leader. But given that we are preparing to confront even a secondary-level cultivation civilization, it is hardly surprising that others exist. In light of this, it seems we need not fear the secondary-level cultivation civilization. At this moment, Director Zhang turned to Li Zixuan and inquired. You mentioned that the mechs could be traded over by tomorrow, correct? Yes, Li Zixuan affirmed. Then might it be possible, however, before Director Zhang could complete his thought. The senior leader interjected, very well, Zixuan, if you don't mind my calling you that? Not at all. Good. Since Zixuan has facilitated the acquisition of numerous valuable technologies for Huan Nation and indeed for the entire blue planet, we cannot allow him to bear these burdens without compensation. The senior leader continued, casting a meaningful glance at Li Zixuan. Your willingness to step forward at this moment brings me great comfort. You are a true asset to our nation, indeed, a savior and pioneer for the entire blue planet. You embolden us against formidable foes and offer hope for our ascension to a secondary civilization. However, this matter is of utmost gravity. It must remain confidential among us for now. Zixuan, I trust you understand. I understand, Li Zixuan replied, fully aware that this was not the time for others to be informed, noting the presence of only 6 individuals in the conference room, including the highest commanders of several major bases who had not been notified. Now that Zixuan has brought such promising news, I need not approach the American side. Xiangdong, you will assist Zixuan moving forward. Yes, sir, Director Zhang promptly acknowledged. Li Zixuan was momentarily bewildered. What did this mean? Was he being asked to have his superior assist him, to serve as a subordinate, or perhaps to monitor him? Regardless, the attention from several leaders felt peculiar to Li Zixuan. He was no panda, and he simply wished to conclude this conversation swiftly. The mechs, space-folding backpacks, laser weapons, and enhancement fluid formulas were all set for trade by tomorrow, alongside 2 slaves. The trading time flows in sync with Blue Planet's time. At this moment, Li Zixuan yearned to depart, as there was little chance of conflict arising here. He would rather return home, having not been there for nearly 20 days, and he wondered how things were at Yushuan's residence. While Li Zixuan was lost in thought, the senior leader reined him back in, stating, Zixuan, since you have joined the Special Affairs Bureau, feel free to express any needs you may have to Xiangdong. He will fully support you. As a young man, you should bear more responsibilities. Let him share the burdens with you. With that, the 3 leaders ended the video call. Li Zixuan was left in a state of confusion, pondering the implications of their discussion. Bai Li Haoran and Zhang Zhu exchanged a knowing smile, both aware that Li Zixuan would undoubtedly be entrusted with a significant responsibility. Even they felt somewhat inadequate in comparison to Li Zixuan in matters such as these. With such a secret, should one choose to quietly amass wealth, it would not be long before they emerged as the strongest contender. Even if it meant offering those skills to the nation, it could be done through exchange or sale. Yet, Li Zixuan chose to be candid and generous, revealing everything. This is not merely a matter of personal enlightenment, It reflects a deeper issue of self-perception. Were he to regard himself as a businessman, he would not have acted in such a manner. Zixuan, congratulations, Zhang Xiangdong said, patting Li Zixuan on the shoulder with a smile. What? Li Zixuan, still processing the meaning behind these words, was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 80. The breakthrough of Bai Li Hao and I have grown old. The internal affairs require a vigorous young individual to manage them, preferably one who is exceptionally skilled. And you are the most fitting candidate. Zhang Xiangdong felt no sorrow at the prospect of being swiftly replaced by Li Zixuan, who had only just arrived. Instead, he was filled with joy. Li Zixuan possessed a heart devoted to the nation, having made significant contributions at such a tender age, already a diamond-level powerhouse. Whereas he himself was merely at the gold level, thus unfit to serve as the director of special operations. It was merely a matter of circumstance, as there had been no one capable of succeeding him before. Please, Director Zhang, do not entrust this to me. It is best if you remain in your position. Li Zixuan hastily gestured. I can elevate you to the pinnacle of platinum right now. He then added, wait for me, and dashed out of the conference room, intent on acquiring an SSS-grade enhancement serum. Although the formula would arrive the following day, he needed to persuade Director Zhang to allow him to leave. Additionally, Bai Li Haoran's injury could be remedied with a single red lotus essence pill. That fellow, observing Li Zixuan's hurried departure, Zhang Xiangdong and Bai Li Haoran could not help but smile. The presence of someone like Li Zixuan was indeed a blessing for our nation, Bai Li Haoran remarked. Who could argue otherwise? I certainly lack his generosity, Zhang Xiangdong replied with a grin. Ha ha ha, the two shared another hearty laugh. Bai Li Haoran, however, was skeptical of Zhang Xiangdong's words, for individuals who reach such heights often dedicated their lives to the service of the nation. I am here, Bai Li Haoran exclaimed. What have you brought? He could not restrain his curiosity at Li Zixuan's frantic demeanor. Chief, this is for you. Consume it, and your injury should heal swiftly. Li Zixuan presented the red lotus essence pill to Bai Li Haoran and then handed the SSS-grade serum to Zhang Xiangdong. Director Zhang, this is for you. Once you drink it, you should achieve the pinnacle of platinum. Is it truly that potent? Both men exclaimed in astonishment. Bai Li Haoran was well aware of the severity of his injuries. The energy threatening to disrupt his meridians required him to exert half of his strength to suppress it. He had not anticipated that a mere pill could facilitate his recovery. Indeed, your injuries are solely due to the damage to your meridians. That energy requires your suppression. But once healed, you can refine it, and perhaps even achieve a breakthrough. Very well, I shall give it a try. Without further ado, he disregarded the conference room setting, sat cross-legged, examined the pill, and swallowed it. At that moment, both Li Zixuan and Zhang Xiangdong watched with bated breath. While Li Zixuan understood the expected outcome, Bai Li Haoran had been injured by a stellar-level adversary, whose energy was not comparable to that of a diamond level. Seconds turned into minutes. Bai Li Haoran's brow began to relax, and the energy within him began to surge. An hour passed, and suddenly, the energy within Bai Li Haoran contracted before erupting violently. The sudden outburst of energy was so formidable that it caused Zhang Xiangdong, who stood nearby, to stagger back several paces before regaining his balance, while Li Zixuan was compelled to retreat 2 steps to steady himself. In a fleeting moment, 3 stellar-level powerhouses within a nearby building turned their gazes towards the conference room on the city wall. One middle-aged man spoke. He has only just broken through to the Star Master level. The elder among them appeared somewhat astonished. What is the matter? The other middle-aged man inquired upon noticing the elder's expression. There is only one peak star general on the city wall, yet he was injured by my flying sword. Without a fortnight, he should not have been able to recover. So how has he achieved a breakthrough now? The elder explained to the two. Your assertion seems rather peculiar. At the same moment, Bai Li Qing Wu and the other 17 individuals sensed that the one who had broken through was Bai Li Haoran. Together, they made their way towards the conference room. What a delightful sensation. Bai Li Haoran slowly opened his eyes and clenched his fists. He had already been on the verge of a breakthrough, and with the pill provided by Li Zixuan, not only had his injuries healed, but he had also ascended to the stellar level. Congratulations, congratulations. Congratulations to the chief for becoming the world's first Star Master. Li Zixuan promptly expressed his felicitations. Star Master? Bai Li Haoran turned to Li Zixuan. Indeed, in the cosmos, the platinum level is referred to as the star level, the diamond level as the star general level, and the stellar level as the Star Master level. Above that are the king level, emperor level, saint level, and divine level, with each level comprising 9 tiers, Li Zixuan elucidated. And what of platinum? Director Zhang interjected, now realizing the implications. Platinum does not exist. In the civilization where Tanata resides, children are born as platinum, reach diamond level by 5 or 6 years old, attain stellar level in their teens, and by adulthood. Most are at the king level. The two men gasped in astonishment as the joy of Bai Li Haoran's recent breakthrough began to wane. There is no comparison. Others reach adulthood as king level. How can one hope to compete seriously with that? Seemingly sensing their thoughts, Li Zixian interjected. That is because their genetic sequences have undergone alteration. However, achieving a higher realm will be quite challenging for them, as they do not prioritize personal capabilities but focus on technology. Even at their current level, it is merely to enhance their physical forms for the advancement of technology. Does this imply that a second-tier cultivation civilization might possess levels higher than king? Bai Li Haoran pondered aloud, considering those outside. It is possible. Li Zixian contemplated before responding. After all, cultivation civilizations are evaluated based on overall strength. If a technological civilization has a populace with star masters, it stands to reason that a second-tier cultivation civilization could possess higher realms, perhaps even those at the emperor level. It seems we must hasten our efforts. Bai Li Haoran exhaled slowly. Director Zhang, why not consume the elixir and achieve a breakthrough? Li Zixian observed Zhang Xiangdong contemplating the enhancement liquid. The one you provided me differs from the one in our transaction, does it not? Zhang Xiangdong suddenly recalled the deal made by Li Zixian with Qian Huafeng and others. Indeed, the ones I traded were all Class D, only capable of reaching silver at most. What I have given you is Class SSS. Does that mean this can lead to a breakthrough at the pinnacle of platinum? Moreover, will you truly obtain the formula by tomorrow? Zhang Xiangdong's excitement escalated as he spoke, initially believing it to be merely the formula for a D-grade enhancement solution. But to his astonishment, it was an SSS-grade formula. Indeed, by tomorrow, he would possess the original formula capable of producing SSS-grade enhancement solutions, if diluted 5-fold. It would yield an SS-grade solution, and if diluted 10-fold, an S-grade solution, and so forth. Hiss. At that moment, both individuals found themselves unable to remain composed. If this were indeed the case, then Huagua could, in a short span of time, cultivate 100 peak platinum-level warriors, or perhaps even other lower-tier strong individuals. In the future, trading the so-called or solutions in abundance could render the dream of universal platinum a reality. Old Zhang, you should just take a sip. At this point, Bai Li Haoran addressed Zhang Xiangdong. Chapter 81. Pulling Qian Huafeng and others all right. Zhang Xiangdong declared as he prepared to drink the potion. Wait a moment, Li Zixian interjected. Unable to contain himself, as he did not wish for his superior to embarrass himself. This potion may come with some side effects. Pain is bearable, but the subsequent need to use the restroom. What side effects? Both men turned their gazes towards Li Zixian. All enhancement liquids are accompanied by a wave of pain, lasting about 5 minutes, after which one will need to use the restroom and shower, Li Zixian expressed delicately. Oh, is that all? Zhang Xiangdong waved his hand dismissively and downed the potion in one gulp. At that moment, Bai Liqingwu and others entered. Noticing Bai Li Haoran and Li Zixian staring intently at Zhang Xiangdong, prompting everyone to turn their attention towards him, perhaps due to the presence of many people. Zhang Xiangdong remained silent and withstood the intense pain without so much as a change in expression. Li Zixian was deeply impressed. What immense willpower it must take to endure such agony. He certainly could not manage it. Bai Li Haoran and the others, however, were completely unaware of the torment Zhang Xiangdong had just endured in the past few minutes. They merely sensed his aura gradually intensifying. Suddenly, Zhang Xiangdong furrowed his brow, feeling something within him surging to escape. He recognized what it was but did not anticipate its forcefulness. Oh no! Just as he prepared to lift his leg, he sensed the urgency of that force and, with a silent exclamation, turned and ran. The others exchanged glances, perceiving something in each other's eyes. Although it was merely a fleeting moment, all present were diamond-level experts, exceptionally attuned to their surroundings. This has nothing to do with me. I'm leaving. At that moment, Li Zixian wished to flee as swiftly as possible. There was no avoiding it. Knowing such matters about his superior would surely lead to dire consequences. Relax, everyone is oblivious. Why are you so anxious? Bai Li Haoran remarked. Regardless of the circumstances, this matter must not be disclosed. His statement conveyed his stance. Indeed, we know nothing at all. We just arrived and are unaware of anything. While all the faces were serious, the slight upturn of their lips and nearly closed eyes clearly indicated they were stifling laughter. You all carry on. I shall take my leave. With that, Li Zixian dashed away. On his way back to his room, he encountered Qian Huafeng and others. who appeared ready to depart, and inquired, "Where are you headed?" "We're preparing to leave. It will take some time before anything happens here. And we have our own matters to attend to," Chen Huafeng replied, having grown familiar with Li Zixuan over the years. "Oh, have you considered joining the Inner Bureau?" Li Zixuan thought of the leadership position Zhang had mentioned, realizing he needed to find his own team, and Chen Huafeng's group seemed quite suitable. "Inner Bureau?" Chen Huafeng and the others expressed surprise. "Yes, are you interested in joining?" "We would like to, but we do not yet meet the requirements." The fervent gaze of Chen Huafeng and his companions gradually dimmed. The primary prerequisite for entering the inner circle is to attain platinum level. They have numerous tasks to execute. And if one's level is too low, it would undoubtedly hinder progress. "If you wish to enter, please submit your applications. I will also petition our director." Li Zixuan stated nonchalantly. But our levels," one of them protested. "Rest assured, if we want you to join, we will certainly assist you in breaking through to platinum." Li Zixuan replied indifferently, as he anticipated receiving the formula the next day, which he believed would not be difficult to formulate. After all, according to the intentions of Director Zhang and others, they also planned to cultivate a group of formidable individuals. So it would be effortless for Li Zixuan to claim a few spots. "Are you now part of the inner circle?" Tang Xiaoyong inquired at that moment. "Oh, I am currently the leader of Group 10, and I would like all 5 of you to join my group. Are you willing?" Li Zixuan introduced himself. At this point, everyone turned their gaze towards Chen Huafeng. "Why are you all looking at me? If you want to go, then go." Chen Huafeng felt uneasy under their scrutiny and added, "I will go too." "Excellent. Welcome aboard. Please inform Chen Xiaoxiu as well. Since you are all willing to join, let us bring the entire group over." Li Zixuan said cheerfully. "However, you might not be able to be the leader then," he said with a smile directed at Chen Huafeng. "I'd rather be the tail of a phoenix," Chen Huafeng replied succinctly, refraining from any further explanation. The more one delves into cultivation, the stronger the desire for higher realms becomes. The Special Affairs Bureau is primarily focused on intelligence gathering, and there have been many instances where he wished to undertake those missions, yet he had to forfeit due to his insufficient level. In fact, each group consists of 10 members, but in Chen Huafeng's group, the others had already perished due to the inability to replenish personnel in a timely manner. They now only had 5 members remaining. It was not that there were no recruits available, rather, many had been assigned to several major bases, as the matters concerning external nations pale in comparison to confronting alien races, despite Base 1 currently being free from conflict. It is only because the opposing side has 3-star master-level warriors. Otherwise, it would already be embroiled in intense battles. Moreover, the other bases must guard against the creatures emerging from the barrier, as well as potential sabotage from other countries. Even if the barrier were to close, numerous conflicts would still persist. However, this situation would soon be alleviated. At the latest in half a month, everything could be quelled, as the arrival of the weapons and evolution fluids would certainly lead to the annihilation of those 3-star master-level adversaries. "All right, it's settled. I will immediately seek out Director Zhang. Let us return together later," Li Zixuan said to Chen Huafeng and the others. He then proceeded to find Director Zhang but hesitated after knocking on the door. "Oh no, Director Zhang is likely still busy," he thought to himself, preparing to wait a while longer. "Wait at the door." Zhang Xiangdong's voice called out from within. Just by hearing that, Li Zixuan sensed that Zhang was not in a particularly good mood. He contemplated fleeing but sensed that Zhang Xiangdong seemed to know he was there. "Li Zixuan," Zhang called out, "if you dare to run away, I will bring people to capture you." Yes, Director Zhang, I am waiting at the door. Please take your time, there is no need to rush." Li Zixuan realized that there was no escape and reluctantly spoke up. At that moment, Zhang Xiangdong was seated upon the toilet, pinching his nose. Even with the exhaust fan at its maximum, he felt particularly uncomfortable. Upon hearing Li Zixuan's words, his frustration grew to the point of wanting to lash out at him. Although Li Zixuan had already cautioned him, Zhang Xiangdong believed he had not conveyed the severity of the situation adequately. Chapter 82. Returning home, Li Zixuan waited at the door for nearly half an hour before Zhang Xiangdong's voice finally echoed, "Come in." "Director Zhang," Li Zixuan greeted awkwardly. "Speak. What is the situation with the enhancement serum?" Zhang Xiangdong appeared somewhat embarrassed. "It's just that it has a few minor side effects. Other than that, it is fine." Li Zixuan observed Zhang Xiangdong's complexion, which, despite the serum's effects having elevated him to the pinnacle of platinum level and significantly improving his skin, still bore a tinge of darkness, evidently indicating lingering anger. "What do you need me for?" Zhang Xiangdong chose not to delve deeper into the topic. Well, you asked me to find my own team members, so I thought to bring in Qin Huafeng's group, Li Zixuan replied, sensing that Zhang Xiangdong had let the matter go. Qin Huafeng? The external bureau leader? Zhang Xiangdong expressed surprise. He had instructed Li Zixuan to recruit his own team. Yet he had not expected him to select someone from within. Indeed, we previously completed a mission together over in the small town, Li Zixuan stated candidly. Haha. I asked you to find team members, yet you are poaching from your own side. How do you intend to explain this to old Tang? Although both he and Tang Xiaonan were directors of the Special Operations Bureau, one managing the external bureau and the other the internal bureau, such direct recruitment was somewhat inappropriate. The formula for the enhancement serum will arrive tomorrow. I can prioritize delivering it to Director Tang. What do you think? Li Zixuan inquired hesitantly. You rascal. Well, you are quite thoughtful. And what about the internal bureau? Zhang Xiangdong recalled that with the arrival of the formula tomorrow, they could produce a significant number of powerful individuals. If we prepare it, we could create 100 doses of SSS-grade enhancement serum. We can dilute half of it, thereby increasing the yield. Handle it as you see fit. After all, it is all yours. I will speak to old Tang about it. Consider it a token of my gratitude, Zhang Xiangdong said, glancing at Li Zixuan. Without the enhancement serum provided by Li Zixuan, he might never have broken through to the platinum level. Then I shall trouble you. Li Zixuan responded with a cheerful smile. Go on, get back to your business. Your presence is irksome. Zhang Xiangdong waved him off. All right then, I shall take my leave, Li Zixuan said, preparing to step outside. However, upon reaching the door, he turned back to Zhang Xiangdong and said, Director Zhang, I wish to return today. Return? To City C? Zhang Xiangdong was taken aback, suddenly recalling something. Your return? Will it be a problem? Oh, once the transaction is completed tomorrow, I will have Qin Huafeng's group deliver it. Li Zixuan anticipated Zhang Xiangdong's concerns. Very well. I too am preparing to return to Shouqing. There are numerous matters awaiting my attention there. After all, we cannot engage in conflict just yet. We must wait for several to break through to the starry level. All right then, I shall take my leave. Scram, scram, scram. Li Zixuan joined Qin Huafeng and the others, embarking on a military aircraft to depart. I may be in City C for an extended period. You all should attend to your own matters first and come find me tomorrow, Li Zixuan advised as they disembarked. Understood. Since Zhang Xiangdong has already informed Tang Xiaonan, we just need to submit an application upon our return. Li Zixuan called Shinruyu and, upon learning that she was still at work, decided to visit the store himself. Boss, if you don't come soon, we'll have to report this. As soon as Zhang Li spotted Li Zixuan, she exclaimed. What's wrong? He asked. What do you think? Just look at the stock. This is all we have left. Zhang Li pointed to the sparse vegetables on display, but there are still some unsold. Li Zixuan replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Recently, both warehouses had been depleted by other hotels, and his own store had closed for several days. Upon hearing Li Zixuan's words, Zhang Li and her family were rendered speechless. All right. Here's the plan. I will address this issue shortly. Li Zixuan reassured them, noticing their expressions soften slightly. From this month onward, I intend to hand over the management of this store to you. You will need to source your own supplies from now on. Once the contracts for the previous warehouses expire, I will not renew them. What? Boss, what's wrong? Is it serious? Zhang Guobin and his family exchanged incredulous glances with Li Zixuan. What are you talking about? Realizing their misunderstanding, Li Zixuan clarified, it's not what you think. Their astonishment was understandable. Although it was merely a vegetable shop, its daily revenue rivaled that of large restaurants. With a net profit of around 70 to 80,000 each day, who would willingly relinquish such a lucrative business unless compelled by illness? In truth, Li Zixuan was left with no choice. Not only was he stepping away from this store, but he also planned to terminate contracts with the hotels once they expired. He simply lacked the time to manage these affairs. If he were to be absent for months due to his journey to another world, it would only complicate matters further. With a year remaining, he had to make sacrifices and focus on his future technological endeavors. Though he had communicated this to his superiors, certain aspects still required his personal oversight. It wasn't that he lacked faith in entrusting everything to the state. He owned a factory, and future technologies would be entirely automated. This would enhance safety, as humans could succumb to temptation and make errors, whereas robots would not. There was no concern regarding their loyalty. For once they arrived in this world, they became inextricably linked to Li Zixuan's control. I'm serious. Since you're all here, consider this carefully. I will resolve the vegetable supply issue shortly, but within a year, I may cease all supply provisions. Moreover, when you purchase from me, it will be at 70% of the price given to hotels. Noticing the trio in a state of shock, Li Zixuan intended to take his leave, allowing them time to contemplate. As he walked through the bustling streets, Li Zixuan felt a surreal sense of detachment. Just last night, he had been battling creatures in another world, and today he had nearly clashed with an alien race. Now, observing the throngs of people in the marketplace, laughing and enjoying themselves, he couldn't help but reflect on the stark contrasts of his experiences. Should war erupt, the tranquility we currently enjoy would be irrevocably shattered, and it is likely that every city would suffer profound devastation, leaving countless ordinary lives hanging in the balance. Li Zixuan stood in a daze for a prolonged period, lost in thought, before ultimately clenching his fists in resolve. He fervently wished to avert such a calamity and was unwilling to witness the destruction of this fragile piece. Upon returning to his rented apartment, he was struck by its immaculate condition, a testament to Shun Ryu's diligent cleaning efforts. Overcome with emotion, he sat quietly for a moment, then noticed a pack of cigarettes on the table, his favorite brand, though he had gradually lost the craving for them since his cultivation began. Chapter 83. Acquiring more robots. Remove all the mobile power banks in the space and charge them. If I don't recharge them for the little spirits, they will go on strike again. Li Zixuan had just left the rental apartment, for he had informed Shinryu that he would return today. However, he had initially planned to arrive in the morning, but ended up making a detour to Base 1. His own vehicle remained parked at the airport in the magical city, so he had no choice but to drive Shinryu's car to future technology. Upon arriving at the entrance, he was stopped. Li Zixuan observed the completed factory area inside. The ground was paved with asphalt, and the landscaping was meticulously arranged. A security guard approached and knocked on the car window. "Hello, may I ask who you are?" The guard inquired politely. "I am the owner of this place. My name is Li Zixuan," he replied, noticing the guard's gait, which indicated a military background. He gestured towards the factory area. "Oh, hello. I apologize, but we need to verify your identity," the guard responded, not allowing entry based solely on Li Zixuan's claim of ownership. Instead, he took out a walkie-talkie to make a call. "Hello. I apologize for the inconvenience. You may enter now." "Thank you." Li Zixuan bore no resentment towards the guard's demeanor. After all, at the time of the factory's construction, there had been no security personnel, and the presence of such measures was simply a precaution due to the significance of the equipment within. Moreover, with the arrival of goods for tomorrow's transaction, he intended to acquire more robots, which would be more suitable for ensuring the factory's security. Driving into the factory area, he noticed rows of workshops. He casually found a parking space and saw that the innermost workshop was unlocked. He entered to take a look, but found it completely empty. Scanning the other workshops with his mind, he noticed that many lathes and machines had already been installed. These were initially intended for battery production, yet the formula for the D-grade enhancement liquid rendered them unnecessary. Furthermore, now that he possessed the original formula, producing D-grade enhancements seemed rather pointless. As the D-grade formula sold on the platform lacked the R liquid component, merely substituting it with alternatives. He took out his phone to contact Tian Hao. "Hello, Zixuan? Have you returned?" Tian Hao's voice came through. Li Zixuan's trip to the small nation was known to him, but he hadn't anticipated his return at this moment. "Yes, I am back. I am currently at the factory, and you can recall those personnel," Li Zixuan stated directly, revealing the purpose of his call. "Those personnel? The security guards? You don't intend to use them?" Tian Hao exclaimed, surprised that a factory, especially one of such advanced technology, would operate without security. Tian Hao was about to elaborate further when Li Zixuan interrupted. "It's not that I don't need security. Rather, I have something better." "Impossible," Tian Hao protested. For the personnel he had summoned were among the most elite security warriors from the military. "I am now the leader of Group 10 in the Internal Bureau." Tian Hao was left speechless for a moment before he dejectedly replied, "Very well then. I will have the security personnel withdraw, and you will receive all the keys." "All right, that will suffice." Shortly after hanging up, the entire security team departed. Li Zixuan collected all the keys and, upon locating the office, entered the trading center. "Xiaoling, can I conduct transactions with Tanata while outside?" Li Zixuan pondered the necessity of not always conducting trades within the spatial realm, realizing that future dealings might require prior approval from above. "Certainly, master, you can trade with merchants in the outside world, as well as on the platform," Xiaoling responded, her charm unwavering. "What must I do?" Li Zixuan recalled previous attempts that had ended in failure, which was why he often stocked the ring's space. You merely need to think about it in your heart. Oh, then why couldn't I do it before? That was because you hadn't upgraded yet. Ah, so this is a new feature post-upgrade? Li Zixuan realized. Indeed, the ring can now also become invisible, Xiaoling playfully remarked, discovering such numerous advantages. He promptly opened the trading center, searching for Blood God Kong Ant guards, 500 of D grade, 50 of C grade, 30 of B grade, and 5 of A grade. Any higher grade ones eluded his sight, though perhaps they existed. With a fortune exceeding 10 billion, the cost for 500 D grade was merely 50 million. For 50 C grade, it was 15 million, for 30 B grade, it was 21 million, and for 5 A grade, it was 5 million, totaling a mere 91 million, a trivial sum. Li Zixuan planned to employ the D and C grades as workers, while the B and A grades would serve as security. Despite their smaller numbers, one must not underestimate their ranks. Previously, Li Zixuan lacked the funds to indulge in such expenditures, but now, with wealth at his disposal, he dared to spend freely. Even the formidable Li Hu, capable of annihilating a small organization, was merely D grade. The A-grade Blood God Kong Ant guards could nearly rival those who had just ascended to Diamond rank. And their liquefaction abilities could only be genuinely mastered by those in the mid to late stages of Diamond rank. This meant 5 Diamond-tier warriors, accompanied by a cadre of Platinum and Gold-tier protectors, would safeguard a factory, a truly splendid lineup. Once he released them from the spatial realm, Li Zixuan instructed them to commence their activities within the factory. Aside from the 5 A-grade guards, he named the others Qinlong, Baihu, Zhike, Shenwu, and Qilin, leaving the rest unnamed. Regarding their identities, he would need to call upon Chun Huafeng and his associates. Previously, he lacked the authority, but that had changed. Proceeding to the adjacent warehouse, he found Li Hu and the others present. They unloaded all the vegetables from the spatial realm, filling both warehouses to capacity. They had to send several truckloads to the 5 warehouses at the shop first. In the future, Li Zixuan planned to cultivate spiritual herbs in the spatial realm. As ordinary vegetables and fruits yielded minimal cosmic currency, only the spiritual herbs held true value. After organizing these matters, Li Zixuan drove home, knowing that Shenryu would soon finish work. This time, he intended for both Shenryu and Jiang Mingho to reach the pinnacle of platinum rank, especially since Jiang Mingho had long desired a higher realm. Li Zixuan resolved to discuss the matters of the other world with them, eager to hear their perspectives. It is likely that Jiang Mingho, upon hearing this, would contemplate abandoning his family business to pursue the path of immortality. For that was a dream he cherished in his youth. Lost in thought as he drove, Li Zixuan couldn't help but smile. After purchasing a bouquet at a flower shop, he arrived at the foot of Shenruayu's company. Once he parked his car, he noticed a circle of flowers arranged before a luxury sports car, where a well-dressed gentleman stood at the center, holding a box containing a diamond ring. Intrigued, Li Zixuan felt an urge to witness the unfolding spectacle. Recognizing that yet another wealthy heir was preparing to declare his affections. Chapter 84. Wang Jiai's confession. Li Zixuan chose to remain in his car, observing the scene unfold before him. As the workday came to a close, numerous individuals began to emerge from the building. Each person paused momentarily, some even gathering to witness the unfolding drama, curious to discern the identity of the woman at the center of attention. Before long, the crowd had swelled significantly. At that moment, Li Zixuan spotted Shenryu and Wang Jiai exiting the building. He prepared to alight from his vehicle, flowers in hand. But his excitement waned upon noticing the young man standing prominently with the bouquet. A wave of apprehension washed over him. Could it be? His heart raced as he hastily exited the car, just in time to hear the young man proclaim, "Jiai, I like you. I have loved you for a long time. Will you be my girlfriend?" Li Zixuan was taken aback, a mix of shock and anger coursing through him. Although Wang Jiai was not his girlfriend, she was a woman connected to his friend. "Howzy? Hurry to Jin Mao Tower. Your wife is being confessed to," he exclaimed, dialing Jiang Mingho. On the other end, he heard a startled response, "What?" followed by the sound of a door slamming. After ending the call, Li Zixuan stood by, quietly observing the developing situation, reluctant to intervene with violence. However, before he could approach, Shenryu had already spotted him, more precisely, his vehicle. "Darling," she called out, her voice filled with joy. As she dashed towards him, the surrounding crowd turned their attention to Li Zixuan, including the young man holding the engagement ring, who stood frozen in disbelief. He had meticulously prepared a heartfelt declaration, anticipating that even if Wang Jiai were to decline, he would know precisely how to respond. Yet, His carefully laid plans crumbled with Shin Ryu's unexpected interjection. The atmosphere grew palpably awkward as Wang Jiayi joined them, leaving no room for the young man's intentions. Li Zixuan, feeling the weight of the crowd's gaze upon him, felt a twinge of embarrassment. But as Shin Ryu rushed into his embrace, he stepped forward to envelop her in his arms. My love, she exclaimed, I have missed you so much. Shin Ryu held him tightly, her voice tender. At that moment, Wang Jiayi approached, teasingly saying, Xuanzi, I thought you didn't want to come back. After sharing a whispered exchange with Shin Ryu, the latter's cheeks flushed with color. Jiayi, what's happening here? Li Zixuan inquired, gesturing towards the young man. Oh, just an old childhood friend. Don't mind him, Wang Jiayi replied dismissively, waving her hand. The three engaged in conversation, primarily led by Shin Ryu as she recounted the relationship between Wang Jiayi and the young man. Meanwhile, the suitor with the ring, feeling increasingly uncomfortable due to the murmurs around him, contemplated making a discreet exit. Yet, feeling somewhat disheveled, he reluctantly stepped over the flowers and made his way toward Li Zixuan. With a fierce glare directed at Li Zixuan, he turned to Wang Jiayi, still clinging to hope. Jiayi, I adore you. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, the roar of a speeding engine interrupted him. A GTR screeched to a halt at the roadside. And Jiang Mingho emerged, his face darkened with anger as he rushed over. The man who had paled at the sight of Wang Jiayi appeared terrified upon encountering Jiang Mingho, initially considering fleeing, but he soon steadied himself upon realizing the crowd surrounding them. Jiang Mingho, I advise you, the man started, but his words were cut short. With a resounding thud, Jiang Mingho sent him flying 3 to 4 meters away with a single kick. Despite his usual lack of physical training, he had previously consumed an enhancement serum. You think I'm showing you respect, Zhang Feiyang? Haven't you learned your lesson from last time? Jiang Mingho declared, preparing to strike again. At that moment, Wang Jiayi stepped in to restrain him. Stop fighting. As Jiang Mingho approached, Li Zixuan had already anticipated the outcome but showed no inclination to intervene. Those who engaged in underhanded pursuits deserved such consequences. He had just heard that this Zhang Feiyang was Wang Jiayi's childhood acquaintance, having confessed his feelings numerous times throughout their school years, only to be rebuffed on the grounds of focusing on studies. Later, he had gone abroad for family business in the European Union and had just returned, seeking out Wang Jiayi, but upon Jiang Mingho discovering this, he had given him a severe beating, nearly incapacitating him. Yet, within a month, Zhang Feiyang had healed and returned. Onlookers did not disperse after the altercation. Instead, more people gathered. As Zhang Feiyang met Jiang Mingho's fierce gaze, perhaps recalling unpleasant memories, he saw that Wang Jiayi had temporarily restrained him and, disregarding his own pain, bolted without even retrieving his vehicle. The crowd was left bewildered. Is that it? With so many of us here? Indeed. I just arrived. How can it end like this? That guy ran incredibly fast. Jiang Mingho was not unable to break free from Wang Jiayi's grasp. Rather, he feared that pulling away too forcefully might cause her to fall. Spitting in disdain, he watched Zhang Feiyang's retreating figure. Humph. Really, can't you engage in a civil discussion instead of resorting to violence? After he got beaten last time, my parents scolded me, Wang Jiayi remarked, somewhat exasperated with Jiang Mingho. Jiang Mingho was a person who responded generously to kindness but could turn the tables if mistreated. Although he disliked playing games, one must not forget that his family had a political legacy. Even his grandfather had been in politics, instilling certain values deep within him. All right. Let us go eat. Afterward, I have something special for you, Li Zixuan said as he approached with Shin Ryu. Humph, Jiang Mingho scoffed, turning to Li Zixuan. You actually returned? Huh. Wait until I tell you. If it were you, you'd never want to leave. Li Zixuan chuckled and said, Hey, don't speak carelessly. How could I possibly be reluctant to return? I'll accuse you of defamation. Upon hearing Li Zixuan's words, Jiang Mingho glanced at Wang Jiayi and quickly retorted, Come on. Let us go eat hot pot. I haven't had a proper meal in ages. I'm practically starving. Li Zixuan chose to ignore Jiang Mingho, pulling Shin Ryu into the car and driving away. The four of them, in 2 cars, arrived at a popular hot pot restaurant where the owner was acquainted with Jiang Mingho, allowing them to bypass the queue. What delectable treats await us? Do tell. Jiang Mingho inquired, unable to contain his anticipation. Let us discuss it after the meal. Li Zixuan replied nonchalantly. Chapter 85. The 3 like platinum, come on. Just tell me, or I won't be able to eat. Li Zixuan's reluctance only heightened Jiang Mingho's curiosity. With no other choice, Li Zixuan finally admitted, You already drank it last time. This time, it's just a more refined version. A more refined version? What do you mean? Jiang Mingho paused to reflect, and suddenly his eyes lit up in disbelief. Yes, now you understand, right? Li Zixuan confirmed Jiang Mingho's speculation. Really? Jiang Mingho exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Lower your voice. Oh, right. Shenruyu, listening nearby, seemed to have caught on, while Wang Jiai remained puzzled. What are you two men playing at? Whispering secrets. Dear, eat first. You'll find out after the meal. Jiang Mingho, exhilarated, turned to the bar and shouted, Old Yang, hurry up with the dishes. I'm starving. Li Zixuan felt exasperated. Was he really starving? It was evident he just wanted to finish quickly and leave. Soon, the four began to eat, with Jiang Mingho devouring his food at a remarkable pace. Slow down. Are you in a hurry? Wang Jiai, familiar with Jiang Mingho, shot him a glance. Knowing he could hardly wait. Hiki. All right. Thanks to Jiang Mingho's eagerness, they swiftly finished their meal. Upon arriving at the rental apartment, Jiang Mingho began to complain, Xuanzi, when are you going to move? It's south inconvenient to park here, due to the old neighborhood's layout. They had to park far away due to the lack of available spaces. Yeah, I'll find a new place in the next few days, Li Zixuan acknowledged, realizing it was indeed time to relocate for convenience's sake. All right, let us see it, Jiang Mingho urged impatiently. Shenruyu and Wang Jiai also turned their attention to Li Zixuan. Before that, I need to share something with you, but it must remain confidential, Li Zixuan said, adopting a serious tone. What is it? Why so grave? Li Zixuan, trusting the trio, proceeded to recount everything he learned from Chen Huafeng, including matters regarding the otherworldly realm, the classification of cultivation realms, and ultimately, his ability to trade with extraterrestrial civilizations. It took a while for the three to regain their composure after hearing his revelations. You mean to say you have already been to another world? You mean it's a second-level immortal cultivation civilization? You're saying a great battle will occur in a year? Each of them had different concerns. Shenruyu was worried about Li Zixuan. Jiang Mingho was fascinated by the cultivation aspect, and Wang Jiai was preoccupied with the implications of a year from now. Yes, Li Zixuan affirmed, waving his hand to reveal a black backpack. He then cleared the living room of all items, creating a spacious area. He pulled out the corpse of a wolf-like creature from the backpack. What the hell? The three gasped in astonishment, staring at the creature that resembled a wolf but was as large as a tiger. Even though they knew it had been dead for some time, the aura it emanated and its fearsome appearance still instilled a sense of dread in them. As Shenruyu clung to Li Zixuan's arm, her body trembled slightly. Once Li Zixuan stowed the corpse of the wolf-like creature into his backpack, the group felt a sense of relief. Xuanzi, just now. Jiang Mingho was the first to regain his composure and spoke up. Indeed, this is the creature I killed in the other world, along with a 20-meter-long snake. I want to show it to you. Li Zixuan refrained from revealing the snake, knowing well that women often harbor a fear of serpents. Let me catch my breath. Jiang Mingho pulled Wang Jiai to sit on the sofa, while Li Zixuan assisted Shenruyu to sit beside them. This creature is comparable to the third or fourth rank of diamonds. I have encountered even stronger beings. Li Zixuan recalled the tiger that seemed on the verge of transcending to the stellar radiance level. Do you still wish to pursue cultivation? In that case, you will require more and stronger beings, as well as allies. Li Zixuan deliberately stated this, not to discourage Jiang Mingho, but to convey the dangers that lay ahead in choosing this path. Although one's physical attributes and lifespan would be enhanced post-cultivation, numerous challenges would also arise. Weakness is indeed a fundamental sin, just as in this instance, the emergence of that second-level cultivation civilization forced by Li Haoran and the others to surrender. Had it not been for the barrier, Blue Star would likely have descended into a hellish nightmare. What if by Li Haoran and the others were of the king or emperor level? What would the outcome be then? At this moment, Wang Jiai too had calmed down, tightly gripping Jiang Mingho's arm, nervously gazing at him. Jiang Mingho sensed her anxiety, glanced at her, and gently patted her arm, reassuring her not to worry. He then turned to Li Zixuan with a newfound determination. I want to cultivate. He refrained from mentioning the desire for immortality, as he discerned from Li Zixuan's words that it implied a confrontation with the second-level cultivation civilization, making the mention of immortality somewhat inappropriate. I will provide each of you with an SSS-level enhancement serum, enabling you to reach the pinnacle of platinum. Li Zixuan paused before adding, if you wish to continue your training, come by tomorrow afternoon. I will share the cultivation methods with you. With that, Li Zixuan mentally communicated with the trading center, purchasing 3 enhancement serums and handing 2 to Jiang Mingho and Wang Jiai. All right, you may leave now. Your presence is no longer required, Li Zixuan stated. Still holding on to Shinryu, the fragrant scent emanating from her body causing his heart to flutter. Is that all? Jiang Minghe was taken aback, bewildered by the sudden shift in atmosphere. What happened to the serious tone just now? Now you're sending us away? Oh. The side effects of the enhancement serum, you've experienced them before. You know it's the same this time. It's best to keep your distance. We wouldn't want a situation where both of you are vying for the same restroom, Li Zixuan remarked with a playful smile as he recalled something. Understood. With that, they hurriedly departed, and upon seeing them leave, Li Zixuan promptly closed the door. Wife, I missed you dearly, he exclaimed, rushing towards Shinryu. I haven't bathed yet. Wait, we can wash together. Here, 1,000 words are omitted. A couple of hours later, Shinryu embraced Li Zixuan and said, My dear, I wish to remain by your side forever. Silly one, we shall always be together. Li Zixuan replied with unwavering conviction. No, I wish to cultivate my skills. Shinryu responded with equal determination. Very well, my beloved, you should first consume the enhancement solution. In truth, Li Zixuan had already intended for Shinryu to pursue her cultivation. The most evident reason was that the two of them could not possibly conceive a child, as their genetic differences were too pronounced. Chapter 86. Receiving the goods, Li Zixuan took out the enhancement liquid and handed it to Shinryu. My dear, it will hurt a bit, but bear with it. I understand, Shinryu replied, recalling the pain from the last time, feeling a twinge of apprehension. However, the thought of becoming stronger steeled her resolve. She opened the cap and tilted her head back to drink it. By the bridge, Li Zixuan noticed a call from Jiang Minghe on his phone. They should have consumed the enhancement liquid by now. Could something have gone wrong? Hello, Xuanzi. I've broken through. Haha, I just punched through the bathroom wall. Impressive, right? Jiang Minghe's excited voice came through. What about Jiai? She has already torn several of her clothes. Haha, it seemed they had yet to master their newly acquired strength. Li Zixuan could only sigh. For an ordinary person to suddenly gain several thousand pounds of strength, garments that would typically withstand all their effort could now be easily shredded with a mere tug. You all should take the day off tomorrow to familiarize yourselves with your powers. Otherwise, it could be quite troublesome, Li Zixuan advised. All right, I'll come find you tomorrow. Husband. At this moment, Shinryu had curled up, sweat beading on her forehead, signaling that the pain had begun to set in. Hastily ending the call, he took Shinryu's hand and used his energy to gently soothe her body. Are you feeling better, my love? He asked tenderly. Yes, a bit better, Shinryu replied, still feeling discomfort, but the relief from Li Zixuan's energy was significant. Minutes passed, and Li Zixuan carried Shinryu to the bathroom. You need to leave. Shinryu glared at him fiercely as she noticed him lingering. We're already an old married couple. Why be shy? Li Zixuan teased with a playful grin. No, get out. Quickly, or I'll be angry. Shinryu felt a searing pain from her abdomen and the oil seeping from beneath her skin. All right, I'm going, Li Zixuan said, recognizing her urgency, and stepped out of the bathroom. Nearly an hour later, upon hearing the water stop, Li Zixuan intended to open the door, only to find it locked. My dear, are you finished? I need to use the restroom. Not yet, just a moment. Another 10 minutes passed, and Shinryu joyfully opened the door, but in her excitement, she inadvertently yanked the doorknob off. Li Zixuan, sensing the situation, pushed the door open to find Shinryu's fair skin and exquisite face. He couldn't help but swallow hard. It seemed that cultivation truly enhanced one's beauty. My love. Huh? Shinryu finally looked up at Li Zixuan, only to roll her eyes at his fervent gaze. Yet, in Li Zixuan's eyes, she appeared utterly enchanting. Without uttering a word, he approached and lifted Shinryu in his arms. Amid her startled exclamations, he made his way to the bedroom. Here. 1,000 words must be omitted, not out of reluctance to write, but out of concern for the reader's limited bandwidth. After a restful slumber, he awoke the following day. Already past noon. Due to his apprehension that Jiang Minghe might call early, he had silenced his phone. However, upon glancing at it, he found no missed calls from Jiang Minghe, but instead notifications from Director Zhang and Chen Huafeng. Perhaps Jiang Minghe and his companions had reveled too exuberantly the previous night and were still in slumber. Observing the quilt, now torn from Shinryu's grasp, he noted even the wooden headboard bore the imprints of her hands. His gaze then fell upon Shinryu, still lost in sleep in his embrace. It seemed he ought to consider acquiring a sturdier iron bed. Li Zixuan mused to himself. He intended to gently shift Shinryu's arm, yet she stirred awake. "Darling, what are you doing?" she murmured, still half asleep. "I'm preparing to make breakfast. You may rest a little longer," Li Zixuan replied tenderly, placing a gentle kiss on her forehead. "All right." After dressing and freshening up, he made his way to the kitchen to commence breakfast preparations. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. "Master, Tanada is initiating a video call. Given that this transaction involved weaponry, it was prudent to conduct it within the confines of the space. And he intended to deliver the power bank to the little spirits as well." Upon entering the space, Li Zixuan was met by a throng of eager little spirits. Before they could speak, he handed them the power bank and other items. Upon entering the trading center, he connected the video call. And Tanada's green-skinned visage appeared on the screen. "Esteemed guest, greetings." "Hello, Tanada. Let us commence the transaction," Li Zixuan replied, his eagerness palpable. "Very well." A trading interface materialized before him, and he input the final payment for this batch of goods. Noticing that Tanada had also placed all items up for trade, Li Zixuan clicked confirm. Though he was untroubled by the potential for Tanada to be unscrupulous due to the rules, it was always wise to hold back a little. Once the transaction was completed, a beam of light manifested beside the trading center's machinery, and as it dissipated, all items appeared within. The first items Li Zixuan beheld were 10 sets of mecha, towering nearly 3 meters high. 5 sets were black with white accents, while the other 5 were silver adorned with red, exuding a metallic allure. Each possessed 2 blades in hand, with a reactor at the chest radiating a blue glow, rendering them even more striking. Next, he spotted 20 cannons, each with a 15-centimeter wide muzzle, accompanied by a substantial energy block resting on 4 wheels, complete with a platform that appeared to require no manual aiming. With virtually no recoil, there was no need for anchoring. The range extended to an astonishing 50,000 kilometers. This meant that within that distance, a single shot could eliminate a star-level powerhouse, and even satellites in the sky could be brought down with a single strike. The sole drawback was its inability to pivot. Even if the range was exceeded, it would merely result in a lack of energy and thus no damage. 20 machine guns, each measuring a remarkable 130 centimeters in length, feature a lengthy energy block at the rear. When propped up, they bear a resemblance to the M249. Yet the overall aesthetic is distinctly more futuristic, boasting an impressive range of 100 kilometers. The 20 handguns, in stark contrast, appear rather unremarkable. With a 25-centimeter barrel and a sleek silver exterior that reflects no light, the material of which remains a mystery. I also observed the formula for a reinforcing liquid, alongside 100 drops of a red substance contained in test tube-like vessels, not to mention the 100 portions of necessary herbs. Additionally, there are 10 space-folding backpacks. What of Tanada? Where's the slave? Chapter 87. The 2 slaves. Li Zixuan had not forgotten about the 2 Diamond Tier 9 slaves that required his selection. Upon finishing his statement, Tanada sent over nearly 10,000 photographs. How long will it take to deliver them? Li Zixuan glanced at the images and inquired. Very soon. I am currently at the slave market. Tanada responded, spinning around to showcase his surroundings. Through the backdrop visible behind Tanada, Li Zixuan observed a myriad of slaves. Some with protruding ears and fierce expressions, others with abundant fur and sharp fangs. Most appeared dejected, many bearing visible scars. Due to the overwhelming diversity of their races, Li Zixuan could not recognize them. However, he recalled Tanada's explanation of the origin of slaves, which stemmed from the intelligent beings conquered on various planets. Take a look and see if any catch your eye. Tanada's voice resonated again. I'll have a look, Li Zixuan replied, sifting through the vast array of photographs. He eliminated any that did not resemble humans, ultimately narrowing it down to just over 300 images. From these, he selected 2 that bore a resemblance to humanity. One was a woman with feline features, standing at a height of 150 centimeters, possessing delicate human-like features and striking purple eyes, albeit with fur on her arms. Nonetheless, he thought to himself, no worries, I have depilatory cream. The other was a robust man, towering at 190 centimeters, with 2 prominent fangs and sharp claws, reminiscent of a werewolf. These 2 will do. Li Zixuan sent the images of the chosen individuals back to Tanada. All right, ensure you keep the slave tags safe. Tanada instructed before processing the transactions for the 2 slave tags, followed by the slaves themselves. Li Zixuan held the 2 grayish-white tags in his hands and examined them. Master. At that moment, the 2 slaves appeared before Li Zixuan, bowing upon seeing the tags in his grasp. You both wait at the entrance for me, Li Zixuan instructed. Observing that the two slaves matched their photographs perfectly, albeit clad in rather revealing attire and exuding a ferocious aura, Li Zixuan dared not cultivate any sentiments at this moment. Although they were in a spatial realm, he firmly believed that if he were to present the slave tags to them, he would undoubtedly be annihilated. Given his current strength, he would stand no chance against two Diamond Tier 9 beings, and even his weapons might only allow him to withstand a few strikes. Tanada, do you have anything that could compel them to obey without using the slave tags? He asked, glancing at the two slaves who were now outside, unperturbed by the possibility of being overheard. Indeed, the X-type serum. However, Li Zixuan failed to notice that upon hearing the mention of the X-type serum, both slaves at the door trembled, exchanging a glance filled with fear. What is the X-type serum? Li Zixuan inquired with curiosity. It is a serum that, once ingested, renders them obedient to your will. Their entire being is under your control, even to the point of carrying out orders that may lead to their demise. Regardless of their inherent resistance, the only side effect is that their level will forever remain fixed at its original state, Tanada explained nonchalantly. With a sharp intake of breath, Li Zixuan listened as Tanada spoke those words with an air of indifference. Although it seemed a simple statement, the notion that one's very body could be under the control of another was profoundly terrifying. How much for one? Li Zixuan inquired, turning to observe the two slaves from behind. Although he could not see their faces, their bodies visibly trembled upon hearing his question about the price. Not expensive, 500. 000 each, Tanada replied. Really? So cheap? Li Zixuan pondered, though he quickly found solace in the thought that no one would foolishly wait for danger to approach them. The more powerful the individual, the more acute their sense of danger became. Such a remedy might suffice against those of lower realms, but certainly not against slaves, who bore the slave mark, a mark intrinsically linked to their slave tag. When the slave tag shatters, the slave meets their demise. I'll take one, Li Zixuan declared. Very well. Esteemed guest, Tanada confirmed, and after completing the transaction, Li Zixuan found himself in possession of a vial containing a black liquid. A sensation of discomfort washing over him as he held it. Do you still have that or liquid? He glanced at his finances, noting that after settling the payment for the evolution liquid, he still had over 1.6 billion left. He contemplated acquiring more, envisioning the potential to create numerous pinnacle platinum warriors. From this day forth, he anticipated a busy schedule, having already procured SSS enhancement liquid for Shunryu and others the previous night, rather than waiting until today. I knew you would appreciate this. Tanada laughed heartily, eager to discern Li Zixuan's thoughts. I have another 200 drops. Interested? Yes, but I'm low on funds. You'll have to offer a better price. Li Zixuan noted the glint at the corner of Tanada's mouth, realizing that negotiating with him was ill-advised. It seemed prudent to entrust this task to a professional in the future to avoid being taken advantage of. A better price? No, that's not feasible. Li Zixuan interjected quickly. Tanada, I will be trading a substantial amount of iron ore soon. A vast quantity, perhaps exceeding 10 million tons. 10 million tons. Tanada's tone elevated with excitement. Indeed, do not forget, I am also part of a level 2 civilization, and it does not fall under the jurisdiction of the Alliance, Li Zixuan stated, asserting his position. Tanada took a deep breath, scrutinizing Li Zixuan as if attempting to ascertain the truth behind his words. I cannot fully trust you yet. For 200 drops of our liquid, I shall require 1 billion, and I will make the purchase. If you indeed deliver the iron ore in 14 days, I promise you the best price thereafter. All right. But there's no need to wait 14 days. I can arrange everything in 3 days. If you can procure those technologies and evolution liquids, we can finalize the transaction then. Since Li Zixuan had been candid with his superiors, many tasks had become considerably more manageable. Is that true? Absolutely. But do not forget those technologies. If possible, could you acquire more technologies for me? And as for the enhancement liquid, I know it cannot possibly be worth 300 million. You must provide me with a few more vials. Li Zixuan paused for a moment before continuing. Of course, I can prepare 2 million tons of iron ore for you. Therefore, you must also present something of equal value. All right. We shall conduct our transaction in 3 days, responded Tanada thoughtfully. Although he was merely a secondary interstellar merchant, his ability to trade in a plethora of peculiar items granted him connections with merchants from level 5 civilizations, particularly in energy harvesting technology, which he intended to procure from them. After all, given Li Zixuan's considerable wealth, he could easily extract substantial resources in one go. But what if, in the future, Li Zixuan became reluctant to seek his services? It would be far better to cultivate a steady and sustainable relationship. Chapter 88. The balance of power. Then let us conduct the transaction 3 days hence. With those words, Li Zixuan prepared to conclude the call, only to be struck by a sudden thought. Please ensure that you have the metals available for trade on your end, along with samples. Should we find something we require, we can exchange it for iron ore. Very well, then the transaction is set for 3 days from now. Li Zixuan subsequently transferred the ore liquid. Glancing at his balance, which still exceeded 600 million, he inwardly lamented how swiftly money could dissipate. He gathered 10 sets of mechas and various weapons into one backpack, while placing the formulas and ore liquid into another. He hoisted a third backpack, containing biological remains, and approached the door where 2 slaves stood. Remembering that they could not yet converse in the language of Huagua, he turned back to the trading platform. Xiaoling, how might one swiftly learn the universal tongue? How can I acquire proficiency in Huagua's language? Having activated the language translation system during his prior transaction with Tanada, he realized it would no longer function outside the trading center. Master, you may purchase a translation assistant, which encompasses numerous languages. With your intellect, you will quickly master them. Very well. Li Zixuan searched for the translation assistant within the platform, discovering it priced at merely 10,000 apiece. I shall purchase 10. Perhaps due to the recent promotion of his spatial capabilities to level 2, many items were significantly cheaper. However, none could compare to the advantages of trading with Tanada, where iron ore could be exchanged, while the platform only accepted universal currency for purchases. Furthermore, prices surged beyond the current civilization level, accompanied by numerous restrictions, such as the inability to procure evolution liquid at this juncture. He picked up a translation assistant, roughly the size of a mobile phone, and upon activation, it revealed a compendium of all collected civilizational languages. With the enhancement of his abilities came an elevation of his intellect within the confines of the space. He devoted over an hour to mastering the universal tongue. Approaching the 2 slaves, he scrutinized their expressions. Li Zixuan maintained an impassive demeanor, yet to the slaves, it appeared as though he were deliberating whom among them to administer the X liquid. Both slaves, rife with anxiety, regarded him with a mixture of fear, resentment, humiliation, and tension. Disregarding their silent apprehensions, Li Zixuan addressed them in the newly acquired universal tongue. I care not for your inner thoughts. I possess your slave tags, as well as a vial of X liquid. However, I have no intention of using it. I expect you to execute my commands without fail. Should you disobey or contrive to act against my wishes, I shall not hesitate to employ the X liquid or even shatter your slave tags. Do you comprehend? His tone grew grave. Understood, master. The 2 slaves hastily replied, kneeling in deference. Initially, they had not exhibited much fear towards Li Zixuan. Even upon his emergence with the slave tag, they had refrained from kneeling. They still clung to hopes of freedom, believing that when Li Zixuan was unarmed, they might dare to stake a gamble, attempting to eliminate him before he could retrieve the slave tag. However, the situation has changed. For even if Li Zixuan possesses the slave token, it would merely result in death. With the X potion, however, even if they wished for death, it would be unattainable, for their bodies would no longer be under their own control. Imagine if Li Zixuan were to command them not to relieve themselves. Even if they felt on the brink of bursting, their bodies would not heed their consciousness. A brief moment might be bearable, but what if it extended to an hour? A day. One shudders to contemplate. It is enough to understand this. If you perform well, upon my ascension to the Star Master level, I shall return the slave tokens to you. Li Zixuan continued. Hearing these words, the 2 enslaved colleagues raised their heads to look at Li Zixuan, their eyes brimming with hope for freedom. I am a man of my word. This is my domain. I shall cultivate here for a month, while merely a day passes outside. Trust that I shall surpass the Star Master level more swiftly than you. Li Zixuan gestured towards the space. The condition is that you must perform admirably, and you must execute and fulfill my commands. Li Zixuan was unperturbed by their knowledge. Those who could attain the diamond level were no fools. Since he had divulged this secret to them, he was not concerned about them spreading it. They were merely slaves for now. Even if Li Zixuan intended to grant them freedom in the future, it would depend on their behavior. If they proved to be loose-lipped, they might not have the opportunity to speak of it at all. In future dealings with Tanada, he would also reap some benefits. 70 million was a loss he could afford. In fact, the 2 slaves had already glimpsed this space at the entrance, and to their astonishment, there were indeed elves. It is known that throughout the universe, elves are a noble race, and few powerful beings dare to keep them as companions. Moreover, Observing the elves' cheerful demeanor indicated that their master was quite extraordinary. Yes, master. At this moment, the two slaves felt even more elated, for they were closer to freedom. Very well, learn the Huagua language. Li Zixuan adjusted his phone to quickly recite the lyrics for learning Huagua and handed it to the two slaves. The two slaves gazed at the text and listened to the sounds, quickly committing them to memory. They then slowly attempted to pronounce the words. Li Zixuan instructed them to practice while he exited the space. Outside, more than 10 minutes had passed, and after scanning with his consciousness, he found that Shun Ryu had yet to rise. Li Zixuan busied himself. With ample vegetables at hand, he retrieved a piece of fresh meat from the refrigerator, which appeared to be from the day before and still seemed fresh, and he proceeded to defrost it using energy. Before long, 3 dishes and a soup were prepared: a stir-fried pork, sauteed cucumbers, fish-flavored eggplant, and a tomato and egg soup. Wife, it's time to wake up for breakfast. Li Zixuan playfully patted Shun Ryu's backside. I want to sleep a little longer. Shun Ryu mumbled sleepily. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Li Zixuan was about to slip his hand under the covers, he suddenly heard a knock at the door. Scanning with his consciousness, he discovered it was Jiang Mingho and Wang Jai. Wife, hurry and get up. The Jiang couple has arrived. Reluctantly, Li Zixuan nudged Shun Ryu again. Upon hearing Li Zixuan's words, Shun Ryu abruptly rose to her feet. At the entrance stood Jiang Mingho and his spouse. Knock, knock, knock. Indeed, another series of knocks ensued, accompanied by Jiang Mingho's voice calling out, Xuanzi, open the door. Upon hearing this, Shun Ryu hastily descended from her bed to freshen up, leaving a distinct footprint on the floor in her wake. Li Zixuan, somewhat at a loss for words, pondered how he had previously consumed the enhancement liquid without such urgency. Back then, at the Zairiji Hotel, he had adapted swiftly. After securing the bedroom door, he approached the entrance and swung it open. Jiang Mingho's eager face instantly came into view. Xuanzi, shall we practice together? Just hearing this proposition from Jiang Mingho took Li Zixuan by surprise as he regarded him with astonishment. Had he not informed him that he had already attained diamond level? Or was Jiang Mingho simply too overconfident? Li Zixuan mused silently to himself. Chapter 89. Farewell to Director Zhang. What is the matter? Are you afraid? I must tell you, I have become quite formidable now. I am certain I can defeat you. Jiang Mingho exclaimed, his excitement growing as he observed Li Zixuan's stunned expression. Please, spare us the bravado. I already told you, Zixuan has reached the diamond level. Wang Jai said, somewhat embarrassed, covering her face as she spoke to Jiang Mingho with exasperation. What is there to fear? I feel like I am also at the diamond level. Jiang Mingho maintained his fearless demeanor. Fine. Li Zixuan felt as though he had stumbled upon a fool the moment he opened the door, and he was quite speechless. In an instant, Li Zixuan unleashed his peak diamond level aura towards Jiang Mingho, causing even Wang Jai standing beside them to instinctively take a step back. When she noticed that Jiang Mingho remained motionless, she stepped forward to grasp his arm. Though Li Zixuan's presence was not as terrifying as that of Li Haoran and others, it was certainly beyond the capabilities of a novice like Jiang Mingho. After all, Li Zixuan had truly been through life and death battles, and he had even taken lives. Jiang Mingho suddenly felt the overwhelming aura of Li Zixuan wash over him. Momentarily rooted in place as a sense of insignificance enveloped him, he felt as if Li Zixuan could end his life in an instant. Though reason told him this was irrational, his body began to tremble. Seeing Jiang Mingho's reaction, Li Zixuan quickly retracted his aura. What's wrong? Are you scared now? Li Zixuan laughed, patting Jiang Mingho on the shoulder. Xuanzi, you've killed someone? Jiang Mingho stammered as he returned from his shock. Come on. Let us go inside and talk. The dishes are just ready. Xuanzi, are you? Jiang Mingho hurriedly followed Li Zixuan inside, glancing back at him with curiosity. Yes. Li Zixuan replied nonchalantly. I knew it, Jiang Mingho murmured. What? Are you frightened? However, you are merely at the peak of the platinum level. While your body has reached this realm, you have yet to learn how to wield it effectively. With time to adjust and some practice in martial techniques, you too can achieve greatness, Li Zixuan asserted with a smile. How could that be? Am I afraid? Jiang Mingho puffed out his chest, though it was evident that his confidence was somewhat shaky. After all, who could remain composed after knowing that their friends had taken lives? Are you all right? Jiang Mingho inquired, clearly believing Li Zixuan's words yet expressing concern. I'm fine. I mentioned yesterday that I joined the Special Operations Bureau, and my experiences in the alternate world have no bearing on the outside realm. Li Zixuan waved dismissively. Sister Jai, you've arrived. At that moment, Shinryu emerged from the house. Come, let us eat together. Li Zixuan called for the three of them to sit down for a meal. Afterward, I need to return a call to Director Zhang and Chen Huafeng. The reason I haven't done so immediately upon waking is that I already know what their call is about. Once the meal concluded, do you have any plans? If not, you may take this time to familiarize yourselves with the changes in your bodies, Li Zixuan suggested to the three. We have no plans, Ruyu. I've already arranged for your leave, Wang Jiayi replied. Thank you, Sister Jiayi. Do you have something to attend to? What is it? Jiang Mingho turned to Li Zixuan and inquired, I need to step out this afternoon. The director is looking for me. Li Zixuan replied. There was no hesitation to divulge information due to the sensitive nature of their roles. After all, the three of them had already reached the pinnacle of platinum status. Even if Li Zixuan remained silent, they would inevitably encounter such matters. It was, after all, a time when personnel were in high demand. Despite the abundance of soldiers nationwide, those above the bronze level had already been assigned to several major bases, leaving scant resources for others. It was inconceivable for an intelligence division of a special operations bureau to still have bronze-level personnel. Nevertheless, it was likely that conditions would improve after today. Well then, what about the cultivation techniques you mentioned? Jiang Mingho suddenly asked. Even Wang Jiayi and Shen Ruyu turned their gaze towards Li Zixuan, as they too were eager to know. However, Li Zixuan only had a little over 600 million points at present and could not afford superior techniques, not wishing for them to settle for lesser ones. He sighed and explained, if I were to provide you with techniques now, you might struggle to reach higher realms. Let us hold off for a few days on the better techniques. Wait a few days? Jiang Mingho promptly queried. Let us say, 3 nights from now. Li Zixuan replied with a glance of exasperation at Jiang Mingho. You are so impatient. Focus on familiarizing yourself with your current abilities first. In 3 days. He anticipated that they would have the means to purchase the techniques. Isn't it just a desire to catch up to your pace? Jiang Mingho said with a playful grin. At that moment, Li Zixuan's phone rang again. Enjoy your meal. I must take my leave, he said. Noticing the call was from Director Zhang, he turned and gave Shin Ryu a quick kiss, saying, Wife, I'm leaving. All right, be safe. Shin Ryu replied, understanding that Li Zixuan had important matters to attend to. Director Zhang? Before stepping outside, Li Zixuan answered the call from Zhang Xiangdong. What have you been up to? Ignoring my calls all morning? Zhang Xiangdong said, somewhat annoyed. I just returned and overslept, Li Zixuan replied with a chuckle. I don't want to hear your excuses. Just get to future technology. I'll be there shortly, Zhang Xiangdong said before hanging up. Li Zixuan turned to Shen Ryu and said, Wife, I'm taking your car. Be careful, she replied. Of course. Upon arriving at the entrance of the future technology facility, Li Zixuan found Zhang Xiangdong and others blocked at the gate. What is the meaning of this? Not only did you ignore my calls, but now you arrive late? Zhang Xiangdong began to chastise him as soon as he saw Li Zixuan. My apologies, Director. Please calm down. Let us discuss this inside, Li Zixuan said. Waving to the security personnel, a number of individuals had gathered, including Tian Hao, the External Bureau Director, Chen Huafeng, and several others, alongside Kong Wu, the leader of the internal group, and Qin Xiao, the leader of Group 7. They all boarded the vehicle and proceeded to the office building. This place is quite impressive, Zhang Xiangdong remarked as he observed the equipment, security, and environment. All thanks to Director Tian, Li Zixuan replied, glancing at Tian Hao. Oh, I'm not a director. Tian Hao modestly responded. Tian Hao shook his head repeatedly, expressing his reluctance. He thought to himself, in front of the director, what was he? A mere deputy director from an external bureau? All right, let us proceed to the office, he finally conceded. As they arrived at the office entrance, Tian Hao and Chen Huafeng lingered outside, not entering. Li Zixuan boldly opened the door and stepped inside, with Director Zhang following closely behind. Kong Wu and Qin Xiao remained at the threshold, ensuring the door was securely shut. So what is the situation? Where are the items? Zhang Xiangdong inquired impatiently at that moment. Chapter 90. Wealth acquired. Do not rush, Director Zhang. I have yet to prepare your tea, Li Zixuan remarked nonchalantly. Nonsense. Am I here for tea? Zhang Xiangdong responded impatiently. Very well, I shall attend to it shortly, Li Zixuan said, retrieving 2 backpacks from his space. Li Zixuan sensed the contents and stated, this backpack contains the remains of those interdimensional creatures. I have no interest in that. Is this the other bag? Zhang Xiangdong ignored the first bag entirely, his gaze shifting to the second. While interdimensional creatures are indeed rare, The state has accumulated a considerable collection over the years, and those who are keen on them are primarily the researchers at biological institutes. His interest lay solely in weaponry. Indeed, this one contains 60 laser weapons for you to experiment with, along with 10 sets of mecha. After stating this, he handed the second bag to Zhang Xiangdong. All right. Let me see how this bag operates, Zhang Xiangdong inquired as he accepted it. Simply use your perception to ascertain what lies within. To extract anything, just focus your thoughts, and it will materialize, Li Zixuan elucidated. Understood. No sooner had he spoken than a set of mecha appeared before them. Zhang Xiangdong gazed at its silvery exterior and the unknown materials from which it was crafted, his hands gently caressing its form as he murmured, "Beautiful." He could hardly resist the urge to kiss it. After all, what man could deny the allure of a mecha? Do not be deceived by its beauty, once dawned. It transforms into a machine of slaughter, Li Zixuan interjected. Although aesthetically pleasing, the entirety of the mecha was designed for combat, not mere admiration. I understand. I shall personally test it, Zhang Xiangdong replied, still somewhat exhilarated. Are you not going to examine the laser weapons? Li Zixuan queried, puzzled. No need. We possess some. Albeit not as advanced or powerful, Zhang Xiangdong replied, his sole focus fixated on the mecha. After a considerable time, Zhang Xiangdong recollected the purpose of his visit. How many of these spatial folding backpacks are there? 10. And the formula for the enhancement liquid? Li Zixuan produced the remaining 8 backpacks along with the one containing the formula. Inside are 300 vials of her liquid. I have reserved 5. Such a quantity? That means one could potentially create 295 platinum pinnacle beings? Zhang Xiangdong exclaimed with surprise. Indeed, but do you truly intend to cultivate 295 platinum pinnacles? Li Zixuan asked, intrigued. Of course not. Such decisions are best left to the think tank, Zhang Xiangdong asserted. He believed in maximizing the potential benefits of such resources. Are the 5 reserved for Chun Huafeng and the others? Director Zhang asked, astonished. Yes. How exceedingly fortunate. Zhang Xiangdong silently cursed, a twinge of jealousy creeping in. Having just joined Li Zixuan's team, they were all poised to become formidable platinum pinnacle powerhouses. In the other 9 groups, you would already be the leader. Very well. You may handle it yourself. All right. I will give everything to you. Is there anything else? Li Zixuan glanced at Zhang Xiangdong and inquired. There is something. After Zhang Xiangdong finished speaking, he placed the mecha and the formula into a backpack filled with firearms. The entire office was left with only 10 black backpacks. Tian Hao, come in, Zhang Xiangdong called towards the door. Director. Tian Hao entered and approached Zhang Xiangdong. Well, let us begin. Understood. After saying this, Tian Hao took out a computer and commenced his operations. What is this for? Li Zixuan expressed his confusion. Zixuan, what you have done for the country will never be forgotten. After deliberation, it has been decided to grant you 1 billion Huawei yuan. Although this may seem insignificant compared to what you possess, it is a token of goodwill from the nation, and in the future, it may facilitate further assistance. I hope you will not refuse it, Zhang Xiangdong stated with a degree of seriousness. How much? 1 billion? Huawei yuan? Li Zixuan was somewhat incredulous. Indeed. We are aware of your circumstances. Are you still renting a place? Did you not borrow over 10 million from your brother Jiang Mingho to establish this factory? Zhang Xiangdong recounted. Li Zixuan felt a bit embarrassed. While he had borrowed money from Jiang Mingho, he still had over 10 million in his account, which was essentially untouched. This was because the funds for the factory came from a collaboration with the Special Affairs Bureau. All right. Take it and use it to improve your life. Listen, what kind of wolfish words are these? 1 billion to improve life? Why not give a little more? I could directly attain a modest living, Li Zixuan thought to himself, feeling somewhat speechless. Before arriving in this world, he was eager to accumulate wealth. But upon realizing the existence of other realms and civilizations, he yearned solely for cosmic currency. Though it is all money, the means of earning and utilizing it differ. For instance, making money from a trip to Little Day Country or America would be relatively effortless. Nevertheless, this is also beneficial, with this 1 billion. He could accomplish many things. All right, I accept. That is more like it. The country has given it to you, so you should take it. Zhang Xiangdong said with a slight smile. All right, Director. At this moment, Tian Hao had completed his task. He turned to Li Zixuan and stated, the 3 bank cards under your name have been upgraded, and the funds are now stored in those 3 cards. When you have time, you may go to the bank to exchange your cards. Okay, thank you, Brother Hao. Li Zixuan expressed his gratitude politely. Tian Hao, however, found it somewhat amusing. During their first meeting, there was no familiarity, only a businesslike demeanor, but now that money had been introduced, Li Zixuan began to refer to him as brother. Well, you may leave for now, Zhang Xiangdong instructed Tian Hao. Understood. Zixuan, when will the iron, or you mentioned, be ready for trade? Zhang Xiangdong was well aware of the potential exchange of iron or for technology and was eagerly anticipating it. Director Zhang, within 3 days. Can we gather 200,000 tons of iron ore? Li Zixuan did not answer directly but posed a question instead. 3 days? Absolutely achievable. Zhang Xiangdong did not perceive the passage of time as brief. Rather, he felt it had stretched a bit longer than anticipated. In contrast to other nations, while Huawei may not claim the title of the world's foremost, its infrastructure is undeniably unmatched, let alone amassing 2 million tons in 3 days. Even achieving it within a single day is within reach. That's splendid. I have great faith in our country's infrastructure. I have arranged with Tanada to conduct the transaction in 3 days. At that time, you may come and witness what extraterrestrials truly resemble, Li Zixuan remarked with a smile. Really? We can truly see them? Zhang Xiangdong inquired, somewhat astonished. He understood that this pertained to Li Zixuan's secret, and he was resolute in not allowing his curiosity to cause Li Zixuan any distress. However, upon Li Zixuan's suggestion, Zhang Xiangdong was taken aback. After some contemplation, he replied, Zixuan, you must consider this carefully. Chapter 91. Everyone to platinum, no worries. You may observe, but when I engage in transactions with him, I hope you merely spectate. Li Zixuan had contemplated conducting the trade alone, without involving anyone else. However, at this moment, he felt no trepidation about the possibility of being sidelined by others, as the entire transaction belonged to his own trading platform. Even if Li Zixuan were to detach the entire trade with Tanada, it would still remain under his control. Furthermore, the prospect of upgrading to level 3 and connecting with a level 3 civilization only amplified his indifference. Although ascending to level 3 required 100 spirit stones, the alien individuals outside base 1 possessed far more than 10,000 stones. He was confident in his ability to acquire the requisite amount. Zixuan, thank you. Zhang Xiangdong deeply bowed to Li Zixuan. Please, Director Zhang, there's no need for that. It feels rather superstitious. Li Zixuan hurriedly helped Zhang Xiangdong back up. No. You deserve it. Noticing that Zhang Xiangdong was about to say something further, Li Zixuan swiftly interjected, Director Zhang, look, everything is fine now. Perhaps I should take my leave? My girlfriend is still waiting for me. At that moment, Zhang Xiangdong only wished to express his frustration. The emotions he had just cultivated were abruptly disrupted by Li Zixuan's remark. Very well. I shall take my leave. Zhang Xiangdong replied somewhat disgruntled. Everyone, come in. Zhang Xiangdong called for Kong Wu and Qin Xiao to enter. Kong Wu and Qin Xiao nodded at Li Zixuan as a form of greeting. Zhang Xiangdong carried his backpack filled with items while instructing the two to take the other empty bags and depart. He glanced at Li Zixuan as if he had something to convey, but ultimately withheld his words as the trio made their way downstairs. Hey, Director Zhang, Group Leader Kong. Group Leader Qin, why not stay for a meal before you leave? Li Zixuan called out languidly just as they approached the stairwell. Tian Hao exchanged glances with Chen Huafeng and others, each seeing the unspoken words. So insincere. All right, how good? Do you have anything else? Li Zixuan inquired. Noticing Tian Hao had yet to depart. Should I take my leave then? Tian Hao felt a bit awkward. He had come merely to transfer funds to Li Zixuan. Although there were several individuals like him in the Special Affairs Bureau, he was the one familiar with Li Zixuan. So he had come. Little did he expect that after the transaction, Li Zixuan would wish to usher him away. My apologies. Then you may stay. What kind of statement is that? Tian Hao felt a wave of dissatisfaction. Just as he was about to turn and leave, a thought struck him. By the way, regarding the battery issue, how soon will your factory be operational? Within the next couple of days. Li Zixuan hesitated, contemplating whether to reveal the matter of the enhancement liquid. If he disclosed that there were only 5 vials, Tian Hao would not be interested. But if he chose not to mention it, it would seem impolite to hastily dismiss him. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Tian Hao stated before turning to exit. Director Tian, how about having lunch before you go? Tian Hao nearly stumbled, caught off guard by this tactic once more. Tang Yu and a few others erupted into laughter. As the remaining trusted individuals gathered, Li Zixuan presented them with SSS-grade enhancement elixirs. If you consume these, you should all reach the pinnacle of platinum and then familiarize yourselves with your newfound powers. He distributed 5 vials to the group. Is it truly possible to attain the platinum peak? Chen Huafeng and the others gazed at the potions in their hands with fervent disbelief. Indeed, Li Zixuan affirmed confidently. There are merely some minor side effects. We understand. We can return now. Chen Huafeng and his companions expressed their eagerness to head home immediately. Wait, once you have recovered, please visit me. I need you to establish identities for the individuals in my factory. Li Zixuan called out as they prepared to leave. Understood. After they departed, Li Zixuan waved his hand to release the two slaves from confinement. Master. Yes, rise. For now, you will stay here. I will send someone soon to introduce you. Li Zixuan said casually. By the way, do you have names? Yes, but they are rather lengthy in translation, replied the male slave. Ah, never mind. From now on, you shall be called Wolf Fong, and you shall be Night Owl. Li Zixuan assigned them names for convenience. Thank you for the names, master. Li Zixuan called out towards the entrance. Boss. The figure of Qin Long appeared at the doorway. Please inform them of the necessary tasks and precautions here, Li Zixuan instructed. Feeling assured of the robot's capabilities, especially given their higher intelligence and loyalty, the factory area was now fully constructed, with the robots residing in dormitories. While he intended to take Wolf Fong and Night Owl out in a few days, they could not remain confined indefinitely. The spiritual energy within the space was gradually increasing. Yet the farther one ventured from the base, the thinner the spiritual power became. Li Zixuan was not keen on allowing Wolf Fong and Night Owl to advance too rapidly. After discussing various matters with Qin Long and the others, Li Zixuan drove to the three major banks. 2 hours later, he arrived at a real estate agency. The reason he avoided the sales office was that he suspected the properties he desired might have already been sold. Good day, sir. Are you looking to purchase a home? The salesperson greeted him warmly. Yes, I prefer a standalone villa, preferably large. Do you have any available? Li Zixuan stated his intent as he settled onto the sofa. A standalone villa? A large one? Please wait a moment while I check, the salesperson replied, recognizing the potential for a significant sale. They quickly sent out inquiries within their internal network. Before long, a plethora of villa listings arrived. Sir, please take a look. Do any of these appeal to you? The salesperson presented a selection of images stored on a tablet. Very well. Li Zixuan accepted the tablet and began to peruse the photographs one by one. Now that he had wealth, price was no longer a concern. He focused solely on architectural style and size. Finally, he came across a photograph that captivated him. This should be regarded as an estate, where one can easily behold 4 villas, with a larger, more opulently decorated castle at the center. It presents a semicircular faade facing a vast artificial lake, upon which rests a boat, and a bridge connects the villas to the entrance. The property spans approximately 18 acres, and there is also a shed-like structure nearby, presumably for the purpose of housing animals. Most importantly, it is in close proximity to the national highway, and thus conveniently near the factory grounds. How much does this estate cost? Li Zixuan had no intention of exploring other locations and directly inquired of the salesperson. Chapter 92. The purchase of the manor, are you certain? Would you like to reconsider? The astonished sales representative inquired. No need, just tell me the price, and I shall buy it. Very well, please hold on for a moment. The sales representative promptly retreated to the office to consult with the owner, well aware that this manor was the only private estate in City C. Although it spanned merely 18 acres, its opulence was unparalleled. He was genuinely concerned that Li Zixuan might not afford it. Good day, sir. I am the owner here. Yang Kuan, may I have your surname? Shortly thereafter, the sales representative returned with a middle-aged man. Greetings, Mr. Yang. I am Li. Li Zixuan offered a handshake to Yang Kuan. I heard from Xiaowang that you intend to purchase the manor? Indeed. Is there a problem? Li Zixuan responded, slightly puzzled. No, it's just that this manor is rather expensive and requires full payment, Yang Kuan replied, somewhat awkwardly. Observing Li Zixuan's attire and demeanor, it was evident he was affluent. Yet out of concern, Yang Kuan felt compelled to mention it, so as to avoid any embarrassment should Li Zixuan be unable to afford the property after viewing it. Oh, I see. Would this suffice? Li Zixuan understood the implication and placed a black card on the table. May I verify this? Yang Kuan, though taken aback by Li Zixuan's casual presentation of the black card, was aware that such a card might only indicate a few million. In truth, Li Zixuan knew he had over 3 billion in his bank account, capable of acquiring any card, but opted for the black card for convenience. True wealth does not boast. Like a richly adorned night traveler. Upon seeing the string of numbers on the card, Yang Kuan was utterly astounded and stared blankly at Li Zixuan. Mr. Li, please keep this safe. I will contact the seller immediately and arrange for a viewing. Yang Kuan spoke with a newfound caution, for although he owned many enterprises, he had never encountered anyone with such substantial liquid assets. Very well. After a half-hour wait, a man in his 60s entered, and through Yang Kuan's introduction, the two were acquainted. Zhang Daqiang, a wealthy businessman from another province, found himself in dire straits due to his son's mismanagement, forcing him to sell the manor to salvage his business. Yang Kuan drove Li Zixuan and Zhang Daqiang towards the estate. Upon arrival, Zhang Daqiang, perhaps weary from age, declined to accompany Li Zixuan for the property tour and remained in the car. Seeing the estate in person, Li Zixuan was even more enamored. After touring the grounds, he noted that it was virtually indistinguishable from the photographs. Yang Kuan then guided Li Zixuan into the villa for a closer look. Each building stood 3 stories tall above ground with one below, spanning approximately 1,000 square meters. The central castle boasted 5 stories and an impressive area of over 2,600 square meters. However, many furnishings would require replacement. Li Zixuan also observed a barn, likely used by the previous owner for horse breeding. Standing on the bridge over the artificial lake, he watched fish swimming below. Yet, the small boat, neglected, bore signs of rust in many places. Let us return. Li Zixuan expressed his satisfaction to Yang Kuan. Certainly. After introducing Li Zixuan, he felt somewhat parched. Boss Yang, how much is this estate? This manor was constructed just 2 years ago, with a remaining property right of 66 years. The total area spans 18.7 acres. Priced at 1 billion. The construction utilized only the finest materials, hence the elevated cost. The stipulation for full payment has deterred many potential buyers. 1 billion? Li Zixuan silently calculated. In Sea City, the price for properties in the city center is around 15,000 per unit, making this seem rather exorbitant. However, he was quite fond of the place and thus acquiesced. Upon returning to the agency, he made the payment and proceeded to finalize the transfer contract along with a series of formalities. After more than an hour of bustling activity, everything was settled. Although the property certificate would take a few days to be handed over, nonetheless, the estate was now officially his. Accompanied by Yang Kuan and others, they departed for the largest furniture market. In the furniture market, he spent over 50 million, acquiring only the finest items, effectively replacing nearly all the furnishings. The proprietor generously offered home delivery and installation. Returning first to the manor, Li Zixuan swiftly sold all the old furniture stored within. 7 million? Good heavens. This old man has purchased quite a few valuable items. Despite the considerable amount Zhang Daqiang had spent on furniture, the contents of the 4 villas and a castle were undoubtedly worth more than 1 billion, while he had only spent 50 million today. From the storage, he hired 2 chefs, 6 maids, and 4 gardeners. The 6 maids appeared to be in their 20s, their looks slightly inferior to Shunryu's. The chefs and gardeners were all male. Though they resembled humans, they were merely standard robots, proficient only in their designated tasks, which cost nearly 3 million, sufficient for his needs. Regarding security, he planned to summon Wolf Fong and Night Owl and acquire several Blood God Ant guards. Before long, 7 trucks arrived, with workers and drivers unloading the furniture and installing it within the villa and castle. Li Zixuan handed each worker a red envelope containing 500 yuan. Glancing at the time as another day slipped by, he called Shinryu and the others, who were currently shopping at the mall. Eager to surprise her, he decided to head to the mall. Arranging to meet at the entrance, upon their reunion, Li Zixuan declared, "Come, I shall take you to a special place." "Where to?" Jiang Mingho, laden with several bags, looked at Li Zixuan as if he were a savior, promptly inquiring, "Get in the car, and you'll find out." Li Zixuan drove towards the estate, while the 3 were filled with curiosity about their destination, though he merely smiled in silence. Upon arriving at the manor's entrance, Jiang Mingho seemed to have an inkling of the truth. "No way, you didn't actually purchase this place, did you?" "Indeed. Come, let me show you." He drove towards the castle, and as they crossed the bridge, Shinryu and Wang Jiayi gazed out in astonishment. "Wow, how beautiful." "Yes, look. There are fish in the water. Welcome home, master." 6 elegantly designed, made robots bowed in unison as Li Zixuan halted his vehicle. "Well, you may carry on with your duties," Li Zixuan replied indifferently. "Xuanzi." Jiang Mingho's gaze was fixated intently on the 6 aesthetically pleasing maidens, and he nudged Li Zixuan, whispering softly, "Darling, what is this?" Shinryu glanced at the maids. her eyes then turning to Li Zixuan with a hint of distress. My dear, please do not overthink it. They are merely robots. Li Zixuan quickly clarified, recognizing the misunderstanding in Shinryu's expression. Chapter 93, Li Feng lost the robot? The three of them inquired with astonishment. Indeed, a robot. Where did the aliens purchase it? Li Zixuan replied, feeling somewhat helpless. Is that true? The trio still wore incredulous expressions. Number 1, come here. Li Zixuan reluctantly summoned a robot. Master, how may I assist you? Robot number 1 approached Li Zixuan and bowed respectfully. Show them that you are indeed a robot. Understood. After the command. Number 1 spun its entire arm 360 degrees and, with a few presses on the other arm, detached it entirely. The three witnesses observed the metallic composition and what appeared to be transmission interfaces at the point of disconnection. Li Zixuan also moved closer to examine and then instructed Number 1, reattach it. Yes. Number 1 complied, reattaching the arm, which returned to its humanoid appearance. What do you think? Do you believe now? Li Zixuan turned to the trio, who still seemed in a state of disbelief. Incredible. Indeed. Truly remarkable. Jiang Mingho could not restrain himself from wanting to touch it, but Wang Jiayi, discerning his intentions, swiftly kicked him, exclaiming, What are you doing? Nothing. Just curious. Jiang Mingho hastily defended himself upon realizing it was Wang Jiayi who had kicked him. Humph. Li Zixuan then guided the three through the estate. My dear. Do you like it here? I do. Shinryu replied, her face beaming with joy. This is our home. Is it really? Of course it is. Darling, I love you. Shinryu passionately kissed Li Zixuan. After a tour of the grounds, they arrived at the castle, where Li Zixuan turned to Jiang Mingho. Brother Hao, you and Sister Jiayi should choose a villa to reside in. Really? Good brother, I was just thinking of suggesting that. Since you've brought it up, I shall graciously accept. Jiang Mingho's eyes sparkled with delight. You needn't feel obliged. Wang Jiayi shot Jiang Mingho a disapproving glance. Although the three had known each other for a long time and shared a strong bond, accepting a villa as a gift felt somewhat inappropriate. Xuanzi, this seems a bit excessive. Before Wang Jiayi could finish, she was interrupted by Shinryu. Sister Jiayi, what is inappropriate about it? We'll be closer to each other, making visits more convenient. Besides, you are the matchmaker for both me and Xuanzi. Exactly. Li Zixuan quickly added. All right, dear. Since Xuanzi is offering, we shall graciously accept. After all, he is quite affluent now, and it will be convenient for cultivation here. Jiang Mingho, however, did not hesitate to accept. Given his family's wealth and the abundance of vacant houses, he could frequently visit for gatherings, but he still cherished his own home. Hearing the trio's persuasion, Wang Jiayi ultimately relented. Haozi, I've transferred some money into your account. Have you considered replacing that boat on the lake? Li Zixuan directly transferred 1 billion to Jiang Mingho, as he now had wealth to repay some favors. Wow, is this truly such an amount? Jiang Mingho unlocked his phone, and, upon seeing a string of numbers, exclaimed, Have you struck it rich? Indeed, I have. It's from the government. Li Zixuan replied, grinning smugly. Jiang Mingho, observing Li Zixuan's smug expression, raised his middle finger in jest. I suppose I ought to thoroughly consider what kind of boat or perhaps a yacht to purchase. Feel free, it's all up to you, Li Zixuan said, turning to Shinryu. Dear, do you have Li Feng's phone number? Li Feng? What for? Shinryu and Wang Jiayi exchanged cautious glances towards Li Zixuan. They were well aware that when Li Feng visited their magazine, she had begun to ingratiate herself with Shinryu. Initially, it seemed harmless, but when their boss requested Shinryu to complete a document, Li Feng had left with her. This occurred multiple times, and eventually, all their colleagues knew that Li Feng was pursuing Shinryu. She was subsequently dismissed due to work-related issues. Yet she lingered like a ghost, and even the police could do nothing. Fortunately, she had not appeared recently, much to their relief. However, upon Li Zixuan's inquiry, both women felt a surge of anxiety. What is the matter? Is there something wrong with Li Feng? Li Zixuan questioned, puzzled by their reaction. A problem? It's quite serious. Wang Jiayi recounted the entire sequence of events. Li Zixuan was at a loss for words, realizing that even with advanced AI, reliability was still in question. It seems you still do not comprehend the intricacies of human relationships, he remarked. She is also an AI. And I dispatched her to ensure your safety, he finally admitted. Li Bao seems preferable, back home. He could transform into a stone at the entrance or a component of the car while my father drives. The three of them were left speechless by Li Zixuan's explanation. Unfortunately, neither woman had Li Feng's number. Li Zixuan could sense that Li Feng was still in City C, but due to the distance exceeding 5 kilometers, he could not issue direct orders, though he could erase her presence via the spatial trading system. "I'll make a call," Wang Jia said, pulling out her phone to contact their boss. Shortly after acquiring the number, she dialed. "Hello?" Li Feng must have saved Wang Jia's number as the call connected swiftly. "Hand it over," Li Zixuan instructed, taking the phone and addressing Li Feng. "It's me. Come to 15, Xiong Road, Nanshan Manor." "Yes, boss." Li Feng immediately recognized Li Zixuan's voice and responded promptly. The manor was initially named Nanshan Manor, but upon its transfer, Li Zixuan had renamed it Yushuan Manor, though the change had yet to be officially approved. "So, how familiar are you with the place?" Li Zixuan inquired of the three. "We've gotten acquainted." "Are you going to teach us some techniques?" Jiang Mingho looked at Li Zixuan with eager anticipation. "Do not gaze at me with such longing," Li Zixuan retorted, rolling his eyes at Jiang Mingho. "Techniques are quite costly, but I can offer you martial skills." "Martial skills?" The three exclaimed in unison, astonished by his proposition. "With a flourish, I shall demonstrate." As the words left his lips, the three observers were momentarily dazzled in the blink of an eye. Li Zixuan had taken a step forward and found himself at the threshold. "Come out," they exclaimed. In a swift motion, Li Zixuan pivoted and halted at the lakeside. "Observe closely," he instructed, and in an instant, his figure seemed to dance upon the surface of the lake, as if there were invisible steps beneath him. With just a few graceful touches upon the water, he traversed the wide expanse of the lake and reached the opposite shore. "By heavens, I must learn this!" Jiang Mingho shouted excitedly. "I too wish to master this skill." "I too." Chapter 94. The choices of three. Li Zixuan swiftly approached the trio, covering the distance of over 100 meters from the opposite shore of the lake to the entrance in no more than 3 seconds. This was a deliberate slowdown on his part, as he feared the trio might not comprehend the extent of his speed. Having reached the diamond level, he had transcended the limits of humanity, entering an entirely new echelon of existence. This is a technique known as the invisible step, along with various other methods: swordplay, knife techniques, firearms, boxing, palm techniques. "I wish to learn swordplay," Jiang Mingho exclaimed eagerly. "How shameless!" The trio retorted in unison, directing their gazes towards him. "Please wait," Li Zixuan said, closing his eyes momentarily while invoking a thought. A dark luminous panel materialized before them. "Wow, how astonishing! What is this?" "It's so cool." As Li Zixuan intended for them to witness it, the black panel was indeed visible to the trio. In his mind, he concentrated on martial arts and body techniques, and a series of martial arts names began to appear. Examine them at your leisure and choose freely, but remember this is not a trivial matter. You must discern what resonates with you and select accordingly. Li Zixuan refrained from interrupting them as they meticulously scrutinized the names of the techniques in their descriptions. Shortly thereafter, Shinryu opted for the Lotus Step and Lotus Sword technique, while Wang Jiai selected the Flying Cloud Step and Flying Cloud Sword technique. Surprisingly, Jiang Mingho did not choose swordplay. Instead, he preferred the firearms technique, Starbreaker gunplay, and Starlight Step. He purchased these techniques, along with 2 swords and a gun, totaling 33 million. "Xuanzi, I intend to stay here for a few days and then join your team. What do you think?" Jiang Mingho said, playfully handling the silver dragon gun. He had harbored a dream of martial heroism since childhood, and now that he had the opportunity to realize it, he was disinclined to pursue any formal education. "Have you discussed this with your family?" Li Zixuan inquired, somewhat astonished. He was aware that Jiang Mingho was the sole heir of his family. Joining the Special Affairs Bureau would undoubtedly entail perilous confrontations in the future. "I'll speak with my father. If he disagrees, I'll consult my grandfather," Jiang Mingho replied resolutely. "And you too?" Li Zixuan turned his attention to Shun Ryu and Wang Jiai. "We also plan to resign." The two women exchanged glances and affirmed. "Very well. Then spend these days honing your skills here. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask me." Li Zixuan understood that after revealing the forthcoming changes in the world, none of them would be inclined to pursue regular jobs. Having previously noted a vacant plot behind the villa, Li Zixuan contemplated whether he could utilize that area to cultivate spiritual herbs. Although it would take considerable time before the space could be fully utilized for cultivation, it was prudent to plan ahead. He summoned the 4 robotic gardeners to renovate half of the 3-acre plot, as he intended to leave the other half for constructing a training ground. After all, the trio's future cultivation would necessitate mutual sparring. Regardless of its robotic nature, it can handle anything related to landscaping. Li Zixuan returned to the castle and called Li Hu, instructing him to summon Qilin and Wolf Fong. They would henceforth be responsible for security here, and given that both Wolf Fong and Night Owl are formidable beings at the Diamond Level 9, they would be able to guide Jiang Mingho and his companions in their training. At that moment, Li Feng entered through the main door, and Shun Ruyu and her companions noticed her from outside. Previously, they had harbored some wariness towards Li Feng due to their lack of understanding. But that was no longer the case. Li Feng greeted the three with a nod before approaching Li Zixuan. "Boss, where have you been these past few days?" Li Zixuan observed that Li Feng was looking downcast. Although she appeared unchanged, he sensed a significant depletion of energy within her. "Boss, I have been exposed and have been evading pursuit for the past few days." It turned out that after Li Feng's last encounter with Shin Ruyu and Wang Jiayi had reported her to the authorities, resulting in a reprimand at the police station. However, upon her release, she discovered that she was being followed by a group of ruffians. After injuring a few of them, she initially dismissed the situation. Yet, it was not long before she was pursued by a larger group. While she was indifferent to the presence of these thugs, there was one man among them who proved to be a formidable opponent. Ultimately, when her identity as a liquid robot was revealed, rather than deterring her pursuers, it incited a more ferocious onslaught, forcing her to flee towards the outskirts of the city. This led to a frantic chase, during which Li Feng informed Li Zixuan that she had incapacitated 4 individuals, a necessity given that among her pursuers, there was one capable of severing her arm with a single strike. Currently, one of her arms remained in their possession. Upon hearing this, Li Zixuan furrowed his brow. To engage Li Feng in combat, one would need to be at least at the mid-level of bronze, while to sever her arm in a single blow, they must be at least of silver rank. It should be noted that most members of the Special Affairs Bureau were merely at the bronze level, with even their leader, Chen Huafeng, having only recently broken through to gold. After a moment's contemplation, Li Zixuan picked up the phone and called Zhang Xiangdong. He had previously informed Zhang about the existence of robots, but the emergence of a silver-level entity outside was undoubtedly alarming. "What do you want?" Zhang Xiangdong's voice resonated upon connection. "Director Zhang, are you aware that there is a silver-level presence in City C?" Li Zixuan inquired. "Is there anyone else besides you?" Zhang Xiangdong asked, his curiosity piqued. Li Zixuan then recounted the events surrounding Li Feng to Zhang Xiangdong. After a brief silence, Zhang Xiangdong replied, "A directive has just been issued from above to eliminate all unstable factors nationwide, control what needs to be controlled, and eliminate what needs to be eliminated. However, you can assign this task to Chen Huafeng and his team, as they have experience in intelligence work. Since you are currently unoccupied, this task falls to you. With the interdimensional conflict potentially lasting less than a year, the government absolutely cannot allow any instability domestically during this time." I just joined," Li Zixuan responded, somewhat bemused. "Oh, by the way, do come to the capital and bring your team along. You haven't reported in yet, and I have something for you." Zhang Xiangdong seemed to have just recalled this. "Well, Director Zhang, may I recruit a few more team members?" Li Zixuan thought of Jiang Mingho and the other 2 outside and wondered if they would be willing to join. When the time comes for the nationwide eradication mission, it would be fitting for them to participate and witness the reality of the task. "Didn't I mention that you should find a way to manage your team members?" Zhang Xiangdong replied nonchalantly. Thank you, Director Zhang. I'm fine now." Chapter 95, The Capital City after finishing a phone call. Li Zixuan summoned Shin Ruyu and the other 2, sharing the news with them. I want to join. I wish to join as well. Have you all considered the dangers? This is perilous." Despite Li Zixuan's eagerness for their participation, as it would not only challenge himself but also allow them to keep pace with him, the 3 remained resolute. Li Zixuan cherished their companionship and yearned for a time when, standing at the summit of his journey, he would be surrounded by those dear to him, alleviating the solitude of his cultivation path. "There's no need for further deliberation," they firmly replied. "Very well, prepare yourselves. Tomorrow morning, I shall escort you to the capital city for registration. There happens to be a task that necessitates your involvement." Li Zixuan ceased his persuasion. They were adults, and regardless of their choices, he would stand by them. As the 4 engaged in conversation, Qilin entered with Langya and Yimao. "Hello, boss." Allow me to introduce you. This is Qilin. He is Langya, and she is Yimao. They will be responsible for security matters here." Li Zixuan introduced them and turned to the newcomers, stating, "Their commands are now to be regarded as mine." "Understood, boss. You may go now. There are rooms available in both villas." The three exchanged bewildered glances at Li Zixuan. Who are these three? Qilan is a robot, albeit at a higher level than Li Feng, and his strength is comparable to mine. The other two are diamond tier slaves at level 9, Li Zixuan clarified. Slaves? The trio exhibited no surprise at the robot, but were taken aback by the mention of slaves. Indeed, I acquired them from Tanada, Li Zixuan continued, explaining the origin of the slaves. Upon learning that these slaves were once the primitive intelligent beings of annihilated planets, their expressions turned grave. They were already formidable diamond tier warriors, yet reduced to mere slaves. What kind of power could obliterate their worlds? Strive diligently in your cultivation. Li Zixuan refrained from offering consolation, after all. He too had felt similarly when he first learned of this. It was perhaps best for them to come to terms with it on their own. The four began to cultivate gradually, but as time passed, their progress slowed. Li Zixuan pondered for a moment and decided to take out a spirit stone from his spatial inventory. He needed 100 for the upgrade, and this one would not make a difference. With that thought, he placed the spirit stone on the table. Initially, the three were familiarizing themselves with their martial skills, but suddenly they sensed an influx of spiritual energy in the air and turned their gazes to the spirit stone, understanding that it was the source of this phenomenon. Xuanzai. Is this the spirit stone you mentioned? Zhang Mingho exclaimed in surprise. Indeed. How does it feel? Exceptional. If only there were more, it would be even better. Jiang Mingho unabashedly replied. Li Zixuan shot him a glance of disbelief. What are you thinking? I exerted considerable effort to acquire this single stone. All right, focus on your cultivation. That evening, Jiang Mingho and Wang Jiai settled into the castle, likely still exhilarated from the day's events. The sounds emanating from their room at night caused discomfort to Li Zixuan. Although the soundproofing of the house was commendable, it could not withstand Li Zixuan's heightened sensitivity. Casting a glance at Shun Ryu, who was also aware of the noise, the two exchanged knowing looks, igniting a contest between the two rooms. This auditory competition persisted until the early hours, ultimately culminating in victory for Li Zixuan's side, thus concluding the contest. The following morning, the four gathered around the dining table, partaking in breakfast prepared by the automated chef. Upon spotting Li Zixuan, Jiang Mingho displayed a rather unscrupulous expression, though no words were exchanged. Li Zixuan discerned his unwillingness to concede defeat. Meanwhile, Shun Ryu and Wang Jiai blushed as they engaged in other conversations. After breakfast, the quartet proceeded to the airport en route to the capital. For hours later, they arrived at a rather austere building, the headquarters of the Special Operations Intelligence Bureau. From the outside, it bore little distinction from other government institutions, and it was their first visit to this establishment. They peered around, akin to Lu Lao Lao entering a grand estate. Group leader, over here. Chun Huafeng and others had already arrived, having anticipated Li Zixuan and his team's arrival. Impressive. You've stabilized so quickly, Li Zixuan remarked upon seeing Chen Huafeng and the others, who now exuded a restrained aura, indicating their newfound stability and strength. They were indeed grateful to Li Zixuan, as this rapid advancement to the Platinum Pinnacle was a remarkable achievement. Enough of the pleasantries. Take me to see Director Zhang. Li Zixuan said, waving dismissively at their grateful expressions. His familiarity with Chan Huafeng and the others fostered his desire for his team to possess formidable strength. Understood. The nine swiftly made their way to the office door on the 5th floor. Knock, knock, knock. Li Zixuan approached and rapped on the door. Come in. Came the voice of Zhang Xiangdong from within. Li Zixuan opened the door and stepped inside. Upon seeing the nine, Zhang Xiangdong beamed at Li Zixuan. Ah, you've gathered quite the team in no time. Hee, Director Zhang. I just assembled the numbers and thought it time to report to you. Li Zixuan replied with a cheerful grin. Very well, you may proceed for now, but do come back here shortly. Zhang Xiangdong gestured for them to register first. All right. Li Zixuan acknowledged, allowing Chen Huafeng to lead the others for registration. Following a series of signatures, photographs, and tests, the nine received their respective identification, uniforms, and even sidearms, each equipped with a handgun. After instructing them to wait below, Li Zixuan returned alone to Zhang Xiangdong's office. The enhancement serum has been approved and distributed. The intelligence department has expanded to 12 teams, each member being at least silver rank, with team leaders at gold level. The personnel from the Action Bureau, along with others, were allocated to a research scientist in key positions. You have no objections, do you? Zhang Xiangdong briefed Li Zixuan on the distribution of the reinforcement liquid, as it was indeed Li Zixuan's achievement, and he had the right to be informed. Li Zixuan shook his head and said, How could I possibly have any objections? I merely feel that there is still a scarcity. Is there any research on our liquid? Can we produce it? After all, time is of the essence for our nation, and I hope to bolster our strength as much as possible within this year. Zhang Xiangdong felt somewhat reassured upon hearing Li Zixuan's words. Yet he also expressed a sense of disappointment, saying, "No, Elder Song and the others have already conducted research on it. That substance contains many materials that are simply non-existent on this planet. It appears we must continue to seek procurement from Tanada." Li Zixuan was unconcerned, as he had heard from Tanada that our liquid was not a product of a secondary civilization, let alone from a primary civilization like Blue Star. Have the iron or preparations been completed? Li Zixuan pondered for a moment before addressing Zhang Xiangdong. Chapter 96. The group photograph. It is nearly complete. At the dock, it is anticipated that everything will be finished by midnight. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiangdong became invigorated. Impressive. Li Zixuan couldn't help but express his admiration. The undertaking of 2 million tons of material, only communicated to Zhang Xiangdong yesterday afternoon, is set to be accomplished by midnight today. Zhang Xiangdong, with a hint of pride, responded, "Indeed." He paused before continuing, "By the way, I plan to prepare an additional 100,000 tons. When the time comes, you can exchange more liquid in those technologies. Let us see if we can secure a bit more." "Rest assured, Director Zhang," came the reply. "Don't you wish to see what extraterrestrials look like?" Li Zixuan winked at Zhang Xiangdong. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiangdong shook his head and replied, "The higher-ups have stated that they trust you to handle matters. It seems the upper echelons are still concerned that Li Zixuan might overthink things, hence their remarks. Although Li Zixuan has already devised a plan for the upper management to accept the trade with Tanada and has suggested sending representatives to observe. Perhaps the higher-ups perceive this as a test from him. Director Zhang, I genuinely can arrange for you to see. I also plan to turn the dealings with Tanada over to the government. After all, there are many aspects I am unaware of regarding their significance to the country." Zhang Xiangdong, noticing the sincerity in Li Zixuan's eyes, asked somewhat uncertainly, "Are you serious?" "Indeed. You can relay this to the higher-ups now. I can also provide you with several translators. Once you learn the universal language of the cosmos, it will facilitate transactions with Tanada significantly," Li Zixuan stated earnestly. Zhang Xiangdong scrutinized Li Zixuan for a moment before contemplating. "Very well, I will communicate this to the higher-ups. What exactly do you mean by the universal language of the cosmos?" The universal language of the cosmos is a means of communication that enables interaction with other civilizations throughout the universe. Even the extraterrestrial beings at Base 1 utilize this language. Li Zixuan explained, subsequently producing 9 translators, keeping one for himself to distribute among his team members. Zhang Xiangdong observed the items Li Zixuan had presented. Curiosity piqued. Can this device truly teach the universal language of the cosmos? Li Zixuan nodded affirmatively. Yes. It not only teaches the universal language but also many indigenous languages collected by the Alliance. Oh, splendid. After a moment's reflection, Li Zixuan, feeling there was nothing more to discuss, addressed Zhang Xiangdong. "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." "Wait, do you recall what you mentioned to me yesterday?" Zhang Xiangdong called out to Li Zixuan. "What matter?" Li Zixuan inquired without hesitation. Zhang Xiangdong shook his head in disbelief. "Has this fellow become so unwilling to contemplate?" "It concerns your personnel encountering an assault by a silver-level entity." "Oh, right. Are preparations for a major cleanup underway?" Li Zixuan finally recalled that Zhang Xiangdong had mentioned yesterday that the higher-ups decided to eliminate domestic instability. Zhang Xiangdong replied gravely, "Indeed. The authorities have determined that within this year, the nation must rapidly advance its military and armed forces, and all spies and other destabilizing elements within the country must be eradicated within a month and subsequently stabilized." Li Zixuan also concurred with the matter and remarked, "Director Zhang, I would like my team members to participate as well. What do you think?" Zhang Xiangdong understood Li Zixuan's intent. After all, his entire team had already reached the pinnacle of platinum rank, making their involvement in this task seem somewhat excessive. However, after a moment's contemplation, he replied, "Well, your team's capabilities are indeed formidable now, so they may undertake this task. Nevertheless, it is rather perilous." "Are you certain?" "Absolutely. If they can sustain injuries domestically, how will they fare in battles across other realms?" Li Zixuan replied nonchalantly. Zhang Xiangdong chuckled at Li Zixuan's words. "You lad, still dreaming of conquering other realms? That day will surely come." Li Zixuan stated with unwavering conviction, "Indeed, it will come." Zhang Xiangdong, inspired by Li Zixuan's determination, added, Yes, that day will arrive. At that time, I will permit you to take the lead. All right, you said it. No backing out. Li Zixuan joyfully responded. Zhang Xiangdong could only shake his head in resignation. Fine, I stand by my word. After leaving Zhang Xiangdong's office, Li Zixuan arrived at his own office, where the other 8 members were already waiting. Xuanzi, how do I look? Am I imposing now? Jiang Mingho puffed out his chest upon seeing Li Zixuan enter. Noticing that all 8 had donned uniforms emblazoned with the word Special Operations, which, although lacking the flair of combat gear, exuded an air of authority, Li Zixuan remarked. Somewhat bemused, how can you execute a task looking like that? Others will easily discern your purpose. Quick, change into your uniform too. Let's take a group photo. Shenryu urged. A group photo? Li Zixuan was taken aback. Yes, we all know each other now, and they have agreed. Jiang Mingho eagerly chimed in. Li Zixuan glanced at Chen Huafeng and the others, and Chen Huafeng, somewhat shy, nodded. Li Zixuan found it amusing that such an upright man like Chen Huafeng had been swayed by Jiang Mingho. Fine then, he conceded, deciding not to dampen their spirits, and picked up the uniform to head to the changing room. Jiang Mingho, possessing a touch of social exuberance, had not been at headquarters long, yet had already acquainted himself with many people, greeting everyone he encountered. As Li Zixuan emerged from the changing room, he spotted Jiang Mingho with a camera he had borrowed from somewhere. Shenryu stepped forward to adjust Li Zixuan's attire, and the 9 of them lined up. However, due to the length of the line, they had to rearrange themselves, with Li Zixuan seated on a chair, several women standing behind him, and the men at the back. Click, click. After several attempts, they finally captured a photo that pleased all 9. Let us each have a copy, Li Zixuan suggested, noticing that the excitement among the group was beginning to settle. All right, everyone, let us calm down. Today, take the time to relax, he continued. Starting tomorrow, you will commence your tasks. The details will be conveyed by Chun Huafeng shortly. I hope you all return safely. As the seriousness set in, Jiang Mingho and the others questioned, aren't you joining us? I shall not go. Chen Huafeng will lead the team. Li Zixuan is engaged in a transaction with Tanada and has no intention of undertaking the mission. Moreover, he will discreetly assign Wolf Fong or Night Owl for protection. Are you not afraid? Li Zixuan inquired, casting a glance at Shenryu and the 2 others. We are not afraid. They had previously heard much from Li Zixuan and were aware of the brutality and bloodshed within the cultivation world. Nevertheless, since Shenryu and her companions had resolved to embark on this path, they were prepared for what lay ahead. Very well, old Chun. You shall be responsible for guiding them when the time comes, Li Zixuan remarked, turning to Chun Huafeng and his group. Although Chen Huafeng and his companions had only recently joined the Special Operations Bureau, they had prior experience in intelligence work. Even though they were all at the pinnacle of platinum rank, their combat prowess and other skills far surpassed those of Jiang Mingho and his companions. Yes, team leader. The 5 responded in unison. Behold, this is what one calls professionalism. Chapter 97. Observing the flag-raising ceremony, the trio resembling Jiang Mingho stood like wooden statues, utterly bewildered as they witnessed Chen Huafeng and his companions stand tall and salute. Li Zixuan found it hard to bear. All right, feel free to engage in your activities. Do as you please. You can discuss the timing for tomorrow morning amongst yourselves. He gestured dismissively before heading to change back into his attire. Before long, Li Zixuan and his companions donned their casual clothes. This marked Li Zixuan's inaugural visit to the capital, a long-anticipated journey he had finally embarked upon. Intending to explore the city thoroughly, the 4 of them were quite exhilarated that day. They savored local delicacies, wandered through quaint alleys, and agreed to witness the flag-raising ceremony together the following morning, eventually checking into a hotel for the night. With the ceremony scheduled for early morning, they opted for 2 rooms, foregoing the competitive games they had indulged in the previous night. They entered their rooms around 6 o'clock and retired to bed by 10. The next day, around 4 in the morning, the 4 of them awoke, invigorated by their status as cultivators. Upon arriving at the square, they were met with an overwhelming crowd, with the sound of a march echoing in their ears. I can't believe it. I thought we had arrived early enough. Yet there are others who beat us to it. Jiang Mingho lamented. Many had come from other cities specifically to witness the flag-raising ceremony, some having arrived the night before. Shenryu, recalling her childhood visit, offered an explanation. Due to the throngs of people ahead, the 4 stood at a distance, seizing a moment when no one was watching. Li Zixuan discreetly retrieved 10 chairs from his spatial storage. Jiang Mingho looked at Li Zixuan in surprise at the sudden appearance of the chairs. Shoo. Keep it down, Li Zixuan quickly interjected, wishing to avoid drawing attention. Let us stand on top, he suggested, being the first to ascend. Once atop the chairs, their cultivation prowess allowed them to see clearly even from afar. Soon, the ceremonial procession approached, prompting the surrounding crowd to quiet down, all eyes fixated solemnly ahead. As the national anthem resonated, the flag-bearer vigorously unfurled the national flag, which ascended gracefully, fluttering in the breeze. The crowd began to hum along softly with the anthem. Li Zixuan and his companions were equally engrossed, their spirits ignited with fervor, although he could not discern the silent thoughts of the multitude. A sweep of his consciousness revealed a solemnity among the crowd. It was evident that many were silently reflecting, "This is our nation. This is the homeland I would defend with my life." This realization further solidified Li Zixuan's resolve to surrender all the technology acquired from his dealings with Tanada to the state, even if it meant sacrificing his own interests. Such a historically rich and united nation should not succumb to the ravages of foreign realms. It ought to stand atop the cosmos. As the ceremony concluded, the crowd lingered in a state of awe, reluctant to return to reality. Gradually, they emerged from their reverie and began to make their way back. Li Zixuan hastily retracted the chairs. He quickly moved to the side of Shun Ryu and Wang Jiai, ready to catch them should they stumble. Unfortunately, Jiang Mingho was not as fortunate. He lost his footing and fell backward to the ground. "What the heck? What are you doing?" Jiang Mingho glared at Li Zixuan with a hint of anger. "Hush, let's go. You, scoundrel." Jiang Mingho stood up, brushing off his trousers, clearly agitated. The four of them made their way back to the hotel, the atmosphere laden with a certain heaviness, as they were all aware of the matters concerning the alternate world. "All right, stop with that expression. Focus on your training. Consider this mission as a means of self-discipline." Li Zixuan, unable to bear the tension, spoke up. All right." After the four had breakfast, they returned to their room to indulge in some idle chatter. By around 8 o'clock, Li Zixuan accompanied the three to rendezvous with Qin Huafeng and his group of 5. "Darling, please be sure to stay safe," Li Zixuan urged Shinryu. "Don't worry. My husband, I'll manage. You've mentioned it a dozen times already." Shinryu replied, slightly exasperated. "Exactly, if you're so concerned, why don't you go with her?" Jiang Mingho chimed in sarcastically from the side. "Mind your own business." Li Zixuan shot Jiang Mingho a glare, choosing to ignore him. Qin Huafeng had gone to the intelligence bureau to collect their mission, and soon the 8 of them boarded 2 vehicles and departed. Deep down, Li Zixuan was reluctant to let Shinryu venture into danger. However, both he and Shinryu understood that if they could not handle threats domestically, how could they possibly confront foreign adversaries? Moreover, with his imminent trade with Tanada, Li Zixuan could not afford to leave. Once back in his office, he called upon Wolf Fong and Night Owl, requesting them to discreetly protect Shinryu and the others, knowing that few in the country could match their prowess. Those capable of besting them were stationed at various bases. He had previously provided them with mobile phones, fearing that they might go missing like Li Feng. Li Zixuan then immersed himself in training within his spatial realm, confident that if anyone knocked at the door, Xiaoling would promptly alert him. For 2 consecutive days, Li Zixuan spent his days in the office and nights in the staff dormitory. Though merely a dormitory, it was far more comfortable than a hotel. On the 3rd day, Zhang Xiangdong sought out Li Zixuan, pulling him towards the dock. "Director Zhang, hasn't anyone been dispatched from above?" Li Zixuan inquired curiously as they sat in the back, observing the absence of other vehicles. "Yes, but they took a different route and have likely arrived by now," Zhang Xiangdong replied. "All right, before long." The driver pulled up to the dock, which had by now been taken over by the military, requiring a thorough inspection for entry. It seemed the higher-ups were wary of the situation's significance, prompting them to prevent Zhang Xiangdong's driver from entering. Thus, Li Zixuan continued to drive deeper inside. Soon, he spotted a towering mountain, initially unnoticed due to the blockade, now revealed to be a massive mound of iron ore. After they disembarked, the two chatted in front of the iron mountain when several more vehicles approached. However, upon seeing the individuals disembarking from the cars, Li Zixuan could not help but feel a sense of surprise. "Director Zhang, has the high-ranking official also come?" Li Zixuan asked Zhang Xiangdong. "Indeed. He is eager to see what extraterrestrials look like." Zhang Xiangdong replied with a smile. They quickly made their way to greet the high-ranking officials. "Greetings, leaders." They both saluted in unison. "All right, let us not be overly serious, Xiaoxian. This marks our first encounter in the tangible world." The esteemed leader remarked with a cheerful wave of his hand, dismissing any formality. "Indeed, Esteemed leader, Li Zixuan replied. At that moment, Li Zixuan surveyed the 12 individuals behind him, noting that a few were clad in white lab coats, presumably scientific researchers. Do not feel too restrained. They too are here out of curiosity to behold the extraterrestrial, the leader chuckled, gesturing towards the other 12. Greetings, Team Leader Li. I am from the Huazhong University of Science and Technology. Hello, I represent the Institute of Biological Research. One by one, the 12 individuals greeted Li Zixuan and introduced themselves. Once all introductions were completed, the leader inquired, Xiaoxian, may we now proceed to observe the alien? Chapter 98. The Evolution Liquid in hand. Li Zixuan glanced at Zhang Xiangdong, and upon seeing him nod, he understood that he had already reported to the higher-ups. Thus, he spoke up, respected leader, prior to this, I mentioned to Tanada that I am representing a newly ascended secondary civilization. In addition to barter, transactions may also be conducted using cosmic currency. After this exchange, I shall relinquish my authority, but we will only resort to barter henceforth. I understand. Thank you, Xiaoxian. You have already contributed immensely to the nation, the leader replied with a kind demeanor, no longer dwelling on the issue of cosmic currency. Even though he was aware that Li Zixuan would likely hold back some advantages, he remained unconcerned. With a wave of his hand, a large screen materialized before them, eliciting a sense of wonder from the onlookers, who exchanged incredulous glances. This screen had been created by Xiao Ling and was exclusively for video communication and transactions with Tanada, albeit without the use of cosmic currency. Li Zixuan initiated the video call with Tanada. Moments later, the screen revealed the figure of Tanada, characterized by green skin and 2 antennae atop its head. Is this what an alien looks like? Indeed, and why does it have antennae? Its skin is green too. Despite prior warnings, the crowd could not suppress their hushed curiosity upon witnessing the extraterrestrial being. Silence. The leader admonished, furrowing his brow. Ah, esteemed guest. Have you finally managed to contact the proprietor Tanada? I could hardly wait. Tanada disregarded the others behind Li Zixuan and focused solely on him. Tanada, have you prepared for the transaction we agreed upon? Li Zixuan inquired. Of course. What about you? Tanada replied affirmatively. Instead of answering, Li Zixuan turned the screen toward the massive iron or mountain. Oh my heavens! It truly is an iron mountain. Tanada exclaimed in excitement upon seeing the towering heap of iron ore. Hurry, let us proceed with the transaction. Li Zixuan stated, Tanada. I wish to know what you have prepared. Very well. Without hesitation, Tanada placed all the prepared items on the trading platform. Li Zixuan scrutinized the offerings. In addition to the previously mentioned energy collection technology, there were several minor technologies from Tanada's perspective, such as space-based weapon manufacturing, space station construction, and warship production. It was a mystery how Tanada had acquired these assets. However, what Li Zixuan was most concerned about, evolution liquid, was among the traded items, with 10 vials available. Initially, Tanada had demanded 300 million per vial, yet now, purchasing 5 vials came with an additional 5 as a bonus. Though Li Zixuan maintained a composed demeanor, the scientists behind him were visibly trembling with excitement at the sight of the technologies. The leader cast a glance back at them, prompting the scientists to stabilize their emotions. Had Tanada been aware of their reaction, the price might have skyrocketed. Tanada, this is still insufficient. Li Zixuan feigned ignorance of the value of the items, seeking to leverage Tanada further. Upon hearing these words, the scientists were far from calm. Had it not been for the presence of the high-ranking officials, they would have been tempted to confront Li Zixuan with great ire. With such an abundance of technological prowess at their disposal, it was inconceivable that he would find the resources insufficient. How could it possibly not be enough? I have already augmented the offering significantly, inquired Tanada, furrowing his brow. Li Zixuan shook his head and replied, though you have provided generously, I am requesting 1 million tons of iron ore, not merely 2 million. I have prepared an additional 100,000 tons, precisely because I desire more. 1 million tons? Tanada asked, his surprise evident. Indeed, the trading center will authenticate the legitimacy of the goods, Li Zixuan affirmed with a nod. What else do you seek? Tanada inquired hastily. Anything I possess is available for trade. I require our liquid, 100,000 tons of iron ore's worth of our liquid. What? Absolutely not. How could I possibly have that much or liquid? Tanada exclaimed in disbelief. Then how much do you have? I possess merely 500 drops. And the evolution liquid? I have 5 vials. Is there nothing else? At this moment, Li Zixuan was palpably excited, hastening to ask, "Dear customer, I have 10 spatial folding backpacks, but beyond that, I truly have nothing else," Tanada said, a note of resignation in his voice. You are rather impoverished," Li Zixuan remarked, somewhat exasperated. "What? I have spent nearly all my fortune on these purchases. Do you think this technology comes cheaply?" Tanada retorted, visibly agitated. "But the profit from these iron ores far exceeds your expenditure," Li Zixuan gently pointed out. After a moment's contemplation, Tanada conceded, "Indeed, these iron ores are valued at 50,000 cosmic coins per ton, so I stand to gain more." "Very well, I also have energy stones. Do you desire them?" Tanada offered. "Energy stones? Aren't those products of the cultivation civilizations?" Li Zixuan was aware that in the cosmos, energy stones were akin to spiritual stones, and he had a pressing need for them, albeit curious as to how Tanada came by such items. "Though we are not a cultivation civilization, energy stones can still be utilized within technological realms," Tanada replied with a hint of disdain for Li Zixuan's ignorance. While energy stones are indeed associated with the cultivation civilizations, they have also been studied and integrated into various machines by opposing technological societies. As a merchant, one often prepares products from cultivation civilizations to facilitate trade with their beings. "How many do you possess?" Li Zixuan's heart raced at the question, though he maintained an outward composure. "About 3,000, Tanada stated nonchalantly. "Very well. Let us proceed with the trade," Li Zixuan replied evenly. Tanada placed all items onto the trading platform, and Li Zixuan directed the screen to scan the iron ore for inclusion in the transaction. The once mountainous heap of iron ore seemed to be drawn towards the screen as if compelled by an unseen force. Before long, the ground lay desolate. Tanada observed that the iron ore had entirely appeared on the trading platform, with a figure of 1,000,000 tons displayed prominently. He hastily executed the trade. Li Zixuan followed suit, and soon, the items materialized around him. With a graceful wave, Li Zixuan collected the spirit stones and evolution liquid, passing the remaining items to Zhang Xiangdong. The scientists turned their collective gaze towards Zhang Xiangdong, eager to behold the documents in the 2 boxes in his possession. Within them were 500 drops of our liquid, along with some USB drives and other such items. "Esteemed guest, we eagerly anticipate your next transaction," Tanada exclaimed with excitement after greeting Li Zixuan, preparing to take his leave. "Wait a moment," Li Zixuan called out to Tanada urgently. Chapter 99. The Establishment of the Battlestar Group. What happened? At this moment, Tanada was eager to sell the iron ore, when he suddenly heard Li Zixuan's words and asked with a hint of confusion. "Tanada, for future transactions, I intend to have someone else handle them," Li Zixuan replied calmly. What is the matter? Haven't we been trading quite well?" Tanada felt a surge of anxiety. He feared that Li Zixuan might not trade with him anymore and would instead reach out to other interstellar merchants. "No, it's not what you think. It's simply that I won't be trading with you anymore. I'll be working with someone else," Li Zixuan explained, recognizing the misunderstanding reflected in Tanada's expression. "Someone else? Who?" Li Zixuan turned to the senior leader, who beckoned. "Goming, come here." "Yes." A man in his 30s approached. The senior leader nodded at Li Zixuan. "Tanada, from now on, you will conduct your transactions with him," Li Zixuan indicated Goming. "Fine, but that will have to wait for half a month. I need to process the iron ore first." Tanada, undeterred, thought that as long as he could continue trading with Li Zixuan's world, it mattered little who the intermediary was. All right. After concluding the call, Li Zixuan tapped on the screen a few times, transforming it into a device the size of a mobile phone that appeared in his hand. He handed it to Goming and said, "I'll be counting on you for this. It won't be a bother." "Thank you." Goming sincerely accepted the item from Li Zixuan. He was the chief analyst of the Huagua think tank, and despite his youth, he was undoubtedly among the brightest individuals in the nation. Even he admired Li Zixuan, as he knew that very few would entrust such a significant responsibility to the state. It was not merely a matter of principle, but rather a reflection of human nature. At this moment, the senior leader looked at Li Zixuan with a more amiable demeanor and said, "Xiaoxian, thank you for all you have done for the country. Following our discussions, we will need your assistance in the production of many items in the future." "Not a bother, senior leader." Li Zixuan felt pleased, as he owned a factory with many new machines, some of which were precision instruments previously purchased from Tanada. Now, in return, the state was allowing Li Zixuan's factory to produce, which was a significant gain for him. Although he was not lacking in funds, no one would complain about having more. "Well, it's great that you think this way. I believe you should no longer serve as a team leader," Instead, you can establish your own squad, which we shall call the Battlestar Group, and you will liaise directly with us. How does that sound? The room fell into a state of astonishment. Zhang Xiangdong appeared hesitant, as an independent faction implied a new competitor. Although it was a healthy competitive relationship, it often led to unforeseen consequences. Guming also looked astonished. He understood that the senior leader was referring to the three leaders and that such authority was a significant grant, realizing the implications it carried. The scientists were equally stunned and curious, particularly because of Li Zixuan's young age. Li Zixuan himself was surprised. He had not anticipated that the senior leader would bestow such considerable authority upon him. What's the matter? Are you worried that you won't perform well? Or are you concerned about what others might say? The esteemed leader regarded Li Zixuan with a warm smile. Upon hearing the leader's words, Li Zixuan, initially taken aback, quickly regained his composure. Thank you for your trust, leader. I shall strive to fulfill my duties. Faced with such an opportunity, Li Zixuan found it inconceivable to decline. Although he anticipated whispers questioning his capabilities, he was undeterred. He was confident that he would soon transcend his current limitations, and with rapid advancements in his abilities, he would have the capacity to accomplish even more significant endeavors. Very well, I entrust you with this authority, and I hope you can contribute meaningfully to our homeland, the leader remarked, giving Li Zixuan a reassuring pat on the shoulder. I assure you, I will complete the mission. Li Zixuan replied with a salute. Then let us return. Zhang Xiangdong interjected, handing over the documents in 2 boxes to the scientists. Young man, how does it feel to be on par with me now? Zhang Xiangdong teased, patting Li Zixuan on the back. Quite splendid. However, I humbly request your guidance in the future. Li Zixuan responded, brimming with joy. Guidance? Nonsense. Zhang Xiangdong retorted with a playful roll of his eyes, then added with solemnity. This is a recognition from above, and it carries responsibility. You must forge ahead on your path. Yes, thank you for your guidance, Director Zhang. Li Zixuan saluted again, prompting Zhang Xiangdong to chuckle. Be serious. No more fooling around. As they walked back, Zhang Xiangdong inquired, where do you plan to establish the headquarters? We shall not establish a headquarters, Li Zixuan contemplated before responding. No headquarters? Zhang Xiangdong asked, somewhat astonished. Li Zixuan nodded gravely, stating, the members of the Battlestar Group are all preparing for the battlefield. What purpose would a headquarters serve? Battlestar? Li Zixuan relished the name, as he aspired to conquer the cosmos. Zhang Xiangdong pondered for a moment before accepting this rationale. Indeed. Battlestar, fighting in the vastness of space. I cannot fathom why you were appointed as the leader of this group. The highest commanders of the various bases, such as Li Howren and his peers, are seasoned veterans, with the lowest among them being at the pinnacle of diamond rank, far surpassing you in every aspect. Perhaps it is due to my youth. Li Zixuan mused, equally perplexed. Zhang Xiangdong sighed. That may indeed be true. The future undoubtedly belongs to your generation. Upon returning to the headquarters of the Special Affairs Bureau, Li Zixuan felt a wave of nostalgia. He had not even spent a week there before needing to relocate again. After bidding farewell to Zhang Xiangdong, he proceeded to Zijin City, where he met with 3 leaders and engaged in lengthy discussions before emerging. When he stepped out, he held a token inscribed with the words Battlestar. Although he now possessed his own department, he remained affiliated with the Special Affairs Bureau, both to maintain a low profile and for convenience. After conversing with 3 leaders, he resolved to conceal his entire team. Although Huagua is now regarded as a formidable nation, it still lags behind the United States in both technology and economy. Even the presence of the world's foremost expert cannot alter this undeniable truth. Presently, the Blue Star faces both internal and external challenges, with nations worldwide engaged in fierce competition, while a secondary cultivation civilization lurks menacingly. Li Zixuan contemplated enhancing their collective strength first, intending to astonish the world once they were truly capable of standing independently. This pivotal decision propelled the entire Battlestar Group to rapid development, transforming it into a formidable entity that instilled fear across the globe. Gradually, it evolved into a powerful legion within the entire galaxy, laying the groundwork for his ambition to conquer the cosmos. Chapter 100. Breaking through to the 6th tier without summoning Jiang Mingho and the others, who still needed further training. Li Zixuan returned to City C and entered the warehouse, subsequently stepping into the spatial realm. Upon entering, he heard the voice of Xiao Ling. Master, the space can be upgraded. Yes, I am aware. Just a moment, he replied. Observing the pile of spirit stones occupying the vacant area, He scanned them with his spiritual sense and discerned that there were 545 stones, each the size of a fist. However, Xiao Ling had previously mentioned the necessity of 100 stones, each the size of a basketball. After contemplating for a moment, Li Zixuan took out the spatial folding backpack, placing both the spirit stones and the evolution liquid inside, leaving behind 545 stones to facilitate the space upgrade. Xiao Ling, are these spirit stones sufficient for the upgrade? He inquired, feeling a twinge of concern. They are adequate, Master, came Xiao Ling's reassuring response, which alleviated his worries. He then packed the immortal grass and several other spiritual herbs cultivated by the little spirits into his backpack. With each space upgrade, the plants within would be cleared and sold, replenishing the vegetable stock in the spatial warehouse. Li Zixuan transferred all the vegetables to the external warehouse before exiting the spatial realm. As he initiated the space upgrade, he noted that the vegetables would suffice to supply the store and nearby hotels for an entire month. Space upgrade in progress. Remaining time, 23:59 minutes. After giving instructions to Li Hu and the robots, Li Zixuan returned to the manor, excitement bubbling within him as he held the evolution liquid. If the reinforcement liquid enhanced one's abilities to the limits of humanity, the evolution liquid offered the chance to transcend those limits, evolving into a higher tier of existence. While one would still remain human, their genetic sequence would have irrevocably changed. Transcending to a higher tier of life meant a leap from the diamond realm to the starry level, akin to becoming a star master. Although there was a process involved, he had already obtained the ticket to this transformation. Without hesitation, Li Zixuan tilted his head back and consumed the viscous silver liquid. After a considerable time passed without any sensation of pain, he instead felt a wave of relaxation wash over him, reminiscent of soaking in a hot spring. At that moment, it was necessary for him to cultivate and absorb the spiritual energy. He placed the 1,000 spirit stones from his backpack around him and began to channel the silence chaos scripture. The spirit stones swiftly burrowed into Li Zixuan's body. Now at the pinnacle of the first tier of the diamond realm, he directed the spiritual energy to circulate through his meridians, forcefully breaking through any blockages, and enveloping segments of cells to stimulate their mutual consumption and division. With each breath of spiritual energy he absorbed, the number of meridians he unlocked and cells he activated increased. Li Zixuan soon felt as if the shackles binding him had shattered, allowing the absorption of spiritual energy to accelerate. In that moment, he broke through to the second tier of the diamond realm. Fueled by the potency of the evolution liquid and the absorption of the spirit stones, Li Zixuan surged forward like a tidal wave. Reaching the sixth tier of the diamond realm, the 1,000 spirit stones had long since disintegrated into powder. Letting out a long breath, he glanced at the time, realizing that merely an hour had passed. Incredible, he exclaimed, marveling at the fusion of science and cultivation that he had just experienced. Others cultivate their immortality methodically, relying on techniques to absorb spiritual energy. However, he can take a shortcut, utilizing enhancement and evolution liquids to expedite his cultivation, allowing him to absorb spiritual energy and achieve breakthroughs at an accelerated pace. Yet, the drawbacks are evident. Li Zixuan's physical strength does not match that of his peers. After all, others gradually refine their bodies with spiritual power, ensuring that their entire physique, from skin to bones, attains considerable strength. Fortunately, Li Zixuan has access to a trading center and had purchased a body refinement technique early on. Now that he has reached the sixth tier, he intentionally pauses, as he could break through if he expended all his spirit stones. However, cultivation requires a gradual approach. Breaking through too swiftly could render him unprepared for his newfound power. Currently, he is considered a formidable force in the late diamond stage. He must wait for the space to upgrade, allowing him to train within it, providing ample time to acclimatize to his strength, refine his martial skills, and strengthen his physique. Rising, he summoned the robots to tidy the room before stepping outside, meandering through the estate to familiarize himself with his strength while observing the transformation brought about by the landscaping robots. Upon reaching a cleared area tended by the robots, he noted over an acre of land suitable for planting. After consuming the evolution liquid, Li Zixuan anticipated reaching the Star Master level shortly and planned to explore other realms in a year to gather spiritual herbs for cultivation in his space. However, with the space upgrade, he still needed to plant vegetables and fruits. With this thought, Li Zixuan drove to the agricultural market. Upon arriving at Boss Lu's shop, he found it devoid of customers. Seeing Li Zixuan enter, Boss Lu warmly welcomed him, recognizing him as a significant client whose visits always generated considerable income. Li Zixuan, It's been a while since you last visited. Boss Lu greeted him enthusiastically, inviting him inside and brewing a cup of tea. What are you planning to purchase this time? Boss Lu inquired. Li Zixuan, observing Boss Lu's unremarkable appearance, couldn't help but think that his daughter was far more attractive, wondering if they were even related. I'm here to buy some vegetable seeds and fruit saplings, Li Zixuan replied. What quantity are you considering? Boss Lu asked casually. Let's stick with the same ratio as last time. I'll prepare around 300,000, Li Zixuan contemplated. Previously, he could cultivate over 100,000 in his space. And with the upgrade, it would likely expand further. Given that he would also plant more in the estate, 300,000 seemed appropriate. Prioritize the saplings. Even if the space upgrades, those saplings can be sold for cosmic currency, albeit not in large amounts, but certainly more valuable than vegetables, Li Zixuan added. Boss Lu, upon hearing this, couldn't contain his excitement. You truly are a major client. Do you have any other requests? None. Just have it ready for pickup from the warehouse, next to Future Technology. Future Technology? The one by the National Highway? Recently, Boss Lu has heard about a factory that was suggested by the government for funding. Although it is not very large, it is indeed a rather unusual occurrence. Yes, that's right. All right, I will make the arrangements now and ensure it is delivered by tomorrow morning. Boss Lu readily agreed. Li Zixuan promptly transferred the funds. Now that he has the money and given Boss Lu's trustworthy nature, there is no fear of deceit. After bidding farewell to Boss Lu, who insisted on keeping him, Li Zixuan initially contemplated calling Shinryu but hesitated, concerned it might disrupt her task. Consequently, he decided to reach out to Wolf Fong instead. After confirming that everything was proceeding smoothly, Li Zixuan felt a sense of relief. Just as he was beginning to feel a bit idle, Gaming called. Chapter 101. The acquisition of Steel. The Institute of Technology has successfully developed the metallic hydrogen battery and the T-01 mech, and they require your factory for production. Is that acceptable? So soon? Although the hydrogen battery has been provided for quite some time, the technical specifications for the mech were only delivered to them yesterday. Even though the T-01 is significantly simpler than the T-02, such rapidity seems implausible. Guming contemplated for a moment and replied, many scientists have already undergone the enhancement treatment. Although it was diluted, each of them has experienced a considerable boost in intelligence. Furthermore, they had previously been engaged in research on exoskeletal armor. While the T-02 is still under development, initiating work on the T-01 is considerably more straightforward. Understanding dawned upon Li Zixuan swiftly. It seems that even if the T-02 is eventually developed, it may not be produced by Future Technologies, as the state possesses its own military factories. After all, the items they are requesting for production are relatively minor. All right, please send the materials over. We can commence production the day after tomorrow, Li Zixuan agreed. Currently, Future Technologies lacks the equipment for mech production, indicating that they must await a spatial upgrade to connect with a Tier 3 interstellar trade network. Nevertheless, even if they were to purchase the necessary equipment from the trading center, it would still be quite affordable, and after the upgrade, they could also procure the T-03 mech. However, the upgrade is imminent, set to be completed by tomorrow. After concluding the call with Guming, Li Zixuan proceeded directly to Future Technologies. He anticipated that Guming's team would soon deliver the relevant documents and materials. Presently, the factory was populated entirely by robots. While Li Zixuan had complete confidence in them, he still needed to personally sign for the delivery. Upon arriving at the factory premises, Li Zixuan inquired with the security robot and learned that no one had arrived yet. Thus, he ascended the stairs to wait. However, before he could reach the upper floor, 3 vehicles pulled up at the entrance, 2 cargo trucks behind a sedan at the front. At that moment, a middle-aged man exited the front passenger seat of the sedan. Upon spotting Li Zixuan, he waved him over, beckoning him to approach the entrance. Li Zixuan was somewhat taken aback by the man's demeanor. Ignoring him, he waved back instead, leaving the middle-aged man visibly flummoxed. Growing increasingly agitated, he called out, I asked you to come here. Come over. The middle-aged man, dispatched by Guming to deliver the goods, was unaware of the specifics of the delivery. Upon arriving at the factory, he noticed that everyone else was clad in work attire, while Li Zixuan appeared rather casual. It seemed clear that he was the one designated to sign for the delivery, yet he was taken aback by Li Zixuan's apparent lack of respect. Who are you? Is the person in charge of this factory present? Have him come and sign. The middle-aged man demanded, eyeing Li Zixuan. The distance between them was less than 100 meters, and Li Zixuan could easily close the gap with a swift movement. However, the man's attitude irked him inexplicably. Picking up his phone, he directly called Guming. Is there an issue with the person you sent over? Wait a moment. Let me inquire, Guming responded, perplexed. However, sensing the discontent in Li Zixuan's tone, he realized that his associate was decidedly displeased with the individual he had dispatched. The middle-aged man mistakenly believed that Li Zixuan was calling to summon him, but it was instead his phone that rang. Upon answering, he was met with Guming's discontented voice, whose stern criticism could be heard even from 100 meters away. After concluding the call, the middle-aged man cautiously approached Li Zixuan to apologize and handed over the documents. You, summon a few individuals to unload the cargo, Li Zixuan instructed, glancing at the list and addressing a nearby robot. Yes, boss, it replied. Li Zixuan chose not to press the middle-aged man further. Within mere minutes, a dozen robots efficiently offloaded an entire truckload of goods, neatly arranging them on pallets for easy transport by forklift. After signing off, Li Zixuan ascended to his office. The robots were fully capable of managing the merchandise. Having procured the goods from the trading center, their purpose was to handle tasks such as screwing, packaging, and production, far surpassing the capabilities of ordinary workers. They could operate around the clock without concern for physical limitations, requiring no meals. And their meticulousness left no room for error. Every intricate task was executed flawlessly, ensuring that not a single ounce of raw material was wasted. Were it not for the constraints of circumstance, Li Zixuan would have preferred to replace all manual laborers with robots in his factory. Upon returning to his office, Li Zixuan contemplated what to purchase after connecting with merchants from the third-level civilization. Suddenly, he recalled that his cosmic currency amounted to a mere 600 million, which was insufficient. Should he acquire some iron ore? No, that would reveal his status as a trader, which could prove detrimental. Instead, he decided to purchase iron outright. With this thought in mind, he retrieved his phone and began searching for the largest steel mill in City C, located along a national highway. He summoned 2 robots, instructing them to alter their appearance before proceeding to the factory. However, upon entering, they were intercepted. Call your supervisor and have them come, the security guard commanded as he approached. Before he could speak further, Li Zixuan presented his credentials from the Special Operations Intelligence Bureau. The guard, momentarily stunned, examined the credentials, then glanced at the 2 robots clad in combat attire, causing him to hastily reach for his radio to report the situation. Before long, the general manager arrived in a hurry. Although he was unfamiliar with the Special Operations Intelligence Bureau, the very name evoked a sense of prestige, leading him to speculate whether the factory was involved in some tax evasion. Upon seeing Li Zixuan and his companions, his suspicions were confirmed. Hello, I am Fong Hai, the general manager here. May I inquire who the 3 of you are? He greeted, extending his right hand. Hello, Manager Fong. Are you the person in charge here? Li Zixuan responded, shaking his hand. Indeed, Fong replied. Excellent. Would it be convenient for us to visit your office? Li Zixuan gestured, noting that they were still at the entrance. Fortunately, it was office hours, and the area was not overly crowded. Otherwise, they might have attracted a gathering of onlookers. Of course, please follow me. With that, Li Zixuan and his companions followed Fong Hai to his office. Fong Haizheng was about to brew some tea when Li Zixuan hastily called out to him. Manager Fong, there's no need for that. We are here to purchase steel. Purchasing steel? Fong Hai was momentarily taken aback, questioning how such a grand enterprise as Zhang Rong was solely focused on steel procurement. You need not concern yourself with the details. Just inform me how much steel you can supply and the price per ton, Li Zixuan stated coolly. We already have orders for all of our stock. Fong Hai replied, feeling somewhat troubled. Do you have no inventory at all? Li Zixuan raised an eyebrow slightly. Fong Hai noticed the 2 imposing figures standing behind Li Zixuan, clad in combat attire, with bulges at their waists unmistakably suggesting firearms. In a nation where carrying weapons was prohibited, their ability to do so further confirmed that Li Zixuan and his associates belonged to a special department. However, Fong Hai found himself in a quandary. Surrendering the steel to Li Zixuan would constitute a breach of contract, necessitating the payment of penalties. Although he was the person in charge, the factory was not his to command. Chapter 102. After space upgrade squeeze in, there are over 10,000 tons. Fong Hai said cautiously. Under the watchful gaze of 2 heavily armed men, it was impossible not to feel anxious. Is that all? Are you not the largest steel factory in City C? Li Zixuan remarked with evident dissatisfaction. We are indeed the largest steel factory in the city. But we also have the best sales, Fong Hai replied. Calculate the total value of the steel in stock. Buy it all. After a moment's contemplation, Li Zixuan felt it should suffice. Buy it all? Fong Hai exclaimed in surprise. What's wrong? Are you unable to make the decision? Then call your superior. Li Zixuan raised an eyebrow. All right, please hold on. After saying this, Fong Hai hurriedly stepped outside and returned shortly. Li Zixuan had already anticipated the outcome from the agreement made earlier. Our boss has already consented, Fong Hai announced upon entering. Good, then let us calculate the total cost. Li Zixuan nodded. Fong Hai proceeded to contact logistics and finance. Before long, a man and a woman entered, appearing even more cautious upon seeing Li Zixuan and his companions. Manager, here is the inventory list. Xiao Yuan, please calculate the price. Certainly, manager. Li Zixuan settled onto the sofa, awaiting their calculations. Moments later, Fong Hai approached him. Speaking with trepidation. We have calculated it. The stock includes Q235B. Stop. Just tell me how many tons of steel there are and the total cost. Li Zixuan interjected, uninterested in the detailed specifications. His purpose in having the robots appear this way was to facilitate a quicker and more efficient steel procurement. All right. There are a total of 14,520 tons of steel, amounting to 64.35 million, Fong Hai paused, glancing at the bill. Very well, I will give you 200 million. The remaining amount will count as a down payment on the order. I don't need any complicated specifications, just large blocks of iron, but they must be refined properly. Then deliver them to Future Technology, Li Zixuan stated after some thought. Understood, that works. Fong Hai was taken aback. Not only did Li Zixuan decline to haggle, but he also placed a substantial order, filling him with joy. How long will it take? Li Zixuan inquired. A week. Just 1 week will suffice. Fong Hai initially intended to say half a month, but hastily adjusted his response upon observing Li Zixuan and his companions. It seemed many would have to work overtime. All right then, let us proceed with the payment. Li Zixuan produced his bank card and handed it over. The finance and logistics teams watched in astonishment. Such generosity was unprecedented. Previously, every department would take ages to negotiate, always seeking kickbacks. After processing the 200 million, Li Zixuan prepared to leave, while Fong Hai stood by, eager to see him off. Make sure this batch is delivered to Future Technology by noon tomorrow at the latest. There will be someone there to unload, Li Zixuan concluded as he settled into the back seat, and one of the robots promptly took the wheel. As Li Zixuan receded from view, Fong Hai felt a surge of excitement. He never anticipated that after years of abstaining from sales, performance would still come knocking at his door. However, he dared not cut corners, should he falter. He might find himself relegated to the monotonous task of operating a sewing machine. Upon returning to the factory, Li Zixuan set down 2 robots before making his way back to the estate. In the backyard, he buried 10 spirit stones and sensed an existing aura of spiritual energy. If seeds were to be planted here, it would be akin to those in spaces that had not undergone an upgrade. The spiritual energy emanating from the soil would dissipate into the air and be squandered. By such calculations, these 10 spirit stones would sustain only a mere 1.5 acres of land for a year before they were depleted. Yet, Li Zixuan found himself at an impasse. At worst, he could wait until he achieved a breakthrough and eliminate the alien race in front of Base 1 to seize their spirit stones. With time on his hands, he enjoyed a dinner prepared by the robotic chef, yet he did not receive a call from Shinryu. Fortunately, he had the protection of the wolf Fong. The following morning, Li Zixuan awoke early and exercised downstairs. He felt a sense of melancholy upon realizing that the conditions here were not as favorable as in his spatial realm. The spatial realm benefited from spiritual energy, while Blue Star lacked any spirit stone veins. After breakfast, he arrived at Future Technology and found the warehouse brimming with steel. It seemed Fong Hai was quite diligent. Now, he could only await the upgrade of his space, thus indulging in a game to alleviate his boredom. Given his heightened reflexes and calculations, he achieved MVP status in every match, yet he reluctantly logged off amidst the complaints of others. Ding! The spatial upgrade was successful. Ecstatic, he tossed his phone aside and swiftly entered the space. At that moment, the little sprites had awakened. Upon sensing them, he was astonished to find that they were nearing the golden level. However, it was only when the sprites clamored for his phone that Li Zixuan remembered he had forgotten to retrieve it during the upgrade yesterday. After a series of promises, he arrived at the trading center. From the display on the screen, he noted that the spiritual energy in the space had doubled, now adequate to meet his cultivation needs. The area of the space had also expanded to 5 million square meters, with ponds of spiritual water, the smallest of which surpassed the artificial lake in his estate. Little spirit, what will be required for the next upgrade? Li Zixuan inquired, his curiosity piqued, for an upgrade signified that he could engage with higher-level civilizations. Master, the next upgrade necessitates that you reach the king level, possess 10,000 spirit stones, and acquire a boundary stone. The little spirit replied with endearing charm. A boundary stone? What is that? Li Zixuan asked, intrigued. Master, after the next upgrade, the space will preliminarily evolve into a small world. The boundary stone is a divine stone that stabilizes a small world to prevent collapse, the little spirit elaborated. Is it available in the trading center? Li Zixuan pondered, recalling that the center seemed to offer everything. Indeed, that's splendid. How much does it cost? 500 billion universe coins. What? 500 billion? My goodness. Is it truly that exorbitant? Li Zixuan felt a pang of distress, estimating that selling off his entire modest life would barely equate to 500 billion. It is excessive. I cannot afford it, and he is still not at the Star Master level, far from reaching the king level. It is likely that when he attains the king level, he will possess the capability to acquire it. This has also dispelled his immediate desire for a leisurely life, as he wishes to explore if there are any other functionalities. Unbeknownst to Li Zixuan, the current Yin Lingzi has already reached the pinnacle of diamond status. He has absorbed all the spiritual stones he brought back from the otherworld, and, through some clandestine methods, has captured numerous civilians to aid in his cultivation. After returning, Lucy informed her superiors of Yin Lingzi's intention to frame Hua country. However, the CIA dismissed the matter, and due to the cleansing activities in Hua country, many of their spies have vanished. At this moment, countries are grappling with the ensuing complications. Chapter 103, the third-level civilization Ramt Shaoling. Can we now connect to the third-level interstellar merchant? Li Zixuan inquired with palpable eagerness. Yes, master. Initiating connection now. Connecting. Before long, a creature with a menacing visage materialized on the screen. The reason it appeared so fearsome was due to its human-like face, yet adorned with wolfish traits. Far more grotesque than a slave wolf's fangs. Its eerie azure eyes, wolf-like snout, and prominent fangs contributed to its fearsome appearance, while its hair resembled that of a wolf. What manner of being are you? Li Zixuan asked, momentarily taken aback, using the universal language of the cosmos. You are human? I am not merely a creature. I am of the wolf clan, Ramt. The wolfish entity corrected him. Ramt? Very well. I am human, Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan had no desire to delve deeper into a discourse on species. With a nonchalant tone, he inquired, what do you have to trade? Observing Ram's battle-ready demeanor, he surmised that it might possess items capable of significantly enhancing one's strength. Oh, I have a plethora of items. Anything you require, I possess, Ram responded, invigorated by the prospect of trade. After a moment's contemplation, Li Zixuan asked, do you have the formula for evolution liquid? Oh, no. What about the T-03 mecha technology? Not available. Do you possess any weapons capable of annihilating a king-level adversary? No. Li Zixuan's dissatisfaction became apparent. Why do you have none of these? Ramt, equally perplexed, replied, it's not that I lack items. Rather, the items you seek are beyond the reach of a mere ordinary third-level interstellar merchant. Upon hearing this, Li Zixuan felt a pang of regret for having entrusted Tanada to the state, pondering that it would have been better to present Ramt instead. At least Tanada appeared more agreeable, and although merely a second-level merchant, was far superior to Ramt, who was backed by a fifth-level civilization. After some reflection, he suggested, very well, send me a list of what you have, and if I find something appealing, I shall trade with you. How does that sound? Agreed. However, upon reviewing the list, Li Zixuan's regret deepened. The offerings were indeed inferior to those of a second-level merchant. Everything on the list was also available from Tanada. Had he still been a platinum merchant, he might have found these items enticing. How much for a drop of her liquid? He inquired, not harboring much hope. As he recalled Tanada mentioning that her liquid seemed to be a product exclusive to fifth-level civilizations. However, upon hearing Ram's response, Li Zixuan's demeanor shifted. Ramt, perhaps sensing Li Zixuan's waning interest, quickly stated, 3 million for a drop. What? Li Zixuan perked up immediately, recalling that he had purchased it from Tanada for a staggering 670,000 per drop. Ramt, assuming Li Zixuan found the price exorbitant, hastily added, if you require a larger quantity, I can offer a discount. A discount, you say? Li Zixuan grew increasingly anxious, contemplating how to continue the conversation. Isn't our liquid a product of a level 5 civilization? Romp replied nonchalantly, indeed, but its origin lies on our planet. Aren't you a subordinate civilization of the level 5? Yes, Romp confirmed. Li Zixuan, puzzled, inquired further, then why are you so impoverished? No, why are your resources so scarce? Romp understood the implication behind Li Zixuan's words and responded, because our expenditures are greater, and many merchants are reluctant to trade with our wolf clan. Curiosity piqued. Li Zixuan asked, why is that? Because we are the wolf clan. What of it? Romp chose not to elaborate. Consequently, Li Zixuan turned to Xiaoling, silencing the conversation with Romp. Xiaoling, what is the story with the wolf clan? Master, the wolf clan is a damned race. At the height of their power, they commanded the galaxies, but were subsequently annihilated by a level 8 civilization. Now, the wolf clan is only permitted to exist within their home star system, and no beings of royal rank or above are allowed. Even their economy is heavily regulated, Xiaoling recounted after searching through the trading center's information repository. Li Zixuan was taken aback by this revelation, realizing that despite their current decline, the wolf clan still possessed the legacy of a level 3 civilization. However, he remained curious, asking, but how have they not been completely exterminated? Within the wolf clan, there are formidable beings residing in advanced civilizations, and the Cosmic Alliance prohibits the extinction of a race. What about the slaves? How does that fit in? Those who are enslaved have done so willingly. And when we speak of extermination, we mean the complete absence of that race in the universe. Li Zixuan continued to probe, and what of humanity? The humans of Blue Star? Xiaoling responded, after the extinction of Blue Star's humanity, there are still humans from other civilizations in the universe. Upon hearing this, Li Zixuan felt a sense of disillusionment. The extinction of Blue Star as humanity rendered any remaining humans from other cosmic civilizations irrelevant to them. Shaking his head, he decided not to dwell on the matter any longer and turned back to Romp. Romp, how much or liquid do you possess? 10,000 drops. Li Zixuan was further astonished. Although our liquid was a product of their planet, it was already under the jurisdiction of level 5 civilizations. So much. What price do you intend to sell it for per drop? Romp, seemingly indifferent to the plight of his race, replied, previously, there was more, but it has since been consumed. If you want it all, I can sell it to you for 1 million per drop. Li Zixuan, feeling helpless, responded, but I cannot muster that much money. After upgrading the space, I haven't even begun to cultivate. My account currently holds only over 860 million. This is the sum after selling all the plants during the upgrade. After a moment of contemplation, he suggested, do you need anything? If I have it, how about we trade? Romp pondered Li Zixuan's offer and replied, do you have food? A substantial amount of food. Li Zixuan was taken aback, not expecting that Romp's clan was in need of food. What do you require? Rice? Vegetables? Or meat? Meat. Preferably meat rich in energy. Li Zixuan found himself at a loss for words. Energetic meat was something he desired for himself. Instead, he only had access to ordinary meats, pork, beef, lamb, and fish. Concerned that Romp might not comprehend, he sent images of these animals. Romp appeared somewhat disheartened. They were confined to a single star system, with much of their technology seized. They had managed to avoid extermination primarily due to their formidable combat prowess. In times of war, they were often conscripted as expendable soldiers. However, their entire race was carnivorous. And with a large population, the food supply within the star system was grossly inadequate. Very well, how about 200 tons of meat for a drop of our liquid? Romp proposed. Upon hearing his words, Li Zixuan quickly shook his head, saying, that is excessive. It should be 30 tons for a drop of our liquid. Romp countered. That is too little, at least 190 tons. Li Zixuan replied, that is too much. The maximum should be 35 tons. Ultimately, the two reached an agreement to exchange 150 tons of meat for a drop of our liquid. Li Zixuan had access to freezing and preservation warehouses, allowing him to trade the 150 tons of meat in several batches, gradually accumulating the necessary amount. He then remembered that he possessed over 10,000 tons of steel and contemplated selling it to Romp. Would you be interested in steel? Chapter 104. The transaction with Romp. Do you possess it? Romp's eyes lit up upon hearing this. It was indeed a coveted item. Although it was under strict regulation, there remained numerous avenues for trade outside, and such materials were classified as strategic resources. Many weapons and equipment necessitated steel for their production. Indeed, what is the price? Li Zixuan pondered for a moment. The market price for 1 ton of iron ore was around 50,000 cosmic coins, while 1 ton of refined steel could fetch 100,000. Surely, that was not unreasonable? 100,000 cosmic coins per ton. How much? Rond exclaimed, though he was aware that steel was expensive. Li Zixuan's asking price seemed rather exorbitant. Since the dawn of technological civilization, iron ore had been mined and utilized, but as civilizations advanced, the availability of iron ore diminished. Many third- and fourth-tier civilizations found themselves devoid of such resources, resorting to external conquests, which inevitably led to warfare. Eventually, the Cosmic Alliance decreed that many primitive planets rich in iron ore be brought under their control, effectively curtailing its availability. The outcome was that while every civilization could procure iron ore from the Alliance, the quantities were invariably limited, leading interstellar merchants to inflate the prices significantly. Romt, realizing the steepness of the price, had no desire to negotiate further and stated bluntly, "It is too expensive. I cannot afford it." That won't do. If you don't purchase it, I cannot afford to hold on to it myself, Li Zixuan replied. How about this? We exchange it for a liquid. Is that truly feasible? Romt's interest piqued once more. Certainly, but 1 drop of our liquid can only be exchanged for 80 tons of steel. What do you say? 90 tons. Deal. Li Zixuan traded 520 tons of steel for 162 drops of her liquid. After the transaction, Romt expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, "The steel you provided is subpar. It should have been at least 500 tons more." Li Zixuan felt somewhat exasperated. After all, he couldn't disclose that this was already the pinnacle of purification technology on Blue Star. "I apologize, we do not place great emphasis on such matters here. However, if you could provide me with your technology, the steel I trade with you in the future could be of superior quality." Romt contemplated this. Very well. I will grant you this technology, but in the future, all transactions must be conducted solely with me. Li Zixuan was reluctant to have both Tanada and Romt in the same galaxy, knowing that their paths would inevitably cross should they both possess steel or iron ore. Which galaxy do you reside in? The Holy Ridge Galaxy. Why do you ask? Just curious. Upon learning it was not the Purple Spirit Galaxy, Li Zixuan felt a wave of relief. Romt subsequently transmitted the steel refining technology to him. Li Zixuan inquired, "Do you possess any boundary stones?" "What are those?" "I have never heard of them," Romt replied, shaking his head in confusion. "Very well. How much is the evolution liquid?" Li Zixuan recalled that Romt also sold evolution liquid and posed the question. 50 million per vial, Romt answered. Li Zixuan had 14 vials remaining. He decided to give one to each of the 8 members of Jiang Mingho's team, leaving him with 6 vials, which he intended to use for his parents. He also wanted to prepare a few for future members of the Battlestar team. However, Li Zixuan was reluctant to spend money. It seemed prudent to wait a couple of days until the steel arrived before making any trades. As for the T-03 mech, it was priced at 50 million. Upon examining the prices in the trading center, he noted that the evolution liquid was 80 million per unit, while the T-03 mech was still at 70 million for a complete set. It appeared that the trading center's prices were somewhat inflated. Had he been able to see the price of the evolution liquid earlier, he would not have suffered a loss of several billion at the hands of Tanada. Yet at that time, the space had not been upgraded, and he could only view the prices of mechs. Li Zixuan pondered that he must sell off some items, as he constantly felt the absence of universal currency. Although he possessed over 860 million, it was hardly sufficient, given that everything cost in the billions. He also wished to prepare some techniques for Jiang Mingho and the others. "What is the cost of your robotics technology?" Li Zixuan inquired. Recalling that Romt's list included such technology, and considering his factory still needed to turn a profit. 3 million, came the reply. "Not expensive. That seems a reasonable price." He acknowledged. "What about flying cars?" 50,000. "And the rebirth technology liquid?" 100,000. "What of the nutrient pods?" 50,000. "Aside from the primary agent or liquid for the enhancement liquid, do you have any other auxiliary agents?" "Yes." "What about spiritual medicine? Do you possess any?" "None." "And energy stones?" "Yes." "Not expensive. I will buy." The robotics technology was essentially for creating androids that could only serve as assistants to humans. Much like the chef robot Li Zixuan had purchased, which possessed only culinary skills and nothing beyond that. The flying cars were indeed capable of flight. Many such vehicles already existed on Blue Star, though the technology had yet to mature sufficiently for mass production or was perhaps restricted. As for the rebirth technology liquid, It was a serum capable of enabling normal individuals to regenerate severed limbs, synthesized from regenerative cells of certain animals and technological compounds. This liquid could also treat many congenital organ defects, with the exception of those whose bodies had been completely severed or lacked a head. In truth, upon reaching the Star Master level, one could already regenerate severed limbs, and it was rumored that even more advanced beings could achieve rebirth through the shedding of blood. Although the energy required for such feats was immense, the nutrient pod was the same type Li Zixuan had previously purchased, allowing one to recover rapidly to peak condition. Making it suitable for patient rehabilitation, Li Zixuan decided to make the purchase, acquiring everything except the flying car. He envisioned producing the other items within future technology. As for other high-tech weaponry, Gaming would undoubtedly be the first to engage in trade, considering Li Zixuan's limited understanding of weaponry and equipment. After concluding the transaction, Li Zixuan turned to Ront and asked, "Do you need anything? If I have it, we can trade." "Yes. Do you possess a teleportation portal?" Ront gazed at Li Zixuan with anticipation. "Alas, I do not. I wish to acquire one myself." Li Zixuan silently mused. After all, Blue Star is not a third-level civilization. And the absence of such items on Romter's list indicates that even if Romter is an interstellar merchant of a third-level civilization, he is still unable to procure them. At this moment, he questioned himself, does he truly believe he, Li Zixuan, could acquire them? Very well, I demand meat, copious amounts of it, as well as steel. Alternatively, iron or would suffice, as your steel smelting technology is woefully inadequate. Very well. I shall prepare these for you shortly and will contact you. What is the hardest metal you possess? Is it capable of forging a suit of mecha? Previously, he had contemplated obtaining some rare metals. But after handing over the task to Tanada, Li Zixuan ceased to consider it further. However, upon noticing that Romter had T-03 mechas for sale, Li Zixuan yearned to craft a suit of mecha from the hardest metal available. Indeed, the T-03 mecha I offer is a nanomecha synthesized from the hardest metals. Chapter 105, The War God Zeus. Really? Please send over the parameters for me to examine, Li Zixuan exclaimed with excitement. Upon reviewing the specifications, his delight intensified. With this set of armor, he could contend with Star Master level warriors. This extraordinary metal, XG, surpasses vibranium in strength, capable of withstanding heavy artillery and conventional missile assaults. Its inherent shock resistance completely safeguards the occupant from harm. In close combat, it can manifest a battle blade, slicing through steel as if it were mere clay. For ranged attacks, it boasts an electromagnetic railgun, energy cannons, and laser guns. Furthermore, it incorporates advanced space folding technology, with energy reserves enabling the armor to sustain continuous operation for 72 hours, accommodating items not exceeding 100 cubic units. It can bear a weight of up to 150 tons and remains unaffected at temperatures soaring to 3,000 degrees or plummeting to 500 degrees. And all this comes at a mere price of 50 million. That is utterly a bargain. Ramit, is there anything better than this? Indeed. Is that so? Yes. The War God. Built upon the foundation of T-03, it is twice as powerful and capable of battling royal-level beings. However, there is one drawback. What flaw? Li Zixuan inquired eagerly. Only citizens of the Wolf clan are permitted to possess it, Ramit stated, fixing his gaze on Li Zixuan. What do you mean? Are you suggesting I betray my own race? You have nothing to sell? None. I only have one set. Damn. What a letdown. I was so hopeful. Yet, Li Zixuan, undeterred, insisted, offer me a set for 300 million. In the future, I will trade steel and other materials with you. Ramit displayed a pained expression. And at that moment, Li Zixuan nearly wished to confront him. This fellow is not as naive as he appears. It is understandable, without a shrewd mind. One cannot thrive as an interstellar merchant. Speak, what must I do to facilitate this transaction? Li Zixuan was deeply yearning for the so-called war god. Nevertheless, he added, as long as it is reasonable, I will purchase it. All right, I can gift you a set, but you must agree to one condition. What do you mean? Are you trying to make me indebted to you? Li Zixuan pondered silently. He then asked aloud, what is the condition? Ramit hesitated momentarily before articulating. It is not too difficult. Once you acquire the capability, simply assist the Wolf clan. Damn, it seems this old fellow has grand ambitions. Li Zixuan was taken aback. It appears this individual is not new to such dealings. Bestowing a set of the war god to the presently weak Li Zixuan is a tremendous profit, but what of the future? If he were to ascend to the pinnacle of the universe, A mere word from him could elevate the Wolf clan from a level 3 civilization to a level 4 civilization, or even higher. Conversely, should Li Zixuan ultimately vanish into obscurity, they would only lose a single set of armor. Even if this armor can contend with royal-level warriors, it merely holds the potential to do so. Li Zixuan spoke softly. No, you merely offer a set of mechas and expect a promise from me. Although it may seem that I have gained an advantage now, my future accomplishments will undoubtedly be remarkable, though I am still rather weak at the moment. My training has only spanned a little over a year. Moreover, with the space of the ring, I shall only grow stronger. It is merely a matter of time. How old are you? How long have you been training? Ram suddenly posed a question. Although Li Zixuan's realm was indiscernible, Ram's instincts as a member of the Wolf clan sensed that Li Zixuan had indeed engaged in cultivation. Li Zixuan replied candidly, I am not yet 27, and I have been training for 2 years. I am on the brink of reaching the Star Master level. Romp was taken aback. At only 27 years of age, Li Zixuan was on the verge of achieving the Star Master level, and he was already a level 3 interstellar merchant. Such a feat was nearly unheard of even in a level 5 civilization, where individuals typically reached maturity around their 30s and only gradually attained the Star Master level, with a few exceptions for prodigies. Furthermore, becoming an interstellar merchant required registration, and not all races could attain such status. Often, only one individual from a race would be selected for this honor. In comparison, a Star Master at the age of 27 was not particularly remarkable. However, when both distinctions appeared in a single individual, it bordered on incredulity. Unbeknownst to him, Li Zixuan was indeed a unique entity. Rump scrutinized Li Zixuan once more. I can gift you a set of the War God model, and in our future dealings, I shall offer you a discount of 20% in exchange for your future assistance to the Wolf clan. What do you say? 30%. 2 sets of the War God model. Li Zixuan pondered for a moment before responding. Agreed. That seems a bit less. Li Zixuan felt a twinge of discomfort, surprised by Rom's swift agreement. However, he thought it best to set aside future matters for another time. If such a day were to come, assisting the Wolf clan would not be out of the question. Ront, how many sets of the T-03 mecha do you currently possess? Li Zixuan intended to purchase several sets, thereby equipping his team with combat power comparable to that of a Star Master. Only 5 sets. 5 sets. But I wish to acquire 9. It seems I will have to wait a few days. I can have 9 sets ready by tomorrow. Very well. Li Zixuan had anticipated a longer wait. Ront initiated the transaction, and 2 bracelets materialized before Li Zixuan. He quickly concluded the conversation with Ront, eager to examine the War God model. Upon exiting the spatial realm and arriving at his office, he donned one of the bracelets on his left wrist. Almost immediately, Li Zixuan felt a connection with the bracelet. He twisted his wrist, yet there was no response. What is happening? There is no instruction manual. Li Zixuan scrutinized the bracelet until he uttered, open. In an instant, the bracelet enveloped Li Zixuan's entire being like a silvery liquid. Is this intelligent? I am here to serve you, sir, with identification number ZS0089644175. Indeed. Is it already number 0089644175? Li Zixuan pondered silently. He then inquired, can I change the name? Certainly, sir. Reflecting on Jarvis from Iron Man, Li Zixuan thought he needed a more imposing name. Thus, he proclaimed, let it be Zeus. Very well, sir. Name change successful. Zeus is at your service. Quite impressive. Li Zixuan felt that although his body was encased in the exosuit, it was enveloped in a layer of energy that separated him from the machine. He gently clenched his fist, raised his hand, and moved his legs, discovering that it did not possess the cumbersome weight of the T-02, nor did it emit the jarring sounds of metal clashing. The entire nanotech exosuit felt only slightly heavier than a cotton-padded jacket. Zeus, please provide an overview of your capabilities. Chapter 106, The Might of Zeus. Very well, sir. This set of armor, produced by the Wolf clan's YUDI garden, weighs a total of 1.5 kilograms, boasts a maximum flight speed of 28 Mach, a maximum payload of 245 tons, and can sustain power for up to 110 hours. Its defensive capabilities can withstand up to 35 million tons. With a spatial capacity of 220 cubic meters, it is equipped with an array of long-range weaponry, including an electromagnetic interference cannon, an electromagnetic rail gun, an electromagnetic rapid-fire cannon, a neutron cannon, a laser gun, an electromagnetic net, and a laser paralysis gun, all capable of inflicting a maximum damage of 75 million tons. In close combat, it features the XG synthetic vibrating gold combat knife, which can be energized. Li Zixuan, upon hearing this, couldn't help but marvel at the destructive power contained within such a compact device. He was curious to see what lay within. Zeus, what happens if the energy runs out? Rest assured, sir, as long as there is access to electrical energy, nuclear energy, or spiritual energy, the power can be rapidly restored. That's reassuring. Also, what does it mean for the combat knife to be energized? Li Zixuan inquired. It means, sir, that you can channel the energy within your body into the knife, thereby augmenting its damage potential. I see. And what do the figures of 35 million tons for defense and 75 million tons for damage signify? These values are based on the calculations used on your planet, Blue Star. A defense of 35 million tons equates to the impact force generated by an explosion equivalent to 35 million tons of TNT. The same applies to the attack damage of 75 million tons. Is it truly that formidable? It could rival a sovereign-level powerhouse. No, wait, that may not suffice. Once the sovereign-level domain is activated, the surroundings become an area under their control, rendering it ineffectual. It appears I must remain cautious, however. It should suffice against Star Master-level strongholds. Clad in the war god armor, Li Zixuan gazed at his reflection in the bathroom mirror. The entire suit was silver, though he found it somewhat unappealing. Zeus, can it change color? Indeed, sir. You may allow me to approach your forehead, which will enable me to read your commands more swiftly. After a moment's contemplation, Li Zixuan acquiesced. Very well. Although Zeus was an intelligent AI, it possessed an essence within the war god unit. While it could access information like Jarvis, if the war god were to be destroyed, or if the bracelet were compromised, it would cease to exist as well. He noticed launch ports on his shoulders, arms, back, and legs. Though modest in size, they emanated a sense of danger. At this moment, Li Zixuan's confidence surged. He felt an overwhelming urge to rush to Base 1 and engage in combat with those of other races. Previously, he had thought that, despite donning the war god armor, his diamond-level status might not be enough to contend with peak Star Masters. However, after acclimating to Zeus's capabilities, his confidence blossomed. The strength of a Star Master lies not only in their destructive power but also in their reflexes and physical coordination. Even at the silver level, one can perceive the trajectory of a bullet. The brain may issue a command to evade, yet the body struggles to comply. Li Zixuan initially shared this sentiment. However, when Zeus made contact with his forehead, even if his body did not synchronize with the rhythm, Zeus adeptly maneuvered the mech to guide Zixuan in evading obstacles. The mech's inherent thermal sensing system, automatic targeting and locking mechanism, terrain mapping capabilities, and danger perception systems captivated Zixuan, making it an object of his affection. Regrettably, this marvel was ineffective against royal-level threats, serving merely as a defensive armor, and its efficacy remained uncertain. Zeus, disengage, Zixuan thought, and without uttering a word, Zeus could decipher the cerebral command emanating from Zixuan's mind. It flowed back to his wrist like a stream of quicksilver, transforming into a bracelet. He then collected the robot, nutrient pod, and resurrection technology, departing the premises. Summoning Qi Long, he entrusted him with 3 USB drives. Qi Long, inherently an intelligent robot, was initially intended to oversee the other robots. However, Zixuan had since delegated numerous tasks to him. It learned rapidly and was obedient, often appearing at Zixuan's side the moment he arrived, ever ready to assist. Zixuan planned to entrust this advanced technology to Qi Long for management, as the production of metallic hydrogen batteries and T-01 mechas had yet to utilize 2 workshops. Moreover, Zixuan had 5 similar workshops at his disposal. With this in mind, he traded with Romp to acquire resurrection technology, nutrient pods, and robotic manufacturing equipment. Unfortunately, these would not arrive until the next day. However, he was fortunate that the required materials were plentiful in Huagua. The entirety of this future technology revolved around robotics, alleviating concerns over security. Once the products were ready, he could simply consult Jiang Mingho, whose mother was a merchant, thus placing his faith in their family for future dealings, especially since the heir of the Jiang family was in his hands. Yet, Zixuan found himself in a quandary regarding the production of D-grade enhancement liquid. He contemplated abandoning it, but having already purchased the formula and signed a contract with Tianhao, he hesitated. The thought of production lingered, yet many materials needed to be procured from the trading center, coupled with potential side effects. It appeared he would need to consult Romp the following day to see if he possessed any medicinal herbs that could mitigate the adverse effects. Additionally, he intended to trade for the spiritual stones he possessed. Upon departing the factory, he drove to the mobile phone city, purchasing 100 phones and 200 power banks in one go. Others assumed he was merely stocking up. However, this approach minimized his troubles. The myriad of little sprites in his space desired smartphones and music, compelling Zishuan to indulge them. Their adorableness made it difficult for him to utter a harsh word. Their tearful expressions of distress left him feeling entirely at fault. Upon returning to the factory, Zishuan instructed the robotic staff to download and charge the devices. The volume was overwhelming, and he was reluctant to undertake the task himself. He even enlisted a robot to retrofit a hydrogen battery to facilitate mobile phone charging, thus alleviating the frequent need for Zishuan to provide them with power. At this moment, Boss Lu delivered the seeds and saplings. After watching the truck depart from the factory premises, Li Zishuan waved and gathered everything up. He then took his fully charged mobile phone, power bank, and a hydrogen energy battery before slipping into the space, unperturbed by the presence of any robots. Meanwhile, the little sprites were intently gazing at the pile of seeds and saplings, engaged in spirited discussions about them. However, upon noticing Li Zishuan approaching with items in hand, the sprites excitedly flocked around him. They had previously expressed their desire for mobile phones, and to their delight, Li Zishuan had indeed fulfilled his promise and brought them along. Chapter 107. A new transaction. Li Zishuan pressed his hand down to quiet the little sprites. Look at all this. Do you like it? Yes. Quickly show us. Li Zishuan revealed his phone, power bank, and that hydrogen energy battery, explaining their usage to the eager sprites. With a smile, he addressed the adorable creatures, this time. You must work diligently. Otherwise, I shall cease bringing my phone for you to admire. Rest assured, master. Indeed, we shall work hard. Yes, me too. Hearing their enthusiastic responses, Li Zishuan felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. With nothing pressing to attend to, he decided against venturing outside, instead opting to cultivate within his own space. This place is splendid. It is filled with spiritual energy, and time is abundant. When I tire from cultivation, I can simply watch the sprites at work, which lifts my spirits considerably. Outside, the robots appeared as lifeless wooden figures, engrossed in their individual tasks, devoid of any communication. He found solace in their silence. For the thought of witnessing two robots whispering sweet nothings to one another filled him with trepidation, not out of fear of betrayal, but rather the concern of them creating a robotic offspring. The following day, Li Zishuan submitted the steel smelting technology, hoping that the steel production capabilities of Huagua would eventually reach the level of a Type 3 civilization. He prepared to call Jiang Mingho, intending to delegate matters regarding the meat supply to his mother. However, he inadvertently dialed Shun Ryu instead. Darling, my love, I miss you. I miss you too. Yet, as soon as Shun Ryu uttered those words, Li Zishuan detected Jiang Mingho's voice in the background. Isn't that a bit mushy? Ignoring Jiang Mingho's teasing, Li Zishuan continued his conversation with Shun Ryu. How have you been these past few days? My love, I have managed to adapt. After conversing with Shun Ryu for a while, she passed the phone to Jiang Mingho. Chuanzi, what are you up to? Are you busy? Not at all. We are currently en route to another city. Let me tell you. Jiang Mingho began recounting recent events. Li Zishuan quickly interrupted. Wait. Have you informed your family about this? What matter? Li Zishuan sighed in exasperation. About your joining the special department. Oh, I mentioned it. But my mother insisted I return home, which I declined. Jiang Mingho's voice trailed off, revealing his reluctance. Evidently, his mother was displeased. And Li Zishuan felt a pang of guilt. You should return next week. That's not feasible. We plan to sweep across the nation this month. Jiang Mingho replied, his tone disgruntled. Sweep across the nation? Leave the rest to others. You must return next week. This is an order. Li Zishuan paused before adding, I have something good for you. Really? In that case, shall we return tomorrow? Jiang Mingho, upon hearing of something valuable, hurried back to take a look. Please relay my message to Shin Ryu and Chen Huafeng, and do exercise caution. Additionally, inquire with your mother if she could assist me in procuring meat. Tens of thousands of tons would suffice, preferably chicken, duck, fish, and beef. Jiang Mingho was somewhat astonished. Is that truly necessary? What for? That is not for you to concern yourself with. I will transfer 3 billion to you now. After ending the call, Li Zishuan promptly transferred 30 billion to Jiang Mingho, which would likely amount to around 100,000 tons. Engaging in discussions with Rant regarding the purchase of our liquid at a rate of 150 tons per drop, along with 1 million tons of meat. was indeed formidable. However, he could procure items from ROMT at a 30% discount, an advantageous arrangement. Initially, he thought the 1 billion the government provided would suffice for a considerable duration, yet it appeared inadequate. He needed to expedite the promotion of future technological products. And it seemed he would have to wait for Jiang Mingho and others to return. Li Zixuan intended to visit Jiang Mingho's parents, hoping to collaborate with his mother. This way, the products from future technology could be directly represented by their family. In the blink of an eye, the following day arrived, marking the commencement of the second transaction between ROMT and Li Zixuan. As soon as ROMT spotted Li Zixuan, he eagerly exclaimed, "I have prepared 9 sets of T03 for you. Would you like them now?" "Absolutely." Li Zixuan responded affirmatively. The original price of 450 million had now been reduced to 315 million, although his supply of cosmic currency was dwindling. The opportunity was too good to pass up. Li Zixuan completed the payment in cosmic currency and was pleased as he watched the 9 sets of clothing being transmitted. While the T03 was not as formidable as the War God, it was nonetheless commendable. 1 set for each of Jiang Mingho's 8 companions, plus a spare. "How many energy stones do you possess?" ROMT inquired curiously. "I have over 4,000. Do you have an interest in these?" "Indeed. How do you plan to sell them?" 500 cosmic coins each. What do you think?" ROMT asked uncertainly. While energy stones could be utilized in technological civilizations, they were primarily a product of the cultivation civilization. The wolf tribe nearby belonged to a secondary cultivation civilization, allowing for frequent exchanges. However, when converted to cosmic currency, each energy stone could only be exchanged for 50 cosmic coins. Unbeknownst to Li Zixuan, this was the rate. He merely noted that the trading center listed spiritual stones at 100 cosmic coins each. That is excessive. 50 cosmic coins each. After considering it, ROMT felt it was too much of a loss. If he were to calculate 50 each for Li Zixuan, even with a 30% discount, he would still incur a deficit. No, at the very least, it must be 55 cosmic coins each, and without that 30% discount. Agreed. Then let us finalize this arrangement. In the future, whenever you have energy stones, you may come to me for trading. Really? ROMT exclaimed, surprised. Although energy stones were indeed scarce, the cultivation civilization did not lack them, as they could regenerate energy stone deposits. Truly, Li Zixuan continued. Do you possess a solution for the side effects of low-grade enhancement liquid? Low-grade? That stuff is worthless. Upon concluding his statement, ROMT wore an expression of disdain. You might wonder if there exists a solution. Alas, there is none. The enhancement liquid is inherently a potion designed to augment the body. And even the raw essence carries side effects, let alone its diluted form. However, there is a method pertaining to the most rudimentary level, ROMT replied. What do you mean? Li Zixuan felt a twinge of disappointment at first, but his curiosity was reignited by ROMT's words. The lowest grade enhancement liquid, after all, contains no trace of the liquid. It merely substitutes with other compounds of similar properties. Reflecting on ROMT's explanation, Li Zixuan recalled the formulation of the D-grade enhancement liquid, which similarly lacked any semblance of the so-called R liquid. Do you possess a solution? Indeed. By introducing an additional substance, one could eliminate the sensation of pain. However, in the cosmos, no one is inclined to pursue such a course of action. Why is that? Chapter 108. The return of the group. ROMT responded with a certain seriousness, stating that the path of cultivation should inherently involve the courage to confront challenges and endure hardships. That seems reasonable. However, his motivation was profit. If the pain was excessive, no one would purchase the product, rendering even the most effective remedy futile. Do you have those materials? The most basic ones, along with the type of medicine you mentioned, include them all. Yes. How much do you require? Whenever business was brought into the conversation, Li Zixuan perceived that ROMT was akin to Tanada, exhibiting an excessive enthusiasm. 100 million. Is that feasible? Such a quantity? Indeed. However, the price. Consider this carefully. We have many collaborations ahead. Li Zixuan interjected. Very well, for 100 million. I shall require 500 million. But Li Zixuan couldn't afford that. He currently possessed only a little over 340 million. Then prepare yourself. In a week's time, I shall conduct the transaction with you. For now, Li Zixuan could only hope that the steel from Feng Hai would arrive, allowing him to engage in exchanges. All right. After concluding the exchange of energy stones, the conversation ended. Gazing at the 570 spirit stones, Li Zixuan felt a surge of joy. For the next transaction, Rom would likely need to produce an even greater quantity of spirit stones. Now, with over 6,000 spirit stones at his disposal, Li Zixuan intended to devote himself to diligent cultivation. Time passed swiftly, and a week had elapsed. During this interval, Li Zixuan immersed himself in cultivation within the spatial realm, elevating his level from Diamond Stage 6 to its pinnacle. He sensed that a breakthrough could occur at any moment. Upon exiting the spatial realm, Li Zixuan collected all the steel sent over by Feng Hai into the space for later trade with Ront. However, the meat delivery appeared to be only about 5,000 tons. 2 days prior, he had already received a batch into the space, uncertain of how much more had arrived in the last 2 days. Throughout the week, significant production of metal hydrogen batteries and T-01 mechs had transpired, all of which had been dispatched by Guming. Even robots, nutrient chambers, and resurrection technology liquids had been produced in substantial quantities, yet they were piled in the warehouse, awaiting the return of Jiang Mingho and his companions to discuss matters with his mother. Checking the time, it was evident that Jiang Mingho and the others would return soon. Li Zixuan proceeded to the adjacent warehouse to store over 1,000 tons of meat into the space before driving home. Shortly after his return to the estate, Jiang Mingho and his 8 companions arrived. Honey, before the car had fully come to a halt, Shenryu leaped out and dashed toward Li Zixuan. Wife, I missed you terribly. Li Zixuan embraced the rushing Shenryu, taking a moment to observe her closely. Looking at the others, Chen Huafeng and the 5 did not seem to have changed much. Yet Shenryu and her companions, despite appearing spirited, bore traces of fatigue. Once inside, Li Zixuan summoned the servants to serve tea. The group settled down to recount their experiences over the past few days. Their initial destination had been Yun Province. Due to its proximity to the border, plagued by numerous dark forces, the 8 of them established contact with the local police and, within a mere 2 days, eradicated all threatening factions. Among the resisting cultivators, most were eliminated on the spot, and many were apprehended. Shenryu and her companions witnessed the dark side of society during that massacre. Despite their preparedness, the horrific scene made them feel nauseous and tremble with discomfort. However, they quickly regained their composure. Their ordeal was further compounded by Li Zixuan's phone calls, which had them scurrying about for nearly 10 consecutive days, with little time to rest. Fortunately, their mastery at the pinnacle of the platinum level enabled them to endure. The reason Li Zixuan summoned them back was twofold. First, the higher-ups had cultivated more practitioners, many of whom were newcomers in need of blood and fire to forge their resilience. Second, Li Zixuan intended for them to rest for 2 days before heading to Base 1 to confront the alien foes. This approach would lessen their casualties when the passage reopened a year later, as the enemy would lack a high-end combat force. Xuanzi, what is this good thing you mentioned? Jiang Mingho inquired eagerly as their conversation began to wind down. The others turned their attention to Li Zixuan as well. After a moment's contemplation, Li Zixuan replied, There are 2 matters to discuss. Firstly, the higher-ups have decided to separate our group, establishing it as the Battlestar team, which will report directly to 3 leaders. He paused to gauge their reactions, noting their excitement without any apparent concern for the challenges that lay ahead. Secondly, I plan to provide each of you 8 individuals with a set of mechas, which will grant you power comparable to that of the Stellar Apex. Seeing the excitement on their faces, Li Zixuan couldn't help but add, although these mechas will elevate your capabilities to that of stellar-level warriors, it is important to remember that you would still be at a disadvantage. After all, there is a 2-tier gap, and you are still merely at the pinnacle of platinum. Chen Huafeng remarked, That is still quite an improvement. At least we can survive against stellar-level subordinates. Indeed, the other 4 agreed, while Shenryu and her companions remained somewhat perplexed. Li Zixuan took it upon himself to clarify. Advancements in realm encompass various aspects. The reflexes, speed, and strength of a stellar-level warrior surpass those at the diamond pinnacle by hundreds of times, and even thousands or tens of thousands compared to those at the platinum pinnacle. Even if you don the mechas, you would only be able to withstand stellar-level damage for a mere minute or 2. After that, the mechas would succumb to such harm. Do you understand? Oh, now I see what you mean. The 3 of them nodded in understanding. Li Zixuan then produced 8 suits, instructing them to wear them, as each contained an intelligent AI that could transform into mecha form once they became proficient. Take your time to adapt, he said. Chen Huafeng and the others can stay in the nearby villa. We shall dine together in the evening. With that, Li Zixuan swiftly entered his room, where he connected with Ront. Ront, are you ready? Yes. I have 32,000 tons of steel and 6,000 tons of meat. Do you intend to pay for everything with your liquid? Without hesitation, Ram agreed. Yes. Is that not permissible? No, that is not the case. It is merely that I currently possess a limited amount of cosmic currency. I was wondering if I might exchange your 100 million units of medicinal herbs for steel or meat. Is that agreeable? Very well, let us proceed with the transaction. 32,000 tons of steel, coupled with a discount, can be traded for 461 units of our liquid, adding the 161 units previously acquired. He would then possess a total of 622 units of our liquid, sufficient for an extended period. Furthermore, the nation is engaged in trade with Tanada, which will likely yield even more resources, rendering his support unnecessary. The 6,000 tons of meat, even with the discount, can only be exchanged for 52 units of our liquid, amounting to a mere 52 million cosmic currency, insufficient to procure the 100 million units of herbs. Ramt also recognized this predicament, gazing at Li Zixuan in anticipation of his response. Chapter 109. Venturing out at midnight to borrow items. Provide me with 300 vials of her serum, along with all the medicinal materials, and I shall exchange them for steel and meat, in addition to a further 300 million. What do you say? Agreed. Thus, the transaction was completed. Li Zixuan found himself in possession of merely 461 vials of her serum, and his universe coins dwindled to a mere 43 million. He gazed at the backpack, aware that it brimmed with medicinal materials. Upon sensing its contents, he discovered a spacious 5,000 cubic units, meticulously filled with organized herbs. Ramter, how much does a spatial folding backpack cost? What size do you require? Approximately 500 cubic units each. 180,000 each. Significantly cheaper than at Tanada's. I already own one backpack. Yet I did not anticipate Ramter's generosity in selling me the medicinal materials and gifting me a 5,000 cubic unit backpack. It seems this backpack will serve splendidly as a storage unit. I shall purchase 8. Very well. Thus, he expended 1,008,000 to acquire 8 backpacks, intending to equip each of his companions with one. He had previously given Zhang Xiangdong 10, and he anticipated possibly trading for more from Tanada in the future. Yet, Li Zixuan was confident that no other department exhibited such extravagance and generosity. However, his universe coins had significantly diminished. Observing his account, which now held a mere 24 million points, he felt a tremor of anxiety. It seemed that living a modest life was no longer feasible. Upon concluding the transaction, he observed the sprites within the space, some frolicking joyfully, others diligently toiling, creating a scene of tranquility. Returning to the house, he stepped outside, using his mental senses to locate them effortlessly. Currently, Li Zixuan's mental range extended to 80 meters, and he estimated that upon breaking through, he would reach 100 meters. Noticing the 8 individuals practicing in the courtyard, Li Zixuan recalled the spirit stones buried in the earth. He possessed 570 spirit stones and decided to extract 570 for their cultivation, as he was not lacking at present. He arranged for another transaction with Ramter in half a month. During this period, Li Zixuan aimed to accumulate more universe coins. As he approached, the 8 individuals opened their eyes to regard Li Zixuan. Without further ado, he presented the 8 backpacks, stating, "These are for you, one for each." Chen Huafeng and his 5 companions beamed with joy, well aware of the backpack's miraculous capabilities. It was the very item Li Zixuan had employed to store numerous biological remains during his time in the other world. Li Zixuan then produced 570 spirit stones, distributing 50 to each person, while he waved his hand to scatter the remaining 170 into the open ground. The surrounding air swiftly filled with spiritual energy, and even the vegetable seeds in the soil began to show signs of sprouting in Li Zixuan's mental perception. Li Zixuan also took a moment to mentor the 8 individuals in their cultivation. That evening, they dined together, after which Chen Huafeng and his companions retreated to the adjacent villa for further practice. Li Zixuan, filled with anticipation, could not wait to embrace Shinryu as they ascended the stairs. The longing of over 10 days transformed into fervent energy, and their evening together extended from 7 o'clock until midnight. The 5 hours in between are left to your imagination. Once Shinryu had fallen asleep, Li Zixuan discreetly exited the estate. Zeus. Present, sir. The mech swiftly enveloped Li Zixuan, transforming into a visage reminiscent of a black individual, and activated the radar cloaking system. Within mere minutes, Li Zixuan arrived in Australia, a nation that occupies an entire continent and serves as a significant member of the European Union. His objective was precisely here. for this land boasted the richest deposits of iron ore on the entire blue star. Zeus, locate the nearest iron mine to me. Understood, sir. Please proceed according to the map. An arrow symbol materialized on the ground ahead of Li Zixuan, guiding him towards the vicinity of a mine. By this time, it was already past 2 in the morning in Australia, and apart from the security personnel, the entire mining area lay in slumber. Zeus, activate the invisibility function. Invisibility function activated. Even if Li Zixuan stood right before others, he would remain unseen. He swiftly entered the mining area, commencing his extraction. For the iron ore that had already been mined, he collected only half. Mindful that this was not a time for hostility, leaving some behind ensured that the owner would not resort to despair. Thus, as dawn approached, Li Zixuan prepared to return. Given the inherent speed of the mech, coupled with his relentless harvesting, within just 4 or 5 hours, he had either been collecting iron ore or traveling toward it. He had nearly traversed the entirety of Australia, even quietly observing the inventories of numerous steel mills. Gazing at Australia from above, he mused silently. Consider this a loan from you. When I grow stronger, I shall repay you, with a modicum of interest. He decided to sell half of his bounty on the space trading platform, as the quantity was overwhelming. Even selling half would still leave him with 13 million tons of iron ore and 3 million tons of steel. This was merely due to his cautious approach of not completely depleting the resources, which could incite chaos. Unbeknownst to Li Zixuan, while he reveled in his burgeoning wealth, turmoil had already erupted in Australia. Security personnel in the monitoring room discovered that half of the steel and iron ore had vanished. Reports escalated through the ranks, triggering widespread panic across the nation. After all, it had been scarcely over a month since the incident involving the small nation, which had initially brought joy but now cast a shadow over their own circumstances. When the high-ranking officials learned of the situation, they merely exchanged knowing smiles. Fully aware that Li Zixuan was behind it, they were also cognizant of his recent purchases of steel and meat. This illustrated that even after relinquishing the trade of Tanada to the state, Li Zixuan could still engage in commerce with other civilizations. Yet, the officials chose to turn a blind eye, for Li Zixuan had not committed any actions detrimental to the nation. Indeed, what he had done in Australia was not egregious, as he had only taken half and left the rest untouched. Meanwhile, Li Zixuan was exuberant in his newfound prosperity. Initially hesitant to share Blue Star's resources with other civilizations, he could not resist the allure once he savored the sweetness of success, exclaiming, "How delightful!" Upon observing the balance, it had transformed into a staggering total of 34,576,002,845 cosmic coins, an astounding sum of over 3.4 billion. This abundance could easily facilitate the arrangement of cultivation techniques for the 8 members of Jiang Mingho's group. Inspired by this thought, he proceeded to the kitchen. Upon exiting the spatial realm, he realized that everyone remained fast asleep. The clock indicated it was only a little past 5. Filled with joy, Li Zixuan decided to personally prepare a sumptuous breakfast. With all the necessary ingredients at home, he busied himself in the kitchen. An hour later, as everyone began to stir, Li Zixuan called them all to gather for the meal. Last night, both Langia and Yimao had returned as well. Li Zixuan held no prejudice against them. Despite their status as slaves, rather, he invited them to join in the feast. While the elevation of their cultivation realms had gradually diminished their desires for food, they remained human, unwilling to forsake the deeply ingrained habits passed down through generations. Chapter 110, The Transmission of Cultivation Techniques After a Delightful Breakfast. Li Zixuan summoned everyone to the courtyard, which had been transformed into a spacious pavilion by the landscaping robots. The servant robots brought forth an array of fruits. Upon glancing at the eager faces of his companions, Li Zixuan spoke. "Today, I intend to guide you in the cultivation techniques." "Really? I have awaited this day for far too long," Jiang Mingho exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement upon hearing Li Zixuan's words. "Very well, please wait a moment." Li Zixuan adjusted the interface for the cultivation techniques, filtering out those above 5 billion. While techniques exceeding this threshold were indeed exceptional, enabling practitioners to reach higher realms, they also presented significantly greater challenges. For instance, with the Abyssal Chaos Sutra that Li Zixuan practiced, he had only attained the pinnacle of the 5th layer, corresponding to his diamond peak. Should he break through to the 6th layer, he would ascend to the Star Sovereign level. Presently, he possessed just over 300 billion. And if all 8 individuals opted for techniques around 4.5 billion, he would find himself unable to afford them. Contemplating this, Li Zixuan addressed the group. The first 50 techniques you see can lead to remarkably high realms, nearly unmatched throughout the universe. However, the difficulty of cultivation is equally formidable. Jiang Mingho inquired. What are the various realms? Above Diamond is Star Master, followed by King, Emperor, and Sovereign levels. As for the realm beyond Sovereign, I cannot say, Li Zixuan replied. Even though the technique I practice is among the most elite, I have yet to reach that realm, and thus I cannot describe it or name it. Give this careful thought. Peruse the descriptions accompanying each technique to find one that suits you. Such diligence will yield far greater results. With that, Li Zixuan settled down to wait, offering no further reminders even to Shin Ruyu and Jiang Mingho. Indeed, Li Zixuan spoke the truth. The exorbitant cost of techniques exceeding 5 billion was primarily due to their creators. Take the Abyssal Chaos Sutra, for example. Its originator was among the pinnacle of cosmic powerhouses, and is one of the mightiest beings in the universe. The value of his cultivation technique was justifiably high. Yet, there existed techniques priced below 5 billion that could also lead to such realms. However, those who crafted them were often less renowned and had not personally attained those heights. Furthermore, even though Li Zixuan practiced the Abyssal Chaos Sutra, his potential achievements would merely mirror those of its original creator, and he would inevitably be outmatched in combat. After all, a technique is inherently more suited to its creator. Li Zixuan surmised that, upon reaching a certain advanced stage, one would need to devise their own techniques tailored to their individual circumstances to unleash greater combat prowess. Have you made your selections? Li Zixuan inquired as he observed the 8 individuals choosing their techniques. Yes, we have made our choices, they all affirmed with nods. Let me take a look. Li Zixuan glanced at the martial arts chosen by the 8 individuals. Shinryu had opted for the Qinglian Sword Classic, which aligned perfectly with her practiced swordsmanship and agility. Wang Jiai selected the Sanyuan Secret Sect, while Jiang Mingho chose the Celestial Divine Secret. The 5 individuals, Chen Huafeng among them, opted for the 5 Elements canon. With Chen Huafeng specializing in the Earth chapter, Tang Yu in the Metal chapter, Tang Xiaoyang in the Fire chapter, Chen Xiaoxiu in the Wood chapter, and Wang Yang in the Water chapter. Although these 5 focused on different chapters, their combined efforts made it feasible to engage in battles beyond their level. Upon reviewing the prices, he found them reasonable, merely 53 billion. After completing the transaction, he distributed the martial arts texts to them. Each of the 5, Chen Huafeng, in particular, possessed 2 texts, one for primary cultivation and another for secondary practice. Li Zixuan then spent an additional 31 million to procure martial techniques and agility skills for them. His account now held 15 billion, and with the absence of significant expenditures, it should suffice for some time. He instructed Jiang Mingho to inform his mother, as he planned to visit his parents the following day and decided against purchasing more meat, which took up too much space and had an overpowering odor that the little sprites disliked. Moreover, it held little value. As for the liquid, Li Zixuan resolved not to acquire any more, realizing that despite purchasing in bulk, the number of relatives and friends worth enhancing with the liquid barely exceeded 30. The remainder would depend on how many individuals he could recruit for his combat team in the future. After all, there was no stipulated limit on personnel from the leadership. He let them train in the pavilion while he stepped aside to call Zhang Xiangdong. What brings you to call, kid? As soon as Li Zixuan heard Zhang Xiangdong's tone, he sensed something was amiss. Are you busy? Nonsense. It's your issue, isn't it? Do you think no one knows what you're up to in Australia? If it weren't for the higher-ups saying to leave it be, I would have called you long ago. Zhang Xiangdong exclaimed, visibly frustrated. Li Zixuan felt a bit embarrassed, having not anticipated being discovered. I was just about to report back to you. Do you think I believe that? Speak. What else is on your mind? Zhang Xiangdong huffed, his displeasure evident. His frustration was not intentional. He worried for Li Zixuan, who, at only 27, was in a phase of youthful exuberance. If he engaged in reckless actions, it could create considerable embarrassment for the higher authorities. After all, Li Zixuan had contributed significantly to the nation, and any extreme actions could lead to a conflict with the state. Zhang Xiangdong dared not contemplate the consequences. Upon hearing Zhang Xiangdong's words, Li Zixuan reflected on these concerns. Yet his reckless actions stemmed from a lack of universal currency. He assured himself that he would not act indiscriminately on the homeland's territory, for this was his foundation. He chose not to dwell on this matter further, understanding that many things must be acted upon. Director Zhang, please calm down, don't let it affect your mood. I was merely inquiring how many have broken through to the Starshine level. Is it possible to eliminate those foreign beings in front of base 1? Zhang Xiangdong raised an eyebrow, his tone softening. Do you think so too? Li Zixuan replied, indeed. I am contemplating that in a year. An inevitable confrontation with them looms ahead. It is prudent to eliminate those foreign adversaries now. After all, with one less formidable foe, our casualties will be diminished when the time comes. Zhang Xiangdong pondered for a moment. Yes, preparations are already underway. The commanders of the 5 bases have achieved breakthroughs. Yet I have heard from Bai Li Haoran that among their 3 stellar radiants, 2 are in the late stages and 1 in the mid-stage, while our 5 remain merely in the initial stage, still consolidating their realms. Chapter 111. A visit. Well, how about we launch an attack in a week? By then, I will have broken through to the stellar radiance level, and with Chun Huafeng and his team donning the T-03 mechas, we should be able to hold off 1 or 2 adversaries. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiangdong could barely contain his excitement and exclaimed, What? You are set to break through so soon? And you have acquired the T-03 mechas as well? Indeed, within a week, I shall achieve my breakthrough. Furthermore, I have arranged for Chen Huafeng and his team to familiarize themselves with the mechas in the meantime. Excellent, excellent. Just wait, I will report this immediately. With that, he hung up the phone. That old man, why did he hang up so quickly? Li Zixuan murmured to himself, staring at the disconnected call. The following morning, Li Zixuan accompanied Jiang Mingho to his residence. Today, both of Jiang Mingho's parents were home, specifically awaiting Li Zixuan's arrival. Under normal circumstances, someone like Li Zixuan would hardly warrant such attention from Jiang Chunsong and his wife, as he was merely a friend of their son. However, Li Zixuan's current status was anything but ordinary. He not only managed a special department, but also had direct access to some of the nation's highest leaders, while Jiang Chunsong was merely a deputy mayor. Ren Beiling, on the other hand, was unable to share in the excitement. Her son, Jiang Mingho, was not only the sole heir of the Jiang family, but also the only child of the Ren family. She had always cherished him dearly. Now, however, he had quietly decided to join a specialized department, one that posed significant risks. Observing her husband Jiang Chunsong, who appeared unfazed, she could not restrain herself and said, Old Jiang, when Mingho returns, you must persuade him. He is our only son. Jiang Chunsong shook his head and replied, You are being overly sentimental. Mingho is grown now. He knows what he should do. We ought to support him. Upon hearing Jiang Chunsong's words, Ren Beiling stood up and voiced loudly, I won't have it. I do not want Mingho to go. If anything were to happen to him, I would not be able to bear it. Meanwhile, Li Zixuan and Jiang Mingho had arrived at the entrance of the community. Hey, do you think I should buy something? Li Zixuan inquired. Oh, I didn't see you buy anything the last time you were here. Jiang Mingho replied with a hint of disdain, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Li Zixuan recalled his previous visit during college, where he had indeed purchased nothing. Upon seeing the residences in this community, he initially assumed that Jiang Mingho's home was not too different from his own. He later learned that this was a government housing complex, meaning nearly all the residents were government employees, as evidenced by the distinct security presence. In contrast to older communities where security personnel were often elderly, here, the guards were predominantly young men, and entry required registration and inspection. Jiang Mingho rarely visited this place, as he was not fond of the environment and preferred to reside in a villa area instead. After some contemplation, Li Zixuan decided to purchase 2 vials of Class A enhancement fluid. It was likely that in due time, when the state's supply of our fluid became sufficient, these officials would also receive it, albeit in a diluted form. Presenting 1 vial of Class A fluid to each should suffice, at least in terms of value. It is relatively appropriate. If it were the original liquid, it would indeed pose complications. After all, when the government distributes it, only the city's top leader will be using the A grade, while a deputy mayor utilizes the original liquid. This seems rather unsuitable. When Li Zixuan placed 2 A-grade enhancement liquids into a single box, Jiang Mingho realized he intended to gift them to his parents. Chuanzi. There's no need to give something so extravagant. A D-grade would suffice. Li Zixuan shot Jiang Mingho a disapproving glance. I plan to discuss the sale of D-grade enhancement liquids with Annie shortly. Are you suggesting I present a D-grade? Surely you jest? Oh, why not give an SSS grade instead? Jiang Mingho retorted in a huff. Li Zixuan replied nonchalantly. I had considered it, but it's not feasible at the moment. Jiang Mingho pondered for a moment and understood the underlying issue. Many individuals desire the well-being of those around them, but absolutely do not wish for them to surpass their own fortunes. If his parents thrived, how would he navigate relationships with relatives, not to mention his father's superiors? Although he no longer feared such matters, his parents would undoubtedly be resistant to the idea. The two arrived at the door, and Jiang Mingho knocked directly. Dad, Mom, open up. I'm back. Mingho's back. Quickly, let me see if you're hurt. Upon opening the door, Jiang's mother pulled him in for a thorough inspection. Mom, there is someone else here. Xuanzi is here too. Jiang Mingho felt somewhat uncomfortable under his mother's scrutiny. Zixuan, please come in and sit down, Jiang's mother said, finally acknowledging Li Zixuan. Certainly, Auntie. After the three entered the house, they were greeted by Jiang Qinsong. Zixuan has also come. Please, take a seat. Thank you, Uncle. I'm sorry for the intrusion. Jiang Qinsong waved his hand dismissively, chuckling. Oh, what intrusion? You were never this formal when you visited before. Things are different now, back then. I merely came to play and was unaware of what Jiang Mingho's parents actually did. This time, however, it was distinct. He had brought Jiang Mingho into the Battlestar Group, a combat team fraught with significant peril. The four of them settled down and engaged in casual conversation. While Jiang Mingho opened the gift box that Li Zixuan had brought. Mom and Dad, this is a gift from Xuanzi. Jiang Qinsong and Rin Bailing exchanged glances. 2 vials of liquid? Is this customary for gifts? Clearly, Jiang Qinsong was unaware of the enhancement liquid's significance. Considering it had only been publicly available for just over a week, and true dissemination across various governmental departments would take at least another month. Noticing the confusion on his parents' faces, Jiang Mingho couldn't help but elaborate. Hee, Mom and Dad, don't underestimate this liquid. It is an enhancement liquid that can elevate one's capabilities, as Jiang Mingho elaborated with grandiose enthusiasm. Li Zixuan felt a twinge of embarrassment. Didn't they see the incredulous expressions on Jiang Qinsong and Rin Bailing's faces? Unable to endure Jiang Mingho's embellishments any longer, Li Zixuan interjected. Uncle, Annie. This enhancement liquid is designed to strengthen the body. It is set to be promoted soon, and you should receive some as well. Li Zixuan did not imply that Jiang's mother would also benefit. After all, the initial beneficiaries were government officials. Although Jiang's family is engaged in business, they remain merely merchants and cannot access resources before government departments. Upon hearing Li Zixuan's words, Jiang's father inquired, Are you saying that we will also receive this? What? Do not harbor such optimistic thoughts. By the time it reaches your hands, it will be considerably diluted, Jiang Mingho interjected. His statement held truth, as these resources were primarily allocated to the military. By the time it reached Jiang's father, it certainly would not exceed grade A. For an A-grade enhancement liquid could elevate a person to the pinnacle of silver or even directly break through to the golden level. Let us not forget that the 5 major bases still have numerous bronze warriors awaiting their breakthrough, especially since the impending war in a year's time necessitates their readiness. Civil officials can only advance gradually. It is inconceivable to send a city or provincial leader into battle during a major conflict. If that were to occur, the nation's downfall would likely be imminent. Chapter 112. Discussing cooperation. Upon hearing the conversation between Li Zixuan and Jiang Mingho, Mr. and Mrs. Jiang exchanged glances and ultimately accepted Li Zixuan's goodwill. Jiang Mingho then urged his mother to drink the concoction. Although the process was painful, for a woman who had given birth, such discomfort was trivial. She gritted her teeth and persevered. Mom, you are truly remarkable. I remember crying out in agony. Jiang Mingho observed his mother, who was merely frowning yet enduring the pain, and he quickly showered her with compliments. Humph, giving birth to you is even more excruciating. Mrs. Jiang replied proudly before rushing to the bathroom. What is going on with your mother? Mr. Jiang inquired of Jiang Mingho. Oh, she is detoxifying. She'll emerge looking splendid in a moment. As predicted by Jiang Mingho, nearly an hour later, a shrill scream resonated from the bathroom. What is happening in there? Mr. Jiang asked curiously upon hearing the noise. My mother must be captivated by her own transformation. Jiang Mingho chuckled. A few minutes later, Mrs. Jiang emerged in a new outfit, her skin radiating vitality and her spirit remarkably uplifted. How marvelous! Mr. Jiang exclaimed with delight. Despite Mrs. Jiang's regular skincare routine, age had begun to take its toll, and he was astonished to see her appear at least a decade younger thanks to this miraculous potion. Dad, you should try it too, Jiang Mingho urged Mr. Jiang. All right. After half an hour, Mr. Jiang also reappeared, invigorated and brimming with confidence. The 4 of them reconvened, and Li Zixuan deliberately mentioned that his future technology was already in the process of producing enhancement solutions. At this remark, Mrs. Zhang's eyes sparkled with interest. As a savvy businesswoman, she quickly grasped the implications of his words. Noticing her intrigue, Li Zixuan added, "Auntie, I intend to entrust the distribution of my factory's products to you. What do you think? What kind of enhancement solution are we discussing? Does it yield similar results?" Mrs. Jiang asked, her excitement palpable. However, at that moment, both Mr. and Mrs. Jiang were only daring to engage in mild movements. Mr. Jiang had just inadvertently damaged the sofa by sitting down too abruptly, while Mrs. Jiang had even crushed a teacup in her grip. Li Zixuan pondered for a moment and replied, "The results may not be as pronounced, but the effects are comparable. It simply varies in potency. It can diminish scars and enhance beauty." Although his parents had originally consumed a D-grade solution, their relatively youthful age and mental state had made the effects appear more evident. "All right, I'm in. But what about the pricing?" Mrs. Jiang inquired, glancing at her arm where a scar from an injection during her childhood had faded to the point of being nearly invisible. Upon realizing this, she readily agreed. Li Zixuan explained, "The D-grade enhancement solution has been modified to eliminate pain. I sell it to the government for 500,000 per vial, and if it enters the market, it can be diluted further. As for the degree of dilution and pricing, I won't concern myself with that." "I see. Sounds good." Mrs. Jiang considered this and nodded in agreement. Although the initial investment is 500,000, what if it is diluted 100-fold before being sold, or divided into several tiers? Diluting it once to 100-fold, with varying prices? This approach could also yield profit. Additionally, there are robots, nutrient pods, and regenerative technology serum. Li Zixuan provided a detailed introduction to the functionalities of these three products and intends for the Jiang family to act as agents. Upon hearing Li Zixuan, even Jiang Mingho and his father widened their eyes in astonishment. Jiang Mingho did not expect Li Zixuan to have quietly developed so many products. Although he was aware that Li Zixuan could engage and trade with extraterrestrial civilizations, he was astonished by the extent of the benefits already reaped. Jiang's father, intrigued, wondered how Li Zixuan accomplished such feats, yet being a person of the establishment, he knew which inquiries were appropriate and which were not. In truth, Li Zixuan could set the prices even lower, but having already signed a contract with Tian Hao, he was bound not to sell at a rate cheaper than theirs. The robots include servant robots, chef robots, garden robots, shopping guide robots, and driving robots, currently amounting to 5 types, each priced between 500,000 and 800,000. If the prices were too low, Li Zixuan would not profit. If too high, many would be unable to afford them. The nutrient pods are priced at 200,000 each, and numerous hospitals would likely be eager to purchase them, as they would utilize these to generate greater revenue. The regenerative serum is similarly priced at 50,000 per drop, capable of enabling the regrowth of severed fingers. However, if an entire leg were to be regenerated, it would require significantly more than a single drop, likely around 10. Presently, these products are still prohibitively expensive for many, yet Li Zixuan finds himself in need of funds. He plans to consider lowering prices or developing more affordable alternatives only after accumulating sufficient wealth. The discussions continued at Jiang Mingho's home throughout the afternoon, with lunch also shared there. As Li Zixuan glanced at the time and noted it was already past 3, he prepared to take his leave. "Aunt Jiang, I shall return now." Jiang's father hastily interjected, "You should stay the night. We have a room available." Jiang's mother added, "Indeed. Let us enjoy a few drinks together this evening." "No, my girlfriend is waiting for me at home," Li Zixuan replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Then why not invite her over?" "Mother, there's no need to insist. Come on, Xuanzi, let us go to your home together," Jiang Mingho said, rising to head outside. "Where do you think you are going? You can't go anywhere today. You just returned and already want to leave?" Jiang's mother exclaimed, realizing her son's intentions. Uncle Jiang, Aunt Ling. "I must take my leave," Li Zixuan said, casting a helpless glance at Jiang Mingho before turning to depart. Sigh. Jiang Mingho felt a wave of despair. He knew his parents would soon bombard him with questions. "Zixuan, come visit again. Drive safely on your way." "All right, Aunt Ling, I'm leaving now." Li Zixuan replied as he drove away. "Come with me." Jiang's mother firmly grasped Jiang Mingho's ear, leading him back inside. Li Zixuan caught a clear glimpse in the rearview mirror, silently mourning for Jiang Mingho, who, after calling home, dashed out to undertake tasks without consulting his family. Just moments ago, it was the outsider Li Zixuan who was present. Otherwise, Jiang Mingho would have likely faced reprimand upon entering. After returning to the estate, Li Zixuan found Shinryu seated alone in the pavilion, engrossed in her cultivation, observing the rather humble estate and its modest furnishings. He felt that they hardly befitted his identity as an interstellar merchant. It seemed imperative to engage and trade with Ram for some advanced technology. With this thought in mind, Li Zixuan refrained from disturbing Shinryu's practice and turned back to the house, preparing to negotiate with Ram. After a considerable wait, Ram finally answered. "What are you busy with?" At present, Li Zixuan communicated in the universal language of the cosmos with an ease and fluency that had significantly improved. Chapter 113. The 9-Star Tower. Ramda gazed at Li Zixuan. "Do you have steel for trade?" "Indeed. However, I wish to ascertain if you possess anything else of value." Li Zixuan replied, glancing at the over 10 million tons of iron, ore, and steel in his spatial storage. "I recently informed Ling that I will no longer accept meat. Nevertheless, I have already procured over 1,000 tons, which will arrive tomorrow. What is it that you desire? What I seek may not align with your offerings. Here is my proposition. Some of the furniture in the estate at my residence have become somewhat outdated. Do you have any commendable suggestions?" Ramter suggested. "Provide me with the blueprints, and I shall examine them," he continued. Li Zixuan instructed Ling to transmit the blueprints. As the current Ling was fully capable of such tasks. "Is it truly so compact?" Ramter inquired. "I can furnish you with some spatial folding devices, along with state-of-the-art intelligent security and home systems. Should you wish to cultivate, I can also offer you a gravity apparatus and the 9-Star Tower for enhancing your mental fortitude. Is it truly that impressive? Spatial folding equipment as well? If that is the case, a 50 square meter room could effectively expand to 500 square meters. Li Zixuan mused, excitement bubbling within him, especially at the mention of the gravity apparatus, which sounded remarkably formidable. "What is the mental training tower you mentioned?" "You are unaware? It is a challenge tower where, upon donning a helmet, one can cultivate their mental prowess while engaging in simulated combat against ferocious beasts and formidable practitioners. Many third-tier civilizations utilize such devices." Ramter responded, somewhat astonished. "Here, we employ alternative methods for enhancing mental strength. For instance, I possess the Wanfeng diagram, which also aids in mental cultivation," Li Zixuan clarified. Conjuring the Wanfeng diagram from his mind to display to Ramter, Ramda shook his head. The effects are not comparable. The 9-Star Tower simulates various realms filled with ferocious beasts and practitioners, allowing cultivators to refine their mental capabilities within. This not only sharpens mental acuity but also enhances practical application. Is that so? What is the cost of all you've described? 50 billion cosmic coins. How much? Why not resort to thievery? It is not exorbitant. To elaborate on the spatial folding equipment, I intend to transform your entire estate into a spatial treasure. Thus, the several acres within will effectively expand to hundreds, while still synchronizing with the external environment, allowing light, heat, and weather to be perceived without any impact, merely amplifying the space tenfold. Just this alone is valued at 1.5 billion. Ramter elaborated. Furthermore, the gravity chamber will enable you to enhance your physical strength, reaction speed, and adaptability during training. According to your description, the gravitational pull on your planet is around 10, whereas other planets can exert hundreds or even thousands. If you were to visit such a place, you would likely be crushed into pulp. Lastly, regarding the 9-Star Tower, as I have just introduced, the total price for all these combined is 50 billion. Not at all unreasonable, Ramter concluded with a smile. Yet, Li Zixuan could not help but notice the sinister expression on his face, which seemed anything but amicable. "It is still too expensive," Li Zixuan pondered. "How about I trade 100,000 tons of steel? Although both steel and iron ore hold significant value, Tornado even sells iron ore for 50,000 per ton. He would never consider offering 10,000 for a ton of iron ore. Even 5,000 per ton would not entice him. However, a trade is indeed possible. The technology that Tornado provided to Li Zixuan is of little worth to them. Even energy collection technology is deemed insignificant in the eyes of a merchant familiar with fifth-level civilizations. When Li Zixuan sells iron ore and steel to the Space Trading Center, he receives a mere 1,000 or so cosmic coins per ton, while iron ore fetches only 500 per ton. Although interstellar merchants express a fondness for acquiring iron ore and steel, none truly wish to purchase. Exchanges are the norm. After all, cosmic coins are universal currency. While technologies and goods depreciate with the advancement of civilization levels, unlike cosmic coins, Rhonda contemplated and said, "We can exchange, but you must add another 1,000 tons. Your smelting technology is rather subpar. Has it not yet proliferated? It's not that it hasn't proliferated. It's just that this steel is purchased from other nations. Nations? A civilization divided into several nations is indeed rare, Ramta scoffed. In higher civilizations, the existence of some oligarchs and factions is permissible. Yet decisions are made by a singular authority, with no dissenting voices allowed. If Li Zixuan were to inform him that Blue Planet comprises over 200 nations, it would undoubtedly provoke an interesting reaction from Ramter. Ramter, since you possess spatial folding technology, surely you have such capabilities? Is it for sale? Li Zixuan inquired. Not for sale. I lack the authority within my clan to make such a transaction. Selling equipment and technology to you is an entirely different matter. What must be done to elevate your status and authority within your clan? What do you mean? Ramter furrowed his brow and asked. It is simple. In this world, there is nothing that cannot be purchased with money. If there is, it is merely a matter of insufficient funds. Since you lack the authority to sell, why not augment your power? For instance, if spatial folding technology costs 50 billion, what if I offer you 100 billion? Then you could justify it to your clan. After all, you are serving the entire wolf clan. Li Zixuan initiated his persuasion, but he was caught off guard by Ramter's response. If you have 15 trillion, I might consider selling it to you. How much? 15 trillion? Why don't you just rob a bank? Li Zixuan could not help but exclaim in frustration. If he had 15 trillion, the possibilities would be endless. He would never squander such wealth on purchasing spatial folding technology. You see, I've quoted a price you cannot afford. Correct? Ramta seemed to revel in Li Zixuan's dismay, spreading his hands in a gesture of indifference. But your asking price is exorbitantly high. There is nothing I can do. That is the price set by my clan, and it can only be purchased with cosmic coins or exchanged for more advanced technology. However, you might inquire with merchants of the 4th or 5th tier. They are likely to offer significantly lower prices. If I could connect with such merchants, I would certainly refrain from engaging in idle chatter with you. Li Zixuan silently cursed. So, it's a matter of numbers, as long as the funds are sufficient. Your teleportation technology can indeed be sold? Precisely. As long as the money is right, anything can be sold, including the chieftain's concubine. Ramta affirmed confidently. What would I want with that? I have iron, ore, and steel here. Would you like to purchase? I can sell it to you. Li Zixuan replied nonchalantly. I only hope the price exceeds that of the Space Trading Center. How much do you have? 13 million tons of iron, ore, and over 8 million tons of steel. Upon seeing Ram's gaze, Li Zixuan recognized the potential for success. So much? Ram exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 114. A treasure trove indeed. Would you like to purchase it at a bargain? Alternatively, you may offer something else in exchange, remarked Li Zixuan. Very well, let me see, replied Ram, who then began to sort through his list and soon transmitted it over. Wow, what a collection. The previous list I received consisted of mere commonplace items. Upon reviewing the new list, Li Zixuan discovered many items he had never heard of before, alongside some he had inquired about at Tanada, only to be informed they were unavailable. Ram, are these anti-gravity thrusters, quantum propulsion systems, hyperspace engines, interstellar ramjets, warp drives, and black hole engines all available for trade? Absolutely. Ram proudly lifted his chin. Previously, Li Zixuan had come across discussions in various forums indicating that certain nations were researching anti-gravity propulsion and had made progress. However, it was only upon delving into the details that he realized the true nature of anti-gravity propulsion was far from straightforward. While the principle of anti-gravity is fundamentally simple, requiring a force that opposes gravity to allow two forces to cancel each other out, enabling an aircraft to hover in midair, its practical implementation is exceedingly challenging. Currently, on Blue Star, several research avenues exist to achieve anti-gravity. The first involves electromagnetic forces. Considering that Earth possesses a magnetic field, utilizing its effects to counteract gravity has yielded relatively advanced experimental outcomes, such as maglev trains. However, this technology is still significantly distant from achieving escape from Earth's gravitational pull. Maglev merely allows for minimal levitation, and the magnetic force required to overcome Earth's gravity is staggering. Another research direction focuses on gravitational waves, which have been theorized by scientists as a genuine phenomenon. The unique penetration capabilities and reactions of gravitational waves to matter render them a promising avenue for anti-gravity research. The principle remains similar, neutralizing gravitational forces by emitting a repulsive force through gravitational waves. Nonetheless, humanity's understanding of gravitational waves is still in its nascent stages, necessitating continued efforts from our scientists. Currently, numerous laboratories across the globe are investigating anti-gravity. For instance, a paper published by a state laboratory in Grizzly Country describes an impulse gravity generator that produces gravitational impulses to counteract gravity, requiring minimal energy consumption. Theoretically, anti-gravity seems feasible. Provided researchers can pinpoint the correct direction, progress hinges on a continuous cycle of trial and error. With the rise of quantum physics, a particle known as the Milovsky particle, generated during nuclear reactions, has shown potential for anti-gravity effects. Of course, various other anti-gravity experiments are underway, all in the laboratory phase. As scientists delve deeper into their studies, there may be significant breakthroughs in anti-gravity theory in the future. In summary, the current technology on Blue Star is not yet capable of achieving true anti-gravity. Moreover, the devices available on the market do not represent genuine anti-gravity apparatus. They merely utilize larger fuel sources. One cannot truly escape the confines of the atmosphere, hindered by technological and material constraints that render such ventures unfit for combat. Li Zixuan had previously believed that a Type II civilization was already within reach, only to discover that what had been accomplished was, in fact, akin to a Type III civilization. Ramtur, how do you intend to negotiate for the 7 technologies I just mentioned? Li Zixuan lifted his gaze toward Ramtur, feigning indifference. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Ramtur, having lived for decades, saw through the guise. If you wish to barter with steel, your 280,000 tons of steel is woefully insufficient, at the very least. An additional 4 million tons of iron ore would be required. From the fervent gleam in Li Zixuan's eyes, Ramtur discerned his deep yearning for those technologies, consequently inflating the price by 50%. That is excessive, Li Zixuan exclaimed without a moment's hesitation. Although he yearned for those technologies, the cost had surpassed his budget. And moreover, he would have to relinquish these assets. After all, he lacked a research team and the requisite energy to validate and develop those technologies. His current objective should be to elevate his standing. However, after 2 transactions, both involving technological civilizations, he found himself unable to connect with the cultivation civilization. Contemplating this, Li Zixuan inquired, "How many energy stones do you possess?" Energy stones? Ramtur wondered if Li Zixuan's leap was somewhat excessive. Shouldn't they be discussing the price of those technologies? Nevertheless, Ramtur refrained from voicing his thoughts and simply replied, "I have 100,000 stones." Following Li Zixuan's previous purchase, he had contacted merchants from the cultivation civilization to procure more. After a moment's reflection, Li Zixuan proposed, "I will provide you with all the steel and an additional 3 million tons of iron ore, but in return, I expect those technologies along with some minor inventions, as well as the 100,000 energy stones." Ramtur nodded in agreement without hesitation, recognizing that 100,000 energy stones were but a trifling amount, and the minor technologies could easily be of no real value. In any case, he stood to gain significantly. "You might consider preparing additional energy stones. I have a pressing need for them." "Not a problem." The two concluded their transaction and ended the call. Li Zixuan gazed at a sphere in his hand, which represented his estate's spatial domain, the technology of spatial folding. He pondered how long it would be before he could engage with a Type 4 or V civilization. The thought of this technology, capable of expanding his estate 100-fold while remaining unaffected internally and externally, filled him with quiet joy. Moreover, there was the gravity chamber capable of adjusting to gravitational forces of up to 100,000 times, and the 9-star tower. In the next transaction, he must acquire another set to place within his ring space. With this in mind, Li Zixuan gathered these items, along with several technologies. Aside from the 7 he desired, there were also various technologies pertaining to daily life, transportation, and entertainment. After reviewing them, Li Zixuan selected a few that could be produced by his future technological advancements. The gaming pod and helmet provide an immersive experience akin to reality, surpassing the offerings available in the market. Equipped with tactile sensors affixed to the forehead, players can authentically feel sensations such as pain and excitement. The flying device, compact as a brick, can be integrated into various modes of transportation, enabling them to soar through the skies. However, larger and heavier vehicles would necessitate additional units. Imagine the thrill of bypassing traffic congestion during peak hours as your vehicle ascends directly above the gridlock. Unfortunately, private cars may take considerable time to become commonplace. Initially, it is likely that only emergency vehicles such as fire trucks and ambulances will be equipped with such technology. Chapter 115. The Gravity Chamber, the Memory Storage Device. resembling a pair of headphones, can be worn during study sessions to capture and store the desired knowledge, subsequently implanting it into one's mind through neural memory. This innovation promises to eliminate the prevalence of underperforming students, as anyone equipped with this device could achieve photographic memory. Additionally, there exists a remarkable nanotechnology for repair. This technique complements the rejuvenation serum purchased by Li Zixuan. In the event of a severed limb, the rejuvenation serum can be utilized, while internal injuries can be addressed with nanotechnology. Regardless of the ailment, this technology can effectively remedy it. The device is no larger than a capsule. Upon ingestion, it transforms into numerous minuscule entities that consume or repair harmful cells or substances within the human body. With such advancements, financial concerns would be alleviated. Emerging from his space, Li Zixuan promptly dialed Zhang Xiangdong. Director Zhang, are you busy? Huh, not everyone has the luxury of idleness like you do. Zhang replied. By the way, your suggestion has been approved, but do proceed with caution. We wouldn't want you to face dire consequences before eliminating the alien threat. That won't happen. By the way, I have a few technologies that you might want to check out. What technologies? Do you really need me to come over? Zhang Xiangdong pondered, perplexed. The technological advancements in Huagua were escalating at an unprecedented pace. He had just heard that nuclear reactors were in the experimental phase. Upon detecting curiosity in Zhang's tone, Li Zixuan chuckled. Anti-gravity, warp engines, and hyperspace drives. Do these count? Really? Zhang Xiangdong's composure faltered. Although he was not a scientist, he was well informed about Huagua's affairs. The technologies Li Zixuan mentioned had previously been inquired about by scientists through Guming, but Tanada had not sold them. He was astonished that Li Zixuan had managed to acquire them. Be honest with me, do you have other trading channels? Despite the high-ranking officials being able to discern Li Zixuan's recent activities and suspecting the existence of additional trading avenues, none had directly questioned him. Zhang Xiangdong, however, was straightforward and unreserved, a trait that had undoubtedly contributed to his current position. Li Zixuan had no intention of withholding information. He was already in the public eye, and any attempts at concealment would be futile unless he ceased using or trading the acquired items. Indeed, I have a merchant from a level 3 civilization. All these transactions were conducted with him. Indeed, so it is. A level 3 civilization, Zhang Xiangdong exclaimed, utterly astonished. Thanks to Tonada's trading capabilities, Huagua's technology had outpaced many nations, even surpassing the United States. However, achieving true level 2 civilization status would still require considerable time. Ultimately, the acquisition of advanced technology, its validation, practical application, research and development, and subsequent mass production all require considerable time. Now that Li Zixuan has access to technology from a level 3 civilization, it is evident that the rapid ascent of Huagua to such a level is hardly a daunting task. However, this progression demands time. And what Huagua currently lacks the most is indeed time. After all, Huagua's technological advancements have historically lagged behind those of many nations. The achievements thus far have been the result of immense dedication and sacrifice by numerous individuals. You're impressive. Just wait. Zhang Xiangdong concluded the call and hurriedly made his way to Zijin City. Director, he greeted. Old Zhang, you really need to temper your impetuousness, the director remarked, raising an eyebrow as he noticed Zhang Xiangdong striding in with urgency. Please allow me to explain. Zhang Xiangdong, feeling a surge of impatience, proceeded to recount his conversation with Li Zixuan. What? Level 3 civilization? The director stood up in astonishment, gazing at Zhang Xiangdong. Yes, indeed, level 3 civilization. After taking a moment to collect himself, the director resumed his seat, a smile breaking across his face. Wonderful. Truly, Zixuan is a blessing for Huagua. Despite the fact that even if Huagua were to complete its research on the level 2 civilization technology acquired from Tanada, it would likely take several years. The prospect of a level 3 civilization now loomed ahead. The time required for actual research and implementation remains uncertain. Nevertheless, possessing the technology means having a foothold. It merely requires a systematic approach, which is far less taxing compared to the slow, resource-draining research that could otherwise consume decades, even centuries of effort. Both men recognized the significance of this development, and the director understood why Zhang Xiangdong was so flustered. All right, take a few researchers with you and head over. Also, inquire when Zixuan plans to visit the capital. It has been ages since I last saw him, the director said, his mood notably buoyant. Certainly, I shall head over. Zhang Xiangdong responded. By the way, I heard that young man is collaborating on business ventures with someone from outside. The director suddenly interjected. Yes, that is correct. It's with Jiang Chensong's wife. Jiang Chensong is currently the deputy mayor of Sea City, Zhang Xiangdong replied thoughtfully. Engaging in business is commendable, the director mused. After leaving Zijin City, Zhang Xiangdong proceeded to Huaka Institute, where he gathered 2 research experts before heading to Sea City. Ordinarily, he wouldn't need to be personally involved in such matters. However, he felt compelled to verify the developments and to see Li Zixuan's T-03 mecha. Not long ago, he had donned the T-02 mecha for an entire day, relishing the experience so much that he would have preferred not to take it off if not for other obligations. The sensation was simply exquisite. Meanwhile, Li Zixuan activated the spatial orb, directing it to the center of the estate. Suddenly, the space shimmered with ripples, and the ground of the estate appeared to expand dramatically. The originally modest 18.7 acres transformed into an expansive 187 acres, making the previously grand castle, villa, and artificial lake seem diminutive by comparison. Yet, Li Zixuan understood that they had not shrunk. It was merely a manifestation of the newly expressed spatial dimensions. Gazing at the expanse of over 100 acres of vacant land, Li Zixuan unleashed the gravity chamber. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and a grand structure materialized before him. This was a towering metallic edifice, soaring over 80 meters in height, its exterior gleaming silver. Upon entering, he discovered that the interior comprised 3 levels, each featuring 27 rooms. Curiously, he opened one of the rooms and was greeted by an expansive space of nearly 2,000 square meters, with ceilings soaring several meters high, and an apparatus situated at the entrance. Evidently, this was the device for gravity regulation. Li Zixuan tapped the interface, and the screen illuminated with various numerical values, including options for adjustment. Setting the gravity to tenfold, he felt the massive door close behind him, yet the entire space remained illuminated as if it were day. Suddenly, a force bore down upon him. Li Zixuan understood that this was gravity. However, his current physique rendered the tenfold gravity virtually ineffective. Chapter 116. Entering the 9-star tower as the gravity began to gradually increase. Li Zixuan felt an immense weight pressing upon his entire being when it reached 80 times the normal force. His internal organs were in distress, and his phone shattered within his pocket. Realizing this was his limit, he understood that any further increase would lead to injury. Slowly, he assumed a meditative posture and commenced his cultivation. To his astonishment, he discovered that the speed of his technique's operation had significantly accelerated in such an environment. Choosing not to continue his training, he rose to his feet, deactivated the gravity, and opened the door. As soon as the gravity was turned off, the door closed automatically, indicating that the gravity chamber possessed this inherent feature. Upon exiting the gravity chamber and scanning the area with his spiritual awareness, Li Zixuan realized that this chamber also required energy replenishment. Much like the war god and the 9-star tower, it would automatically absorb energy when in the presence of a power source. My dear, Li Zixuan turned to see Shinryu hurrying towards him. Initially engaged in her own training, she had rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Look, my love, Li Zixuan exclaimed, embracing Shinryu as he began to explain the gravity chamber. Once again, he released the 9-star tower at a height of 1,000 meters. The moment it emerged, a wave of spiritual pressure enveloped them, making Shinryu feel somewhat uncomfortable. In contrast, Li Zixuan remained unfazed, thanks to the constant honing of his soul by the Wanfeng mountain diagram, which had elevated his physical prowess to the pinnacle of diamond level, while his soul had reached the mid to late stages of a star master. Swish, swish. At that moment, Chun Huafeng and several others arrived, their expressions reflecting astonishment, including the ever-stoic wolf Fong and night owl. Neither had encountered such phenomena before, having originated from a civilization that barely reached the 2nd tier, which explained their current predicament as slaves. Seeing that everyone had gathered, including the robot Qilin, Li Zixuan proceeded to reintroduce both structures. The group listened in disbelief. He then led them into the 9-star tower. Inside was a grand hall, spanning nearly 10,000 square meters, with 100 positions arranged in neat rows. Each position was spacious, resembling an oversized bed, complete with a helmet atop. It appeared that spatial folding technology had been employed here as well. Li Zixuan picked one up and, sitting cross-legged, declared, I shall try this first. Please wait a moment. With that, he donned the helmet. Suddenly, a blue energy shield surged forth from the position, enveloping him. Shinryu and the others could only watch, unable to touch the apparatus. Li Zixuan then felt himself transported to a strange environment. Assessing his body, He found it indistinguishable from reality, truly remarkable. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed, "Challenger. Eliminate the creatures before you to advance to the next level." Having heard about this from Rond, he was now overwhelmed by the experience. Abruptly, a herd of creatures, numbering around 100 and resembling massive bulls, charged toward him. Li Zixuan silently contemplated as a familiar Hunyuan knife appeared in his hand. Although its exterior remained unchanged, he was aware that it was merely a manifestation conjured by the Nine-Star Tower. Brandishing the battle knife, he charged into the herd of cattle, his feet dancing through the air as he navigated the bronze-ranked beast with ease. With swift strikes, one bull fell, and with a deft motion, another was cleaved in two. Such a lowly tier of adversaries posed no challenge to Li Zixuan whatsoever. "Congratulations, Challenger. You have successfully passed the trial in 1 minute and 27 seconds. Is that so long?" Li Zixuan mused, somewhat dissatisfied, for these were merely bronze-level creatures, and yet he had taken over a minute to dispatch them. As he watched the last bull dissolve into wisps of green smoke, he ascended to the second level. Here, he faced a pack of 80 hound-like creatures, defeating them in a mere 1 minute and 12 seconds. Next, he advanced to the fifth level, where he encountered 20 leopard-like entities, each exceeding diamond rank, ranging from the first tier to the pinnacle. However, these leopards were exceedingly fierce and agile, and it took Li Zixuan a full 3 minutes to eliminate them all. Upon reaching the sixth level, the mechanical voice resonated, and 10 tiger-like beasts emerged before him. "Damn!" Li Zixuan exclaimed. Sensing their presence, he instinctively turned to flee, but the 10 tigers surrounded him. He barely managed to fend off 3 or 4 strikes before one seized him by the neck. Struggling desperately, dread coursed through him as the other tigers lunged forth. In an instant, he was torn to shreds. "Ah!" Li Zixuan gasped, jolting awake to find himself among Shinryu and the others. Thankfully, it had not been real. Yet, a searing pain throbbed in his head, reminiscent of the agony of a tiger's bite and the sensation of suffocation. After a moment, he removed his helmet, the pain in his head subsiding, though he felt the fabric of his shirt dampened by sweat. Earlier, in the realm, the reason he had fled from those 10 tigers was due to their status as Star-Lords. Based on the previous encounters, he knew there must be peak Star-Lords among them. Moreover, the sheer number 10 was daunting. Even with his mastery of footwork, evading such ferocious beasts was a challenge, especially given their superior rank. "Darling, are you all right?" Shinryu's anxious voice broke through his thoughts, prompting Li Zixuan to rise slowly. He distinctly felt a slight enhancement in his soul. This was, after all, a place where one could truly experience life and death. When the tiger had bitten his neck, blood had gushed forth, and for a moment, he believed he would meet his end. "I'm fine," he reassured them. "This is a place that can temper the soul." Filled with numerous ferocious beasts. The first level consists of bronze-tier creatures, ascending in difficulty thereafter. Dying within these confines imparts a genuine sense of mortality. Li Zixuan addressed the group with conviction. "Should you choose to venture within for cultivation, remember to act within your capabilities. The first level presents a challenge of 100 bronze creatures. I faced defeat on the 6th level, where 10 beasts, equivalent to the pinnacle of a first-tier Star Master. Oh wait. The term ferocious beast was something I first heard from Li Zixuan during our time in Rond, stemming from his encounters in that otherworldly realm near Xioriho. After relaying this, Li Zixuan turned to Shunryu and said, "My dear, consider where you intend to cultivate." "Husband, I shall heed your words," Shunryu replied, embracing Li Zixuan's arm. "Then begin your training in the gravity chamber, but remember to act within your means," Li Zixuan concluded, turning to Chen Huafeng and the others with a serious demeanor. Chapter 117 Farewell to Zhang Xiangdong U2. The gravity chamber's multiplier can be adjusted. But once the gravity chamber is activated, the door will close automatically, and it can only be opened from within. If you are not careful inside, you might be crushed into a pulp. "Yes, we understand," Chen Huafeng and the others replied solemnly, knowing that they would never jest with their lives. After all, reckless adjustments could indeed render one incapacitated. In these specialized departments, the conditions are far from the glamorous facade of those outside, should a life be lost here. It is likely that even the name on the tombstone would merely be a code. After briefing the group, Li Zixuan called Jiang Mingho to inform him of the training news, while also notifying Wang Jiai. Observing that Shinryu and the others had commenced their training, he chose not to linger and returned to the castle to await Zhang Xiangdong and the others. However, after a considerable wait, he did not see Zhang Xiangdong, but was instead greeted by Jiang Mingho and Wang Jiai. "Xuanzi, where is the training room you mentioned?" Upon entering, Jiang Mingho immediately inquired. And Li Zixuan guided the two toward the rear gravity chamber and the 9-star tower. Wow, your estate is enormous. When were these two structures built? Jiang Mingho had not felt the scale of it at first, as the distance from the entrance to the castle was not great. However, the expanse behind the castle was indeed substantial. The heights of the 9-star tower and the gravity chamber surpassed that of the castle, which Jiang Mingho had overlooked upon his arrival. This is a result of spatial folding technology. Both the gravity chamber and the 9-star tower utilize it. You two should gauge your capabilities accordingly, Li Zixuan elaborated while sharing essential precautions. At that moment, Li Zixuan's phone rang, revealing a call from Zhang Xiangdong. After exchanging pleasantries with Jiang Mingho and Wang Jiai, he proceeded toward the castle. You've done well for yourself. This place is impressive. Upon stepping out of the vehicle, Zhang Xiangdong beheld the castle and villa, along with the meticulously maintained greenery tended by landscaping robots, and noticed two towering buildings behind the villa. Li Zixuan approached, greeting the other experts with a handshake, and smiled at Zhang Xiangdong. Shall I show you around? Let us attend to business first, Zhang Xiangdong replied, making his way into the castle. Upon seeing 6 maids serving tea, the look in Zhang Xiangdong's eyes shifted. Don't look at me like that. They are all robots? Li Zixuan, understanding the implication in Zhang Xiangdong's gaze, quickly clarified. Pfft. The experts who had come along immediately sprayed the tea they had just sipped. They hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, Major General Li, are you saying that they are all robots? Since Li Zixuan independently established the Battlestar Group, his rank had elevated from Major to Major General. Although his rank still fell short of Zhang Xiangdong's, their authority was essentially equivalent, as the Battlestar Group reported directly to 3 leaders. Li Zixuan replied with a gentle smile. Yes, these 6 maids, along with 4 landscapers and 2 chefs, are indeed robots. Hiss. The experts exchanged glances, involuntarily gasping in astonishment. Though the Huazhong University of Science and Technology has been engaged in the research of avant-garde weaponry, preparing for the imminent conflict a year hence, other technological advancements have yet to witness significant breakthroughs. However, Li Zixuan possesses intelligent robots, which astonished Zhang Xiangdong, who scoffed dismissively. He was well aware that Li Zixuan not only had these functional robots but also combat-oriented liquid robots. Previously, Chun Huafeng had sought to procure identification cards for the futuristic robots, a fact that Zhang Xiangdong was privy to. Moreover, he knew that among those robots, some exuded a palpable sense of danger. Now at the pinnacle of platinum rank, while he would not claim the ability to battle beyond his level, his military background assured him that he was not easily outmatched. The entities capable of instilling such a sense of peril were undoubtedly of diamond rank, and due to their liquid nature, many physical attacks posed little substantive threat to them. All right, bring out the items, Zhang Xiangdong instructed, drawing the gaze of several experts who had been fixated on the young women present. To an outsider, it might have appeared as though these esteemed gentlemen had never encountered women before. Upon hearing Zhang Xiangdong's words, the experts regained their composure, offering awkward smiles. Li Zixuan, unperturbed, waved his hand, and 7 USB drives materialized on the table. The experts, understanding the purpose of their visit, instinctively turned their attention to the drives. Is this all there is? Zhang Xiangdong questioned, incredulous at the notion that Li Zixuan possessed only these few technologies. Li Zixuan felt a twinge of discomfort at Zhang Xiangdong's insinuation. Of course, there were other technologies, but one ought to retain something for oneself, right? Director Zhang, do you think I have more? Li Zixuan remarked, a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. This left Zhang Xiangdong momentarily speechless. While he suspected Li Zixuan had more to offer, it was not anyone's obligation to reveal everything. Li Zixuan had already contributed immensely. The technologies he had previously provided were worth astronomical sums, with nations lining up to purchase any single technology for a staggering price of 100 billion. I was merely speaking offhand, Zhang Xiangdong said, feeling somewhat awkward. By the way, when will you be free? The top leadership wishes to meet you. Zhang Xiangdong quickly redirected the conversation. Perhaps in a little while. Oh, could you arrange for Generals Baileyhauern and his colleagues to come over? I would like them to train here for a few days. Is there something different about that? Zhang Xiangdong inquired with curiosity. I'll show you shortly, Li Zixuan replied, observing as the experts began to insert one of the USB drives into a computer, engrossed in their analysis. Zhang Xiangdong noted that the experts were genuinely oblivious to their surroundings. Let us go. We can review this later. All right, let's head back. The experts, feeling somewhat disoriented, recalled that this was not the research institute and hastily rose to bid farewell to Li Zixuan. Zhang Xiangdong observed as several soldiers escorted the experts away before turning to Li Zixuan and inquired what prompted their arrival. At this moment, he was no longer concerned about the safety of the experts and directly questioned Li Zixuan. Although the 5 members of Li Haoran had all ascended to the stellar radiance level, the base still required the presence of formidable guardians. After all, the barrier in front of the base could dissipate at any moment. The woman's mention of a year's time raised uncertainties. Did it mean that the barrier could only be sustained for a year? Or would the passage fully commence after a year? Currently, no definitive answers existed, nor were there instruments available for detection. Hence, they needed to remain vigilant at all times. I possess a place highly suitable for cultivation. Their presence here will enable them to stabilize their realms swiftly. Oh, is there truly such a miraculous location? Take me to see it? Certainly. With that, Li Zixuan led Zhang Xiangdong to the rear courtyard. How is it so spacious here? Zhang Xiangdong exclaimed in astonishment upon witnessing the expanse of the backyard. Despite this being his first visit to Li Zixuan's estate, he was well aware of its size and value, having been informed by others without the need for personal investigation. Yet, he could not help but marvel at the sight of over 100 acres of open land with merely 2 grand structures. This was a deliberate design by Li Zixuan. Had the front courtyard been overly expansive, future travels would have been inconvenient, whereas the rear courtyard remained a seldom visited sanctuary. Chapter 118. The matter of cultivation techniques. The energy here seems to have increased significantly. And what are those 2 structures? Zhang Xiangdong, still somewhat dazed, turned to Li Zixuan, awaiting his explanation. What you perceive as energy is precisely this, and beneath this ground, I have buried 16,000 pieces. Li Zixuan declared, producing a spirit stone. As for the 2 buildings you see, I acquired them at a substantial cost. One is called the Gravity Chamber, and the other the 9-Star Tower. One trains the coordination, reflexes, and resilience of the physical body, while the other cultivates the soul and practical combat skills. Li Zixuan spoke with a hint of pride. Zhang Xiangdong gasped in astonishment. He was among the few who had a rough idea of the vast quantities of iron, ore, and steel Li Zixuan had plundered in Australia. It was estimated to be 2 to 3 million tons. He had exchanged those resources seemingly nonchalantly, yet when he mentioned the Gravity Chamber and the 9-Star Tower, he appeared immensely pleased, emphasizing the considerable expense incurred. Upon hearing his description, Zhang Xiangdong was utterly taken aback, unable to regain his composure for quite some time. The abilities showcased by a warrior could be honed within these 2 structures. If the nation had several of these, who would need training grounds? A single gravity chamber would suffice. With this thought, Zhang Xiangdong's eyes sparkled with fervor as he eagerly exclaimed, "Quick, take me to see it." Very well. The 2 made their way to the gravity chamber, where several rooms on the first floor had their doors closed. Fortunately, the doors were equipped with glass-like panels, allowing a view inside, ensuring that if someone inside were to struggle, those outside could intervene promptly. From the outside, Zhang Xiangdong perceived the gravity chamber to be modest in size, but upon entering, he discovered its uniqueness. It employed spatial folding technology, just like the exterior estate. There were a total of 81 rooms, each containing an independent gravity chamber. As Li Zixuan began his explanation, he guided Zhang Xiangdong into one of the rooms. This is the regulator. Li Zixuan closed the door and activated the regulator, initiating a gravity increase of 10 times. How does it feel? Li Zixuan asked, his eyes glimmering with amusement. A bit heavy, Zhang Xiangdong replied, feeling a discomfort akin to being submerged in deep water. Adjust it at your own pace. Although Li Zixuan was tempted to watch Zhang Xiangdong struggle, he understood the importance of moderation, especially given the potential dangers involved. All right. Zhang Xiangdong was eager to try it himself, gradually increasing from 10 times until he paused at 50 times. At that moment, standing became a laborious task, his teeth clenched, and every muscle in his body tensed. Li Zixuan tossed a few spirit stones at Zhang Xiangdong's feet, and as time passed, the stones gradually diminished in size. Gradually, beads of sweat began to trickle down, and his legs trembled incessantly. Li Zixuan did not shut it off immediately. Instead, he began to adjust the settings, reducing the gravity from 50 times to 45. Only then did Zhang Xiangdong's condition start to stabilize. Upon reaching this point, Li Zixuan switched off the regulator, and suddenly, the entire space was devoid of gravity. Zhang Xiangdong found himself sitting on the floor, glaring at Li Zixuan with a fierce look before slowly rising. "Hiki, my apologies. It was unintentional," he remarked with a hint of annoyance. This device is truly remarkable. I feel that a day's cultivation here is equivalent to a week outside. Zhang Xiangdong glanced down at the spirit stones beneath him as he spoke. Where did you acquire your cultivation technique? Li Zixuan inquired with genuine curiosity, pondering how figures like Baili Howren had gradually honed their skills. However, he was puzzled about the techniques themselves. Without a technique, how could they cultivate? How could they absorb spiritual energy? You're unaware? Oh, that makes sense, Zhang Xiangdong responded, suddenly recalling that Li Zixuan could engage and trade with other civilizations. But where did your technique come from? Aren't you trading only with technological civilizations? Indeed, I initially upgraded using enhancement fluid, and later sought out someone to exchange for a technique. What about you? Li Zixuan elucidated. Oh, we owe it to those ancient families. Upon hearing Zhang Xiangdong's explanation, Li Zixuan grasped that there were indeed numerous ancient families like Baili Howren's, deeply rooted in the land of Huagua. Although many had lost their lineage over time, they had gradually transformed into mercantile families, with only 3 remaining that focused primarily on cultivation. Nevertheless, some techniques in martial arts had been passed down. The technique Zhang Xiangdong practiced was merely of a third-rate level. Even if he achieved mastery, it would only equate to a starry brilliance. In contrast, the techniques of Baili Howren's family could reach the king level. As for Chun Huafeng and his peers, their practices barely qualified as techniques. They could only be considered methods accumulated through intense training. And your technique? To what realm can it lead? Me? Hiki. Li Zixuan hesitated to disclose the truth. Not wishing to diminish their spirits, he could only respond, very high indeed. Is it for sale? Zhang Xiangdong inquired, a bit speechless but excited at the prospect, considering Li Zixuan might still acquire it. If the entire army could cultivate, or even the whole nation, it can be sold, but it comes at a steep price. Moreover, the idea of universal cultivation is currently impossible. Li Zixuan interjected, unable to suppress his thoughts. Let us not even discuss universal cultivation. Just consider the resources needed for 10,000 cultivators. That would be enough to sustain several legions. Furthermore, in the early stages, cultivators cannot withstand firearms. Zhang Xiangdong pondered this and began to understand. Unless SSS-grade enhancement fluid could be mass-produced, allowing everyone to reach the pinnacle of platinum before commencing their cultivation, the current situation could not support a large number of practitioners. Li Zixuan was well aware of this reality. He had been tirelessly working for a long time to acquire merely 161 units of enhancement fluid. Moreover, due to the use of enhancement fluid, further evolution fluid would be required. Without it, rapid breakthroughs would be impossible, what others took decades to achieve. One could attain with just a single enhancement fluid. Without barriers, Tanada could not possibly attain the kingly level, for he is capable of trading with 5th-level civilizations, suggesting he should be able to exchange for even more formidable items. Thus, although the reinforcement and evolution liquids are beneficial, without corresponding cultivation techniques, future breakthroughs will be exceedingly challenging. Moreover, within the same realm, those who rely on potions will undoubtedly fall short against those who diligently cultivate their skills over time. This necessitates subsequent training. The same holds true for Li Zixuan. Had he not possessed such a plethora of trump cards and martial arts techniques, it would have been impossible for him to defeat Yin Lingzi in the past. However, the present circumstances are different. With the gravity chamber and the 9-star tower, even those who resort to potions can swiftly enhance their capabilities. Li Zixuan is currently able to endure under 80 times the normal gravity. If he gradually acclimatizes and practices his martial techniques and footwork within that environment, his strength will undoubtedly grow. Tell me honestly, to what level can your techniques be cultivated? I will discuss this with the higher-ups, Zhang Xiangdong stated with a hint of seriousness. Chapter 119. Everyone cultivates, is it truly for sale? The conversion of my martial arts into cosmic currency requires 20 billion. Zhang Xiangdong gasped in astonishment, despite being somewhat prepared. He was no longer the naive novice he once was. He comprehended the magnitude of 20 billion, recalling that Li Zixuan had pillaged 3 cities to amass a mere 27.5 billion. Just days prior, Li Zixuan had ravaged nearly half of Australia's steel and iron mines, accumulating over 30 billion. Although half of that remained unconverted into cosmic currency, even if he succeeded in converting all, it would only amount to around 70 billion. Yet, a single martial art of Li Zixuan demanded 20 billion. I provided Chen Huafeng and his 8 companions with martial arts and skills totaling 12.5 billion. In that moment, Zhang Xiangdong truly envied them. Though he was unaware of the specifics of those martial arts, they undoubtedly surpassed his own by a considerable margin. Li Zixuan's willingness to invest 12.5 billion in them, while his own martial arts were more expensive, left Zhang feeling inadequate after toiling for most of his life, only to find himself less accomplished than Chun Huafeng and the others. Are there any affordable options? Zhang Xiangdong hesitantly inquired. There are, but they can only be purchased with cosmic currency. Bartering is not an option, Li Zixuan replied, displaying the information regarding the martial arts before him. Zhang understood that. For instance, iron ore could yield hundreds of billions in value, yet in a sale, it might fetch only a few million. Such resources were among the few tradable items Blue Star had to offer. Other commodities would not attract the interest of civilizations at the second or third tier. As Zhang Xiangdong gazed at the array of martial arts and their accompanying descriptions, along with the final prices, a myriad of emotions surged within him. He recognized that a single martial art could be practiced by many, yet the potential of each individual to harness its full power was contingent upon their innate compatibility. He began scanning the list, starting from the 1 billion price point, but upon reaching the bottom, he discovered one martial art available for a mere 2 million that could elevate a practitioner to the imperial level. He could hardly contain his excitement. If a 2 million martial art could lead to imperial mastery, what then of those priced higher? There were several listed at 20 billion. And he even noticed one at an astonishing 50 billion. Stealing a glance at Li Zixuan, Zhang Xiangdong awkwardly suggested, I think I should return and discuss this further. Ultimately, he found himself hesitant to voice his desires. Li Zixuan feigned ignorance, although he was willing to offer a few martial arts. The sheer number of individuals in the country was overwhelming. Even the Special Affairs Bureau had nearly 10,000 personnel. If an average of 100 individuals practiced a single martial art, that would necessitate 100 different arts. There were other departments to consider, along with the 5 major bases. All right, let us visit the 9-star tower, Li Zixuan proposed. The two made their way to the 9-star tower, and following Li Zixuan's introduction, Zhang Xiangdong donned a helmet and commenced his trials. In no time, he abruptly opened his eyes, his expression betraying an unmistakable fear. Wow, this is truly remarkable, he exclaimed, removing the helmet in disbelief. Within the simulation, he had encountered 20 leopards and had barely managed to struggle before being torn to pieces. Now, as he collected himself, he felt a significant lightness in his spirit. He was also aware that this was a transformation of the soul, perhaps having grown just a fraction. I will report this, but can the gravity chamber and the 9-star tower be sold? Zhang Xiangdong gazed at Li Zixuan with a hint of longing. Li Zixuan pondered for a moment. After all, he would eventually have to exchange them in the trade of 4th-tier civilizations, and besides, Rom could also provide these. So he nodded in affirmation. Yes, they can indeed be sold. He paused and continued. Let me put it this way. I borrowed 27 million tons of iron ore and 6 million tons of steel from Australia. In exchange, I received 30 billion cosmic coins. And the remainder was all traded for these items. Although he still possessed over 10 million tons of iron ore, it would be challenging to acquire more in the future. And he wished to convert everything into spirit stones. Personal strength was paramount. The process of national strength was far too slow. Li Zixuan also planned to eradicate the alien forces before base number 1 and then enter closed-door cultivation. Zhang Xiangdong understood Li Zixuan's intent. The gravity chamber and the 9-star tower were far more valuable than those technologies. If they were to be exchanged, it would require payment, and not in manhwa currency, but in steel or iron ore. All right, I will return and discuss this with the higher-ups, Zhang Xiangdong said after some contemplation. Li Zixuan saw Zhang Xiangdong off and returned to the castle. The reason he had brought Zhang Xiangdong to see these was to sell them to the state. Although he was now considered part of the system, matters related to extraterrestrial civilizations and the issue of nationwide cultivation were beyond his solitary capacity to resolve. Even if he exhausted all his resources, he could not afford what the nation could. Moreover, concerning the space-folding technology, although he wished to propose it now, he understood that the current situation simply did not permit it, not to mention the impending war a year from now. Just the cost of 15 trillion cosmic coins would require an enormous amount of iron ore. And what would happen even if they managed to raise funds to buy it back? Let us not forget that Blue Planet comprises more than one nation. Shaking his head, he decided to dismiss these thoughts and rose to head towards the gravity chamber, spending 137 million to procure 50 A-grade Blood God Kong Ant guards, 500 D-grade, 50 C-grade, 30 B-grade, and 12 caretakers for the gravity chamber to ensure the safety of the practitioners within. 5 would be sent to the 9-star tower, along with 33 A-grade units, while 10 A-grade would accompany them, with the remainder dispatched to Future Technology under the leadership of Qinglong. This way, Future Technology would have 1,000 D-grade, 100 C-grade, 60 B-grade, and 14 A-grade units. It seemed they would be quite busy. The remaining 23 were all assigned to the Qilin team, as the security of the estate would also require personnel, while he and Shinryu would focus primarily on cultivation in the future. However, with this arrangement, there would be quite a surplus of robots, and Li Zixuan still harbored some concerns. Xiaoling, will these Blood God Kong Ant guards truly not betray me? Rest assured, Master, once the Blood God Kong Ant guards are set up at the factory, an instruction program is embedded within them. Should they ever defy your will, they will be eradicated. That is reassuring. Li Zixuan finally felt at ease. He certainly did not want to be responsible for a world in pursuit of rogue robots. Li Zixuan instructed Xiaoling to keep a vigilant watch outside as he prepared to negotiate the trade for Romt, along with 2 sets of gravity chambers and the 9-star tower. One set would be stored within the spatial realm, while the other would eventually be sold to Zhang Xiangdong and his associates. After all, Li Zixuan anticipated spending a considerable amount of time cultivating within that space. Moreover, his distinct advantage lay in the fact that he possessed 30 times the time available to others. Perhaps he would eventually confide in Shinryu and Jiang Mingho, but certainly not at this moment. The looming crisis 1 year hence had yet to be resolved, and should the alien races become aware of this information, it would only lead to further complications. Chapter 120, The Arrival of the Generals. Hello, Romt. What? Nothing. Just wanted to greet you. How many energy stones have you prepared? Li Zixuan got straight to the point. Oh, there are 50,000. In 7 days, we could have 1 million. Romt replied casually. Li Zixuan was quite astonished. How could so many be amassed in just a few hours? It seemed he was indeed trading with other civilizations. 1 million? Not bad. Do we still have the gravity chamber and the 9-star tower? Please procure a few more sets for me. A few sets? Romt was somewhat taken aback. Asking for several sets of items worth billions was audacious. Well, let us make it 10 sets. Initially, Li Zixuan only intended to request 2 sets. But considering the 5 major bases and other departments, he realized that even 1,000 sets would be insufficient for nationwide implementation. Thus, he had to settle for bolstering their military capabilities first. At present, Li Zixuan possessed merely 10 million tons of iron ore, which would only equate to 5 billion cosmic coins. Trading seemed more advantageous. He anticipated that, at that time, they would need techniques, the gravity chamber, and the 9-star tower, and by then, the price differential would be apparent. Hold on a moment, Romt said before hastily exiting, only to return shortly before Li Zixuan. I am prepared to trade 1 million tons of iron ore for those items, and an additional 3 billion cosmic coins. What do you think? He reasoned that techniques would require cosmic coins for purchase, and if Zhang Xiangdong were to deliver iron ore, it wouldn't yield much. It was better to trade with Romt, as he would undoubtedly gain tenfold or more. However, upon hearing Li Zixuan's proposal, Romt frowned. Although iron ore could fetch 50,000 per ton at the highest price, he still needed to account for profit. Furthermore, due to his standing, he could not sell everything at once. It had to be gradually absorbed by his clan. His frown also stemmed from the fact that his cosmic coins were dwindling, and future transactions would necessitate more. Li Zixuan seemed to perceive his concerns and spoke up. I don't have much iron ore left either. If you can't trade, I'll have to seek transactions with other civilizations. All right, I will trade with you. Romt finally relented, albeit with some reluctance. Ultimately, it was still a profitable venture. Converting iron ore into cosmic coins would simply require some time. This exchange revealed that the Wolf clan was not particularly favored. Had it been the Tanada, they would have eagerly accepted, as their channels were far more extensive than Romt's. Very well, let us proceed with the transaction. The balance, initially under 22 billion, suddenly soared to over 51,720 million. I've become a pauper, Romt muttered, gazing at his balance of less than 10 billion. You've struck it rich in a single transaction, Li Zixuan remarked, somewhat incredulous. Struck it rich? It means to be very wealthy. Exactly. Aha, Romt chuckled, exposing all 4 of his fangs. Let us reconnect in 7 days. Agreed. After concluding the call, Li Zixuan grasped 2 crystal-like orbs, within which resided the 9-star tower and the gravity chamber. Ignoring everything else, the space was solely occupied by Li Zixuan and the little spirits who, however, would not come to the trading center. He placed the gravity chamber and the 9-star tower in the open area of the space and directly entered the gravity chamber to commence his training. Should anyone outside knock or call, the little spirit would promptly notify him. Li Zixuan adjusted the gravity chamber to 80 times gravity and began his cultivation within. As dusk fell upon the outside world, he had already managed to practice martial skills and agility under the intense pressure of 80 times gravity. Upon emerging from the space, he found Shinryu and the others gathered in the living room, with even the robotic chef preparing a meal. How do you feel today? Very well. Yes, indeed. I feel as though I could fly after coming out. Me too, I feel so light. Hearing their cheerful chatter, Li Zixuan felt a sense of joy. For everyone had made progress, ensuring a shared assurance for the future. Remembering the 14 bottles of evolution liquid, he distributed them among the 8 individuals. This is evolution liquid. It has no side effects. Over the next few days, focus on honing your skills in the gravity chamber and the 9-star tower. In a few days, we shall proceed to base 1. All right. Chen Huafeng and the others were already aware, as Li Zixuan had informed Shinryu and her companions as well. After enjoying dinner together, they each returned to their rooms. Dear, let me see how your training is progressing, Li Zixuan said. Taking Shinryu's delicate hand and gently sensing her energy. Noticing the somewhat teasing glint in his eyes, Shinryu shot him a disapproving glance. What level of gravity are you training under now? 50 times. Are Jiang Mingho and the others the same? Yes, they are. Why do you ask? Just curious. It seemed that those who had consumed the enhancement liquid were all at 50 times gravity, while he had reached the pinnacle of diamond rank. Why was he only at 80 times? He couldn't quite grasp it, but it felt insignificant now. Dear, I just noticed some blockages in your meridians. Come. Let me check. With that, he lifted Shinryu into his arms and swiftly returned home. Shinryu, still caught off guard, met Li Zixuan's intense gaze. No, darling. I haven't bathed yet. Oh, that's all right. Come, we can wash together. It's a way to conserve water. Shinryu silently scoffed at his reasoning. The following morning, Shinryu and the others rose early to resume their training. They were eager to reach the Diamond Realm, as only then could they truly unleash the potential of their mecha during the forthcoming battles. Li Zixuan also resumed his cultivation within the space. However, around 10 o'clock, the little spirit informed him that guests had arrived. Stepping out of the space, he exited the castle to find a convoy of vehicles entering through the main gate. This was facilitated by the photographs and information about Zhang Xiangdong and others that he had shared with the robots, and Qi Lin was also present. Otherwise, at this moment, Zhang Xiangdong and the others would be unable to enter. However, upon seeing Bailey Howren and his companions, Li Zixuan's perspective shifted. After all, 5 stellar-level powerhouses are not to be underestimated. Li Zixuan swiftly stepped forward. Among the gathered individuals, he was only acquainted with Zhang Xiangdong and Bailey Howren. While he had merely encountered a few others in passing, Zhang Xiangdong approached and said, "Allow me to introduce you to our esteemed colleague, Li Zixuan, the leader of the Battle Star Group. Zixuan, this is Bailey Howren, the highest commander of Base 1, and beside him is Bailey Qingwu, the chief of staff. This is Zhan Feng, the highest commander of Base 2, and here is Liang Fo, the chief of staff. Next, we have Li Xianting, the highest commander of Base 3, accompanied by Jiao Inirong, the chief of staff. Lastly, this is Qin Zhang, the highest commander of Base 4, and beside him is Kaiwen, the chief of staff." Chapter 121. The astonishment of the crowd. This is Jiang Xin, the supreme commander of Base Number 5, and this is Fan Donghai, the chief of staff. Li Zixuan observed that although Bai Li Qingwu had been by Bailey Howren's side, her features unmistakably revealed a familial bond with him. Meanwhile, Zhan Feng exuded an air of authority, clearly a fervent warrior. Qin Zhang? Ah, a rather pleasant name. Jiang Xin, although a woman, held the esteemed position of the highest commander of a base, indicating her formidable nature. The other 10 or so individuals remained unnamed by Zhang Xiangdong, suggesting they were not particularly noteworthy figures. Nevertheless, this estate could be deemed the most powerful entity in all of Huagua, with its most formidable individuals gathered here. While the bases had left personnel behind, they were certainly not the strongest among them. Greetings. I appreciate everyone taking the time out of your busy schedules to be here, Li Zixuan said, promptly extending his hand in greeting. There's no need for formality with me. You are the one who healed my wounds. Bailey Howren responded with a hearty smile. It is truly my honor to have you all here, Li Zixuan replied, acknowledging that while his military rank was technically lower than theirs, he was nonetheless the head of an independent department, in terms of combat prowess, wearing the war god suit. Li Zixuan felt no fear among those present. However, as they fought for their country, he had been comfortably attending school, thus. The respect and reverence he held for them remained warranted. "Allow me to show you around," he offered. Once again, they arrived at the entrance of the gravity chamber. Upon seeing the robot stationed at the door, the crowd instinctively squinted. They had already noted the presence of 6 practitioners at the first and second tiers of diamond level at the entrance, but to their astonishment, there were 12 within. Li Zixuan disregarded their surprise and began his introduction. After listening, the group was eager to try it out. Li Zixuan smiled slightly. "Would you like to experience it for yourselves?" "Absolutely," Zhang Feng exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement as he swiftly entered one of the rooms. Li Haoran and the others exchanged glances before each choosing a room to enter. Soon, only Li Zixuan and Zhang Xiangdong remained. "Would you like to take a look?" Li Zixuan inquired of Zhang Xiangdong. "What's there to see? Didn't we just observe it yesterday?" Zhang Xiangdong replied nonchalantly, though his eyes still sparkled with desire. "I have discussed with the higher-ups and secured an agreement for you. 50 million tons of steel and 10 billion Huagua dollars, but in exchange, we require 6 gravity chambers and 6 9-star towers, as well as 50 manuals," Zhang Xiangdong stated seriously, fixing his gaze on Li Zixuan. "Is the steel derived from the technology one provided for you?" "Indeed. What do you think?" Zhang Xiangdong nodded affirmatively. "That's acceptable. When will it arrive?" "Weren't you saying just a couple of days ago that you could achieve a breakthrough in a week? By then, we can eliminate the foreign threat at base number 1. And then we can proceed with the transaction," Zhang Xiangdong remarked with a smile, as if recalling something. "All right, I will ensure it is done within 4 days," Li Zixuan declared. This could be seen as a test. After all, they had never witnessed him in action. Before long, Li Haoran and the others emerged one after another, and their expressions revealed their fondness for this place. Zhang Xiangdong, observing that everyone had come out, smiled and inquired, "How does it feel?" "Very good. Quite splendid." The group expressed their satisfaction. Even their gazes towards Li Zixuan had shifted. Just days prior, there were murmurs of discontent regarding Li Zixuan's decision to form an independent team. However, upon learning of his contributions, many were rendered silent. This time, the group had benefited from Li Zixuan's generosity, and a sense of respect now colored their views of him. After all, very few possessed the selflessness he demonstrated. Especially since Li Zixuan had only recently reached the Diamond Pinnacle, while 5 starry beings and over a dozen Diamond Pinnacles were present. His demeanor remained neither servile nor arrogant, further highlighting his exceptional nature. "Come, let me take you to the 9-star tower." All right. The group then proceeded to the 9-star tower. Donning their helmets to begin the trials, Li Zixuan recalled that he had only lasted 6 seconds on the 6th floor and wondered how long Li Haoran would endure. Soon, everyone opened their eyes one after the other, but their gazes reflected fear and despair. Even Zhang Feng and Li Haoran were not exempt from such emotions. "How was it?" Zhang Xiangdong asked with a playful grin, having experienced that dreadful sensation of near death himself. "Not good." "Very good." Despite their varied responses, the sentiment remained consistent. Li Zixuan then turned his attention to the formidable starry beings and inquired, "How long did you last on the 6th floor?" At this, the others turned to listen intently. "A few seconds?" The phrase seemed somewhat derogatory, and the expressions of Li Haoran and his companions had darkened. After a moment's contemplation, Li Haoran replied, 11 seconds. Zhang Feng abruptly turned to Li Haoran. Although they were comrades, a competitive spirit lingered between them. He was astonished that Li Haoran could endure for 11 seconds, especially while being besieged by 10 starry beings. He had sensed at least 5 high-level entities among them. With a hint of dejection, he admitted, "I lasted 8 seconds." The other 3 also reported around 5 seconds, while the remaining Diamond Pinnacles failed to surpass the 5th floor. "I lasted 3 seconds. The group collectively turned towards the source of the voice, Li Qingwu. It was she, the striking yet cold woman. Li Zixuan was taken aback. He had managed 6 seconds at the Diamond Pinnacle due to his numerous hidden skills, whether in techniques or martial arts, which were among the finest in this realm. Yet, what could Li Qingwu possibly possess? The others were equally astonished, as Li Qingwu had managed to vanquish 20 fierce beasts on the 5th floor. And there were not merely 1 or 2 at the Diamond Pinnacle level. Although she was the last to emerge, it showcased her ability to combat foes beyond her rank. "What do you possess?" "I too reached the 5th floor, albeit only catching a glimpse," Zhang Xiangdong remarked, slightly puzzled. All eyes were fixed upon him. Even though his voice was barely a whisper, those present, all of whom were of the diamond rank or higher, could hear him distinctly. Li Haoran shook his head and remarked, it is not the same. For instance, prior to reaching the Diamond Realm, both the Bronze rank and the pinnacle of Platinum fall within the human category, susceptible to fatalities from firearms or missiles. However, upon breaking through to the Diamond Realm, significant transformations occur in terms of physical defense, stamina, longevity, and even genetics, marking a departure from the ordinary human condition. Engaging in combat beyond one's rank becomes a challenge tenfold greater than before. To put it plainly, an average person with adequate training could easily kill a cat or a dog with bare hands. Yet, after surpassing the diamond threshold, such probabilities diminish considerably. Chapter 122. Breaking through to Star Master. At this moment, Jiang Xian spoke up, expressing concern that on the 6th level, the ferocious tiger-like beasts were overwhelming, leaving them with no opportunity for training. Everyone nodded in agreement, turning their gazes toward Li Zixuan. Let me inquire for a moment, Li Zixuan said. And without hesitation, he activated the trading communication with Romter. Before long, Romter's fearsome visage appeared before them. With a hint of curiosity, Romter regarded Li Zixuan, pondering the recent transaction and wondering what was amiss. Romter, is it possible for the beasts within the 9-star tower to emerge in batches? Li Zixuan inquired directly. Emerging in batches? Romter contemplated briefly before responding. When you enter, you can simply communicate with the intelligence inside. Li Zixuan felt a twinge of embarrassment upon hearing this. A sentiment echoed by the others, as they had all heard the voice upon their entry. All right, thank you, that's all. Li Zixuan concluded the conversation, a bit sheepish. Hey, you all heard that, right? Li Zixuan remarked with a smile, as long as I'm not embarrassed, the awkwardness belongs to others. Those who had come here were all esteemed figures, well-versed in the universal language of the cosmos. Li Zixuan had no fear that his words would be misunderstood. This arrangement was indeed beneficial. It would facilitate their training significantly and prevent them from being swiftly defeated. Everyone, feel free to train here. The robots at the entrance are at your service. Do not hesitate to ask them if you have any questions. Meals can be enjoyed in the castle with us. Or you may summon the robots to bring food to you. At night, the robots can escort you to the villa for rest. I too shall now commence my training. Upon hearing this, the group exchanged glances, still in shock at the recent interaction between Li Zixuan and Romter, whose fierce exterior resembled that of a wolf. Zixuan, is that the 3rd-level civilization you traded with? Zhang Xiangdong asked, still somewhat dazed. Indeed, the Wolf Clan of the 3rd-level civilization, Li Zixuan confirmed. The Wolf Clan? No wonder they appear as they do, Zhang Xiangdong observed. All right, Zixuan, you go ahead with your tasks. We will consult the robots if we have any questions. Li Haoran interjected. The group remained seated, eager to continue their training. Li Zixuan nodded in agreement. Yes, but I recommend you all start with the gravity chamber, as the sensation of death is particularly unsettling, and experiencing it too often can leave a lasting shadow. Understood, we shall consider it. Li Haoran and the others acknowledged. For they understood that one could only truly grasp the despair and terror of such experiences by confronting them directly, despite having survived countless battles. Witnessing the demise of others remained a starkly different experience from facing it oneself. Li Zixuan chose not to linger, as he needed to seize the time to break through. He relayed instructions to the robots at the entrance regarding Li Haoran and others' accommodations and meals. He also distributed 10,000 spirit stones to Zhang Xiangdong for the group and another 10,000 to Shen Ruyu and her companions. With that, Li Zixuan returned to his bedroom in the castle. Swiftly entering the space, he commenced his earnest cultivation. In the blink of an eye, for days had elapsed in the outside world. During this time, everyone was ardently devoted to their training, and Shen Ruyu and others successfully ascended to the diamond level, diligently refining their skills aided by the spirit stones and evolution liquids provided by Li Zixuan. Their rapid breakthroughs were truly a natural progression. Meanwhile, within the confines of the space, Li Zixuan experienced his own breakthrough on the very day of his entry. After all, while 4 days had passed outside, he had been cultivating for an impressive 120 days within. His current level had reached the 4th stage of Star Master, marking him as a formidable mid-level expert. Throughout these days, Li Zixuan devoted the majority of his time to the gravity chamber, progressing from struggling to walk under 80 times the normal gravity to moving with grace and agility. Now, as a 4th stage Star Master, he could train his movement techniques unaffected even under 105 times the gravity. Inside the 9-star tower, he was capable of defeating ferocious beasts at the 6th stage of Star Master, and could even contend with those at the 7th stage for several minutes. One must not underestimate that duration. Engaging in combat with such beasts required utmost exertion, for a moment of negligence could lead to injury or even death. During this period, Li Zixuan had faced death dozens of times, though he had mentally conditioned himself to accept that it was merely an illusion. However, the feeling of being crushed or bitten by a ferocious beast was undeniably distressing. On the native land of Blue Star, Li Howren was no longer the foremost expert. That title now belonged to Li Zixuan. After solidifying his cultivation base, Li Zixuan emerged from the space. In recent days, everyone was aware of an impending fierce battle, and thus had been tirelessly cultivating, often neglecting meals and sleep. Gradually, he expanded his spiritual awareness, which now reached a remarkable 200 meters. This meant he could perceive everything within that range clearly without the need for sight. Now, on the lawn at the castle entrance, Li Zixuan slowly attempted to fly. Although he had practiced many times in the space, watching himself glide over the castle and gaze down at the estate filled him with uncontainable excitement. He experimented with speeding up, turning, and retreating, thoroughly enjoying the experience. He was beginning to sense the profound strength of a Star Master. While he could not yet command a territory as a king-level expert could, he was increasingly aware of a certain affinity. The acknowledgement of the world's rules and his growing comprehension of the techniques instilled in him newfound confidence to face the impending battle. As mealtime approached, Li Zixuan went to rouse those deeply engrossed in their cultivation. "Xuanzi, what's the matter?" "I'm still training," Jiang Mingho remarked, puzzled as he noticed Chen Huafeng and others emerging. Li Zixuan shot Jiang Mingho an exasperated glance, noting his lack of respect despite the presence of others. However, he brushed it aside and replied, "We have a mission to undertake tomorrow. Let us take the day to relax and enjoy dinner together tonight." At that moment, Li Howren and others also emerged from the gravity chamber or 9-star tower. Observing the expressions on their faces, Li Zixuan understood that they had greatly benefited from their recent endeavors. Li Howren and the 5 from Zhanfeng were nearing the second stage of Star Master, while several others were on the verge of breaking through to that level, including Li Qingwu. It appears that everyone has made considerable progress in their cultivation. Li Zixuan remarked with a smile. "Indeed, this place is truly remarkable. Yes, it would be wonderful if we had one at our base as well." Hearing the satisfaction in the voices of the crowd regarding the training environment, Li Zixuan felt a sense of contentment. "Perhaps by the day after tomorrow, you will all be able to experience such a setting at your own base." Without allowing anyone to inquire further, Li Zixuan continued, "Let us move on. You have not had a proper meal in days, and as soon as you arrived, you began your training, leaving me unable to fulfill my host's duties. Let us dine and converse simultaneously." Chapter 123, The Eve of the Great Battle. Upon exchanging glances, Li Howren and his companions followed Li Zixuan into the castle. For the past few days, they had seldom ventured out, engrossed in their training either in the gravity chamber or within the 9-star tower, having yet to explore the castle itself. A group of over 20 entered the castle, marveling at its high-tech interior. As they crossed the threshold, they felt as though they were being scanned. The floor was covered in an unknown material that was soft and comfortable beneath their feet, effortlessly sweeping away the dust from their shoes. The expansive lounge was replete with amenities. A glance revealed a wall-mounted liquor cabinet filled with a plethora of unfamiliar beverages, many of which were encased in packaging they had never seen before. 2 rows of large sofas provided not only a sense of comfort akin to a massage, but also infused them with a vibrant energy that relaxed and rejuvenated their bodies. Curiosity sparked among many, even Shinryu and her companions were no exception. Most of these marvels were acquired during the recent transaction with Ront, showcasing advanced technology. Although the appearance of the flooring, sofas, tables, and cabinets bore little change, their facilities had become significantly more sophisticated. The entire castle, along with the 4 adjacent villas, had undergone a remarkable transformation. While the structures retained their original shapes, both the building's framework and exterior coating utilized materials from a 3rd-tier civilization, rendering them nearly indestructible to those in the mid-stages of Star Mastery. Each room was equipped with spatial folding technology, ensuring that even with the sudden influx of over 20 individuals, the space felt ample. Honey Shinryu grasped Li Zixuan's arm, her curiosity evident even without her voicing it. Jiang Mingho and the others shared her sentiment, as these innovations had only just been revealed by Li Zixuan, leaving them equally uninformed. Li Howren and his companions, despite having encountered numerous opulent venues and villas, were witnessing such grandeur for the very first time. What lay within that liquor cabinet? The array of drinks was unlike anything found on Blue Star, as indicated by their packaging. And those grand ceiling lights, what were they? Though diamonds were not particularly rare among the attendees, the sheer number adorning the chandelier must have numbered in the hundreds, with the smallest being the size of a thumb, and the largest resembling a fist. How many had seen such wonders? Crucially, the chandelier was merely above the dining table. The one in the lounge was even more extraordinary. Though not excessively large or ostentatious, it emanated a potent energy that resonated with everyone present. At that moment, Li Zixuan noticed the collective gaze of his companions, feeling akin to a nouveau riche. However, it was understandable. The decor was flamboyant and visually stunning, projecting an image of a life of indulgence. Yet, all present were military personnel, many of whom felt averse to such extravagance. With a hint of embarrassment, Li Zixuan glanced around. Realizing he had not taken the time to appreciate his surroundings after the initial reveal, he awkwardly remarked, all of this was acquired through trade. Please don't be misled by its appearance, but it does look rather impressive. The group fell silent, unable to find words. Li Zixuan felt it inappropriate to mention the many concealed mechanisms within. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to divert the conversation. The wine in the cabinet is available for you all to enjoy. Really? Jiang Mingho was not at all polite, having just expressed his envy. He immediately opened the cabinet upon hearing Li Zixuan's words and selected the top bottle, which bore an unfamiliar label. It appeared quite expensive. And he began inviting everyone to take a seat. With over 20 individuals, a single dining table was insufficient. Upon hearing Li Zixuan's simple suggestion to add 2 more tables, a voice replied, "All right." 2 large tables rose up beside the original one, leaving everyone astonished. The thought that crossed their minds was that this was fully automated. Shortly thereafter, 6 waitresses began serving dishes at the table. While Li Zixuan urged everyone to take their seats, the presence of several beautiful waitresses only intensified the discomfort among the guests. Particularly, Bai Li Qingwu and Zhang Xian cast somewhat disdainful glances at Li Zixuan. However, it was only after they were seated that they learned from Jiang Mingho that everyone else in the manor, apart from those present, were robots. This revelation offered them some relief, though it was quickly replaced with further astonishment. Those unaware were left to ponder whether technology in Huagua had advanced to such heights. Only Bai Li Haoran and a few others were aware that these were all acquired by Li Zixuan. Nevertheless, that was of little consequence now. Observing the dishes prepared by the robotic chef, everyone was taken aback. The flavors, aromas, and presentation were impeccable, rivaling that of a 5-star restaurant. As they savored the meal, Jiang Mingho had extracted a dozen exquisite bottles of wine from the cabinet, all of which were not available on the market. Unbeknownst to him, while the wines were indeed fine, their potency was significant. Among the group, only 6 were at the Star Master level, while the remaining 18 were at the Diamond level. Consequently, what could have been a 2 to 3 pound capacity for drinking now rendered many incapacitated after just half a pound. Even Shinryu and several other women couldn't resist a glass, their cheeks flushed with color. Li Zixuan sat with Bai Li Haoran and Zhang Feng, each having consumed merely 2 cups, yet all were feeling somewhat inebriated. Brother, this is quite good. Strong. In Huagua, sharing drinks at the table is the quickest way to foster camaraderie among men, and Zhang Feng, with one hand resting on Li Zixuan's shoulder and the other holding a cup, remarked this. Indeed, this wine is exceptional, with a hint of fruitiness and a trace of energy, but it is potent. Bai Li Haoran, still relatively sober, said earnestly after taking a sip. Li Zixuan also found the wine delightful and replied with a smile, "Yes, it truly is remarkable. When I make my purchases during the transaction in 2 days, I will acquire more to share with each of you." Those who had not yet succumbed to intoxication were somewhat stirred by Li Zixuan's words. Yet with Bai Li Haoran and others present, they refrained from expressing their intentions, fearing embarrassment if they acted too eagerly. "All right, you have my word." Bai Li Haoran chuckled, having anticipated this statement from Li Zixuan. Despite his infrequent drinking due to work commitments, he had developed a fondness for it following the loss of his wife and the misunderstandings with his daughter. Zhang Feng and the others also laughed in agreement, and even Zhang Xian did not decline. Though indulging in libations, the practitioners exhibited a distinct preference for invigorating spirits. The table brimmed with a jovial atmosphere. However, as the evening progressed, only 6 individuals managed to maintain their clarity of mind, a testament to their elevated cultivation. Otherwise, Li Zixuan would have undoubtedly succumbed to inebriation. He beckoned the maids and the robotic companions, including Qilin, to escort them to their designated chambers. "Brother Zixuan, do rest early. We shall take our leave now," remarked Zhang Feng, patting Li Zixuan on the shoulder while effortlessly lifting Liang Fo and making his exit. After bidding farewell to his companions, Li Zixuan instructed the robots to return Jiang Mingho and Wang Jiayi to their rooms. He then carried Shin Ruyu upstairs, perhaps due to the excessive consumption of alcohol. Everyone quickly succumbed to slumber upon returning home. The following morning, all arose early, feeling no trace of discomfort, but rather brimming with vitality. Chapter 124. Before the great battle, darling, it's time to rise, he gently urged. Sweetheart, I wish to linger in slumber a bit longer, murmured Shin Ruyu, her eyelashes fluttering. Li Zixuan glanced at the time. It was barely past 5. However, he had just scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense and noticed that Li Haoran and the others were already awake, with some having ventured to the gravity chamber in the backyard to commence their training. Observing the peacefully sleeping Shin Ruyu, he continued, everyone is downstairs. What? Shin Ruyu abruptly sat up and turned to Li Zixuan, who nodded in affirmation. They're all up, except for Jiang Mingho and his wife. Although his spiritual awareness allowed him to perceive many things, Li Zixuan was not one to pry, merely glancing over Jiang Mingho's room. Then let us rise as well. Li Zixuan looked at Shin Ruyu's enchanting figure, feeling a surge of impatience. Noticing Li Zixuan's lingering gaze, Shin Ruyu quickly interjected, Not today. We have tasks ahead. Li Zixuan snapped back to reality, chuckling softly. I was merely admiring. Where did your thoughts wander? Shin Ruyu rolled her eyes at Li Zixuan, fully aware of his intentions after a year of companionship. Yet, the thought of their postponed marriage left her feeling despondent. Before his journey, he had promised to prepare for their wedding upon his return. However, a series of events had delayed those plans. Even now, she hesitated to bring it up, understanding that the impending battle would determine the fate of their nation, or even the entire Blue Star. This was hardly the time for discussions of marriage. Perhaps a year from now would be more fitting. Li Zixuan sensed her melancholy and promptly embraced her, softly asking, What troubles you, my love? Do you believe we can win? Shin Ruyu inquired, gazing earnestly at him. Today, victory is assured, he declared, and do not forget to don your mech. Together, we shall conquer. 1 year from now, victory shall still be ours. Let us not forget we possess the gravity chamber and the 9-star tower. Your husband has already attained the 4th stage of Star Lord. After today, we shall enter seclusion, and you may even reach the king level. Remember how little time you have been training. Shin Ryu recognized his encouraging words. She understood that early breakthroughs were easier, yet the path grew increasingly arduous over time. Nevertheless, the presence of Li Zixuan by her side filled her with reassurance and rekindled her determination. Yes, we will undoubtedly succeed. We will win. After indulging in some affectionate moments in bed, they washed up and made their way downstairs. Passing by Jiang Mingho's room, they noticed the door firmly shut. Shall I play some music for them, something DJ style? Li Zixuan instructed. Understood, replied Xiao Ai, the name Li Zixuan had given to the castle's intelligence system. As Li Zixuan finished speaking, he took Shin Ruyu's hand and prepared to descend. Could you not wake them properly? Shin Ryu remarked, a hint of exasperation in her voice. Knowing that both Jiang Mingho and Wang Jiayi were inside, Hiki, let us await their awakening. Li Zixuan laughed heartily. Who was there? In the early morning. Despite the excellent soundproofing, even the faintest noise from outside was barely audible. However, the music blaring from within, courtesy of Xiao Ai, abruptly jolted Jiang Mingho and Wang Jiayi from their slumber. Turn it off, please. It's unbearable. Jiang Mingho exclaimed in frustration, desperately searching for the source of the commotion. As he glanced at Wang Jiayi, who was also awakened, panic set in as he suddenly recalled they were in Li Zixuan's home. In a fit of rage, he shouted, Li Zixuan, you scoundrel, turn off the music. Xiao Ai, please, cease the music. Li Zixuan, perceptively aware of Jiang Mingho's exasperation, could clearly discern his expression, as could Shin Ryu, who had also heard the raucous sounds emanating from inside. Darling, we should leave, Li Zixuan said abruptly, taking Shin Ryu by the hand as they rushed downstairs. Upon opening the door, Jiang Mingho glared at the retreating figures of Li Zixuan and Shin Ryu, unable to contain his ire. Li Zixuan, you ruffian. If you can't sleep, must you disturb others? Meanwhile, in the living room, Li Haoran and others sat chatting on the sofa, amused by the scene unfolding below as they heard the commotion from above. Good morning, everyone. I trust you all rested well last night? Li Zixuan greeted, slightly embarrassed by the peculiar gazes directed his way. Yes, we rested quite well. Li Haoran replied with a smile, youth is indeed wonderful. Li Zixuan summoned the chef robot to prepare breakfast as they were to engage in battle later. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Mingho and Wang Jiayi descended the stairs, their expressions filled with disdain as they observed Li Zixuan laughing and chatting with Li Haoran. Jiang Mingho, feeling provoked by Li Zixuan's challenging gaze, yearned to call him out for a duel, yet knowing he could not prevail, he settled for a fierce glare. As breakfast concluded and the clock struck 7, 2 helicopters appeared on the horizon. When they touched down gracefully on the lawn, the atmosphere grew grave. For a great battle was imminent. My love, we should make our way as well, Li Zixuan said softly to Shan Ryu, then turned to Jiang Mingho and the others, urging, let us depart. Aware of the impending confrontation, everyone donned their combat attire. They boarded the helicopters, which slowly ascended into the sky. With the presence of robots like Qilin in the estate, Li Zixuan felt a sense of security. Yet, observing the solemn expressions of his companions, he sensed an oppressive atmosphere. While Li Haoran recognized that this was Li Zixuan's first foray into such a significant mission, akin to Chen Huafeng and the others, as previous skirmishes had been mere trifles. This time was notably different, as they faced an adversary of nearly 100,000. Despite the losses incurred upon their departure, around 80,000 remained, including hundreds at the diamond level and thousands at the platinum tier. Winning this battle would undoubtedly be a formidable challenge. Inside the helicopter, silence reigned, broken only by the rhythmic thrum of the rotors. 2 hours later, the crowd arrived at Base 1, where Zhang Xiangdong had been awaiting their arrival. After disembarking from the aircraft, all those above the Diamond Realm proceeded to the conference room. As Zhang Xiangdong surveyed the assembly of over 200 individuals, he felt a wave of anxiety, not due to the multitude present, but rather because of the impending battle. The disparity in strength between the two sides was indeed alarming. Li Zixuan, why don't you address the assembly? Zhang Xiangdong suggested to Li Zixuan once everyone had taken their seats, acknowledging that this monumental conflict had been initiated by him. Very well. Chapter 125. The Dawn of War. Li Zixuan ascended the stage, observing the multitude below who gazed upon him with rapt attention. A twinge of nervousness coursed through him, for it was his inaugural experience addressing such a vast assembly, and notably, they were no ordinary individuals. He inhaled deeply to steady himself and began to speak slowly. As you are all aware, it was I who proposed this grand conflict. The impetus for my proposal stems from the impending threat of an invasion by foreign entities within the span of a year. We are out of time. If we do not eliminate the tens of thousands before us, we may suffer even greater losses a year hence. As he articulated this, his tone grew grave and focused, mirroring the seriousness of the crowd below. After all, warfare inevitably entails sacrifice. If we cannot contend with the nearly 100,000 present now, what shall we do in a year? We lack both the time and energy to monitor them indefinitely. We must utilize the forthcoming moments for other endeavors. At this juncture, the Chief of Staff of Base 2, Liang Fo, rose to pose a question. Currently, our elite forces are few. Why not wait a month or two? By then, more will have ascended to the star radiance level, making it easier to confront them. Nods of agreement echoed through the assembly, acknowledging the scarcity of high-level combatants. Li Zixuan, observing this, continued, it is not that we desire to delay. It is that we cannot afford the luxury of time. Who can assure us that the threat will still be contained to a year, or even just a month? As long as the nearly 100,000 remain, every individual at Base 1, indeed, all those in the know, will remain in trepidation. Furthermore, they possess spirit stones, indicating their own cultivation. They have already reached the late stages of 2-star lords. What if they were to break through to the king level first? Zhan Feng could no longer contain himself and stood up, unable to endure the tension. Who among us does not yearn for battle? If you cannot handle the urgency, then leave. Must we explain everything to you? Though Li Haoran and his companions remained silent, Zhan Feng's fervor echoed their sentiments. At that moment, Zhang Xiangdong spoke with a calm yet assertive demeanor. How can we allow others to slumber peacefully while we stand on this sacred ground of Huagua? Faced with an invasion from foreign forces, when we possess the capability to annihilate them, do you wish to wait until their armies encroach upon us, only to be slaughtered? With that declaration, he affirmed that this operation was a decision made by the entire High Command and was not subject to alteration. Proceed. Yes. Li Haoran and the others rose in unison. The assembly dispersed to prepare, and as Li Zixuan descended, he remarked, I intend to go first. The crowd turned their attention towards Li Zixuan, awaiting his elaboration. I command the war god, and even at the king level, they cannot swiftly eliminate me. Moreover, I have now reached the 4th tier of Star Lord. Are you certain? Li Howard inquired earnestly. I am certain. Very well. Your primary task will be to breach that old man's energy shield. Commence with a missile strike to clear the area. At this, laughter erupted among the crowd. For the opposing side's elite numbers were indeed overwhelming. Even their lower-tier fighters surpassed those of Base 1. Within the base, the predominant metals were bronze, with silver and gold being rather scarce in comparison to the opposing side. Although there were numerous platinum ranks, they were merely recently enhanced with strengthening liquid. Should a missile bombardment occur, few would survive, especially given the abundance of lower ranks among them. The losses for our side would be significantly less. Li Zishuan continued. Once I breach the energy shield, you may launch the missiles. My mech will be able to evade. Understood, stay safe. Let us prepare to commence. Shortly thereafter, everyone gathered atop the city walls. Opposite them, an elderly man and two middle-aged individuals, seemingly attuned to the situation, emerged from the low buildings to gaze at the walls. 6 Star Lords? Indeed. The three grew serious. After such a brief time, 6 Star Lords had appeared. Moreover, there were several hundred at the pinnacle of platinum. Li Howard observed the serious demeanor of his adversaries and smiled. They are anxious. Can you blame them? You 6 Star Lords, albeit still in the early stages. Zhang Xiangdong remarked with a chuckle. Prepare yourselves. I shall go first, Li Zishuan declared, soaring from the city walls. Zeus. I am here, sir. While still airborne. Li Zishuan was swiftly enveloped by a suit of armor that emerged from his arm. The silver and blue metallic exterior glimmered, with flames of red and blue erupting from the soles of his feet and the sides of his back, wielding a silver battle knife. Impressive. Indeed, truly magnificent. The onlookers atop the walls gazed fervently at his figure. Ready all missiles? Yes. While the individuals on the walls were captivated by the spectacle. The elderly trio wore grave expressions, having never witnessed such equipment. As they stood poised for battle, their tens of thousands of followers likewise prepared. Li Zishuan swiftly flew into the barrier, his battle knife instantly charged with energy as he swung it forward. The trio of elders saw the swift arc of the blade approaching, and just as they braced to defend, they realized the strike was not aimed at them. This is bad, quickly. The middle-aged man reacted swiftly to Li Zishuan's intent, but it was already too late. A ripple surged through the air, and the energy shield shattered instantaneously. Just as they prepared to unleash another energy shield, Li Zishuan had already lunged forward. You dare, boy. As Li Zishuan swung his blade towards the three, they had no time to erect an energy shield and hurriedly attempted to counter his assault. Zeus, cover fire. Understood, sir. In that moment, 2 slits opened rapidly on Li Zishuan's shoulder, revealing 4 deep barrel openings. Not good, disperse. Yet, Li Zishuan's attack was even quicker. All the munitions capable of inflicting damage were unleashed from his shoulders and back. The artillery positioned atop the surrounding walls aimed directly at the adversary. Damn it. The 3 elders, witnessing this scene, prepared to deploy their energy shields, but Li Zishuan would not grant them the opportunity. Without the mech, he would have feared the trio. Yet now he could disregard their defenses. Given their abilities, none could breach his armor. As Li Zishuan charged at them once more, the 3 quickly prepared to resist. However, one middle-aged man reacted a moment too late and lost an arm to the blade. Damn it, I will kill him, the wounded man exclaimed, hastily consuming a pill. Stay calm. Their weapons are formidable. Let us surround him. The trio disregarded the fates of others, evading missiles while plotting to encircle Li Zishuan. With a hint of disdain, Li Zishuan regarded the 3. Although he could not eliminate them instantly, he had the energy from the mech at his disposal, sufficient to sustain a battle for 3 to 4 days, rendering him unafraid of them. Chapter 126. Post-war as the lingering dust settled. The scene revealed fewer than 20,000 souls, many of whom bore wounds, save for Li Zishuan clad in his mech and the 3 adversaries before him. Let us join, Li Howard proclaimed, charging forth, swiftly followed by his comrades. Chun Huafeng and his 8 companions exchanged knowing glances, sharing a smile before swiftly donning their mechs and taking flight, while the others atop the city walls looked on with a mixture of helplessness and envy. After all, while others soared, they could only leap from the towering walls, which, at several dozen meters, posed no significant challenge. Chun Huafeng and his team surged towards the injured foes. Upon their arrival, Li Zishuan had briefed them on their course of action, and they understood well what was required. Though the T-03 mechs could rival those of Star Masters, sustained barrages from such elite foes could inflict grievous injuries or even death. Li Howard and his 5 companions directed their assault at a wounded middle-aged opponent. which significantly alleviated Li Zixuan's burden. Li Zixuan's inexperience in actual combat had previously left him flustered when besieged by 3-star masters. However, with the support of his companions, he gradually adapted. Occasionally, he unleashed a railgun shot or a laser blast at the middle-aged adversary, while he focused intently on the elder foe, who was merely a 5th-tier star master. Even without his mech, Li Zixuan felt confident in his ability to vanquish him, as he maneuvered with astonishing speed in his mech. Not only did Li Zixuan exhibit remarkable agility, but even Zeus, his mech's AI, augmented its propulsion for a fleeting moment of unparalleled velocity. The elder, realizing Li Zixuan had vanished, felt a surge of dread. Evade. He warned the middle-aged man, who was being relentlessly harassed by Li Zixuan's projectiles. Though the blasts were non-lethal, they still inflicted pain upon impact. Just as the elder perceived Li Zixuan's disappearance, he reappeared behind him, and before the elder could react, Li Zixuan cleaved him in two with a single strike. Damn it! I will kill you. The middle-aged man's fury ignited upon witnessing the elder's gruesome demise. Li Zixuan had no intention of sparing him, for even if interrogation were necessary, he believed Li Haoran and his team would excel in that regard. After enduring several of Li Zixuan's strikes, the middle-aged man's sword shattered in his grasp. Seizing the opportunity, Li Zixuan commanded Zeus to amplify energy output, enhancing both his speed and strength. Scoundrel, perish. The middle-aged man's sword suddenly blazed with overwhelming brilliance as he thrust it towards Li Zixuan, channeling all his energy into the attack, akin to a beam of light. Li Zixuan felt himself ensnared by an insurmountable force, unable to evade, and raised his battle blade to meet the oncoming strike. The ensuing clash resulted in a violent explosion of energy, forcing both Li Zixuan and the middle-aged man to stagger back several paces before regaining their footing. Humph! Li Zixuan scoffed, his mech's energy surging to new heights. As the middle-aged man struggled to stabilize himself, Li Zixuan seized the moment and delivered a decisive blow that severed the man's head. The middle-aged man's body convulsed briefly before it collapsed to the ground. Despite the man's formidable strength, reaching the pinnacle of Star Master power in his final moments, he could only manage to force Li Zixuan's mech back a few steps. It was baffling where such overwhelming force originated. Li Zixuan turned to face Li Haoran and the others. Despite his injuries, the sight of his two companions' demise ignited a fierce rage within him. I shall take the lead. With a swift motion, Li Zixuan lunged forward, his blade slicing through the air toward the middle-aged man, who had already lost an arm. The force of his strike sent the man flying. You handle the rest. Leave him to me. Understood. The middle-aged man, coughing up blood, struggled to rise from the ground, only to witness Li Zixuan charging at him once more. I refused to yield. Yet, the only greeting awaiting him was Li Zixuan's warblade. He could only raise his hands in a futile attempt to defend himself, but in his weakened state, he stood no chance against Li Zixuan. After a flurry of 2 strikes, Li Zixuan cleaved through half of his body. Surveying the battlefield, it was evident that the alien forces had been nearly annihilated. Those who remained were captured, but their injuries suggested they would not survive long without treatment. This was a significant victory. Although many were wounded, none had perished. Li Zixuan ascended the city wall, confident that others would manage the aftermath. You truly are remarkable. This mech is impressive. Zhang Xiangdong approached with a broad smile, genuinely elated. If these alien threats were not eradicated, their presence would pose a dire danger to Huahua as the enemy forces approached. With their defeat, Base 1 was now considerably safer, allowing many to focus on their training. Even the looming war a year hence could be faced with greater resolve. Feeling satisfied now, Li Zixuan observed Zhang Xiangdong's exuberance, seemingly unfazed by the carnage below, and joyfully remarked, indeed, satisfaction abounds. It feels wonderful. Had we allowed them to remain, it would have been like a thorn in our throats, making it impossible to sleep soundly. At that moment, Li Haoran and the others returned. Who could argue with that? Even though I was at Base 4, the thought of this place was like a thorn in my side. Laughter erupted among them, completely disregarding the harrowing scene below. Had the journalists or online commentators witnessed their indifference, they would likely criticize Li Zixuan and his companions for their apparent lack of humanity. Little did they know, if these alien forces were not vanquished, how much blood of their fellow countrymen would inevitably stain their hands. Li Zixuan, having retracted his mech, stood unblemished. A stark contrast to Li Haoran and the others. Let us take a moment to rest. Very well. After such a fierce battle, fatigue weighed heavily upon many, though brief. The perilous nature of the encounter had kept everyone on edge, and the injured required care. Li Zixuan awaited the return of Shin Ruyu and the others, who soon flew in, clad in their mechs. My love, you were truly magnificent just now. Xuanzi, do you have any of those mechs left? Li Zixuan grasped Shenryu's hand, addressing the group. What I possess is the War God model, which differs somewhat from your mechs. However, I do have an additional set available. Really? Their eyes sparkled with fervor, and soon Chun Huafeng and the others lowered their heads, aware of the numerous benefits of following Li Zixuan. Yet, given that he had only 1 or 2 sets available, their chances of acquiring one were slim. Li Zixuan observed everything with a serene smile. I possess a set of skills that amounts to 2, yet it is difficult for you to discern them now. To be fair, I propose that the first 2 individuals to break through to the Star Master level shall receive my offerings. What do you think? Ah, the Star Master level? A few among them lamented. Let me reveal a hint. You have all experienced the T-03 mech, Haven TU? However, the War God surpasses it by more than double. Is that true? They inquired, astonished. Indeed, so you must exert yourselves. I shall set a deadline of 6 months for you all. I will provide each of you with an equal share of spirit stones. 6 months? That seems rather brief. Not at all. That is how I achieved my progress. Li Zixuan's statement held validity, although he often cultivated within the confines of space. The total time spent transitioning from Diamond to Star Glory was merely around 6 months. Moreover, in the beginning, he lacked the advantages of a gravity chamber and the 9-star tower, which are such exceptional locations for cultivation. Chapter 127. Relics of Alien Races. What's the matter? Do you lack confidence? Sighed Li Zixuan, shaking his head as he prepared to turn away. Wait, we can do it. You won't force us, will you? Not at all. Li Zixuan chuckled. That's good. Starting tomorrow, you all should focus on your training. Moreover, after the recent battle, I trust you have gained considerable insights. Jiang Mingho and the others understood Li Zixuan's intentions. Although the battle had spurred them on to train harder, they also recognized that it was for their own benefit. Qin Huafeng and the other 4 were particularly aware that through rigorous training, they could minimize bloodshed in combat. Jiang Mingho, Wang Jai, and Shenryu understood Li Zixuan's perspective as well. Even though they were closer to him, he was now the leader of the Battlestar Group. While occasional favoritism was permissible, excessive bias would alienate others and potentially dishearten Qin Huafeng and the rest. Their understanding led them to refrain from opposing Li Zixuan's recent decision or making demands, even though Jiang Mingho knew that if he truly wanted something, Li Zixuan would acquiesce. The 9 of them walked back to the dormitory together. The last time Li Zixuan had visited, he had been alone. This time, he was accompanied by 8 others. They even found 1 fewer bed available. Fortunately, their primary focus was training, and if they were to stay here, the 6 men and 3 women would have to split into different rooms. As they gathered to discuss the shortcomings and effective techniques from the recent battle, a soldier approached to summon Li Zixuan, who followed him out, while Shenryu and the others prepared to head to the cafeteria for a meal. Upon entering the conference room, Li Zixuan observed that Bai Li Haoran and others were present, albeit with solemn expressions. Curiously, he inquired, what is going on? Take a look at this, Zhang Xiangdong said, handing over several items resembling book covers, but made of a material akin to animal hide. As Li Zixuan opened one, he sensed something was amiss, for it resembled a dictionary. Clearly, this was something utilized by the alien races. Aside from some unfamiliar characters, he was astonished to find 2 recognizable Chinese characters within the layers of the book, characters currently in use in Huagua. This, Li Zixuan's composure shattered. Damn it. This is a traitor. If I find out who it is, I will surely kill them. The irritable Zhan Feng was the first to voice his outrage. What do you think? The others turned to Li Zixuan for his opinion. After a moment's reflection, he replied, clearly. This was taken by someone who has studied the universal language while you were away. We share the same sentiment. However, Zhang Xiangdong glanced toward Bai Li Haoran. Bai Li Haoran, who had kept his eyes closed since Li Zixuan entered, suddenly opened them. Those who should be captured will be captured. Those who should be killed will be killed. Bai Li Qin shot a knowing glance at Bai Li Haoran, clearly aware of the identity of the culprit. Li Zixuan looked at Zhang Xiangdong and the others in confusion. Bai Li Haoran could not help but speak up. The existence of the barrier serves to isolate foreign races and prevent their emergence. However, if that foreign race were to be stained with the blood of the beings of this planet, what? At this revelation, everyone was taken aback. Who is it? Who could it be? The group, including Zhan Feng, erupted in furious shouts. Their anger was justified, for from Bai Li Haoran's words, it was evident that someone had offered the blood of humanity to the foreign races, and that foreign entities had already emerged. This was corroborated by the two words safe inscribed on the note held by Li Zixuan. This indicated that the adversary had indeed been safely dispatched. If that individual were of diamond pinnacle status, poised to break through to stellar brilliance at any moment, then he is my uncle, Bai Li Qingwu whispered. What? The crowd was further astonished. They had not anticipated that the traitor was Bai Li Qingwu's uncle. How could this be possible? Shock rippled through the assembly. Even Li Zixuan was left speechless. Many were aware of Bai Li Haoran's past. His wife was also of noble lineage, the esteemed lady of the Nangong family, Nangong Muxue. Unfortunately, the family's fortunes had waned, beginning with Nangong Muxue's grandfather, and had further deteriorated by the time of Nangong Muxue's generation. Notably due to the presence of the debauched heir, Nangong Qinghong, Nangong Muxue had devoted herself to the military and later fell in love with Bai Li Haoran, which helped preserve the Nangong family's legacy amid their decline. However, the subsequent invasion by foreign races led to Nangong Muxue's demise, albeit it also facilitated Bai Li Haoran's ascent. Yet, due to Bai Li Haoran's indebtedness to Nangong Muxue, he extended particular care towards the entire Nangong family. Nangong Qinghong had even risen to become one of the 18 warriors at Base 1, thanks to Bai Li Haoran's patronage. Nonetheless, this very support fostered a sense of arrogance within the Nangong family, emboldened by their association with Bai Li Haoran, who among the officials nationwide was unaware. Once apprehended, they might not even spend a day in custody before being released. Bai Li Haoran, despite being at Base 1, had heard of these developments and had even arranged a meeting with Nangong Qinghong. The highest echelons of leadership were aware of the Nangong family as well. However, the sacrifices made by Bai Li Haoran led the nation to endure the transgressions of the entire Nangong family time and again, especially as they had not caused any fatalities. After all, Bai Li Haoran had steadfastly guarded the base for 9 years, often confronting foreign threats that dared to disturb the peace. It was precisely because of Bai Li Haoran's presence that many malevolent forces refrained from encroaching upon this land. Yet, no one could have anticipated that Nangong Qinghong would dare to undertake such actions. Just days prior, Bai Li Haoran and his companions had covertly visited Li Zixuan's residence, with Bai Li Haoran entrusting the entirety of Base 1 to Nangong Qinghong. Yet, in a mere 4 days, he had committed such an act. Had he returned even a day later, might he have escorted away the formidable beings of the foreign races? What could have driven him to take such a perilous risk? How many individuals had he taken with him? Did he not realize how his own sister had met her end? Bai Li Haoran's heart was tormented. Upon seeing those 2 words, he had already known who it was, yet he dared not believe. At this moment, even Zhang Feng and the others fell into silence. Although he yearned to personally eliminate the traitor, that individual happened to be the younger brother-in-law of Bai Li Haoran. Despite being the highest commander of Base Number 2, he held a profound respect for Bai Li Haoran. After all, in terms of achievements and contributions to the nation, he could not compare to Bai Li Haoran. Bai Li Haoran, his eyes tinged with bloodshot veins, suddenly rose to his feet and addressed Bai Li Qingwu. Convey my orders. The 17 of you shall immediately proceed to the Nangong family, and all must be detained and brought to the capital. Should you encounter Nangong Qinghong, eliminate him. Should there be any resistance, execute them. Chapter 128. The Nangong family. The imposing aura emanating from Bai Li Haoran was akin to that of a formidable volcano, leaving even Li Zixuan astonished. Although Bai Li Haoran could not currently match his strength, the intensity of his presence was the most formidable Li Zixuan had ever encountered. How many corpses had to be traversed to forge such a might? It seemed one could not underestimate the strength of humanity. Li Zixuan mused inwardly. Noticing that Bai Li Qingwu remained motionless, Bai Li Haoran could not help but furrow his brow. Father, Bai Li Qingwu softly called out. Bai Li Haoran shuddered. No one could fathom his anguish. For a full 9 years, he had yearned for Bai Li Qingwu to address him as father, yet now that she did, it only intensified his sorrow. This was because he understood that Bai Li Qingwu was reluctant to take action against the Nangong family. After all, it was her mother-esque kin. Execute the order, Bai Li Haoran coldly commanded before turning away. As the onlookers beheld Bai Li Haoran's retreating figure, each step was resolute, yet also appeared somewhat unsteady. He must be suffering immensely inside, but who could truly empathize with his plight? Director Zhang, perhaps I should intervene, Li Zixuan suggested, unable to bear the scene any longer. After all, who could truly summon the resolve to act against one's own uncle and grandparents? For Li Zixuan himself, his cultivation was aimed at safeguarding his family, both his immediate household and the larger nation. Yet, when faced with such a dilemma, he found himself at a loss. He could not make the decisive choice that Bai Li Haoran had made. To the uninitiated, Bai Li Haoran might appear cold-hearted and ungrateful. But what had Nangong Qinghong done? To put it mildly, it was selfish and treasonous. To put it more severely, it amounted to betrayal of one's clan. Although the nature of the offense may not seem grave, capture would lead to the same fate, execution. In ancient times, such an act could result in the extermination of 9 clans, with the perpetrator facing a fate of being flayed alive. Upon hearing Li Zixuan's words, everyone turned their gaze towards him. They were reluctant to act, not due to an inability to confront Nangong Qinghong, but rather out of respect for the Bai Li family. Had they not seen Bai Li Qinwu hesitating to carry out her father's command? Consider the consequences carefully, Zhang Xiaodong admonished, a frown creasing his brow. Although Li Zixuan was still young, he should comprehend the gravity of the situation. While it was indeed necessary for someone to step forward, doing so would inevitably offend both Bai Li Haoran and Bai Li Qingwu, for it was, after all, Bai Li Qingwu's maternal family. Li Zixuan understood these implications, yet remained unfazed. He recognized that Bai Li Haoran's earlier command might have been uttered in anger. Although this course of action might alienate many, he was acutely aware of the dire consequences of failing to locate the escaped foes. Perhaps it was just one enemy, but what if there were 10? 100? What if such a force reached the pinnacle of diamond rank? Or even broke through to the Starlord level? If they remained hidden, waiting for the moment when the alien army descended upon them to reveal themselves, they could potentially massacre entire cities from the rear. Li Zixuan held no doubts regarding the destructive capabilities of those at the diamond level. As he donned the cloak of invisibility during the platinum phase, he could raid 3 cities in a single night. If there were numerous diamond-level individuals, they could eliminate hundreds in an instant. Even the military would be powerless to stop them, let alone the police within the cities. Li Zixuan surveyed the crowd before turning his gaze toward Bai Li Qingwu, slowly asserting, I am indifferent to how others perceive me. Yet we, seated here, comprehend the implications of what would transpire should the foreign forces breach our defenses, and the dire consequences that would ensue. Moreover, if treason can be forgiven, what of the valiant soldiers who sacrificed their lives over the years? Can they be resurrected? Li Zixuan fixed his stare on Bai Li Qingwu. A nation has its laws, and a family has its rules. Gradually rising, he strode toward the exit. I represent the War Star Group. The past is of no consequence to me. From this moment forth, anyone who threatens the nation shall face death. Anyone who disregards the law shall face death. Anyone who commits treason shall face death. Anyone who tramples upon the dignity of our great nation shall face death. With the imposing aura of a 4th-tier Star Master emanating from him, Li Zixuan disregarded the crowd, proceeding directly to the cafeteria, ready to depart immediately. Observing Li Zixuan's retreating figure and listening to his proclamations, the crowd was left astonished, filled with admiration. They wished they could exhibit such audacity as Li Zixuan. Yet their capabilities did not permit it. Zhang Xiangdong regarded Li Zixuan's departure with a sense of solace, softly repeating his words. He understood that he could not deter Li Zixuan, nor did he intend to, for this was a course of action he had long desired to undertake. Bai Li Qingwu bit her lip, her expression shifting from hostility to shock, then to admiration as she contemplated that if she failed to execute the orders, no one would be willing to do so. Yet, unexpectedly, Li Zixuan not only dared to act, but also left behind a resolute declaration. She gleaned his determination from his words. Now, she merely wished to conclude the meeting swiftly, not intending to alert her uncle, but rather hoping that her grandparents would remain unharmed by Li Zixuan's actions. Upon exiting the conference room, Li Zixuan began to summon Zeus. After all, Zeus could be regarded as the deity of the digital realm. It was merely that Li Zixuan had previously refrained from showcasing this aspect of his abilities. Zeus. Investigate the entire Nangong family, with particular emphasis on Nangong Qinghong. Understood, sir. Before Li Zixuan even reached the cafeteria, he received the gathered information from Zeus. Wow, so much. He marveled at the numerous pages of data. As he walked, he perused the contents. Nangong Tao, aged 68, head of the Nangong family, currently residing in Nanshi, Futian Town. From this information, Li Zixuan discerned that the Nangong family possessed enterprises throughout Nanshi, with Futian Town serving as their stronghold. Among the direct descendants and collateral branches, very few had remained untainted by crime. One collateral branch member, named Nangong Xiaojun, caught Li Zixuan's attention. For this individual was his brother-in-law. It was this man who had driven Li Zixuan to leave home 3 years prior, leaving his parents in despair. Li Zixuan vividly recalled that fateful day when his sister, Li Ziyu, had brought Nangong Xiaojun back, and how the latter had looked down upon their family at every turn. Li Zixuan exhibited a distinct lack of respect towards his parents and his sister, for reasons unbeknownst to him. stubbornly chose to associate herself with Nan Xiaojun. This led to a heated argument between Li Zixuan and Li Ziyu, only to find that their parents sided with the sister. In a fit of rage, Li Zixuan struck Nan Xiaojun, who retaliated, resulting in a physical altercation between the two. They were eventually separated, after which Li Ziyu unleashed a torrent of verbal abuse upon Li Zixuan, with their parents remaining conspicuously silent. In his fury, Li Zixuan fled to City C to seek refuge with Jiang Mingho, who subsequently assisted him in securing employment. After working for over a year, Li Zixuan chose to abandon his job and began to languish at home. Chapter 129 Farewell to Li Ziyu. It was only after reconciling with my parents last year that I discovered my sister, Li Ziyu, was pregnant with Nan Xiaojun's child. Her condition had influenced the way she treated me. Yet, I have been harboring a sense of unease and had not reached out to her since. Upon encountering Nan Xiaojun again, memories of my sister resurfaced. After reviewing all the records, I realized that Li Ziyu had never registered her marriage with him. Instead, she was wed to another man. What of my sister then? Zeus, retrieve my sister's information. Yes, sir. After perusing the details, my fists instinctively clenched. It is time to settle the score. After locating Shinryu and the others, I merely stated, "Come with me," noticing my grim demeanor. Shinryu and the others hurriedly followed. Darling, what's wrong? It's nothing. Just follow me. We journeyed to an open area, where I donned my mech suit and took flight. Chen Huofeng and the others exchanged glances before also equipping their suits and following suit. Meanwhile, in the command room, Bai Li Haoran observed our departure. Although he felt a pang of discomfort, he recognized that wrongdoings must be addressed, especially acts of treason. He did not blame me. He understood that such tasks required someone to take action, though he had not anticipated that person would be me. The 9 of us departed from Base 1, with me having instructed Zeus to lock onto Futian Town and relay the location to Chen Huofeng and the others. A half-hour later, we stood by a major road, with Jiang Mingho and the others looking to me for clarity. They remained unaware of the situation. The Nangong family has betrayed the nation. I stated flatly. The Nangong family? Treason? Jiang Mingho and his companions had never heard of such a thing, being from a different city. However, Chen Huofeng and the others, with their intelligence backgrounds, were well aware of the Nangong family's circumstances, though they were astonished by their audacity to commit treason. I turned to Chen Huofeng and the others, my expression stern. 2 of you, head to the garrison and summon the troops. I want every single person in Futian Town apprehended. Understood. Once the troops arrived, they surrounded the entire Futian Town, cutting off all signals. Arrest the Nangong family. Any resistance will be met with lethal force. Hearing my chilling orders, Chen Huofeng and the others grew serious. They had never witnessed me like this. Yes, we will execute your commands. With that, I soared into the sky, heading towards Nanshire to find Li Ziyu. This was the poorest village in Nanshire, populated predominantly by migrant workers. Litter was strewn everywhere, neglected by the residents. The roads were riddled with potholes, and the houses barely exceeded 2 meters in height, lined up in rows that grew more dilapidated the further one ventured inward. At the far end stood a public restroom, beside which were some small rooms, their doors ajar. Perhaps it is due to the proximity to the restroom that the houses are more affordable. Li Zixuan lightly leaped and soared to the rooftop across the way. There, he beheld a woman, her appearance strikingly unattractive, her garments riddled with patches. From her silhouette, one might surmise she was merely in her 30s. Yet her hair bore the signs of premature graying. At that moment, she was diligently sorting through plastic bottles she had salvaged from outside, stepping on each one to flatten it before placing them into a snakeskin bag. The interior of her abode, though dilapidated, was remarkably tidy, presenting a stark contrast to the surrounding structures. Li Zixuan continued to gaze at this woman within the house, and gradually, tears began to stream down his cheeks. Though he had once harbored resentment towards her for severing their bond and for mistreating his younger brother in favor of a scoundrel, he could not alter the fact that she was his elder sister. Now, the dwelling of their parents in their hometown was 1,000-fold, nay, 10,000-fold superior to this place, yet she still wore tattered clothes and scavenged for sustenance. Li Zixuan retrieved his phone, inputting a number bestowed upon him by Zeus. A number he had blacklisted for 3 years, nearly forgotten. He watched as the woman heard the phone ring, took out her device, and stared blankly at the screen. After a considerable pause, she finally answered. Hello. The tremor in her familiar voice pierced Li Zixuan's heart, causing an inexplicable anguish. He refrained from addressing her as sister, suppressing his escalating emotions, and calmly inquired, Are you well? Yes. And you? He observed from the rooftop, noting her slight tremor. Yet she responded with a semblance of calm. Unable to contain himself, he implored, Look back. Look back. Yet, as Li Ziyu turned, trembling, to see Li Zixuan on the rooftop, her phone slipped from her grasp, and tears flowed uncontrollably down her cheeks. Li Zixuan gently descended from the rooftop. His eyes filled with sorrow. What of Nan Xiaojun, the man who caused you to forsake our kinship? Upon hearing his words, Li Ziyu trembled, her eyes brimming with tears, overwhelmed by regret, disappointment, and astonishment. As Li Zixuan beheld her face, though it appeared somewhat unappealing, he understood this was a deliberate choice on her part. Enough. Do not weep. Gather yourself and return with me. Li Zixuan observed Li Ziyu's silence, her tears flowing freely, which stirred a sense of agitation and discomfort within him. You. Li Ziyu stammered, at a loss for words. Li Zixuan recognized her emotional turmoil. Placing his hand on her shoulder, he attempted to soothe her, only to discover the presence of numerous atypical cells within her, a foreboding sign of cancer. Gazing at Li Ziyu's still agitated demeanor, he softly spoke, Sister, let us return home. Things will improve. However, to his astonishment, her emotional state intensified. Perhaps she had not heard the term sister in quite some time. Have you forgiven me? Li Ziyu looked at Li Zixuan with hopeful eyes, her voice trembling. We are a family, long since reconciled, Li Zixuan said with a smile. However, in his heart, he harbored a deep-seated hatred for Nan Xiaojun, who had set his sights on his sister when she ventured out to work. How could the naive Li Ziyu, just stepping into society, withstand the honeyed words of Nan Xiaojun? Eventually, she found herself pregnant with his child. Following a fierce argument with Li Zixuan, she stormed out, leaving their parents utterly heartbroken. At that time, they were already aware of Li Ziyu's pregnancy, which in their rural community drew much gossip, prompting a confrontation between Li Zixuan and Nan Xiaojun, with their parents siding with their daughter. However, after learning of Li Ziyu's pregnancy, Nan Xiaojun sought out another girlfriend, further intensifying his misdeeds by bringing her home. His penchant for alcohol led to domestic violence, resulting in Li Ziyu's miscarriage. After their breakup, she sought employment in various places, yet Nan Xiaojun relentlessly pursued her. In desperation, Li Ziyu deliberately adopted an unkempt appearance, scavenging in this remote village for survival. These events merely scratched the surface of the suffering Li Ziyu endured over the past 3 years, as recorded by Zeus. Had it not been for Li Zixuan's discovery of her plight, it is conceivable that within 6 months, Li Ziyu would have succumbed to cancer. Chapter 130. The Military Guide to the Gong Family. Li Zixuan's words prompted Li Ziyu to break free from his grasp, visibly agitated as she exclaimed, No. I refuse to return home. I feel as though I am on the brink of death. I do not wish to go back. Observing his sister's distress, Li Zixuan endeavored to console her, stating, Sister, I have recently learned about your illness, and I possess the means to cure you. However, Li Ziyu shook her head, dismissing the notion. How could cancer possibly be cured? She thought, believing Li Zixuan was merely offering empty comfort. Seeing her skepticism, Li Zixuan produced a vial of grade D enhancement liquid, assuring her, Sister, drink this, and you shall come to believe in my words. Li Ziyu gazed curiously at the suddenly materialized potion. What is this? She inquired. This is enhancement liquid. Once consumed, you will feel a significant difference, Li Zixuan replied earnestly. All right. With a lack of faith in her brother's intentions to harm her, she swallowed the potion in one swift gulp. At that moment, Li Zixuan began to recount his experiences. I visited City C, and due to certain circumstances, I was able to establish trade with extraterrestrial civilizations. What? Extraterrestrial civilizations? Li Ziyu exclaimed, astonished by her brother's words. Yes, please continue to listen, he urged. I traded numerous items, and when you accompany me back to City C, you will understand. Moreover, I have been promoted to the rank of Major General. Our parents are well, and we shall return home in a few days. Li Zixuan summarized his experiences, which left Li Ziyu feeling as though she were listening to a fantastical tale, filled with a mixture of confusion and curiosity. Suddenly, an uncomfortable sensation stirred within her abdomen, prompting her to awkwardly say, Please wait a moment. She swiftly grabbed a tissue from the table and dashed towards the nearby restroom. Li Zixuan, aware that she would likely want to bathe afterward, given that her skin would soon reveal layers of grime, called out from the restroom door, Sister, I will take a look outside for a bit and return shortly. Upon his arrival, he noted the remoteness of the area, with only one surveillance camera positioned at the intersection. Scanning the surroundings with his spiritual awareness, he discovered that the place was densely populated. The garments hanging outside revealed that many residents were laborers from construction sites. Curiously, the inhabitants regarded Li Zixuan with intrigue, as his attire was markedly dissimilar to theirs. However, he paid them no mind. Now that he was aware of the circumstances, he could no longer allow his sister to reside in such an environment. After wandering for a while, he estimated that Li Ziyu should have finished by now and made his way back. Upon reaching the doorway, he found it ajar. The sight of his sister, now restored to her former self, her lustrous black hair framing her delicate features and long legs, brought him a sense of relief. She bore a striking resemblance to him, no longer appearing as the disheveled person she had moments ago. Even her clothing appeared refreshed, albeit her faded canvas shoes suggested that her entire outfit cost less than 200 yuan. Sister, how do you feel? Li Zixuan observed Li Ziyu, who was engrossed in her reflection in a small mirror, and remarked with a smile, "This is truly remarkable." Unperturbed, Li Ziyu continued to gaze at her image. Unaware of the countless nights she had wept over her white hair, astonished at the prospect of regaining her youth. Now that your health has improved significantly, once we return to City C, and you take another dose of the original enhancement serum, you will feel even better. Really? She inquired, her excitement palpable. Indeed. But you must accompany me at once. Li Zixuan felt an overwhelming urge to confront Nin Xiaojun immediately. All right. Li Ziyu had come to terms with her situation. After 3 years away from home, she had once contemplated succumbing to her fate in the outside world. However, now that there was hope for her recovery, she longed to return and see her parents. Given the severe poverty of her surroundings, she possessed few valuable belongings. After calling her landlord, she grabbed a backpack and prepared to leave. Li Zixuan placed 1,000 yuan on the table, intending it as rent, but Li Ziyu protested. What are you doing? The rent here is only 150 a month. Why leave so much? 150 yuan a month? Glancing around the modest 8 or 9 square meter space, Li Zixuan had assumed the rent would be in the range of 300 to 500. However, considering the abundance of rooms outside, he felt a sense of relief. All right. I will heed your advice. Let me add you on WeChat, and please provide me with your bank account number. Li Zixuan intended to transfer some money to his sister. Curious about his tone, Li Ziyu asked, "Are you quite wealthy now?" "Quite wealthy? Remove that quite. While I seldom need to spend, I am indeed worth billions." "How much? Billions?" Li Ziyu's disbelief was evident. Nevertheless, she added Li Zixuan on WeChat and sent him her account number, as she was genuinely in dire financial straits. Unable to muster even 500 yuan, Li Zixuan reviewed the account number and promptly transferred 100 million yuan, unencumbered by any restrictions. It was merely a matter of making a phone call. Before long, Li Ziyu received a notification via SMS, her voice filled with astonishment. "So much? Do you truly possess 100 billion? Of course. Now, let us proceed. We have other matters to attend to." After stating this, Li Zixuan removed a bracelet from his wrist. "Put this on." "What do you mean?" Li Ziyu, puzzled, donned the bracelet he offered. "Zeus, activate the mech and accompany me." "Understood, sir." As Li Ziyu stood there, a mix of shock and terror on her face, the bracelet swiftly transformed into a silvery, liquid-like creature, enveloping her entire body in an instant. Ignoring Li Ziyu's frantic cries within the mech, Li Zixuan stored the backpack in his space and soared into the sky. The war god followed closely behind Li Zixuan. Due to their remarkable speed, bystanders only heard a series of screams before spotting 2 dark figures in the air. Meanwhile, shortly after Li Zixuan's departure, over 100 military vehicles converged on the scene, as Tang Xiaoyang and Qin Xiaoxiu presented their credentials to the station military commander, summoning 3,000 troops. The entire Futian town is nestled against the mountains, with 15 entrances and exits. However, at this moment, each intersection is guarded by a dozen soldiers, who have set up barriers to prohibit entry and exit. 1,000 fully armed soldiers have entered the mountains, prepared to prevent anyone from escaping. While those of higher realms may not be easily restrained, the Nangong family does not consist solely of practitioners at such elevated levels. Chen Huafeng, accompanied by over 1,000 men, is heading directly towards the ancestral grounds of the Nangong family. The permanent population of Futian town exceeds 20,000, and the Nangong clan alone comprises over 1,000 individuals. Moreover, this figure does not account for those who have yet to return from Nanshi during the new year. It is estimated that at least 5,000 people in Futian town are affiliated with the Nangong family. Last night, Nangong Qinghong returned from base number 1. bringing back 5 individuals, each towering over 2 meters. Clearly, these are beings of a different race. Chapter 131. Nangong Qinghong. As the forces of a foreign race encamped before Base 1, Nangong Qinghong observed intently. At that time, his mind was solely preoccupied with avenging his sister. However, the formidable prowess of the woman in black filled him with trepidation, rendering him hesitant. Subsequently, due to Li Zixuan's translation device, every high-ranking official learned the universal language of the cosmos, and he was no exception. Yet, upon mastering this new tongue, he sought to investigate the circumstances surrounding the foreign race. When he reported his intentions to Bailey Howren, he was met with refusal. In the days following Bailey Howren and his companion's departure, his curiosity about the foreign entities intensified. That very night, he stealthily infiltrated their camp, but was soon discovered. His status as a peak diamond-level warrior rendered him no match for the trio of elders. Surprisingly, instead of ending his life, they brought him into their dwelling, as they too wished to comprehend the state of this world in preparation for the impending war. Initially, Nangong Qinghong exhibited a defiant demeanor. Yet when he learned from the elders that their realm housed entities even more potent than the king level, he became despondent. The elders further promised him that should their forces prevail, he could ascend to the throne of this land. What an enticing proposition. Though he would still be beholden to the foreign race, he would be a figure towering above the masses. Previously known as a notorious libertine, indulging in all manner of excess, this notion captivated him. Consequently, he acquiesced and later exploited his position to slay 6 soldiers, extracting their blood to present to the elders. Just last night, following the elders' experimentation, it was revealed that by anointing oneself with the blood of native beings, one could traverse the barrier. Thus, Nangong Qinghong successfully smuggled out 5 individuals. He had intended to procure additional blood from hospitals today, for the unexplained disappearance of soldiers posed a persistent dilemma. However, before he could set his plan into motion, he heard from a companion at the base that Bailey Howren and the others had returned. He had been preparing to seek further opportunities, yet was informed that a battle with the foreign race was imminent. At that moment, he remained in the hall, awaiting the outcome. Whether they emerged victorious or defeated would significantly influence his subsequent plans. Should Bailey Howren's faction falter, he could boldly commence the establishment of his own power, with the 5 peak diamond warriors dispatched by the elders as his protectors. Conversely, if they triumphed, he would adopt a more discreet approach, gradually cultivating his influence. Little did he anticipate that, with the arrival of Li Zixuan, the conflict would conclude at least 2 hours ahead of his expectations. Presently, he was anxiously awaiting a phone call. His companion, one of the 18 divine generals and a close confidant, was preparing to relay the news to Nangong Qinghong after clearing the battlefield. However, when he attempted to reach him, he found the line was dead. This was due to Bailey Howren's group initiating a signal jamming upon discovering 2 specific characters within the relic. At the main seat sat Nangong Tao, who was engulfed in a profound sense of panic. Observing his son, Nangong Qinghong, sitting there with an air of indifference, and glancing at the 5 burly men standing nearby, Nangong Tao's heart sank with dread. Though he himself often skirted the edges of legality, these were merely trifling matters, never having escalated to a loss of life, which was why the authorities had been lenient with them. However, the audacity of Nangong Qinghong to commit treason was unfathomable. In ancient times, such an act would have led to the annihilation of entire clans. The sight of his son only fueled his anger further. Unable to contain his fury, Nangong Tao exclaimed, "What on earth are you thinking? Your actions could plunge our entire family into ruin." Nangong Qinghong raised his gaze to meet his father's, his expression dripping with disdain. "What are you afraid of? If Bailey Howren and his faction fail, when the foreign invaders come, I shall become the emperor, and you will be the grand emperor. Our entire Nangong family will ascend to royal status. Even if Bailey Howren succeeds, what will happen a year later? Will they be able to withstand the onslaught? They will inevitably be slaughtered by the invaders." Nangong Tao, exasperated, retorted, "But that makes us traitors. We would be betraying the entire human race." "Relax. I've already made arrangements with them. They simply need some supplies," Nangong Qinghong replied. "Can you truly trust the invaders? Do you honor our ancestors? Rest assured, they are formidable beings, and they disdain deception. You are truly driving me to the brink of madness. What if Bailey Howren and his allies emerge victorious? What then?" Nangong Tao's voice was laced with frustration. Hearing this, Nangong Qinghong responded indignantly, "Do you honestly believe Bailey Howren would dare return to hunt us down? If he does, I shall bring forth my sister's spirit tablet. Let us see if he has the audacity." And what of the warfront? Do they not fear? They are not fools. They will not come. Would Bailey Howard lose face on our account? The father and son, having transitioned from a heated argument to contemplating the future, even began to fantasize about what name their empire would bear once they ascended to power. The 5 foreign entities exchanged glances. Though they could not comprehend the specifics of the conversation, it was evident from their expressions that the Nangong duo was leaning toward allegiance with the invaders. At that moment, an elderly man burst through the door, stumbling as he shouted, "Master, it's terrible. We are surrounded by those soldiers." What? Nangong Tao leapt to his feet in alarm. Nangong Qihong, however, remained unfazed, casually stating, "Do not worry about those ordinary soldiers. They are inconsequential. In this world, aside from Bailey Howard, no one dares to lay a hand on the Nangong family." "Oh, is that so?" Just as he finished speaking, a mechanical voice emanated from the door. "Who goes there?" At this, Nangong Qihong rose, and the 5 foreigners turned their attention to the entrance. They beheld 8 figures clad in mechanized armor, accompanied by a contingent of armed soldiers. "Who are you?" Nangong Qihong inquired with curiosity, observing Chen Huafeng and the others, noting that they were all donned in armor. The 8, having no choice, had donned their armor, as it had been an hour since Li Zixuan had departed, yet he had not returned. Moreover, the longer the signal is obstructed, the more perilous the situation becomes. Thus, preparations were made to enter and delay Nangong Qihong and his companions. However, upon arriving at the entrance, the testing device revealed the presence of 6 formidable diamond pinnacle experts within. With no other option, they donned their mechs before proceeding inside. As soon as they reached the threshold, the arrogant words of Nangong Qihong echoed in their ears, prompting Jiang Mingho to retort, "Who are we, if you're unaware? Then who granted you the audacity to betray your country?" Upon hearing this, Nangong Tao was astounded, as he had assumed that those clad in mechs belonged to a specialized unit. Chapter 132. Aren't you just a vegetable vendor? At this moment, Nangong Qihong felt a sense of uncertainty. Despite having risen to a high status, he had never heard of any department clad in mechas. However, he steadied his resolve, observing the 5 alien beings, each at the pinnacle of diamond rank. Although the combat strength of the 8 mechas ahead remained uncertain, it seemed unlikely they could withstand the approaching force. Furthermore, with such a grand display, other elite members of the Nangong family would soon arrive. With this thought, Nangong Qihong felt bolstered and let out a cold snort. What a charade! Just as he prepared to take action, an overwhelming aura suddenly enveloped him, forcing him to halt. At that moment, over 500 members of the Nangong family surged from various directions. Though their numbers were only half that of the soldiers, each exuded a formidable presence. At least at the late stage of the bronze rank, they encircled the soldiers and Chen Huafeng, but the sudden surge of power left everyone momentarily frozen. As they looked up, 2 figures soared towards them. While Chen Huafeng and his companions were filled with delight, Nangong Qihong and his faction wore expressions of dread. They understood that those capable of flight without external aid were, at the very least, of stellar rank. The 5 alien beings, upon witnessing this, prepared to flee. But a single utterance from Li Zixuan compelled them to halt. In the universal tongue of the cosmos, Li Zixuan inquired, "Do you wish to know the state of the battle?" His aura locked onto the 5 individuals, signifying that the moment to fight had arrived. At that juncture, Nangong Qihong stepped forward and proclaimed loudly, "Li Zixuan, I recognize you. Do you know who I am? Who granted you the audacity? Who bestowed upon you the authority to trespass upon my family's domain? Is Bailey Howard aware of this?" Li Zixuan scrutinized the speaker closely, then glanced at the other members of the Nangong family. It appeared that all the combat-capable individuals were present, and he turned his gaze back to Nangong Qihong, asserting, "The authority bestowed upon me by the state. You are now a traitor, unworthy of raising your voice here." Nangong Qihong, undeterred, retorted, "Humph. I am a dignified general, one of the 18 battle commanders of Base 1. What rank do you hold to dare attempt to apprehend me? Aren't you merely a vegetable vendor?" Meanwhile, inside the mecha, Li Ziyu stood in a daze. Had it not been for the support of the mecha, she would have collapsed. In her lifetime, she had never witnessed herself soaring nor encountered such a grand spectacle. Thousands of fully armed soldiers surrounded her, with 8 mechas resembling her own standing in front. At that moment, Shun Ryu and others also noticed Li Ziyu, as she donned the God of War mecha, and they slowly approached her. However, Li Zixuan paid them no mind. He had no intention of engaging in further trivialities, as he was intent on capturing Nangong Xiaojun. With a wave of his hand, the Hunyuan blade appeared in his grasp. He surveyed the members of the Nagong family and coldly declared, Nagong Qinghong, you were charged with treason. Nagong Tao, you were charged with corruption, accepting bribes, and organizing criminal forces, along with an additional charge of harboring criminals. Others of the Nagong family, if guilty, shall now, at this very moment, crouch with hands upon their heads. Should anyone dare to resist, they shall be slain. As Li Zixuan brandished his blade, the atmosphere grew palpably tense. Upon hearing his words, Chen Huafeng and the others stood ready for battle. Meanwhile, the members of the Nagong family exchanged glances, ultimately turning their eyes toward Nagong Tao. For he was the head of the family. However, before Nagong Tao could speak, Nagong Qinghong bellowed, Li Zixuan, you scoundrel. Do you wish to take on Bai Lihaoren? Do you aspire to stand against the entire Nagong clan? You, a mere vegetable vendor, what audacity you possess. I demand to see Bai Lihaoren. You lack the authority to judge me. Li Zixuan scoffed, humph. Stubborn and unyielding. It seems you have no intention of submitting to justice. As Nagong Qinghong observed Li Zixuan poised for action, fear began to creep in. He shouted, you have no right to judge me. I have not betrayed my country. I demand to see Bai Lihaoren. Without further ado, Li Zixuan infused energy into his battle blade. In the midst of the crowd's terror, he swiftly maneuvered through 5 foreign adversaries. He did not slay them. Rather, he incapacitated their meridians, for 5 living adversaries were far more valuable than 5 slain. Will you not submit to justice? After completing his task, Li Zixuan turned to face the members of the Nagong family. You bastard! How dare you? Who granted you the authority? You would wield a blade within the Nagong household? The members of the Nagong family were yet to comprehend the situation. When Nagong Qinghong erupted into a frenzied outburst, he was now certain that Li Zixuan would not dare to kill him, for his brother-in-law was Bai Lihaoren. The fact that Li Zixuan had merely incapacitated the 5 foreigners reinforced this belief. Li Zixuan turned to Nagong Tao, Nagong Patriarch. Do you intend to lead the Nagong family to justice, or will you resist? Nagong Tao found himself intimidated by Li Zixuan's imposing presence. Before he could utter a word, Nagong Qinghong interjected, Father, he dares not harm us. He is merely a foul vegetable vendor, utterly unqualified to deal with us. What Li Zixuan desired was for the Nagong family to rise in rebellion, for then he would possess justification to eliminate them entirely. After all, Nan Xiaojun's backing lay with them, and the actions of the Nagong clan were beyond reproach. Nagong Tao, observing Li Zixuan's demeanor and hearing Nagong Qinghong's words, recalled that his son-in-law was Bai Lihaoren, the foremost martial artist of the nation. Now, someone dared to cause turmoil within the Nagong family. Even if his son were a traitor, apprehending the foreigners would suffice. Could Li Zixuan truly have the audacity to slay members of the Nagong family? With this thought, Nagong Tao felt emboldened, firmly believing that Li Zixuan was merely posturing. Nagong family, heed my command. Drive these outsiders away. As long as they are not killed, it shall suffice. Yet, Nagong Tao was unaware that the fully armed soldiers were not the petty ruffians of before. Should you dare to strike, they would not hesitate to fire. Furthermore, Li Zixuan had been awaiting this very command. As soon as the words left Nagong Tao's lips, before the clan members could even spring into action, Li Zixuan surged forth like a wolf among sheep. His previous restraint had been merely to await this moment. As Li Zixuan suddenly made his move, Nagong Tao was taken aback, and even Nagong Qinghong began to feel a sense of panic. He dared to act. He truly dared to take a life. However, before either of them could utter a word, Li Zixuan had already claimed the lives of dozens. Chen Huafeng and others swiftly joined the fray. Fear gripped Nagong Qinghong, and Nagong Tao was engulfed by dread as well, yet it was too late to call for anyone. At that moment, they realized that this was Li Zixuan's intention all along. He had deliberately orchestrated this scenario as an excuse to eliminate them. Run, father, we must flee. That bastard has gone mad. He is insane. Nagong Qinghong urgently grasped Nagong Tao and prepared to escape. Chapter 133. The downfall of the Nagong family. He discerned Li Zixuan's intentions, fully aware of the terror that Li Zixuan embodied. Those were mere mortals. Yet Li Zixuan dispatched them with the same ease as one would cut through vegetables, showing no regard for the fact that the Nagong family was under the protection of Bai Lihaoren. However, as he clutched Nagong Tao, they had not fled far when Li Zixuan's figure suddenly materialized before them. Where do you intend to go? Though Li Zixuan appeared unscathed, his weapon pristine and untouched by blood, they had witnessed firsthand the ruthlessness with which he wielded his blade. Why, you mustn't come any closer. My brother-in-law is Bai Lihaoren. If you dare to kill me, he will never let you off. Nangong Qinghong stammered, trembling with fear. At that moment, he dared not utter any disparaging remarks about Li Zixuan, terrified that provoking him might lead to his demise. He had no desire to perish, otherwise he would not have betrayed his country. He harbored dreams of ascending to the throne, of indulging in the pleasures of a harem, and of experiencing the allure of exotic women from distant lands. There were far too many reasons for him to cling to life. Yet, Li Zixuan's words plunged him into despair. Traitors must die. Seeing Li Zixuan poised to strike, Nangong Tao hastily interjected. Wait, I have wealth. The Nangong family possesses immense riches. Is 1 billion enough? 10 billion? Would 100 billion suffice? 500 billion. 500 billion could ensure you a life of comfort. Li Zixuan paid no heed to Nangong Tao's pleas. The power of the Nangong family was formidable. In the second-tier city of Nan City, one had to pay their respects to the Nangong family before assuming authority. Though the family had blood on their hands, it was only because others willingly served them. A saying circulated in Nan City. How goes Nan City? The Nangong family decides. Even a side branch like Nan Xiaojun dared to force his sister into hiding for 3 years, not even daring to return home. The audacity of the Nangong family was evident. I cannot permit the existence of such a formidable family within the nation, Li Zixuan declared, lightly caressing the blade of his weapon before raising his gaze. Upon hearing this, Nangong Tao and his son fell momentarily silent, and then, as if realizing something, ceased their pleas for mercy. At this juncture, they understood that Li Zixuan was indifferent to Bai Li Haoren's reputation. Li Zixuan uttered no further words. With a swift motion, he severed their throats, and with the energy infused in his blade, their demise was assured. He turned and resumed his assault on the members of the Nangong family. Meanwhile, the soldiers armed with weapons stood bewildered. They had anticipated engaging in combat. Over 1,000 of them had yet to fire a single shot, as the enemy lay defeated. From the moment Li Zixuan struck to the resistance of the Nangong family, they had prepared for a fierce battle. However, the speed at which events unfolded was astonishing. The members of the Nangong family moved with a swiftness that could evade bullets, before the soldiers could even pull their triggers. The arrival of Qin Huafeng and others turned the tide into a one-sided slaughter. Had it not been for the orders from their superior to heed Qin Huafeng and his companions, the outcome might have been different. They all intended to either unleash a barrage of gunfire or retreat to their camp, but now they found themselves in the grim task of collecting the dead. Li Ziyu, at this moment, had retreated to a corner and was retching. She had been feeling famished, expecting Li Zixuan to bring her to a feast. Instead, she was confronted with a gruesome spectacle she had never witnessed before. She watched as some were decapitated by a single sword strike, while others were pierced through the chest by gunfire. The ground was drenched in blood, littered with severed limbs. Initially, Zeus had commanded the mechas to mercilessly slay 2 assailants. And though he merely orchestrated the chaos, Li Ziyu felt the horror acutely. The sword wielded was effectively in her own hands. Sensing her nausea, Zeus retracted the mecha from her head and offered her a comforting gesture. Yet, how could Li Ziyu heed such consolation? She crouched on the ground, trembling and violently expelling the contents of her stomach, though there was little left to purge. Li Zixuan approached her. Sister, how are you feeling? The playful tone of Li Zixuan only intensified her discomfort, especially since he had been the most exuberant in the slaughter moments ago. At that moment, Shenruyu and others overheard Li Zixuan's words, their expressions filled with curiosity. While everyone knew Li Zixuan had a sister, they had not anticipated meeting her in such a harrowing context. Wang Jiai nudged Shenruyu, saying, Did you see? You were quite the slayer just now. It's dreadful, Shenruyu replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. She had just dispatched foes with the ease of a demoness, and it was evident that Li Zixuan's sister had witnessed it all. Fortunately, they were all donned in identical mechas, differing only in their choice of weaponry. Li Zixuan reassured Li Ziyu and instructed Qin Huafeng to contact the leader of Nanshi. Despite the absence of support from the Nangong family, other branches bore their own sins, and now was the time to act. After all, a cleanup was necessary. Relying solely on their small group would be insufficient, especially since the military had been mobilized and many had likely documented the scene. Although the Nangong family's stronghold was surrounded by troops, the bodies numbering over 500 could not be disposed of easily. Thus, Li Zixuan produced a spatial backpack and handed it to Jiang Mingho, instructing him to collect the bodies. He intended to make a trip to Nanshi. While he was indifferent to the others, he was resolute about dealing with Nan Xiaojun personally. He turned to Shenruyu, saying, Wife, please take my sister back to the estate with you and Jiai. Certainly, although she was puzzled as to why Li Zixuan wouldn't return with them. She glanced at Li Ziyu and stepped forward to his sister, awkwardly saying, "Sister, let us go." At that moment, Li Ziyu seemed oblivious to Shin Ruyu's words. Or perhaps her mind had drifted into a daze. After all, she was just an ordinary person. And to have not fainted or succumbed to fear upon witnessing such horror was already commendable. The war god Mecha enveloped Li Ziyu once more, as Shin Ryu and Wang Jiayi supported her, flying away side by side. Jiang Mingho, clutching his backpack, displayed a palpable reluctance, yet refrained from uttering any objections. It was evident to any discerning observer that Li Zixuan had just been smiling at his sister. However, the malevolent aura surrounding him had not diminished in the slightest. Though he shared a close bond with Li Zixuan, he was in no mood to invite trouble. Li Zixuan meticulously placed all the corpses into the backpack. Observing the soldiers who stood in stunned silence, astonished by the extraordinary nature of these individuals, leaving Qin Xiaoxiu and Tang Xiaoyang behind. As they were to liaise with the city officials later, Li Zixuan soared towards the urban center with Jiang Mingho and the others. Chapter 134. Young Master Nangong. During this period, Nangong Xiaojun found himself in a state of considerable comfort. Originally just a distant branch of the Nangong family, he had been taking advantage of the family name to indulge in various misdeeds. However, upon learning that the eldest son of the Nangong family, Nangong Qinghong, the sole heir and decision-maker of this generation, was coming to Nanshi, he eagerly sought to curry favor with him. He now trailed behind Nangong Xiaodian, preparing to head to a hotel. Nangong Xiaodian had a penchant for beautiful women, and thus, Nangong Xiaojun scoured the surroundings for potential candidates. No matter if they were married or had children, as long as they caught Nangong Xiaoyan's eye, he would devise means to deliver them to the hotel for his friend's enjoyment. Being the privileged son of the Nangong family, Nangong Xiaodian had been meticulously guided since childhood. His education, study hours, and training were all dictated by the expectations of his father and grandfather. This stringent upbringing, while molding him into an exceptional individual, also fostered a deep-seated resentment. Upon arriving in Nanshi, he began to liberate himself from those constraints. Initially, he harbored some apprehensions about attracting trouble for the Nangong family, but after meeting Nangong Xiaojun, his courage grew. This newfound boldness was sparked by a chance encounter in a CAF, where he laid eyes on a stunning waitress. Captivated by her youthful visage and curvaceous figure, he found himself unable to look away. To his astonishment, upon returning to his villa that night, he discovered the very waitress lying on his bed. Filled with delight and curiosity, he summoned Nangong Xiaojun, only to learn that this young man was particularly adept at making things happen. Understanding his position as merely a side branch of the family, Nangong Xiaojun realized that in order to secure his standing, he must cultivate a favorable relationship with this young master, thus facilitating his own indulgence in immoral activities. Henceforth, any woman that Nangong Xiaodian desired, whether single or married, would find herself in his bed by nightfall. Gradually, he developed a disturbing preference for married women, relishing the thrill of administering drugs to them while their husbands looked on helplessly. Despite numerous reports to the authorities and public outcry, most cases ended in silence, with the complainants often suffering severe repercussions the following day. As a result, Nangong Xiaodian grew increasingly arrogant. This morning, while scrolling through his phone, he stumbled upon a striking mother-daughter duo of Western descent. Upon reviewing their previous images, he noticed their remarkable beauty and exquisite figures. Remarkably, the entire family was visiting Nanshi and, by coincidence, was staying at the Nangong family's hotel. At this moment, Nangong Xiaojun was escorting Nangong Xiaodian towards the hotel, flanked by two bodyguards from the Nangong family, both at a golden level realm. After each escapade, they would generously reward both Nangong Xiaojun and the bodyguards. Upon entering the hotel, they were warmly welcomed by the staff, but Nangong Xiaodian paid them no heed, heading directly to the elevator. Upon reaching the suite, he opened the door to find a man bound hand and foot, his mouth gagged, presumably the husband and father of the mother-daughter pair. Nangong Xiaodian, increasingly agitated, strode into the room. At that moment, both mother and daughter, having taken medication, began to drift into a state of delirium. Nangong Xiaodian glanced at Nangong Xiaojun and the three bodyguards, who, with remarkable discretion, hoisted the bound man and placed him on a chair at the entrance, while two bodyguards positioned themselves, one on each side, resting their hands firmly on his shoulders. Witnessing this, Nangong Xiaodian flashed a wicked smile before turning his gaze back to the mother and daughter on the bed. The bound man, fully aware of Nangong Xiaoyan's intentions, could only struggle desperately, his mouth gagged, emitting muffled sounds of distress. Yet, regardless of his efforts, the grip of the two hands on his shoulders felt as unyielding as a mountain. As he observed Nagong Xiaodian undressing and glanced at his wife and daughter, whose drug-induced stupor rendered them incoherent, he felt a surge of fury. They were tearing at their scant remaining clothing, and the man's frustration escalated. What could he do? He turned his head away, attempting to crash against the doorframe, yet even this small act of defiance was thwarted, and tears streamed down his face. He longed to kneel and plead for mercy, to beg for the safety of his wife and daughter, but the four figures around him offered no acknowledgement. Despair enveloped him. He felt utterly powerless. Even contemplating death as an escape seemed futile. He cursed himself for filming such intimate videos of his wife and daughter, for coming to the city, for the emergence of such a grim reality in what was supposed to be a peaceful society. The depth of his self-loathing grew. He couldn't even protect those he cherished most. But no one answered his silent pleas. Not even a glance was cast in his direction. As Nagong Xiaodian removed his trousers to tear at the disheveled nightwear of the two women, the man's despair deepened. Even biting his tongue to end his suffering felt impossible. Suddenly, a deafening crash echoed through the room, and 5 figures emerged. Who? Nagong Xiaodian startled, nearly collapsing in fear as they all turned to face the living room. Upon seeing the 5 silhouettes, his anger flared, and he cursed loudly, "Bastards, who are you?" As the 2 bodyguards prepared to advance on Li Zixuan and the others, the sight of 4 individuals clad in armor, exuding an aura of lethal intent, froze them in place. Li Zixuan's focus remained fixed on Nagong Xiaojun, who appeared to recall something. "It's you? Li Ziyu's insufferable younger brother?" he remarked in surprise. "It seems you haven't forgotten me. What an honor." Li Zixuan replied with an impassive expression. Nagong Xiaodian, feeling an escalating rage due to Li Zixuan's lack of response, retorted, "Who the hell are you? Who sent you here? Get out." At this moment, Li Zixuan finally turned his attention to Nagong Xiaodian, calmly stating, "Nagong Xiaodian, you know who I am. Yet you still dare to show your face? Get lost." Nagong Xiaodian replied with arrogance. Li Zixuan then looked at the bound man, who was now struggling violently. His eyes filled with desperation. Observing the 2 women in the room, Li Zixuan quickly deduced the gravity of the situation, after all. He had gathered ample information on Nagong Xiaodian. Li Zixuan did not respond to Nagong Xiaodian's words. Instead, he produced a backpack from which 2 corpses emerged unexpectedly. Just as Nagong Xiaodian was about to erupt in anger, he was taken aback by the sight of the bodies, his expression shifting to one of sheer terror as he glanced at Li Zixuan and the others. He struggled to articulate his thoughts, stammering, "Why you? Who are you? Why you? They?" Li Zixuan paid no heed to his words, amidst the palpable fear of Nagong Xiaodian and the 2 bodyguards. He suddenly brandished a knife in his hand. With a swift motion, all 3 of them witnessed their heads severing from their bodies. Someone should assist them, Li Zixuan remarked indifferently before striding towards Nagong Xiaojun. Chapter 135. 1,000 cuts. Upon witnessing the 2 corpses recently released by Li Zixuan, Nan Xiaojun was rendered speechless. His horror escalated as he observed Li Zixuan, with a mere flick of his wrist, sever the heads of Nagong Xiaodian and 2 bodyguards, causing him to collapse onto the ground. He recognized the identities of those lifeless bodies, and the realization intensified his fear. Though he had witnessed murder before, he had never encountered such ferocity as exhibited by Li Zixuan. "Do not come any closer. I am your brother-in-law. You must not kill me." As Li Zixuan approached with his blade in hand, Nan Xiaojun was consumed by terror. He cried out in desperation, yet Li Zixuan paid him no heed. The 4 companions, Jiang Mingho and others, exchanged astonished glances at Nan Xiaojun's words. They were unaware of the connection between him and Li Zixuan, but they could discern from Li Zixuan's demeanor that he harbored a deep-seated disdain for the man. Not wishing to interfere in Li Zixuan's family matters, they untied the man, who scrambled to check on the mother and daughter, subsequently kneeling before Jiang Mingho and his companions, pleading, "I beseech you, I implore you, save my wife and daughter." Jiang Mingho and the others exchanged looks, prompting Tangi to deactivate her mech and approach the 2 women. She infused them with a surge of energy, which brought them some relief. Meanwhile, Li Zixuan remained indifferent to Nan Xiaojun's pleas for mercy, uttering not a single word. Reflecting on the information he had gleaned from Zeus, coupled with memories of the humiliation his sister had endured over the past 3 years, Li Zixuan felt a pang of anguish. He resented himself for not having instructed Zeus to investigate sooner. Yet, witnessing Nan Xiaojun's desperate struggles and palpable fear filled him with indignation. He was acutely aware of Nan Xiaojun's character. This man bore a grudge and, emboldened by his recent affiliation with Nangong Xiaotian, had commanded bodyguards to brutalize several individuals who had previously tormented him. Even the wife and daughter of his former billionaire employer had been delivered to Nangong Xiaotian's bed, where, after the deed was done, the bodyguards and then he himself took their turns, all while compelling his employer to witness the entire ordeal. Subsequently, the entire family plunged to their deaths from the building. Yet due to the influence of the Nangong family, many local nefarious elements were willing to take the blame. Nangong Xiaotian remained the young master, and Nan Xiaojun served as his strategist, engaging in all manner of wickedness. Although the Nangong family had not directly killed anyone, how many lives had been lost because of them? In just the past month, 15 women had committed suicide by jumping from buildings or through other means. Ranging from well-groomed women in their 40s to schoolgirls merely 14 or 15 years of age. Though Nan Xiaojun did not directly cause these deaths, he was nonetheless complicit. The thought of his sister, out of fear of his relentless pursuit, disguising herself and scavenging in remote villages to survive weighed heavily on him. Other employment or lodging options required identification, and a simple check could easily expose her whereabouts, if his sister had not taken such drastic measures to hide. Li Zixuan shuddered to contemplate the grim outcome, as he observed Li Zixuan, who remained silent yet resolute, severing his own tendons. Nan Xiaojun erupted in a tirade. Li Zixuan, if you have the courage, then kill me. Do you know how I once toyed with your sister? I had merely orchestrated a few scenes to ensnare your sister, yet she audaciously proposed marriage. I was merely seeking a fleeting dalliance, and she took it to heart? She carries my child and forbids me from seeking companionship elsewhere? Had she not fled, I would have undoubtedly sought retribution upon her. Li Zixuan paid no heed, plunging a knife into one of Nan Xiaojun's eyes. As Nan Xiaojun cried out in agony, Li Zixuan severed one of his ears with a single stroke. The mother and daughter soon regained consciousness and wept bitterly for the man. At that moment, hearing the commotion from Li Zixuan's side, the onlookers turned their gaze. Jiang Mingho and Chen Huafeng, along with two others, gleaned the gist of the situation from Nan Xiaojun's words, understanding the unfolding events. Enraged, Jiang Mingho stepped forward. Poised to end Nan Xiaojun's life with a gunshot, he wished to silence Li Zixuan's revelations. However, Li Zixuan calmly commanded, "You all leave." Jiang Mingho ceased his insistence, departing with Chen Huafeng and the others. Observing Nan Xiaojun nearing unconsciousness from pain, Li Zixuan retrieved a healing pill, administering it to staunch the bleeding and initiate the healing process. He then resumed his methodical dismemberment of Nan Xiaojun's flesh. From the initial curses of Nan Xiaojun to his gradual descent into terror and pleading, the air was thick with desperation. "You dare to kill me? If you possess the courage, in my life." Though Nan Xiaojun could not fathom his current state, his limbs were severed, rendering him incapable of evading Li Zixuan's blade. Each incision claimed a piece of his flesh, leaving behind a gruesome pile of dismembered tissue upon the ground. Fear enveloped him as he recalled the phrase "death by 1,000 cuts." In that moment, he yearned for a swift end, hoping Li Zixuan would grant him release with a single strike. Yet, Li Zixuan periodically administered small doses of the healing pill, allowing brief moments of respite before resuming his gruesome work. Gradually, Nan Xiaojun's pleas diminished, and his body, once robust, now bore little flesh. Only sinews clung to his bones. The remnants of his corporeal form barely concealed the visceral organs beneath, and his eyes now reflected only resentment, terror, regret, and discontent. After administering the healing pill thrice and 3 drops of the enhancement liquid, Li Zixuan completed his grim task of removing 1,000 pieces of flesh without extinguishing Nan Xiaojun's life. He fixed his gaze upon Nan Xiaojun, slowly articulating, "Whoever dares to harm my family shall endure a fate worse than death." A final incision grazed Nan Xiaojun's throat, the last vestige of flesh upon his body. Collecting the remains into a backpack, Li Zixuan noted the excessive bloodshed that had saturated the floor, rendering the carpet utterly drenched. He surveyed the room, feeling an inkling of guilt. This was not a place for such brutality, and it would likely deter anyone from residing there in the future. Exiting the chamber, he found Jiang Mingho and the others waiting, the mother and daughter having departed. Li Zixuan regarded the 4 men, perceiving their concern, and smiled gently, assuring them, "I am unharmed." After speaking, he continued, "You all remain to assist with the follow-up tasks. I must make a trip to Base 1. Once I conclude my business there, I shall return to the manor." "Very well, do take care." Jiang Mingho expressed his lingering concern. "It's nothing. I shall be on my way," Li Zixuan replied, before retreating to his room and soaring out through the shattered window. Chen Huafeng surveyed the desolate room, now stained with blood, and exchanged glances with the others. Let us depart as well. Chapter 136. Conversation. They still required assistance from the local police to eliminate the remaining members of the Nangong family, along with the nefarious forces supported by them. The presence of the Nangong family had previously instilled a sense of fear among the upper echelons of the southern city, rendering them unable to voice their grievances. Despite several nationwide crackdowns on organized crime, the influence of the Nangong family had only grown more brazen. The matters that the Nangong family could not address were all handled adeptly, yet over the years, their existence had resulted in the deaths of more than 300 individuals. The leads they had were primarily directed towards those who were gravely ill. It was widely acknowledged that these atrocities were orchestrated by the Nangong family. Yet the lack of concrete evidence left many powerless. Now, however, evidence was no longer a necessity. The Nangong family had been eradicated, leaving behind only the elderly, the weak, and women. Additionally, with the evidence collected by Li Zixuan at Zeus's behest, all remnants of the criminal elements could be decisively uprooted. At this juncture, Li Zixuan had arrived at Base 1. Zhang Feng and Zhang Xiangdong had yet to depart, as they awaited news, while Bai Li Haoran sequestered himself in his room. Upon seeing Li Zixuan return with 5 captives from another race, the others recognized that he had completed his mission. As Li Zixuan approached Bai Li Haoran's chamber, it was evident that he intended to have a conversation with him. After all, the Nangong family had once been under Bai Li Haoran's protection, and it was only fitting that Li Zixuan inform him of the family's obliteration. Li Zixuan had considered not going, as he was not afraid of Bai Li Haoran's potential animosity, nor did he mind acquiring an additional adversary. However, reflecting on all that Bai Li Haoran had done for the nation, he was reluctant to position himself as an opponent. The world was simply too small. If unity could not be achieved internally, how could they hope to confront external threats? He found it impossible to take action against Bai Li Haoran. Knock, knock. At the entrance stood Bai Li Qinwu, her expression devoid of emotion as she observed Li Zixuan knocking. Come in. With that, Li Zixuan pushed the door open and followed with a gentle closure. Bai Li Haoran, facing away from him and gazing out the window, spoke softly. You have returned? Indeed, replied Li Zixuan, taking a seat and regarding Bai Li Haoran's silhouette. Sighing, Bai Li Haoran gradually turned to face Li Zixuan, inquiring, what brings you here? The world is too small, Li Zixuan responded earnestly. Indeed, it is, Bai Li Haoran concurred. Neither party broached the topic of the Nangong family, and Bai Li Haoran refrained from asking. Yet, he could hardly fathom the extent of Li Zixuan's ruthlessness in nearly annihilating the entire family, leaving behind only the frail and the infirm, incapable of stirring any significant turmoil. Bai Li Haoran's eyes gleamed, yet there was no trace of sorrow. What are your plans? Li Zixuan regarded Bai Li Haoran thoughtfully before responding. Countries such as the United States, Russia, and the European Union limit their vision to Blue Star or the other races. However, this is hardly a concern. Let us not forget that the other races are merely at the second tier of cultivation civilization, with 7 more levels above them. Is this not something to be concerned about? What are your plans? Bai Li Haoran did not anticipate that Li Zixuan would exhibit such audacity. After a moment of contemplation, Li Zixuan expressed, the military should focus on strengthening its might, while the research department ought to advance technology. I shall support you. Bai Li Haoran gazed earnestly at Li Zixuan and replied, thank you. The two continued their discourse within the room for over half an hour, while outside, Zhang Feng and the others grew increasingly anxious. Do you think they might come to blows? Zhang Feng nudged Qin Zhong beside him. Unlikely, they are probably discussing other matters. As Bai Li Haoran and Li Zixuan emerged, their demeanor was calm, lacking any signs of discord, instead resembling a pleasant exchange. The onlookers exchanged puzzled glances, with Zhang Xiangdong being the first to comprehend the situation. The Nangong family was merely a single clan. Their survival until now is due to Bai Li Haoran's influence. However, Li Zixuan was an anomaly. He had not directly benefited from Bai Li Haoran's favors. In fact, many owed him gratitude. Had it not been for him, not only would there be an impending invasion by foreign tribes in a year's time, but the 3 individuals slain that morning posed a significant threat. While Bai Li Haoran had some obligations and care towards the Nangong family, his character was undeniably reliable. Otherwise, he would not be here. Perhaps after the death of his wife, he would retreat into seclusion. Zhang Xiangdong was acutely aware of the vastness of the world beyond. Blue Star was but a mere speck in the cosmos. Despite the current economic and military supremacy of the United States, their focus remained solely on Blue Star. However, China had begun to make remarkable strides, and the amicable rapport between Bai Li Haoran and Li Zixuan was something the higher-ups were keen to witness. After all, even if there was a need for balance from above, it would only be feasible once there was unity, certainly not in the present. Unbeknownst to Li Zixuan, his actions had already reached the desks of 3 leaders. The chief leader, with a stern countenance, appeared somewhat displeased. Over 500 lives lost just like that. Regardless of their guilt, they should not have been executed on the spot. The second and third leaders exchanged glances, having served together for decades. Although the chief leader feigned displeasure, the other 2 discerned the insincerity of his words. He was undoubtedly pleased. After all, the Nangong family in Nanshur had long been a source of anxiety for them. They had considered severe measures numerous times. Yet there always seemed to be someone willing to take the blame. Moreover, Bai Li Haoran's presence made their discomfort akin to a thorn in their throats. Go on. If you wish to laugh, do so. There are no outsiders present. The second leader could no longer contain himself. The chief leader felt somewhat awkward. Stating it openly would diminish the significance, wouldn't it? Observing the ambiguous smiles on the faces of the 2 elder statesmen, the chief leader sighed in resignation. Although the 3 leaders had not witnessed the corpses, the details of the incident were clearly documented in the reports. The third leader expressed some dissatisfaction. While the execution had been effectively handled, the method was excessively brutal. The second leader nodded in agreement. Indeed, however, in chaotic times, strict measures are warranted. I see no issue with it. Upon hearing this, the senior leader and the third leader turned their gazes towards him, while the second leader spoke slowly. Although Li Zixuan's methods were indeed somewhat brutal, they served as a warning, did they not? Let us not forget that in less than a year, we shall face what awaits us. If chaos erupts from behind us at that time, it could jeopardize the very foundation of our nation. How can one hope to govern the world if they cannot even maintain order within their own domain? To engage externally, one must first ensure internal stability. The senior leader nodded in agreement. Indeed, you make a valid point. Although we have been purging some elements during this period, these efforts have merely been minor skirmishes. I hope that what Li Zixuan has done will compel those individuals to behave. Should they dare to disrupt the peace, we shall eliminate them decisively, declared the third leader with a commanding presence. Chapter 137. Li Ziyu returns home. The 3 exchanged glances once more, unable to contain their laughter. Indeed, while there are still a few influential families in Huagua, none can rival the Nangong clan, which has now been eradicated. Would they still dare to act recklessly? During this time, Goming had engaged in several transactions with Tanada, coupled with the technologies provided by Li Zixuan, enabling Huagua to ascend rapidly in a short span. Even today's operation to eliminate the alien faction was accomplished using merely conventional weaponry. The advanced laser guns were not even deployed, and the mission was completed successfully. Moreover, for the infrastructure-obsessed Huagua populace, reaching the threshold of a level 2 technological civilization would not take long. However, the current need for resources is substantial. Despite acquiring metals that Blue Star lacks, the true challenge lies in manufacturing a vast array of weaponry, whether it's steel or other materials. The demand is in the hundreds of millions, if not billions, of tons. Most of these materials are imported, and it is not yet prudent for other nations to be aware of this, necessitating the removal of numerous spies. Yet, this is still insufficient. Purchasing items requires funds, and importing materials demands even more. Huagua now finds itself in dire need of considerable financial resources. It would be implausible to suggest that Li Zixuan resort to theft. At least the 3 leaders would never utter such a notion. The topic of their discussion today revolved around this very issue, with the matter of the Nangong clan being merely a secondary concern. On Li Zixuan's side, he conversed with several commanders and Zhang Xiangdong for a while. After agreeing to meet the following day, he took flight towards the estate. Upon returning home, he found the others gathered in the living room awaiting his arrival. Li Ziyu had also gleaned much information from Shinryu and the others, though she found it challenging to accept all at once. Seeing everyone present, Li Zixuan smiled and said, "You're all here. Let us have the chef prepare a meal. We must be hungry." He then approached Li Ziyu and introduced, "This is my sister, Li Ziyu. I trust you are all acquainted with her?" "Yes, we are," they replied in unison. "Xuanzi, how did your discussion with Bai Li Haoran go?" Jiang Mingho inquired with concern. He had heard from Chun Huafeng and others that Li Zixuan did not return with them, but instead headed to Base 1, presumably to confer with Bai Li Haoran. They waited here to learn the outcome, aware that although Li Zixuan's prowess surpassed that of Bai Li Haoran, the latter's influence was palpable. To speak candidly, within the entire military apparatus, Bailey Howard needed no orders or documents. His words held more weight than those of the three leaders. Many soldiers might not recognize the three leaders, but they undoubtedly know Bailey Howard. He is almost revered as a deity within the military. Bailey Howard's exploits are legendary, almost mythic, and he likely understands this, which is why he seldom leaves Base 1. Li Zixuan recognized the concern among his peers and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's nothing to worry about. Carry on with your duties." After a brief pause, he continued, "From tomorrow onward, let us all focus on our training. Do not forget the wager we made 6 months ago." Upon hearing these words, everyone turned their gaze towards Li Ziyu's wrist, where the coveted war god bracelet was adorning her arm, still resting delicately upon her wrist. Li Zixuan, noticing this, turned to Li Ziyu and said, "Sister, could you lend me the bracelet?" At that moment, Li Ziyu realized something was amiss and hurriedly removed it. Li Zixuan then presented her with a T-03 mech suit, saying, "Sister, you should wear this for now. The war god bracelet cannot be utilized to its full potential in your current state." "All right," Li Ziyu replied, feeling somewhat self-conscious, as she only recognized Li Zixuan among the group. Although the others greeted her warmly, she was acutely aware that their friendliness stemmed from her brother's influence. "Sister, please don't be so reserved. Allow me to introduce everyone," Li Zixuan remarked, noticing her unease. Regardless of any prior introductions, he began anew. "This is Shin Ruyu, my girlfriend. These are Jiang Mingho and his girlfriend Wang Jai. They have been looking after me for quite some time. This is Chen Huafeng, Tang Yu, Tang Xiaoyang, Chen Xiaoxiu, and Wang Yang. They were all members of the Special Affairs Bureau and are now part of the Battlestar Group, of which I am the leader." After listening to Li Zixuan's introductions and receiving warm greetings from the others, Li Ziyu began to relax. Li Zixuan even summoned a robot to guide Li Ziyu in her training for the following day. Given that he had yet to adjust and would need a couple of days before he could consume the original enhancement and evolution liquids, and with no martial arts techniques available for her at present, the Blood God Kong Ant Liquid robot was the most suitable instructor for her training in the gravity chamber. Unfazed by the immense gravitational forces within, once the group had grown more familiar, they gathered for a delightful dinner. The following morning, everyone set off to the gravity chamber or the 9-star tower for their training. Meanwhile, Li Zixuan visited Future Technology to check the production output and delivered all the mature vegetables from the space to Li Hu and his team. After meeting up with Zhang Xiangdong, they proceeded to the dock, where they had received 50 million tons of steel, with 10 billion Huagua currency already transferred. As he had already traded for the gravity chamber and 9-star tower, he planned to deliver them directly at the appropriate time. With a wave of his hand, Li Zixuan collected the 50 million tons of steel, if not for the ample space of his ring, which had been limited by the lesser amount cultivated by the little sprites. It would have been impossible to accommodate such a vast quantity. "Let us head back to the estate," Zhang Xiangdong said, watching with a tinge of envy as Li Zixuan effortlessly gathered such a significant amount of steel. During their last trade with Tanada, they had also received a spatial folding backpack, yet it certainly did not possess such expansive capacity. Upon returning to the estate, the commanders from the 5 major bases had already arrived, their purpose being to bring back martial arts techniques in the gravity chamber and 9-star tower. Although only 50 martial arts techniques were to be recorded, many individuals would be able to cultivate them, thus freeing them from their inferior practices. Even Bailey Howard would need to switch techniques, as his martial arts could only reach the king level at most. After greeting the crowd, Li Zixuan returned to his room, intending to keep this transaction hidden from Zhang Xiangdong and the others. "Ront, it has been a long time," he exclaimed. Has it?" Ront responded, puzzled by Li Zixuan's penchant for uttering phrases that often eluded his comprehension. "How many energy stones have you collected?" This was a matter of great concern for Li Zixuan, as it directly impacted his future cultivation. 2,400,000. "What do you think? Is that sufficient?" Ront replied with a hint of pride, for acquiring items to exchange for the cultivation civilization was no small feat. Many merchants would struggle to achieve such a transaction. Chapter 138. The transmission of techniques. If possible, in the future, you might acquire more. No quantity is too great for me to purchase. Although over 2 million is substantial, my expenditure is considerable. After all, the aftermath of the battlefield with the alien races yielded merely over 10,000 stones. The remainder has likely been consumed by them. With 5 major bases and other departments, there are millions awaiting the utilization of spiritual stones. While it is improbable to distribute them evenly, even those at the Diamond Realm require dozens, if not hundreds, to transcend a minor boundary. Otherwise, the likes of Bailey Howren, who diligently cultivate near the base daily, will find their progress excruciatingly slow. Achieving a significant breakthrough within a year is utterly unattainable. Are you serious? Rompt expressed curiosity. He had always believed that Li Zixuan's domain was of technological civilization, questioning the need for such an abundance of energy stones. Aren't they primarily utilized in cultivation civilizations? Indeed. Moreover, you should have sold the iron ore we traded last time, correct? Yes, I sold it. The mention of iron ore brought a smile to Romp's face, for he had earned a considerable sum of cosmic currency. Li Zixuan was aware of Romp's profit. Yet he had no other avenues for sale. Selling to the Space Trading Center offered a meager return. I have plenty more. Would you be interested in purchasing a portion? How much do you possess? At what price? Rompt inquired, his brow furrowing slightly. Though he was eager to trade, Li Zixuan understood the implications of the price. His recently acquired cosmic currency would soon dwindle. I possess over 10 million tons of steel, utilizing the smelting technology you provided. How much? 10 million tons? That is excessive. I cannot absorb that much. Rompt was taken aback. Although he longed for the profit, the quantity was simply overwhelming. Selling too much at once would inevitably drive the price down. Li Zixuan discerned Romp's apprehension and spoke slowly. I do not intend to sell it all to you. Just tell me how much you can manage. Rompt glanced at his balance, which stood at over 80 billion, and inquired, what price do you intend to set? After a moment's contemplation, Li Zixuan replied, 40,000 per ton. The trading center offers only 1,000 per ton for iron ore and 500 for the raw material. The iron ore sold by tonata can fetch up to 50,000 per ton, while refined steel might command 70 to 80,000. By proposing 40,000 per ton, Rompt could potentially turn a profit nearly double upon resale. However, should Li Zixuan raise the price, Rompt would hesitate to proceed. Furthermore, selling hundreds of billions of cosmic currency worth of steel or iron ore regularly would invite considerable complications, as such items are regulated. Upon hearing this, Rompt furrowed his brows. The price offered by Li Zixuan was indeed enticing. Should it exceed 40,000 per ton, he would be reluctant to take the risk, though the profit would still be substantial. Yet, due to his status, he lacked the audacity exhibited by tonata. All right, 40,000 per ton. I will purchase 2 million tons. Rompt gritted his teeth and nodded in agreement. After all, he could earn 800 billion, making the risk worthwhile. However, careful planning is essential. If discovered, it could implicate the entire Wolf clan. Very well, I shall forego the previous 30% discount. Simply hand me the energy stones, and all shall be well. Li Zixuan restrained his surging joy as he spoke. Let us proceed with the transaction. The two concluded their dealings, having traded away 200 million tons of steel. An amount so vast that its absence was hardly noticeable, still piled high like a mountain. He now possessed 131.8 billion cosmic coins, drawing ever closer to the 500 billion needed for the boundary stone. If only he could sell all this steel. After indulging in such fantasies for a moment, Li Zixuan took up 6 gravity orbs and 6 9-star tower orbs, vanishing from sight. Upon arriving in the living room, he found Zhang Xiangdong and the others anxiously awaiting his return, surprised at how swiftly he had emerged, having expected a much longer wait. Here they are. Handle them gently. Where shall we place them? Clear some space and simply toss the orbs over. Is it truly that simple? Indeed, that is precisely how I managed it, Li Zixuan replied, noticing the glimmer in Zhang Xiangdong's eyes, signaling a desire for techniques. With a flourish, Li Zixuan summoned all the techniques before him, and the group gazed in awe as they examined the offerings, murmuring their admiration. However, when Li Zixuan observed the prices after their selections, his expression soured. 50 techniques totaled a staggering 120 billion. This was surely a return to the days of hardship. Yet, considering the remaining 48 million tons of steel yet to be sold, his spirits lifted once more. Deciding to be generous, he produced 2 spatial folding backpacks, each containing 500,000 spirit stones, and spent an additional 11 billion to acquire 50 martial techniques and 50 movement techniques, leaving his account balance at a mere 872 million. Zhang Xiangdong and the others were taken aback by Li Zixuan's generosity, departing with a tinge of embarrassment. Li Zixuan, exuding magnanimity, declared, "This is to swiftly enhance everyone's combat prowess." The group felt a wave of gratitude wash over them. After bidding them farewell, Li Zixuan was nearly overcome with laughter. If he sold all the steel at 40,000 per ton, he would amass a staggering 1.92 trillion. The mere thought sent waves of excitement coursing through him. Yet, he couldn't shake the worry about how long it might take Ram to absorb such a quantity. Although Li Zixuan had never disclosed the coordinates of Blue Star and had even ensured that Shaolin concealed the transaction coordinates with Goming and Tanada, he still fretted. If Ram were to sell a vast quantity of steel and subsequently get apprehended, he would have no other civilizations to trade with. Both Ram and Tanada had reiterated that iron ore was a controlled commodity. Despite its high market price, interstellar trade was scarce. A large-scale shipment would undoubtedly attract attention. Li Zixuan shook his head, choosing not to dwell on these matters any longer or how Ram might handle them. After all, other civilizations could not trace Blue Star. Even the Cosmic Alliance would likely fail in their efforts, if it were otherwise. A planet as rich in iron ore as Blue Star would have been under strict control long ago, especially considering the proximity of other planets nearby. Previous scientific research has indicated that the celestial bodies closest to the blue planet, namely the Moon, Mars, and Uranus, are endowed with iron ores. This piqued the curiosity of Li Zixuan, as both Ramt and Tanada's respective galaxies are notably deficient in iron resources, a scarcity that pervades the technological civilizations throughout the universe. In stark contrast, the blue planet boasts an abundance of iron ore, while its other resources are virtually valueless. Why, then, is iron ore so plentiful on the blue planet? And what of this ring? The more Li Zixuan pondered, the more perplexed he became. Fortunately, he was not one to indulge in self-aggrandizement. At this moment, his primary focus must be on diligent cultivation, for the time remaining before the one-year deadline mentioned by the woman in black is rapidly dwindling. Chapter 139. Half a year the woman clad in black was of the royal level, and according to Tanada, this second-tier cultivation civilization was rather peculiar. It was possible that even higher realms existed within. He was not fond of passively enduring attacks, waiting for formidable foes to approach before cautiously developing his strength. He did not trust that he could unleash any primal force under such powerful adversaries. At that point, the only option would be to hide within the confines of his ring space, which was not his desire. He yearned to directly suppress all enemies. With this thought in mind, Li Zixuan intensified his training, confident that Bailey Howren and the others were doing the same. He took the opportunity to distribute 100,000 spirit stones to Chun Huafeng and the others, giving them some instructions before retreating back into his space to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Li Zixuan, apart from occasionally going out to gather with them and share insights, spent a few days returning home with Li Ziyu. The rest of the time was devoted to his training within the space. By this time, Li Zixuan had reached the 8th tier of the royal level and possessed his own domain. As for the domain of the woman in black, he was unaware. But he knew that his domain was gravity. Within his domain, he could manipulate the weight of all objects and beings, capable of reducing his opponents to dust with a mere glance. However, he felt that to break through to the emperor level, he must first master his domain to the extent that it could be wielded at will, allowing everything within his sight to become part of his domain, and even designate a specific location as his domain. Yet, he was not yet capable of this. If the domain were to be categorized into 9 levels, he was currently only at the 5th level. Controlling an area of 1 meter was classified as the 1st level, the 2nd level, a 10-meter radius centered around oneself, the 3rd, 100 meters, the 4th, 500 meters, and the 5th, 1,000 meters. At present, his domain extended 1,000 meters around him, a feat that demanded considerable energy. After breaking through to the royal level, he comprehended a divine ability, the ability to manifest heaven and earth. This was also a result of the transformation in his life essence. Now, he could easily live to the age of 2,000. And if he were to break through to the emperor level, he might even reach the age of 5,000. Jiang Mingho and the others had also attained the peak of diamond level, and it was likely that within a few days, someone would break through to the Star Master level. Only his sister, Li Ziyu, was slightly slower. Li Zixuan had provided her with the original enhancement liquid and evolution liquid, spending 3.5 billion to acquire martial arts techniques and movement methods for her. She trained diligently, but with a shorter cultivation period, she remained at diamond level 4. Especially since Jiang Mingho and the others were also striving hard in their training. Their parents had reached the peak of platinum level and had given 5 vials of D-class enhancement liquid and 5 vials of original enhancement liquid to their uncle's family, guiding them in their use. Otherwise, Guogua, being so young, could hardly withstand such pain. He left 1 billion for his parents and also provided them with 2 A-class blood god Kong Ant guards, while Li Bao had become their dedicated driver. Additionally, he distributed 50 vials of original enhancement liquid to Jiang Mingho and the others for their family's use. Currently, the products of futuristic technology were selling remarkably well. D-Class enhancement liquid could now be purchased with health insurance cards, and nearly everyone had begun to use it. Memory storage devices, robots, and nutrient pods have already seen substantial sales, with numerous companies seeking orders from future technology. However, future technology exclusively supplies their own family, making them one of the wealthiest families in the nation. Meanwhile, Li Zixuan generously utilizes evolution liquid, with Jiang Mingho and others possessing comparable qualifications. Over the past 6 months, Li Zixuan has engaged in 5 transactions with Ront, during which he sold steel in exchange for spirit stones. To date, he has sold 18 million tons of steel, acquiring over 300 million spirit stones, not including the additional 200 million distributed to the 5 major bases and other departments. Currently, there remains 30 million tons of steel, and a balance exceeding 71.8 billion, sufficient to purchase boundary stones and upgrade his space. Yet, he has yet to acquire the boundary stones, intending to conduct further transactions before making additional purchases and upgrades. Stepping out of the space, Li Zixuan felt invigorated. His spiritual awareness now extends over a radius of 5,000 meters, while Chen Huafeng and others continue their training. Judging by their auras, Jiang Mingho and Chen Huafeng appear to be the first two on the verge of a breakthrough. During this half-year, a significant event transpired. Due to the initial framing by Yinlingzi, the United States has disregarded Lucy's warnings and instead allied with the European Union and the African Union to resist China. Meanwhile, the Dawn Laboratory has formed an alliance with the Bear Nation, observing China's stance. Throughout this period, China has transitioned from initially importing a vast quantity of materials to being unable to procure supplies, with many exports detained by the United States. The small Sun nation has even declared its allegiance to the United States, although it was widely acknowledged that they were merely a puppet, previously hidden from public view. China's manufactured weapons are not intended for use against other nations. Even if the United States acts recklessly, they too are beings of blue star, akin to unruly children whom parents would never harm with a blade. Li Zixuan's emergence from seclusion aims to address this situation. Bai Li Haoran and others are on the verge of breaking through to the king level, thanks to the spirit stones and techniques provided by Li Zixuan, and cannot be disturbed at this critical moment. As such matters unfold, Li Zixuan is capable of resolving them without interrupting their progress. Zhang Xiangdong's vehicle soon arrived, and upon seeing Li Zixuan's relaxed demeanor at the entrance, he felt a twinge of irritation. "You seem quite comfortable while I toil away. And I have only just reached Diamond Level 2, he lamented. Amused by Zhang Xiangdong's complaints, Li Zixuan responded, "Director Zhang, those who are capable bear more responsibilities. It's your strength that places you in such a position. Enough flattery. How do you intend to handle this?" Zhang Xiangdong shot a stern glance at Li Zixuan. Unfazed, Li Zixuan replied, "Director Zhang, haven't you noticed? The United States is far too narrow-minded, limited to their antics on Blue Star, and these matters are trivial. Speak plainly. Well, I plan to confiscate all their destructive weapons and engage in a serious discussion with them." "A serious discussion? How do you propose to do that?" Zhang Xiangdong's skepticism was evident. Li Zixuan's intentions were clear to him, and the outcomes discussed at higher levels mirrored that sentiment. After all, the annual deadline is fast approaching, and our nation does not possess the luxury of time to engage in protracted deliberations with the United States. There is no expectation for them to surrender and merge with our country. We merely hope they refrain from causing disturbances during this critical period. Upon hearing the message conveyed by Zhang Xiangdong, Li Zixuan understood. "Very well, I shall take my leave for now and will return by dinner at the latest." With that, Li Zixuan soared into the sky. Dinner? Zhang Xiangdong glanced at the clock. It was already past 2 o'clock. Did he intend to resolve matters in just 3 or 4 hours? Chapter 140. Be obedient. After breaking through to the king level, the speed of flight has intensified, surpassing even that of the war god ship. He realized how naive his previous thoughts had been. If donning the war god ship could truly contend against a king-level entity, it would only be against one who had just recently broken through. For once a warrior ascends to the king level, they swiftly grasp their domain. Once the domain is activated, no matter how formidable the war god ship may be, it would merely be subjected to passive assaults. For instance, under his gravitational influence within a 5,000 meter radius, the gravity could be adjusted up to 500 times. Even if the war god ship operated at full throttle, it would move as sluggishly as a snail within his domain. If all the gravity were concentrated on its head, it could be easily crushed. At this moment, Li Zixuan had arrived in the land of little days, soon reaching the territory of the Yin family. Wait, star radiance at the 6th tier? How could this be? Upon scanning with his consciousness, he discovered Yin Lingzi's astonishing level. He was quite taken aback. After all, he had reached the 8th tier of the king level due to 30 days spin in the ring's space, which equated to merely a day in the outside world. Yet, Yin Lingzi had achieved the 6th tier of Star Master, and he was only at the 3rd tier of Diamond rank. This progress was astonishing in just over half a year. However, as Li Zixuan sensed further, he understood the situation. The back mountains of the Yin family were littered with countless dried corpses, at least tens of thousands. It appeared he had been cultivating using living humans. The reason Yin Lingzi declared allegiance to the United States of Mijian was that he did not wish to reveal his true capabilities yet. He sought to cultivate in silence and then astound everyone. Currently, the direct descendants of the Yin family numbered only 15, while those with lesser aptitude had become mere fodder for cultivation. Among these 15, the lowest was at the 3rd tier of Diamond rank, with 5 reaching the pinnacle of Diamond rank. Yet, in both Huagua and the United States of Mijian, there were only 5 at the pinnacle of Diamond rank. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of eyes was already watching him. Just as he became aware, Li Zixuan had appeared before him. You are truly impressive. Who? Yin Lingzi bellowed, only to furrow his brow slightly upon seeing Li Zixuan. It's you. He recalled their encounter from half a year ago in the otherworldly realm when Li Zixuan was part of the Huagua team and they had clashed. Albeit Li Zixuan had been cloaked in invisibility. After Li Zixuan and his companions departed, he realized he had refrained from acting, opting instead to frame him. He had initially intended to visit Huag after making further breakthroughs, but he never anticipated Li Zixuan appearing before him so soon. He thought Li Zixuan had entered invisibly again. But as he prepared to attack, he found himself utterly immobilized. You. Yin Lingzi managed to utter a single word. His eyes filled with terror as he gazed at Li Zixuan. He could not move, despite being at the 6th tier of star radiance. He had painstakingly discovered a cultivation method and achieved his current realm, yet now he stood before Li Zixuan with no capacity for resistance. He could not comprehend this. Yet Li Zixuan understood entirely. This was the essence of the domain. Within his gravitational domain, all forms of gravity were under his command. I truly did not anticipate this. Who bestowed upon you the audacity to challenge Huagua? Do you believe that aligning with the United States of Mijian will grant you peace of mind? How naive. Li Zixuan cast a scornful glance at Yin Lingzi. After a series of swift movements, all remaining 15 individuals were captured. These 15 felt as though their vision blurred, and their surroundings transformed. They glanced at the chief, whose face was a portrait of terror, and then turned to Li Zixuan, a chilling sensation enveloping their entire beings. How shall I deal with you? The group, struggling to look at Li Zixuan, prepared to plead for mercy, yet their bodies remained paralyzed. Very well. I shall eliminate all of you to avoid any complications, Li Zixuan contemplated aloud. Initially, he had considered sparing one to serve as a puppet. However, upon sensing the energy within their bodies, he dismissed this notion. Having all practiced dark arts, retaining one would pose a perpetual threat. In the midst of Yin Lingzi and the others' terror, the weaker among them began to explode, flesh and blood scattering before another detonation ensued. Yin Lingzi's eyes widened in horror. Yet he felt increasingly constricted, as if his skin, bones, and organs were being gripped in a vice. As the pressure intensified, blood began to flow from his orifices. And then, with a resounding pop, Yin Lingzi's consciousness succumbed to darkness. With the demise of Yin Lingzi and his companions, Li Zixuan's spiritual awareness scanned the entirety of the Yin family estate, uncovering a hidden chamber. This room was filled with wealth and antiquities, alongside the Tome of Dark Arts. Li Zixuan forcefully kicked the door open. Fortune has smiled upon me, he exclaimed, surveying the vast hoard of gold bars and a plethora of ancient artifacts. He collected everything, planning to examine his treasures at a later time. With a gentle push of his foot, he soared into the air, brandishing the Hunyuan sword, and with a powerful swing, reduced the entire Yin family estate to ruins. After taking a few steps, Li Zixuan arrived at the largest military base, where he witnessed the grand arsenal being seized. Amidst the soldiers' terror, he systematically plundered all military installations before making his way to the Prime Minister's residence. At that moment, Prime Minister Asan was in a furious uproar. Receiving repeated reports of the ongoing looting, he sensed that the situation was far from straightforward, far beyond his capacity to manage. However, His attempts to contact the Yin family were met with silence. No one answered his calls. "Are you trying to reach the Yin family?" Suddenly, a voice echoed. And upon looking up, he beheld a young figure smiling at him. "How did you get in? Where are the guards?" San stammered, a hint of dread creeping into his voice. Li Zixuan casually seated himself across from him. "Spare your efforts. I am merely here to deliver a message." "Message? What do you mean?" San inquired, curiosity piqued, realizing that Li Zixuan seemed to have no intention of killing him. "The Yin family has been eradicated by me, and I am responsible for the actions taken against your military bases as well. Now, heed my words carefully." Li Zixuan smiled at San. "I will not permit you to possess large-scale weaponry. Should you disobey, or if I discover any in the future, I shall send you all to meet your deities." As he uttered this statement, the table before San disintegrated into ashes. Fear gripped San, despite Li Zixuan's calm demeanor. The abrupt disappearance of the table left no room for doubt regarding his capabilities. "Very well, I must make a trip to the United States. You may soon see some news regarding the matter." Observing the sudden disappearance of the newcomer, San sank helplessly to the ground. Did he expect compliance? What did he take him for? Nonetheless, in his eyes, Li Zixuan was undoubtedly a demon. He was well aware of the Yin family's spectral offspring. Having knowledge of the countless souls buried in the Yin family's back mountain, an undertaking orchestrated by them. Furthermore, he had heard whispers that the spectral air had already transcended to the stellar radiance level, yet not a whisper or hint had emerged. And the Yin family had met their demise. He held no doubts regarding Li Zixuan's words, for he had just made numerous phone calls. While San was busy dialing several numbers, Li Zixuan had already arrived in the beautiful land of the United States. Chapter 141. Sweeping across the nation's commanding zoos to locate all weapon bases of the United States, Li Zixuan embarked on a sweeping operation. Many soldiers wore expressions of sheer terror as he effortlessly unearthed weaponry buried dozens of layers underground. The entire process was predominantly characterized by forceful acquisition. Along the way, no fewer than 10 peak diamond level and 5-star master level powerhouses attempted to obstruct him. However, as they approached Li Zixuan, they were overwhelmed by an invisible force that rendered them breathless, helplessly witnessing him seize all heavy weaponry. While President Biden seethed with fury, preparing to exert pressure on Huagua, he was taken aback to find Li Zixuan casually seated atop his desk. He yearned to curse and question, but found himself at a loss for words. "I say, listen." Biden gazed at Li Zixuan in terror, desperately wanting to speak, but discovering that his mouth refused to move. "I hail from the Huagua Battlestar Group, and my name is Li Zixuan. I have come here to confiscate all heavy weaponry. In approximately 5 months, the alien passage will open. And should you continue your reckless behavior, your high-ranking officials may very well meet your deity. Oh, by the way, I have just arrived from the land of the rising sun, and I still have to visit other places, such as the European Union and the African Union. And I expect to see the Huagua citizens you have detained back in Huagua by tomorrow, and refrain from any underhanded tactics, such as sanctions and pressure. Play less of those games in the future. I am currently at the 8th tier of the sovereign level. If anyone in your nation possesses the capability to withstand my vengeance, you may continue your ways. However, the next time I visit, it will be to escort you to meet your deity." With that, Li Zixuan vanished before Biden. Had it not been for the ashes of the desk that had been reduced to dust, Biden would have surely believed it was all a mere dream. Yet, when he finally managed to rise, he found his legs numb and his body trembling. Reflecting on the words of the man, he was drenched in cold sweat. Having just assumed the presidency a little over half a year ago, he never anticipated encountering such a situation. Initially, he had thought to revel in the supremacy of the United States in global economics and military prowess, but what had transpired was far from it. The sanctions he had issued were swiftly met with threats. He was tempted to retaliate recklessly, but the thought of facing an 8th-tier sovereign extinguished that notion. He was no naive novice. The strongest in the United States was merely at the 9th tier of the star level, far from the pinnacle, while his opponent was a sovereign. If an assault were to occur, it would indeed be a divine confrontation. Meanwhile, Li Zixuan continued his journey to the European Union, the African Union, the Dawn Laboratory, and the Bear Nation. Upon returning to the estate, it was just past 5 o'clock. Zhang Xiangdong, witnessing Li Zixuan's return, could not help but approach him with a question. How did it go? Well, Huagua is now the sole nation possessing nuclear weaponry, Li Zixuan replied nonchalantly. In truth, he was brimming with excitement. Had it not been for his simultaneous collection and sale to the trading center, his storage would have been overflowing. The combined total of nuclear missiles from all nations exceeded 100,000. far surpassing the publicly acknowledged figures. It left him baffled as to why so many nuclear weapons were being manufactured. Apart from nuclear missiles, such as the LGM-30 and intercontinental missiles, Li Zixuan has sold them all. Although these weapons are among the mightiest on Blue Star, for someone like Li Zixuan, who is engaged in numerous transactions with extraterrestrial civilizations, they are too cumbersome and impractical. A casually modified laser gun from Tonata possesses a power that surpasses many missiles, and just consider the size difference. The cosmic currency he has accrued from his sales exceeds 150 billion. One can only imagine the quantity of missiles involved, coupled with his own balance. He now boasts over 869 billion. Li Zixuan is particularly elated at this moment. However, unbeknownst to him, the nations he has plundered, including the American elite, have begun to unite for clandestine meetings. Even if he were aware, it wouldn't concern him, as true strength is paramount. How ruthless you are, sweeping through nations with such ease. Yet, they must be seething with frustration now. Zhang Xiangdong was taken aback upon hearing Li Zixuan's words. A world devoid of nuclear weapons. Although only Huaguo possesses them, it has never been an aggressively inclined nation. Let us dine together, Li Zixuan proposed cheerfully, pulling Zhang Xiangdong along to enjoy dinner. Zhang Xiangdong did not refuse. After all, Li Zixuan's estate is truly remarkable. It is rumored that beneath this estate lie millions of energy stones. Cultivating here is far more comfortable and efficient than at the base. Despite the considerable number of energy stones Li Zixuan has provided to the country in the 5 major bases, it still feels less compared to his own reserves. Little do they know that Tonata's energy stones are all obtained through trade with other merchants, and most of them are from technological civilizations. How many energy stones could they possibly possess? The situation is quite different for Rant, as their territory borders a secondary-tier cultivation civilization, enabling them to trade at any moment. Additionally, due to their identity as the Wolf Clan, that cultivation civilization is eager to engage in trade with Rant. That evening, everyone gathered together to enjoy a delightful dinner, accompanied by fine wine obtained from previous trades with Rant. They had forgotten about it 6 months ago, only to realize later that this wine is a specialty of their clan. Many civilizations do not possess such a delicacy. As civilization levels rise, the spiritual realms of their beings elevate as well, making intoxication increasingly challenging. However, after several exchanges with the cultivation civilization, the Wolf Clan managed to acquire the recipe for the wine and has since begun large-scale production. A bottle of premium wine can cost over 100,000 cosmic coins. And Li Zixuan purchased thousands, avoiding both the overly cheap and excessively costly options, as even a king-level individual could become inebriated from such wine. Currently, Li Zixuan stands alone at the king level in Huaguo, while Bai Li Haoran and his 5 companions are likely to break through in the coming days. How long until you and Xin Huafeng can reach the Star Master level? They chatted while dining together. Just a couple of days, exclaimed Jiang Mingho, brimming with excitement. His dedication to cultivation stems not only from his genuine passion, but also from his desire to acquire a set of the God of War battleship. After all, that creation is undeniably magnificent. The T-03 is already impressive and can swiftly transform into a mech, yet it pales in comparison to the allure of the attire. Furthermore, the performance of the war god surpasses that of the T-03 by more than double. All right, I stand by my word. The day you make a breakthrough, I shall bestow the war god upon you, Li Zixuan declared with a smile. Tang Yu and the others gazed at him with envy. And Shinruya and Wang Jiayi felt the same, despite the fact that Li Zixuan provided them all with equal resources. Each night, Li Zixuan diligently guided her training and privately offered her a considerable amount of resources. However, Li Zixuan had already made his promise. She did not wish for him to retract his statement, as it would undermine his authority and respect within the group. Chapter 142. Visits from various nations. After enjoying dinner together, Li Zixuan took Shinryu back to their room. The castle housed 24 rooms. Li Zixuan and Shinryu resided on the 4th floor, while Jiang Mingho and Wang Jiayi occupied the 3rd, and Li Ziyu was on the 2nd. Several robots were stationed on the ground floor, where they could recharge, as the charging stations were also located there. Dear, why do you seem so unhappy? Li Zixuan inquired. Observing Shinryu, who sat on the bed, seemingly lost in thought after washing up. Husband, when will I be able to break through? Shinryu gazed at him with watery eyes. Seeing her like this, Li Zixuan moved closer and embraced her gently, saying, My love, do not feel overly pressured. Breakthroughs require a natural flow, and fortunately, there should be no conflicts in the next 5 months. Just maintain a calm heart and focus on your training. In 6 months, when the foreign invasion occurs, I will ensure that everyone is equipped with the war god model. What? Everyone will be equipped? Shinryu exclaimed, a hint of surprise in her voice. Wasn't it said that there were only 2 sets? Indeed, there were originally only 2 sets, but Li Zixuan chuckled. In due time, I should be able to acquire a few more. While it was true that Rhonda would not be able to procure the war god model, Li Zixuan planned to upgrade the space within the next few days. Once it reached level 4, he would be able to connect with level 4 interstellar merchants, who were likely to offer mechs comparable to the war god model. Really? Husband? Shinryu asked, her excitement palpable. Yes, but do keep this to yourself, otherwise their motivation may dwindle. You too. Focus on your cultivation without worrying too much. Okay, dear. Love you. Shinryu beamed with joy. Although the T-03 mech was impressive, the war god model, which Li Zixuan had previously equipped her with, was an unparalleled sensation. The intelligence of the T-03 was merely on par with a 10-year-old child, whereas the war god model's intelligence rivaled that of a university scholar. Its performance exceeded that of the T-03 by more than double, and its color could be changed at will. Hearing Li Zixuan's words that soon everyone in the group would be outfitted with such gear filled her with delight. All right, my dear, let us rest, Li Zixuan suggested, as he had not shared a room with Shinryu for some time due to his rigorous training. Shinryu replied happily, turning off the lights as they embraced each other. Unbeknownst to Li Zixuan, Bai Deng and the others had spent several hours deliberating and had finally come to a consensus. They resolved to visit the Huagua nation. Additionally, Li Zixuan had mentioned that in less than 5 months, the portal to the foreign realm would stabilize, and their nation would soon face the impending invasion. However, they were devoid of information and utterly unaware of the specifics regarding the foreign entities and their battle capabilities. Since Li Zixuan had already brought it up, the leaders of Huagua should possess more knowledge, and they needed to obtain further information. Furthermore, Li Zixuan has confiscated all heavy weaponry. Although they dared not confront him directly, they could appeal to the leaders of Huagua for sympathy. They were well aware that the leaders of Huagua were quite amenable, and perhaps they could not only glean considerable information but also reclaim those weapons. By the time it was past 9 o'clock, the 3 leaders received a visitation request from representatives of the United States and others. What are your thoughts? The senior leader inquired, glancing at the other 2. They could have stopped Li Zixuan, yet they chose to come to us first, the second leader remarked with evident displeasure. They were aware that the actions taken by Li Zixuan today were indeed sanctioned by them, yet they had not anticipated his ruthless approach, which had rendered them a non-nuclear force. The United States had lost its previous arrogance. The Huagua merchants previously detained would soon return to their homeland by morning. It was likely they would return here, though their intentions remained uncertain for the time being. Regardless of them, how is the Research Institute faring? The senior leader asked with a nonchalant expression. All is well. The space-based energy weapon is set to launch the day after tomorrow, and other projects are steadily progressing. The third leader replied with great delight. Initially, the United States had proposed the concept, but they had not anticipated that Huagua would be the first to bring it to fruition. They had initially planned to develop space-based kinetic weapons, but thanks to the technology acquired through the Tonata trade, along with the manufacturing techniques for plasma cannons and other weaponry, Huagua had leapfrogged directly to producing space-based energy weapons. These weapons boasted immense strike capabilities against ground, air, sea, and even subterranean targets. Additionally, due to the enhancement liquid, all research personnel now possessed silver-level strength. However, their focus was on developing cognitive enhancement liquids, not for battlefield use, but to ensure better health for research purposes, thus avoiding the risk of sudden death from overwork. Over the past 6 months, government officials across the country, from village chiefs and police officers to the 3 leaders, and even retired personnel who had devoted their lives to the nation, had consumed the enhancement liquid, albeit at varying levels of potency. On the following morning, planes from various countries had already landed at the Shocheng airport in Huagua. However, when the delegation disembarked, they were met solely by diplomats. The 5 heads of state exchanged glances, each reflecting dissatisfaction, yet what could they do? They no longer possessed nuclear weapons, nor even missiles of considerable power. Even if they could manufacture them again in a short time, they dared not do so. The shadow cast by one man loomed large over them. Although he had not unleashed his full might, they were now aware of the presence of a starry-level powerhouse. And the Dawn Laboratory housed a pinnacle starry-level warrior. Yet, despite this, they had been utterly suppressed by Li Zixuan without a hint of resistance. This was a warrior cultivated with all the resources of the entire Dawn Laboratory, and they had thought he alone could dominate the globe, yet before they could act, Li Zixuan had quelled them. Now, faced with the arrival of merely a diplomat from Huagua, the 5 leaders felt a deeper sense of bitterness. The leader of the Dawn Laboratory is an elderly gentleman named Hemanton, who has surpassed the age of 50. Beside him stands a middle-aged man, the formidable powerhouse known as Porter, who has reached the pinnacle of stardom. Initially, he was reluctant to attend, for he harbors a profound fear of Li Zixuan. The shadow cast by their encounter yesterday looms large in his mind. Remarkably, Li Zixuan had not even struck a blow. Yet a mere glance from him had been sufficient to instill terror. The memory of that moment sends waves of panic coursing through his heart. Accompanying them are the leaders of several nations, Emperor Pubei of the Bear Country, alongside its foremost expert, Boi Ku, the leader of the Beautiful Point Nation. Bai Ding, accompanied by its top warrior, Xiaobu, the head of the alliance, Han Taisi, with its leading fighter, Mike Air, and the leader of the European Union, Yabo La, alongside its premier expert, Delian. A delegation of 10 individuals follows the Chinese diplomat, Li Ming, as they journey towards the city of Purple Gold. Chapter 143, Global Alliance. The 5 leaders wore expressions of discontent, an unprecedented experience for them. They had never anticipated being greeted with such warmth by a diplomat from Huagua. It was not that they held Li Ming in disdain, rather. The disparity in their statuses created an uncomfortable dynamic. However, upon entering the conference hall, they discovered that 3 leaders from Huagua were already awaiting them. Yet, when they glimpsed the figure behind these leaders, an involuntary shiver coursed through them. This individual was Li Zixuan, who had received notification the previous evening and arrived early that morning. At present, he appeared merely as a guard, accompanied by Bai Lihaoren, who had just recently achieved a breakthrough. However, Bai Lihaoren's nascent power still eluded complete control, and the aura he exuded left the 5 strongest individuals feeling unnerved. Li Zixuan and his companions believed Bai Lihaoren to be the trump card of Huagua, yet they were well acquainted with him, having battled alongside him not long ago. To their astonishment, in just over 6 months, Bai Lihaoren had grown to such formidable strength. Bai Ding intended to adopt a posture of strong national pride and confront the 3 leaders, but he found himself speechless, swallowing his words instead. "Welcome, welcome," the 3 leaders acknowledged, observing the entire scene. Nevertheless, the 5 leaders and the strongest among them dared not show any signs of negligence, donning smiles to greet their hosts. After exchanging pleasantries, they took their respective seats, while the 5 strongest individuals stood behind the leaders. Although they recognized that their presence might not provide any tangible protection, years of experience and extraordinary courage compelled them to maintain a formidable demeanor. In a typical meeting, a multitude of journalists would be present. However, today's gathering was exceptional. With only 15 individuals in the entire conference hall, excluding even secretaries. Bai Ding and his companions exchanged glances with Li Zixuan before quickly diverting their gaze back to the 3 leaders, stating, "We have come to inquire about the issue concerning the other races." They refrained from mentioning the events of the previous day, all parties tacitly understanding the unspoken agreement. After a brief pause, the senior leader began. Since the opening of the interdimensional portal 12 years ago, nations became aware of the existence of interdimensional beings. You began to form alliances and encountered these otherworldly entities. In our region, we possess a portal leading to a human city. City? The 5 leaders were taken aback. While their territories also harbored portals and they had encountered the other races, they had never seen a city. Indeed, you shall see for yourselves. Soon. The large screen displayed the scene from Base 1 3 years after the portal's opening. Bai Lihaoren and his team had led countless assaults against waves of invaders, tallying thousands. Yet, as they rested upon the city walls, a woman clad in black emerged. With a mere glance at the fortifications, she caused the death of 13 soldiers. The scene then shifted to 6 months prior, when over 100,000 invaders had launched an assault. Despite suffering tremendous losses under cannon fire, the elderly figure that emerged wielded a staff, and with a flick, summoned an energy shield that repelled all attacks. Subsequently, Bai Lihaoren's conversation with him was also featured in the video. Shortly after the old man returned, 10 individuals appeared, led by that woman. Yet, she had grown even stronger. Although her beauty was striking, the chilling words that emanated from her caused a shiver to run down the spines of all present. Li Zixuan, upon reviewing this segment of the video, recognized that the woman possessed mental attack techniques, for during his tenure as a Star Master, he had been incapable of killing with mere glances. Though he could now accomplish such feats with ease, it was evident that she had also advanced in power. The video then transitioned to scenes of Li Zixuan and others vanquishing the alien adversaries. After viewing the footage, the 5 leaders and the 5 strongest warriors behind them could not suppress their gasps of astonishment. They were only now realizing that the alien race had indeed invaded, and that Huagua had withstood several assaults. Their astonishment at the might of the alien invaders was rivaled only by their awe of Huagua's formidable strength. Were it not for this video, they might have foolishly believed themselves to be the epitome of military prowess. Reflecting on this was indeed laughable. Although the battle did not showcase particularly formidable weaponry, the sight of mechas was breathtaking. Witnessing Li Zixuan summon a mecha from his wrist to engage 3 star-tier warriors was far more exhilarating than any cinematic experience. The sight of others donning mechas made them reassess their own capabilities, realizing that even those 9 donned mechas could breach their entire nation. They were acutely aware of the might of star-tier warriors, yet they had been decimated in mere minutes, while the diamond-tier warriors were an even graver concern. The 5 leaders exchanged glances, their eyes drifting to Li Zixuan, who, sensing their scrutiny, offered a faint smile. Yet, their hearts tightened. From the video, it was clear that this individual had once donned a mecha while slaying a star-tier warrior, but now he had ascended to an entirely new echelon of strength. Emperor Pubei of the Bear Country surveyed the assembly and spoke, "I wish to represent Bear Country in forming an alliance with Huagua. I wonder how the 3 of you feel about this proposition." Bai Dang and the others regarded Pubei with incredulity, though after a moment's contemplation, they found understanding. Unlike them, Pubei was a revered leader within Bear Country, a figure held in high esteem by the populace, having served multiple terms as a leader. His words embodied the will of the entire nation. In contrast, Bai Dang and his companions were merely elected officials, with the Dawn Laboratories' Hamantan being the exception. The other 3 represented coalitions of numerous nations or consortiums, and thus their words did not encapsulate the will of their respective powers. Hamantan pondered for a moment before stating, "We at the Dawn Laboratory are willing to ally with Huagua." This left Bai Dang and his companions in an awkward position. However, they could not speak for their nation and merely exchanged glances before declaring, "We need to deliberate further." Nevertheless, it was evident to the 3 leaders, and Bai Lihaoran, as well as Li Zixuan, that the so-called alliance was merely a facade. They were simply eager to curry favor with Huagua now that its strength had become apparent. Had circumstances been different, they would undoubtedly have resorted to leveraging public opinion or imposing sanctions to coerce Huagua into relinquishing those mechas or advanced weaponry. However, with formidable figures like Li Zixuan and Bai Lihaoran in existence, they dare not entertain such thoughts. They would rather never encounter individuals like Li Zixuan throughout their lives. Especially since Li Zixuan ominously declared yesterday that if he were to return, it would be to escort them to meet their maker. Furthermore, they possess little in the way of deterrent weaponry, whereas the Huagua possesses ample strength. Should they dare to stir trouble, they harbor no doubt that Huagua would swiftly ensure internal stability before addressing external threats. When military power significantly surpasses that of a nation, one can only hope to avoid being purged. Otherwise, they may find themselves replaced by a more compliant individual. Chapter 144, Rapid Advancement at this moment. The high-ranking leader slowly shook his head and remarked, "We do not require an alliance. Your cooperation is all that is necessary. Of course, we can also supply you with some enhancement liquids and similar substances." Enhancement liquid? The crowd was taken aback, for they were well aware of the futuristic technology that produced such items, which were strictly controlled by the Hua Nation. They had invested considerable resources to acquire it, even conducting in-depth studies that revealed its ability to augment all biological attributes, although replicating it proved exceedingly challenging. Moreover, what did the leader mean by stating that an alliance was unnecessary and only cooperation was required? The leader nodded and turned his gaze toward Hamandong, saying, "This is something you should find particularly intriguing, Hamandong. It is simply a more advanced version." More advanced? Though Hamandong was the head of the Dawn Laboratory, he was also a formidable biologist. Upon obtaining the D-grade enhancement liquid, he had dedicated considerable time to its study, only to later abandon it upon discovering that it had no effect on those of golden grade or higher. The leader continued, "In a moment, I will show you. For now, I wish to convey that from this point forward, all materials or resources that Hua requires for import must proceed smoothly. As you are aware of the situation with the foreign races, I hope you can fully cooperate with us in the time to come. I do not require you to mobilize numerous strong individuals, merely refrain from causing disturbances. Upon finishing this statement, the leader glanced at Bailey Howren and Li Zixuan. The five heads followed his gaze, but upon witnessing the exchange, their pupils involuntarily constricted. This was not a negotiation. It was clearly a warning. Essentially, it implied that should any disruption occur, Bailey Howren or Li Zixuan would be dispatched to handle it, while Bailey Howren might reason with them. There was no doubt that Li Zixuan would not. Last night, they had already gathered information about Li Zixuan through various channels. Even though much of his information was classified, these five factions were among the most powerful globally. Despite many of Hua's spies being eliminated, a bit of expenditure would still yield some insights. For instance, they had learned about the situation of the Nangong family. However, Li Zixuan had directly annihilated them. They certainly did not believe they possessed the same influence as Bailey Howren. Yet even so, the Nangong family had been eradicated. And then there was the Yin family of the small nation of Japan. If Li Zixuan were to confront them again, they would undoubtedly meet their demise. The three leaders, who had observed all this, exchanged knowing smiles. They led the group to an exhibition room, where the items displayed were not available in the market. Hemendong immediately spotted test tubes that bore a striking resemblance to the enhancement liquid and exclaimed in wonder. Is this the enhancement liquid? Yes and no. The three leaders nodded, then shook their heads. As they noticed the collective gaze upon them, they leisurely elaborated. This is an SSS grade enhancement liquid. The market only has D grade. What? SSS grade? D grade? They were yet unaware of the classification levels of the enhancement liquid. Hamilton had speculated about it previously, but now it was merely confirmed. Zixuan, why don't you introduce it to them? All right. Li Zixuan stepped forward, gesturing towards the original enhancement liquid as he began his introduction. It has the potential to elevate a bronze-level individual directly to the pinnacle of platinum. A collective gasp escaped the crowd. The five leaders and five strongest individuals fully comprehended the implications. This meant mass production was feasible. The thought that the Huagua might only require 10,000 such soldiers, combined with a formidable figure like Li Zixuan or Bailey Howren, could potentially overpower the five major powers devoid of nuclear weapons. Li Zixuan paid no heed to the astonishment of the crowd and continued his presentation. This is a spatial folding backpack, each possessing a space of 500 square units. This is the T-02 mech, which, when donned, nearly achieves platinum-level combat prowess, boasting significant firepower. This is a laser gun. In a stealth attack, it can eliminate diamond-level opponents. This is a railgun. Li Zixuan also perceived that these weapons posed a threat only to diamond-level beings, and he understood the intentions behind the three leaders' presentation. To amass global resources, one must either possess overwhelming strength or engage in trade. Yet, presently, Huagua lacked the time and energy to engage in warfare with them. After all, they were all beings of Blue Star, and conquering a nation by force was simply unfeasible in a short span. Even if they were to eliminate all the high-ranking officials, what would follow? The uprising of the populace would be a considerable nuisance. Annihilation was not a viable option. Moreover, the current situation on Blue Star remained relatively stable, and Huagua required time and tranquility to focus on confronting the otherworldly adversaries. Even with the five major bases and garrison troops in various cities, their progress had been swift. Yet it remained insufficient. Strategically, one could afford to underestimate the enemy, but tactically, it was crucial to remain vigilant. At that moment, the five leaders and the strongest individuals behind them bore expressions of shock and disbelief upon hearing Li Zixuan's introduction. However, gradually, they began to realize that all of this was indeed genuine. Huagua possessed the capability to effortlessly annihilate their five factions. Nonetheless, they also understood that Huagua would not pursue such a course of action, or else they would not have been shown these items. Furthermore, considering the Huagua people's penchant for concealing their strengths, what might they be holding back that could easily vanquish diamond-level warriors? The purpose of Huagua showcasing these weaponry was becoming clear. Perhaps Huagua intended to trade these items. Indeed, once Li Zixuan concluded his presentation, the chief leader spoke. You have seen these items, and we are willing to trade them with you, for the sake of Blue Star and the impending confrontation with the alien races. However, you are well aware of what we can offer. I hope you will remain somewhat reassured in the future. Blue Star is, after all, rather small. Do not perpetually dwell on conflict among ourselves. Gradually, you will discover a broader world. Subsequent negotiations will be conducted by others. The three leaders departed, along with Li Zixuan and Bailey Howren. The exhibition room was left with merely a handful of staff. even though it would take but a mere stretch of the hand to seize the weaponry and equipment. The 5 heads of state and the 5 strongest individuals harbored no such intentions as they continued to ponder the words of their superior. Upon exiting the exhibition room, they encountered a middle-aged man standing at the entrance. "Greetings, esteemed leaders. My name is Lin Tian. Should you require any assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out." The 5 leaders understood that any future transactions could be directed to him. Once they emerged from the building, the secretaries from various nations approached. However, the 5 leaders wore expressions of profound concern. Chapter 145. Global Turmoil. The 5 leaders convened once more to commence negotiations, with even the supporting consortiums and some smaller nations joining the discourse. After 3 days of deliberation and analysis, a consensus was reached. The following day, the news broadcast declared that, in the interest of global peace and stable development, the 5 major powers resolved to dismantle all heavy weaponry, including nuclear arms, and pledged to establish a lasting friendship with China, imposing no taxes. In a bid to robustly support China's development, all global resources and materials would be prioritized for China. Moreover, numerous talents from various fields, including eminent scientists, would be dispatched to China. This agreement had also been endorsed by China's 3 leaders and Guming, among others. China's aspirations had already extended to the cosmos, relying solely on its own scientists, even with technological documentation, would render the realization of second- and third-tier civilization advancements unattainable for countless years. However, the collaboration of the world's finest minds would expedite this process significantly. Yet, the populace was taken aback by this announcement, with many perceiving the actions of the United States, Russia, the Dawn Laboratory, the African Union, and the European Union as madness. Those who comprehended the implications understood that this signified a future where only China would reign on Blue Star. To ostensibly support China, the 5 powers seemed intent on sending nearly all talents from various industries, suggesting that in a mere decade, the 5 powers might cease to exist. In that eventuality, Blue Star would be left with only one dominant force, China. This outcome was the result of careful consideration by the 5 leaders, who recognized that even without such measures, they would remain significantly behind China. The technological advancements presented by China were already decades, if not centuries, ahead of the rest of the world. What remained undisclosed was anyone's guess. Moreover, in light of the impending alien invasions, it appeared that only China would be truly secure, possessing both superior combat capabilities and advanced weaponry. What then would become of them? Even if they succeeded in acquiring weapons through trade, they would be unable to match China's might. If China emerged victorious and counterattacked the alien forces, it would only grow stronger through warfare, while they would gradually be phased out. The 5 leaders understood that, while warfare is brutal, it is also the swiftest and most advantageous catalyst for technological advancement. Only by gradually merging with China could they navigate further on this grand vessel, witnessing more legends unfold. Should they choose inaction and China falter against the alien threat, the survival of humanity on Blue Star would be in jeopardy. Furthermore, the leaders of the 5 powers, along with the major consortiums and heads of smaller nations, had grown accustomed to a life of comfort. What would happen if they were to be enslaved by the aliens? Would they continue to live in such ease? However, by merging with China, even if they sacrificed certain aspects, they would retain their freedom, perhaps even ascend to higher echelons. The 3 leaders harbored no concerns regarding potential rebellion from the 5 leaders post-merger, as the current dominance lay with the Chinese. And such thoughts were far too perilous to entertain. Even if such sentiments arose, they would only manifest after a triumph over the alien forces. Moreover, if Li Zixuan and his companions have always been the most formidable beings on Blue Star, would they dare to entertain such thoughts? While many proclaim the ideal of equality, does true equality genuinely exist? Numerous individuals place their faith in the law and believe in the invincibility of a powerful nation. Yet, what if someone surpasses the might of the state? Can the laws of the Ant Kingdom govern the pangolin? As long as Li Zixuan and his peers are present, the entirety of Blue Star will unequivocally heed the dictates of Huagua. Bailey Howren and the entire War Star Group are not saints. They will not hesitate to act simply because you command the narrative or shout about human rights. Anyone posing a threat to Huagua's stability is deemed an enemy. Much like Shinryu and others, since the establishment of the War Star Group, their hands have been stained with blood, much of it belonging to Huagua's citizens. Only Li Zixuan's sister, Li Ziyu, has yet to undertake any significant missions. Presently, whether on the streets or online, Huagua's citizens wear expressions of elation, as the world's 5 strongest factions have begun their annexation of Huagua. However, the situation is markedly different for citizens of other countries, many of whom are actually Huagua nationals. They had long since changed their nationality and left Huagua, harboring disdain for their homeland and believing that everything abroad is superior. Yet now, as the world leans towards Huagua, they find themselves embarrassed to return, even as radicals begin to defame Huagua both online and in reality. Such individuals, however, seldom see the sunset before being taken away. Li Zixuan disregarded the rumors circulating online, paying no mind to the uproar that had erupted both digitally and abroad. Upon returning to the castle, he presented 2 sets of the war god mechas to Chen Huafeng and Jiang Mingho. Finally, they had acquired the war god. Jiang Mingho exaggeratedly kissed the bracelet, while Chen Huafeng was equally ecstatic. Yet, the expressions of Chen Xiaoxiu and the others were far from pleasant, with Wang Jiayi disdainfully scoffing. Humph, what is so impressive? It's just a mecha. Nevertheless, the envy in the eyes of the onlookers was undeniable. At that moment, Jiang Mingho seemed to have made a significant decision. Approaching Wang Jiayi, he knelt on one knee and, gazing at her tenderly, declared, "Wife, this is for you. Marry me." The collective reaction was one of discontent as they turned away. They had come merely to witness Chen Huafeng and Jiang Mingho claim the war god and might have hoped to try it on for themselves. But they certainly did not wish to witness such a scene. Wang Jiayi was taken aback by Jiang Mingho's audacity, if one were unaware of the context. They might consider his proposal using a mere bracelet to be somewhat diminished in value, especially since Jiang Mingho, due to family circumstances, possessed a fortune in the billions and offered such a trivial item. However, at that moment, Wang Jiayi was deeply touched. They were all aware of the matters concerning foreign races, and Jiang Mingho's boldness in proposing marriage was entirely unexpected. Even Li Zixuan found himself moved. Astonished that Jiang Mingho would pull such a stunt, and caught a glimpse of Shinryu looking at him, Li Zixuan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, further fueling his resentment towards Jiang Mingho. How could this scoundrel declare his love just because he received a reward? Turning around, he shyly addressed Shinryu, "My dear wife. What if I confess as well?" Humph. Shinryu snorted coldly and turned to leave. What a calamity. What is this all about? Li Zixuan glared fiercely at Jiang Mingho before hastily pursuing Shinryu, while Jiang Mingho remained oblivious, tightly embracing Wang Jiayi. "My dear wife, wait for me." Humph. "I'm not your wife. Stop calling me that." Li Zixuan followed Shinryu into the room, observing her sulking, and quickly approached her, speaking softly. "My dear, I wish to take you somewhere. I won't go. I'm not in the mood." Chapter 146. The time-space tree. Li Zixuan initially intended to take Shinryu to the ring space, but at that moment, he suddenly remembered that the space was his greatest secret. He was not yet ready to divulge this to Shinryu. Perhaps it was initially meant to be his secret alone. However, he later realized that he ought to share it with Shinryu and Jiang Mingho. After all, if he could not trust them, who else could he trust? Moreover, the flow rate within the space was 30 times that of the outside world. Li Zixuan had long wished to bring someone in for training, yet he hesitated, burdened by too many concerns. Today, due to the commotion caused by Jiang Mingho, Li Zixuan found himself increasingly conflicted. Perhaps it would be best to wait until after his upgrade to discuss it. After finally soothing Shinryu, Li Zixuan hurriedly entered the space to initiate a transaction with Ramter. He intended to trade once more and began preparing to upgrade the space. After a considerable time, Ramta finally connected. "What is the matter?" Li Zixuan inquired with curiosity, as Ramta usually responded swiftly. "Don't mention it. I just returned from the clan meeting." Ramta waved his hand, his expression not particularly pleasant. It seemed he had not achieved his goals. Li Zixuan had previously heard Ramter mention his desire to run for clan leader. Given Ramter's status as an interstellar merchant, he wielded significant power within the clan. However, technologies such as space folding were only available for sale or trade by the clan leader unless someone offered an exorbitant price. Li Zixuan began to encourage him. "Do not be disheartened. During this time, you must have garnered some supporters. Continuing our trade may eventually elevate your wolf clan to new heights." "Well, it's nothing serious. What do you intend to trade this time? Still steel?" Ramter replied with a nonchalant demeanor. "Yes, a portion of steel. Also, how many energy stones have you gathered during this period?" Upon hearing that Li Zixuan had steel for sale, Ramter was quite pleased. Over the past 6 months, he had accumulated a considerable fortune, and many clan members were willing to support him precisely because of his wealth. Though such relationships were tenuous, A good beginning was always favorable. I have 1 billion energy stones. How much steel are you planning to sell? Romter inquired, a hint of surprise in his tone. Since commencing trade with Li Zixuan, the cumulative amount of steel and iron ore exchanged had reached 2,000 to 3,000 tons. And he had not anticipated that Li Zixuan still had more. Do you have 12 million tons? Do you possess that much cosmic currency? Li Zixuan was somewhat astonished. For he knew Romter was profitable but had not expected him to possess several 100 billion cosmic coins. Yes, but without a 30% discount. I can provide you with the energy stones, Romter stated earnestly. The 1 billion energy stones were worth less than 100 billion, but with the 3-tier discount on steel, he would require over 100 billion, which was not advantageous. Li Zixuan contemplated the situation. If he sold 12 million tons of steel, he would still have 18 million tons remaining. However, he desperately needed the energy stones and could not afford to appear overly eager. Very well, however. You owe me 10 billion energy stones. From now on, all transactions involving steel and energy stones will be complimentary until the debt is settled. You must also provide me with some fine wine. All right, let us proceed with the trade. Upon completion, Li Zixuan spent 500 billion to acquire the boundary stone, leaving him with over 708 billion cosmic coins. He began to gather his belongings, placing spirit stones and elixirs into his backpack, while also stowing away vegetables, seeds, and his mobile phone from the warehouse. Only the necessary spirit stones and the boundary stone remained. Amid the discontent of the little sprites, he addressed Xiaoling. Xiaoling. Upgrade the space. Certainly, master. Xiaoling responded joyfully, as a higher upgrade would bring her greater benefits. Li Zixuan, burdened with 5 or 6 backpacks, reappeared in his room and summoned a robot to deliver the vegetables to Li Hu's warehouse. He organized his backpacks and placed a portion of the wines into the cabinet. Preparing to enjoy an outing with Shen Ruyu and others, they could not be confined to training every day. They also required moments of leisure. Jiang Mingho and Wang Jiayi were absent, presumably returning home to discuss their impending nuptials. Only Li Zixuan and Shen Ruyu ventured out together. Her anger had dissipated, and she was delighted that Li Zixuan accompanied her. They purchased numerous items, and had it not been for Li Zixuan's foresight in bringing a spatial backpack, they would have struggled to carry everything. They explored the mall for clothing, visited the amusement park for a ride on the Ferris wheel, and spent time at Xian Yu's residence chatting with Zhang Na and her family. They then strolled through the night market, indulging in various delicacies. After concluding their day with a film, their spirits were much lifted. The following morning, Shinryu dedicated herself to training in the gravity chamber. By noon, she became the 3rd individual to break through to the stellar radiance stage. The others were envious, yet due to the spatial upgrade, there were no gifts to offer. Fortunately, after a day of upgrades, the space had successfully expanded. Li Zixuan eagerly entered the space. Xiaoling, what changes have occurred? Master, the space has grown larger, and it can now separate into an independent realm. An independent realm? Does it also possess a time flow rate of 30 times? Li Zixuan felt a surge of anxiety. He desperately needed such a space, yet feared the time flow might differ. Indeed, master, but the independent space lacks spiritual energy. Li Zixuan calmed himself and listened to Xiaoling's description, realizing that the current area of the space had expanded from an initial 1.5 square kilometers to a staggering 14,000 square kilometers, surpassing that of an entire city. Furthermore, the entire expanse felt more tangible, and Li Zixuan sensed numerous elements within it. Perhaps upon reaching the next level, mineral veins would emerge. Now, he could separate a smaller space, measuring only 1 square kilometer. Although it was slightly smaller than the original space, it allowed everyone to cultivate within, and crucially, it could be situated within the estate. Li Zixuan still possessed 3 sets of gravity chambers from his initial purchase of 10, planning to place one in the new space while preparing to have the remaining 2 dealt with by Zhang Xiangdong. Xiaoling, are there any further changes? Indeed, there truly are. What are these changes? Master, in this world, the flow of time can be adjusted at your discretion, and the manipulation of space and time upon the hills requires a substantial amount of spiritual stones. The time tree? What is that? There exists a small sapling on the hill, which Li Zixuan is aware of, though he is uncertain of its name or its purpose. The time tree is a spiritual seed discovered by the Elven King in the depths of the universe, allowing one to comprehend the dual laws of time and space beneath its branches. Is that true? Li Zixuan felt a surge of excitement. The laws. Those are techniques reserved for imperial-level experts, and he is merely at the king level. His domain is only at the 5th level, still far from the laws. Yet this does not diminish his joy at possessing such a treasure. Indeed, it merely requires 500 billion spiritual stones to enable its growth. Upon finishing, the small spirit appeared somewhat disheartened. 500 billion? That is not an insurmountable amount. It should not take long to gather. Li Zixuan contemplated the potential trade with Ramter, believing that he could accumulate it within 6 months at most. Small spirit, what are the requirements for the next upgrade? Chapter 147. Bruno, in order for the master to attain the imperial level, the space must embody the 5 elemental laws. Master, you must persevere. Xiao Ling clenched her fist energetically, embodying encouragement. What? Li Zixuan exclaimed in astonishment. While reaching the imperial level seemed feasible, how could one possibly infuse the space with the 5 elemental laws? Xiao Ling, are there alternative methods to enhance the laws? Li Zixuan inquired, somewhat reluctant to abandon hope. Yes. Once Xiao Lan and the others reach the royal level, the space will begin to manifest the embryonic form of the laws. Moreover, there are numerous treasures that can facilitate this as well. Li Zixuan's consciousness scanned the surroundings. The little sprites had barely reached the diamond level, with a considerable distance yet to cover before attaining the royal level. What is the price of these treasures? He asked, knowing well that the platform often charged exorbitantly for goods, yet unable to suppress his curiosity. The 5 element stones are priced at 10 trillion each. Damn it, I suspected as much. 10 trillion for 1. That amounts to 50 trillion for 5. Upon hearing this, Li Zixuan felt a pang of distress. It had taken him quite some time to gather a mere trillion just the day before, solely to purchase a boundary stone, leaving him with only a fraction of his original wealth. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He could connect with a level 4 interstellar merchant now, igniting a flicker of excitement within him. Xiao Ling, can I connect to a level 4 interstellar merchant now? Yes, master. Would you like to connect immediately? Connect. Understood. Li Zixuan had gleaned from Xiao Ling that the distinctions between levels 4 to 6 were not particularly significant in terms of technological advancement. The disparities arose primarily from certain star regions prohibiting multiple advanced civilizations from coexisting. For instance, in the Tanada Purple Spirit Galaxy, only 2 level 5 civilizations were permitted. But did this imply that all level 4 civilizations were inferior? Perhaps to some extent, yet such differences were hardly pronounced. Civilizations from levels 4 to 6 could effectively utilize mobile teleportation portals and space folding technology, and many had commenced their studies on dark matter energy, albeit with varying degrees of progress. This was akin to the early days on Blue Star, where both the United States and the Arab nations possessed nuclear weapons. The differences in their capabilities were substantial. Even in times of war, restraint prevailed, preventing mutual destruction. Similarly, civilizations from levels 4 to 6 would engage in skirmishes but would refrain from excessive warfare. What on earth is this? While pondering, Li Zixuan was startled by the sudden appearance of a peculiar creature on the screen. This being neither fully human nor entirely alien. Bore human characteristics yet featured a mechanical element on her face, resembling a fusion of flesh and steel. Hello? Li Zixuan steadied himself before speaking in the universal language of the cosmos. Are you a member of the human race? The creature stared at him in surprise upon recognizing his appearance. Wow, I've encountered a human. This is astonishing. Li Zixuan observed his somewhat eccentric trading partner, feeling as though he had stumbled upon a fool. Can you communicate coherently? I apologize. I'm just so overwhelmed. Truly. All right then. My name is Li Zixuan, a human. And you are? He was now cautious, refraining from inquiring about her species as he had previously. Greetings. I am Bruno, a merchant from the Kardar civilization. You see, this is my first encounter with a member of the human race. I have long heard tales of their beauty and wonder. What do you think of humans, now that you see me? Bruno chattered eagerly. Like a human. Li Zixuan could only respond somewhat insincerely. It would be rather inappropriate to compare her to a specter, wouldn't it? Who has ever seen a being that is half human, half machine? Moreover, it does not hinder her speech or expressions in the slightest. Shall we discuss trade? Oh, yes, trade. It seemed as though Bruno had just recalled this notion. Do you possess any cultivation techniques? I seek those that would enable me to soar through the skies and move mountains, to fill seas. Bruno gazed at Li Zixuan with hopeful anticipation. You cannot fly yet? Upon hearing this, Li Zixuan felt a twinge of surprise. Both Tanada and Ramt had attained royal status. Could it be that Bruno, of a level 4 civilization, had not yet reached that pinnacle? I can fly, but not to the extent of soaring through the heavens. I can only manage simple flight, Bruno replied, somewhat disheartened. How can this be? Is this a false level for civilization? Li Zixuan began to engage in conversation with Bruno. It turned out that Bruno was enamored with humans because her kin had spoken of them, claiming that humans could traverse the cosmos unaided, moving mountains and filling seas with a mere gesture, capable of obliterating entire planets. She had also seen visual recordings where a circle of energy surrounded the human form, which even a level 6 civilization's orbital cannon could not breach. Moreover, a single stroke of a sword could sever a level 6 spaceship. From a young age, she had yearned for such abilities, and becoming an interstellar merchant, she had tirelessly sought news of humans. However, she had heard that humans were a myriad of races, inherently scarce, and would hardly engage in trade with lower civilizations. Although she belonged to a level 4 civilization, which was not particularly lowly, this only intensified her yearning. While her kin could already achieve flight beyond the grip of gravity and wield weapons capable of annihilating a planet, they could not accomplish what humans could, acting entirely without assistance. After listening, Li Zixuan felt somewhat melancholic. On Blue Star, there existed a path to cultivation, though they were still considered a different race, intent only on invading Blue Star. Ront, nearby, also hailed from a civilization of cultivators, yet they seemed not to be human, and although the resources there were abundant, they were not utilized effectively. Can you trade me your cultivation techniques? I have heard that mastery of such techniques is the key. However, all I know are beings of scientific civilizations, Bruno said, her tone tinged with a hint of melancholy, despite Bruno's voice and appearance being distinctly feminine. The metallic visage of half her face made it difficult for Li Zixuan to feel a strong connection. I can, but what would you offer in exchange? Perhaps the technology of spatial folding? Or the technology of teleportation? Bruno pondered for a moment before speaking. Li Zixuan felt a surge of excitement, though her expression remained indifferent. That is agreeable. I possess cultivation techniques, although I am uncertain if they will suit you. Very well. If you provide me with the techniques, I shall trade with you. Bruno exclaimed with urgency. Agreed. Li Zixuan transmitted the names and descriptions of the martial arts techniques, concealing their prices. Bruno received the information sent by Li Zixuan and gazed at it with utmost seriousness. The more she examined it, the more she found herself captivated, especially by the various martial arts and agile movements that sparked her interest. The energy within them was not cultivated through traditional methods, but rather augmented through pharmaceuticals or alternative means. However, upon reviewing the techniques, they discovered that one could indeed cultivate energy relying solely on these methods. Even more astonishing was the realization that, with sufficient resources, one could continually advance without limitation. Chapter 148, Azura and Wuji. I desire this, and I wish to have this as well. Bruno, somewhat embarrassed, pointed out 9 techniques, 12 martial arts, and 12 body movements. Upon glancing at the prices, Li Zixuan exclaimed, wow, 342 billion. All of the selections are exceedingly expensive. It seemed Bruno was aware that the most esteemed items often commanded the highest prices. Li Zixuan furrowed his brow slightly. These techniques were sacred to my clan, yet encountering you is a rare fate indeed. Bruno appeared visibly anxious. Li Zixuan continued, I can sell you these techniques, but you must promise me that should you encounter any human beings in the future, you will do your utmost to assist them. If they are malevolent, spare their lives. What do you say? Yes, of course. Bruno eagerly nodded in agreement. All right then, provide me with another 500 billion. And hand over those 2 techniques, and I shall grant you all the methods. With that, Li Zixuan felt a rush of nervousness. 500 billion? Bruno gasped. Is it too expensive? No, it's quite cheap. In fact, it's exceedingly reasonable. Hurry, let us finalize this transaction. Bruno quickly shook his head, observing Bruno's excitement. Li Zixuan realized he had gotten a deal. Remarkably, he had spent not a single penny yet acquired 2 invaluable techniques along with 158 billion cosmic coins. He felt content. What more could he desire? Very well, let us proceed with the exchange. Yes, indeed. After purchasing the techniques, Li Zixuan made a copy for himself before completing the transaction. After all, the techniques were priced exorbitantly, although he had procured many before. Who would ever consider having too many? Moreover, merely making copies might afford him the opportunity to sell them to others. Having concluded the deal with Bruno, Li Zixuan felt elated. He could finally advance the technology of Huagua. However, he was acutely aware that this was largely due to fortune, as securing Bruno's cooperation was no easy feat had it not been for his intrinsic fondness for these techniques. He would not have spent such a significant sum, nor would he have traded for spatial folding and teleportation technologies. Glancing at his balance, he noted it had risen to over 866 billion. He was one step closer to acquiring the 5 element stones. Bruno, which galaxy do you belong to? With the transaction completed and Bruno radiating joy, Li Zixuan hastily inquired, fearing she might hastily conclude the transaction to pursue her training, leaving him unable to negotiate with her later. I hail from the Yadify galaxy. Are you here as well? Bruno asked, curiosity evident in her voice. No, I am not in the same galaxy as you. Do you possess iron, ore, or steel? Indeed, we have ample supplies, Bruno exclaimed, gesturing for Li Zixuan to observe her surroundings. The area was predominantly filled with steel structures, and Li Zixuan felt a pang of disappointment. He had hoped to sell steel to her, perhaps at a lucrative price, but it seemed they had no shortage of steel for their constructions. Oh, I see. Your civilization must be rich in iron, ore, then? No, it is simply that our kin inherently require iron ore for sustenance. What? Such a race exists? The Ironstone beasts? Li Zixuan was somewhat astonished and found it difficult to comprehend how such beings could possess intelligence, let alone attain a level for civilization. It appeared that the trade of iron ore and steel would be unfeasible here. However, Li Zixuan grew increasingly curious. Did not the Cosmic Alliance regulate iron, ore, and steel? How was it that here in Bruno, there was an abundance of iron, ore, utilized even as sustenance for construction? Unable to fathom this, he decided to inquire with Bruno. And upon listening to her explanation, he finally grasped the reason. It turned out that Bruno's race had a natural affinity for iron, ore, and had claimed 2-star systems rich in iron, ore as their territory, though their entire population was only a few billion. Nevertheless, due to consumption over hundreds of billions of years, their reserves had diminished significantly. Fortunately, they possessed a unique innate ability to locate iron ore deposits, ensuring they never lacked for it, as their kin would venture out to mine and return with the resources. Even with the oversight of the Cosmic Alliance, they remained undeterred, for they could seek out deposits themselves. Many iron-rich planets had been discovered by them and sold to the Alliance. Yet, this very situation rendered it impossible for Li Zixuan to sell iron or steel, as Bruno's kin had no need for it, and they possessed resources without the need for cosmic currency, the universe being vast and boundless. Their kin would transport supplies every few decades. After hearing this, Li Zixuan could not help but feel a sense of admiration for Bruno, as her race was remarkably united. And he envied her seemingly endless supply of cosmic currency, unlike the emaciated Tanata and Roth. Bruno, do you have any mechs? Li Zixuan had not forgotten the promise made to Shinryu, especially since she had recently made a breakthrough. It was only fitting to present her with a gift. Mechs? Which type do you seek? Bruno responded and showcased all the mechs from her civilization to Li Zixuan. Are there any stronger ones? Before even examining them, Li Zixuan inquired. For those available for trade would surely not match those retained for personal use. Indeed. However, they require something in exchange. Bruno replied with a hint of seriousness. Really? May I take a look? Certainly. The Infinite, with an overall weight of 0.8 kilograms, it can fly at speeds of up to 56 Mach. With a maximum load capacity of 545 tons, sustained power for 252 hours, maximum defense of 75 million tons, and a spatial capacity of 800 cubic meters. It is equipped with an electromagnetic interference cannon, an electromagnetic railgun, an electromagnetic rapid-fire cannon, a neutron cannon, a laser gun, an electromagnetic net, and a laser paralysis gun for long-range attacks, inflicting a maximum damage of 150 million tons. For close combat, it features the Snow Wing, capable of breaking dimensions. The refined crystal battle blade can be enchanted. Li Zixuan examined this mech named Infinite, noting that its weaponry was akin to that of the War God. Yet its other capabilities surpassed those of the War God by more than double. But are there no other weapon options? Bruno, don't you think these weapons are rather simplistic? They lack lethality. Although those weapons were formidable, they would still struggle against a Star Master, let alone a king-level opponent. Indeed, there exists another type of mech, devoid of conventional weaponry and ammunition, armed solely with laser blades. Would you be interested? Bruno began to elaborate on yet another mech. This model is named Azura. It lacks laser guns and can only emit a singular type of laser blade, resembling a crescent moon, colorless and soundless, yet capable of inflicting damage equivalent to a full-force strike from a 5th-tier warrior. Its other capabilities are akin to those of the Wuji, and it also boasts a battle knife. Bruno, what does breaking the domain mean? Li Zixuan inquired, noting that both mechs possessed this feature. Despite harboring some suspicions, he felt compelled to ask. It refers to the ability to breach domains, albeit only the primary and intermediate levels. This is indeed impressive, for there are 9 levels of domains, and Li Zixuan's level 5 domain is merely intermediate. The fact that such a mech could penetrate it was quite appealing to him. He could only imagine that such mechs would be even more favored by Jiang Mingho and the others. However, he still posed the question, are there any stronger options available? No, Bruno replied with a shake of his head. It may genuinely be the case that there are none, or perhaps they are simply not for sale. How many of the Wuji and Azura do you possess, and what kind of trade would be required? Chapter 149. A surprise for Shinryu. I need 100 sets each, and I want 20 martial arts techniques. Li Zixuan furrowed his brows, pondering that with 20 techniques, Bruno would likely choose the more expensive ones. Nevertheless, he decided to observe her selections before making a decision. With that thought, he transmitted the information regarding the techniques. To his surprise, Bruno did not opt for the priciest options. Instead, she selected those that had been sold to Zhang Xiangdong. Ultimately, there were just 6 techniques requiring payment from Li Zixuan, and upon glancing at the price, he noted it was a mere 12 billion. This meant he had effectively spent only 12 billion to acquire 200 sets of armor comparable to royal-grade mechas. Fortunately, Li Zixuan always kept a backup. He would make copies of each martial art technique he purchased. Otherwise, today's expenditure would have been significantly higher. It seemed these iron ores could only be sold to Ront. After concluding the transaction call with Bruno, Li Zixuan murmured to himself. Thankfully, this round had not resulted in a loss for him. In fact, he had made quite a profit. He perused the mechas available at the trading center and noted that he could find models identical to the Shurawujin, although their prices hovered around 8 billion. It appeared that the mechas had reached their limit, as even the spatial list did not contain any higher-tier models. Xiaoling, is there a way to upgrade the Cloak of Invisibility, the Bloodthirsty Battle Armor, and the Wanfeng map? The cloak could be sensed once it surpassed the golden tier. And if upgraded further, it would facilitate easier travel to other realms in the future. As for the Bloodthirsty Battle Armor, while it rendered him tireless in combat, it also risked clouding his judgment. More crucially, its defense was inadequate, as diamond tier attacks could penetrate it. Regarding the Wanfeng map, since learning that the mysterious woman in black excelled in mental attacks, he had been eager to enhance his defenses in this area. Given his current financial standing, it was the ideal time for upgrades. Indeed, Master, upgrading the Cloak of Invisibility to Platinum requires 1 million, to Diamond requires 10 million, to Star Master requires 100 million, and to King requires 1 billion. Upgrading the Bloodthirsty Battle Armor to Diamond costs 50 million, to Star Master costs 500 million, and to Royal Grade costs 5 billion. Elevating the Wanfeng map by 1 level requires 1 billion, while 2 levels demand 10 billion. Upon hearing the quoted prices, Li Zixuan decisively spent 151 billion. The Cloak of Invisibility was sufficient at the King level. The Wanfeng map, however, was different. It served to defend against soul attacks and enhance his own spiritual essence. He chose to invest 10 billion for an upgrade, ensuring it could withstand soul attacks from Imperial-level adversaries. The Bloodthirsty Battle Armor was upgraded for 5 billion, as it would eliminate its side effects and bolster defense against royal-level assaults. Equipped with these enhancements, coupled with nearly 5 months to cultivate within the spatial realm, he might very well break through to the royal level. The Benevolent Guardian necklace he had previously gifted to Shinryu could only withstand golden-level attacks at most, and he contemplated upgrading it, but it remained in her possession. Therefore, he decided to purchase a new one. He accessed the list of work necklaces, and due to the spatial upgrades, the selection had expanded. He chose a necklace capable of defending against royal-level attacks, which was not only effective but also aesthetically pleasing. He acquired it for 18 billion, confident that Shinryu would greatly appreciate it. Once again, I procured a necklace of similar design for my sister, Li Ziyu, which possesses the ability to withstand Imperial-level assaults, albeit lacking in aesthetic elegance. Although this expenditure has reduced my account balance to a mere 672 billion, it is still ample for their needs for quite some time. Furthermore, the air liquid previously traded with ROMD has yielded 161 vials, of which 57 have been distributed, leaving 104 remaining. This quantity is sufficient to nurture 104 masters at the pinnacle of platinum. Upon emerging from the spatial realm, Li Zixuan was filled with joy as he positioned the small space in the vacant area of the backyard. The entrance resembled a luminous curtain, revealing an expanse of 1 square kilometer, though the spiritual stones within were rather sparse. He placed the gravity chamber and the 9-star tower inside, subsequently infusing 200 million spiritual stones into the ground of the entire space. Gradually, the atmosphere began to thicken, and with a flow rate of 30 times. It is anticipated that they will swiftly achieve breakthroughs. He dialed Zhang Xiangdong to prepare for the transfer of 2 gravity spheres, 2 9-star tower spheres, spiritual stones, 2 types of technologies, and the copied martial arts techniques. Since any purchase technique can be copied infinitely, the nation now possesses 120 distinct techniques, alongside numerous martial arts and movement skills to select from. Moreover, during the exchange with Bruno, he opted for the more expensive techniques, which also have higher cultivation limits. A copy of all techniques has been stored within the small space for others to peruse or practice. Although entry for training is permitted only after reaching the Star Master level, it is imperative that they continuously compete against one another. Li Zixuan also plans to recruit around 50 more individuals for his Battlestar group, as the current roster, including his sister Li Ziyu, totals merely 10, which is insufficient. Additionally, he is well equipped with mechas and potions. Should the evolution liquid run out, it can be traded. With 60 individuals, they could be organized into 3 teams for task execution. When he found Shinryu, she was engaged in conversation with Tang Yu and Li Ziyu, sharing insights from her recent breakthrough. Li Ziyu was somewhat lagging behind, falling short in comparison. Li Zixuan approached, taking Shinryu's hand, and glanced at Li Ziyu and Tang Yu, who was on the verge of a breakthrough, whereas Li Ziyu had only reached Diamond Level 6, impressive, yet not sufficient. Sister, Tang Yu, please summon the others, including Jiang Mingho and his companion, he requested. Is there something amiss? Li Ziyu inquired, curious. As Jiang Mingho and Wang Jiayi were likely preoccupied with wedding preparations, and calling them now might be untimely, Li Zixuan nodded but refrained from elaborating. Yes. There is a matter that necessitates everyone's presence. We will convene at the castle shortly. Understood. Tang Yu and Li Ziyu turned to depart, while Li Zixuan led Shinryu toward the castle. What is it? Are you calling back Jai? Shinryu pressed for details. A delightful surprise. You shall soon discover. Li Zixuan replied with a smile. My dear, a gift for you, he proclaimed, presenting a necklace and adorning it around Shinryu's neck. Wow, it is truly exquisite. But shouldn't you be gifting me a mecha instead? She exclaimed in awe. Shinryu was unaware of the necklace's value, and Li Zixuan had no intention of revealing it. However, Shinryu was currently fixated on mechas. Despite being a woman, her passion for them was unwavering. Yes, yes, yes. Li Zixuan, somewhat speechless, produced a set of Wudre and a set of Shiolua. These 2 mechas could effortlessly transform into bracelets or other forms. To ensure that Shinryu did not feel too out of place, Li Zixuan reverted both sets into the appearance of bracelets. Choose one. Observing Shinryu's gaze fixed intently on the 2 bracelets of different colors, it seemed she was momentarily at a loss for which to choose. What's the matter? Do you wish to have both? Chapter 150. Departure of Li Ziyu, is that all right, my dear? Murmured Shinryu, playfully clinging to Li Zixuan's arm. It is not unfeasible. However, these 2 mechas are far more advanced than the War God model. You will require considerable practice before you can don them in battle. The Wujin and Xiao Luo are exceptional, indeed among the highest grade mechas available. At least within the trading center, none surpass them. After all, those capable of contending with royal-level adversaries could unleash a power that rivals that of an emperor if 200-star masters were to don these mechas and unleash their full might. Stronger than the War God model? Shinryu exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, you shall discover this for yourself, replied Li Zixuan, handing her 2 bracelets. The Xiao Luo was black, while the Wujin shimmered in silver, with the War God gleaming in gold. All right, I shall try it on at once, Shinryu exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Having previously worn the War God model, she was soon enveloped by the Wujin. The entire mecha resembled a silver-winged angel, adorned with a pair of silvery wings that were not mere embellishments. Each feather was extraordinarily sharp, capable of influencing the field and even shattering it when vibrating at peak frequency. My dear, do you like it? Yes, yes. I adore it. Let me withdraw the mecha. Shinryu replied, then began to don the Xiao Luo, which was entirely black, including its wings. Can you change its color? Li Zixuan inquired. Though he had reviewed all parameters of the Wujin and Xiao Luo, he had never actually worn one himself. Of course, my love, Shinryu proclaimed. And the mecha transformed into a dazzling array of colors. All right, let us put it away for now. You shall gradually become adept. Yes, indeed. Shinryu still seemed lost in her excitement. Li Zixuan gazed into her fervent eyes, tempted to whisk her upstairs for a thrilling duel. However, Chun Huafeng and others had already arrived, and it would likely be some time before Jiang Mingho and his companion returned. Team leader, did you call for us? Chen Huafeng and the others addressed Li Zixuan as team leader, in stark contrast to Jiang Mingho, who referred to him more informally. Li Zixuan chuckled inwardly, inviting everyone to sit before he spoke. I possess even higher-grade mechas and superior training grounds, but only those who reach the Star Master level may access them. Star Master? What grounds? What mechas? They inquired, their curiosity piqued. Li Zixuan, observing their eager gazes, began to elaborate. The mechas are twice as powerful as the War God model. And as for the training grounds, the flow of time is 30 times that of the outside world. Thus, a single day spent within equates to a month in the external realm. Goodness, twice as powerful as the War God model. A day equals a month? Seeing your curiosity, I shall allow you a preliminary experience. However, let me clarify. This is merely an opportunity to sample what is offered. To truly possess a mecha and train in the 30-fold time dilation, one must first attain the Star Master level. Observing the excitement on their faces, Li Zixuan generously prepared to let them experience the mechas, producing 7 sets of Wujin and 7 sets of Xiaoluo. The group, brimming with enthusiasm, donned the mechas and began their exhilarating experience. Chen Huafeng, you can exchange your War God gear for a different set. Really? Chen Huafeng felt a twinge of disappointment. Having only just managed to acquire the War God gear after considerable effort, yet in the blink of an eye, Li Zixuan presented an even more advanced item. Hearing Li Zixuan's words, however, he began to feel a surge of excitement. Truly, excellent. Chen Huafeng removed the War God bracelet and handed it to Li Zixuan, selecting a set of Infinity Mecha in return. The War God gear he relinquished was the very set that Li Zixuan had previously utilized. Observing this exchange, Li Ziyu felt a wave of discontent wash over her. After all, she still had a considerable journey ahead before she could attain the rank of Star-Lord. Noticing her demeanor, Li Zixuan called her over. Sister, come here for a moment. What is it? Li Ziyu replied, somewhat distracted. Come, look at everyone else donning their mechs. Soaring excitedly around the estate, Li Zixuan guided Li Ziyu aside. Sister, I want you to undertake a mission. Huh? What mission? Li Ziyu asked, perplexed. Shinryu and the others have all executed the same task, which is a cleanup operation. I wish for you to participate as well. At the very least, you will see some action. We are on the brink of a war with alien races, and I hope you can stand your ground. If you cannot, it would be better for you to return home and care for our parents. Upon hearing Li Zixuan's words, Li Ziyu trembled slightly. Return home to care for our parents? Our parents are both pinnacle platinum experts. Although they are somewhat older, they are protected by 2 A-grade Blood God Kong Ant guards, and no one can harm them. This is not merely caring for our parents, it feels more like being sent away. Yet, she understood that if she feared even the simplest act of combat, how could she ever accompany Li Zixuan into battle? During this time, Shinryu, Wang Jiai, and Tang Yu had been very supportive of her, sharing much wisdom. And she recognized the purpose of the Star Battle Group. The existence of the Star Battle Group is to fight for the glory of Huagua among the stars. And if she did not evolve, she could not follow in Li Zixuan's footsteps. Moreover, Li Ziyu was not one to waver in indecision. All right, I will go. Sister, you are aware of the significance of the Star Battle Group. Many great battles lie ahead. There are moments when I wish you would not join, as I truly want you to stay by our parents' side. Enough of this sentimentality. Do our parents really need care? They are living quite leisurely. Li Ziyu shot Li Zixuan a glance. Indeed, their parents were currently enjoying a comfortable life, playing cards with the villagers or traveling occasionally. For now, no one on Blue Star posed a threat to them. Even if there were, it was known that they were Li Zixuan's parents, and anyone who dared to harm them would face his wrath. Sister, wear this necklace, and take this set of War God Mecha. It will protect you in case of danger. All right, that's enough. Li Ziyu recognized Li Zixuan's kindness. These gifts were out of concern for her safety. Yet she also understood the challenges she needed to overcome. Although she had reached Diamond Stage 6, she lacked practical combat experience. And she had heard from Shinryu and the others about the tasks executed in Yun Province. Although the 5 major factions are gradually merging into the Huagua, numerous regions are still rife with unrest, yet it is merely the other departments of Huagua that are tasked with suppression. The members of the Battle Star Group are able to practice in peace each day because Li Zixuan aims to cultivate a formidable team of elite fighters. And indeed, Li Zixuan has succeeded. Each of them, including Shinryu, possesses the capability to stand alone in a crisis, while she remains blissfully unaware. All right, when Zhang Xiangdong arrives, you shall accompany him, she instructed. Understood. The siblings emerged from the castle, while Shinryu and the others continued to enjoy themselves. At that moment, Jiang Mingho and his wife entered through the main gate. Upon disembarking, he shouted, Xuanzi, why did you summon us? Couldn't this have been discussed over the phone? Suddenly, upon witnessing the chaotic aerial display of mechas, Jiang Mingho was taken aback. He recognized the T-03, yet those in the air were certainly not it. The god of war had only 2 sets and could not possibly account for the multitude present. Moreover, those mechas possessed wings, indicating that Li Zixuan had acquired new technology. Chapter 151. Recruitment. Welcome back. Haha. Xuanzai, is it truly 1 set per person? Look at your accomplishments. Wang Jia couldn't help but express her contempt as she gazed at Jiang Mingho. Do you desire it? You could trade for the god of war. Trade? Forget it. I've already gifted it to my wife. Jiang Mingho shook his head, intending to take advantage without payment. Once you break through to Star Master, you can claim a set. Since you've given it to Sister Jai, why not select one for yourself? Li Zixuan preferred not to dwell on this matter with him. Did he not already know Jiang Mingho as character? Really? How is this mecha? Jiang Mingho hurriedly inquired. It's a rank above the god of war. A rank above the god of war. Both Jiang Mingho and Wang Jia were taken aback. Indeed, go ahead and choose one. May I? Jiang Mingho hesitated to select, preparing to voice his thoughts. No. Li Zixuan quickly interjected, aware of what Jiang Mingho intended to express. He simply wanted both. TSK. It's meaningless. After discerning the differences between Wuji and Xiao Luo, Jiang Mingho decisively opted for Xiao Luo. Everyone, come down. Seeing Jiang Mingho had made his choice, Li Zixuan addressed Chen Huafeng and the others who were still indulging in the air. Though his voice was not loud, it resonated clearly in their ears. Chen Huafeng and the others descended, gathering around Li Zixuan, awaiting his words. Bring it here. Noticing that none of them intended to disembark from their mechas, Li Zixuan had no choice but to say, stop pretending, give me the mechas. Remember, this is merely an experience. Oh, sigh. Enough. Quit feigning pity. If you want it, hurry and break through. Li Zixuan reclaimed the mechas from Tang Yu and the others, encouraging them. Come, let me show you the venue. Li Zixuan led the group to the luminous curtain in the backyard. What is this? An entrance to another realm? Chen Huafeng recalled their previous encounter in the Kingdom of Little Days. This is not an entrance to another realm. Follow me, Li Zixuan said, boldly stepping inside. Chen Huafeng and the others exchanged glances before following him in. However, upon entering, they sensed a distinct difference. The energy here was more concentrated, accompanied by an indescribable aura. At that moment, Li Zixuan spoke. This is the training ground I mentioned. A month of training here equates to merely a day passing in the outside world. Over there is the gravity chamber. That direction leads to the 9-star tower, and there is my Zongjin Pavilion. The Zongjin Pavilion was a 3-story small tower, purchased by Li Zixuan at the trading center for a mere 150,000 cosmic coins. It was nothing extraordinary, merely housing techniques, martial arts, and agility methods. Everyone was astonished. Although they knew Li Zixuan engaged in trade with other civilizations, they had not anticipated he could acquire such items. Observing their expressions, Li Zixuan recognized his aim had been achieved, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. All right, let us go. Time to exit. We're leaving just like that? We haven't even experienced it yet. Let us go. The prospect indeed seems enticing, yet to truly cultivate here, one must transcend to the Star Master level. Once again, it is the Star Master level. The crowd appeared reluctant as they accompanied Li Zixuan from within. Observing their demeanor, Li Zixuan clapped his hands and declared loudly, enough. Do not wear such a pitiful expression. If you desire greater things, your strength must be commensurate. Upon returning to the castle, everyone followed Li Zixuan to the conference room, a space repurposed from a guest room. Once all were seated, Li Zixuan, occupying the seat of honor, stated, I intend to recruit additional members to join our Battlestar group. If you have comrades or acquaintances, feel free to introduce them. However, let me clarify, this is not a place for mere employment. It is a true battleground. After a brief pause, Li Zixuan continued, I do not concern myself with their realm of power. As long as they possess good character, I have ample means to elevate their standings. What I require is execution, adherence to my every command, even if flawed. I do not wish to contend with the sinners in the future. Should anyone among them present a significant issue, I can either elevate them or lead to their downfall. That is all I have to say. If you know anyone, do bring them forth. I aim to recruit 50 individuals, making our total 60. Upon hearing Li Zixuan's words, the group began to ponder. Their time spent with Li Zixuan had granted them insight into his character. He was one to jest in leisure, whether it be during shopping or revelry. Yet when it came to executing missions, he demanded unwavering resolve and decisive action, as evidenced by their confrontations with alien adversaries and the annihilation of the Nangong family. Those known to Chun Huafeng and others could still be brought into the fold, but Li Zixuan found amusement in seeing Jiang Mingho lost in thought. Could he possibly have relatives or friends eligible for recruitment? What are you contemplating? Do you have someone to recommend? Li Zixuan joked, unaware that Jiang Mingho would take him seriously. To his surprise, Jiang Mingho replied earnestly, "My cousin, would that be acceptable?" Upon hearing this, Li Zixuan felt a twinge of discomfort. He had encountered Jiang Mingho's cousin once, back when she was quite the underachiever, though he could not recall her name. Only that she had sported an eccentric appearance. Perhaps not. This is not an ordinary military camp. It is destined for genuine warfare. Besides, are you not concerned about your uncle's potential wrath? If the intention was merely to provide her some training, there was no need for her to come here. The Battlestar Group is not an open door for everyone, nor is it a place from which one can easily depart. After all, many aspects of this environment transcend reality, and Li Zixuan is willing to invest significant resources in their development for the purpose of genuine conflict in the future. Whether it be spirit stones or mechas, such resources should be utilized judiciously. Jiang Mingho's cousin, being akin to a pampered princess, might not withstand the rigors of such an ordeal. Within the confines of the gravity chamber, in their relentless pursuit of surpassing the Star Master, both Jiang Mingho and Chen Huafeng endured considerable hardships. Though their bodies could only withstand 75 times the gravitational force, they stubbornly adjusted it to 77 times. While this may seem like a mere increment of 2, the sensation of their internal organs and bodies being compressed was truly unbearable. Furthermore, the challenges of wielding swords and practicing martial arts, as well as running to hone their agility, only compounded their discomfort. Well, Jiang Mingho was acutely aware of his cousin's temperament. She was a little demoness in the outside world. However, upon entering this space, despite the harmonious interactions among everyone, one should not presume that they would indulge her whims. Just as Chen Huafeng and the others pondered whom among their acquaintances to introduce, Li Zixuan sensed the arrival of Zhang Xiangdong. "You all take your time to deliberate. I shall step out for a moment." After exchanging pleasantries with Li Zixuan and the others, he exited. Chapter 152. Engagement. What do you have that is so special? I feel like I've become your errand boy. Zhang Xiangdong grumbled as soon as he got out of the car. Li Zixuan, unfazed, approached him casually. "Director Zhang, those who are capable bear more responsibilities. Besides, I wouldn't feel at ease entrusting this to anyone else." "Oh? So, should I be grateful for your trust?" "Hee. No need for that. We're practically family, aren't we? Now spill it. What do you have?" Zhang Xiangdong jested, following Li Zixuan into the castle's grand living room. "Take a look at this." Li Zixuan presented an array of martial arts techniques, agility methods for luminous orbs, and 2 USB drives. Good grief. So much? Zhang Xiangdong, despite his composed demeanor, could not help but exclaim. "Indeed. Do you like it?" "Absolutely. Now, what do you want?" Zhang Xiangdong's expression shifted to one of caution upon seeing the items. "Nothing too significant, just that our team is somewhat understaffed. And I thought we might recruit a few more members." Zhang Xiangdong regarded him with suspicion. "Is that all?" Li Zixuan shrugged. "Yes, what else could it be? Your Battlestar team is indeed a bit sparse. If that is the case, it's quite straightforward. The military has plenty of recruits available. Every year, new soldiers are enlisted and then distributed to the 5 major bases, along with other garrisons in various cities. No, I don't want new recruits. I need those who are ideologically loyal. In the past, I might have considered new soldiers, but now, time is of the essence. How many do you need?" Zhang Xiangdong asked, taken aback. "Wait a moment." Li Zixuan stood up and made his way to the conference room, summoning Chen Huafeng and the others. He addressed Chen Huafeng and the group. "Have you decided how many people you can recruit? If not, I'll have to ask Director Zhang for assistance." "There are 10 of us we can recruit," Chen Huafeng replied, exchanging glances with his compatriots. "All right, hand me the list." Li Zixuan first inquired about Chun Huafeng and the others because they were familiar with individuals who had previously worked in the Special Operations Intelligence Bureau, known for their adeptness in intelligence gathering and execution. With the list in hand, Li Zixuan approached Zhang Xiangdong. Director Zhang, in addition to these individuals, I require 40 more. Upon seeing the list, Zhang Xiangdong's expression soured. Chen Huafeng, you scoundrel, come out here. He immediately recognized that all the listed individuals were from the Special Operations Intelligence Bureau, and 2 were from his own division. Was this not undermining his own authority? Li Zixuan, oblivious to this, was well aware that this was Chun Huafeng's doing. What's wrong, Director Zhang? Li Zixuan asked, still confused. What's wrong? Those 10 people are all mine. What do you expect me to say? Li Zixuan nearly forgot that Zhang Xiangdong was the director. However, he was not inclined to relent, pointing at the items on the table. Look at these techniques. The gravity chamber. Zhang Xiangdong nearly lost his composure. Yet, after considering the unique circumstances of Li Zixuan and the Battlestar team, and glancing at the items on the table, he pondered for a moment, his teeth clenched, before finally conceding, all right. I agree. Li Zixuan also brightened up. Indeed. This is how it should be. Everything for the glory of Huagua. Humph. Is there anything else? If not, I shall take my leave. Your presence irritates me. Chen Huafeng, why don't you hurry over and accompany Director Zhang to collect the personnel? Li Zixuan directed towards Chen Huafeng, who stood aside. Director Zhang, there is another matter. I wish for my sister to undertake some tasks for her learning experience. It was only now that Zhang Xiangdong noticed Li Ziyu. Although he was previously aware of her existence, he had not anticipated that Li Zixuan would entrust her to him. From Li Zixuan's words, he understood the nature of her learning. Nevertheless, he had not expected this, considering that Li Zixuan himself was capable of leading such missions. Very well. After a moment's contemplation, he agreed, recognizing that Li Ziyu possessed commendable combat prowess. All right, I shall assist you in packing. Li Zixuan retrieved a backpack and filled it with items from the table, adding 100 million spirit stones. After all, everything Li Zixuan did was aimed at fortifying Huagua's strength. He then produced another backpack, filled with spirit stones and weapons, and handed it to his sister, Li Ziyu. Sister, you shall accompany Director Zhang. He will arrange tasks for you. Understood. Li Ziyu accepted the backpack, and along with Chen Huafeng, they followed Zhang Xiangdong as they departed. After bidding them farewell, Li Zixuan turned to Zhang Mingho. When do you plan to marry? We are engaged on the 8th of next month. The wedding will be on May 20th. May 20th? That would be next year's May 20th. Considering it is currently August, in just over 5 months, the foreign invasion will commence. Are you planning to repel them in 2 months and then get married? Ambitious. Before he could voice his thoughts, Zhang Mingho already exuded confidence in repelling the invaders and stabilizing the situation within 2 months. He had no reason to discourage him. However, upon noticing Shinryu's gaze upon him, he became invigorated. My dear, let us also discuss our wedding plans. Certainly. It would be best to have it on May 20th. So we can marry together. Wang Jiayi exclaimed joyfully. Indeed, I also find that agreeable. Jiang Mingho began to echo her sentiments. All right. Shinryu shyly responded. Then, let us make a call right away. Li Zixuan cheerfully took out his phone and dialed his parents, intending for both families to dine together and discuss matters. Subsequently, he would simply inform a few relatives and friends to finalize the wedding arrangements. The next day, Li Zixuan's parents and Shinryu's parents all gathered at the estate, while Jiang Mingho and the others went off to train. Li Zixuan guided both sets of parents around the estate. This place is truly splendid, Shen Jiangwo praised. Indeed, Ruyu. You must ensure to get along well with Zixuan. Zhou Yumei urged Shinryu. The more she observed Zixuan, the more she appreciated him. Zixuan. You too must treat Ruyu well. Always consider her feelings. Do you understand? Li Zixuan's mother, Liang Wuwan, advised him. The families then enjoyed a lavish lunch within the castle, and Li Zixuan introduced Jiang Mingho and the others to his parents. Currently, the parents of Shinryu and Li Zixuan both stand at the pinnacle of platinum, further enhanced by the elixir of evolution. Li Zixuan intends to encourage them to reside longer within the estate, allowing them the opportunity to cultivate their martial arts in hopes of breaking through to the diamond level. After all, the higher the realm, the longer the lifespan. Their parents are yet to reach 50, and thanks to the fortifying liquid, they appear remarkably youthful. However, achieving a breakthrough to diamond status sooner is preferable, as it would allow for further cultivation in the future potentially ascending to the realm of star masters or even kings, granting lifespans that span thousands of years. Both fathers are connoisseurs of fine wine, and with the exquisite vintages acquired through Li Zixuan's dealings, combined with the vivacious presence of Jiang Mingho, the evening banquets at the castle are filled with toasts and merriment, continuing well past 10 o'clock. Chapter 153, Arrival of Personnel. Due to Jiang Mingho's influence, both Mr. Shun and Mr. Li decided to schedule their engagement for the 8th of next month to take place in this grand estate. The venue is spacious, surrounded by picturesque scenery, with ample accommodations. Li Zixuan further acquired 10 additional villas from the trading center, placing them within the estate. He intended to house the recruited personnel here, as the estate was sufficiently vast and conducive for cultivation. Each villa was outfitted with a culinary robot and 2 maid robots, while the castle itself saw the addition of 10 maid robots and 3 culinary robots. The following morning, Shun Ruyu's parents and Li Zixuan's parents commenced their cultivation practices, with Li Zixuan personally accompanying and guiding them. By afternoon, Qin Huafeng arrived at the estate with 50 individuals, coinciding with the conclusion of Jiang Mingho and others' trainings, eager to meet their future comrades. Among the 50, 15 were women, and alongside Shinryu and her 3 companions, the total number of women amounted to 19. Observing the neatly arranged group of 50, Li Zixuan noted that each individual's aura was at least at the silver level, with 2 at the platinum level, all appearing to be in their 20s or 30s. As Li Zixuan approached, Qin Huafeng stood at attention and saluted, stating, "Team leader, all 50 are present. Please provide your instructions." The others turned their gazes towards Li Zixuan, having only heard of him before. The compliance of the 5 major powers from the United States in Huagua was largely attributed to Li Zixuan. They had learned about the existence of the Battlestar team from Qin Huafeng, but this was their first encounter with Li Zixuan himself. "Excellent," Li Zixuan remarked, observing the energetic 50. He took the list handed to him by Qin Huafeng and memorized its contents. Addressing the group, he continued, "I trust you are all aware of the significance of this place, as well as the purpose of the Battlestar team and the challenges that lie ahead. Should any of you wish to withdraw, you may do so, and I will ensure your return to your previous departments." Noticing that no one moved, Li Zixuan proceeded, "Since no one is leaving, let me outline the rules here. Those 10 villas will serve as your accommodations. There are numerous training and cultivation facilities available to you, all of which I can grant you access to. Additionally, I will provide the resources you require for your breakthroughs. This establishment is dedicated to nurturing useful elites. We do not support incompetence. If you fail to meet my expectations, I will send you back. In future missions, I expect no dissenting voices. During other times, I will not concern myself with your activities. Even if you choose to sleep all day, failure to meet the requirements will result in your dismissal. Report." Li Zixuan directed his gaze towards one of the women. "What is your request?" "My request is quite simple. I will grant you 2 months to reach the peak of platinum. However, those who do not ascend to the diamond level within this time frame will be dismissed." "What? That's impossible." "Silence," Qin Huafeng shouted, observing the murmurs among the 50. "Starting tomorrow, I will take you to a place where your cultivation will progress more swiftly." Having concluded his instructions, Li Zixuan departed, intending to procure some evolution liquid, as mere enhancement liquid was insufficient. The qualifications among the 50 individuals varied, and the consumption of both enhancement and evolution liquids would significantly elevate their capabilities. Jiang Mingho and others observed from the sidelines, including the proud parents of Li Zixuan and Shun Ryu, who beamed with pride at their son's accomplishments, now commanding a battalion of dozens of warriors. This was not merely a matter of a CEO managing a workforce. The comparison was fundamentally flawed. Furthermore, Shin Ryu had previously mentioned that the team led by Li Zixuan would emerge as the most formidable in Huagua. However, upon hearing of their impending ventures across various territories, Li's mother grew somewhat apprehensive. Meanwhile, Li Zixuan made direct contact with Ront. Uncertain whether Bruno possessed the desired items, he was confident that Ront would. Ront was also keen to sell the remaining 18 million tons of steel. "Hey Ront, you seem to be thriving." "Indeed, Li Zixuan. Do you still have steel available?" "I need more." Ront's excitement was palpable. "Oh, you've sold it all? It's only been a few days since the trade began." Li Zixuan expressed surprise at Ront's success. "Yes, I have made the acquaintance of a very wealthy level 5 merchant." Upon hearing this, Li Zixuan's joy dissipated. Replaced by concern, a merchant of level 5 civilization was certainly no fool. The willingness to purchase 12 million tons of steel at a price of 110,000 per ton raised suspicions of a potential scam. Ront, have you considered why he would be willing to pay such a premium? Yes, I inquired. And he mentioned that their civilization is in dire need. That Esset, a fellow blinded by profit. I doubt you'll see him again. Nonetheless, Li Zixuan kindly cautioned. Do not divulge your coordinates to him. I want tea. Fidus is a very sincere merchant. Romp replied nonchalantly. Observing Romp's demeanor, Li Zixuan realized his warnings had fallen on deaf ears. It was likely that Romp would soon face dire consequences, for the universe was unyielding. He had offered his advice. Yet it seemed future trades would be uncertain. All right, I have 18 million tons of steel. How many energy stones and evolution liquids do you possess? I have 100 vials of evolution liquid and 5 billion energy stones. Hearing this, Li Zixuan felt reassured, for he still had 800 million energy stones in reserve. And with an additional 5 billion, he was well equipped for a considerable time. Let us proceed with the trade. However, the evolution liquids and energy stones cannot be liquidated. After a moment's contemplation, Ront agreed, likely focused solely on the steel transaction, especially since Li Zixuan was offering it at 40,000 per ton, yielding a profit of 70,000 cosmic coins upon resale. Very well, let us transact. Li Zixuan transferred all the steel to Ront, who in turn provided Li Zixuan with 720 billion cosmic coins, along with the 5 billion energy stones and 100 vials of evolution liquid. Upon the completion of the transaction, Li Zixuan cast a penetrating glance at Romter. Having already offered the necessary counsel, he could only hope that his words would resonate, should their coordinates fall into the hands of the adversary. Even within the heart of the Wolf clan, the threat of annihilation loomed large. After all, the prospect of tens of trillions, or even hundreds of trillions, of cosmic currency was a temptation too great for many to resist. Disregarding Romter, Li Zixuan concluded the transaction and observed his account balance had risen to an impressive 388 trillion cosmic coins. Exiting the spatial realm, he retrieved 50 vials of evolution fluid and 50 vials of enhancement fluid, which he then entrusted to the 5 temporary captains upon their arrival. He also instructed Shen Huafeng to accompany them to the small space for the acquisition of martial arts techniques and body movement training. Chapter 154. Return to tranquility in the outside world. 2 months equate to 5 years within. If one cannot ascend to the pinnacle of the diamond realm within that time, it merely signifies a lack of aptitude. Their presence would be of no use. During the ensuing days, Li Zixuan and Shen Ruyu took their parents on excursions, guiding them in their cultivation. By early September, they finally reached the Diamond Realm. They celebrated with a lavish feast, and Li Zixuan even called his sister, Li Ziyu, requesting her return before the 7th. After more than half a month of missions, she should have adapted to the baptism of blood and fire. Before long, September 7th arrived. Li Zixuan's uncle and his family traveled from their hometown, while Shen Ruyu's relatives also made their way there. Even Li Ziyu returned that evening, radiating not the fragility of her past, but a bold and spirited demeanor. This was a presence that even Shen Ruyu and her companions lacked. She had evidently advanced to the 7th stage of the Diamond Realm, suggesting that Zhang Xiangdong had assigned her numerous challenging tasks during the past fortnight. Sister, congratulations! Li Zixuan exclaimed, genuinely pleased. After overcoming such trials and possessing that newfound aura, coupled with further training and leadership, she was destined to become a formidable female general. Shen Ruyu and Wang Jia looked on with a hint of envy. They too had undertaken missions, yet lacked the commanding presence, which Li Zixuan himself also did not possess. The following morning, Li Zixuan rose early, arranging for robots to adorn the estate in festive decor. With the departure of Jiang Mingho and Wang Jiayi the previous day, the arrival of 50 new members brought a lively atmosphere. As noon approached, even Zhang Xiangdong and Bai Likingwu arrived, representing 3 leaders and 5 major bases, with even the Ren family sending representatives. Li Zixuan warmly welcomed them into the castle. Although it was merely a simple engagement banquet, it was evident that his acquaintances were all prominent figures. Only the Ren family's representatives were of lesser standing. After enjoying a jubilant luncheon, as Li Zixuan escorted several guests out, he presented each of them with a vial of evolution liquid. Bai Likingwu, already at the 3rd stage of Star Master, had no need for it, and even Zhang Xiangdong, now at the Diamond Realm, found it unnecessary, but they would not refuse such gifts. After a busy day, Li Zixuan arranged for his uncle's family and Shen Ruyu's relatives to stay in the villa. I'm utterly exhausted. How tiring it must be to get married. Shinryu lamented as she reclined on the bed that night. Are you happy? Li Zixuan, feeling fatigued, not from physical exertion, but from the continuous greetings, conversations, and guiding guests around the estate, responded. Thankfully, he had not taken them to the small space, otherwise those relatives might have wished to explore it. Happy. Darling, could you give me a massage? Shinryu said, turning to face Li Zixuan while lying on the bed. Today, she donned a formal gown that accentuated her figure beautifully. As she lay there, her curvaceous form was undeniably alluring. What are you implying? I'm tired. Noticing the fiery gleam in Li Zixuan's eyes, Shinryu immediately grew cautious. My dear, I believe you require a full-body massage. Li Zixuan, having spoken, leaped forward. Ah, please, no. Have you forgotten the soundproofing of our room? The following thousands of words are omitted. The next day, the two emerged from their chamber, rejuvenated, and upon descending the stairs, they found that the robot had prepared breakfast. Their relatives were already seated at the dining table, enjoying their meal. Upon seeing Li Zixuan and his companion step out of the elevator, their faces aglow with joy, everyone exchanged knowing smiles and beckoned them to join for breakfast. In the ensuing days, neither Li Zixuan nor Shinryu engaged in any cultivation. Instead, they devoted their time to accompanying family members on shopping excursions. Following the collaboration between Future Technology and the Ren family, Li Zixuan received a substantial monthly income, complemented by the funds provided by the government, totaling over 500 billion in cash. Previously, he had transferred 200 billion to Shinryu, followed by 30 billion to his parents and 10 billion to his sister, Li Ziyu. Even Shin Huafeng received 10 billion from Li Zixuan to cover team expenses. Yet, they seldom spent much, as Li Zixuan's cultivation pursuits limited his expenditures. However, the costs associated with cosmic currency were considerably high. After spending a week with their relatives, they departed, ostensibly to avoid intruding on the couple. Though it was clear they sought to enjoy their own intimate world. Shin's parents had expanded their factory, yet they entrusted its management to others, initially focused on profit. They had learned much from Shinryu and began gradually relinquishing their holdings, aspiring to enjoy life similarly to Li's parents, indulging in leisure and spending more time on cultivation. Especially since Li Zixuan had generously provided them with a considerable amount of spiritual stones. The estate reverted to its former atmosphere, with Shin Huafeng engaging the newly arrived 50 individuals in small-space cultivation. Li Zixuan's unique approach, establishing his own team, securing his own venue, providing his own resources and equipment, and even financing everything himself, set him apart globally. Were it not for the awareness of his character among the 3 leaders and several generals, they might have suspected he was raising a private army. The upper echelons, though aware of the situation, felt helpless, as they lacked the means to compete with his superior equipment, venues, resources, and even financial backing. The state had to consider the needs of many, making it impossible to allocate resources as Li Zixuan did for a mere handful of individuals. Had it not been for concerns over Li Zixuan's burden, the 3 leaders would have wished for him to cultivate more individuals. Jiang Mingho and Wang Jiayi also returned to the estate, and everyone began their cultivation regimen. Prompted by Li Zixuan's decisions, only newcomers and those at the Star Master level were permitted to cultivate in the small space, while others were confined to exterior training. Outside, only 6 individuals, Tang Yu, Wang Jiayi, Wang Yang, Li Ziyu, Chen Xiaoxiu, and Tang Xiaoyang, were engaged in cultivation. Nevertheless, they intensified their efforts. For the newcomers had a 2-month opportunity for small space cultivation, and the thought of falling behind the Star Masters was daunting. They lacked nothing in terms of spiritual stones, techniques, martial skills, or agility, and spent their days immersed in the gravity chamber and the 9-star tower. Li Zixuan, on the other hand, began to ponder the inadequacy of training facilities and resolved to reach out to Bruno to inquire about the possibility of acquiring some equipment or space necessary for practice. Without hesitation, he initiated contact with Bruno, yet after several minutes, there was no response from Bruno's end. Realizing the situation, Li Zixuan couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. He regretted having traded techniques with her in the first place. Now, it seemed he could simply train without regard for him. It appeared that the only option left was to connect with Rant. Chapter 155, The Doom of Rant. Yet, unbeknownst to Li Zixuan, Rant was no longer in existence. Following the conclusion of their transaction, Rant joyfully reached out to Fidus, having long since cast aside Li Zixuan's counsel. His sole focus was on selling the steel to amass a substantial fortune in interstellar currency. With such wealth, he could recruit more of his kin. And upon ascending to the position of chieftain, he would wield greater authority. Emboldened by his identity as an interstellar merchant and the burgeoning balance in his account from the steel he had traded with Li Zixuan, Rom's confidence began to swell. He understood that in this universe, the law of the jungle prevailed, and he was acutely aware that wealth was omnipotent. With more interstellar currency, he envisioned the possibility of resurrecting the glory of his ancestors, elevating his humble civilization to level 4, or even striving for level 8. It was not beyond the realm of possibility. After all, money could procure anything. If advanced technology eluded purchase, it could only signify a lack of funds. As he indulged in fantasies of becoming chieftain and leading the wolf clan to unprecedented triumphs, he initiated yet another transaction with Fidus. Fidus was his benefactor, having reached out to him during his clandestine dealings in steel, and he had even increased the price to maintain their ongoing trade. Little did Rom realize that while numerous civilizations housed interstellar merchants, few ever rose to leadership. The qualities requisite for a leader, wisdom and the ability to unite, were traits he lacked. He was merely a merchant favored by fortune. He also remained oblivious to Fidus's motivations for contacting him or the reasons behind the price increase. Was it that steel was unavailable elsewhere? Rom was solely preoccupied with thoughts of wealth accumulation and the prospect of amassing even more interstellar currency. However, he was unaware that during his last transaction with Fidus, he had unwittingly revealed his coordinates, a trap laid by Fidus. For reasons of caution, Fidus had refrained from immediate pursuit. Following this latest deal with Li Zixuan, Rom had acquired an additional 18 million tons of steel, bringing his total to an astounding 198 billion. If he were to engage in a few more transactions with Li Zixuan, he could potentially become the wealthiest individual in the entire universe. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated Rom became, oblivious to Fidus' own urgency. He needed to transact with Rom once more to pinpoint his location with precision. To facilitate this, Fidus had expended considerable resources to procure the Evil God Locator, a powerful artifact crafted by the universe's mightiest beings. With merely a vague coordinate and a hint of essence, it could locate someone across vast distances. The hazy coordinates were already established. All that remained was for Rom to emit his essence, allowing for tracking even through screens. Fidus had already utilized this talisman to eliminate 2 interstellar merchants, both of whom belonged to level 5 civilizations, and the Evil God Locator had but one opportunity left. He chose Rom precisely because of his ostentatious demeanor. Romter believed himself to be quite cautious. However, he underestimated the insatiable demand for iron, ore, and steel across various civilizations in the universe. Whenever there is a significant emergence of iron, ore, or steel in the market, it inevitably draws the attention of those with ulterior motives. Even the Galactic Alliance has begun to take notice of Romter, not to mention the astute Fidus. He had already reached out to 2 friends who were formidable Imperial-level warriors, his closest allies. This affair had transpired twice before, and now they were preparing to indulge in this grand feast together. Indeed, in Fidus's eyes, Romter was akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter, and he had been anticipating Romter's call for quite some time. At that moment, Romter's trading communication came through. Fidus quickly exchanged a knowing glance with the 2 Imperial-level warriors, who immediately concealed themselves. It was only then that Fidus calmly accepted Romter's call invitation. "My friend, it is a pleasure to reconnect with you, Romter," Fidus exclaimed with an exaggeratedly cheerful demeanor. "Yes, I have a batch of steel here, ready for trade," Romter replied with utmost caution. Although he was not overly concerned about Li Zixuan's remarks, he maintained an air of seriousness. Fidus feigned a hint of embarrassment and said, "Oh, let's not rush. You see, Romter, I am encountering a bit of difficulty in my cultivation. May I seek your guidance, if it is not too much trouble?" Cultivation? Romter's defenses began to wane. While technologically advanced civilizations do not place much emphasis on personal cultivation, there are inevitably enthusiasts among them. Romter inquired, "What level are you at?" "Oh, I am merely at the pinnacle of the king level. I wish to break through, but it has troubled me for quite some time," Fidus replied, releasing an aura that confirmed his king-level status. Upon witnessing this, a trace of disdain flickered in Romter's eyes. To think that, at a 5th-level civilization, there still existed such king-level mediocrity. He couldn't fathom how one could become an interstellar merchant. Despite his internal scoffing, he began to offer guidance. As he was already an 8th-tier Emperor-level warrior, he assumed that advising a king-level pinnacle would be a simple endeavor. Fidus feigned an expression of reverence, saying, "Romter, what level do you hold? Might I have the honor of gazing upon your prowess?" Flattered by the praise, Romter became somewhat elated and confidently released the aura of an 8th-tier Emperor-level warrior. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that Fidus had summoned a talisman in his hand and was forming a complex incantation. In an instant, the talisman absorbed Romter's essence. While the two Imperial-level warriors began constructing a teleportation portal, Romter was still unaware of these developments, maintaining his air of pride. Thank you, Romter. After hearing your guidance, I feel a breakthrough is imminent. Please hold on for a moment. Once I achieve it, I will trade with you. Fidus concluded, ending the call. He then turned to the two Imperial-level warriors. How much longer? In 1 minute, the wormhole will stabilize. The principle of the teleportation portal relies on utilizing wormholes to traverse to other locations. Relying solely on the flight capabilities of Imperial-level warriors is utterly impractical. A minute passed swiftly. All right, let us proceed. Romp remained in a state of bewilderment, pondering how he would spend his gains from the transaction, when unexpectedly, Fidus disconnected. At that moment, a ripple suddenly manifested beside him, igniting a spark of curiosity within Romp, who momentarily entertained the notion that it might be a small realm or a treasure emerging. Being on the brink of a second-level cultivation civilization and having engaged in frequent trade with them, he possessed considerable knowledge of various cultivation societies. However, a sense of foreboding washed over him as the ripple began to stabilize. His heart raced, a reflexive alertness inherent to a practitioner. Romp contemplated fleeing, realizing that this was merely a secluded chamber of his own and that no small realms or treasures should be present. The ripple undoubtedly heralded danger. Yet, before he could make his escape, the entire space felt as if it had been ensnared in a stillness. Damn it! Do you still wish to instruct me in my cultivation? Chapter 156. Encounter with Fidus. Romp did not turn around, yet he heard that familiar voice. Fidus. Was it truly him? In a sudden epiphany, he grasped the entirety of the situation, realizing that this was merely a trap set by Fidus, aimed at locating him to eliminate him and seize his treasures. However, he comprehended this too late. As Fidus's voice resonated, darkness enveloped him. Having displayed his bravado, did he still think he could escape? The overwhelming aura of a pinnacle-level expert erupted from Fidus, who struck with a single palm. A vast black hand imprint crashing down upon Romp. He was obliterated in an instant. A distinguished interstellar merchant of level 3 civilization, and a formidable sovereign of the 8th tier, met his demise in this manner. In his final moments, he recalled Li Zixuan's words. But no amount of regret or resentment would suffice now. Just moments prior, 3 pinnacle-level experts had conspired to seal off the space. It was evident that even if he had ascended to the pinnacle level, he would still have been annihilated by their combined force. He merely felt a sense of indignation. Fidus and his companions acted with remarkable decisiveness, from their arrival through the portal to the sealing of space and the decisive strike. All transpired in less than 2 breaths. Fidus raised his hand, and a crystal, no larger than a marble, flew into his grasp. A glance revealed it to be Romp's spatial equipment, a pair of bracelets, which Fidus promptly collected. At last, he had obtained it. Fidus beamed at the sight of the crystal, his 2 fellow pinnacle-level experts equally delighted. This crystal served as the token of interstellar merchants, the trading neural interface. By refining it, one could ascend to the status of an interstellar merchant. Initially, they had been mere ordinary beings, their realms only at the king level, which was abundant in a level 5 civilization. Subsequently, Fidus had become an interstellar merchant, investing a century of accumulation to purchase the evil god locator, vanquishing 2 interstellar merchants, and refining the 2 trading neural interfaces he had acquired. This signified that all 3 of them had become interstellar merchants and, moreover, at level 5. However, refining another's trading neural interface did not allow for the same upgrades as the original owner, which would elevate with civilization. Let us depart, Fidus urged, having no time to inspect the contents within, as he sensed at least 5 pinnacle-level experts approaching, one of whom surpassed even that level. Understood. The other 2 sensed it as well and swiftly dove into the portal. Just as they departed, 5 menacing auras descended upon the location. One among them launched a full-force punch towards the portal. With a resounding crash, the portal was shattered, witnessing the scattered remnants of flesh and blood upon the ground. The 5 were filled with rage. On Fidus's end, due to the destruction of one side of the portal, the 3 emerged only to spew forth blood. This was not solely from the forceful attack of that expert. The portal's fragmentation had rendered the space unstable, leading to a backlash that struck them. Yet, in that moment, the trio burst into hearty laughter. Clearly, this was not their first encounter with peril. They settled down to recuperate, and Fidus began the process of refinement. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed, and Fidus successfully refined the trading light brain, which contained a staggering 350 billion cosmic coins. He also discovered 18 million tons of steel within the spatial equipment. This was still a consequence of Romter's recent steel purchase. Otherwise, the amount would have been even greater. As for the other items in the spatial equipment, Fidus cast a glance but paid them no heed, for in his eyes, only the cosmic coins and steel held any value. Just as he was preparing to integrate the trading light brain into his own, an unexpected trading call came through. Fidus raised an eyebrow at the trading call from Li Zixuan, slightly frowning. After all, he had just eliminated Romter, and now he was receiving a call from one of Romter's friends. However, after a brief contemplation, he accepted the call, curious to discover the identity of his friend who traded with Romter. On Li Zixuan's end, he had just contacted Bruno, but perhaps she was busy cultivating. So he had to connect with Romter instead. He did not anticipate that it would take a while to get through. Yet, upon seeing that the person on the other end was not Romter, he couldn't help but frown. Are you Fidus? You know me? Fidus was taken aback, surprised that this human-like being was aware of his identity. Li Zixuan, observing the creature who bore some resemblance to humanity, felt increasingly assured by his words. He had previously heard Romter mention a character named Fidus who offered a high price for steel. He had sensed that things were not so simple. He had warned Romter then, but now the consequences had indeed unfolded. You killed Romter? Indeed. Are you seeking vengeance? Fidus responded with a hint of mockery upon hearing Li Zixuan's words. Li Zixuan shook his head. Vengeance? No, I had already warned him. If he sought death, he has no one to blame but himself. What is your race? I belong to the Yiditeska clan. Since you do not intend to seek revenge, it seems we can engage in trade, correct? Fidus remarked, directing his gaze at Li Zixuan. Yiditeska? I have not heard of it, but Li Zixuan mentally noted it. As Fidus was undeniably cunning. Trade is possible, but what do you have? Li Zixuan was reluctant to delve into too much conversation with Fidus, fearing he might be ensnared at any moment. However, in a straightforward trade, he was not concerned about Fidus discovering his coordinates or any deceitful tactics, as the platform would automatically erase all non-transactional information. Fidus couldn't help but chuckle. What do I have? I am a merchant of a level 5 civilization. You are merely a trifling level 3 civilization. How dare you ask what I possess? Do you have the means to buy what I offer? Li Zixuan's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. This fellow was insufferable. Oh, you dare to show me your murderous intent? Do you dare to reveal your coordinates? Fidus retorted, becoming agitated. Although the flicker of murderous intent in Li Zixuan's eyes was fleeting, Fidus still managed to catch it. Astonished that someone would dare to gaze at him in such a manner, Li Zixuan recognized it as a provocation from the other side and disdainfully replied, Do you dare to provide me with your coordinates? What is the use of being fierce here? You're merely a coward who resorts to ambushes. Do you think the steel of Romter belonged to him alone? What do you mean? Phidias was taken aback by the audacity of this human, daring to threaten him. Did Romsteel not belong to him? However, such contemplations were not on his mind at the moment. His sole desire was to eliminate Li Zixuan, for it had been a considerable time since he had felt threatened. Observing Phidias's expression, Li Zixuan lost all interest in negotiations. Fool. With those words, Li Zixuan terminated the call. Meanwhile, Phidias felt a twinge of discomfort, although he was unfamiliar with the term fool. Li Zixuan's demeanor clearly indicated that it was far from a compliment. It had been at least a century since anyone had dared to insult him. Anger welled up within him, and his aura erupted, suffused with a murderous intent. Chapter 157. The Deceived Phidias. Phidias, what troubles you? Inquired two Imperial-level beings. Their curiosity piqued as they observed the furious Phidias from the adjacent chamber. They had known Phidias for a considerable duration, yet it had been centuries since they had witnessed such an outburst of rage. I shall kill him. I am determined to end his life. Phidias trembled with indignation. Yes, the evil god locator. I must acquire the evil god locator. Meanwhile, Li Zixuan, having concluded his call, found himself in a rather dismal mood. The transaction had fallen through, and he had quarreled with Phidias. However, the demise of Rompt lingered in his thoughts. For he knew Rompt was far from foolish. He would not have divulged the coordinates to Phidias. Yet, if he had not revealed the coordinates, how had he met his end? Xiaoling, is there any means to kill and seize treasures across the star domains? With the enhancement of her spatial capabilities, Xiaoling possessed greater knowledge. Master, such an ability does not exist. Then how did Rom perish? What of the Star River? That too is unattainable, Master. To slay a being from another star river, one must traverse to that river and pinpoint their essence. Li Zixuan furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Even within a star river, one must possess knowledge of its presence. Moreover, Phidias did not seem the type of formidable being capable of locating Rom amidst an entire star river. Pondering this conundrum left Li Zixuan feeling perplexed, prompting him to dismiss the thoughts. Yet, Xiaoling's subsequent remark unsettled him. Master, it is possible that Phidias utilized a treasure. Indeed, a treasure. Li Zixuan suddenly recalled that Phidias must have employed some artifact to achieve this. Although Xiaoling had not been present during his conversation with Phidias, as the intelligence of the trading center, she was aware of the transaction. Swiftly, Li Zixuan began to search the trading center for such treasures. Although many items were beyond his purchasing power due to level restrictions, each spatial upgrade refreshed a plethora of advanced items, even if he was merely browsing. After an extensive search, however, he found nothing of use. It seemed his level was still insufficient. Li Zixuan's anxiety grew. After all, he would soon encounter many other civilizations in his future dealings, and a moment's inattention could lead to treachery. Xiaoling, is there any method to obscure the coordinates of the galaxy? Master, the coordinates of the entire Star River system were concealed upon my arrival, so you need not worry. Oh, how remarkable! Li Zixuan exclaimed, taken aback by this revelation. Indeed, Master. Furthermore, the essence surrounding you has undergone refractive alterations due to the ring's spatial properties. Both your essence and coordinates, as displayed from the realm of unreality, are refracted toward beings in the depths of the cosmos. Beings in the depths of the universe? Where exactly is that? Li Zixuan was astonished, particularly regarding his own essence. Xiaoling clarified that unless witnessed firsthand, any essence collected through video or other means would lead to the depths of the universe. There are indeed, Master. The universe possesses boundaries, and at its profound depths lies the juncture of two realms, a place teeming with exiled beings and abundant treasures. Thus, it is revealed that the universe is not singular, and its innermost reaches delineate a boundary, akin to a no-man's land between nations. Li Zixuan was reminded of a location on Blue Star known as the Black Triangle. Indeed. Master, Li Zixuan could not help but marvel, reflecting that in future dealings with other civilizations, he would no longer fear leaving traces behind, perhaps even managing to outwit them. As Li Zixuan prepared to traverse through space, a communication from Phidias regarding trade arrived. What is this? Is a quarrel imminent? Initially reluctant to engage, Li Zixuan reconsidered, reassured by his newfound confidence against any deceit, and thus connected. Phidias, upon seeing Li Zixuan answer, expressed great delight, having spent 28 trillion cosmic coins to acquire a cursed god locator and a celestial mechanism talisman. This expenditure consumed nearly 80% of his wealth, yet he was unconcerned. He had never encountered anyone who could withstand his wrath. Even if temporarily outmatched, he would devise alternative strategies or pay a price to eliminate his adversaries. His principle was clear. Whoever displeases him must pay the price, for he could not find peace until they were dispatched. Clearly, Li Zixuan was the source of his discontent, prompting him to invest heavily in the cursed god locator. Human race, I apologize. My previous outburst was inappropriate. I raised my voice. Phidias exclaimed upon seeing Li Zixuan. He sought to feign weakness, aiming to gain Li Zixuan's trust and extract his coordinates and aura. Li Zixuan, perplexed, wondered why Phidias, who had recently been so aggressive, would suddenly offer an apology. This was uncharacteristic of him. Such a man who would go to great lengths to eliminate Ramta would not easily capitulate. What do you want? Li Zixuan inquired warily. I extend my apologies for my earlier conduct. To demonstrate my sincerity, I am willing to compensate you with 50 billion. Phidias said earnestly, promptly transferring the amount to Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan's caution heightened. He sensed something was amiss. Phidias had initially intended to gradually earn Li Zixuan's trust, but each glance at Li Zixuan ignited a murderous intent within him. He was impatient, yearning to directly request the coordinates and aura, yet feared Li Zixuan's potential rejection. Observing Phidias's awkward demeanor, Li Zixuan discerned that his intentions were far from benign. Though he was not an adept actor, he suspected that Phidias, in a state of agitation, might falter. Very well, I accept your goodwill and forgive you. Upon seeing Li Zixuan genuinely accept, a glint of cunning flashed in Phidias's eyes. These cosmic coins were not merely gifts. They contained the celestial mechanism talisman, cleverly concealing the means to ascertain Li Zixuan's approximate coordinates. As long as he can sense Li Zixuan's presence once more, he can teleport directly to him. He has already devised a plan in his mind. He must ensure that Li Zixuan does not perish so easily. He intends to torment him thoroughly. Let us make a trade. What is it that you require? I am willing to offer anything I possess, said Fidus with great generosity. What technologies do you possess that are available for trade? Li Zixuan began to showcase his skills. Chapter 158, A Gamble. Fidus presented a list to Li Zixuan, who began to peruse its contents. However, after a brief examination, disappointment washed over him. It was not that there was a lack of advanced technology. Indeed, there was an abundance, but rather that Blue Star was currently incapable of utilizing it. Much like the spatial folding and teleportation technologies Li Zixuan had submitted days prior, these advancements, while available, lacked the requisite materials to serve as vessels, rendering them futile. In this transaction, Li Zixuan intended to procure such vessel materials, as well as substances that could only be synthesized by a civilization of the fourth tier. Fidus, do you possess any vessels for teleportation and spatial devices? Fidus was reluctant to engage in such a trade, but upon recalling his own objectives, he nodded in agreement. Yes, those can indeed be traded. Really? Splendid. Do you have anything more advanced than the evolution liquid? Li Zixuan was acutely aware that although Bruno and his kin numbered merely in the billions and were at most at the emperor level, they still possessed the means to achieve immortality. Indeed, I refer to a life-extending elixir, a technological marvel exclusive to civilizations of the fourth tier and above. This potion enables beings with a natural lifespan of merely a few thousand years at the emperor level to attain immortality, barring unforeseen demise. Are you referring to the longevity liquid? Fidus felt a surge of indignation. He struggled to contain his mounting rage. This human brat dared to covet the longevity liquid. Though he possessed some, it had cost him dearly to acquire. Longevity liquid? Do you truly have it? Li Zixuan was taken aback, astonished that Fidus was even aware of it, which suggested its existence was indeed plausible. Yes, however, be warned, while consuming the longevity liquid allows for immortality, it will prevent any further ascension in realm. Fidus fought to keep his anger at bay. He understood that now was not the time for an outburst. Even if he sold it to this human, he could later extract the essence for his own use. Very well. How many do you have? What is the price? Li Zixuan too stifled his excitement. 5 billion for each vial, and I possess 50 vials. What do you mean? Li Zixuan was perplexed. Why had this individual suddenly adopted a serious demeanor? 5 billion each. Such exorbitance. I have no funds. Forget it. I shan't buy? Now it was Fidus who felt discomfort. He had initially intended to transfer some cosmic currency, yet Li Zixuan had the audacity to declare he was out of money. He had just received 500 billion in compensation. Why had he requested a list only to deviate from the expected course? Surely he could negotiate. Li Zixuan also found his blunt refusal somewhat excessive, yet he lamented, "Do not be hasty. I truly have no money. I currently possess only 600 billion, and all else has been spent." Fidus was consumed with thoughts of killing him. After much effort to suppress his fury, he spoke. "I can provide all of this, but you must offer me a cultivation technique." From the moment Fidus laid eyes on Li Zixuan, he recognized the latter as a member of the human race and, in his mind, understood that humans were all practitioners of cultivation. Now, he sought to compel Li Zixuan to emit his essence, beginning with the cultivation technique. Cultivation technique? Li Zixuan furrowed his brow slightly, but ultimately acquiesced. He possessed an abundance of martial arts techniques, so parting with one was of little consequence. By this point, he had a vague inkling of Fidus's intentions. Indeed, it was about martial arts. Very well, I can provide you with one, but in return, you must furnish me with more of those material resources. After all, my technique is a family heirloom. Please wait a moment. Fidus exclaimed as he swiftly exited and soon returned. Let us proceed with the transaction, he urged, a hint of impatience in his voice. All right. Li Zixuan transmitted a martial arts technique that had cost merely a few million cosmic coins. The platform only verified whether the parties were truthful or if the items exchanged were genuine. Li Zixuan spoke no falsehood. He had indeed practiced this technique, as well as numerous others, having also trained in various combat skills and physical techniques. After all, through transactions with Bruno and Zhang Xiangdong, he had acquired many techniques, even experimenting with those that bore grandiose titles. In return, he received 10 tons of materials and 50 vials of longevity liquid. Upon glancing at the technique, Phidias's expression soured. Although both relied on energy to elevate their realms, it did not impede his deductions. According to this technique, one could only cultivate up to the imperial level. Yet he had already attained the 6th tier of imperial level. To him, it was rather inconsequential. Why is your technique so inferior? I must ascertain whether your aura aligns with the technique, Phidias demanded. A sense of delight surged within Li Zixuan. Phidias's considerable expenditure signified ulterior motives. If it were Ramt or others, Li Zixuan could release his aura without fear of deception. But Phidias was different. Although the method by which he had slain Ramt remained a mystery, it certainly required an aura. Yet, Li Zixuan felt no trepidation. In fact, he had been awaiting this moment. What do you intend to do? Li Zixuan feigned vigilance despite already knowing the answer. I wish to verify whether your aura corresponds with the technique. After all, what if you were deceiving me? Phidias suppressed his excitement as he spoke. Li Zixuan pretended to ponder for a moment before finally raising his head and saying, You must first hand over all the energy stones you possess, and I shall reveal it to you. Very well. Phidias considered this and ultimately agreed. For once the transaction was established, he had no fear of Li Zixuan defaulting. A total of 35 billion energy stones were transferred to Li Zixuan, a substantial portion of which had been gathered by Ramt. Li Zixuan then unleashed his aura. Upon witnessing this, Phidias became almost deliriously excited. His hands danced as he formed seals, signaling his two brethren to construct a teleportation portal. Once the aura collection was complete, Phidias could no longer contain his laughter. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Li Zixuan felt a twinge of anxiety. Although Xiaoling had previously cautioned him, he had never experienced it firsthand. Child, prepare for your demise. Phidias, brimming with exhilaration, no longer feigned restraint and shot a fierce glare at Li Zixuan. He directed the camera toward the teleportation portal and, with his two kin, leaped into it. As Li Zixuan watched the screen turn black, he understood that Phidias had severed the connection and grasped the nature of his intentions. Li Zixuan finds himself in a state of uncertainty, compelled to wager on the veracity of Xiaoling's words. The act of waiting proves torturous. He remains oblivious to the duration required for the teleportation. Vigilantly, he scans his surroundings, apprehensive of Phidias's sudden appearance. However, several hours drift by without any sign of response. Li Zixuan, increasingly anxious, inquires of Xiaoling multiple times, each time receiving her reassuring confirmation. Gradually, he begins to regain his composure, yet the fleeting hours have been excruciating, leaving him drenched in a cold sweat. Chapter 159, The Exiled Realm with a sigh of relief. Li Zixuan exhaled deeply. Although he had sensed from the very beginning that Phidias harbored ill intentions, he still opted to engage in the transaction. He had heeded Xiaoling's counsel and decided to take the gamble. Everything he possessed was a product of the ring's space, which had elevated him to his current status. He had no reason to doubt Xiaoling. After all, their fates were intertwined. Should Li Zixuan perish, the ring's space would shatter as well. And even if it did not sustain damage, it would revert to its original state. Moreover, Xiaoling had informed him that they were now closely bound and could not separate. Li Zixuan was also covetous of Phidias's resources. Thus, both spirit stones and materials were essential to him at present. Furthermore, the growth of the temporal tree required a staggering 50 billion spirit stones. Without this audacious gamble, he would not have amassed them so swiftly. Meanwhile, Phidias led the charge as he emerged from the teleportation portal, eager to witness the despair etched on Li Zixuan's face. Yet, upon his exit, he was confronted by a creature of gargantuan proportions, its expression one of surprise as it gazed upon him. What in the world? The two imperial-level experts who followed him out remained still, curiosity piqued as they observed Phidias's frozen demeanor. Suddenly, Phidias's gaze fell upon the creature, and he felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. This, run, before he could utter another word. One of the imperial-level experts seized him and Phidias, urging them to flee. However, the enigmatic creature was not inclined to let them escape easily. It lunged forward with a snap of its jaws. Although Phidias and his companions were minuscule in comparison to the creature, their energy levels were still formidable, albeit slightly inferior. The three imperial-level experts summoned all their strength and finally managed to evade the creature, but before they could catch their breath, they encountered another, even more terrifying beast. Fortunately, they managed to distance themselves in time. After a harrowing escape spanning 5 or 6 days, the trio bore the weight of exhaustion upon their shoulders. They scarcely had time to rest, perpetually on the run. At last, having evaded one of the creatures, they found refuge in a narrow crevice, seeking respite. Where are we? This place is utterly terrifying. Even though they had concealed themselves, fear loomed in their eyes. One of them, trembling, spoke up. I cannot reach anyone else. Not even the interstellar merchants. What? Impossible! Phidias exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face as he attempted to contact other friends or interstellar merchants. But several attempts yielded the same result, out of service area. Suddenly, as if a realization struck him, the other two mirrored his expression. Terror filled their eyes. And in unison, they uttered, the exiled realm. They had all heard the legends surrounding this place. It was said to lie in the deepest recesses of the universe, a domain where only the mighty could survive. Legends spoke of it as the boundary between two universes. To traverse it meant entry into another cosmos. It was also rumored to harbor the rarest treasures of the universe, coveted even by the most powerful beings. It is said that this place is home to ancient beings banished by the mightiest forces of the universe, capable of unleashing cataclysmic destruction. Legends abound, recounting how the most formidable entities from two or even more universes collaborated to forge this prison, confining all dissenters and insurrectionists within its walls. Indeed, there are countless tales woven into the fabric of this realm, yet none have managed to escape, not even the most powerful among them, who would inevitably suffer injuries. Even the Elven King, once a pinnacle of strength in the cosmos, returned wounded after venturing forth, let alone the three of them, mere trifles of imperial rank. The abundance of imperial beings here is staggering. Any single one poses a threat beyond their combined capabilities, even if they too hold imperial status. The trio has exhausted their trump cards in their desperate flight, and upon realizing the true nature of their surroundings, despair washed over them. Even if they were to remain hidden here, how long could they survive without supplies? With no reinforcements and dwindling resources, were they to contest territories with those enigmatic creatures? They had not yet deluded themselves to that extent, unless one of them could achieve a breakthrough, which might prolong their existence. What should we do now? How could I possibly know? After uttering these words, the two turned to look at Phidias, whose mood had only soured further. The hatred in his eyes burned like a volcano, but before he could unleash his wrath, he was interrupted. Have you lost your mind? If those creatures sense us, we are doomed. Phidias was engulfed in despair, his heart laden with animosity. He loathed Li Zixuan. Had it not been for him, they would never have found themselves in this predicament. With an overwhelming surge of resentment, Phidias dared not even raise his voice. Notice, do you have any solutions? After a lengthy pause, he addressed the towering figure beside him. Me? What solutions could I possibly offer? This is a realm of exile. Nudis replied, bitterness tainting his tone. Indeed, there is not even a cosmic signal here, let alone a way to contact the outside world. Even if we could reach out, what good would it do? Who would dare venture in without the strength of the mightiest? Would even the strongest show compassion for three insignificant imperial beings? Our families lack the resources to summon the most powerful, and even if they had, they would not act. Notice, Zazadi, how many resources do you have left? Let us pool our assets and see who can break through first. Phidias lamented. None of them wished for death. Even an extra day of life was precious. The trio collectively produced their resources, but the total came to a mere 5 billion energy stones. Previously, they had not prepared extensively for such necessities, as they could directly absorb energy to achieve breakthroughs. However, in this place, they dared not draw upon such powers, let alone utilize them for ascension, for the creatures would undoubtedly come running at the slightest hint of disturbance. Their combined cosmic currency now amounted to over 30 trillion. Yet it was utterly useless in this forsaken land. Though they possessed other resources, none offered even a modicum of assistance in their dire situation. The 5 billion energy stones could only enable the three of them to ascend 2 or 3 realms at best. However, even that would merely elevate them to the imperial level, which was insufficient for survival in this place. Phidias longed for a breakthrough. Yet he was acutely aware that it was his presence that had inadvertently led the three of them to this predicament. You two should advance, he urged. Nudis exchanged a glance with his companion, and they refrained from further hesitation. After all, in their current circumstances, each additional ounce of strength would enhance their chances of survival. As Phidias observed the two achieving their breakthroughs, he was engulfed by a bittersweet sensation. Regret and resentment coursed through him. Yet what weighed most heavily on his heart was an overwhelming animosity towards Li Zixuan. With this thought lingering, he gazed at the interface, preparing to establish contact with Li Zixuan. Chapter 160. The Elixir of Longevity. Upon realizing that Phidias could not be teleported, Li Zixuan felt a sense of relief. Gazing at the 35 billion spirit stones and approximately 10 tons of materials, he was filled with joy. This experience imparted a profound lesson. Danger accompanies opportunity. Had it not been for Romter's demise, he would not have inquired about the matter with Xiaoling, and he might have prematurely discarded Romter's quota, thus missing out on the subsequent transaction with Phidias. Emerging from the spatial realm, Li Zixuan promptly called Zhang Xiangdong. What do you want this time? Zhang Xiangdong's tone was somewhat unfriendly. Every time Li Zixuan called, it was to summon him for some errand. As a dignified director, he had become little more than Li Zixuan's errand boy. Seeing Li Zixuan's call, his irritation was understandable. I've procured a substantial amount of materials, along with some spirit stones and an elixir of longevity. Could you come over? Damn it. Just wait. Without seeking clarification, Zhang Xiangdong hung up the phone with frustration. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to head over. Despite being summoned frequently, Li Zixuan's offerings were consistently worthwhile. He could not entrust this matter to anyone else. Li Zixuan examined a test tube containing a viscous purple liquid, the elixir of longevity. He had previously heard Romter mention that beings of civilization level 4 and above could achieve immortality. Initially, Li Zixuan had assumed they merely underwent a digital transformation, akin to the cultivation civilizations where the body perishes but the soul endures. However, Romter clarified that it was a type of potion, attainable by 4th-level civilizations, and that more advanced civilizations typically utilized it upon reaching adulthood, barring those who believed they could transcend to even higher realms. Yet, such occurrences were rare in technological civilizations. In high-level civilizations, children are born as star generals, or even at the Star Lord or King level. By the time they reach adulthood, they're already at significantly elevated stages. However, technological civilizations have not delved into the study of cultivation techniques. Their energy absorption occurs naturally. This gap has led to the development of the elixir of longevity in civilizations of levels 4, 5, and 6. In pursuit of a better life or for research, they resorted to this potion to prolong their existence, yet it simultaneously imposed limitations on their realms. Moreover, it does not grant true immortality, it merely extends one's lifespan. In the event of an accident or depletion of their longevity, they would still meet death, albeit after a longer span of time. Otherwise, if these advanced beings were truly immortal, the universe would be teeming with them. They, too, have descendants, and within a millennium or 10,000 years, the cosmos could hardly accommodate such an abundance of life. Meanwhile, higher civilizations have begun integrating technology with cultivation, making significant strides along both paths. After hearing such insights from Xiaoling and gleaning snippets of information from Romter, Li Zixuan began to contemplate establishing a synthesis of technological and cultivation civilizations on Blue Star. Although the current achievements are not yet conspicuous, they at least affirm that this path is indeed viable. The current blue planet remains exceedingly fragile. Even the pressure exerted by a level 2 alien cultivation civilization feels overwhelming. Consequently, Li Zixuan is tirelessly seeking ways to elevate the technological prowess of Huagua, and even the entire blue planet. He is willing to allocate ample resources for cultivation to the nation. For even if he were to employ all available resources solely for his own advancement, achieving a lofty realm in a short span would still be unattainable. It is far more beneficial to strengthen the entire nation and, indeed, the blue planet as a whole. Much like his Battlestar group, he aspires for every member to become truly self-sufficient. Surveying the cultivation progress of his companions, he noted that Tang Yu and others were on the verge of a breakthrough. He believed that within a month, they would all reach the Star Master level. The newly arrived 50 individuals, having cultivated in a confined space for 2 months with abundant resources, would likely achieve the same level as well, given that they had nearly 5 years of training compressed into that span. However, this remains insufficient. In the face of impending interdimensional warfare, the highest tier of combat power dictates the outcome. Thus, upon Zhang Xiangdong's arrival, Li Zixuan intends to relay a message to Bailey Howard and others. Their exceptional talents are evident, as they would not have ascended to the role of highest commander of a base otherwise. As Li Zixuan pondered in the living room, Zhang Xiangdong was already aboard a helicopter, contemplating the notion of residing at Li Zixuan's home to alleviate the discomfort of enduring several hours of travel each time. During this period, Huagua has progressively developed numerous weapons and has also derived various technologies beneficial for agriculture and commerce. The Huagua Academy of Sciences has more than doubled in size compared to before, with an increase in the number of scientists and global support. Any materials or minerals available on Blue Planet are swiftly procured. Defensive measures have been established at all perilous entry points to other worlds, equipped with advanced weaponry. No longer do we rely on ordinary missiles that are large yet ineffective. Rather, we now possess lightweight, compact, in powerful energy cannons, laser weapons, and more. Even space-based energy weapons have been launched into orbit, poised to strike any adversaries on the ground. Technologies acquired from Tanada and ROMP have significantly advanced our spacecraft and aircraft. It is anticipated that by next year, we will be capable of conducting mining operations and establishing space bases on other planets, not merely sending machines, but deploying a substantial number of humans to engage in exploration and research. As the helicopter landed at the estate, Zhang Xiangdong hurriedly made his way to the castle. Upon seeing Li Zixuan, he felt a surge of frustration. While he, as a director, was overwhelmed with work, Li Zixuan appeared so relaxed and at ease. "Director Zhang, please come in. I've just brewed some Westlake Longjing for you to try," Li Zixuan called out. Zhang Xiangdong merely scoffed, a myriad of unspoken words coalescing into a resigned sigh as he took a seat on the sofa. "Let us discuss the longevity elixir. What exactly is it? And how many materials have you gathered?" he inquired. The longevity elixir is a potion that grants the ability to live indefinitely. It significantly extends one's lifespan, though the exact duration remains unknown to me. However, it is crucial to note that once consumed, it prevents any further breakthroughs in cultivation. Li Zixuan began to elaborate. The materials seem to weigh around 10 tons, which should suffice. As for the spirit stones, I can produce a staggering 1 billion. Hiss. So many? Upon hearing Li Zixuan's words, Zhang Xiangdong felt a twinge of unease. The materials would be consumed in great quantities, yet for the current stage of research, they are indeed adequate, as only the carrier for the spatial folding device and the carrier materials for the portal are required. Although 10 tons may prove insufficient in the future, it is possible that more materials could be acquired later on. Chapter 161. The revelation of the small space. What astonished Zhang Xiangdong was the longevity elixir, for many scientists had reached the twilight of their years, dedicating their lives to the pursuit of science. Even after consuming enhancement fluids and being bestowed with cultivation techniques, they remained unable to devote ample time to their practice, often immersing themselves in research with even greater fervor. Consequently, their physical enhancements were rather minimal. However, the advent of the longevity elixir promised to resolve this dilemma effectively. Moreover, there were the spirit stones. Previously, Li Zixuan had presented them several times, yet this time, he astonishingly revealed a staggering sum of 10 billion. Observing Li Zixuan's expression, Zhang Xiangdong prepared to take out his phone to make a call. These items were of paramount importance: 10 tons of materials, 10 billion spirit stones, and that longevity elixir. Any mishap during transportation could spell trouble. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Li Zixuan had previously summoned 50 million tons of steel with a mere wave of his hand, indicating he possessed substantial spatial equipment. Zhang Xiangdong abruptly stood up and declared, "You must come with me." Li Zixuan, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "What do you mean?" Zhang Xiangdong shot him a glare and insisted, "You need to accompany me. Otherwise, how can I transport these items back? I do not possess such expansive spatial gear. Besides, the higher-ups wish to meet you." "Very well, I too wish to report to the 3 leaders," Li Zixuan replied, adjusting his attire. Upon exiting, they beheld the helicopter outside, and Li Zixuan contemplated the idea of simply carrying Zhang Xiangdong and flying directly. After all, the noise within the helicopter was quite overwhelming. "Get on. Do you intend to fly there?" Zhang Xiangdong urged, noticing Li Zixuan standing still. Li Zixuan raised an eyebrow and chuckled. "I did entertain that notion. Should I take you with me?" Zhang Xiangdong suddenly turned his gaze towards him, momentarily tempted, but quickly dismissed the thought. Perhaps it's best to refrain. Flying over the capital can be quite troublesome. With that, he turned and boarded the helicopter. Li Zixuan followed suit, abandoning the idea of flying directly. Regardless of the city, aerial flights would attract attention, and the military stationed in Huagua constantly monitored the airspace. The last time they had flown in Nanshur, Chen Huafeng and others had gone to the military base on a mission, even when Li Zixuan had flown into the city to find Nan Xiaojiu. His rapid speed had gone unnoticed. While some may have caught a glimpse, they had scarcely enough time to capture a photograph before he vanished from sight, thus sparing the internet from any reports. Over 2 hours later, Li Zixuan, accompanied by Zhang Xiangdong and 2 of his bodyguards, emerged from the Shouqing airport and directly boarded a special vehicle heading to the base. He intended to retrieve the materials and spirit stones first. As for the longevity elixir, Zhang Xiangdong procured a box to neatly store all 50 vials. Li Zixuan did not retain a single vial for himself. He had no immediate need for them, as they were intended for his parents and the parents of Shin Ruyu, who had not diligently practiced and had become complacent after reaching the diamond level. By the time they are truly able to utilize it, several centuries may have passed, and by then, Li Zixuan might have developed even more advanced medications. Upon exiting the base, Li Zixuan made his way to Zhijiansheng, while Zhang Xiangdong did not accompany him, as he still had numerous matters to attend to. After passing through several security checks, Li Zixuan once again encountered the three leaders, who were evidently aware of his return. As soon as he entered, before he could salute or greet them, the chief leader waved his hand and said, "Zixuan is here. Come, take a seat." "Certainly, chief leader." "Greetings to you, second leader." Third leader. Li Zixuan respectfully settled beside the tea table. The second leader playfully scolded, "It has been over half a year, and you haven't visited us. What is the matter? Do you not hold us in high regard?" Feeling a bit awkward, Li Zixuan replied, "How could that be? I was merely preparing diligently for battle." The third leader, looking at Li Zixuan with a smile, remarked, "All right then, we shall not make it difficult for you. We have seen all that you have done. You have worked hard." The three of them held a fondness for Li Zixuan, recognizing his contributions to the nation, providing an abundance of technological advancements as well as valuable resources. Li Zixuan accompanied the three leaders in Zhijiansheng until the afternoon before finally emerging. Glancing at the time, he realized it was already past 3 o'clock, and he had forgotten to inform Zhang Xiangdong about the small space. However, having just conversed with the leaders, Li Zixuan took out his phone and called Bai Lihaoran. "Zixuan, what prompted you to call me?" Bai Lihaoran, who was currently practicing, was somewhat surprised to see Li Zixuan's call. "General Bai Li, I have a small space in my estate where the flow of time is 30 times faster than the outside world. Would you be interested in coming over to cultivate?" Li Zixuan spoke directly to the point. 30 times? A secret realm? Bai Lihaoran was taken aback, as his family's ancient texts had recorded such phenomena. But he never expected Li Zixuan to possess one. A secret realm? What is that? Li Zixuan inquired curiously upon hearing Bai Lihaoran's words. A secret realm is an independent small world filled with various wonders, possibly even rare treasures, rich in energy, and with a different flow of time. Upon hearing this, Li Zixuan understood the situation, yet his small space was not a secret realm. It was simply a small space detached from his ring. Li Zixuan felt it necessary to clarify, lest Bai Lihaoran and others think he was hoarding some extraordinary treasures. Although he was not particularly intimidated by Bai Lihaoran, it was always better to communicate clearly. "This is not exactly a secret realm. When I acquired it, it was empty. The only difference is the flow of time. Moreover, the spiritual energy is rather sparse, and I had to bury a substantial amount of spiritual stones within it to facilitate cultivation." Bai Lihaoran understood Li Zixuan's implication, yet he held no ulterior motives. After all, the fact that Li Zixuan was willing to inform him and invite him to cultivate there was already quite generous. "All right. May I bring a few individuals along?" "Of course, I will notify General Zhan and a few others. While there is still time, perhaps you all might achieve breakthroughs to the Emperor level." "Haha. Wonderful. May your words be a good omen." After concluding his conversation with Bai Lihaoran, Li Zixuan extended an invitation to Zhan Feng and others. He boarded the flight home, and after more than 4 hours, he finally returned to the estate. Arriving past 8 p.m. At this hour, Shun Ryu was already engrossed in her training within the small space, seldom returning to rest at night. Even his sister, Li Ziyu, was tirelessly devoted to her cultivation, leaving the castle rather desolate. Li Zixuan summoned the Qilin robot and instructed them to guide Bai Lihaoran and his companions directly to the small space for training upon their return the following day. Upon entering the small space, he noticed that it had been significantly transformed. It now featured rooms for rest as well as a hall for study. At that moment, Shen Ruyu and Jiang Mingho were attentively listening to a lecture being delivered by Chen Huafeng. As Li Zixuan stood outside for a moment, he discerned that the topic revolved around reconnaissance and intelligence gathering. Upon entering, he was immediately spotted by Chen Huafeng. "Greetings, leader." Chapter 162, One Nation, Three Sects. 18 counties. Li Zixuan observed that others were preparing to greet him and raised a hand to quiet them. "Very well, I am here merely to deliver some spirit stones. Please continue with your studies. By the way, many will arrive tomorrow for training, including General Bai Lihaoran and his 5 officers. You may seek their guidance then. I will also allow Tang Yu and a few others to enter. Consider it a privilege for you." "Really?" Jiang Mingho was the first to respond. Not because of the strategic knowledge they could gain from Bai Lihaoran and the others, but rather because Wang Jiayi would also be able to train alongside them. After his breakthrough to Star Master, he had begun training, while Wang Jiai remained outside, still at the pinnacle of diamond rank. He wished to approach Li Zixuan to intercede on her behalf, but was restrained by Wang Jiai, who reminded him that Li Zixuan needed to consider the entire group. Without competition, there would be no impetus to improve. Previously, Li Zixuan had indeed desired a competitive element to prevent their training from stagnating, particularly when spirit stones were scarce. With a larger group, the absorption of spiritual energy would increase. However, he was no longer concerned, as he possessed nearly 30 billion spirit stones. He had no intention of spending 50 billion to enhance the growth of the time-space tree, as he was still merely at the king level and found it unnecessary. Indeed, you must train diligently, lest you find yourself surpassed by others, which would be quite embarrassing. Li Zixuan paused momentarily. Anyone who does not achieve the pinnacle of diamond rank within 2 months in the outside world will be expelled from the Battlestar Group. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances, particularly the 50 newcomers. They had consumed enhancement and evolution liquids and were now at the peak of platinum rank. Given nearly 5 years in the spatial realm, they should be able to reach diamond rank. If they failed, there would be no justification for their expulsion. They had learned that Chen Huafeng and others had achieved the Star Master rank in merely 6 months. Li Zixuan infused another 100 million spirit stones into the small space, enriching the spiritual energy even further, facilitating smoother breakthroughs. Exiting the space, he relayed this news to Tang Yu and the others, who excitedly dashed into the small space. In truth, Li Zixuan hoped that after 2 months in the outside world, they would all at least attain Star Master rank. During his recent meeting with the 3 leaders, he had gleaned some information, yet the more he learned, the more anxious he became. Prior to the extermination of the alien forces at Base 1, numerous survivors had been left behind. Although they remained tight-lipped, under careful scrutiny, they revealed significant details. That place was known as the Xiang Realm, or Xiang Continent. Its might was encapsulated in 1 nation, 3 sects, and 18 counties. The nation referred to as the Xiang Empire, with its sovereign being the most powerful entity in the entire realm. Just how formidable, none could ascertain. The realm itself constituted the territory of the Xiang Empire. The 3 sects were established by the 3 sons of the Xiang Empire's ruler, the Tianyong sect, the Deyong sect, and the Xiang sect. The 18 counties represented the Xiang Empire's division of the entire continent into 18 jurisdictions, each comprising 36 cities. Directly opposite Base 1 lay the city of Fengying, governed by the enigmatic black-clad woman, Luo Yao. Luo Yao's father is the former city lord, Luo Feng, a general under the command of Shimin Longting. Following the unification of the Xiang kingdom, he ascended to the position of city lord. Shimin Longting is the lord of Shimin County. Throughout the Xiang Empire, the 18 counties and their subordinate city lords operate under a familial system. The captives, including the 5 at the pinnacle of the diamond rank, remain oblivious to the true extent of Luo Feng's power, as well as that of the county lord, sect leader, and national sovereign. They only know that Luo Yao became city lord 5 years ago after breaking through to the king level. Yet, how many king level and even emperor level individuals reside in Fengying City remains a mystery to them. Furthermore, the Xiang continent has been connected to Blue Star for over 9 years. And Li Zixuan finds it hard to believe that the county lord, sect leader, or national sovereign would be unaware of Blue Star's existence. They must undoubtedly be aware, thus. What is their stance on the matter? If a city lord could potentially be at the emperor level, what about the county lord? The sect leader? The national sovereign? Li Zixuan dares not imagine, for the time left to them is exceedingly brief. Fengying City boasts a population of over 1 million. And due to the abundant spiritual stones in the region, nearly all its citizens are warriors. With the current military might of Blue Star, a confrontation with Fengying City would be quite arduous, let alone the entirety of Shimin County, which encompasses 36 cities, not to mention the Shimin family. What are the chances of victory? Although Blue Star's technology is already formidable, this Xiang continent is far from an ordinary second-tier cultivation civilization. Previously, Tanada remarked that a typical second-tier cultivation civilization could not possibly possess teleportation arrays, albeit in a fragmented state. Considering the intelligence Li Zixuan has gathered, how could an ordinary second-tier cultivation civilization harbor entities that surpass the emperor level, and not just one? If a city lord could be at the emperor level, might the county lord be at the imperial level? The sect leader, who holds authority over the 18 counties, must certainly be stronger than the county lord. Yet above the sect leader lies the national sovereign. How many existences surpassing the emperor level can there be? Moreover, why do these few surviving captives only know the county lord's name while remaining ignorant of the others? Contemplating these matters only heightens Li Zixuan's urgency. This urgency is precisely why he summoned Bailey Howren and the others to his side for training upon leaving Zijing City. Shaking his head, he resolved to cast aside such thoughts. His primary focus now must be on diligently cultivating and achieving breakthroughs. Only by strengthening his own power can he uncover more truths. Entering the space within his ring, Li Zixuan intended to engage in cultivation. The upgrade of the ring's space allows for the manipulation of time flow, though he is yet uncertain of the maximum rate. Xiaoling, what is the highest multiplier for the time flow in this space? He inquired. Master, the maximum can reach 70 times. 70 times? Does that account for the space's original time flow? Li Zixuan pondered silently. Indeed, it does. Then that is acceptable. The original flow rate of the space is equivalent to 1/3 of the external time, and to accelerate it by 40 times requires spiritual stones, which I also need for my own cultivation. Previously, placing the gravity chamber and the 9-star tower within the space distanced him from Xiaoling and the others' work area. Additionally, he sometimes needed to practice martial techniques, which possess significant destructive potential. Little Spirit, could you separate my area from where Little Blue and the others are? Certainly. How many spirit stones will it require? Master, to accelerate the flow of time to 70 times its normal rate, it will demand 500 spirit stones per day. That seems rather steep, but manageable. Presently, he possesses an abundance of spirit stones, despite the passage of 2 months in the outside world. He has only expended over 30,000 spirit stones. However, within this realm, 11 years have elapsed. Once Little Spirit adjusted the time flow to 70 times. Li Zixuan felt a slight dizziness, but he swiftly acclimated. He then settled down to resume his cultivation, revisiting the body refining technique he had practiced before. Chapter 163. The plea for help from Phidias in the blink of an eye, for days had elapsed in the outside world. Bailey Howren and his companions arrived the day after Li Zixuan made the call, totaling 500 individuals, alongside the 59 members of the Battlestar Group. All engaged in cultivation within the confined space. During their free moments, Bailey Howren and the others would conduct lectures, sharing their extensive experiences from numerous battles, both grand and minor. Chen Huafeng and the others listened intently, often taking notes. Although this could be deemed mere theoretical discourse with little practical application, they nonetheless derived significant insights, further enhancing the functionality of the 9-star tower. This new feature allowed a single diamond creature to lead a group of platinum creatures into battle. Although these beings possessed limited intelligence, the experience proved to be immensely educational. Meanwhile, within the ring space, 280 days had passed. For over half a year, Li Zixuan had not absorbed energy for cultivation. Instead, he focused on refining his skills, practicing martial techniques, and comprehending the domain. Even without active cultivation, Li Zixuan had ascended to the 9th tier of the king level. With his domain reaching level 8, it was believed that a breakthrough to the emperor level was imminent. To achieve this elevation, one must unify their domain and grasp the essence of intention. The path to unification required the domain to be wielded with effortless mastery, allowing for precise release at a singular point. As for the nature of intention, it remained somewhat elusive to Li Zixuan at this stage. Just as he contemplated these profound concepts, the voice of Xiaoling resonated. Master, Phidias requests a trading communication. Li Zixuan was taken aback by the name. The last time Phidias attempted to teleport to him, his plans were thwarted when Li Zixuan merged with the ring space, causing Phidias and his companions to be transported to the farthest reaches of the universe. It was surprising that Phidias had not given up. Was he now seeking to communicate with the intention of eliminating him? Xiaoling, is it possible for Phidias to teleport from the depths of the universe? Not at all. Master, with Xiaoling's reassuring confirmation, Li Zixuan felt a sense of relief. He had no pressing matters at hand. A breakthrough to the emperor level required enlightenment, and he had yet to find clarity. Thus, he decided to reach out to Phidias to discern his intentions. Xiaoling, connect us. On Phidias's end, despair was nearly overwhelming when he managed to contact Li Zixuan. Initially, he held little hope, having reached out to countless friends and trading partners from level 5 civilizations, all of whom were unreachable. However, upon connecting with Li Zixuan, he was filled with exhilaration. Notice, Zajati, come quickly. I've made contact. I can finally connect with the outside world. Recalling the days spent in hiding, Phidias was on the verge of tears from his excitement. Really? Who did you manage to reach? Notice and Zajati were equally thrilled. They could not bear to remain in this wretched place any longer. Yes, it's a human. A human? Is it him? Notice and Zajati exchanged astonished glances, puzzled as to why they could not contact anyone else but this particular human. The three individuals exchanged glances, and with a slight contemplation, they discerned that Li Zixuan's trading neural interface was indeed of a superior grade, to the extent that it could even transcend the confines of the exile realm. It was imperative that you engage him earnestly, Phidias. Cast aside any ulterior motives. At least for now. Do you comprehend? Sazadi spoke with a tone of severity. Newts shared a similar sentiment, while they were tempted to usurp Li Zixuan's trading neural interface. Their greater desire was to escape this wretched place. Observing the solemn demeanor of the two, Phidias gradually quelled his inner fury. Just moments ago, he had entertained thoughts of murder and plunder, yet upon reflection, he dismissed such notions. Hey, still alive? As Phidias found himself momentarily dazed, he heard Li Zixuan's voice, prompting him to cast a complex gaze in his direction. Li Zixuan noted the trio's disheveled appearance, their energy waning, and their garments in tatters, which compelled him to tease them lightly. However, upon meeting Phidias's gaze, he was taken aback. The once arrogant Phidias now appeared pitiable, akin to a scorned lover. Phidias took a deep breath and lowered his head, saying, I apologize, I was wrong. What is this? Li Zixuan found himself at a loss. Though he had engaged in but a single transaction with Phidias, he was acutely aware that this individual was the type to retaliate at the slightest insult. Yet now, he was apologizing? Indeed, we find ourselves in the exile realm. The only person we can reach out to is you. I hope you can overlook our past transgressions. It was my mistake, and I sincerely apologize. Phidias, in a bid for survival for himself and his companions, was willing to swallow his pride. The exile realm? Li Zixuan had never even heard of such a place. Phidias began to elucidate. I dare not withhold any truths. The only contact we have is you, Li Zixuan. If you refuse to trade with us, we will not survive a year in this place. For beings of imperial stature with lifespans spanning thousands of years, a year is but a fleeting moment, and we are bereft of resources. We may not endure even that long. Upon hearing Phidias's explanation, Li Zixuan began to grasp their predicament. He understood their plight and recognized that at this juncture, he was their sole hope for survival. Well, I cannot be called their savior, Li Zixuan thought. Rather, they could only persist with his presence, although the likelihood of their demise remained high, considering the multitude of imperial beings in the vicinity. What do you propose? I wish to entrust you with all the merchants we can contact, so you may procure resources on our behalf, Phidias replied. Li Zixuan raised an eyebrow. For you? Free of charge? No, we can offer you something in return. Look, I have a plethora of items, such as longevity elixirs, teleportation technology, and various materials. And here in the exile realm, there are abundant natural treasures. However, we are merely of imperial rank, and even survival is a challenge. We seek to exchange for martial techniques and combat skills. Once we obtain them, we will trade with you for some energy stones. Is that agreeable? The tone of Phidias is imbued with a sense of entreaty. In a situation where one is not in a position of strength and requires assistance from others, what recourse is available? Li Zixuan fell into deep contemplation. While he possessed an abundance of martial techniques and skills, the thought of simply handing them over to Phidias left him somewhat reluctant. There were further transactions to consider. Those materials they offered were indeed alluring, yet they sought energy stones, also known as spiritual stones, which he himself desperately needed. Sensing Li Zixuan's hesitation, Phidias continued. We can provide you with all these materials. Everything we possess is open for trade, provided you can offer us some energy stones and martial techniques in return. Chapter 164. 8 Interstellar Merchants. All right. However, I must first acquire the contact details of the merchants with whom you engage in trade. Each interstellar merchant possesses a distinct code, akin to a telephone number, allowing for direct communication henceforth. Understood. Phidias and Newts, along with their companion, shared the contact information of the merchants they typically interacted with. In total, there were 8 interstellar merchants. 6 belonged to level 5 civilizations, while 2 were from level 4 civilizations. Remarkably, one of the level 5 civilizations was a cultivation civilization. The mere existence of these connections constituted an invaluable resource. Please transfer all your material resources and cosmic currency to me. In return, I shall provide you with 3 cultivation techniques that will enable you to reach an impressive level of mastery, along with a continuous supply of energy stones. Phidias and his companions hesitated momentarily. After exchanging glances, Phidias spoke. We can offer you a portion. Li Zixuan interjected before he could finish. Do not forget that you once sought to eliminate me. I am now your sole point of contact. Furthermore, once the transaction commences, all communications will be recorded. Do you truly believe I would risk annihilation to deceive you? The three of them felt a pang of discomfort as they gazed at the strings of numbers in their account balance, wealth accumulated over centuries. Many of the materials they possessed were of considerable quality, yet now they found themselves in a predicament. Very well. I demand 50 billion energy stones, along with 3 cultivation techniques that can at least elevate one to the saint level. Phidias declared through gritted teeth. Due to his lack of knowledge regarding cultivation levels beyond the emperor rank, Li Zixuan was unaware of what the saint level entailed. Saint level? You are unfamiliar with it? Indeed, many techniques require one to reach a certain realm before the subsequent levels are revealed. Did your elders not enlighten you? Phidias inquired, somewhat astonished. They refrained from doing so, fearing I would be overly ambitious. Phidias nodded and explained, above the emperor level lies the divine level, followed by the divine king level, the divine lord level, and finally the saint level. Each level is further divided into 9 stages, culminating in the peak. Beyond that, I cannot say. How fascinating that so many realms exist. I can provide you with 2 saint-level techniques, but I do not possess 50 billion energy stones. What? You lack even that amount? I previously granted you 35 billion, and do you know how much cosmic currency we possess? Surely, you could procure some. Phidias's agitation grew. Without energy stones, they would not dare to cultivate, as absorbing energy from the cosmos might attract unknown entities. I have entrusted my family with the resources, and currently, I cannot provide more than 20 billion. 20 billion? Phidias felt a surge of frustration, yet he dared not express it openly. With clenched teeth, he said, very well. Let us proceed with the transaction. Now, that is the spirit. Li Zixuan produced 3 cultivation techniques and martial arts, accompanied by 20 billion spirit stones, exchanging them for all the cosmic currency and some material resources held by Phidias and his companions. Nevertheless, Li Zixuan would need to supply them with additional energy stones in the future, which could be exchanged for local specialties from the exiled lands. Li Zixuan gazed upon the towering heaps of materials and resources, including a staggering 18 million tons of steel, which had all returned to him, unable to suppress a smile. His joy intensified upon seeing the cosmic currency. His wealth had now soared to over 782 trillion. Previously, he possessed 88 trillion, meaning that he and the 3 others combined held over 30 trillion. He had struck gold. Unable to contain his exuberance, Li Zixuan burst into laughter. Stop grinning foolishly. Hurry and trade with those individuals. He momentarily forgot he hadn't ended the call, feeling a bit embarrassed as he observed the 3 with stern expressions. All right. Just a moment. I will offer 100 million energy stones in exchange for your guidance to break through to the royal level. He recalled that he had yet to achieve that breakthrough, yet he was untroubled by the thought of his aura being detected. For Phidias and his companions lacked the resources to teleport. Even if they did possess them, the laws of the exiled lands would not permit such transference. Li Zixuan refrained from directly asking for their guidance, fearing they might deceive him. However, an exchange was a different matter. Agreed. However, 100 million is insufficient. Let us negotiate the price. 150 million? What do you think? No way, it has to be 1 billion. After a round of haggling, they settled on 500 million for them to assist him in breaking through. Due to practicing in an environment with a time flow rate of 70 times normal, coupled with ample spiritual stones and the guidance of 3 imperial-level powerhouses, he swiftly achieved his breakthrough to the royal level. Although Phidias and the others had not practiced any techniques and had gradually absorbed energy, they had already comprehended the necessary realms, intents, and laws to attain imperial status. All right. You've made your breakthrough. Quickly proceed with your trades. Ideally, start with Bart, as he belongs to the cultivation civilization and possesses a wealth of energy stones. Phidias, noticing Li Zixuan's rapid advancement, didn't he dwell on it, assuming he was simply on the verge of a breakthrough. Understood. Li Zixuan felt elated, having reached the royal level. He felt an invigorating surge of power. Moreover, the realm he comprehended was that of strength, and henceforth, the laws he would need to grasp to ascend to the imperial level would pertain to the laws of power. Yet, he was not overly concerned. Knowing of the existence of realms, he could eventually invest 50 billion spiritual stones to expedite the growth of the time-space tree and comprehend the laws of time and space. With 3 laws at his disposal, he could truly become invincible among his peers. Concluding his conversation with Phidias, Li Zixuan input Bart's code. After a brief wait, a middle-aged man materialized in his line of sight. Human? Both uttered in unison. Li Zixuan nodded, Yes, I am of the human race, Li Zixuan. Are you Bart? I am Bart. How did you acquire my code? Oh, it was provided by Fidus. Bart frowned slightly. Fidus? He is not known for his benevolence. Why would he assist you? Oh, I obtained it through trade. Li Zixuan refrained from divulging the truth, reasoning that he was not currently engaged in a trade, which did not violate any rules. Bart seemed unperturbed. Very well, what do you wish to trade? Techniques? Combat skills? Or spiritual stones? Spiritual stones. I am in need of a substantial quantity of spiritual stones. May I inquire how many you possess and at what price? Li Zixuan was taken aback, realizing that someone else referred to them as spiritual stones, unlike Ront and Fidus, who called them energy stones. I possess several trillion. Can you possibly consume that much? Bart chuckled lightly. While each stone was relatively inexpensive, the total sum could indeed amount to a significant figure when considering a large quantity. What is the price? Li Zixuan was equally surprised by the vast quantity Bart mentioned. 60 cosmic coins per piece? Chapter 165, Half-Step Emperor Level 60? Isn't that rather exorbitant? Previously, Ront had traded for 55 cosmic coins. Bart shook his head and replied, exorbitant? Not at all. The higher the cultivation level, the greater the demand. Those at higher realms require celestial stones. Very well. Do you possess celestial stones? Indeed. Do you desire them? Bart looked at Li Zixuan with a hint of mischief. Li Zixuan, slightly puzzled, inquired, what? Are they not for sale? Not exactly. Only those above the divine level can absorb them. Those below the divine rank cannot absorb them at all, and even many cultivators at the saint level merely use spirit stones, as they are reluctant to part with celestial stones. How many cosmic coins for a single celestial stone? Despite Bart's somewhat arrogant demeanor, Li Zixuan could not help but ask. 100,000 cosmic coins. 100,000? That isn't too steep. Bart scoffed. Not steep? A saint-level cultivator requires over 10,000 celestial stones to break through a minor realm. Do you still think it's not expensive? From level 1 to the pinnacle of the saint level, there are indeed 10 minor realms, each costing 10,000, totaling 1 million, converted to cosmic coins. That necessitates at least 10 billion cosmic coins, and for every breakthrough, the resources required double those of the previous realm. So, at this realization, Li Zixuan couldn't help but gasp. The cost of cultivation is indeed astronomical. Understanding the distinction between spirit stones and celestial stones led Li Zixuan to abandon the notion of purchasing celestial stones. He had no use for them at present, and they were exorbitantly priced. Could spirit stones? Cannot. Li Zixuan blinked and glanced at Bart, wondering if he was unaware that interrupting someone was considered impolite. Trade. Is that acceptable? That works. I thought you were trying to haggle, Bart said, feeling somewhat embarrassed after hearing this. Li Zixuan surveyed the mountain of items and prepared to barter with them, when suddenly he spotted a talisman. Curiously, he picked it up and asked, what is this? Seeing the object in Li Zixuan's hand, Bart became quite animated. Where did you acquire the Evil God Locator Talisman? Evil God Locator Talisman? Is that the name of this item? I obtained it during a transaction with someone else, Li Zixuan replied, intrigued. Bart, still excited, urged, look closely. Is there anything unusual about it? Li Zixuan examined it. Aside from a few unfamiliar runes, it appeared unremarkable, save for one rune that bore a crack. If you trade this, I can offer you 2 billion spirit stones. 2 billion? Please enlighten me about the value of this item. Li Zixuan was astonished that such a small object could be worth so much. Noticing Li Zixuan's reaction, Bart realized that without further explanation, a transaction would be unlikely. It is called the Evil God Locator Talisman. It can collect the aura of others from a distance and can teleport you to the vicinity of whoever is emanating that aura. Upon hearing Bart's explanation, Li Zixuan comprehended everything. It was likely that Romp had met his demise at the hands of Fidus in a similar manner. The last time Fidus had him exude his aura, it was probably to gather it for transmission. However, without coordinates, how could one dare to approach? Such means were unnecessary for him, at least for now. His strength did not permit him the audacity to ambush others. All right, I shall engage in trade with you. Li Zixuan offered the Evil God's Locator in exchange. Bart, equally generous, reciprocated with 20 billion spirit stones. I possess steel. Would you be interested in purchasing it? Li Zixuan inquired, eager to dispose of the bulky metal. After all, steel was abundant on Blue Star, while the other items traded by Fidus were not. And he intended to deliver those above. Steel? Bart furrowed his brow. Though valuable, he was reluctant to acquire it. Sensing Bart's hesitation, Li Zixuan proposed. How about this? I have 18 million tons of steel. You offer me 18 billion spirit stones, and you stand to profit significantly. That won't work. I would incur a grave loss. Bart hastily shook his head, refusing to entertain the notion. Let us settle on 10 billion. Li Zixuan appealed to their kinship as humans, emphasizing future collaboration opportunities. Yet Bart remained unmoved. Ultimately, Li Zixuan expended an additional 478. 2 billion, along with the 18 million tons of steel, to secure 10 billion spirit stones. His universe currency dwindled to just 5 billion. If he purchased the elemental stones, he would have merely 34 billion left. After some contemplation, he decided to postpone that acquisition. After concluding the conversation with Bart, Li Zixuan felt a tinge of loss. But the sight of the abundant spirit stones lifted his spirits. He initiated contact with Fidus, transferring 30 billion spirit stones. Li Zixuan felt justified in observing the items he had. In truth, even had he withheld spirit stones from Fidus and the others, they would not have raised an objection. However, Fidus had bestowed upon Li Zixuan 8 codes for interstellar merchants, an invaluable gift not obtainable solely through spirit stones, along with a plethora of materials and resources. With approximately 100 billion spirit stones still in his possession, Li Zixuan boldly invested 50 billion into the time-space tree. The tree absorbed a significant amount of spiritual energy and began to grow rapidly, soon reaching a height of over 20 meters and continuing to flourish. It emanated a subtle Tao rhythm that momentarily captivated Li Zixuan. However, he quickly refocused. While the Tao rhythm was exquisite, it was beyond his current comprehension. As the time-space tree continued its growth, Li Zixuan turned his attention to cultivation. Unbeknownst to him, 2 months passed in the outside world. Li Zixuan successfully ascended to the pinnacle of the royal level, and due to the constant emanation of Tao rhythm from the time-space tree, he brushed against the threshold of the laws of time. Perhaps it was due to his cultivation within the flow of time, or perhaps the influence of the time-space tree. But the first law he grasped was not that of force, but rather the law of time, though he had merely grazed the threshold. Li Zixuan was confident that with another month of cultivation and comprehension, he would transcend to the imperial level. Today marked the 2-month juncture, and he was eager to observe the progress of Qin Huafeng and others. Upon emerging from his secluded space, Li Zixuan refreshed himself with a bath. His consciousness now enveloped the entirety of City C, passers-by on the streets, white-collar workers in their offices, and couples in clandestine meetings all appeared within the realm of his awareness. After emerging from the bathroom and donning a fresh set of attire, though Li Zixuan's aura was subdued, it still exuded an ethereal quality befitting a celestial being. As he stepped out of the castle, his voice resonated into the small space. While his consciousness could not perceive the interior, transmitting his voice was a simple matter. Qin Huafeng and the others heard Li Zixuan's call and emerged from their sanctuary, including Bai Li Haoran and others. They too were curious to witness the advancements Li Zixuan had achieved in their 2-month separation and to discover where he had ventured during this time. Chapter 166. The second generation of officials, upon witnessing Qin Huafeng and his companions emerge and swiftly arrange themselves in an orderly fashion, Li Zixuan felt a surge of delight. Even Jiang Minghe was present among the ranks. It appeared that their recent endeavors in training and study had borne fruit, for they no longer congregated in small clusters as they once did. However, when he saw Bai Li Haoran and his group appear, Li Zixuan was taken aback. He had not anticipated their number to reach 500. Even more astonishing was the fact that every individual among them had attained at least the pinnacle of the Diamond Realm, with the Star Masters comprising the majority. The 5 members of Bai Li Haoran had even reached the peak of the King level, poised to break through to the Emperor level upon grasping the essence of their respective realms. Bai Li Qingwu and her companions had similarly advanced to the King level. Turning his gaze back to Qin Huafeng and the others, Li Zixuan's brow furrowed in concern. As they stood in formation, awaiting his inspection, the sight of Li Zixuan's frown began to instill trepidation in their hearts, particularly among the few with the lowest ranks, who bowed their heads in shame. Without acknowledging Bai Li Haoran and his assembly, Li Zixuan approached Qin Huafeng's group. Despite exuding no discernible aura, his presence intensified the tension among the ranks. When he halted just a few paces away, his voice, though soft, resonated clearly. Prior to today, I held great expectations, yearning for you to surprise me. Yet, upon seeing you now, I am profoundly disappointed. You have betrayed my trust, the resources I have invested in you, and most grievously, you have betrayed yourselves and the uniforms you wear. You have also betrayed this nation. Since arriving here, you all understand what challenges lie ahead. As members of the Battlestar Group, You must grasp the weight of the mission you carry. Look at one another. What realm do you currently inhabit? Now cast your eyes over there. He gestured toward the individuals behind Bailey Howard. Do they not possess equally favorable conditions? What realms have they attained? How is it that you still harbor existence at the Diamond Pinnacle? Indeed, I once proclaimed that you must reach the Diamond Pinnacle within 2 months. Yet you have merely scraped by to meet that threshold. Was this merely to fulfill my expectations? Let me enlighten you about the situation regarding the alien races. There exists a nation with 3 sects in 18 counties. Each county contains 36 cities, and every city's lord is at least of the king level. Tell me, how do you expect to engage in battle with such inadequacies? Can you truly emerge victorious? Your negligence not only reflects poorly on yourselves, but also on your comrades. You are unworthy to remain in the Battlestar group. Enough. Those at the Diamond Pinnacle, please step forward. Chen Huafeng, make the necessary arrangements. Li Zixuan's words were ruthless, effectively severing their prospects for the future. However, he understood that those unwilling to exert effort would only hinder the entire team. Bailey Howard and his companions remained silent. They too recognized the validity of Li Zixuan's assertions, even acknowledging that his words were somewhat harsh. Yet, they were acutely aware of the formidable strength of their adversaries. This was a war of survival, a struggle that concerned the very existence of their race. Those of lower realms might find themselves reduced to mere cannon fodder. Times have changed. The current battle team requires only elite combatants. Given more time, Li Zixuan would willingly offer additional moments. However, the enemy will not grant such luxuries. Even he, a formidable half-step emperor-level warrior, feels a twinge of trepidation at the mention of the Xiang continent, compelling him to intensify his training. He had contemplated bringing more individuals into the ring space for cultivation, and just before his departure, he inquired with Xiaoling. Unfortunately, she informed him that the ring space permitted only a solitary entry and exit. Moreover, to accelerate the time flow within the small space, an upgrade of the space itself would be necessary, though he was on the cusp of meeting that requirement. Presently, he possessed 5 billion cosmic coins, sufficient to procure the 5 element stones. It was merely his cultivation level that had yet to ascend to the Emperor tier. Although training in a small space with a 30-fold time acceleration was expedient, the rapid passage of time concurrently drained his lifespan. Upon seeing Li Zixuan approach, Bailey Howard hastily inquired, "What realm have you attained?" "Half-step Emperor," Li Zixuan replied nonchalantly. A collective gasp escaped the 4 others, among the 5. Bailey Howard was the strongest, yet he had only reached the pinnacle of the king level. They were astonished that Li Zixuan was on the verge of achieving emperor status. "I have some cultivation-related questions," Bailey Howard said somewhat sheepishly, realizing that, despite his longer training duration, he now sought guidance from Li Zixuan. "Very well, I shall share with you how to break through to the emperor level shortly," Li Zixuan stated openly, unwilling to conceal any knowledge. At that moment, Chen Huafeng approached Li Zixuan, appearing hesitant to speak. "Are you here to intercede on their behalf?" Li Zixuan asked, regarding Chen Huafeng. Summoning his courage, Chen Huafeng replied, "Yes, Captain, after all." Before he could finish, Li Zixuan raised his hand to interrupt. "After all what? That your training time has been too brief. You all managed to reach the Star Master level in just 6 months. If they have trained for 5 years in the small space and still failed to break through to Star Master, how long will it take? 10 years? Or 20? How much time do we truly have?" "But they wish to." Speak," Li Zixuan urged, furrowing his brow. "They wish to take 5 sets of mechas with them, claiming their fathers are General Zhang from the military, Minister Hong from the judicial department, and Secretary Wang from Hubei province." Upon hearing this, Li Zixuan raised his hand once more to interrupt, looking towards Chen Huafeng. He had not anticipated that his battle team would become a venue for those seeking to inflate their achievements. Nor did he foresee that they would dare to request mechas after having their fill. Bailey Howard and the others also frowned. Such occurrences were common in many places. And even within the 5 major bases, there were connections that allowed individuals to exploit military merits. Yet, they had not expected such audacity to extend into their ranks, particularly the boldness to demand mechas. They had previously witnessed Chen Huafeng and his group's mechas, which had stirred their envy. Chen Huafeng detained them all and summoned their esteemed fathers to claim their children. Li Zixuan declared, his anger palpable. A subtle yet chilling aura emanated from him, making everyone feel as though they had plunged into an icy abyss. Li Zixuan took out his phone and stepped forward, instantly returning to the castle. He was filled with anger, lamenting that if they had put in more effort in the Battlestar group, they would not have been a hindrance. "What is the Battlestar group?" It is a department directly overseen by 3 esteemed leaders. Although they face the most formidable adversaries, the rewards are unparalleled. Whether it is the resources provided by Li Zixuan or the military rank bestowed by the state, he holds the rank of Major General, while Chen Huafeng is a colonel. Even Zhang Mingho and others hold the rank of Lieutenant Colonel. Although it may seem that they wield little power within the Battlestar Group, in a year or two, after repelling the alien forces, they will be eligible for retirement or for a transfer to another branch. Can the Battlestar Group truly prevent their departure? Once they leave, with a little networking, they could easily ascend to high-ranking positions. But is that the kind of high-ranking official that Huagua needs? Director Zhang, I believe you need to come over immediately, Li Zixuan stated without any preamble. Chapter 167. Detention. Upon hearing the tone of Li Zixuan's voice, Zhang Xiangdong furrowed his brows. Typically, Li Zixuan employed such a tone when conversing with him. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, "What is the matter?" There are 5 individuals in the Zhanshan group, all of whom have formidable backgrounds. I cannot manage them. Li Zixuan's words dripped with sarcasm, deepening Zhang Xiangdong's frown. Previously, when Li Zixuan required assistance, he had meticulously selected 50 individuals, but now, it seemed these 5 not only boasted substantial backing but also displayed a haughty demeanor towards Li Zixuan. Wait here. I shall return shortly, Zhang Xiangdong declared before calling out, "Have Wang Fulin come here." Understood. He sought Wang Fulin because, in times when Li Zixuan needed assistance, it was Wang Fulin who had been tasked with fulfilling those requirements. Before long, Wang Fulin knocked and entered. "Director, you summoned me?" He was unaware of the situation but noted Zhang Xiangdong's grim expression, which immediately alerted him to a possible shortcoming on his part. As Wang Fulin pondered, he was abruptly interrupted by Zhang Xiangdong's cold voice. 2 months ago, I instructed you to send 50 individuals to the Zhanshan group. Can you explain what transpired? The Zhanshan group? Wang Fulin's mind raced with memories, recalling that at that time, there were 8 individuals. Due to their connections, he had included them in the list. Has something gone awry? He cautiously asked. Has something gone awry? You are unaware? Fine, bring me the list. Zhang Xiangdong was genuinely incensed. Bureaucratic tendencies have existed throughout history, which were not inherently problematic, but to flaunt a lofty demeanor after entering the Zhanshan group was rather excessive. What are you still standing there for? I instructed you to retrieve the list. Did you not hear me? Observing Wang Fulin's lingering hesitation, Zhang Xiangdong's frustration mounted. Oh, right. Wang Fulin promptly dashed out. In truth, Wang Fulin had not gained any advantage. The 5 generals and secretaries had merely called him previously to request a favor. They had done so because the conditions within Li Zixuan's Zhanshan group were genuinely favorable, and they merely intended for their offspring to experience a transitional phase. Once the 8 individuals were admitted, they soon discovered the exceptional training and abundant resources available. However, upon hearing Chen Huafeng and others discuss the true purpose of the Zhanshan group's establishment, uncertainty began to creep in. To put it charitably, they were touted as the main force, the vanguard. To put it less charitably, the Zhanshan group was merely cannon fodder for exploration. Subsequently, 5 of them began to slack off. Within the confined space, 5 years passed, and they barely managed to reach the pinnacle of diamond rank. Meanwhile, the others had already ascended beyond the 5th tier of Star Master, with the remaining 3 attaining a level of 4. 5. Today, with Li Zixuan's unexpected inspection, the 5 of them realized they could no longer conceal their shortcomings. When Chen Huafeng invited them back to their original department, they surprisingly expressed reluctance to leave. Thus, the situation arose where Li Zixuan contacted Zhang Xiangdong, even though he could have resolved the matter independently. However, since Zhang Xiangdong had facilitated their entry, Li Zixuan deemed it appropriate to inform him. Upon receiving the list, Zhang Xiangdong discovered the names of 8 individuals, well aware of the identities of those generals and ministers, as well as their offspring. Fortunately, only 5 were implicated. Had all 8 been involved, it would likely have provoked the ire of the 3 leaders. In times of peace, such matters might be overlooked, but with the impending threat of war, how could one seek military accolades? What would the other soldiers think? Was the integrity of the army still intact? After perusing the list, Zhang Xiangdong promptly contacted the 3 leaders, although he had yet to ascertain the details from Li Zixuan. The names alone sufficed to reveal the gravity of the situation. After a prolonged silence, the leaders responded with indifference. Let Li Zixuan handle it as he sees fit. If complications arise, they may come to me. With this assurance, Zhang Xiangdong felt a sense of relief and swiftly summoned his guards to proceed to Li Zixuan's location. Meanwhile, Upon receiving Li Zixuan's orders, Chun Huafeng approached the 5 individuals, despite their long acquaintance. Chun Huafeng harbored a deep disdain for such behavior. During his time in the military, his squad leader had been unjustly delayed in promotion for 4 years due to the influence of a privileged offspring. As he confronted the 5, his presence exuded an undeniable authority that rendered the others mere spectators, some even appearing eager for a confrontation, though Jiang Minghe was also a child of privilege. He had never exploited his status to act out of line. What do you want? We don't want the matches. Let us go. The 5, under the weight of Chun Huafeng's imposing aura, watched helplessly as he placed handcuffs on them, one of them erupting in anger. These were not ordinary handcuffs. They were acquired by Li Zixuan before the demise of Rant, now widely adopted by various departments in Huagua. Even a Star Lord would be helpless in their grasp, for they could contain all internal energy. Once shackled, the 5 were escorted to the gravity chamber, where the gravity was immediately increased tenfold. While it would not injure them, it severely impeded their movements. Chen, what do you mean by this? On what grounds do you detain us? Where is Li Zixuan? Have him come out, they shouted, with one asserting, my father is a major general, outranking him. What right does he have to hold us? Listening to their protests, Chun Huafeng remained silent. His time alongside Li Zixuan had taught him a valuable lesson. Those who boast the loudest are often the most ineffectual. Their reliance on parental influence would not grant them free rein everywhere. Ignoring their outcries, Chun Huafeng turned to address the others, one of whom spoke up, Deputy Chen. Don't you fear trouble for detaining them? Chen Huafeng regarded this individual, one of the 8, who was diligently training unlike the 5 others. Fu Donglai. Are you interceding for them? He retorted coldly, fixing his gaze upon the speaker. As Fu Donglai was about to continue speaking, he was interrupted by someone beside him. Chen Huafeng ceased his words and turned to the gathering, exclaiming, dismissed. Since the establishment of the Battlestar Group, many matters have been managed by Chen Huafeng, which is why he is referred to as Deputy Chen by others. Li Zixuan is well aware of this and has even explicitly stated that Chen Huafeng is indeed the deputy leader. On the way to Zhangxiangdong, he also informed the fathers of the 8 individuals involved. He had previously attempted to contact Li Zixuan by phone, but there was no response. Initially, Fu Donglai's father and the others did not pay much attention, as due to their official positions, they doubted that Li Zixuan would dare to act in such a manner. However, upon receiving a call from the secretary of the 3 leaders, they began to feel restless. The secretary conveyed a stern message: if this matter is not handled well, early retirement will be permitted. Chapter 168. The Dark God Atomic Gun. The 8 individuals began to feel a sense of urgency. However, Fei Donglai and his companions had just emerged from a small space, leaving their phones and other belongings back at the villa, rendering them unable to make contact. They could only proceed to Li Zixuan's estate. At that moment, Li Zixuan was not deliberately ignoring Zhang Xiangdong's calls. Rather, after finishing his conversation with Zhang, he had entered the spatial realm. Even if he heard the phone ringing, he was unable to answer. Fidus, what brings you here in such haste? Li Zixuan inquired, observing the anxious demeanor of Fidus. Fidus replied urgently, could you assist me in acquiring the Dark God Atomic Gun? I am in dire need of it. What is that? Li Zixuan had never heard of such a device. Fidus elaborated, it is a weapon capable of causing dark matter to undergo fission, resulting in atomic disintegration. You must contact Audiolus. He possesses such a weapon. Hurry. Very well. Li Zixuan reluctantly rose to his feet, although he was not keen on playing errand boy. The prospect of witnessing such a weapon piqued his curiosity. Li Zixuan possessed a basic understanding. All living cells are composed of molecules, which in turn are made up of atoms. Dark matter itself poses no harm to living beings. But what if atomic disintegration were to occur? The potential damage could be catastrophic. He pondered whether the enigmatic creatures from the exiled lands could still be classified as living beings and whether they would truly be affected. Li Zixuan sifted through the encoded information to locate Audiolus and initiated the connection. Before long, a large, slender-necked extraterrestrial with notably large eyes appeared on the screen. An alien? This was reminiscent of the beings Li Zixuan had encountered in previous films. Human? Audiolus expressed surprise upon seeing Li Zixuan. Yes, I am human. Greetings, Audiolus. I am introduced by Fidus, Li Zixuan responded, snapping back to reality. Fidus? Observing Audiolus' expression, Li Zixuan realized that Fidus was not particularly well-liked. Bart had reacted similarly. And Audiolus seemed no different. Even among Fidus' trading acquaintances, his name prompted frowns. Li Zixuan refrained from offering further explanations and directly inquired. I wish to purchase the Dark God atomic gun. How many do you have? 5 billion each. 5 billion? Why hadn't Fidus informed him of such an exorbitant price? He had assumed it would cost around 1 or 2 billion at most. However, upon reflecting on the destructive potential of such a weapon, he understood, after all, even a formidable being like Fidus required it, indicating its true worth. Very well, I shall buy 2. Li Zixuan gritted his teeth in agreement. One for Fidus, and the other for his own study. Excellent. Audilas beamed at Li Zixuan's decision, having anticipated that he might attempt to haggle. The two swiftly completed the transaction. As Li Zixuan gazed at the imposing 5-meter-long weapon before him, he felt a sense of shock. Yet, before he could examine it closely, Fidus' transaction request arrived. Has the transaction gone through? Fidus inquired with palpable urgency. It has, but why did you not inform me beforehand? This thing costs 5 billion. Li Zixuan could not help but voice his grievances. 500 billion? Wasn't it 350 billion? He cursed under his breath. Upon hearing this, he realized he had been duped. However, once a transaction was completed, returning the items was not an option, and Audilas would certainly not be amenable to that. Very well. What do you intend to do with these items? Could you perhaps provide me with a video? Li Zixuan chose not to dwell on the fact that he had been swindled. He would find a way to recover his losses later. His curiosity piqued about what Phidias intended to do. All right, once the transaction is complete, if it succeeds, I shall send you a video. If it fails, well, you won't see me again. It seemed that Phidias and his companions were gearing up for something monumental, a high-stakes endeavor indeed. After completing the transaction, Li Zixuan began to organize Phidias's belongings. Although it felt somewhat inappropriate to refer to them as such, there was simply too much to sort through. After painstakingly amassing over 500 billion cosmic coins, he now found himself with just over 500 billion. He planned to sell a portion of the assets, as upgrading his space would necessitate purchasing 5 elemental stones, costing a staggering 50 trillion. Fortunately, Phidias's items were not classified as restricted materials and could be directly sold to the trading center. After thoroughly organizing everything and consulting with Xiaoling for advice, he sold all the unnecessary items to the trading center, finally clearing out considerable space. His account balance soared to 835 billion. Li Zixuan marveled at the wealth represented by Phidias's possessions, which amounted to 335 billion. While a significant portion belonged to Nudis and Sazadi, it nonetheless illustrated the affluence of a level 5 interstellar merchant. However, Li Zixuan soon realized that had it not been for his need for divine-level space and his numerous purchases beneficial to Huagua, he too would be quite wealthy. Now, he merely needed to break through to the imperial level to elevate his space once more. Glancing around at the items still within his domain, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Upon exiting his space, he noticed a call from Zhang Xiangdong but decided against returning it, suspecting they were nearing. Extending his consciousness, he soon spotted a helicopter approaching. Li Zixuan stepped out of the castle just as Jiang Mingho and the others returned to their small space for cultivation. Invigorated by Li Zixuan's earlier remarks, they certainly did not wish to be the weak link. Chun Huafeng approached Li Zixuan to report on the situation of the 5 individuals. They were the sons of prominent figures: Hong Yuan, son of the Minister of Justice Hong Zemin; Zhang Tao, son of General Zhang Longfei; Wang Dongfang, son of Hubei's Secretary Wang Feng; Lu Hai, son of Guangdong's Governor Lu Xiangmin; and Shou Jian, son of the mayor of the capital, Zhou Hong. Upon hearing Chen Huafeng's report, Li Zixuan could not help but find it amusing. What were these individuals thinking? Did they not fear perishing on the battlefield? Or did they believe that his domain was merely a marketplace, where one could come and go at will, even if they were to engage in something? How dare they request a set of mechas from him? Did they think him overly accommodating or easily bullied? Send Dong Lai and the others away as well. I do not require any grandstanding here. No random riffraff shall mingle in my space, Li Zixuan stated, somewhat displeased. Upon hearing Li Zixuan's words, Chun Huafeng felt a surge of urgency. Captain, this may not be appropriate. After all, the 3 of them have not caused any significant trouble, and would directly expelling them be Li Zixuan, aware of Chun Huafeng's intent to elaborate further, shook his head and replied, Old Chun, you, too, have come from the military. You should understand better than anyone the importance of discipline and the realities of warfare. I will not tolerate any hindrance or insatiable greed. Chapter 169. Seeking justice. Have you ever considered this? I possess 200 sets of mechas, and even with a recruitment of merely 50 individuals, 8 of them do not meet my expectations. What if I were to recruit 190? Would this battle-star group not become their personal domain? Li Zixuan's gaze was profound as he directed his attention towards Base 1, continuing his discourse. We have not even commenced warfare yet, and already this is the situation. What will it be like in the future? In the event of defeat, how many members of the Nangong family would there be? Conversely, in victory, how many would come to claim their share of the spoils? I do not harbor a disdain for bureaucratic practices. Yet I sincerely hope that such circumstances do not persist during these critical times. Chen Huafeng was taken aback upon hearing Li Zixuan's words, and was further startled at the mention of the Nangong family. The Nangong family is indeed traitorous. Would those individuals dare to act in such a manner? What? Do you doubt my words? Noticing Chen Huafeng's shock, Li Zixuan smiled. During this period, I have also been learning. The Blue Star has enjoyed peace for far too long. So long, in fact, that those in positions of authority have grown complacent, taking their status for granted. They have become accustomed to wielding power. Chen Huafeng now understood. It was precisely because they had become accustomed to a life of privilege. Much like the great families of antiquity. They care not whether the nation bears the surname Qin or Liu, as long as their own interests are not jeopardized. They would readily support a new dynasty bearing the surname Tang. Director Zhang has arrived. Just as Chen Huafeng was lost in thought, Li Zixuan spoke up. Chen Huafeng looked up to see a helicopter descending gradually towards the estate. Before the aircraft had even come to a complete stop, Zhang Xiangdong leaped out and hurried over to Li Zixuan. However, upon noticing the absence of anger on Li Zixuan's face, Zhang Xiangdong appeared somewhat bewildered. What is the matter? Director Zhang? You were just furiously calling me. Why the sudden change? Li Zixuan responded to Zhang Xiangdong's inquiry, saying, Should I have displayed displeasure towards you? Forget it. Just explain what is going on, Zhang Xiangdong replied, somewhat at a loss for words. Perhaps you should speak, Li Zixuan suggested, turning to Chen Huafeng. Thus, Chen Huafeng recounted the incident involving the 5 members of Hong Yuan. Upon hearing Chen Huafeng's account, Zhang Xiangdong's expression darkened. This is intolerable. Where are they currently? They are being detained in the gravity chamber, Chen Huafeng answered truthfully. Excellent. I shall see how Zhang Longfei explains this to me. Zhang Xiangdong's anger was understandable. Zhang Longfei had served alongside him in the military. Although Zhang Xiangdong later became the director of the Special Operations Intelligence Agency while Zhang Longfei ascended to the rank of general, their camaraderie remained strong, bolstered by their shared surname. However, this time, Zhang Xiangdong was genuinely irked. The training resources available here, under Li Zixuan, are among the best in the world, encompassing martial arts techniques, spiritual stones, the gravity chamber, and the 9-star tower, all provided free of charge. The state has not contributed a single penny. To put it bluntly, all of this is privately owned by Li Zixuan, who has also supplied the nation with numerous technologies and resources. During this training session, Li Zixuan felt dissatisfied. They left without a word, yet they still harbored the audacity to desire a set of mech armor for each of them to take away. On what grounds? Even in the military, retired personnel are forbidden from taking even a single bullet, let alone mechs that far surpass such items in sophistication. Even if it were the state, Li Zixuan was unwilling to comply, and none dared to insist. Li Zixuan would not acquiesce, nor would the nation allow it. Regardless of who they were, be it a high-ranking officer or a lieutenant general. Zhang Ju, let us go enjoy some tea. Li Zixuan said with a smile to Zhang Xiangdong. Please summon Fu Donglai and the others. Zhang Xiangdong observed Li Zixuan smile, yet he felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. A person who had selflessly contributed so much to the nation should not be subjected to such indignities. The 5 members of Bai Li Haoran watched as Chen Huafeng called for Fu Donglai and the others, rising to follow suit. They too wished to prevent Li Zixuan from being mistreated. Despite his formidable strength, they were concerned about his interpersonal relations. Seated in the living room, Li Zixuan began brewing tea for Zhang Xiangdong, who gradually found solace in the atmosphere. As Chen Huafeng and the others entered, Li Zixuan was already aware. Generals Bai Li, Zhan, Li, Qin, and Jiang, please come and sit. Let us enjoy some tea. The generals exchanged glances and took their seats, while Chen Huafeng stood behind Li Zixuan. Only Fu Donglai and his 2 companions remained at the door, caught in indecision. Time passed slowly, and after more than 2 hours, Zhang Longfei and his 8 companions, guided by several Kirin robots, arrived at the castle. Upon entering, they paid no heed to the castle's opulence and quickly spotted Fu Donglai and his companions. Xiaodong. Where's my son? Xiaodong. Why are you all standing here? Xiaodong, where is Li Zixuan? Fu Donglai and his companions remained silent, exchanging glances with their fathers. It was only then that Zhang Longfei noticed the individuals seated around the dining table. They exchanged knowing looks, then greeted each other warmly as they approached. Old Zhang. You're here too, and all 5 generals are present. However, the 7 men paid them no mind, and Zhang Longfei discreetly tugged at Zhang Xiangdong's sleeve. At that moment, Li Zixuan spoke up. You must be the fathers of these 8 men? Indeed, we are. Are you Li Zixuan? Where is our son? Hearing the cacophony of voices, Li Zixuan felt a twinge of irritation. A subtle aura emanated from him, prompting the 8 to fall silent. Chen Huafeng, please bring them in, he commanded. The room fell into an abrupt stillness. No one dared to speak, save for the sound of Li Zixuan pouring tea for Bai Li Haoran and the others. After a while, a commotion erupted from outside, including some harsh words. Soon, Chen Huafeng returned, leading them in. As Zhang Longfei and his companions saw their sons enter, they hurried forward. Yet upon noticing that the 5 were restrained with energy cuffs, Zhang Longfei's fury erupted. Li Zixuan, on what grounds have you placed handcuffs on my son? What crime has he committed? Indeed, you must clarify your reasoning for such an action. Who has granted you the authority to do so? Are you attempting to incite rebellion? To unlawfully detain the family members of a military officer, do you seek to instigate an uprising? Upon hearing the fury of the 5, the father of Fu Donglai and his companions fell silent, for their sons remained unharmed. The 5, led by Bai Li Haoran, grew increasingly restless. Zhang Feng was particularly inclined to rise and unleash a torrent of invective, but Zhang Xiangdong stood up first. Observing Zhang Xiangdong's sudden rise, the others ceased their discourse. Continue speaking. Why have you stopped? Have you come here to question our integrity? Shall I record this and present it to the 3 leaders for their consideration? Chapter 170. Involvement. Upon hearing Zhang Xiangdong's icy tone, Zhang Longfei and the others were taken aback. Just as Zhang Longfei was about to speak, he was interrupted by Zhang Xiangdong. Do not utter a word. How has your esteemed son been educated? Each of you accuses others of rebellion. Yet I see that it is you who are inclined towards treachery. Your beloved son, while here to cultivate and study, not only shows no gratitude but also desires a mech upon his departure? Speak. Was this your instigation? At Zhang Xiangdong's thunderous shout, the 8 individuals fell silent. However, a voice soon emerged, causing Li Zixuan and the 5 generals to reveal a murderous intent. If they desire a mech, why not grant them a set? It's hardly a significant matter. Zhang Longfei, what are you attempting? Zhang Xiangdong sensed the murderous aura emanating from behind him and, upon hearing Zhang Longfei's words, felt a tremor of anger. Is the mech in Li Zixuan's possession an ordinary one? It possesses the power to sweep across nations. Enough, Director Zhang. At this moment, Li Zixuan stood up and gently patted Zhang Xiangdong's shoulder, causing him to instinctively take a seat. Director Zhang, I believe you have already consulted with the 3 leaders. I wish to know their response. Ignoring the others, Li Zixuan fixed his gaze on Zhang Xiangdong. I have consulted, and you have full authority to manage this. Excellent. Li Zixuan then turned his attention to Zhang Longfei and the others, as well as their sons. I am Li Zixuan, the master of this estate. I have provided your sons with all the resources necessary for them to achieve their current prowess. You just claimed that a single mech is no great matter. Well, let me enlighten you. Any peak diamond tier individual clad in it can conquer nations. Do you still deem it insignificant? I have no taste for excessive banter. My initial intent was merely to expel them, but I have now altered my course. Upon hearing this, Zhang Longfei and the others regarded Li Zixuan with curiosity, eager to discern his intentions. I have previously stated that I can elevate them, but I can also obliterate them. At Li Zixuan's declaration, the crowd was astonished. With Zhang Longfei and Hong Zimin reacting vocally, you dare. What is there to fear? Li Zixuan scoffed disdainfully. With a mere wave of his hand, 8 sword lights swiftly pierced through the bodies of Hong Yuan and Fu Donglai, causing them to spew blood. The trio of Fu Donglai was particularly astonished, not expecting to be implicated as well. Why? On what grounds is my cultivation being revoked? Fu Donglai seethed with rage. Even Zhang Xiangdong was taken aback, surprised that Li Zixuan would not spare the other 3. Yet, Li Zixuan did not spare him a glance. Son, are you all right? Li Zixuan, you have a heart of stone. By what right? Li Zixuan, you scoundrel. Upon hearing their words, Li Zixuan frowned, his aura irradiating and instantly transforming the entire parlor into a frigid chamber. Humph. Do you think this is a place for you to act as you please? Granting them a reprieve is already a courtesy. Expel them at once. Li Zixuan coldly remarked, prompting Chen Huafeng and the nearby Qilin robots to step forward. Zhang Longfei and his companions gazed at Li Zixuan with utter hatred as they turned to support his son and leave. Zixuan, you. Zhang Xiangdong noticed Li Zixuan retracting his imposing aura and spoke up. Isn't this a bit excessive? Before Zhang Xiangdong could continue, Li Zixuan interjected, initially. My intention was merely to expel them. However, as you can see, even before the battle has commenced, some have already lost their composure. What will happen in the future? The alien entities aim for our surrender. How many would still be willing to fight upon learning the truth about the aliens? Upon hearing Li Zixuan's words, Li Haoran and the others frowned. The higher-ups were well aware of the situation concerning the aliens, and Zhang Longfei and his companions understood this too. What then? Did their son's desire from the mechs? Zhang Xiangdong felt a sense of loss, coupled with profound sorrow. The higher echelons had already split into two factions, one led by Li Zixuan and by Li Haoran championing the war effort, and the other led by Hong Yuan advocating for peace. Yet, only those who had truly encountered the aliens, like Li Haoran and his allies, recognized that negotiations were utterly futile. Li Haoran stood up and declared, to secure external peace, we must first stabilize our internal affairs. Zhang Xiangdong and the others were taken aback, staring at Li Haoran. If Li Zixuan had uttered those words, they would have seemed less striking, for his decisive nature was well known. Had he not been so considerate, Zhang Longfei and his group might not have even made it through the door. I concur. Li Zixuan added in agreement. Observing the complex expressions on their faces, he continued, our nation does not lack individuals. Nor does it lack those who genuinely care for the people. If those in power remain indifferent to the suffering of the populace, then perhaps it is time for a change in leadership. The blue star is perpetually too small, if even a secondary civilization can provoke such unrest. What will happen in the future? Will they then willingly open their gates to allow the enemy to enter? Everyone grasped the implication behind Li Zixuan's words. Their gaze is shifting towards Zhang Xiangdong. After all, while Li Zixuan and Li Haoran were adept at warfare, their political acumen was questionable. Had Zhang Xiangdong been in the same position, he would have handled it differently, contrasting with Li Zixuan's impulsive approach. Why are you all looking at me? Zhang Xiangdong asked, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under their scrutiny. You're the one skilled in politics. Zhang Feng grinned, displaying his bright white teeth. I will relay the reactions of the three leaders. Indeed, a reform is in order. Zhang Xiangdong responded with a hint of resignation. All right, I have some materials here. You should take them back with you. Additionally, recruit some more individuals until we reach a total of 200. I will bring out the match to prevent anyone from harboring ulterior motives. Li Zixuan thought of the many items in his space and planned to have Zhang Xiangdong take them back. I have no means to carry them, Zhang Xiangdong shrugged. Is it possible to select individuals from our base? Li Haoran inquired, feeling somewhat tempted. While he could not personally join the Battlestar group, having his subordinates involved would be beneficial, especially considering the substantial support Li Zixuan had provided. The few individuals from the battlefront also seemed to harbor intentions of their own. Very well, gathering 200 people will suffice. However, let me make it clear, if any of you fail to heed my commands and face consequences, do not take offense. That will not happen. We trust you. Should they overstep, they deserve to be dealt with severely, Battlefront's leader stated first. It is understandable, as Li Zixuan truly treats his subordinates well, and after such a long acquaintance, everyone is aware of his character. He seldom punishes anyone unless their actions are excessively egregious. All right then. Subsequently, Li Zixuan produced a bracelet, the very one that had once belonged to Fidus, who had slain Rot. Its interior was quite spacious. Li Zixuan filled it with various materials, and those items no longer of use to him, but needed by Huagua, and handed it to Zhang Xiangdong. After bidding farewell to Zhang Xiangdong, Li Zixuan began to elucidate to Li Haoran and the others the nuances of comprehending the realm of intent and the methods to transcend to the royal level. Chapter 171. Wolf Fong, Night Owl. Li Zixuan imparted his knowledge regarding the cultivation methods in various realms to Li Haoran and the others. Since they intended to train under Li Zixuan for a considerable period, their breakthroughs would enable them to guide others as well. Li Zixuan, on the other hand, aspired to swiftly ascend to the emperor level, which would allow him to enhance the space and accelerate the flow of time within it. After listening to Li Zixuan's experiences and insights regarding his breakthroughs, Li Haoran and his companions exited the castle. Once outside, they summoned dozens of individuals to the base, ultimately gathering 149 people, which, when combined with Chun Huafeng and others, totaled exactly 200. However, upon their arrival, Li Zixuan was somewhat taken aback. He had anticipated a higher caliber of warriors, only to discover that they were all at the silver and gold levels. It had been more than 6 months since the transaction with Tanada, yet for various reasons, not all soldiers had managed to advance to the platinum pinnacle, with many still lingering at the silver and gold levels. Li Zixuan understood the aspirations of Bai Li Haoran and the others, yet he remained indifferent. Although his supply of potions was insufficient, he knew that strengthening liquids and similar items could be procured from Audiobook. Thus, he instructed them to all break through to the platinum pinnacle, allowing Qin Huafeng to lead them into the small space. These individuals had all been battle-hardened, possessing both formidable physical capabilities and strong mental resilience. Li Zixuan began to prepare for his own breakthrough. Within the ring space, he chose not to double the time flow, as it hindered his ability to comprehend the laws more profoundly. Now, seated beneath the time-space tree, he immersed himself entirely in understanding, while the profound rhythms emanating from the tree began to circulate, enabling Li Zixuan to grasp the laws of time and space with greater clarity. 2 months elapsed within the ring space, and Li Zixuan finally comprehended the laws of time. Although it was merely a preliminary understanding, it was sufficient for him to break through to the Emperor level. The spiritual stones around him began to crack and gradually disintegrate into powder, with the spiritual energy being absorbed into his body. At a certain moment, Li Zixuan's aura surged dramatically before gradually retracting. He had successfully ascended to the Emperor level. Although it took longer than he had anticipated, he was relieved to have achieved the breakthrough. After spending additional time stabilizing his cultivation, Li Zixuan decided to commence the upgrade of his space. Xiaoling purchased the 5 element stones. Understood, Master. The joy in Xiaoling's voice was palpable, for she too would reap significant benefits from this endeavor. Before Li Zixuan appeared 5 stones of varying colors, each roughly the size of a fist. Within them, he sensed not only destructive energy but also the resonance of loss. The white, green, blue, red, and yellow stones represented the attributes of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, respectively. Li Zixuan had ceased overseeing Zhang Na and her daughter's store, and he no longer delivered the vegetables needed by those hotels. Even Li Hu and Li Bao were summoned by Li Zixuan to work in the workshop assembling screws. Inside the space, vegetables and fruits had become scarce, as previous transactions required extensive open land. Currently, the little spirits were wholly devoted to nurturing the undying grass and 3 other spiritual herbs, each cultivating several hundred plants. This too is the ability of the elves. Had Li Zixuan not heeded Xiaoling's advice and instead opted to purchase robots for managing his space, such remarkable results would have undoubtedly eluded him. Li Zixuan gathered his belongings and stored them within his bracelet. Both of Ram's spatial bracelets now resided with him. This was, in part, the reason why Fidus held them in disdain, for they possessed superior spatial equipment. Previously, one had been bestowed upon Zhang Xiangdong, while Li Zixuan retained the other. Upon exiting the spatial realm, Li Zixuan prepared to seek out Langia and Yima. He had previously promised them that upon his ascension to the Star-Lord level, he would grant them their freedom, even relinquishing their slave tokens. However, since aligning themselves with Li Zixuan, they had already enjoyed considerable freedom, scarcely engaging in any tasks, and Li Zixuan had not imposed upon them. Langia and Yima were acutely aware that returning to their former homeland was no longer an option, and thus chose to continue following Li Zixuan, particularly drawn to Blue Star, a place devoid of treachery and warfare. This had led to a certain complacency on their part, as they had yet to break through to the Star-Lord level. At that moment, the two were trailing behind Li Zixuan's parents, indulging in leisure. Li Zixuan sought them out to inquire if they would be willing to enter the small space for cultivation. After ascending to the Emperor level, his divine consciousness had grown significantly, allowing him to envelop 3 neighboring cities. Within a shopping mall in an adjacent city, he located his parents, with Langia and Yima among them. With a single step, he appeared at the entrance of a restroom in the mall, showcasing the true power of his newly acquired ability, instantaneous movement. After exchanging pleasantries with his parents, he gestured, enveloping himself, Langia, and Yima in an invisible, colorless energy shield. Though you are now free, your realms are still far too low. In a few months, we shall engage in battles with other civilizations. Do you not wish to earnestly cultivate? Langia and Yima exchanged glances, with Langia replying, Master, our talents are limited. We do not wish to squander your resources. I have reiterated countless times that you are now free and need not call me Master. Moreover, I possess ample resources. If you wish to continue your cultivation, return to the manor, and I shall make arrangements for you, Li Zixuan declared before vanishing. Langia and Yima exchanged excited glances. Their talents were not limited but rather exceptional, though they harbored reservations. As the saying goes in Huagua, those who are not of my kind will have different intentions. Having lived here for so long, they understood this sentiment well. Their hesitation to cultivate stemmed from fears of raising Li Zixuan's suspicions. Despite his kindness, they worried that advancing their cultivation could lead to complications. However, Li Zixuan's recent words dispelled their doubts. Langia, Yima, what did my son just convey to you? Li Shiwu inquired, having observed Li Zixuan's conversation with Langia and Yima. Though unable to hear it, and was intrigued by Li Zixuan's sudden disappearance. The master has instructed us to return for cultivation, Yima exclaimed, a spark of excitement in her voice. Li Shiwu nodded, furrowing his brow as he spoke. Indeed, cultivation is beneficial. However, I have repeatedly advised you not to address me as master. We are no longer in a feudal dynasty, and such customs are outdated. It is time for us to return. After indulging for so long, we ought to focus on our cultivation. Previously, Li Zixuan had informed them of the identities of Wolf Fong and Night Owl. Initially, he had felt some resistance, yet as he gradually came to understand them, he accepted their presence. Furthermore, both Wolf Fong and Night Owl were obedient and industrious, displaying a lively spirit unlike that of rigid robots. Eventually, he was even inclined to take them on journeys. However, their manner of address remained somewhat awkward, as they struggled to adjust. Very well, Old Master, Wolf Fong, and Night Owl chimed in unison. Sighing, Li Shiwu shook his head while pulling Liang Wuwan along as they made their way out. Chapter 172. Space upgraded again upon returning to the estate. Li Zixuan immediately entered the small space. Everyone was diligently immersed in their training. Some were studying, and among the 149 individuals who had arrived a few days prior, there were those who had already achieved breakthroughs to the diamond level. Observing the serene atmosphere and the youthful faces around him, Li Zixuan couldn't help but wonder how many would return after the impending battle. As he walked through the space, the members greeted him with nods. The Warstar team remained separate from the 5 major bases. Otherwise, there would be an even larger gathering. Li Zixuan turned to Chen Huafeng and said, "Assemble." Chen Huafeng responded with a loud call, "Assemble." In no time, 200 individuals stood before Li Zixuan. Let us introduce ourselves. I am Li Zixuan, the leader of the Warstar team. Please state your names in order. Beginning with Chen Huafeng, each person introduced themselves before Li Zixuan continued. Today, I shall divide the Warstar team into 10 small squads, each comprising 20 members. Chen Huafeng will serve as the deputy leader and the captain of Squad 1. Jiang Mingho will lead Squad 2. Shin Ruyu will head Squad 3. Li Ziyu will command Squad 4. Wang Jiayi will lead Squad 5. Tang Yi will be in charge of Squad 6. Chen Xiaoxiu will lead Squad 7. Wang Yang will head Squad 8. And Tang Xiaoyang will command Squad 9. As he surveyed the group, Li Zixuan noticed a 9th-tier Star Master among them, whose rank was second only to Chen Huafeng and others. Recalling her name, he asked, "You are Shangwan Jinger, correct?" Reporting to the leader, "That is correct." "Excellent. You shall be the captain of Squad 10. Li Zixuan then addressed the remaining members. Chen Huafeng, you and your 10 members will select your squad members and appoint a deputy captain. Pausing for a moment, he added, I understand that my appointment of captains may seem hasty, but as long as you possess the capability, you may challenge them, and even me. If you achieve victory, I will grant you the position of captain, and you may even request to replace me as the leader. Li Zixuan observed the rising excitement and eagerness among the crowd. He chuckled, if you wish to challenge me, you must first become a captain. Moreover, I am currently at the imperial level and do not have the time to engage in such contests. The highest ranked among them, Chen Huafeng, was merely at the 6th tier of the king level, while Shun Ryu and Jiang Mingho hovered around the 4th and 5th tiers. Shangguan Jingo was at the 9th tier of the Star Master level, and the others were predominantly at the 7th tier. They all understood that it was futile to compare themselves to him and turned their gazes towards Shangguan Jinger. After all, she was the lowest ranked among the 10 captains. And with some effort, they might replace her. Very well, you may proceed to select your members later. I do not concern myself with your motivations for joining the Warstar team, but now that you are part of it, this is not a place where one can come and go as they please. What I can offer you can just as easily be retracted. In a few days, I will distribute the mechas to you. I hope you all diligently train and become proficient with them. That is all for now. Li Zixuan, after offering a respectful bow, turned and departed, leaving Chen Huafeng and the others to select their team members anew. Li Zixuan chose not to dwell on it. As for the mechas, their absence was due to a scarcity, After all, Shinryu possessed only 2 sets, and it was implausible to requisition more. The upgrade of the spatial realm would also require considerable time. Thus, Li Zixuan proceeded to the location of Bai Li Haoran and others to assess their situation, seizing the opportunity to guide their training. Upon their return, Li's father and the others learned from the robots that Li Zixuan was within the small space. Wolf Fong and Night Owl, entering for the first time, were taken aback but soon acclimated, joining the group in training. For over 20 days in the small space, Li Zixuan diligently instructed everyone on the methods of advancement, sharing insights derived from Fidus' teachings and his own understanding on how to transcend to the sovereign and emperor levels. However, without the presence of laws within the small space, achieving the emperor level was unattainable. They could only hope that the upgrade of the ring's space would allow the small space to embody such laws. Upon emerging from the small space, Li Zixuan began to silently count down in his mind, and soon, the voice of the little spirit resonated in his consciousness. Master, the spatial upgrade has been successful. Li Zixuan eagerly returned to his room and entered the space. The area had expanded from 14,000 square kilometers to a staggering 300,000 square kilometers, surpassing that of an ordinary province. The aura of the little spirit had reached the threshold of the 7th or 8th rank of diamonds, and the space now encompassed not only the laws of time and space but also other laws, which Li Zixuan recognized as the laws of the 5 elements. Little spirit, can the small space contain laws? To what extent can the flow of time be adjusted? He inquired. Master, if you retract the small space and integrate it within this miniature world, it will allow for the presence of law power within the small space, and it can later be separated, the little spirit responded. Miniature world? What does that mean? Can the ring space truly be referred to as a miniature world? Li Zixuan asked, astonished. Indeed, Master. Only a space imbued with laws can be considered a world. The ring space now possesses laws and can be termed a miniature world. The little spirit emerged from the screen of the trading center, perching upon Li Zixuan's shoulder. You were able to come out? Li Zixuan exclaimed, surprised by the sight of the 30-centimeter-tall little spirit on his shoulder. Yes, Master, am I beautiful? The little spirit inquired, blinking her crystal-like large eyes. Truly beautiful, Li Zixuan affirmed earnestly, for the little spirit now resembled a fairy from a tale, with her fair skin, exquisite features, pointed ears enhancing her liveliness, a pristine white dress, and diaphanous wings reminiscent of cicada wings, exuding a sacred beauty. Her bare feet appeared as if sculpted from white jade. Yet, she was rather petite. Li Zixuan shook his head, choosing not to dwell further on that. Little spirit, what are the conditions for the next upgrade? Master, the next upgrade requires a heart of the world and 100 celestial stones, and you must reach the level of divine master. Heart of the world? What is that? In regard to the other 2 conditions, Li Zixuan felt quite at ease, yet remained uncertain about the concept of the heart of the world. The heart of the world serves as the core of a realm. Without it, the world cannot function properly. Nor can a small world achieve its full potential and transform into a genuine world. Is it truly that significant? Does the trading center possess one? How many cosmic coins would it require? Unfortunately, it does not, replied Xiao Ling with a hint of disappointment. What? There is none? Li Zixuan expressed his dismay, pondering how one could ascend without the heart of the world. By the way, Xiao Ling, I can connect with a merchant from a 5th-tier civilization, correct? Indeed, Master. Shall I establish the connection now? Chapter 173. The Sacred Dragon Hall Xiaotian. Wait a moment. I shall first reach out to Bruno. Li Zixuan intended to procure a few sets of mechas, or perhaps exchange some. However, after multiple attempts to contact Bruno, he found no one answering. It appeared that Bruno was still engrossed in his training. Xiaoling, how many times faster does time flow in the current space? 100 times. Very well. Connect me with merchants from a level 5 civilization. Although he had 8 merchants available for trade, they were all provided by Fidus, whose character left much to be desired and had consequently affected Li Zixuan as well. With only 835 trillion cosmic coins remaining, he decided to conserve his words. Soon, a figure appeared on the screen, leaving Li Zixuan astonished. You are also of the human race? They both exclaimed in unison. Indeed. I am Li Zixuan of the human race. And you are? I am Xiao Tian, the Grand Protector of the Sacred Dragon Hall, the man declared with a haughty demeanor. Li Zixuan silently scoffed at the name, which sounded quite impressive. However, he was curious about the man's actual strength. Which faction do you belong to? Xiao Tian inquired, fixing his gaze on Li Zixuan. Me? I am the personal disciple of the Chaos Sacred Land. Li Zixuan nonsensically named a place, uncertain of its existence. The Chaos Sacred Land? Xiao Tian murmured, struggling to recall it, yet the name alone sounded formidable. It seemed one should not underestimate anyone in this vast world. Which star river do you hail from? Xiao Tian continued his questioning. I am from the Honyuan Star River. Li Zixuan asserted with mock seriousness. The Honyuan Star River? Where might that be? Xiao Tian appeared somewhat bewildered. Enough. Do you possess spirit stones or celestial stones? What are their prices? Li Zixuan interrupted, fearing that further inquiries might compel him to continue fabricating tales, which could lead to embarrassing blunders. Oh, very well, let us trade. I have 300 billion spirit stones and 2 million celestial stones. Spirit stones are priced at 60 cosmic coins, while celestial stones are 100,000 cosmic coins each. How many do you desire? The mention of trade instantly sparked Xiao Tian's enthusiasm, causing him to abandon his curiosity about Li Zixuan's faction. Li Zixuan inwardly cursed. How could these prices be so exorbitant? They were akin to those of a luxury item. Do you happen to have any cultivation techniques for sale? Cultivation techniques? At the mention of these words, Xiao Tian grew somewhat cautious. He shook his head and replied, I do not sell my techniques. Nor do I have any to sell. Li Zixuan, perplexed, noted that he had purchased nearly 100 techniques at the trading center, which were hardly rare commodities. Additionally, his own Oblivion Chaos scripture was priced at only 20 billion cosmic coins. Yet, Xiao Tian's demeanor suggested that techniques were exceedingly precious. Li Zixuan closed the screen and turned to Xiao Ling, asking, Xiao Ling, what is the meaning of this? The techniques at the trading center are quite affordable. Yet whether it is Fides, Bruno, or this Xiao Tian, they all seem to hold these techniques in high regard. Returning to the master. The techniques are closely guarded secrets of each faction. The reason the techniques at the trading center are so inexpensive is that they were collected by the former master, the Elven King. The money spent by the master merely accounts for storage fees. What? Li Zixuan suddenly felt a pang of regret. Even the storage fees amounted to tens or hundreds of billions. How exorbitant must the actual techniques be? He had previously traded so many techniques to Bruno. No wonder she is now hesitant to engage in transactions with him. Is she afraid of inciting trouble? Xiao Ling, do you mean to say that everything in the trading center was once possessed by the Elven King? Li Zixuan asked, bewildered. Indeed. Everything in the trading center was collected by the Elven King, but the prices were set to prevent future masters from engaging in endless waste. What about those reinforcement liquids? Why are many items priced significantly higher than those traded by merchants? Items below the saint level require the master's effort to acquire. Once one reaches the saint level, the master possesses self-protection capabilities and no longer needs to make purchases. Are you saying that once I reach the saint level, I can freely use the items in the trading center? Li Zixuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yes. Why did you only tell me now? I only learned this after my own upgrade. Li Zixuan sighed, but he opened the trading interface with Xiao Tian. He looked at Xiao Tian and inquired, what is your current realm? Me? I'm at the 5th stage of the Divine King. Xiao Tian casually revealed his level. All right. Do you have any treasures that could assist in cultivation? Li Zixuan, now aware of the techniques, had no intention of trading until he understood the potential of those techniques. He realized he needed to ask Xiao Ling more thoroughly later. I have the Purgatory Disc. Would you like it? It can refine the soul. Li Zixuan shook his head, uninterested, as the 9 Stars Tower could achieve the same. I have the Gravity Array. Want it? It can temper the body. Li Zixuan still shook his head, as a gravity chamber could accomplish that. I have the Ascending Ladder. With each layer presenting an illusion and demon, it can hone perseverance and enhance combat abilities. Upon hearing this, Li Zixuan's eyes lit up. This one piqued his interest. Do you have any elixirs? What about spiritual herbs? Yes. I have solid elixirs that can stabilize realms, enlightenment elixirs that grant sudden insights, primordial snow lotus elixirs that can help break through a realm, purple spirit elixirs for healing, and celestial silkworm earth lotus elixirs that can detoxify. Excellent. I will take all that you mentioned. What is the price? All of it. Xiao Tian's brows curved in amusement. Sure, solid elixirs are 50,000 universe coins each. Enlightenment elixirs are 150,000 universe coins each. Snow lotus elixirs are 100,000 universe coins each. Purple spirit elixirs are 50,000 universe coins each. And earth lotus elixirs are 80,000 universe coins each. How many do you want? So expensive? Li Zixuan had expected them to be more affordable. However, Considering their efficacy, he felt relieved, though the quantity he needed was indeed substantial. Even with his wealth of several trillion, he could hardly acquire much. Could these be a little cheaper, perhaps? 10,000? A smile spread across Xiao Tian's face. For this was a grand undertaking, a transaction worth billions. Very well, I can provide an additional 100 of each type of elixir. Agreed, let us proceed with the trade. Just a moment. Xiao Tian likely lacked sufficient stock, necessitating him to procure or borrow from elsewhere. Before long, Xiao Tian returned, and the two completed their transaction for 3 billion vanished in an instant, exchanged for a plethora of vials and jars filled with elixirs. What about the spiritual herbs? There are plenty. Xiao Tian began to elaborate. And Li Zixuan subsequently spent another billion acquiring 500 varieties of spiritual herbs, 10 of each. Are there any weapons? Li Zixuan pondered the imminent conflict. Realizing he would require them, the Battlestar team, led by Chen Huafeng, had their armaments, yet others were lacking. Moreover, Li Haoran and his companions were also without, as their previous weaponry had proven utterly ineffective, easily crushed at a whim. Chapter 174. Nationwide layout with Star Master grade items priced at 100,000 each, King grade at 500,000, Emperor grade at 1,000,000, and Sovereign grade at 5,000,000. How many do you desire? Today, Xiao Tian was in high spirits, as the trade with Li Zixuan equaled the entire 5-year output of the Holy Dragon Palace. He ordered 10,000 Star Master weapons, 1,000 King grade, 500 Emperor grade, and 100 Sovereign grade weapons. Li Zixuan intended to procure more as rewards or gifts. Excellent. Please wait a moment. Shortly after, Xiao Tian presented 4 rings, presumably the spatial equipment of the cultivation civilization. What is the price of the spatial rings? How vast is their capacity? What other spatial items do you have? There are rings, necklaces, bracelets, belts, and bags, each varying in size. What are their dimensions? The rings and necklaces range from 1,000 to 10,000 square meters, while the bracelets and belts measure between 500 and 5,000 square meters. The bags only offer 10 to 500 square meters, each with a height of 20 meters. Very well, I shall purchase them. Li Zixuan spent 2 billion on 100 rings, 100 necklaces, 500 bracelets, and 500 belts, opting not to acquire any bags. What were the prices for the Heaven Ladder and the 2 array discs you mentioned earlier? The Heaven Ladder costs 100 million each, the Inferno array disc 50 million each, and the Gravity array disc 48 million each. I would like 500 Heaven Ladders and 1,000 of each array disc. This decision took Li Zixuan considerable deliberation, but it would allow for more cultivation spaces throughout Huagua. All right. Li Zixuan, you are quite generous. We shall be good friends from now on. Xiao Tian laughed heartily, genuinely pleased, as this transaction amounted to another 150 billion. I also require spirit stones and immortal stones. You must offer me a discount. Despite spending over 100 billion, Li Zixuan felt no regret, as it was all a worthy investment. Certainly, I can offer you spirit stones at 50 each, but no discount on the immortal stones. Then, if I buy 1 million immortal stones, how many spirit stones will you gift me? Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian realized it was another monumental order. I will gift you 10 million spirit stones. That is insufficient. I demand 100 million. Agreed. However, the transaction can only occur tomorrow, as I currently lack sufficient stock. Xiao Tian chuckled and consented. Excellent. For weapons, I require only swords, blades, spears, and halberds. Li Zixuan also needed to reclaim the small space for upgrades. After concluding the trade call with Xiao Tian, Li Zixuan engaged in another transaction with Audiobook, spending 800 billion to acquire 50 sets of mechas. Although the names had changed from Wuzhe and Sholua, the quality remained comparable. Emerging from the spatial realm, he summoned everyone. What is the matter? Li Haoran and the others looked at Li Zixuan with confusion. The small space requires an upgrade. Otherwise, you will be unable to break through to the sovereign level. It will only take a day. However, with over 700 individuals present, it feels rather cramped. Li Haoran and the others commenced their arrangements, allowing everyone to meditate and cultivate outside, whether in the 9 Stars Tower, the Gravity Chamber, or resting in the villa. Li Zixuan approached the luminous screen, waved his hand over it, and retracted it into the small world. He could sense the seamless integration of the small space into the larger realm, as it was inherently a part of that world. When the group emerged from the small space, they felt somewhat uncomfortable due to the density of spiritual energy outside. Having been accustomed to the abundance of over 100 million spiritual stones within the small space, fortunately, it was merely a day of respite. Li Zixuan then took the opportunity to accompany Shinryu and the others on a shopping excursion. The following day, upon receiving a notification from Xiaoling, he expanded the small space, which had grown larger with even denser spiritual energy. Xiao Tian also reached out to Li Zixuan, completing the transaction for the remaining items, prompting Li Zixuan to acquire numerous other elixirs. He realized that the Snow Lotus Pill could only be consumed once per realm and had no effect on Imperial-level cultivators. Thus, he spent 32 billion to procure 100 advanced heavenly spirit pills and 1,000 spirit-gathering arrays, in addition to 100 teleportation array plates. Although each could only transport 100 individuals at a time. Within the small space, Li Zixuan established 2 small towers and a mist-shrouded heavenly ladder. One tower, labeled Spirit Pill Pavilion, housed an array of elixirs, albeit not open to the public. The other tower, known as Heavenly Armament Pavilion, was filled with weapons. The first floor contained Star Master grade weapons, the second level housed King grade, the third held Emperor grade, and the fourth was reserved for Imperial grade weaponry. Each member of the War Star group was bestowed with a set of mechs, with 49 additional sets gifted to Bailey Howren and his companions. Within the Heavenly Armament Pavilion, every individual could select a weapon and engage in cultivation within the small space, where nearly everyone practiced their techniques, martial arts, and agility. The War Star group each received a piece of spatial equipment, and Li Zixuan allocated a portion of the remaining gear to Bailey Howren and the others. All of this unfolded before their eyes as the members of the War Star group donned their new gear, eliciting envy from those behind Bailey Howren. However, curiosity surrounded the mysterious heavenly ladder. Li Zixuan began to elucidate. Each level contained an illusion filled with demons, and only by overcoming them could one ascend to the next tier. Do you see that stone tablet? It denotes the rankings. He pointed to the staircase, which spanned a width of 100 meters and indicated the adjacent stone tablet. How many of these do you possess? Upon hearing this, Bailey Howren and his companions recognized the extraordinary nature of the ladder. There are over 400 more. I will entrust them to Director Zhang. In due time, your base will receive a share, Li Zixuan explained, expressing that his purpose in acquiring these items was for the entirety of Huagua. It is still insufficient. We require at least 700. Bailey Howren shook his head in response, noting that there were over 600 cities in Huagua, not to mention the counties. Very well. There are also gravity arrays and purgatory arrays, analogous to the 9 Stars Tower and Gravity Chamber. Relatively speaking, the gravity array and the purgatory array are somewhat more costly. Yet their efficacy is markedly superior. These are merely array plates, capable of being relocated at any moment, and they possess a broader range of influence. Much like the gravity chamber, which offers only a limited number of rooms for cultivation, the gravity array is distinct. Once activated, it envelopes the surroundings in gravity, with the intensity of energy contingent upon the quantity of spirit stones employed. If a single celestial stone is utilized, the gravitational force intensifies as one approaches the center, potentially sustaining its energy for months of continuous use before depleting the essence of the stone. In this confined space, Li Zixuan inserted an astonishing 100 million spirit stones into the ground. Li Zixuan and several others, including Bailey Howren, exited the space and promptly informed Zhang Xiangdong. Upon hearing this news, Zhang Xiangdong immediately set aside his work and rushed over without hesitation. Chapter 175, Public Opinion Across Regions. Here, I am also constructing teleportation arrays, which can be established in various locations. Although they can only facilitate transport within this planet, it is certainly more convenient than traveling by airplane. How many are there? 100, each capable of transporting 100 individuals at a time. However, if they are to be permanently stationed, they will require supervision. Upon speaking, Li Zixuan manifested a complex array disc in his hand. It was merely the size of a basin, yet when activated, it would unveil a portal akin to a black hole, the entrance to another realm. However, each activation necessitates the consumption of 5 spirit stones. The others looked on in astonishment. This could effectively connect the entire nation. With these devices, could we not transform the populace into a formidable force? Upon hearing Li Zixuan's words, Bailey Howren and the others shook their heads. It is not that simple. First, there are martial arts techniques and body movements. Without these, how can one rapidly advance? Additionally, there is public sentiment. Should we suddenly release these devices, it would undoubtedly incite panic. although many have gained some understanding over the past 6 months due to the enhancement fluids and the products you have developed, alongside the actions taken by the government. How will they respond once they truly comprehend the situation? Bailey Howren began to articulate. While chatting and deliberating with Bailey Howren, Zhang Xiangdong also arrived. Upon learning of the developments, he furrowed his brow and remarked, "Some aspects of public opinion can be managed. But I fear that certain individuals may seize the opportunity to exploit the situation." Then my soldiers will have the chance to engage in real combat, Zhang Feng declared, pounding the table in enthusiasm. "Why do you always think of fighting?" Zhang Xiangdong shot Zhang Feng a stern glare before continuing, "I will report this to the higher-ups. But you must also prepare yourselves, as it is likely that your strength will need to be demonstrated." "Very well. Just inform Chen Huafeng and the others when the time comes. I shall see if I can continue to make breakthroughs," Li Zixuan replied, disinterested in such matters. It was a situation where they could neither strike nor kill. It would be more beneficial to continue cultivating. "Don't look at me, I feel the same." Bailey Howren and the others quickly chimed in. While they were capable of engaging in battle, confronting public sentiment was another matter entirely, especially with Zhang Feng's fiery temperament, which could lead to an immediate military suppression. "All right, where are the items?" Zhang Xiangdong, well aware of their sentiments, did not press further and turned to Li Zixuan. All contained within here, Li Zixuan offered 2 spatial rings, one filled with the teleportation array and 10 billion spirit stones, and the other containing the purgatory array, gravity array, and the ascension ladder array. Zhang Xiangdong glanced at them, accepted them without hesitation, and tucked them away. Li Zixuan established a teleportation array disk within the estate. A luminous curtain appeared before him, resembling a portal. 2 Blood God Kongant guards were summoned to stand watch. "This is the teleportation portal. You can install it elsewhere. When you arrive, simply connect to the coordinates here, and it will be much swifter than flying." You should have revealed this sooner," Zhang Xiangdong remarked joyfully after observing the portal for a moment before departing by plane. He needed to report this matter to the higher authorities. While Li Zixuan and Bailey Howren informed their respective subordinates, and Li Zixuan also shared the information with Bailey Howren and the others. In confined spaces, the flow of time can be manipulated, reaching speeds of up to 50 times faster. As the others resumed their training, Zhang Xiangdong hurried back to the base and then swiftly made his way to Zijin City. It remains unclear what transpired during his visit, but upon his return, a smile graced his face. By afternoon, a flurry of orders emanated from Zijin City, igniting a wave of fervor across the globe. The first decree announced the existence of alternate realms and the impending resistance plan set to unfold in 3 months. The second showcased the military prowess of the Huagua nation, featuring sleek and efficient weaponry alongside videos of individuals like Li Zixuan vanquishing alien adversaries. The third directive instituted a global state of preparedness, curtailing various forms of entertainment and designating numerous locations as military zones. The fourth mandated that every city and even town be under military oversight, with local police providing support. The fifth order established 100 teleportation arrays worldwide, with 50 situated within Huagua, ensuring swift connectivity between provincial capitals for immediate assistance. The sixth initiative involved the construction of ascension ladders, purgatory arrays, and gravity fields in suburban areas of each city, all under military control. Citizens were encouraged to engage in rigorous training, with management offices set up near each ascension ladder, offering rewards of martial arts techniques and spiritual stones to those who excelled. The seventh decree established a prosecutorial body to impose severe penalties on anyone daring to commit theft or incite chaos. The eighth, upon the public's awareness of these announcements, fervor erupted as news spread rapidly. The online discourse exploded with reactions. "Incredible! There are indeed aliens. Yes, they resemble us, just a bit taller. Why did the government wait to disclose this? The mechas are so cool. I want to enlist. Oh no, everything is lost. I just became a manager. Why is this happening? Can't we coexist peacefully with those aliens?" Despite the uproar online, armed forces began patrolling the streets in full gear, checking identification for those with extravagant hairstyles and nonchalant attitudes. Many who had contemplated exploiting supermarkets soon fell silent upon witnessing the military presence. Abroad, confusion reigned, with some, like the citizens of Meijin country, resorting to protests. Meanwhile, a small nation within the African Union took up arms, engaging in acts of pillage and destruction. However, swiftly from Huagua, 100 warriors clad in mechas soared across the globe. 2 of them targeted the newly seized capital of the insurgent nation. deploying their advanced technology to obliterate the insurgents without a single civilian casualty. In Meijin country, chaos ensued as many began rioting, but before the Pacific Police could arrive, 30 mechas from Huagua had already neutralized those armed in looting. While global unrest persisted, Huagua gradually stabilized following the initial online frenzy. The first glimpses of video emerged, showcasing the valiant sacrifices of Huagua's ancestors, who stood resolute against enemy gunfire, alongside the tragic fate of innocent civilians caught in the crossfire. In the second video, the words of an elderly foreigner are translated. Are you prepared to surrender? With a swift stroke, he impales a general against the city wall. Although his identity is obscured by a mosaic, his military attire reveals that he is a high-ranking general, a commander of the Hua nation. This is a humiliation. This is an affront to the entirety of Hua. Upon witnessing this, the eyes of the gathered populace glistened with indignation. Subsequently, Li Zixuan and others donned their mechs to engage in battle, transforming the one-sided slaughter into a scene of valiant struggle. As these videos circulated across the internet, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. The voices of detractors were drowned out, for a single phrase ignited a fervor that spread like wildfire. Upon seeing the final moments of the video, adorned with bold crimson characters and a flag resembling blood, the hearts of the people stirred with emotion. What tranquility exists in our times? It is borne on the shoulders of those who march forward with burdens. For every inch of our land, a drop of blood. For every 100,000 youths, 100,000 soldiers. Those who offend the Hua nation shall be pursued, no matter the distance. Those who harm our people shall be deemed our enemies. Chapter 176, The Power of Huagua. Upon witnessing the bold, crimson letters, it felt as though the fervent aspirations of our forebears were being inscribed anew, igniting the online world once more. This time, however, it was not fear or trepidation that stirred the masses, but rather an exhilarating call to arms. I shall enlist. I yearn to protect this land. I will don the most magnificent mech. I will vanquish the most ruthless of extraterrestrial foes. Indeed, I shall enlist. Veterans of 3 years are ready to return. Should there be war, they shall answer the call. Recruitment centers in every city are overflowing with eager individuals. Sir, at your age, perhaps it would be best not to cut in line, exclaimed a man as he observed an elderly gentleman unsteadily approaching the front. Humph, when I was battling enemies, you were but a mere cell. Turning his gaze, he saw a hunched, elderly woman. Me? I wish to enlist. I married young and regretted not serving. Now that the opportunity has arisen, I must not let it slip away. Director Wong of the recruitment center bore a look of utter despondency. Having worked there for 2 to 3 years, he had never witnessed such fervor and enlistment before. The crowd outside was so dense that it seemed almost impenetrable. How could he possibly conduct recruitment under these circumstances? Grabbing a megaphone, he opened the door and shouted, "Hey, everyone, please quiet down." Once he had garnered the attention of the masses, he continued, "I am heartened to see so many of you here to enlist. With you, Huagua shall surely thrive. However, those exceeding the age limit, it would be best for you to return home." What? I refuse to go back. I want to serve and fight the aliens. Indeed. I have battled against the Japanese and Westerners, yet I have yet to confront extraterrestrials. The scene erupted into chaos once more, causing Director Wong to perspire with anxiety. Despite the somewhat oppressive heat, after much effort, he managed to persuade the older individuals and students to depart, finally restoring some semblance of order. Such events unfolded nationwide. Yet rather than chaos, Huagua exhibited remarkable organization, with an increase in altruistic behavior among its citizens. Those who once feared aiding the elderly were now untroubled by the specter of deceit, fostering an atmosphere of positivity. More individuals began to engage with the news, eager to comprehend the current strength of the nation. The military parade from a month prior was revisited, an event attended by many, including the likes of Li Zixuan and Bailey Howren. Although numerous weapons had been showcased, their capabilities remained largely unexplained. It was only now, a month later, that the public began to grasp the might of Huagua. The petite yet formidable fighter jets, in truth, were carrier-based submersible combat aircraft, possessing both aerial and amphibious capabilities. With a maximum dive depth of 500 meters. Upon switching to submersible mode, the propellers transitioned from the front of the wings to the rear, generating thrust for underwater navigation. Simultaneously, underwater searchlights activated, illuminating the depths for operations. The destructive power of these aircraft was self-evident. Merely by submerging and deploying missile weaponry behind enemy lines, they could deliver devastating blows. The missile brigade is no longer equipped with mere Dongfeng Express missiles. Instead, They are outfitted with intelligent stealth missiles and hypersonic projectiles. Once launched, these missiles can hover silently above enemy territory or along the routes the adversary must traverse, evading detection from their radar systems. Any movement from the enemy can be met with a swift and decisive strike. The hypersonic missiles travel at such incredible speeds that the enemy will be unable to mount a defense before detonation occurs. Moreover, there are electromagnetic rail guns and laser cannons, with even the soldiers' rifles upgraded to plasma weaponry. The discreetly formidable nation of Hwagwa has crafted the appearances of these weapons to appear quite ordinary. Had it not been for recent events, many experts would not have come forward to expound upon this, leaving the populace largely unaware of their nation's burgeoning power. However, those with insight understand that Hwagwa has far more than what is publicly acknowledged, embodying the principle of discretion. Indeed, with technologies and materials acquired from Tanada, Ront, and Fidisi, Hwagwa possesses an arsenal that includes modified laser guns and cannons, and they have embarked on research into antimatter annihilation weapons, which are expected to reach fruition early next year. Even the T-03 mecha has yet to be unveiled, let alone the equipment of the Battlestar units, such as Wuji and Shilaw. Upon learning of the might of these weapons and witnessing videos of figures like Bailey Howard soaring with swords, the citizens of Hwagwa have begun to cultivate their own strength, spurred on by the introduction of the 3 great formations in every city, encouraging the populace to engage in training. This burgeoning confidence in their nation has ignited a wave of enthusiasm for cultivation. Groups of individuals now gather to train within the formations, ascending the heavenly ladder, with some even gaining recognition and receiving techniques, martial arts, agility skills, and spirit stones. This shift has led many young people to set aside their smartphones and abandon other forms of entertainment to pursue cultivation. When Li Zixuan and Bailey Howard became aware of these developments, they were taken aback, concerned that Hwagwa might experience turmoil akin to other nations. This realization only deepened the admiration for their country. In times of chaos, heroes inevitably emerge. Those who have gained recognition on the list can, if they so choose, join a preparatory camp to receive specialized training and cultivation. Li Zixuan and his companions found solace in this, while Chen Huafeng and others returned to begin their own training anew. Li Zixuan also planned to enter seclusion to see if he could achieve further breakthroughs. During his period of isolation, Fidisi and his companions managed to slay 3 peak Imperial-level unknown creatures. To survive in this realm teeming with divine beings, where Imperial-level entities are commonplace, they recognized the necessity of claiming their own territory. Armed with a dark god atomic gun, they embarked on their journey of conquest. Initially, they believed a single shot would suffice to eliminate an unknown creature, but reality proved to be rather harsh. This weapon, capable of annihilating royal-level adversaries and severely wounding Imperial-level foes, merely caused the horned creature to shake its head. Had it not been for the quick reactions of Nudis and Sazadi, who targeted the creature with a second shot while it was momentarily dazed, they might have met their end in that place. The Dark God atomic gun does not utilize conventional ammunition, rather. It emits a form of energy capable of causing the molecular structure of living organisms to collapse instantaneously, resulting in their demise or even disintegration. However, the creatures here merely experience a fleeting disorientation upon being attacked. This indicates the remarkable resilience of their genetic and cellular structures, which may have undergone certain mutations. After Phidias and his companions dispatched 3 unidentified creatures using the same method, they felt a sense of security. Only then could they devote themselves to their cultivation without trepidation. Following a discussion regarding the 3 carcasses, they resolved to consume one while trading the remaining 2 to Li Zixuan. Coincidentally, Phidias also intended to send a video, recognizing that in order to sustain their cultivation with energy stones, it was imperative to establish a good rapport with Li Zixuan. Otherwise, they would hasten their own demise. Chapter 177. The value of the unknown creatures. Upon receiving the trade call from Fidus, Li Zixuan was momentarily taken aback. After 2 days of silence, he had presumed that the 3 of them were no longer alive. "My dear friend, how delightful it is to see you again," Fidus exclaimed with palpable excitement as soon as the connection was established. "Is everything all right with you?" Li Zixuan inquired, observing the 3 figures on the screen. Although they appeared somewhat drained, their faces radiated joy. "Everything is fine. Allow me to show you these magnificent creatures." Fidus directed the camera towards 3 unknown beings. At first, Li Zixuan did not pay much attention, but upon closer inspection, he was taken aback. The 3 creatures were as formidable as small mountains, towering over the 3 of them to the height of their knees. had it not been for the gruesome wounds on their heads. Li Zixuan might have thought them to be mere illusions. Yet, when he beheld the creature's blood, his astonishment deepened. It was not red, but rather a striking shade of purple. Impressive, isn't it? Each of these beings is at the pinnacle of the imperial level. You could undoubtedly trade them for a substantial amount of cosmic coins. Fidus boasted with pride. What do you mean? Li Zixuan felt a sense of understanding dawning upon him. Fidus nodded affirmatively. Indeed. We have discussed it and decided to trade 2 of them to you. You can keep 60% of the proceeds from selling the energy stones. Very well. Li Zixuan readily agreed, recognizing the opportunity to gain 40% with no strings attached. He believed that should he express a desire for a larger share, even 50% could be negotiated. However, he was not driven by greed. As long as they remained alive and increased in power, he anticipated they would be able to procure even more valuable items in the future. Then let the trade commence. Fidus transferred the 2 creatures to Li Zixuan in exchange for his promise. As the 2 unknown beings materialized on the previously empty ground, the diligent little sprites nearby gathered to investigate. Little Spirit fluttered over and perched on Li Zixuan's shoulder. Master, are these the creatures from the exile zone? Indeed. It is my first time seeing them, Li Zixuan remarked, gazing at the lifeless forms of the creatures with a sense of awe. Master, you can collect their blood and hearts. They will surely serve as excellent materials for body refinement. Little Spirit said with enthusiasm. Really? Li Zixuan's eyes brightened at the revelation. How had he not considered that? The 2 creatures bore deep wounds on their heads, and Li Zixuan tested their tough skin with his primordial blade. It seemed that energizing the blade would be necessary. Observing the injuries, he realized that they were inflicted post-energization, yet he was curious. If these creatures had been alive, even with an energized battle blade, it should have been incapable of breaching their defenses. Suddenly, he recalled the Dark God atomic gun. Could it be the answer? Li Zixuan glanced at the gun resting in the corner of the trading center. He was correct in his assumption, had the unknown creatures been alive. Even Fidus and his companions, all at the imperial level, would have been unable to penetrate their defenses. However, after being struck by the Dark Divine atomic gun, they would experience a momentary injury, which directly affected the molecular structure within their biological forms. Yet, due to the sheer strength of their physical existence, this impact would only induce a brief state of disorientation. It was precisely this fleeting moment of confusion that allowed their defenses to drop to their lowest, creating an opportunity for Nerdus and Sazadi to exploit. Li Zixuan did not ponder too much on this. He directly procured 10 large barrels from the trading center and began to extract blood from one of the creatures. After filling all 10 barrels, Li Zixuan discerned that a portion of the creature's blood remained within its corpse, unextracted. He then proceeded to delve into the wound. However, upon emerging, he found himself holding a heart the size of a basin, which was clearly disproportionate to the creature's massive form. Nevertheless, Li Zixuan did not dwell on this discrepancy, as he was confident that these creatures, having passed through the trading center, harbored no harmful bacteria. Yet, he needed to expedite the transaction, for Fidus and his companions were likely awaiting the spirit stones he had promised. Li Zixuan began to contact Xiao Tian to inquire about his offer. If it did not meet his satisfaction, he would then reach out to Bart. My friend, do you have something to trade again? Xiao Tian exclaimed with delight upon seeing Li Zixuan, who had previously transacted nearly 10 trillion cosmic coins with him. I have 2 creatures from the exiled lands. Are you interested? What? The exiled lands? Xiao Tian's voice trembled at the mention of those words, as that place was a forbidden zone, a dead end. Indeed, I possessed the corpses of 2 creatures from the exiled lands, still fresh. I merely extracted the heart from one and drained half of its blood, Li Zixuan stated candidly. Where did you acquire these? Xiao Tian inquired, still incredulous. Hearing this, Li Zixuan hesitated to explain. For his ability to trade with Fidus was due to his ring space being an heirloom of the Elven King. However, this secret could not be divulged. Should others discover it, they would undoubtedly seek to seize it. Fidus and his companions were trapped in the exiled lands, entirely cut off from the outside world. And even if they were aware, they could not communicate it. Do not concern yourself with the origin. Rest assured, these are indeed creatures from the exiled lands. Will you take them, or shall I contact others? I need to see them first. Xiao Tian replied cautiously. Very well, let me show you. Li Zixuan directed the camera towards the 2 corpses. Upon witnessing the enormous size and the purple blood, Xiao Tian became convinced. For the blood of sentient beings rarely exhibited other colors. Take humanity, for instance. Their blood is red, only transforming to gold upon reaching the saintly level. Yet no one had ever claimed to possess purple blood. While other beings might have purple blood, none had grown to such a size. All right, I will buy them. I want both. Xiao Tian chose to trust Li Zixuan, knowing that even if he were lying, any deception during the transaction would result in penalties for the trading platform. Good, but you must exchange them for spirit stones. How much do you desire? Xiao Tian was indifferent to the nature of the transaction, for spirit stones were merely currency within the realm of cultivation. 25 billion spirit stones. What? Do not even entertain such a notion. Absolutely impossible. You think you can procure 25 billion spirit stones for 2 decayed corpses? You must be out of your mind. Upon hearing Li Zixuan's words, Xiao Tian was instantly enraged. In response to Xiao Tian's outburst, Li Zixuan activated his persuasion mode. Do not be hasty. Allow me to elucidate. Since you are aware of the exiled lands, you ought to comprehend the significance of such a place. Who have you ever heard mention the existence of the exiled lands, let alone 2 corpses? It is crucial to recognize the immense research value they hold. If we can uncover how they managed to survive in that realm or analyze the structure of these corpses, we might just decipher the means to traverse the exiled lands. Chapter 178, Trading Biological Specimens. Do not try to deceive me. If these specimens truly hold such immense value, would you be willing to part with them? If genuine research could be conducted, those advanced civilizations would have already done so. Frankly, I do not believe that 2 corpses possess any worth. Xiao Tian wore an expression that conveyed he was not easily fooled. They simply do not have access to such biological specimens. If I hadn't thought of you first, would I waste my breath? One question. Do you want them or not? If not, I shall trade with someone else. Li Zixuan feigned indifference, suggesting that others would be interested. Upon hearing Li Zixuan's words, Xiao Tian began to waver. He desired those 2 corpses, for they originated from the exiled lands, and if any significant findings were made, it could lead to great fortune. However, he absolutely could not justify spending 250 billion. I want them, but your price is simply too exorbitant. I'm only willing to offer 50 billion. What? 50 billion? It seems you no longer desire them. Very well, I shall seek others. Li Zixuan stated, preparing to end the conversation. Wait, you ought to negotiate. Xiao Tian hastily interjected. Is this how you conduct business? I have no time for haggling. I have other matters to attend to. State your best offer, or I shall find someone else. Li Zixuan maintained a nonchalant demeanor. This left Xiao Tian in a quandary. He wished to purchase them, but was uncertain about the price. Give me a moment. I shall inquire. After disappearing for a while, he reappeared. I shall offer 75 billion for the 2 corpses, one of which has had its blood drawn and heart extracted. 100 billion. I will sell them to you for 100 billion. And there is more to come. Li Zixuan pondered before responding. More? Xiao Tian expressed surprise. Indeed. But it will take some time. That is still unacceptable. 100 billion is too much. I can offer a maximum of 80 billion. If you are unwilling to sell, then I shall not purchase them. Xiao Tian seemed to have reached a resolution. Very well. Let us proceed with the transaction. You must specify that they are specimens from the exiled lands. Xiao Tian reminded him. Agreed. Enough of your prattling. Upon completing the transaction, Xiao Tian was convinced of Li Zixuan's integrity. After finalizing the deal, Li Zixuan transferred 48 billion spirit stones to Phidias, netting himself a profit of 32 billion. Phidias was equally pleased, astonished that Li Zixuan managed to sell them for 80 billion. After all, such creatures were abundant in the exiled lands. The 3 of them now possessed resources sufficient to break through to the divine level and planned to continue hunting the apex imperial level unknown beings thereafter. Meanwhile, Li Zixuan began watching videos of Phidias and the others slaying unknown creatures. As he anticipated, their success was largely due to the Dark God atomic gun, which enabled them to vanquish such formidable beings. This realization heightened Li Zixuan's appreciation for the Dark God atomic gun. After assessing his spirit stones, and having bestowed some to Zhang Xiangdong and Bailey Howren, he now possessed 73 billion spirit stones. This sum would suffice for many endeavors. Additionally, he had amassed 90,000 celestial stones. In order to ensure the continuous operation of the gravity array, Li Zixuan decided to expend 10,000 cosmic coins. The total of cosmic currency still remained at an impressive 110.41 billion. However, Li Zixuan had no intention of cultivating at the moment. Instead, he instructed Xiao Ling to compile the videos of the 2 unidentified creatures' corpses, while discreetly blocking the 3 from Phidias. Li Zixuan intended to send this footage to Bart to gauge the price he would offer. If Bart's offer was substantial, he would consider selling to him in the future. Yet, upon contacting him, Bart expressed little interest after viewing the video, making it clear that he was unwilling to purchase, let alone at the exorbitant price of several 100 billion spirit stones. Exiting the small world, Li Zixuan strolled around the estate and observed that everyone was diligently engaged in their cultivation and studies. The small space had been adjusted to a remarkable 50 times the usual intensity by Bailey Howren and his companions, indicating their growing sense of urgency. Returning to the small world, Li Zixuan settled beneath the time-space tree and began his own cultivation, merely adjusting the flow of time to a rate of 90 times. As time swiftly passed, 2 months elapsed, and soon the spring festival would arrive. Within the confines of the space, Li Zixuan was attempting his final breakthrough. Yet he found himself stagnated at the pinnacle, unable to make any progress. His deepest comprehension lay within the laws of time, where he had achieved the ability to pause and accelerate time, yet he could only barely graze the concept of reversing time. The pause and acceleration could only be sustained for approximately 3 seconds, but one should not underestimate this brief interval at Li Zixuan's level. A mere moment could allow him to accomplish countless feats. In the heat of battle, a single second could unleash thousands of strikes, let alone 3 seconds. With regard to the laws of space, Li Zixuan had also mastered spatial slicing, a technique that served as an unpredictable means of attack. Conversely, he had yet to grasp the laws of force, but he remained confident that through engaging in several fierce battles, he would come to understand them. After all, many laws cannot be comprehended in isolation. They require the crucible of real-life combat and life-or-death struggles. Stepping out of the small world, Li Zixuan resolved to observe the progress of Bailey Howren and the others in their cultivation. Upon entering the small space, he sensed several formidable auras. A sweep of his divine consciousness revealed that all 5 of Bailey Howren had reached the peak of the sovereign rank. With Bailey Howren himself on the verge of grasping the threshold of the laws, suggesting that with further seclusion and contemplation, he could break through to the emperor rank. Bailey Qingwu had also attained the 5th level of sovereign rank, while the other 4 advisors ranged from the 1st to 3rd levels of sovereign rank. Chen Huafeng had reached the 2nd level of sovereign rank, while Jiang Mingho, Shen Ruyu, and Li Ziyu had reached the 1st level. Wang Jiai and the other 7 team leaders had all achieved the pinnacle of the king rank. Even the remaining team members had reached at least the peak of the Star Master rank, making this cohort capable of joining Li Zixuan in battles across the Xiang continent. After all, it would not be long before Li Zixuan, upon mastering the concept of time reversal, would break through to the divine rank. Moreover, relying solely on secluded cultivation to elevate one's rank often results in an unstable foundation, even with gravity chambers and similar aids. The path to breakthrough becomes increasingly arduous over time. One must endure the baptism of great battles to unleash their fullest potential, as only through life-and-death confrontations can one truly discover their shortcomings. Nevertheless, it could be surmised that the current Battlestar team could rival one of the 3 sects of the Xiang continent. At that moment, Bailey Howren and the others sensed Li Zixuan's aura and awoke from their meditative states. After quietly calculating the time, it became evident that they were to return to the base tomorrow, as less than 2 months remained until the year's end. And they were also expected to celebrate the new year at the base. It was implausible for them to remain at Li Zixuan's estate. Given the sheer number of individuals present, especially as they were all high-ranking officials of the base, their prolonged absence would undoubtedly cause unease among the other soldiers. Bailey Howren and the others informed Li Zixuan of their imminent departure, and Li Zixuan seized this opportunity to guide them, imparting essential insights regarding the necessary considerations and principles to comprehend in order to advance to the imperial level. Chapter 179, The Reunion Feast. Invasion of foreign races. As Li Zixuan expounded on the nuances of cultivation to Bailey Howren and his companions, the dawn of the next day arrived with surprising swiftness, prompting Bailey Howren and his party to prepare for their departure. Having arrived in segments by air, they now gazed longingly at the teleportation array, eager to experience its wonders. Li Zixuan observed their anticipation, and recalling the lengthy hours they would otherwise spend in flight, he acquiesced. Very well. I shall utilize the teleportation array to transport you. Splendid. The group was on the verge of exuberant cheers when they were abruptly silenced by the icy command of Bailey Qingwu. Silence. Though merely the chief advisor of Base 1, her authoritative presence commanded immediate compliance, leaving Li Zixuan impressed by the sudden stillness. One trip accommodates 100 individuals. Yet here I have over 700. Bai Li Haoran smiled at Li Zixuan. Never mind, I have the resources. Li Zixuan waved dismissively. Hand over your spatial equipment to me, and I shall provide you with some spirit stones. Who knows, perhaps before the impending battle, you may achieve a breakthrough. Agreed. Bai Li Haoran and his companions were not modest in their acceptance. After all, to be overly cautious would mean they might never repay him. Over the past few months, they had witnessed Li Zixuan gradually inserting nearly 500 million spirit stones into the small space, sufficient for their nearly 3,000 members to absorb and advance. Additionally, they cherished the weapons and equipment he had gifted them. Just before exiting the small space, Li Zixuan, aware that the 5 of them were on the cusp of breaking into the Emperor level, had exchanged their royal-grade weapons for Imperial-grade ones. Li Zixuan placed 1 billion spirit stones into each of their spaces before handing them over. The sight of such an abundance left Bai Li Haoran and his companions utterly astonished. So much? Have you emptied your coffers? Not at all. I possess plenty more. Li Zixuan still had over 68 billion spirit stones in reserve. After bidding farewell to Bai Li Haoran and his companions, Li Zixuan convened a meeting with Qin Huafeng and 10 others. The primary agenda was to discuss the upcoming new year. Those wishing to return home were encouraged to do so, while others should procure festive supplies. The estate was vast enough to accommodate a larger gathering, making it lively. In the end, it was determined that 178 individuals would return home, while the remainder either had no home to go back to or had chosen military service instead. Notably, the 10 captains also decided against returning. After distributing the mechs and weapons to their respective captains, Li Zixuan called out to the group once more. With the new year approaching, I have little to offer as gifts. Henceforth, each member shall receive 10 million. Spend it as you wish. Thank you, leader. The group exclaimed joyously. Do not thank me. It is what you rightfully deserve. When you return home, make sure to communicate with your families. Do not forget that the imminent battle carries the potential for loss of life. Should you choose not to participate, I will not compel you. But I implore you to refrain from reckless actions. Otherwise, I shall retract all my assistance. Li Zixuan gazed at the faces of his comrades, his heart heavy with reluctance. For he truly wished to avert the sacrifice of anyone. Understood, leader. They replied in unison. All right, each of you take a tactical wristband and head back. Li Zixuan gestured with his hand. Subsequently, everyone collected their wristbands, ensuring real-time communication. Once they departed, the manor fell into a serene silence. Li Zixuan, Qin Huafeng, and others began transferring funds. Each team member received 20 million, while Qin Huafeng, being the deputy leader, received 30 million. This money was all provided by Li Zixuan, who was unconcerned about others making a fuss over it, as he was affluent, although he did not actively manage future technology. After Wolf Fong and Nightcat ascended to the Star Master level, they volunteered to take charge. Monthly, substantial sums were deposited into Li Zixuan's account, sometimes tens of billions. At other times hundreds of billions. His current balance exceeded 600 billion. And the funds he distributed to Qin Huafeng and the others amounted to only a few tens of billions, with him rarely utilizing this wealth. He had contemplated placing all of it under national management, but with figures like Zhang Longfei becoming increasingly active and following Zhang Xiangdong's hints, the 3 leaders were preparing to address the situation. However, their actions did not constitute a grave error, and the nation required stability. Yet, if they continued their antics, the leaders would undoubtedly take action before March, when the great battle loomed. Now only 25 individuals remained in the manor. Li Zixuan led the way to purchase New Year goods, then returned to direct the robots to commence their tasks. Shenruyu, Wang Jiai, Jiang Mingho, and Tang Yu also went to fetch their parents to celebrate the new year together. On New Year's Eve, the manor was particularly lively, with even Wolf Fong and Nightcat influenced by the joyous atmosphere, becoming much more cheerful. However, before everyone could sit down for the reunion dinner, Li Zixuan's phone suddenly rang. He glanced at it and saw it was a call from Bai Li Haoran. Li Zixuan was somewhat surprised. ISNT New Year-esque greeting typically exchanged on the first day. Nevertheless, he answered, Brother Haoran, Happy New Year. I'm not well. The passage is stabilizing rapidly, and the barrier has just shattered. What? Li Zixuan was taken aback. The woman in black, Luo Yao, had mentioned a 1-year deadline. Yet nearly 2 months remained until that time. It's exactly as you surmised. Bai Li Haoran seemed to anticipate Li Zixuan's thoughts. All right, I will come over immediately. Li Zixuan replied with gravity. Everyone turned their gaze towards Li Zixuan. He did not wish to disrupt the festive mood, But this matter could not remain concealed. He finally spoke. An alien invasion is imminent. What? How could it be so soon? Indeed. Li Zixuan looked at Chen Huafeng and the others, saying, "Contact the team members and assemble." He then turned to Li Shiwu and the others, reassuringly stating, "Dad, Uncle, do not worry, our strength surpasses theirs. And we will be fine. You can rest assured at home and await good news." He then addressed Shenruyu and the others, "I will head over first. You can follow later. Zixuan, be careful." Understood. Li Zixuan waved his hand and stepped forward, appearing before the teleportation array in the backyard. "Master." The two robots greeted Li Zixuan. "Yes. To base 1. Understood." Two robots commenced the adjustment of coordinates. Subsequently, an individual approached, still from base 1. After finishing his statement, Li Zixuan stepped directly into the teleportation array. This marked Li Zixuan's inaugural experience with the teleportation array. However, he felt no discomfort, perhaps due to the strength of his own realm. In a mere 5 to 6 seconds, Li Zixuan emerged from the array. "Greetings, Commander." The soldiers stationed at base 1, having observed his arrival, immediately saluted. Although Li Zixuan was not clad in military attire, his visage had already been etched into the memories of the soldiers at base 1. "Hello." Li Zixuan nodded in acknowledgement and, in a fleeting moment, vanished from their sight. Chapter 180. The Former City Lord. Falling winds indeed. Commander Li Zixuan is formidable. He vanished in the blink of an eye. Several soldiers, witnessing his disappearance, murmured among themselves. Meanwhile, Li Zixuan had already appeared atop the city wall. Observing the solemn expressions of Bai Li Haoran and the others, "What is the current situation?" he inquired, glancing at them. The previous barrier had dissipated, initially. He could not sense it due to insufficient strength, but now he could only perceive the absence of energy. The interdimensional passage that had once been dormant now appeared to have been activated, revealing glimpses of the city within. With time, the view would become clearer. "What are your plans?" Li Zixuan directed his gaze towards Bai Li Haoran. Bai Li Haoran, taken aback by Li Zixuan's eagerness, stammered, Do you intend to launch a counterattack? Is that not feasible? According to intelligence analysis, we can swiftly seize Wind Shadow City and subsequently use it as a stronghold to sweep through the Shiman family and conquer an entire prefecture, which is land comparable to our own." Li Zixuan's eyes sparkled with fervor. "Are you out of your mind?" Jiang Xian interjected as Zhang Feng and others arrived. "Do you realize how powerful the adversary is? What about the decisions of the 3 leaders?" Jiang Xian stepped forward, fixing his gaze on Li Zixuan. "I believe Brother Zixuan is correct." Zhang Feng exclaimed with enthusiasm. "I am aware of the might of the Xiang continent, but it is precisely because of that awareness that I advocate for the swift occupation of Wind Shadow City." The fire in Li Zixuan's eyes remained undiminished. Bai Li Haoran raised a hand to interrupt Jiang Xian, stating, "All right, since all of you are here, let us convene a meeting." Agreed. The 6 of them proceeded to the conference hall, connecting to the video call with the 3 leaders. Once connected, Bai Li Haoran first presented the current situation and shared the opinions of several members. The 3 leaders exchanged glances before addressing Bai Li Haoran. "What is your perspective?" "I also concur with Li Zixuan. We must not leave the situation in Huagua's hands." Bai Li Haoran paused before continuing. "Moreover, given that we have made enemies, reconciliation seems unlikely, and we are unaware of the circumstances on the other side. If we manage to occupy Wind Shadow City, we could accomplish numerous objectives. Do you all share this sentiment?" The senior leader inquired, scrutinizing the 6 individuals. "No. I believe we should first ascertain the conditions on the other side before making any decisions." Jiang Xian stood up and asserted, "This does not conflict with occupying Wind Shadow City, and should we secure it, dispatching personnel to gather intelligence would be significantly safer." Li Zixuan rose to speak. Just a year ago, we could only passively defend ourselves against assaults. Now, we are here deliberating on how to launch an offensive." "Excellent. Splendid." The second leader expressed his excitement. "Indeed. Just a year prior, we were merely contemplating how to withstand today's onslaught. Now, it is our turn to determine the fate of our adversaries. The sensation is truly sublime." The 3 leaders concurred. "Indeed, Li Zixuan, we owe all of this to you. Since you have all made your decision, Bai Li Haoran, you shall lead Base 1 along with Li Zixuan's Battle Star team to seize Wind Shadow City. Remember, do not indulge in excessive bloodshed." The high-ranking leader glanced around, noting the eagerness of Zhang Feng and Qin Zhang, and addressed Li Zixuan and Bai Li Haoran. Li Zixuan understood that the last statement was directed at him, feeling a bit awkward as he rubbed his nose. The leader continued. Since the entrance to Base 1 is now open, I presume the other passages must also be accessible? Not yet, but it should be soon. Zhang Feng and his companions exchanged glances and replied, Well then, you should return. This matter will be entrusted to Bai Li Haoran and Li Zixuan. If the other 4 bases are at ease, they may send troops to reinforce Base 1. Our understanding of Xiang continent is still woefully inadequate. Yes. The 6 stood up in response, and Li Zixuan exchanged a glance with Zhang Feng, surprised that the 3 leaders would actually agree. After all, Hua country had never proactively invaded other nations. Do not be so astonished. For Hua country, and even for Blue Star to develop, this step is essential. Bai Li Haoran interjected. Upon hearing this, Li Zixuan and the others grasped the situation. The resources of Blue Star were undeniably scarce. If it weren't for Li Zixuan's spatial ring, this might have been the end for Blue Star. Moreover, for Blue Star to continue its progression, it must venture into other worlds, even other star systems. Such endeavors are fraught with the potential for conflict. Yet, they had not anticipated that this day would arrive so soon. Meanwhile, while Li Zixuan and his colleagues held their meeting, Wind Shadow City was convening as well. The figure seated at the head of the table was not the cloaked woman Luo Yao, but the former city lord, Luo Feng. Furthermore, the conference hall was filled with over 30 individuals, all of whom possessed at least the rank of Star Master. With Luo Yao now having ascended to the 8th tier of the king level at merely 28 years of age, illustrating her extraordinary talent, the former city lord, Luo Feng, now held the 2nd tier of the emperor level, a result of diligent cultivation following his abdication. Speak, what is the strength of the opposing world? Although Luo Feng is in his 80s, he retains the appearance of a middle-aged man, a consequence of his rise to power 30 years prior when the Xiang Empire unified the continent, leading him to become the Lord of Wind Shadow City, marry, and of children. His current emergence is due to orders from above, instructing them to take the lead, with the Sheeman family expected to follow. Reporting to father, there is indeed a city on the other side, and they possess a peak star general. Even if a year passes, they may only advance to Star Master, which poses no significant threat. The others are all beneath the rank of Star General. Even if a few advance to that level, we can swiftly conquer them. As for other regions, we have yet to gather sufficient intelligence, and once the passage stabilizes, Xiaji and others should come to report on the situation. The cloaked woman stated. Unbeknownst to them, however, Xiaji and her companions had already met their demise. In light of this, let us descend to prepare, striving to conquer the entirety of the opposing world within a month. Reports have already arrived from the general. Both the Tianyang sect and the Deyang sect have successfully taken control of the Hongqi continent. Upon hearing the words of the old city lord, Luo Feng, the assembly rose in unison to respond, Yes, my lord. They began to exit, readying their forces, awaiting the intelligence from Xiaji and his companions to initiate the offensive. Meanwhile, during the course of their conference, the entire Base 1 commenced its operations. Members of the Battle Star Group, upon receiving the news, proceeded to the manor, where, under the approving gaze of Chen Huafeng, they collected their respective gear and began their orderly march towards Base 1. Once Li Zixuan and his companions emerged, Chen Huafeng and others had already formed an orderly line, awaiting orders. The members of the battle front needed to return to safeguard their base, while also dispatching personnel to support Base 1. For although the adversary merely occupied a city, it was home to a populace of millions. Chapter 181. Blitzkrieg from another realm. Following the occupation, a multitude of tasks await. Although the 3 leaders will dispatch personnel, their arrival is delayed by a day. Li Zixuan and Bai Li Haoran have devised a plan. Once the passage stabilizes, Li Zixuan will lead a direct assault on Wind Shadow City, while Bai Li Haoran will subsequently position the 100,000 troops from Base 1 at the city. Upon the leader's arrival to assume control, they will commence attacks on adjacent cities, aiming to capture at least 3. Eventually, more scientists will arrive to launch satellites into the skies of Xiang continent. This endeavor, however, is fraught with peril, as it may attract the attention of god-tier beings. Nevertheless, Li Zixuan is confident that by the time the satellites are launched, he will have ascended to god-tier strength, which is his source of assurance. Gazing at Chen Huafeng and the others, all of whom are poised for action, Li Zixuan scans with his consciousness and confirms the presence of 200 members, not a single one missing. He swiftly steps into the teleportation array, intent on retrieving the small space. Their journey to Xiang continent is imminent, and he plans to place the small space there, as the concentration of spiritual energy is significantly higher, facilitating breakthroughs post-battle. Reappearing before the assembled members, Li Zixuan addresses the 200 members of the Battlestar Group. I am heartened to see all of you here. If anyone wishes to withdraw now, it is no longer an option. After such prolonged training, the time has come to test your mettle. The strongest opponent we will face is at most of royal rank. You shall have ample opportunity for honing your skills. Of course, if you encounter a foe of significantly higher rank, do not engage. This is a battle of life and death. This confrontation will be the Battle Star Group's defining moment. I hope for none of you to perish or sustain injuries. Can you achieve this? Yes. The crowd responds enthusiastically. Excellent. Unleash your full potential. Li Zixuan commands. He then turns to the 10 captains, instructing them to lead their teams effectively, ideally ensuring that all don their mechas. He casts a glance at Shin Ryu and Jiang Mingho, his eyes filled with concern, though he is confident in his ability to manage the situation. Unforeseen events are always a possibility. Moreover, these past months have been spent in intense training, leaving little time to spend with Shin Ryu and family. He can only hope for a swift conclusion to this war. At this moment, Bailey Howren and Li Zixuan stand atop the city walls, gazing towards the passage. The corridor, originally a mere 10 meters wide, suddenly stabilizes and expands to a width of 100 meters and a height of 1,000 meters. Li Zixuan locks eyes with Bailey Howren and states, "I shall proceed first. Be safe." Bailey Howren replies, "Understood." Li Zixuan turns to the Battle Star Group and declares, "Let us depart." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, Li Zixuan propels himself forward, stepping into the world of Xiang continent. He immediately senses that the gravity here is tenfold that of Blue Star. Observing the direction of the city, he notes that they are already on high alert. Chen Huafeng and the others also materialize behind Li Zixuan, though those who were able to fly on Blue Star find themselves momentarily disoriented by the intense gravity. "Everyone, don your mechs and set forth," Li Zixuan commanded. On the ramparts of Windshadow City, Luo Feng stood majestically on the observation platform, gazing toward the passage. Still awaiting a report from Xiaji. Suddenly, he noticed figures emerging from the passage, and his astonishment grew, for the 10-kilometer distance was easily discernible to a royal-level powerhouse. However, upon seeing the 200 individuals, their bodies instantly clad in steel, his shock escalated further. "This is bad. Prepare for battle," Luo Feng bellowed. For he understood that these were not Xiaji and his companions, but rather invaders from another realm. The generals atop the city walls also spotted the 200 armored foes approaching the city and hurriedly issued commands. "Prepare for battle. Quickly." Meanwhile, Chen Huafeng and his companions had already soared to within a kilometer of the city. Whoosh, whoosh. Missiles and energy cannons rained down upon the soldiers below and those on the walls. "Damn it!" Luo Feng roared in fury, quickly establishing a defensive barrier, enveloping the city in an energy shield, which momentarily thwarted the onslaught. The strongest here is that fellow, the former city lord Luo Feng, a royal-level second tier. At the same realm as you. With your mech assistance, defeating him should not pose a challenge. Li Zixuan suddenly appeared beside Chen Huafeng. "Understood." Chen Huafeng responded, charging ahead, while Captain Jiang Mingho and several other leaders promptly issued commands to attack the enemy soldiers. Li Zixuan's gaze fell upon a woman in black, who was currently only at royal level 8th tier. The very person who once instilled fear across the entirety of Huagua and left a lasting impression on all warriors at Base 1, including Bailey Howren, was now being subdued by Tang Yu. It was uncertain whether this constituted irony. Hovering in the air, Li Zixuan refrained from engaging, instead enveloping the entire Windshadow City with his consciousness, prepared to intercept any transmissions of information and observe the others. Although he claimed not to assist, he would undoubtedly intervene if they faced peril. However, the battlefield was overwhelmingly one-sided, with only Chen Huafeng facing significant resistance. Despite the aid of his mech, he found the struggle against the seasoned Luo Feng, a survivor of countless battles, taxing. Fortunately, as time progressed and casualties mounted, Luo Feng began to grow anxious. He was the sole royal-level defender of Windshadow City, while the others, even the most revered, barely reached royal-level pinnacle. Now, they had been slain by Jiang Mingho, Li Ziyu, and Shun Ryu, all of whom were royal-level, first tier. The battle between Tang Yu and Luo Yao initially appeared evenly matched, but as time wore on, Tang Yu gained the upper hand. Ultimately, with Shun Ryu and the others having dispatched their opponents, they came to assist, swiftly subduing Luo Yao, whose reputation as the woman in black was formidable. Despite Shun Ryu and her companions never having encountered her directly, they had seen the videos. Bailey Howren now appeared on the battlefield as an army of 100,000 slowly advanced. Li Zixuan instantly unleashed his aura, locking onto Luo Feng. While Chen Huafeng seized the opportunity to strike Luo Feng squarely in the chest. Before Luo Feng could regain his composure, Chen Huafeng had already positioned his blade against Luo Feng's throat. The entire conflict transpired in less than 10 minutes, resulting in the complete subjugation of the armed forces in Fengying City. It could be likened to a lightning war from another realm. Had Li Zixuan intervened directly, the outcome would have been even swifter. However, such wars may become rare in the future. Even the Shiman family, with their current strength, would find it somewhat challenging to launch an assault. Li Zixuan wished for them to undergo further trials, hoping that they might continue their cultivation in a confined space, perhaps enabling a breakthrough in a short span of time. Within Li Zixuan's perception, the citizens of the city were still in turmoil, as the echoes of battle were overwhelmingly loud. Many residents emerged from their homes, and some even began to assault the Battle Star group, clad in mecha. I will kill you. You foreign beings, release our city lord. Chapter 182. Entering the Lord's mansion, Li Zixuan's aura swiftly enveloped the entire city. Although his presence was not overwhelmingly powerful, it was sufficient to subdue the populace. Are you an emperor-level expert? Luo Feng gazed at Li Zixuan with a hint of trepidation. Indeed, you seem to have no other thoughts. Li Zixuan replied with a faint smile. How could this be possible? Luo Feng looked dazedly at his daughter, Luo Yao, upon seeing Bai Li Haoran. Luo Yao was even more astonished. How could you have advanced so rapidly? Bai Li Haoran stood beside Li Zixuan, and although he did not deliberately emit his aura, Luo Yao could not discern his strength, having encountered Bai Li Haoran twice before. She recalled that during their last meeting a year ago, he had merely been at the peak of the stellar general stage. Yet now, a mere year later, he was inscrutable to her. This could only mean that Bai Li Haoran had surpassed the imperial level. How could such a transformation occur in such a brief span? Luo Yao felt utterly bewildered. Despite her 2 decades of diligent cultivation and the abundant resources at her disposal, she had only reached the 8th tier of the king level. Unbeknownst to her, while only a year had elapsed in the outer world, over a decade had passed within the confined space where Bai Li Haoran and others had trained. Under far more concentrated spiritual energy and with the aid of facilities such as gravity chambers, resulting in their accelerated progress. As soon as Bai Li Qingwu entered the city, she began directing the soldiers to restore order. The ordinary citizens, overwhelmed by Li Zixuan's presence, were utterly incapable of resistance. Within just half an hour, order was re-established. Though the soldiers bore no weapons, the makeshift tools they wielded had a far greater deterrent effect. The instigator of the recent unrest had been struck down by one of those very tools, causing fear to ripple through the crowd. Even those citizens possessing golden-level strength dared not entertain rebellious thoughts. The surviving soldiers from Windshadow City were ordered by Bai Li Qingwu to be detained, with those possessing any level of cultivation subjected to energy-suppressing handcuffs. Messengers were dispatched to Base 1 to request additional energy-suppressing handcuffs, lest there be insufficient supplies. Arriving at the Lord's mansion, Li Zixuan and his companions were met with an architectural style reminiscent of ancient times, yet grander in scale. They did not attend to the resources immediately. Li Zixuan's divine sense had already surveyed the premises, revealing a dearth of valuable assets. Luo Feng and the others were brought forth, escorted by silver-level soldiers, yet he dared not resist. He had no doubt that any attempt to flee would result in his immediate demise at the hands of Bai Li Haoran or Li Zixuan. Neither Li Zixuan nor Bai Li Haoran chose to occupy the main seat. Instead, they positioned themselves on either side, observing Luo Feng, Luo Yao, and the 3 others. Speak. Li Zixuan commanded. What other cities are adjacent to Windshadow City, and how far are they? Where is Shiman County, and what strength does Shiman Longing possess? Luo Feng and his companions looked at Li Zixuan in astonishment, taken aback by his extensive knowledge. However, realizing that Xia Ji and the others were likely deceased, they understood that acquiring such information was not particularly challenging. Only Luo Feng and the others remained silent, their lips sealed against the specter of death. Though they had not perished on the battlefield and harbored a fear of mortality, they would never voice such trepidation. In their eyes, those before them were foreign entities. Noticing the silence, Li Zixuan rose from his seat. Luo Feng and the others turned their gaze towards him, perplexed by his intentions. Since you choose not to speak, I shall inquire of others. Among the million souls in Windshadow City, someone must possess knowledge. However, for now, I shall seal your powers. With that, Li Zixuan acted swiftly. No. Luo Feng's words hung unfinished as Li Zixuan suppressed all their abilities, even though their physical forms remained formidable. The ceiling rendered them incapable of contending even with diamond-level adversaries. Take them down. This time, the members of the Battlestar Group complied. Li Zixuan had restrained the powers of the five, sparing their lives to extract more information, awaiting the directives from the three leaders. What are your next steps? Bailey Howard inquired. Who will lead the team tomorrow? Li Zixuan did not respond directly, but diverted the conversation to other matters. It could be Han Yuan, or perhaps Zhou Tianwang, or even Zhang Ku. Zhang Ku? Who is that? Male or female? Li Zixuan was unfamiliar with the name. Though he recognized Zhou Tianwang from the Ministry of Public Security. Female, she recently returned to the country. It is understandable that you do not know her. She is a head of intelligence gathering, Bailey Howard replied nonchalantly. Is she not from the Special Affairs Bureau? She emerged from there. Later overseeing all foreign intelligence in a separate department, right? Oh, well, I plan to gather intelligence around us today. And regarding Ximen County, if feasible, I intend to seize at least 3 cities upon their arrival tomorrow. What do you think? Li Zixuan said, gazing at Bailey Howard. Yes, that sounds good. I believe their reinforcements from Zhanfeng will arrive tomorrow. At that time, we can also allocate some to other cities. Bailey Howard contemplated before agreeing. Indeed. I also believe we need to thoroughly assess the situation here. I wonder if we can launch satellites from this location. Li Zixuan's voice trailed off. A hint of melancholy evident. After all, we are in an era of information warfare. Without communication, it is challenging to mobilize forces swiftly. Although Li Zixuan could procure sound transmission talismans, they are inherently less convenient than telephones. The tactical wristbands of the Battlestar Group allow communication wherever energy is available. But their scarcity is a significant limitation. Achieving one for each person is utterly impossible. Thus, launching satellites is imperative for future operations. Much like the many weapons already developed that require satellite support, it is unrealistic to conquer the entire Xiang continent relying solely on Li Zixuan and his companions. Even if it were possible, what then? To truly integrate these common folk into Huagua will take considerable time. With a network in place, administrative management would become more manageable. After all, it has only been 30 years since the Xiang Empire unified the continent. Many common folk may not necessarily feel a sense of loyalty. Furthermore, a substantial amount of manpower and resources is required for transportation. The exact resources present in this world remain a mystery. It is only known that the spiritual energy here is notably more abundant, making cultivation far superior to that on Blue Star. As for other resources, thorough exploration is necessary. For now, it is prudent to first comprehend the situation here. Bailey Howard nodded and then addressed by Li Qingwu, instructing her to send someone to investigate the circumstances of this world, particularly concerning the surrounding areas and the Ximen family. Understood, Bailey Qingwu replied. Before departing, Li Zixuan glanced at Bailey Howard and then at Chun Huafeng and the others, saying, I have brought the small space and placed it in the backyard of the city lord's residence. Whenever you have time, feel free to engage in cultivation. Understood. Chapter 183. The situation at present, the Lord's mansion is solely occupied by the people of Blue Star. Those who previously hesitated to leave have been imprisoned, and the rebels have met their demise. Even this grand hall bears numerous bloodstains, yet the onlookers remain indifferent. This indifference does not stem from the soldiers' cold-bloodedness, rather. It is a grim acknowledgement that war is an unavoidable consequence of the collision between two worlds. The absence of a massacre is already a considerable mercy. Had the war blade arrived, it is likely that the former lord, Luo Feng, and his associates would have been executed on the spot. And the rioting citizens might have faced execution as well. This is not due to the war blade's propensity for slaughter, but rather a collective understanding that, had the roles been reversed, were it not for Li Zixuan's intervention which allowed for a significant leap in capabilities, Base 1 would likely be awash in blood. With Luo Feng and his cohorts possibly ravaging the entirety of Blue Star. Upon arriving in the back courtyard, Li Zixuan found a landscape adorned with artificial hills and flowers, appearing far more serene than many parks on Blue Star, thanks to the rich spiritual energy. Establishing a small space here would facilitate those who, having undergone the baptism of battle, could achieve breakthroughs more swiftly. When Li Zixuan returned to the Grand Hall, he noticed a grave expression on Bailey Howard's face. While Bailey Qingwu was in the midst of discussing something curious, Li Zixuan approached them. Bailey Qingwu reiterated, the current situation is rather dire. There are 5 surrounding cities, each comparable to Wind Shadow City, and the Ximen family has dispatched individuals who may arrive here in less than a month. A month? Li Zixuan was taken aback, not because the time frame was too short, but rather because it felt excessively prolonged. Is the Ximen family far from here? he inquired, voicing his curiosity. Not at all. According to their testimonies and intelligence gathered from outside, Sheeman family S stronghold is merely 2 to 3 days' journey from here. The reason for the nearly month-long arrival time is that they are engaged in battles in other worlds. Other worlds? Li Zixuan exclaimed in astonishment. No wonder Ba Li Haoran appeared so somber. This meant that the current Xiang continent was simultaneously preparing to assault at least 2 other worlds. What immense confidence must they possess to dare undertake such an endeavor? Do we have specifics on the situation? Li Zixuan continued to inquire. It is not just one world. They have already conquered one, and the world known as Hongqi continent will soon fall under their control as well, with the Tianyang sect, the Tiandi sect, and 12 prefectures launching the assault together. Li Zixuan could not help but inhale sharply, as even Bai Li Qingwu had been momentarily stunned upon receiving this revelation. Just how formidable was the Xiang continent? To have already seized one world and be in the process of conquering another. And this was merely the information available to Wine Shadow City. Since there are 3 sects, with 2 engaged in warfare elsewhere, what, then, is the Xiang sect occupied with? The very name suggests an audacity to name themselves after the continent. How powerful must they be? Furthermore, how formidable is the Hongqi continent, necessitating the combined military strength of 2 sects and 12 prefectures for its conquest? It is undoubtedly far superior to Blue Star. Indeed, it exceeds expectations by a considerable margin. In such a world on the brink of invasion, what fate awaits the Xiang continent? Reports indicate that the Sheeman clan will dispatch troops within a month, which means they could seize control of the Hongqi continent and return home in triumph. What is your perspective on this? Bai Li Haoran turned to Li Zixuan and inquired. He found himself at a loss. If a month were to pass, it would coincide with the Sheeman County's assault on the entire 36 cities, targeting the Blue Star. But what of the other 3 sects? And the sovereign? He is the mightiest on the continent, yet there has been no word from him. The Grand Hall suddenly fell into silence as Li Zixuan pondered deeply. We must act swiftly. Within a month, we must conquer the entire Sheeman County. Before their return, then we can engulf their returning forces. Otherwise, we will be relegated to a position of passive defense. Li Zixuan's eyes glimmered with the fervor of battle. He, too, yearned for an exhilarating clash. But Li Haoran furrowed his brow, remarking, the 36 cities, yet we do not possess sufficient manpower. Currently, although each city has stationed troops, it is absolutely impossible to withdraw them. Furthermore, the other 4 major bases must defend their respective passages, leaving little capacity for troop mobilization. Then we shall reassign. Withdraw a portion of the stationed troops from each city, supplemented by reserve battalions. The same applies to the 4 major bases. We should be able to muster considerable forces by then. However, accomplishing this in a short time frame is no simple task. Bai Li Haoran sighed. Li Zixuan recognized this challenge. After all, the coordination of each department and the transfer of troops would require time. How many troops do we currently have at our disposal? Li Zixuan inquired of Bai Li Haoran. Each base has an army of 200. Base 1 can contribute its entire force, while the other 4 bases could mobilize at most half, as they still need to defend their passages. For the stationed troops, the consent of 3 leaders is necessary. After some contemplation, Bai Li Haoran responded. 600. Li Zixuan felt a wave of despair. Sheeman County comprises 36 cities, each home to 1 million inhabitants, with nearly 100,000 soldiers in each. Even if we were to conquer them all, we would require troops for garrisoning. However, if we spread our forces too thin, each city would only have a little over 10,000 soldiers, which is utterly insufficient, as the populace possesses considerable cultivation due to the rich spiritual energy. Many are at the Emperor Gold level. Meanwhile, the warriors from the 4 major bases average only silver rank. This is unavoidable, as the resources required by the Hua Nation are immense, and there is insufficient financial backing to elevate all soldiers to platinum rank. Li Zixuan contemplated what resources he could procure to swiftly enhance their strength. Aside from purchasing enhancement liquids, there seemed to be no alternative. Perhaps Xiao Tian and Bart have some, but surely there would be side effects. Li Zixuan resolved to contact Audiobook, as he likely possesses similar enhancement liquids. And being a merchant of a level 5 civilization, they should be more affordable. Let me first inform the 3 leaders. I intend to negotiate for some enhancement liquids so that at least 50,000 can attain peak platinum status. This way, even if each city only has a little over 10,000 station warriors, the presence of peak platinum rankers will deter any rebellion. However, we may need to unleash a massacre in the other cities of Sheeman County, No existence above the platinum tier shall be permitted, Li Zixuan remarked, casting a glance at Bailey Howren and Bailey Qingwu. Upon hearing this, both father and daughter furrowed their brows simultaneously. In terms of Fengying City alone, there are nearly 10,000 formidable beings surpassing the platinum level, and when considering other gold and platinum tier warriors, along with the city's garrison and some local strongmen, the number approaches nearly 100,000. The other cities are likely not far behind. What Li Zixuan implied was that starting from the next city, a minimum of 100,000 lives must be claimed in each city. The main city of Shimen County would undoubtedly witness an even greater toll. Even a general of Bailey Howren's stature could not help but frown at this notion. One can only imagine the sheer madness required to slay at least 3 million souls within the span of a month. Chapter 184. The Decision of Blue Star. Observing the furrowed brows of Bailey Howren and Bailey Qingwu, Li Zixuan understood that they were undoubtedly troubled by the overwhelming number of casualties. He continued, if, in a month's time, Shimin Longting and the others return to the capital, the other 2 sects and even the people from the 12 prefectures will also come back. At that point, we will find ourselves in a passive position, and given our current strength, we would be unable to withstand the assault from the 2 sects in the 12 prefectures. By then, the casualties on Blue Star may only increase. He paused, but Bailey Howren was equally unprepared for such an outcome. The potential loss of life on Blue Star could be even more staggering. Furthermore, this was a global war, for Blue Star to emerge victorious. Death was an inevitable consequence, possibly in the billions, or even tens or hundreds of billions. In light of this, the deaths of those from the Xiang continent were preferable to those of Blue Star's inhabitants. The Xiang continent boasted 18 prefectures, each comprising 36 cities, along with 3 sects and the entire military of the Xiang Empire. Just the 18 prefectures alone accounted for 648 cities, each with a force of 100,000 soldiers, totaling over 60 million, not to mention the main cities of each prefecture. How many troops were stationed in the imperial capital? If we do not take the initiative to strike now, the only fates awaiting Blue Star will be annihilation or surrender. Should it come to that, all those above platinum rank would face death. Were he in Bailey Howren's position, he would make the same choice. Indeed, he must. Very well. I shall return to Base 1 to make contact, and simultaneously, other nations of Blue Star must also dispatch troops, Bailey Howren declared as he stood. Indeed, go ahead. I will reach out to see if I can negotiate for more supplies. Li Zixuan nodded in agreement. The group dispersed. Bailey Howren set off to contact the 3 leaders and the 4 major bases to ascertain how many troops could be mobilized. Bailey Qingwu needed to stabilize the entire Wind Shadow City, ensuring it became a true stronghold for Blue Star. Li Zixuan entered a room, the occupant of which was unknown to him, but it appeared remarkably tidy. He ventured into a small world, preparing to contact Bruno to discern what was amiss with that individual. However, he was unable to reach her, uncertain whether she was in seclusion or avoiding him due to concerns of trouble. With no other option, Li Zixuan begrudgingly turned to trade with Audiobook. Although he possessed 4 merchant codes, given that they were provided by Fidus, he suspected they might lead to further complications. What do I need to trade for? Audiobook now regarded Li Zixuan with a favorable impression, as he had purchased a considerable amount from him previously. Do you have any enhancement liquid? What is the price? Li Zixuan inquired directly upon seeing Audiobook. Oh, you desire that item? I have it, priced at 4 million per vial. Audiobook replied matter-of-factly. Li Zixuan frowned slightly upon hearing the price. The previous enhancement liquid had been no more than 460,000 per vial, while Romp sold his liquid for merely 300,000, dropping to 100,000 per drop for larger quantities. Other auxiliary materials could be procured for 10,000. That is exorbitant. 1 million per vial? I require 100,000 vials. If you are unwilling, I shall seek another supplier. How many? 100,000 vials? Audiobook. Upon hearing the unexpected request from Li Zixuan, was taken aback. 1 million is insufficient. You demand such a substantial amount. While I can offer you a discount, the lowest price I can concede is still 130 million per unit, Audiobook stated, shaking his head. Such technology was prevalent among 5th-level civilizations, becoming rather mainstream. Yet he was reluctant to sell it at too low a price. After a moment of contemplation, Li Zixuan acquiesced but expressed a desire to inquire about other mechs, particularly those of the war god class. Without the means to purchase in bulk, he sought to ascertain the pricing for models akin to the T-03. Show me the mechs. I am prepared to make a significant purchase. Very well. Audiobook responded without hesitation, promptly sending over the list of mechs. Li Zixuan selected a nano battle suit similar to the T-03, reasoning that its price would likely be manageable. How much for this nano mech, Audilos? He inquired, wary of exorbitant pricing. If it is affordable, I will buy in bulk as well. Indeed, following Li Zixuan's statement, Audilos hesitated momentarily before replying. This model is not particularly powerful. I can offer it to you for 6 million per set. Li Zixuan recognized that this mech merely corresponded to the diamond realm. Yet the price was still beyond his reach. However, at 6 million per set, he could purchase a maximum of 10,000 sets. He was unperturbed about spending his cosmic currency, confident that he would recoup his investment, especially in this expansive continent. After all, should he fail to conquer, even an abundance of cosmic currency would be futile. Moreover, he believed that one could only gain more from the effort expended. Very well. Let us proceed with the transaction. 100,000 units of enhancement liquid and 10,000 sets of mechs. Excellent. Please hold on. Audilos replied, visibly pleased. He then vanished to make preparations. Shortly thereafter, Audilos returned, stating, seeing your generosity in this transaction, I shall gift you an additional 10,000 units of enhancement liquid and 100 extra mech sets, along with these 2 pieces of spatial equipment. Wonderful, Li Zixuan exclaimed. Delighted. Although he understood that Audilos would profit from the transaction, he was certain he would not incur a loss. Li Zixuan transferred 190 billion cosmic coins and received 2 small boxes, which contained spatial folding equipment. Upon checking his balance, he noted that he now had only 914 billion cosmic coins remaining. After emerging from the small world, Li Zixuan awaited the return of Bai Lihaoran. Hoping he would bring favorable news, he was prepared to swiftly cultivate 101,000 pinnacle platinum warriors and 10,100 diamond realm mechs. Upon returning to the base, Bai Lihaoran conveyed all of this to the 3 leaders and shared Li Zixuan's insights, awaiting their response. The leaders, in turn, summoned Guming and others to deliberate the matter. Ultimately, they decided to endorse Li Zixuan's proposal while reaching out to other nations. Meanwhile, the nations of Meijin, Hubei, the African Union, the European Union, and the Dawn Laboratory began their discussions upon receiving the news. Though they were gradually integrating into Huaghua, many among them could no longer be considered leaders, as they held positions within Huaghua. It is merely that the military power within their faction has yet to be relinquished. Besides, within the borders of Huaghua, there exists a passage leading to the Xiang continent here as well, although the opposing side consists mainly of villages rather than fortified cities, making defense considerably easier. Furthermore, the 3 leaders of Huaghua have promised them that a portion of the Xiang continent will be allocated to them in the future. Though this is merely a promise, with the proverbial cake yet to be seen, the individuals have placed their faith in it. Their belief primarily rests on the formidable capabilities of Li Zixuan and his associates, as they are acutely aware of the principle that the loss of one's lips entails the loss of one's teeth. Thus, they too shall dispatch troops. The 5 major factions will collectively send forth an army of 1 million. Meanwhile, Huaghua has mobilized a portion of the garrison from each city, alongside an additional 40,000 troops from the 4 major bases, with several commanders, including the likes of Zhang Ku and Zhou Tianwang, personally leading their forces into battle. Chapter 185. Gathering at the Lord's Mansion, Bai Lihaoran returned to the Lord's Mansion and conveyed the news to Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan was equally elated and inquired, when can we expect their arrival? Zhang Feng and his companions would arrive within 3 days at the latest, while Zhou Tianwang and his group would reach us by tomorrow. However, the arrival of the troops from other countries might pose some complications, as it involved military forces traversing deep into Hua country. It could take up to half a month for them to assemble. Half a month? Li Zixuan resumed his seat, well aware that, even in these times, foreign nations would likely refrain from causing disturbances. Yet, he remained apprehensive about allowing a 1 million-strong army to penetrate the heart of his nation. He summoned Xin Huafeng and instructed, take 2 squads and oversee the troops from other nations, ensuring they arrive here within 10 days. Keep a vigilant watch along the way to prevent any disorder. Should they dare to cause trouble, eliminate them. Xin Huafeng was taken aback. What do you mean by eliminate? Enough with the questions. While we do require reinforcements, we cannot afford chaos. They have at least 5 generals leading them. Just proceed. Li Zixuan replied, slightly exasperated. Understood, Captain. Xin Huafeng acquiesced before departing. Li Zixuan, feeling a sense of helplessness, had initially believed that Zhang Feng and his allies would arrive by the following day. Bai Li Gu, I have 1.01 million vials of enhancement liquid here. You may take 200. vials for your troops to reach the pinnacle of platinum strength. Such a vast amount? Bali Howren was astonished upon hearing the figure. Hua country had exerted significant effort and could barely afford 1,000,000 vials of enhancement liquid. Yet Li Zixuan had managed to provide such a quantity. However, I must stipulate that I require a share of the resources from Xiang continent when the time comes. Li Zixuan replied with a smile. Agreed. While I cannot guarantee much, I can certainly provide you with the portion from Base 1. Bali Howren responded generously. Subsequently, Li Zixuan handed over 200,000 vials of enhancement liquid to Bali Howren, whose space ring was filled to capacity. Overjoyed, he exited to distribute the vials among his soldiers. Given the overwhelming number of troops, it would likely take until tomorrow to elevate them all to the pinnacle of platinum strength. Nonetheless, this approach pleased Li Zixuan, who intended to utilize the enhancement liquid on Hua country's soldiers to minimize casualties in the forthcoming battles. 3 days swiftly passed. Starting from the following day, soldiers began arriving continuously. Just moments ago, Zhang Feng and his 3 companions had brought the final contingent of 100,000 troops to camp near Fengying City. Currently, there were 600,000 troops assembled, with additional station forces en route, expected to arrive by the day after tomorrow at the latest. The stationed army had reached 800,000, bringing the total military strength of Hua country to an impressive 1,000,000. While this appeared considerable, it paled in comparison to the forces of Xiang continent, which numbered in the tens of millions, possibly even more. Following the arrival of Zhang Feng and his companions, they collected their share of enhancement liquid from Li Zixuan and began the distribution process. Meanwhile, Zhang Ke commenced the gradual dispersal of troops to other cities, while Zhou Tianwang took charge of maintaining order. The inhabitants of Xiang continent bore a striking resemblance to the people of Hua country, albeit generally taller, which facilitated the intelligence operations of Zhang Ke and his team. In the blink of an eye, 3 days have passed, and 800,000 troops have arrived at Wind Shadow City, establishing their encampment just outside the city. The townsfolk have been engulfed in fear during this period, uncertain of the reason behind the influx of soldiers clad in peculiar attire, nor the fate that awaits them. From an initial sense of stability that was swiftly quelled, they now reside in trepidation, too afraid to venture outside their homes. Zhou Tianwang has been diligently organizing efforts, registering and managing the populace while providing them with sustenance. Meanwhile, Li Zixuan procured 1,000,000 enhancement fluids and 10,000 sets of mesh from Audios, who generously included an additional 50,000 enhancement fluids and 200 mesh as a bonus. 2 days later, the 140,000-strong army reached the pinnacle of platinum tier. They distributed 2,300 sets of mesh, exclusively to squad leaders and higher-ranking officers. With 60,000 enhancement fluids remaining, Li Zixuan intends to share these with the other 5 major factions, ensuring their efforts do not go unrewarded. Another week has elapsed, and the 1,000,000-strong forces of the 5 major factions have also arrived. Surrounding Wind Shadow City, an expanse of 50 kilometers is now occupied by the military. The generals convened in the Grand Hall for a meeting, led by their most formidable leaders, Job from the United States, Boyk from the Bear Nation, Michael from the Coalition, Drine from the European Union, and Porter from the Dawn Laboratory. The 800,000 troops from Huagua are commanded by Generals Wan Xiaoshua, Hua Yunliang, Li Qinxiu, and Su Wei. Alongside the 5 major bases, by Li Howren, Zhang Feng, Li Xianting, Qin Zhong, Jiang Exine, and the vanguard team led by Li Zixuan, they gathered around a round table, with all eyes fixed upon by Li Howren and Li Zixuan. Their orders were to heed the commands of these 2 leaders. By Li Howren, as the overall commander for this interdimensional conflict, addressed the assembly with an air of authority. Now that you are all present, I trust you understand our objective, and I shall refrain from elaborating further. The army of the Sheeman family may return in less than half a month, so we must act decisively. Our goal is to capture 35 cities within 5 days and subsequently seize Sheeman-S stronghold. The vanguard team will lead the charge, and your forces must follow swiftly. Can you accomplish this? Yes. The generals responded in unison. Very well, you may proceed. By Li Howren gestured to Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan rose to speak. Currently, the Huagua army stands at the pinnacle of platinum tier, and I am aware that this may not sit well with some of you. The 5 generals, including Job, felt a flush of embarrassment, having witnessed that all 1,000,000 soldiers of Huagua were at the platinum peak. They had not anticipated Li Zixuan's candid acknowledgement. These resources are personally provided by me. I can also elevate your soldiers to the platinum tier, but with that, Li Zixuan cast a glance at Job and the others. In the eyes of several individuals sparkled an unmistakable desire. If their soldiers could ascend to the pinnacle of platinum, their minds would be considerably at ease. After all, despite having reached the zenith of star dominance, many of their subordinates remained mere commoners. Upon hearing that Li Zixuan was willing to provide assistance, their excitement was palpable, though they were uncertain about the specifics. However, Li Zixuan stated, "Following our victory in this grand conflict, I shall reclaim a portion of the resources. Do you harbor any objections?" He directed his gaze towards Job and his companions. Li Zixuan had previously conveyed similar sentiments to Zhang Feng and others, all of whom had expressed no dissent. Without a moment's hesitation, Job responded, "On behalf of the United States of America, I have no objections." The other four pondered briefly before ultimately agreeing. Chapter 186, 16 Cities in a Day. Very well. I currently possess only 600,000 vials of enhancement liquid, which I can distribute among you. This will enable 60,000 of your million-strong army to ascend to the pinnacle of platinum. As for the remaining individuals, I too require resources to procure additional enhancement liquid. Upon hearing that there were merely 600,000 vials, Xiao Bu and the others furrowed their brows. However, the moment they glimpsed Li Zixuan's countenance, their objections dissipated. 600,000 vials it shall be. They did not believe that Li Zixuan would calmly engage them in discourse. All right, since there are no objections, I will provide them to you shortly, preferably by tomorrow morning, so you can complete your breakthroughs, Li Zixuan declared. Then surveyed the group and pointed to a rudimentary map affixed to his back, continuing, "Ladies and gentlemen, I intend to commence our offensive from Chiuwa City tomorrow morning, striving to capture these 16 cities within a single day." The map was quite simplistic, delineating the 36 cities surrounding Shimen County, with the central focus being Shilin City, the principal city of Shimen County. The other 36 cities encircled Shilin City. The 16 cities Li Zixuan referred to were those adjacent to Fengying City, while the remaining 15 were situated deeper within the territory. Beyond the 16 cities lay the main city itself. To seize these cities in such a short time frame, it necessitated the presence of a formidable individual, at least of imperial caliber, to seal off the area. Otherwise, information could easily be transmitted elsewhere. Li Zixuan planned to establish large-scale teleportation arrays in each city once Shimen County was firmly under their control, thereby interlinking them all. Upon hearing Li Zixuan's ambition to capture 16 cities in a day, the crowd was taken aback. Even Bai Li Haoran did not anticipate Li Zixuan's audacity in making such a claim. Observing the disbelief in their eyes, Li Zixuan reiterated, "I shall lead the Battlestar Group to seize these 16 cities within the span of tomorrow, and you will only need to handle subsequent tasks. Are you truly resolved?" Bai Li Haoran inquired, astonished. "Indeed. Our time is limited. I aim to eradicate all platinum tier and above powerhouses in Shimen County within 3 days. Installing the large-scale teleportation arrays in each city, coupled with your armies truly establishing a foothold, will require time," Li Zixuan affirmed with a nod. At this juncture, the crowd ceased their opposition and instead expressed agreement, as none could ascertain whether Shimen Longting genuinely required a month to return. Nor did they know the extent of his prowess, which was at least imperial in stature. "Very well, since we are all in accord, let us prepare. Station 20,000 troops in each city, and should there be any insurrection, eliminate them." Bai Li Haoran surveyed the group, noting the absence of dissent before speaking. Understood. The crowd dispersed, and Li Zixuan too needed to relay this information to the Battlestar Group and others, for they were the vanguard and the mightiest contingent. He needed to ensure their readiness. After the other generals departed, they began mobilizing their forces. Previously, Li Zixuan had procured 100,000 tactical wristbands, distributing them among the officers of the 240,000-strong army to facilitate communication. The following morning, as Li Zixuan emerged, he noticed a palpable tension enveloping Fengying City. The 200 members of the Battlestar Group felt a palpable tension, for their objective was to vanquish the formidable beings of platinum rank and above from the 16 cities, potentially numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Each of these 200 warriors might find their hands stained with the blood of thousands. However, they were the most acutely aware of the unfolding battle. They had no desire for death, thus, they had no choice but to send others to their demise. Li Zixuan approached the Battlestar Group with a smile and inquired, "What is the matter? Why the anxiety? Are you feeling a twinge of conscience at the thought of taking lives?" "Report." "No," replied the speaker, the captain of Team 10. Sheng Wanjing, Li Zixuan nodded solemnly and stated, I shall refrain from lecturing you on the grand principles. Remember, this is war. It is not a mere village brawl. It is a clash between two worlds, two civilizations. Bear in mind that mercy towards the enemy is cruelty to your own kind. If you do not slay them, they shall slay you, even your compatriots. Upon hearing these words, the tension dissipated and compassion was cast aside. They understood what needed to be done. Observing this, Li Zixuan then asked, Are you all prepared? Always ready. They replied in unison, their spirits lifted, brimming with determination. Excellent. Li Zixuan glanced at Bai Li Haoran and the others, nodding in approval. Let us depart. With that, he soared towards Chiyue City. And the 200 members of the Battlestar group donned their mechs in an instant to follow. Bai Li Haoran turned to Wan Xiaoshu and the others, remarking, Ah, the vitality of youth. Indeed. Wan Xiaoshu and the others began deploying troops to keep pace. Meanwhile, Zhang Feng and his comrades set forth towards the right flank of Fengying City at dawn. He was inherently a warrior, eager to take the lead. Yet military regulations forbade such actions. Last night, he had persistently badgered Li Zixuan and Bai Li Haoran, and ultimately, they had relented. Zhang Feng entrusted command to Bai Li Qinwu and led his team towards Yuhua City, while Li Zixuan and his group headed for the left towards Chiyue City. Soon, Li Zixuan arrived above Chiyue City, which remained unprepared, perhaps still awaiting orders. After all, Shimen Longing had taken away the main forces from 12 cities, and it was said they would return in a month to launch an assault on Fengying City, with only half a month remaining until that deadline. Chiyue City did not believe they would be attacked. Li Zixuan's spiritual awareness swept across the area, swiftly detecting 1 royal-level first stage and 14 king-level strongholds. With the army stationed in the barracks behind the city, Chen Huafeng and the others flew to Li Zixuan's side, awaiting his command. I will seal off the entire city's space, ideally leaving only the royal-level first stage within. Can we conclude the battle in half an hour? Li Zixuan addressed the group. Absolutely. Chen Huafeng and the others responded eagerly. Then let us commence, Li Zixuan declared, pressing his hands forward. A tremendous energy erupted from within him, momentarily retracting to form an invisible barrier enveloping the entire city. All that remained was for Li Zixuan to sever the flow of information. Upon the arrival of Li Zixuan and his companions, Feng Sanho, who had been cultivating within a concealed chamber of the city lord's residence, opened his eyes. He sensed numerous unfamiliar presences and was about to venture out to investigate when an overwhelming aura suddenly halted him. This was the energy emanating from Li Zixuan as he sealed off the space. Soon after, Chen Huafeng and his 10 comrades began their assault on the city lord's stronghold, while the remaining 190 surged toward the military camp. Although the camp harbored many of lower cultivation levels, even ordinary folk, it was imperative for them to inflict significant damage. At the very least, they would unleash a barrage from their plasma shoulder cannons. Their primary objective remained the elimination of the military officers. Chapter 187, Inventory of Spoils on Chen Huafeng's side. Each of the 10 individuals possessed a realm superior to that of the inhabitants of Chiyue City. Due to the urgency of their mission, they launched relentless assaults targeting their adversaries' vital points. Meanwhile, Feng Sanho found himself in a state of utter frustration, attempting to withstand Chen Huafeng's onslaught. Upon encountering Chen Huafeng and his companions, he was filled with curiosity, for their attire was unlike anything he had ever seen. However, his inquiries were met with silence. As they immediately attacked with lethal intent, he was acutely aware that an Imperial-level powerhouse remained hidden, yet he transitioned from merely defending himself to a desperate fight for survival, ultimately failing to evade a merciless strike from Chen Huafeng that severed his head. In a brief span, Jiang Mingho and the others concluded their battles and joined the fray elsewhere. This was a one-sided massacre. Chaos erupted among the citizens of the city, with many high-ranking warriors attempting to venture out for a glimpse of the turmoil. Yet, they too were greeted by slaughter, as all platinum-level or higher warriors were ruthlessly dispatched. Li Zixuan paid no heed to the disorder within Chiyue City. After swiftly gathering resources, Chen Huafeng and his companions approached Li Zixuan's side. Li Zixuan distributed 10,000 spirit stones to each individual before they proceeded to the next city, having just endured a fierce battle. Chen Huafeng and his team felt some exhaustion, and their mechas required energy. They flew in tandem with Li Zixuan while absorbing the energy from the spirit stones. Fortunately, they possessed spatial equipment, allowing them to store both the plundered resources and spirit stones. Additionally, their mechas were equipped with internal space. which they utilized to house a substantial quantity of spirit stones to ensure a constant supply of power. Meanwhile, Chi City would soon fall under military control, which would quell the ensuing chaos. The army had reached the pinnacle of platinum, and although they could not fly, their rapid advance was assured and required little more than an energy gun. Thus, from 6 a.m. until past 3 p.m., Li Zixuan led the Battlestar Group and the Zhanfeng team to converge in Yushi City. This city marked merely the fourth conquest for Zhanfeng and his group, while Li Zixuan's team had already captured 12 cities. This disparity was partly due to their encounters with 3 cities lacking significant military strength, possibly because Shiman Longding and his forces had not yet returned. Impressive. You've encountered them so swiftly, Zhanfeng remarked upon seeing Li Zixuan, unable to contain his admiration. Well, I was fortunate to stumble upon 3 cities without main forces, Li Zixuan replied with a smile. At that moment, Chen Huafeng and his companions felt a wave of fatigue. Unlike Li Zixuan, who merely needed to secure the space, they had engaged in genuine battles. Many adversaries, in their despair, resorted to self-destructive tactics. Had it not been for the mechas, their group of 200 might have suffered substantial casualties. Nevertheless, many of their mechas bore significant damage. Fortunately, the mechas could gradually be repaired, though this process would require time and energy. Li Zixuan, observing that the army had begun to establish its presence here, felt a sense of relief and prepared to lead Chen Huafeng and the others back to the small space in Fengying City for cultivation and recuperation. I plan to return. What about you? Li Zixuan inquired of Zhanfeng. Yes, let us go together, Zhanfeng replied, having also noticed the army's arrival. Thus, a group of over 700 individuals set off towards Fengying City. Upon their return, Li Zixuan directed them to enter the small space for recovery and cultivation. For even without doubling their efforts, one day in the outside world equated to 30 days within. They could thus cultivate and recuperate for nearly half a month. Meanwhile, Li Zixuan accompanied Zhanfeng and the others to the main hall, which had been transformed into a modern conference room, complete with a rectangular meeting table. Noticing only a handful of generals present, Li Zixuan curiously asked, "Commander, where are the others?" Bali Howren and the others turned to Li Zixuan and Zhanfeng, aware that they had completed their mission. They have already left. Tomorrow we are to attack the remaining cities, so they headed there to avoid delays. Bali Howren replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Li Zixuan chuckled, reminiscent of the day's events. Their primary task was to eliminate high-level combatants, while the ensuing chaos was left unattended. The large army trailing behind could hardly keep pace with their flight. Numerous cities had been stripped bare by the time they arrived, leaving not a single brick or tile behind. The streets were rife with conflict and looting, resulting in utter disorder. It would take considerable time for these troops to restore order. Additionally, due to Li Zixuan's spatial blockade, the inhabitants of those cities could not escape, nor could they send out messages. When Li Zixuan departed, he left behind the energy of the Diamond Realm, ensuring that the army could easily breach and occupy the area afterward. After all, within every 20,000 soldiers, there were one or even several diamond-level experts. This was precisely why generals like Wan Xiaoshu decided to set off today. The entirety of Shimen County was roughly equivalent in size to a province in Huaghua. Moreover, they were forced to rely on their own legs for travel. Had they not ascended to the pinnacle of the Platinum Realm so suddenly, it might have taken them a month just to reach their destination. The terrain of Xiang Continent did not permit the use of vehicles or aircraft. And even if it did, they would refrain from using them, as it would be far too conspicuous. The large army, however, benefited from Zhang Ku's intelligence, allowing them to traverse without encountering a single local. Even if they did, it was likely they would be eliminated, given the extraordinary circumstances. Li Zixuan observed Xiaobu, who sat with a downcast expression alongside the other 4. With 1 million soldiers, only 600,000 had reached the pinnacle of the Platinum Realm, leaving 400,000 ordinary individuals unable to occupy the cities. While the 600,000 could indeed advance, they feared that without the presence of the remaining 400,000, those individuals might gradually become soldiers of Huaghua. At this moment, they were lamenting to Bali Howren, seeking reassurance, and hoping that Li Zixuan could provide them with an additional 400,000 doses of enhancement liquid. However, upon seeing Li Zixuan, their spirits began to wane once more, as they dared not directly request anything from him. "What seems to be the matter with you?" Li Zixuan inquired, somewhat perplexed. Li Howard observed the 5 individuals bowing their heads in silence and took it upon himself to elucidate the situation. After listening, Li Zixuan offered a bittersweet smile and remarked, "Very well. I have acquired a substantial amount of resources today and can provide you with 400,000 units of enhancement fluid. But you must ensure to replenish my supplies in the future. Is that true?" Xiaobu and the others' eyes brightened at this revelation. "Indeed. Excellent. We shall replenish your supplies." With Li Zixuan's affirmation, Xiaobu and the others were filled with joy. Yet, they harbored no intentions of defaulting on their promise. For while Li Howard might be lenient, they could not guarantee Li Zixuan's mercy. He might very well send them to meet their maker. Chapter 188. Capturing 35 cities. Upon returning to his chamber, Li Zixuan immediately entered the small world, where he received an array of resources gathered by Qin Huafeng and others from Zhanfeng. Their generosity stemmed not from mere kindness, but from the understanding that transforming these resources into tangible power necessitated Li Zixuan's assistance. He possessed the unique ability to convert this assorted collection of resources into cosmic coins or spirit stones. Within the small world, a plethora of resources awaited, amassed from various cities, predominantly pillaged from the Lord's mansion and the households of the powerful within those cities. It was no surprise that it took so long to conquer 12 cities. The resources included an eclectic assortment: unfamiliar stones, gold and jewels, desiccated spiritual herbs, and some lesser quality weaponry. Li Zixuan did not meticulously sift through them. He sold everything to the trading center, witnessing his wealth soar from 724 1 billion to an astonishing 574 1 billion. He was taken aback, for he had not anticipated that the resources from the 16 cities would amount to such a staggering total 482 billion cosmic coins. Upon reflection, it became clearer. After all, he had casually plundered over 300 billion from just 3 cities. The level of the Xiang continent far exceeded that of the Blue Star, and with the entirety of the 16 cities yielding only a little over 8,000 billion, Li Zixuan felt it was somewhat modest. However, considering that there were still several hundred such cities, his concerns dissipated. Li Zixuan then contacted Audiobook, spending 250 billion to purchase 2 million enhancement liquids. This time, Audiobook generously gifted him an additional 100,000 units. It was not that Audiobook was unwilling to part with more, rather, Li Zixuan's consumption rate was alarmingly rapid. He had acquired 4 million enhancement liquids in just 2 days. Although he was an interstellar merchant, it was impractical to stockpile such a singular item in vast quantities, and this time he had even provided Li Zixuan with a discount of 10 billion. Unfazed by the expenditure, Li Zixuan exited the small world and distributed 400,000 enhancement liquids to Xiaobu and his companions, who departed in high spirits. With 7 million enhancement liquids remaining, previously allocated supplies had been disseminated. Li Zixuan intended to send these 7 million back to Huagua for Zhang Xiangdong and others to utilize, especially given the presence of Zhang Longfei and his associates. This was the least Li Zixuan could do for the 3 leaders. Moreover, it was certain that a portion of these enhancement liquids would be allocated to the military, potentially transported to the Xiang continent in due course. Li Zixuan handed a bracelet to Li Howard and articulated his intentions. Li Howard summoned Li Qingwu, instructing her to bring the 10 members of Zhejiang over. These were 10 of the 18 divine generals. Previously, Nangong Qinghong had been one of these 18 battle generals. But following his demise, another had taken his place. Among these 18, all but Li Qingwu were Li Howard's trusted confidants, with several being his clan brothers, all of whom had accompanied him, ensuring their unwavering reliability. Soon, 10 individuals entered the room. Li Zixuan glanced at them, recognizing that they were all at the pinnacle of the king level, individuals who had previously cultivated in the estate. Li Howard spoke directly. "Zero. You 10 must discreetly return to Shou City and deliver this ring to the High Commander. Inform him that it contains 7 million enhancement liquids, capable of nurturing 7 million platinum peaks. Additionally, ensure their clandestine protection, and Zhang Xiangdong, obey the commands of the 3 leaders. Should anyone dare to disrupt the nation, execute." "Understood," replied the individual named Bailey Zirong as he accepted the ring. The 10 then turned and departed. Li Howard and Li Zixuan had full confidence in their capability, for not only were they skilled in combat, but they were also university graduates, well-versed in a wealth of knowledge. Since Li Howard instructed them to return secretly, As long as they did not reveal themselves, very few in the current Blue Star could trace them. Their protection of the three leaders should suffice. Moreover, Li Zixuan was aware that during their time at the estate, Zhang Xiangdong had discreetly sent 100 individuals to cultivate in a small space, to ensure they remained undetected. Li Zixuan had specifically isolated a section within the small space for them, releasing them only when the space required an upgrade. After the passageway was opened, Li Zixuan would bring the small space along, allowing their return. By that time, they would all be at the Star Master level, with some even at the King level. Perhaps Bailey Howard and the others were aware of their existence, yet they still dispatched 10 individuals for an additional layer of protection. In the blink of an eye, dawn arrived again. Today, Li Zixuan intended to conquer the remaining 19 cities. Among these, 9 cities had lost a significant portion of their military strength, taken by Shiman Longing. Once these 19 cities were captured, a surrounding formation could be established, enabling a swift takeover of the main city the following day. At that point, a large-scale teleportation array could be constructed, ensuring seamless connectivity, allowing for mutual support in times of crisis. As Li Zixuan emerged from his chamber, Chen Huafeng and the others were invigorated, having fully recovered from the fatigue of the previous day. Many had experienced a slight elevation in their realms, and it was believed that upon successfully capturing Shiman County, their strength would witness remarkable breakthroughs. Are you prepared? Li Zixuan inquired as he stepped forward. Always ready, they replied. Excellent, let us depart. Li Zixuan nodded and led the way into the sky. Meanwhile, Zhang Feng had already set out early with 300 men. They had only captured 4 cities the previous day, while Li Zixuan had managed to seize 12, leaving him feeling somewhat discontented. Even though he understood that the advantage lay with Chen Huafeng and his team, who, clad in mecha, could swiftly obliterate military camps with plasma shoulder cannons. While his team needed to engage directly, he was still dissatisfied with such results. Thus, he issued a stern command to his 300 men. They must capture at least 9 cities today. The reason he only brought 300 was that they were all at the king level. Only those at this rank could traverse the skies of Xiang continent. Although he, as a peak royal level powerhouse, was required to engage in combat as well as seal spaces, it did not diminish his fighting spirit. Due to Zhang Feng's command, the slaughter became even more brutal. When the group reunited, Zhang Feng was drenched in blood and fragments of flesh, yet he wore a joyful smile. He had successfully captured 9 cities with his team. However, the current 300 warriors appeared utterly exhausted. Li Zixuan merely glanced at them and understood the situation. This fellow was reckless. They had undoubtedly bulldozed their way through, mercilessly slaying anyone in their path, and at an astonishing pace. They had scarcely rested, only engaged in battle or traversing the path to conflict. Otherwise, they would not be so drained and weary. You truly spare no effort, Li Zixuan remarked to Zhang Feng with a hint of exasperation. He could not bear to see the Star Battle Group fight in such a manner. Otherwise, he would not have allowed them to absorb the spiritual energy from the spirit stones while flying. Chapter 189, The Purchase of Frenzy Pills. Ha. Joyful. Zhang Feng laughed nonchalantly. Meanwhile, Li Zixuan noticed that the 300 individuals behind him shared the same exuberant demeanor, despite their current listlessness. It seemed to resonate with the old adage, a bear leads a bear, and a general brings forth a troop of bears. The nature of the general reflects the character of their soldiers. Li Zixuan, somewhat speechless, accepted the ring that Zhang Feng handed over, filled with resources. Hurry and cultivate a bit. At this rate, we want to even be able to fly back, Li Zixuan urged. Indeed. Let us recover. Zhang Feng nodded, still appearing quite pleased, then turned to address the 300 soldiers. Each of them possessed spatial equipment. Li Zixuan had previously gifted Zhang Feng and the others 10 billion spiritual stones each, which Zhang Feng had generously shared. Upon hearing the opportunity to cultivate and recuperate, all 300 promptly extracted their spiritual stones to begin their absorption. Li Zixuan, accompanied by the Star Guardians, stood guard. Although they had successfully captured the city, the army had yet to arrive. As Zhang Feng and the others gradually regained their strength, Li Zixuan suddenly noticed several individuals had achieved breakthroughs. Upon observing Chen Huafeng and the others, Li Zixuan realized it was time for them to exhaust their energy and spiritual essence in cultivation. Perhaps it would yield unexpected results. Chen Huafeng and his companions, recognizing their own breakthroughs, felt a chill run down their spines upon meeting Li Zixuan's gaze. Team leader, if you have something to say, please be direct, they stammered nervously. Chuckling at Chen Huafeng's anxious tone, Li Zixuan replied, look at them. They have all made breakthroughs, and every one of them has reached the king level. You still have several star masters among you. Aren't you ashamed? The group, initially enjoying the spectacle, fell silent. Although they had utilized the finest resources, Bailey Howren and his cohort had done the same, and they had not cultivated for significantly longer, with some of Bailey Howren's subordinates having trained even more extensively. After Li Zixuan's remarks, he noted the peculiar expressions on their faces, understanding the underlying issue. He possessed pills that could enhance their cultivation, yet he feared fostering dependency. However, given the current circumstances, it was imperative they consumed them. As Shiman Longting and his group would likely return in about 10 days, their forces would undoubtedly be stronger. With Shiman Longting's kin and others from the 12 cities amounting to at least a dozen Imperial-level warriors, the exact number of Emperor-level fighters remaining uncertain. Enough of the long faces. Return and elevate your strengths. Li Zixuan contemplated the pills, realizing he needed more Snow Lotus pills and Heavenly Spirit pills. Before long, Zhang Feng and the others fully recovered, many achieving breakthroughs, and the army began to take control of the city. Let us go back. Li Zixuan instructed Zhang Feng and the others. All right. Upon their return to Wine Shadow City, Li Zixuan retreated to his room to prepare to contact Xiao Tian, while Chen Huafeng and the others ventured into the small space to continue their cultivation. Brother Zixuan, what do you need this time? Xiao Tian greeted Li Zixuan with great delight. I require medicinal pills for elevating my cultivation level, as well as a large teleportation array. What are their prices? What levels do you have available? Li Zixuan inquired eagerly. Xiao Tian, evidently keen on trading with Li Zixuan, replied, from Star General to Emperor, or even Divine level. Do you have any pills that can expedite the process? Li Zixuan looked at Xiao Tian with anticipation. Xiao Tian, taken aback by the request, remarked, You wish for pills for every level? Indeed. Do you have them? Li Zixuan pressed. Nodding, Xiao Tian affirmed, Yes. For levels below Emperor. You can use the Snow Lotus pill, for Emperor level, the Heavenly Spirit pill, and for Divine level, the Sacred Spirit pill. Each can facilitate a breakthrough of one minor level, but one can only consume it once per level. Is there a pill that can be reused? Li Zixuan queried. Already aware of the limitations. Brother Zixuan, while I do have such a pill, it is far better to achieve breakthroughs through one's own efforts, without prolonged cultivation. One risks instability in their levels, Xiao Tian advised earnestly. Yes, I understand. I will be cautious. Now, please tell me about the pills, Li Zixuan responded, recognizing Xiao Tian's good intentions, though he could not divulge his situation. Very well. There is a pill that can quickly propel one through a significant level. However, the side effects are quite pronounced. One will not be able to progress in cultivation for 10 years after consumption. It is called the Frenzied Demon Pill. Due to its common use in critical situations, its price is 5 million per pill, Xiao Tian stated with a serious tone. Upon hearing this, Li Zixuan furrowed his brow. Not out of concern for the price, but the 10-year stagnation in cultivation. He needed to assess how much progress Chen Huafeng and the others could achieve in that time. Moreover, he pondered whether he could even use it. What is the maximum level at which the Frenzied Demon Pill can be utilized? He asked, voicing his inner doubts. Any level below Sacred can use it. Xiao Tian confirmed, and Li Zixuan felt satisfied, continuing with his inquiries. How much for a large teleportation array? How many people can it transport at once? 7 million each, and it can transport up to 10,000 people at a time. Very well, I will purchase 10,000 large teleportation arrays, along with 10,000 Snow Lotus pills, 5,000 Heavenly Spirit pills, and 1,000 Frenzied Demon pills. Li Zixuan declared decisively. His intention behind acquiring 10,000 large teleportation arrays was to connect the entire Xiang continent with a location on Blue Star. Xiao Tian, overwhelmed with excitement, exclaimed, Great. Please wait. I shall retrieve them immediately. Every transaction with Li Zixuan was a monumental affair, often involving billions or even trillions, which brought him immense joy. Though he was merely a protector, the unity of the Sacred Dragon Palace allowed him to contribute to the collective welfare. Before long, Xiao Tian returned and completed the transaction with Li Zixuan, who had spent nearly 80 billion. Upon emerging from the small world, Li Zixuan distributed the pills to Chen Huafeng and the others, being quite generous alongside the previous medicinal offerings from Lingdan Pavilion. Each individual receives 3 Snow Lotus pills, 2 Heavenly Spirit pills, and 3 Enlightenment pills, in addition to 2 detox pills and 2 healing pills. The captain is granted an extra pill of each type. Even the Frenzied Madness pills are distributed, with 1 allocated per person. Given the presence of a small space, he harbors no fears regarding potential side effects. As the flow of time is accelerated by 50 times, rendering the external 3 months a mere fleeting moment, Li Zixuan intends to seize the opportunity tonight to attempt a breakthrough, aiming to conquer the main city by tomorrow and subsequently the entire Shimen County, while awaiting the return of Shimen Longting and his companions. After briefing Chun Huafeng and the others, Li Zixuan immersed himself in cultivation within the small world. Chapter 190, Integrating Shimen County within the confines of the miniature world. Li Zixuan, having extensively utilized the space sealing technique over the past few days, has gained profound insights into the nature of spatial realms. After consuming the enlightenment pill, he began to delve into deeper comprehension. Under the accelerated flow of time, 80 times its normal pace, and seated beneath the time-space tree, he swiftly approached the threshold of divine mastery. To truly take that pivotal step, he ingested another enlightenment pill along with a celestial spirit pill. Fueled by the effects of the celestial spirit pill, Li Zixuan instantaneously ascended to a divine level. He commenced the absorption of substantial amounts of spiritual energy from the spirit stones. Although the spiritual essence in the entire miniature world was already quite abundant, it proved insufficient against Li Zixuan's voracious appetite. After assimilating nearly 1,000,000 spirit stones, his realm stabilized. Upon sensing the passage of time, he realized that a month had elapsed in the miniature world, prompting him to emerge from his seclusion. The dawn was just breaking. Yet Li Haoran and the others were already awake and active. This was one of the advantages of his elevated realm. Sleep was no longer a necessity. However, unbeknownst to Li Zixuan, Li Haoran held a different perspective. While Li Zixuan could focus solely on combat, Li Haoran's responsibilities multiplied. What was the current state of the 35 cities? What were their respective realms? Where had Zhang Ke and the others reached? What intelligence was available? Additionally, what was the situation on Blue Star? All of this information was crucial for him to strategize and prepare for the next steps. Thus, he had remained awake throughout the night. Good morning. Li Zixuan entered and greeted Li Haoran, who was engrossed in his work. Morning, Li Haoran replied curtly, not lifting his gaze. Curious, Li Zixuan glanced over to see a substantial stack of documents before Li Haoran, who was diligently reviewing and annotating them. You haven't slept all night, have you? Li Zixuan exclaimed, observing the pile of files he had already perused. Not at all, came the weary response. You're impressive, Li Zixuan remarked, somewhat exasperated. He then produced a bracelet and handed it over. What is this? Li Haoran inquired, intrigued. It contains medicinal pills, with each type labeled by name and effect. There are 1,000 of each, except for the frenzied demon pill, of which there are only 500. You can distribute them to the combatants as you see fit, Li Zixuan said with a smile. Suddenly recalling something, he added, oh, and please return those spatial artifacts to me. Each time I give you bracelets and rings, I find myself running out. Li Haoran regarded Li Zixuan with amusement, not believing that he truly lacked supplies. Nonetheless, he retrieved 5 bracelets and a ring from his pocket, which were the items Li Zixuan had previously provided for storing enhancement liquids. What are your plans after capturing the main city? Li Haoran inquired indifferently. I want to be joining you. I intend to further elevate my realm. As for the medicinal pills, manage their distribution. It would be ideal if everyone could break through swiftly. I have a feeling that once Shimen Longdi returns, our great battle will commence. And we are unaware of the current realm of the Emperor Xiang. By the way, included are 10,000 large-scale teleportation arrays and 1 billion spirit stones. At that time, let us first unite the Shimen County, for I intend to enter seclusion for a while. After Li Zixuan spoke, he handed over 2 bracelets. Currently, the entire Shimen County remains untouched, save for the main city, and due to Shimen Longing having taken away much of the military strength, capturing the main city should prove quite effortless. With approximately 10 days until Shimen Longing's return, diligent cultivation should significantly enhance our power. Indeed, I will do so. Zhang Ke relayed intelligence indicating that the 3 counties neighboring Shimen County are quite vulnerable, possibly mirroring the situation of the Shimen family. Zhang Ke and his companions are now en route to Xiang City, intending to ascertain the strength of that great emperor, as well as the overall prowess of Xiang City. Li Haoran nodded and remarked, to discern the strength of the Xiang emperor, they surely cannot uncover much. For it is said he has not engaged in battle for 30 years. Even 30 years ago, he was already a formidable entity. It remains uncertain what level he has now attained. Yes, a divine being. I have yet to transcend to the imperial level. Li Haoran expressed his sentiments with a hint of nostalgia. When they first learned of this news, they were indeed taken aback. However, upon reflection, it is entirely reasonable that one capable of unifying the continent is by no means a trivial character. Very well, I shall now enter my seclusion. I have also instructed the entire Battlestar group to do the same. The promised strongest combatants cannot be surpassed even by your subordinates, Li Zixuan complained. Observing Li Zixuan's expression, Bailey Howard chuckled softly. Oh, spare us your complaints. Our subordinates have emerged from countless battles, simply lacking resources in the past. Moreover, how long has your Battlestar group been established? You may enter seclusion. Zhanfeng is more than willing to assault the main city. All right, I shall take my leave. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call upon me. With that, Li Zixuan made his way to his chamber. He had already informed Chen Huafeng and the others of the elixirs delivered the previous night, confident that upon their emergence from seclusion, they would no longer be at the Star Master level. Upon returning to the small world, Li Zixuan commenced his cultivation. If someone were to knock, Xiaoling would alert him. Li Zixuan planned to utilize this time to strive for further advancement. This time, he adjusted the flow of time to a maximum of 100 times, equipped with elixirs and spirit stones, and supported by the temporal tree. He anticipated breaking through several minor realms. If the imperial level necessitated the comprehension of laws, then the divine level required the mastery of a single law to its fullest extent. The divine king level mandates the understanding of at least 2, or even more laws, with at least one being perfected. The divine master embodies the laws, merging them with the self. At that juncture, one truly speaks, and the laws manifest. However, this achievement is exceedingly rare. Each law is unique, and to integrate a law, one must tread a path untaken by predecessors. Yet, for Li Zixuan, this mattered little. For he would not comprehend the laws of other worlds, but rather those of his own small world, which does not conflict with others. As Li Zixuan engaged in his cultivation, Zhanfeng also received word from Bailey Howard, instructing him to assault the main city. After conversing with Bailey Howard for a brief while, he learned that Li Zixuan and the others had entered seclusion, prompting him to hastily lead his troops towards the main city. Unexpectedly, there resided a formidable monarch-level expert within the main city. Upon learning this, Zhanfeng promptly utilized his tactical acumen to relay the information to Bailey Howard. It was not that he lacked the capability to confront this adversary. On the contrary, Zhanfeng held no trepidation against anyone of the same realm, even daring to contend with those who had merely grazed the threshold of the laws. His communication with Bailey Howard was primarily driven by the apprehension that the latter might disseminate news, thereby placing them at a disadvantage. Upon receiving this intelligence, Bailey Howard swiftly arrived at the scene, and before their opponent could muster a response, the two of them executed a decisive strike. Furthermore, Bailey Howard, alongside Zhanfeng and others, personally undertook the installation of the teleportation array. Chapter 191. Ximin Longting. After 2 days of effort, the entirety of Ximin County was consolidated, with each city housing a minimum of 20,000 troops, while Qinghai City boasted an impressive garrison of over 1 million. This significant presence was due to Qinghai City being the gateway to Ximin County, through which Ximin Longting and his companions would return. Fengying City also maintained a military force exceeding 300,000. Fortunately, they had all ascended to the pinnacle of the platinum rank, and their cravings for sustenance were not as intense. Even without food or drink, they could sustain themselves for several days by absorbing spiritual energy. However, provisions were delivered daily from Huagua, and large trucks could be seen entering Fengying City, operated by soldiers from Huagua. Once Bailey Howard and his group had arranged everything, they began to cultivate in their small space. After all, every slight enhancement in strength would significantly increase their chances of survival in the impending conflict. In the blink of an eye, 8 days had passed in the outside world, while Li Zixuan had spent over 2 years cultivating in the small realm. In his pursuit of mastering the laws of time, he consumed comprehension pills almost as if they were candy, taking one nearly every day, resulting in the expenditure of millions of spiritual stones. He had reached the 5th tier of the divine level, and even the law of time had progressed to a minor accomplishment, whereas the law of space had merely been grasped at an introductory level. Only the law of strength remained at the threshold, which was the reason he had not devoted himself to comprehending it over the past 2 years. Just as he was about to continue his cultivation, the small spirit alerted him that someone was knocking at the door. Upon returning from the small realm, he found it was Chun Huafeng, whose level had ascended to the 4th tier of the emperor rank, a remarkable advancement of 2 tiers. Li Zixuan opened the door and inquired, "What is the matter?" "Captain, a meeting is required." "All right, let us go, Li Zixuan replied, sweeping his consciousness across the entirety of Fengying City, discovering that Bailey Howren and the others were already gathered in the conference room. Upon his arrival, Bailey Howren began to speak. We received word from Zhang Ku that at the portal to Hongqi continent, Ximin Longting and his group have been spotted. They are preparing to head towards Ximin County. How many are there? What is their strength? Zhang Feng asked. At this moment, Bailey Qingwu, standing behind Bailey Howren, interjected. The strength of Ximin Longting is indiscernible, but there are 17 Emperor rank, 350 King rank, 4,000 Star Lords, nearly 50,000 Diamond rank, and 300,000 Platinum rank warriors. Given such strength, they do not pose a significant threat to us. The real concern is how to eliminate them silently and without a trace. Bailey Howren was already at the first tier of the Emperor rank, and Zhang Feng and his 3 companions were on the verge of breaking through. Wan Xiaoshu and his trio were also formidable King rank warriors. Li Zixuan surveyed the entire Ximin County with his consciousness, discovering that they had 24 Emperor rank warriors, 457 King rank, 5,000 Star Lords, 7,000 Diamond rank, and an astonishing 38 million at the pinnacle of the Platinum rank. Bailey Howren was well aware of these details, as their cultivation of various techniques granted them heightened consciousness. Furthermore, reports were sent to him daily regarding who had broken through and to what extent. If all 18 counties possess such strength, what are you trying to imply? Bailey Howren asked, looking at Li Zixuan. How about we first capture 2 counties? Li Zixuan suggested, raising his gaze. No way. Li Zixuan's words had barely left his lips when they were promptly dismissed by Bailey Howren. After all, the military strength from Blue Star was woefully inadequate. What they truly required was a strategy of warfare to sustain further conflict, and above all, time. If granted another year, they could surpass the entire high-tier combat power of the Xiang continent. However, since the return of Ximin Longting, such time had regrettably dwindled. They lacked the necessary forces and could not extend their front lines excessively. Moreover, how should they handle Ximin Longting? Bailey Howren spoke slowly. I will seal the space, and you shall strike. Alternatively, I can personally intervene and eliminate their royal-level combatants. Li Zixuan was well aware of his own circumstances and ceased to insist on the matter of the 2 counties. What is your current realm? At this moment, all eyes turned to Li Zixuan in inquiry. Me? I am at the 5th tier of the divine level. Li Zixuan replied, a hint of pride in his voice. The crowd gasped in unison, astonished by Li Zixuan's rapid cultivation and current prowess. Very well, let us proceed and assess the situation. If Ximin Longting surpasses me significantly, you may eliminate him, but it would be preferable to capture him alive for intelligence purposes. If he is on par with me, I shall take charge. I also wish to engage in some action. Bailey Howren was eager to test his mettle, having only played a supportive role thus far without experiencing a true battle. All right, let us depart. As Li Zixuan and his companions made their way to the teleportation array bound for Qinghai City, another army was also advancing towards the same destination. This contingent was notably different. At the forefront was a unit mounted on ferocious beasts, numbering just over 300. In the center stood 4 towering tigers, each more than 3 meters tall, exuding an imposing presence as they pulled a palace that resembled a fortress. Seated within this regal structure was a middle-aged man clad in armor, exuding an extraordinary aura. He was Ximin Longting, a general who had followed the Xiang Emperor in unifying the continent. He was also a lord personally appointed by the Emperor, though he merely sat there. A formidable aura akin to that of a savage beast enveloped him. This grand expedition of Hongqi will culminate in a month with rewards and accolades from the Emperor. Gentlemen, who among you wishes to accompany me? Ximin Longting's commanding voice resonated throughout the palace. Below him sat 17 individuals, each at the royal level, 12 of whom were lords of various cities, while the remaining 5 were members of the Ximin family. Upon hearing Ximin Longting's words, the 17 were stirred. It had been quite some time since they had last seen the Emperor. Only the lord of the 18th county had the privilege of an annual audience. General, I have received word that the passage to that small world in Fengying City was opened just a month ago. Should we seize it before you make your decision? The speaker was Ximin Ziqing of the Ximin family, the only one present who had not entered the Hongqi continent, remaining at the passageway to guard it. That small world? Upon hearing this, Ximin Longting recalled the matter. However, he had previously dismissed the significance of that world, both in terms of spiritual energy and power. It was only upon being reminded by Ximin Ziqing that he truly acknowledged its potential. Moreover, when he first became aware of this world, He was simultaneously engaged in conquering other realms. He had instructed the Lord of Wind Shadow City to investigate, and upon learning the circumstances there, he had mentioned it to the Emperor, who, however, paid it little heed. In their eyes, it was merely a world devoid of value, especially as it lacked even a trace of spiritual energy. At that time, the city lord, Luoyel, reported that the highest rank there was merely platinum, which was tantamount to just one of his minor subordinates. What significance could a world governed by a few of his underlings possibly hold? Thus, it had nearly faded from his memory. Upon my return, I shall summon Luo Feng to see me, Shimin Longting remarked casually. Having uttered this, he dismissed the matter from his mind and turned to the assembly with a smile, asking, "Who among you is eager to accompany me to an audience with the Emperor?" Chapter 192. Capturing Shimin Longting. These individuals are indeed his trusted subordinates, and he is eager to promote them. Although many resources from this expedition to the Hongxi continent have already been surrendered, each person has secretly retained a considerable amount. The county lords will conveniently turn a blind eye, as they are accustomed to receiving annual tributes from these city lords. What harm is there in allowing them to reap some benefits? General, I wish to accompany you. General, so do I. All 17 expressed their willingness to join. For the Emperor has always been generous and kind to his commanders, bestowing upon them numerous valuable rewards. While these treasures may hold little value for the Emperor to them, they are indeed precious. Enough. It is impossible to take everyone. As usual, you shall discuss among yourselves and decide on 3 individuals to accompany me, Shimin Longting said, waving his hand dismissively. Shimin Longting is known for his magnanimity and generosity towards his subordinates, earning him the Emperor's favor. Whenever there is a beneficial campaign, he receives imperial decrees to participate. In contrast to the other 17 county lords, who can only bring 2 attendants, he has the privilege of bringing 3. This clearly illustrates his esteemed position. As he observed the 17 individuals bickering and deliberating, Shimin Longting was reminded of 30 years ago, when they were similarly engaged in such discussions. Just as he was lost in reminiscence, the entire army suddenly came to a halt, accompanied by the sounds of furious shouting. Let me see what is happening, Shimin Longting said, his irritation evident. He detests interruptions during his contemplations and is eager to ascertain who would dare obstruct his army as they approach their territory. Yes, General. Shimin Zicheng rose and stepped outside, having noticed the general's frown, an indication of his displeasure. However, upon exiting, he was taken aback by the scene before him, his heart momentarily stopping. In front of them, Qinghai City had been overtaken by an army of unprecedented might, numbering around 400,000, flanked by additional forces. Each soldier was at the pinnacle of platinum rank. On the city walls stood 24 royal-level warriors, and one powerful figure whose level he could not discern, instilling fear within him. He harbored no doubt that their retreat had been completely blocked by these formidable foes. He hurriedly turned back to report. Meanwhile, atop the city walls, Bali Howren and others were discussing the soldiers' mount, a palace being pulled by 4 ferocious tigers. This fellow truly knows how to indulge. Indeed, who can argue otherwise? Such a lavish palace. Is it made of gold? It doesn't seem so. It is quite extravagant. Bali Howren turned to Li Zixuan and inquired, "What do you think?" Li Zixuan, having surveyed the scene with his divine sense, replied directly, "That palace is intriguing. It can block divine perception, rendering the interior invisible to me." "You can't sense it either?" Bali Howren asked, frowning slightly. Li Zixuan shrugged nonchalantly. "It's nothing. It's normal for it to block divine sense. I will seal off the space now." With that, Li Zixuan began to envelop the area in a barrier. Just as Shimin Longting emerged from the palace with his entourage, behind Shimin Longting, one person sensed the aura of Li Zixuan, and with a slight tremor, stammered, "He is a divine-level being." Those present had witnessed the prowess of such formidable forces and could discern the realm upon Li Zixuan's emergence. "This is bad. He intends to seal off the space," Shimin Longting exclaimed in alarm upon observing Li Zixuan's movements. Without hesitation, he launched a punch toward Li Zixuan. Upon the arrival of Shimin Longting and his companions, Li Zixuan was aware of their realms and remarked, "This fellow is at the 7th tier of the Emperor level. I am here, and the highest among the rest is at the 9th tier of the royal level." After speaking, Li Zixuan waved his hand, dispersing Shimin Longting's assault and hastening the sealing of the area. "Curse it," Shimin Longting fumed. He then began to relay a message. He was unable to contend with a divine-level powerhouse, so he sent a message to the imperial city, hoping to transmit it before Li Zixuan completed the seal. However, Before he could send it, Li Zixuan had already sealed the space. It was over. As Shimin Longing witnessed the space ripple, he understood the futility of his efforts and could only hope that Li Zixuan was merely a fade of strength, allowing him a brief respite. Perhaps the tumult of battle might stir the attention of the Emperor. He believed his Emperor could sense the fluctuations of a divine-level clash, yet he had overestimated himself. As Li Zixuan sealed the space, he flashed before Shimin Longting, delivering a punch directly to him. How could he be so powerful? Just as he attempted to utter those words, Li Zixuan's fist struck his chest, also injuring the two royal-level powerhouses behind him, who were sent crashing into the palace. Collapsing to the ground, and unable to contain a mouthful of blood as he struggled to utter his final words, the other dozen or so royal-level city lords, witnessing their general being struck down, did not flee but instead launched their fists at Li Zixuan. Yet, with a mere tremor of his aura, all 17 were flung away. Li Zixuan reappeared before Shimin Longting, and before he could retaliate, he delivered a punch to his head, rendering him unconscious. This restraint was due to the vast disparity in their realms. The difference in power and the influence of the laws rendered him incomparable to the emperor level. Li Zixuan hoisted Shimin Longting and ascended to the city wall, addressing Bailey Howren and the others. The rest is in your hands. Understood. Bailey Howren and his comrades charged toward the city lords, while Chun Huafeng and others engaged in fierce combat with the royal-level powerhouses. The armies clashed, and at the behest of their master, the ferocious beasts surged toward the Blue Star forces. Casualties soon began to mount, affecting both the enemy and their own ranks. Li Zixuan refrained from intervening, adhering to the agreement with Bailey Howren and his companions. An army could only grow through the crucible of battle, and war was the crucible that would forge them into true elites. Moreover, as their realms had been elevated through potions, they required warfare to adapt swiftly to their newfound strength, seeking breakthroughs. Li Zixuan was unwilling to expend vast resources on evolution liquids. Thus, he stood, one hand grasping Shimin Longting, while his gaze surveyed the battlefield. Due to his actions, the troops of Shimin County below experienced a decline in their combat effectiveness, with some even rising up in defiance. An hour passed, and Shimin Longting gradually regained consciousness. The battle raged on beneath, with the death toll escalating. You are awake? Li Zixuan, noticing Shimin Longting's revival, pressed several times on him, sealing away his entire cultivation. Now that you are awake, shall we engage in a conversation? Li Zixuan said with a cheerful smile. Chapter 193, The Transaction with Shimin Longting. Who are you? What are you? Shimin Longting remained composed, recognizing that the individual before him, having refrained from taking his life directly, indicated that he was not in immediate peril. Very well, I shall answer your inquiries, but you must reciprocate mine. How does that sound? Upon Shimin Longting's awakening, Li Zixuan released him. What do you wish to know? At Li Zixuan's words, Shimin Longting's demeanor shifted to one of caution. Do not be so tense. My sole interest lies in the state of Xiang continent. For instance, what strengths do the three sects possess? What is the name of that emperor, and what power does he wield? Li Zixuan smiled as he gazed at Shimin Longting, adding, those are my only questions. And you may inquire of me in turn. Who are you? What are you? Command them to cease. Shimin Longting reiterated his previous two questions, observing the dire situation below, where soldiers clad in iron armor had joined the fray, threatening to obliterate his already dwindling forces. Indeed, you cannot command me. I am Li Zixuan, a level 5 divine, hailing from Blue Star. They are also from Blue Star. Li Zixuan replied with candor. Blue Star? Where is that? Shimin Longting inquired, curiosity piqued. It is the world opposite Wind Shadow City. What? That cannot be. Shimin Longting exclaimed in disbelief. Just moments ago, he had heard mention of that place, which was said to possess only up to platinum-level strength. Li Zixuan maintained his smile, replying, nothing is impossible. It is simply the truth. Now, it is your turn to answer my queries. What is the strength of the three sects? What is the power of that emperor? However, Shimin Longting fell silent. Li Zixuan, noticing his reticence, grew irritated. Your silence does not befit a lord. Consider how many of your soldiers still draw breath. I recall that during the siege of your stronghold, numerous members of the Shimin clan were present. Upon hearing this, Shimin Longting's body trembled slightly. Though he had anticipated that the journey from Wind Shadow City would involve a siege on his stronghold, the mere utterance of it by Li Zixuan pierced his heart. His kin, his wife, his children, all were at stake. Still unwilling to speak? Shall I bring them forth? Before your very eyes. Although Li Zixuan left his sentence unfinished, Shimin Longding inferred the implication. Enough. Command them to halt. I shall speak. Shimin Longding's eyes were bloodshot, the battle beneath the city walls nearing its conclusion. With high-level combatants nearly all perishing, and only a handful remaining, gravely wounded, the main forces, aided by ferocious beasts, continued to resist, with 350 Star-Lords, 50,000 Star Generals, and 300,000 troops dwindling to less than 100,000. It would likely take but half an hour before total annihilation ensued, and he was desperate. He had led forth 500,000 troops, sustaining only minor losses in the formidable Hongxi continent, yet now, at his own doorstep, he faced imminent obliteration. How could he accept such a fate? He was loath to witness their demise with his own eyes, and all for mere pieces of information. The emperor and his ilk were so powerful, even if he learned their secrets, what could he possibly do? With their current military strength, it would take no more than 3 counties joining forces to annihilate them. Even with a divine-level warrior like Li Zixuan on their side, the 3 sects boast not one, but multiple such figures, not to mention the imperial palace. They should surrender. As long as they lay down their weapons, they shall not be harmed, Li Zixuan stated indifferently. Surrender? The mere mention of this word caused deep discomfort in Shimin Longting. It was a term that had never before been associated with him. Until now, it had always been his opponents who capitulated. Yet today, he found himself compelled to utter those very words to his own soldiers. How utterly ironic. Observing the anguish and turmoil etched on Shimin Longting's face, Li Zixuan raised an eyebrow and remarked coolly, "What is the matter? Are you unwilling to speak those words? Then they shall perish in battle." At that moment, Shimin Longting noticed more imperial and royal-level warriors preparing to aid in the fight against his army. He hastily called out, "Surrender! I surrender! Spare them!" His voice resonated across the battlefield, plunging the scene into an abrupt silence. Though Shimin Longting's cultivation had been sealed, his physical prowess rivaled that of diamonds, if not surpassing it. The warriors of Blue Star felt a surge of excitement, while the soldiers of Shimin County displayed expressions of profound sorrow and helplessness. They glanced at their suffering general atop the city wall. Beyond Qinghai City lay their home. Looking at the corpses strewn across the ground, they longed to continue fighting, even if it meant facing death. However, it was their general and the county lord who commanded them, figures of unwavering faith in their hearts. Some cried out in agony, "General, I will not surrender." "Yes, General. Do not surrender." All this was witnessed by Li Howren and the other warriors of Blue Star, who halted and withdrew to their original formation, encircling no more than 100,000 soldiers of Shimin County. Li Zixuan observed that this contingent of over 300,000 had found their faith, embodied in Shimin Longting. As long as he remained, they might fight to the last man without considering surrender. Li Zixuan was acutely aware that this mere 300,000 had already claimed nearly 200,000 lives of Blue Star's million-man army. What staggering combat prowess! The soldiers of Blue Star were all at least at the pinnacle of platinum rank, while this force of 300,000 included those at the first tier of platinum. Even among the survivors, many were at the 7th tier of platinum. With matching forces, no. They might only require 600,000 troops to contest evenly with Blue Star's million-strong army. Upon hearing the words of his soldiers below, Shimin Longting spat out a mouthful of blood, neglecting to wipe it away as he urgently proclaimed, "I said surrender. Do you dare defy military orders?" Many soldiers below began to weep openly, not from defeat, nor from injuries sustained in battle, but from the shame of surrendering. The army of Shimin County, having fought for decades, had never experienced such humiliation. Some fervent soldiers even knelt on the ground, bowing toward Shimin Longting atop the city wall. Seeing this, Shimin Longting closed his eyes, understanding the inevitable outcome, tears slipping from the corners of his eyes. He had no intention of intervening, however, from the moment they knelt. Their hearts had already succumbed to despair. Before him, nearly 10,000 soldiers, once again rising to their feet, shouted loudly, "The Shilling army shall never yield." With that declaration, they drew their weapons across their throats, while the remaining 90,000 troops prepared to follow suit. Shimin Longting suddenly opened his eyes, voicing his anguish with a sharp command. "Desist. Do you wish to continue defying military orders? Do you still regard me as your general?" After uttering these words, he fixed his gaze upon the soldiers below. His eyes filled with pain and righteous indignation. He feared not death. If it were possible, he would willingly sacrifice his own life to spare these warriors. Yet, Li Zixuan would undoubtedly disagree. As a general himself, He understood that sometimes a single message could be worth more than an army of 100,000. Chapter 194. The 5 Gods and 16 Emperors. Li Zixuan found the atmosphere intolerable, feeling as though the military of Blue Star had become the villains. Although this was indeed the case, one could not help but ponder whether the situation would have escalated to this point had they from Xiang continent not initiated the invasion. War is invariably brutal. As it stands, if they were to release their captives out of pity or admiration, the nearly 90,000 troops could very well descend into chaos, leading to the loss of countless soldiers from Blue Star. Neither Li Zixuan nor Bai Li Haoran would waver in their resolve due to misguided notions of mercy. Otherwise, they would not have pursued the path of cultivation. Enough. I have stated that as long as you answer my questions, I shall confine you, and at the latest, release you within 2 years, or allow you to continue your existence upon this land. Li Zixuan declared to Shimin Longding. This outcome was already favorable, despite being imprisoned. Li Zixuan communicated his intentions openly. Shimin Longding had no reason to doubt Li Zixuan's words, for he understood that the powerful seldom resort to deceit. Moreover, Li Zixuan's status here was that of a general. Disarm them and confine them, Li Zixuan instructed by Li Haoran and the others. He then turned to Shimin Longding and said, "You should also go and reassure your men. I shall seek you out later." Shimin Longding nodded and leapt down from the towering city wall, making his way towards the remaining 90,000 soldiers. Bai Li Haoran, feeling uneasy, produced 10,000 energy-restricting handcuffs for the stronger individuals beyond the platinum pinnacle to wear. Shimin Longding similarly donned the cuffs without resistance, obediently following Chen Huafeng and others to a temporary structure, while Jiang Mingho and his companions, clad in mecha, stood guard. Once Shimin Longding had calmed the troops, he was escorted by Chen Huafeng to the Lord's mansion. Bai Li Haoran and the others ascended the city wall to join Li Zixuan in the temporary conference hall of Qinghai City. Bai Li Qingwu would take charge of the remaining arrangements. Seated in the conference room, the expressions of Bai Li Haoran and his companions were grim. Blue Star had suffered nearly 200,000 casualties from its million-strong army, and this was merely from one county. One must remember that Xiang continent comprised 18 counties. What of the imperial city? Moreover, the forces of Xiang continent were formidable. Despite having only over 300,000 troops, they faced a million-strong army without flinching, achieving a 1-for-1 exchange, and in some instances, even a 1-for-3 ratio. Had it not been for the superior combat prowess of Bai Li Haoran and his allies, the casualties would have been far greater. Speak up. What are your thoughts? Bai Li Haoran exclaimed with indignation. In truth, no one needed to voice their opinions, as the reasons were evident. Nevertheless, Jiang Xin stepped forward to articulate. From this battle, I have identified 8 issues. If there are any deficiencies, please feel free to add. The others exchanged glances, surprised by the mention of 8 issues. Jiang Xin continued. The first issue is unfamiliarity with troop types, lack of coordination, and even a complete absence of discipline. The second issue is insufficient combat experience, resulting in deaths at the same level, and even being slain by opponents of a higher tier. The third question, related to the first, concerns the disorganized nature of teamwork, lacking a coherent battle formation. The fourth question, Jiangxin continued to pose 8 inquiries, summarizing that different troop types necessitate distinct combat strategies. In such large-scale warfare, it is nearly impossible to fully unleash their collective might, as coordination is severely lacking. Additionally, the superficiality of their levels and the scarcity of combat experience hinder their effectiveness. After hearing these remarks, the assembly found themselves momentarily at a loss for solutions. After all, this million-strong army is a merger of 500,000 foreign troops and 500,000 soldiers from Huagua, comprising various military types, including border defense, city garrison, and others. The challenge of unifying them into a formidable force is daunting. However, the issues of superficial levels and lack of combat experience can be mitigated with auxiliary formations like the gravity formation and the ascension ladder. At this juncture, Bai Li Haoran stood and declared, given the diversity of troop types, we should consolidate those with similar specialties. Let them excel in what they are trained for. Merge the assault units, as they are adept at breaching strongholds. Thus, let them engage in that. For the border defense and city garrison troops, allow them to defend the cities. Upon hearing this, a sense of clarity washed over the crowd. Indeed, it is vital to leverage their strengths. They are not adept at direct assaults. Even with weapons in hand, casualties would be significant. It makes more sense to assign them to battles that align with their expertise. However, organizing this would require several days. Huan Liang remarked with a hint of bitterness. Indeed, restructuring the military divisions across the entire Shimen County will undoubtedly take considerable time. Yet, it must be done. Our forces are already limited, and the future battles will only intensify. If each engagement results in such heavy losses, what battles can we continue to fight? Even if we conquer the entire Xiang continent, how many soldiers will remain stationed? Bailey Howard asserted resolutely. Very well, let us return to our tasks. Wait, Li Zixuan called to the assembly. Is there anything else? Bailey Howard inquired, perplexed. I can provide 3 formations for each city: the Purgatory Formation, the Gravity Formation, and the Ascension Ladder. This will allow the soldiers to cultivate and refine their skills. Li Zixuan had just been contemplating how to address the issue of superficial levels. Indeed, that is a commendable strategy, though it should be implemented post-integration. Bailey Howard nodded in agreement. Report. Shimen Longying has arrived. Upon hearing Chen Huafeng's voice, the assembly settled back down, eager to learn about the strength of the Xiang continent. Come in. Li Zixuan, observing the group's demeanor, understood their intentions and spoke. Certainly. Soon, Chen Huafeng entered with Shimen Longying. Li Zixuan noticed Shimen Longying's demeanor. It was evident that he was affected, though this was not due to external conflict but self-inflicted wounds. Provide him a chair. Li Zixuan instructed Chen Huafeng. At that moment, Shimen Longying appeared somewhat distracted as he leaned against the wall of the conference room and addressed Li Zixuan. Ask what you wish to know. Li Zixuan, undeterred by his demeanor, directly inquired, what strengths do the 3 sects possess? And what about the capabilities of that emperor? Upon hearing Li Zixuan's words, Shimen Longying let out a disdainful chuckle and remarked, What? With your meager strength, do you dare to assault the 3 sects? Or even the imperial city? Enough of the nonsense. Answer my questions directly. Zhang Feng retorted, visibly flustered. The defeat of Shimen Longying was not merely a consequence of Zhang's shortcomings, but rather due to the overwhelming strength of elite combatants. Yet, failure is still failure. And it was evident that Shimen Longying had yet to come to terms with this reality. With a smirk playing on his lips, he considered that only Li Zixuan possessed the capability to defeat him, showing little respect towards the others. Nevertheless, after a moment's contemplation, he continued. Each of the 3 sects boasts 5 divine beings and 16 emperors. Chapter 195. A month's time this, however, merely reflects their surface strength. As for their true capabilities, only they themselves are aware. Shimen Longying could hear the rapid heartbeat of many around him, even the sound of someone gasping in surprise. He continued, And regarding the imperial city? He glanced at the crowd, a sneer forming at the corners of his mouth. The 12 dragon guards are all divine. As for the emperor, I am unaware of the realm. This is all I know about their apparent strength. As for how formidable they truly are, you may verify for yourselves. Li Zixuan furrowed his brows and inquired, What is the name of that emperor? How long will it take for the news from Shimen County to spread? The name of the emperor is not something one can casually utter. Shimen Longying replied with a hint of reverence. Oh, Li Zixuan realized that upon reaching the saint level, the name's owner would sense when their name was mentioned. It seemed this emperor was not far from attaining that level. How long until the news can circulate? Li Zixuan no longer lingered on the name issue. 1 month, at most 2. Shimen Longying replied with a smile. Why so soon? Li Zixuan expressed his astonishment, for he believed that each battle had sealed off the space, and news should not travel that quickly. Because 1 month from now is the time for the emperor to reward merit. If I do not attend then. Upon hearing this, the crowd comprehended the implications. Indeed, how could the reward ceremony for merit overlook the princess of the 18 counties? All right, you may leave. Bailey Hao ran, seeing that no one spoke further, waved his hand, instructing Chen Huafeng to escort Shimen Longying away. Once they were out of earshot, Bailey Hao ran turned to Li Zixuan and asked, What are your thoughts? To let Shimen Longying go is certainly out of the question. We only have a month. Li Zixuan nodded in agreement, recognizing that allowing Shimen Longying to depart would only hasten their demise. If he were to remain, they could buy some time. Even if someone came to inquire, they would not dispatch a divine-level expert. Even if a divine-level expert were to come, Li Zixuan could manage, as long as the emperor did not personally arrive. There is no other option. We must expedite the integration of our forces. Gather all resources for me. I shall trade for some elixirs and the like. Then, we shall commence our cultivation. Li Zixuan raised his head to address the assembly. Very well. Let us take action. The generals present, understanding the urgency of the matter, promptly provided their resources to Li Zixuan. With the resources from 20 cities in hand, Li Zixian returned to his chamber and sold everything to the trading center, observing his balance rise to 37,586 billion. He began to contact Xiao Tian. This time, he purchased 1 million solidification pills, comprehension pills, and snow lotus pills each, and an additional 30,000 frenzied pills, along with 100 sets of ascending ladder and 2 other formations. He also acquired 100,000 immortal stones, opting for them over spiritual stones, as they would better activate the formations. In total, he spent over 81 billion. His balance then settled at 29,644 billion universe coins. After waiting nearly a day, Xiao Tian finally managed to gather these items. Upon his emergence, Li Zixian promptly distributed the elixirs and personally undertook the installation and activation of 3 grand formations. He provided each commanding officer of the city garrisons with 100 celestial stones for safekeeping, ensuring the prolonged operation of the formations. Li Zixian harbored no fear of embezzlement, for celestial stones hold no value beneath the divine tier, even should they dare to act unscrupulously during these tumultuous times. They could be summoned as examples and executed on the spot. Once these matters were addressed, Li Zixian instructed the entire Battlestar group to engage in their cultivation, supplying them with ample resources. He then entered his small world to commence his own training. With at least a month remaining in the external realm, Li Zixian adjusted the flow of time to 100 times faster, equating to over 8 years. This duration would suffice for him to ascend to the Divine King level. If, at that juncture, the emperor within the royal city were merely at the Divine King tier, all would be well. However, should he be at the Divine Lord level, Li Zixian would have to consume a madness pill. If he surpassed the Divine Lord level, the entire army would return to Blue Star and obliterate all pathways, rendering his access to Blue Star exceedingly difficult. The reason for not shattering the pathways now lies in the uncertainty of the consequences that such an action might yield. What if the result was merely an enlargement of the pathways? Or worse, the emergence of a black hole? No one knows, and none dare to attempt it, as these pathways are not mere teleportation doors or arrays, but rather seem to be naturally formed. While Li Zixian diligently cultivated, the entire Shimen County faced a second wave of stringent oversight. Bailey Howren and others began their training in the small space, while the forces from other cities patrolled ceaselessly, day and night. Many who enjoyed venturing out at night, as well as various establishments, were rectified, resulting in numerous casualties. For many jails were already at capacity. Everyone was seizing the opportunity to cultivate, with the flow rate in the small space maximized to 50 times, translating to over 4 years within a single month. By the end of this period, it was likely that many would require the madness pill to advance. A month swiftly passed. Li Zixian opened his eyes briefly before closing them again, acutely aware that the month had elapsed, and he was on the verge of breaking through to the 7th tier of the Divine King level. During these 8 years, a significant portion of his time had been devoted to comprehension and cultivation, mastering the principles of time and achieving a preliminary understanding of the principles of space. While even the principles of force had been introduced to him, now he merely needs to take one more step to perfect the principles of time, which would facilitate his ascension to higher realms. In truth, the higher the realm, the greater the emphasis on comprehension. For elevation in status is merely a matter of energy accumulation. Absorbing energy is simple, yet the pursuit of understanding is profoundly challenging. It is akin to a cup of water. Comprehension is the process of enlarging the cup, while energy is the lake water, abundant and accessible. Once the cup expands, containing more water becomes significantly easier. Bailey Howren and others emerged from the spatial realm, with Bailey Howren himself only having reached the pinnacle of the Emperor level. The 4 members of Zhang Feng's group hovered between the 5th and 7th tiers of the Emperor level, while many others had already attained the King and Emperor levels. Even Shen Huafeng's 10 captains reached the pinnacle of the Emperor level, and Zhang Mingho and Li Ziyu had recently made significant progress, grasping a hint of the principles. And it would not be long before they too broke through to the Emperor level. The remaining 190 individuals are all at the pinnacle of the King level, with several having already reached the Emperor level, a testament to their consumption of the Snow Lotus pill. However, this level of power remains insufficient. While it may suffice to confront a single sect, facing 3 sects would require the intervention of Li Zixian. They also realized that Li Zixian had not emerged from seclusion, nor did they dwell on it, as they began to inspect the entire 36 cities, seeking any signs of corruption and assessing the progress of everyone's cultivation. When Li Zixian finally re-emerged, He had stabilized at the 7th tier of the Divine King realm. Yet, upon surveying the situation, he felt discontent. It was not that the others were neglecting their cultivation. Rather, Li Zixuan pondered why the small world could not permit others to enter. Chapter 196. The consumption of the madness pill. The current small world has expanded to a size comparable to that of a province, effortlessly accommodating over 200,000 inhabitants, while also facilitating swifter cultivation. Unable to contain his curiosity, Li Zixuan inquired of Shaoling, "Is there no way for others to enter this small world?" "Master, it is not feasible at the moment. Your world remains unstable. Only upon advancing the spatial tier can it be achieved." Sighing, Li Zixuan lamented the difficulty of such an advancement. The most crucial element, the heart of the world, remained a mystery to him. He was unaware of its whereabouts and the requirement of divine mastery for its acquisition. Yet, he himself had only attained the 7th tier of the divine monarch realm, making any potential breakthroughs exceedingly challenging. The thought of harmonizing with the laws felt daunting, and he currently lacked a clear direction. Entering the conference hall, he noticed that several generals had already departed, leaving only Bailey Howren and Bailey Qingwu behind. Upon seeing Li Zixuan's entrance, Bailey Howren expressed his anticipation. "So, what is your current realm?" "Divine Monarch, 7th tier." "Divine Monarch?" Bailey Howren was taken aback. Having secluded himself for a month, he had only reached his peak. So how did Li Zixuan manage to leap across a significant realm in the same time frame? "I'll explain later." Li Zixuan thought discussing the small world would only serve to burden them further with worries. "Well, a month has passed already, and we still have no word from the Imperial City," Bailey Howren remarked, his expression clouded with concern. "Perhaps I should go and investigate?" Li Zixuan suggested tentatively. "What? Absolutely not. That would be far too perilous," Bailey Howren exclaimed, visibly agitated. Currently, Li Zixuan represented the mightiest force on Blue Star. Should he become trapped or encounter unforeseen circumstances, it would spell disaster for their world, leading to further complications and even potential internal strife. Bailey Howren shook his head, dismissing the notion, and added with unease, "You must not take such risks." "Very well, I shall refrain from going," Li Zixuan acquiesced. He had contemplated the idea primarily to gauge his strength, but since Bailey Howren opposed it, he abandoned the thought. "Now that you have reached the Divine Monarch realm, should you not engage in further cultivation?" Bailey Howren voiced his concerns. After all, the level of the Great Emperor remained unknown, and such intense battles necessitated formidable power to determine the outcome on the battlefield, just as in the confrontation with Shimin Longdi. Had it not been for Li Zixuan capturing Shimin Longdi and wounding 17 Imperial-level warriors, victory would have been exceedingly difficult to attain. "I fear that divine-level experts may arrive." Li Zixuan shook his head. Presently, there were no divine-level experts stationed within the entire military of Blue Star, and he himself was merely at the Divine Monarch level, while Bailey Howren had only reached the peak of the Emperor level. Bailey Howren nodded in agreement and continued, "Indeed, that is the case. Do you think we should consider consuming the madness pill now?" Now, Li Zixuan was taken aback. Although they would eventually need to consume the madness pill, the urgency was palpable. Without it, their high-end combat power would be insufficient to contend with the 3 sects, not to mention the looming threat of the Imperial Palace. Originally, he intended to wait until the true war broke out before administering the potion, seizing the opportunity to break through several minor realms in the meantime. Bailey Howren solemnly remarked, "Indeed, taking it now? This way, we will at least have over a dozen divine-level warriors, along with even more elite combatants, which should buy us considerable time. As long as that emperor does not appear, you can safely enter seclusion." "Yes, that is a viable option." Li Zixuan pondered for a moment before agreeing. Aside from Bailey Howren and the 5 others reaching the high tier of the emperor level, Bailey Qingwu and Qin Huafeng also contributed a significant number of royal-level fighters. Moreover, there were over 3,000 king-level warriors, nearly 50,000 Star Masters, 130,000 Diamond-level fighters, with the remainder being at the pinnacle of Platinum. If all could ascend by a significant realm, it would be advantageous for the impending battle. However, it required nearly 2.4 million frenzied demon pills. Currently, he could not afford such a quantity, but enabling officers and above to break through a major realm was still feasible. Resolute in his decision, Li Zixuan informed Bailey Howren and prepared to procure the frenzied demon pills. Bailey Howren also needed to notify the others. Li Zixuan spent 15 trillion to purchase 300,000 frenzied demon pills, adding to his previous stock. This quantity would allow over 310,000 individuals to break through a major realm. After emerging from his room, he sought out by Li Haoran and the others, presenting the frenzied demon pills. You all should break through in the small space. I intend for the members of the Battlestar group to cultivate first and only consume the pills when the true battle arrives. Upon hearing Li Zixuan's words, everyone concurred. As the Battlestar group consisted of merely 200 individuals, once they achieved their breakthroughs, regardless of their levels, they would possess a plethora of formidable warriors. As long as an emperor did not personally intervene, they could face any challenge without concern for the loss of 200 members. Li Zixuan also communicated with Qian Huafeng and the others, instructing them to cultivate in the small space while he remained in Qinghai City, prepared for any visitors from the royal palace. As a day passed, Bai Li Haoran and the others gradually broke through to a major realm. And due to the advantages of the small space, their new levels stabilized. The efficacy of the frenzied demon pills not only contained immense energy but also facilitated their rapid comprehension of concepts and laws. Enhanced by the insights left behind by Li Zixuan after his own breakthrough, now there were 5 divine-level warriors, with Bai Li Haoran at the pinnacle of the divine level, and the other 4 in the late stages. The Emperor level boasted 37 individuals, 5 at the peak, 12 in the late stage, and 20 in the early to mid stages. The Royal level comprised 452 warriors, while the King level had 700, with 130,000 Star Masters and 160,000 Diamond level fighters, not counting Qian Huafeng and others. Though their cultivation had stagnated for a decade, this transformation was already comparable to one of the 3 major sects, allowing Li Zixuan to cultivate with peace of mind. Ignoring the external circumstances, he trusted that Bai Li Haoran and the others would notify him if they encountered insurmountable challenges. After a period of cultivation in the small world, he began to spend cosmic currency to seek guidance from Xiao Tian. Although Xiao Tian was merely at the divine level as well, his lineage from the Holy Dragon Palace endowed him with knowledge surpassing that of Li Zixuan, and their ancestor was a being of the sacred level. Through Xiao Tian's elucidation, Li Zixuan gained insight into the integration of the laws and acquired a deeper understanding of the divine sovereign. He even came to comprehend the pathway to transcending to the saint level. This newfound knowledge illuminated the way for Li Zixuan, instilling in him the conviction that once he ascended to the divine sovereign, he would swiftly advance to the saint level, potentially surpassing the strength of an ordinary saint. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the divine sovereign, one must cultivate a small space within their body. Successful creation of this space would facilitate the transition to the saint level. However, Li Zixuan possessed the unique ability to directly merge a small world into his being, potentially allowing him to ascend directly to the zenith of the saint level. Yet, the immediate priority remained to expedite his advancement to the divine sovereign. Chapter 197, Dragon Guardian, 11. As Li Zixuan diligently pursued his cultivation, Bai Li Haoran and others also busied themselves. The expanse of Ximen County stretches over 9 million square kilometers, nearly rivaling that of Huagua, and daily governance demands considerable attention. Bai Li Haoran and his companions, all seasoned warriors, could only coordinate with officials within Huagua to dispatch personnel to aid in their endeavors. Now, as the appointed individuals arrived, many were former provincial governors eager to contribute their expertise, invigorated by the allure of the enhancement liquid, and willingly offered to oversee the management of the cities. The principal figure among them was an elder named Zhao Kai. Despite his advanced age, he was remarkably vigorous, and each of these officials brought a young aide to assist in city governance. Bai Li Haoran's group gradually withdrew from their own pursuits. Realizing that cultivating at this juncture would yield little benefit, they began daily patrols and military exercises instead. On the 10th day of the month, it was Qin Zhong's turn to guard the walls of Qinghai City. A formidable aura approached from the direction of the imperial city, drawing nearer with alarming speed. It has come, as expected, Qin Zhong murmured to himself, rising to meet the impending presence. The newcomer had no intention of pausing, soaring directly over Qinghai City. However, upon sensing a locked aura targeting him, he became visibly displeased. "Who are you?" he demanded angrily upon spotting Qin Zhong. Although he sensed that Qin Zhong possessed the formidable cultivation of a level 8 deity, he felt no trepidation, for he was one of the Dragon Guardians. In this realm, none dared to harm him. If anyone would, it certainly would not be the man before him. "And you are?" Qin Zhong retorted, identifying the visitor as a level 5 deity. He felt confident in his ability to handle the situation but sought to extract some information. "Humph. You dare to question the presence of a Dragon Guardian?" The visitor responded, furrowing his brow. This is Shimen County, where the highest cultivation level is that of Shimen Longding. The Emperor. Where did this deity emerge from? Initially considering Qin Zhang to be merely a rogue from the wilderness, he was taken aback to discover he was a general of the region. Where is your master, Shimen Longding? Summon him. The visitor arrogantly commanded. Clad in the distinctive attire of the Azure Dragon, he believed that his identity alone would intimidate the likes of Qin Zhang. Who are you? And what is your purpose here? Qin Zhang countered, not addressing the man's demands. And you are unaware of the Dragon Guardians? The visitor exclaimed in astonishment. He had assumed Qin Zhang was a mere rogue given the unarmored state of the soldiers upon the walls, failing to grasp that no other realm would dare assault the Xiang continent. Oh, so, you are indeed a Dragon Guardian? I have heard of you. Though I have yet to make your acquaintance, Qin Zhang replied, somewhat surprised. Humph. I am Dragon Guardian 11. Summon Shimen Longding at once. Why did you not attend the Emperor's banquet? 11 was unwilling to engage further with Qin Zhang, despite Qin Zhang's higher cultivation level. He was a personal guard of the Emperor and believed no one would dare to challenge him. However, this time, he would soon be disappointed. As Qin Zhang conversed with him, Baili Howren and his companions received urgent news and promptly sprang into action. Suddenly, Shuri sensed the presence of 4 formidable auras locking onto him, each emanating from individuals of divine rank, even at their pinnacle. This revelation unsettled him. Yet he refrained from any act of defiance, a testament to his confidence. Confidence akin to that of an imperial guard. In the blink of an eye, he found himself encircled by 5 individuals, prompting a furrow in his brow. Who are you? How could such powerful beings exist in Shimen County? Shuri began. But his words trailed off as an ominous premonition washed over him. He recognized that the 5 wore identical attire, clearly indicating they hailed from the same faction, a faction he had never heard of. Will you surrender willingly, or shall we be forced to act? Qin Zhang inquired with a grin. You, are you plotting a rebellion? I am Dragon Guard 11. Do you dare to harm me? Shuri roared, his face contorted with rage. He realized he was trapped, unable to escape or even send a message for help, for he could not contend with 5 divine-level experts. Especially not all at once. Had it been 2 or 3, he might have attempted a fight, but 5 was simply insurmountable. This is your final chance. Will you surrender? Or shall we subdue you by force? Qin Zhang's smile vanished, replaced by a stern demeanor. Fine. I do not believe you would dare to kill me. Shuri, who had briefly considered surrendering, suddenly discerned that they bore no intent to kill him, likely out of fear of the Emperor's retribution. He unsheathed his dagger and lunged at Qin Zhang, seeking an opportunity to flee. However, he underestimated the 5, who were adept at harnessing their powers, even under the influence of the frenzied demon pill. As he brandished his weapon, the 5 launched a synchronized assault against him. This was not the time for a fair duel. Should he escape or send word, it would spell disaster. Thus, the esteemed Dragon Guard was swiftly injured and had his powers sealed. The more he found himself in this predicament, the more convinced he became that Baili Howren and his companions would not dare to kill him, prompting him to hurl insults. Yet, after enduring a series of blows, he soon acquiesced to their demands. Speak. What brings you here? If you do not return, how long until others come looking for you? Baili Howren fixed his gaze on Shuri, his tone indifferent. With a bruised visage, Shuri retorted with indignation, You will not extract any information from me. You rebels, prepare for the Emperor's wrath. Unwilling to divulge? Then we shall strip him of his powers. Qin Zhang interjected, visibly displeased. After all, this man had just attempted to take his life. It was hardly a moment for leniency. What? You dare? I am an Imperial Guard. You would strip me of my powers? Shuri exclaimed in terror. If he were to lose his abilities, what purpose would he serve? Even if the Emperor took him back, he would only exist in a diminished state, with no one willing to invest in restoring his powers. The more he contemplated this, the greater his fear grew, and he became acutely aware of the Emperor's terrifying might. He dared not speak a word regarding the Emperor and abruptly sealed his lips, refusing to utter another sound. Until he was struck and sent flying by the battle blade, he remained silent. What is wrong with this fellow? Jiang Xin observed the 11th, who crashed against the wall and fell to the ground without uttering a word, feeling perplexed. Has he discovered something? Perhaps, in his heart, that formidable Emperor inspires more fear than his own cultivation and mortality, or rather, reverence. After observing the expression of the 11th, Baili Howren spoke softly. Chapter 198. Li Zixuan's emergence. What shall we do now? He remained silent. Shall we simply wait indefinitely? Zhan Feng expressed his irritation. Perhaps I should subject him to the 18 great tortures? Zhang Feng's eagerness was palpable as he fixated on qi. It would be futile. Those who have truly cultivated to such a level, becoming one of the dragon guards, will not divulge anything unless they choose to, Bali Howren remarked, shaking his head. The others understood well that individuals who reach such heights in cultivation possess immense willpower. His choice not to take his own life stems from the hope he harbors for his esteemed emperor. However, extracting any information from him would prove exceedingly challenging, if not utterly impossible. What course of action shall we take next? Jiang Xian inquired, gazing at Bali Howren. Let us detain him for now, Bali Howren commanded. Following his directive, several royal-level warriors escorted Shi away. The 5 of them joined forces to seal Shi's cultivation, while other royal-level guards ensured he could not escape. Bali Howren gazed toward the royal palace, aware that time was of the essence. Only one dragon guard had arrived this time. The next occasion might not afford the same luxury. All they could do was buy some time, trusting that Li Zixuan must be on the verge of a breakthrough. It had already been over 10 days. One could only wonder if he had indeed succeeded. Meanwhile, Li Zixuan had ascended to the divine master level, effortlessly integrating the principles into his very being. If Bali Howren and the others were to behold him now, he would appear ethereal, as if simultaneously present yet absent. Such was the nature of the law of time. It allowed Li Zixuan to harness the power of the laws surrounding him at will. He could manipulate time within his vicinity, enabling him to accelerate a child's growth into old age and death with merely a thought. At this moment, Li Zixuan remained within his seclusion, delving deeper into his cultivation. He aspired to perfect his state and begin absorbing celestial stones, aiming for a direct ascent to the pinnacle of the divine master level. Only then could he gradually comprehend the other 2 vital laws. He sought to amalgamate 3 laws within himself before striving for a breakthrough to the saint level. The speed of cultivation with celestial stones surpassed all, both in quantity and quality, rendering spirit stones insignificant by comparison. As Li Zixuan prepared to continue his cultivation, a prompt from Shaoling alerted him of an approaching presence. The instant he emerged from his small world, his divine consciousness expanded outward. Thunder rumbled ominously in the skies. Simultaneously, a figure deep within the palace awakened. His eyes shimmering like stars, his features resolute, appearing to be in his 30s. Clad in a golden robe adorned with 9 5-clawed golden dragons, he exuded an air of majesty and power. He was the emperor of the Xiang continent, emanating a golden aura that seemed to rend the very fabric of space. Observing the direction of Qinghai City, a faint smile graced his lips as he slowly uttered 3 words. Interesting. On Li Zixuan's end. As his divine consciousness enveloped the entire continent, it was thwarted only deep within the palace. Li Zixuan instantly regained his senses. Perceiving a presence that was slightly stronger than his own, yet not transcending the realm of the Divine Lord. Standing at the entrance was Bali Howren, who also gazed towards the heavens. Upon stepping outside, Li Zixuan observed the sky, thick with dark thunderclouds, accompanied by the ominous rumble of thunder, leading him to believe that a tempest would soon ensue. With a mere wave of his hand, he dispersed the ominous clouds, causing Bali Howren to exclaim in astonishment. What is this? Every continent has a strict prohibition against surpassing the established order, namely the Divine Lord level. However, should one indeed transcend, even the will of the world would be powerless. Li Zixuan cast a glance skyward, murmuring, So, you have broken through to the Divine Lord level? Bali Howren inquired, surprised. Indeed, I have ascended. I am now at the 3rd tier of the Divine Lord, Li Zixuan affirmed with a nod. Bali Howren, filled with curiosity, noticed that he could not sense any aura emanating from Li Zixuan, as if he were an ordinary person. Yet, upon closer inspection, there was an unsettling depth to his presence, reminiscent of a gaze from the abyss that sent chills down one's spine. Has someone from the palace arrived? Li Zixuan asked, recalling that while scanning the continent, he had detected an individual resembling palace attire in Qinghai City. Yes, we just apprehended someone who claims to be from the Dragon Guards, specifically the 11th. Bali Howren recounted the recent events to Li Zixuan. Initially, he had hesitated to inform Li Zixuan, uncertain of who the palace would send next and what their capabilities might be. Would that formidable emperor make an appearance? He wanted to consult Li Zixuan and gauge his thoughts on the matter. There's no need. That emperor is already aware of my existence and the occurrences here. Li Zixuan replied with a wry smile. It was not that he feared engaging in battle with that emperor. Rather, he yearned for the challenge. Yet, what would come after the battle? Although that emperor might not be able to vanquish him, restraining him would be effortless. Even with the use of the frenzied demon pill, he could not bridge the gap in high-level combat prowess. After all, that emperor was exceedingly formidable, accompanied by over a dozen divine kings. If unnecessary, he was reluctant to resort to the frenzied demon pill. He had recently sensed the true strength of the Xiang continent, beyond the 12 dragon guards publicly acknowledged. There were 7 divine kings and 36 divine-level beings. This was the extent of the palace's might. Furthermore, each of the 3 sects publicly acknowledged only 5 divine-level fighters, yet in reality, there were 10, a full doubling. Each sect also possessed 2 high-level divine kings. It was utterly impossible for Blue Star to emerge victorious. Prepare for retreat. I will hold off that emperor. Li Zixuan conveyed this to Bailey Howren. Upon hearing this, Bailey Howren was taken aback, feeling a blend of shock, frustration, and unwillingness. After plotting for so long and investing so many resources and efforts, the prospect of retreating in such a manner was disheartening. Nevertheless, he understood that there was no alternative. Failure to withdraw would mean certain death. After all, that emperor had painstakingly unified the continent and would never tolerate the existence of rival forces. Bailey Howren descended to make preparations, while Li Zixuan employed his divine senses to remain vigilant, ready to counter any sudden military movements. Thus, 2 consecutive days passed, during which all the forces of the Blue Star were conveyed through the teleportation array. The generals behind them also took away the teleportation array in the ascending ladder, retreating towards Windshadow City. Within a day at most, everyone would be able to withdraw safely. However, the Imperial Palace remained eerily silent, which left Li Zixuan perplexed. Throughout these 2 days, he had been vigilantly observing with his spiritual sense. Not only the palace, but even the 3 sects exhibited no reaction, as if they were oblivious to the existence of Shimen County. Yet, Li Zixuan was acutely aware that the emperor within the palace had undoubtedly sensed his presence and was fully aware of the situation in Shimen County. But why had there been no response until now? Chapter 199. Confronting the emperor, Li Zixuan found himself at a loss, retracting the small space he had formed. He decided it prudent to retreat to Windshadow City for the time being. However, regardless of whether they would attack, he needed to be adequately prepared. With the primordial blade as his offensive weapon, which evolved alongside his cultivation, he realized his defensive capabilities were lacking. Both the soul defense of the 10,000 Peaks diagram and the blood-devouring armor required upgrades. To elevate these 2 items to the pinnacle of Divine Master, an expenditure of 650 billion cosmic coins was necessary, while a direct enhancement of the sacred grade treasure demanded 350 billion cosmic coins. Unfortunately, after purchasing the frenzied demonic pill, he found himself with merely 258.6 billion cosmic coins. It appeared he could only upgrade the blood-devouring armor to sacred grade and the 10,000 Peaks diagram to divine grade. With a firm resolution, Li Zixuan instructed Xiao Ling to commence the upgrades for the blood-devouring armor and the 10,000 Peaks diagram. His remaining cosmic coins dwindled to 586 billion. The next day, everyone had retreated to Windshadow City, and arrangements were made for soldiers to fall back to Blue Star. At that moment, Li Zixuan noticed the emperor had made a move. Not only him, but the experts from the entire palace and the 3 sects were also in motion. Their direction was unmistakably toward Windshadow City. Those of lower realms, evacuate at once, Li Zixuan declared, gazing toward the palace with a pill now in hand. If circumstances allowed, he truly wished to avoid consuming it. Although the frenzied demonic pill could facilitate a rapid breakthrough to a significant realm, the elevation it provided was merely a product of the pill, lacking the stability gained through personal comprehension. Within Li Zixuan's consciousness, he discerned that the approaching individuals did not seem to hurry. Rather, they advanced at a leisurely pace. It appeared they intended to instill a sense of pressure upon them. Meanwhile, nearly 2 million soldiers from Blue Star had yet to retreat, as the passageway was exceedingly narrow. To facilitate a complete withdrawal would require considerable time, and Li Zixuan was determined to ensure their safety. Understanding that waiting was no longer an option, Li Zixuan raised his hand and consumed the pill. A tremendous surge of energy erupted within him, accompanied by a clearer comprehension of the laws, propelling his realm to the pinnacle of Divine Master, albeit without crossing that final threshold. This was hardly surprising, as the frenzied demonic pill had proven ineffective for sacred grade experts. Thus it could not facilitate a breakthrough to that level. Nevertheless, at his current realm, he was sufficiently formidable. With a decisive step, Li Zixuan appeared before the Emperor and the others, his aura emanating and locking onto the group, though they hovered 1,000 meters above the ground. A true battle would still impact the city below. How intriguing. Just 3 days ago, you were merely a third-tier divine master. Yet this pill has catapulted you to the pinnacle. The others sensed Li Zixuan's energy and donned expressions of caution, yet the emperor's voice resonated through the air. With my presence, you shall not pass. Li Zixuan aimed to stall these individuals, as vanquishing them would prove exceedingly challenging due to the emperor's strength, which was at the 8th tier of divine master, and his dragon robe, primarily defensive in nature. You must be from that world. Yet how is it that your realm is so elevated? The emperor did not rush to engage. If he were to act now, he could hinder Li Zixuan, allowing his subordinates to eliminate the others before returning to assist him. After all, among them were 46 divine beings and 9 divine kings, making the task of eliminating Li Haoran and his companions rather straightforward. Li Zixuan was also inclined to prolong the confrontation, as he had yet to develop the capability to vanquish that emperor in a short span of time. Conversely, the presence of divine beings and kings could present him with considerable challenges. Indeed, we are the denizens of that world. You have invaded our realm before coming to the Xiang continent. Invasion? Such a term is quite fitting. However, I do not wish for the Xiang continent to be a place where you can come and go at your whim, the emperor proclaimed with great authority, brandishing a long sword as he advanced towards Li Zixuan, while the others prepared to bypass Li Zixuan and attack Li Haoran and his companions. Yet, Li Zixuan would not acquiesce to their desires. His defenses were currently at the saintly level. As long as the attacks were not soul-based or overwhelmingly beyond the divine lord level, he could withstand them. Upon witnessing the emperor's assault, the power of the time law was instantaneously unleashed, pulling everyone into outer space. In his hand appeared the primordial blade, which he swung towards the others, simultaneously countering the delayed sword radiance of the emperor. Although it was merely a casual strike, the divine kings were compelled to use their treasures for defense. No lives were lost, yet several divine beings sustained injuries. This also hindered their advance, but due to Li Zixuan's hasty defense, he was forced to retreat 2 steps, causing the void beneath him to show signs of fracture. Interesting, bring it on. The emperor, perhaps long unaccustomed to encountering an opponent of equal strength, unleashed his full might upon Li Zixuan, wielding the golden law with abandon. The divine beings and kings formed a battle formation, harassing Li Zixuan from the sides. In order to prevent them from attacking Li Haoran and the others, Li Zixuan did not falter. He began to defend against the emperor's strikes while obstructing the rest. This left Li Zixuan somewhat constrained. Despite being at a higher level than the emperor, he could only focus on defense. He was reluctant to unleash his full power, fearing that a divine king might break away to assault Li Haoran and his companions. Meanwhile, Li Haoran and his party observed the fierce battle occurring in outer space, which stirred the entire Xing continent and hastened their retreat. They recognized the situation on the battlefield, understanding that only by fully evacuating could Li Zixuan unleash his true potential in combat. At that point, it was even possible for Li Zixuan to slay many of them, potentially even the emperor himself. Li Haoran and the others were acutely aware of this. And how could the emperor remain oblivious? Even the other divine kings and powerful beings recognized the gravity of the situation. However, they found themselves unable to escape the battlefield. Gradually, Li Zixuan transitioned from a state of unfamiliarity with his realm to a more agile application of his abilities. Thanks to the influence of the time law, he evolved from a purely defensive stance to gradually gaining control over the battlefield, showing signs of counterattack. The emperor, due to the intrinsic nature of the golden law, was never truly comparable to the laws of time. Moreover, his realm was inferior to that of Li Zixuan, which gradually exposed his vulnerabilities. As the battle progressed, Li Zixuan found himself increasingly exhilarated, as such combat had eluded him for quite some time. With the passage of time, he began to regret having ordered Li Haoran and the others to retreat, for he had overestimated the emperor's strength and underestimated his own formidable capabilities. He had assumed that possessing the resources of 3 worlds would grant the emperor some hidden advantages or greater methods, which had initially led him to exercise caution. However, it became evident that this was not the case. The emperor likely exhausted his resources to attain his current level. Li Zixuan parried the emperor's sword aura with a single stroke, subsequently pausing the flow of time throughout the entire space with a mere gesture. Yet, due to the completeness of the golden law, the emperor swiftly recovered from the stasis. Li Zixuan refrained from launching an attack, opting instead to obstruct these individuals while assessing his own strength. At this moment, the emperor's expression was far from pleasant. He had always been capable of battling beyond his level and commanded the resources of 3 worlds, although the resources of the Hongqi continent had not yet been fully utilized. He already possessed the strength of an 8th-tier deity, along with 3 sons and guards assisting him, yet he found himself gradually losing ground. Who on earth are you? The emperor fixed his gaze upon Li Zixuan, his voice tinged with reluctance.